Gazing into the boundless depths of the cosmos, countless planets radiate with vibrant hues. Among them, one stands out conspicuously, a deep crimson sphere, seemingly encircled by an array of warships. Whoosh! A multitude of spherical vessels deftly maneuver around, dipping slightly, as if evading a terrifying sight. The insignia emblazoned on the largest battleship is unmistakable, the mark of Frieza, the tyrant of the universe, ruler of this domain, belonging to the Frost Demon race. As I raise my gaze, I observe that every door bears the inscription "Pay You Sure," indicating that this is a nursery for newborn Saiyans. Wah! The wail of an infant abruptly shatters the silence. Damn it! Who on earth keeps crying? It's unbearable. Yet, his utterance comes out as mere babbling. Listening to the continuous cries echoing in the room, he sits up in the corner, surveying his surroundings and realizing he seems to be in an infant ward. He glances at his tiny hands and feet, astonished. I've turned into a baby. His small tail sways back and forth, prompting deep contemplation. Suddenly, a loud creak sounds as the door swings open. Wah! As the cries continue, a figure at the entrance steps forward, pressing the device affixed to their right eye. Beep! Beep! Damn it, it's so noisy. A power level of only 2, this little trash. Always crying. I wish I could stuff a pair of socks in its mouth. Upon hearing his companion's outburst, the other person hastily sets down the device and whispers, "Shoo, Xi and Babu, do you want to get yourself killed? What's wrong? My air Z. It's just a child." Smack. Xi and Babu receives a sharp slap, seemingly bewildered by the sudden turn of events, as he hears his companion's reprimand. "You've just been reassigned, so you're not aware. This is Vegeta's star, the most ruthless warrior race in the universe, the Saiyans." Saiyans. Upon realizing this, his lips quiver involuntarily as he quickly responds, I understand." Then, as if nothing had occurred, he resumes examining the rows of infants with the device in hand. "ZZZ Crack, how's it going? Have you found any promising infants?" The newcomer, clad in Frieza's military uniform, with a combat scanner over his right eye and a tail swaying conspicuously behind him, is indeed a Saiyan. An aura of killing intent emanates from him, unmistakably revealing his ruthless nature. The two subordinates hastily kneel before him, trembling. "Master, we are still evaluating this batch of newborns. I assure you we will soon." Crack. My air Z. Xi and Babu watches as his erstwhile companion is abruptly struck, a shadow flitting against the wall. Humph. The voice from above expresses clear dissatisfaction. "Hurry up. If you dawdle again, you won't have the chance to appear before me again." Yes. With that, he quickly responds, "ZZZ, Crack." As the hatch closes, he takes a deep breath, then rushes to assist his colleague. "My air Z, are you alright?" The figure, now upright, waves dismissively. "I'm fine. I told you, these Saiyans are brutal. They'll strike without a word." Beep. Beep. Suddenly, a detection sound breaks the tension, seemingly from the device that had just been kicked away. My air Z limps over to investigate the anomaly. He wipes his eyes in disbelief, then points the scanner at the infant. I can't be mistaken, can I? Hey, come over and take a look." Gulp. The two figures who hurried over instinctively swallow hard, staring at the readings on the device, exclaiming in astonishment. The power level has skyrocketed to 1,000. "My air Z, use mine. Yours must be broken from being kicked." "Huh? Yes. It must be broken. How could a mere child possess such a high power level?" My air Z laughs as he stows away his scanner. Xi and Babu retrieves another device, calibrates it, and points it at the still pensive infant. Beep. Beep. This is... The readings leave Xi and Babu breathless. Oh, it's not just 1,000. It's climbing higher. 3,000. 6,000. 10,000 power level. Bang. The scanner beside him cannot withstand the pressure and explodes. It is common for early models to blow up at several thousand, or even tens of thousands, given their outdated technology. Frieza had visited once, providing only a limited number of new scanners to King Vegeta. This was to monitor the Saiyans' every move, and the new ones are exceedingly rare, inevitably falling into the hands of high-ranking Saiyans, thus granting Frieza control over their actions. So, this is the infant with a power level exceeding 10,000? What is his name? Hearing the voice from above, the two below simultaneously utter the name Buluoli. Buluoli? King Vegeta murmurs, holding the infant. "Your Majesty, This child appears to be the offspring of Paragus. A figure stepping forward on the left side replies respectfully. The infant, Buluo Li, whose tail is being held, is abruptly roused from his reverie, staring at the imposing figure before him, causing a jolt in his heart. Is this King Vegeta? Observing the towering hairstyle and the garish red robe, alongside the man who resembles Buluo Li's father, he wonders if he truly is Buluo Li. Everything around him aligns with his memories, and he fears the next step may lead to a dagger piercing him. Smack. Please, King Vegeta. Buluo Li will surely assist Prince Vegeta. A kneeling figure gazes up at King Vegeta with desperate eyes. I understand your feelings. As a father, it is only natural to protect your child. Hearing King Vegeta's words, Paragus continues to bow his head repeatedly to the ground in gratitude. Whoosh! King Vegeta's palm emits a wave of energy, which instantly pierces Paragus's heart, all occurring with startling suddenness. Ugh, it seems he did not anticipate such a swift turn of events, as he begins to sputter blood profusely, staining his hands. Thud, King Vegeta. You and Vegeta will meet a terrible fate. Boo. Luo Li. His eyes, filled with unwillingness and profound hatred, reflect his final moments of struggle. Buluo Li, too, seems to resist, but his sounds are mere babbles, unheard by anyone. Is he dead? The combat scanner falls silent, prompting King Vegeta to coldly declare. What a pity. However, as a king, I cannot allow a being with greater potential than Vegeta to live. He then looks toward the entrance, commanding, come, and tosses the infant away. Boom. A sudden roar reverberates, akin to an earthquake, causing everyone in the hall to sway precariously. Damn it, could it be? Just as the planet is about to explode, he could vividly recall that at the same moment, Frieza had come to annihilate the planet Vegeta. The earth cracked open, and the atmospheric pressure above was relentlessly squeezing, as if it were on the verge of an explosive rupture. Molten lava surged, the sky turned ominous, and countless gasps echoed in Broly's ears. Just moments ago, he had been wielding his weapon, but in an instant, he found himself bereft of any means of escape. Ho. Truly an enchanting display of fireworks. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Dodoria? Dodoria, ever the sycophant, lavished praise upon Frieza, remarking, indeed. The explosion of Planet Vegeta is a sight of exquisite beauty. It is an honor for Planet Vegeta to present such splendid fireworks for Lord Frieza. Ho. After admiring the spectacle, Frieza clasped his hands behind his back and inquired, Mr. Dodoria, aside from Vegeta and those two lackeys, all the other Saiyans have returned, have they not? Yes, Lord Frieza. All the other Saiyans have indeed returned. Otherwise, they would have fallen victim to the assassination efforts of the Frieza force. Clap. That is excellent news, excellent indeed. Frieza clapped his hands joyfully. Dodoria glanced toward the location of Planet Vegeta, and as he beheld the swirling dust, a cold sweat trickled down his back. The Frieza spaceship swiftly departed the vicinity of Planet Vegeta, oblivious to the fact that amidst the debris of the planet's explosion, there remained a tiny creature. Clinging to life, this was a small being enveloped in a green energy shield, drifting through the cosmos. Yes, the infant named Broly had miraculously survived. Chapter 2. The Descending Planet. In the vibrant and colorful expanse of the universe, a green energy shield continuously drifted swiftly, seemingly possessing consciousness as it headed directly toward the verdant planet below. Glancing back at the ruins of the once thriving Vegeta planet, Broly could not help but murmur to himself, how vexing, I nearly perished on Vegeta. Had it not been for the sudden surge of formidable energy within me at the critical moment, I would have surely met the same fate as Vegeta, turning to dust. However, this overwhelming sensation of power is truly captivating. Above in the sky, the green and red energy shield rapidly breached the atmosphere, plummeting toward the ground. Boom. The cacophony startled the beasts and birds, causing them to flee in terror, for such is the nature of these creatures. The immense force struck the earth, creating a deep crater, and as the energy shield dissipated, an infant crawled forth. Broly surveyed his surroundings and realized he had entered a jungle. He pondered whether this planet harbored any civilization. Unexpectedly, he found himself learning to fend for himself from the moment of his birth. This is the legendary beginning with nothing at all. Gurgle. The sound of his stomach echoed, prompting Broly to gaze around before focusing on a nearby lake. Opening his mouth, a beam of green energy shot forth, instantly transforming the lake into a myriad of craters. Smack. Observing the aftermath, Broly seemed to reflect, indeed. This terrifying power is remarkably convenient. It feels as inexhaustible as a nuclear bomb. A slight surge of anger would unleash it. Alas, with all my wisdom, I never anticipated I would never have to skin fish in this lifetime. Saying this, Broly took aim at the lively fish wriggling on the ground and bit down once more. 5 years. 5 years. Do you know how I have survived? As if the fish understood his words, it squirmed in protest until he crushed its skull with a swift bite. For these past years, Broly had lived in this manner. Hungry, he consumed fish. Thirsty, he drank water, without needing to consciously feel the existence of his energy. For within him, energy surged continuously. If he were not careful, it would erupt, sending energy blasts soaring in all directions, leaving destruction in their wake. At least he had successfully controlled his Oozaru transformation over these years. His efforts were not in vain, as every full moon, a great ape would appear in the jungle, heralding yet another bloody massacre. The frequent devastation had drawn the attention of the planet's inhabitants a year prior, prompting them to send individuals to investigate the anomalies. Fortunately, this planet was indeed civilized, sparing him from living like a savage in the jungle every day. He looked at his deerskin cloak and tiger shoes. Despite being only 5 or 6 years old, he had already grown to over 1 meter tall. Yoshi, at last, I can leave this desolate place. Once the next inspection team arrives, I will seize their spaceship. Then I can escape this wretched place. Bang! In a moment of excitement, his energy erupted once more. This time of year was always a disaster for the animals. I wonder what my battle power is now. Surely, it must be formidable. He clenched his fists as he spoke, for the legendary Super Saiyan. With age, his power would continue to multiply. Even without deliberate training, as his body matured, he would automatically transform into a Super Saiyan. However, the Super Saiyan also possessed a unique trait. The more one fought, the stronger one became. The physical prowess of a Super Saiyan was at least equivalent to that of 5 contemporaneous Super Saiyans, at the very least. Furthermore, even when facing multiple opponents of the same form, it would be an overwhelming slaughter. Chapter 3. The Spirit Fruit Tree. Because this planet was not too far from Vegeta, Broly was compelled to act with caution. Even a battle power of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, could not hope to surpass Frieza's billion in an instant. Moreover, it was highly likely that this was one of the planets occupied by Frieza. Thus far, he had not mastered his energy or power. However, he had come to understand one thing. Just a flicker of anger would unleash unparalleled strength. Not to mention, his current physique, cough, was not particularly resilient. In the original story, Broly's chest bore a wound from a dagger in his youth, yet he survived due to his potent Super Saiyan bloodline. The explosion of power from the planet's destruction allowed him to endure, but it left him with a lingering vulnerability, leading to his defeat when struck at his weak point. The thought of his green Super Saiyan blood splattering about made him tremble involuntarily. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, he gazed upward, anticipating the arrival of the inspection team for this cycle. The deafening roar of machinery echoed as aircraft traversed the sky. He observed a ship drawing nearer, leaping to aim and punching a hole in the entrance before vaulting into the ship's hold. Sensing the vessel's tremors, the individual seated in the co-pilot's seat awoke with a start. What is happening? He glanced at the driver beside him. Hey, Hisu, did you hit something? I told you your driving skills were lacking. The driver, drenched in cold sweat, ignored the question. Sack. Something seems to have entered. Realizing the implications, he thought. Could it be a monster from this jungle? Slap. A hand struck the face of the man named Hisu. Are you an idiot? What monster? If there were a monster, it would have stormed the capital by now. Perhaps it is some flying beast. Besides, the superior is here. Any monster would flee. Let me see who dares to enter our cabin. He pressed the detector beside his right eye. Beep, beep. Crash. What? It exploded? In his shock, a pair of hands gripped the necks of the two men. Haha, were you looking for me? Hearing the voice behind them, the two seated in the cockpit were drenched in cold sweat. And master, noticing the tail behind him, they gasped. Oh, my apologies. As Super Saiyan Lord. Trembling in their voices, they understood that the sudden intruder was no ordinary foe, especially since he was a descendant of the slain Saiyans. Moreover, the explosion of the detector indicated his immense power. From now on, I will speak. You will answer. Otherwise, yes. What would you like to know, master? Broly inquired coolly. Where's this place? And who is the master you mentioned? Is it the Lord governing this planet? Yes, master. This is the Lap planet. Another replied. We were once members of Frieza's army. However, recently, this planet was seized by a certain faction. Observing their trembling forms, their words came out in stutters, prompting him to lower his hands. After all, these two could not escape. So, the planet was seized by a faction? Who are they? Broly burst into laughter. Huh? I truly did not expect that someone would dare to seize planets right under Frieza's nose. He seemed somewhat surprised, for this sector of the galaxy was under Frieza's dominion. It was well known that the offspring of the Ice Demon race were rebellious. Frieza and his brother were always scheming against each other's territories, even eyeing their father's domain. Master, the leader of the faction that took this planet is apparently named Daries. He is said to be a Saiyan, a descendant much like yourself. Is what you say true? Is this person named Daries? Broly seemed incredulous, repeatedly confirming. Yes, absolutely true, the other man affirmed. Indeed, 1,000% true. Hahahaha. Upon hearing their responses, he was exceedingly delighted. You, lead me to him. Upon Broly's command, the spaceship adjusted its course. Hahaha. How fortunate I am to encounter such an opportunity. Yes, Daries, the individual possessing the spirit fruit tree. Consuming its fruit can double one's combat prowess. Although excessive consumption yields no further effects, it still enhances one's strength to some extent. Chapter 4. The Legendary Saiyan. Master, we are approaching. The one who spoke seemed to harbor a hint of trepidation, for behind them stood the Saiyan clan, the destroyers of their home planet, the mightiest warriors in the universe. The Saiyans. The spacecraft descended slowly, yet Broly's face was alight with joy. Spirit fruit tree. Oh, spirit fruit tree. Such a marvelous treasure. How could I allow Dales to squander it? He murmured to himself, disregarding the two companions beside him. With a heavy thud, the ship's hatch opened, and the two followed Broly down the ramp. They were immediately surrounded. Who are you? Faced with a throng of lowly minions, he couldn't help but smile wryly. His tail emerged from behind, swaying conspicuously in their view. Hey, did you see that? That tail. It looks like a Saiyan. Yet, wasn't it reported that Planet Vegeta was obliterated by a meteor? Aside from Lord Dales, who happened to be on a mission, all other Saiyans perished along with their planet. Listening to the minions' chatter, he grew impatient. Hey, take me to see Dales. You heard correctly. I am indeed a Saiyan. His eyes glinted with murderous intent as he glared at the minions, chills emanating from him. Despite their meager power levels, he felt no inclination to engage them. Are you stunned by my Saiyan identity? He paid no heed to the minions, casually snatching one and donning their scouter. Beep, beep, humph, 30,000, 10,000, 80,000, 60,000, 120,000. With a burst of energy, deep green flames enveloped him, rising towards the heavens. Is he here? Dales. A shockwave erupted, leaving only a green streak in the sky, swaying like a tail. It must be nearly ripe. The leader gazed at the towering tree, caressing it with reverence. The conspicuous tail behind him swayed incessantly, clad in Frieza's army attire, exuding a wild aura that sparked the imagination. Yes, Lord Dales, it will soon be ready. Hearing the voice beside him, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Then let us hasten. Is the next location prepared? Yes. Dales tirelessly searched the cosmos for planets conducive to the spirit fruit tree's growth. Once rooted, the tree would absorb the life essence of the entire planet, maturing to produce spirit fruits. Consuming these fruits not only significantly boosts combat power, but also extends life, heals injuries, and restores stamina. Truly a remarkable choice. Master, a powerful energy is approaching, spoke a long-haired woman, revealing glimpses of her form as she spoke. Has it arrived? No matter. Let us await the spirit fruit tree. As she spoke, a deep green energy drew near, eventually manifesting beside them. Is this the spirit fruit tree? Broly gazed at the towering tree, its vast roots intertwining and spreading. No, wait. It seemed that the word greed was not hidden at all. You are a Saiyan. Seeing the approaching figure, Dales was taken aback. After all, it was said that Planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteor, leaving the Saiyan bloodline nearly extinct. Dales, I want that spirit fruit tree. I'm in a good mood, so for the sake of our Saiyan heritage, you can leave. His arrogant words were accompanied by fiery glances directed at the spirit fruit tree, as if Dales were of no consequence to him. Huh. Dales rubbed his ear, turning to his subordinates below and inquiring, Hey, did you hear that? What was he just saying? It seemed he misheard, prompting him to ask his minions. Lord Dales. He just told us to leave. This little brat. Veins bulged on Dale's forehead as he glared at Broly, only to calm himself shortly after. Hey kid. How about joining me? I can share the spirit fruit tree with you. After all, as a member of the Saiyan race, we are a rarity in the universe now. He scrutinized Broly, contemplating his response. Hahaha. Dales, it seems I'm giving you a chance to live. You want to seize it. Broly's voice dripped with mockery. Humph. Truly ungrateful. Attack. Upon hearing Dale's command, his entire army surged forth, surrounding Broly and unleashing energy blasts. TCH. What an overconfident little brat. Dales thought to himself. For a Saiyan of Broly's age typically possessed a combat power in the hundreds at best, a remarkable feat in itself. Hahaha. Laughter echoed amidst the smoke, which soon dissipated to reveal Broly unscathed. With a swift motion, he closed in on one of the assailants, seizing their face before unleashing a burst of energy from his hand, resulting in a headless corpse plummeting from the sky. Thud, thud. Surrounded by green energy, Broly radiated deep green flames, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts indiscriminately. In an instant, the battlefield was nearly cleared. Beep, beep. How is this possible? It seemed they could hardly believe it. 50,000 combat power. Dales, suspended in the air, glanced at his scouter, then furiously ripped it off, crushing it in his grip. Impossible. The scouter must be faulty. He pondered. How could a Saiyan of this age possess 50,000 combat power? I was nearly frightened. The legendary Super Saiyan. TCH, what a boring legend. He scoffed. Indeed. Broly had only just reached his peak age. The specifics are left for you to deduce. And, according to the lore, his power would double with each passing year, augmenting his strength. Broly had undergone training, albeit simple push-ups and running. However, in the face of innate talent, little explanation was needed. A few push-ups for him equated to a lifetime of effort for others. And enduring an hour of blows was akin to training for a whole life. One might assert that one could never catch up, remaining forever out of reach. Chapter 5, Journey to Earth. With a resounding crash and boom, to prevent damage to the spirit fruit tree, Broly did not hesitate to crush his opponents with sheer physical force. How is this possible? Could the legendary Super Saiyan truly be real? The overwhelming aura left him gasping for breath. Yes, he endured every attack with his body. Dales must be feeling utterly hopeless right now. Hahaha. No, I am a demon. As he unleashed his energy, green flames shot skyward. Boom. An explosion engulfed Broly. As the smoke cleared, he stood tall at 6 feet. His muscular physique exuding beauty and strength. Facing all attacks was futile. The encroaching figure transformed the sky from white to red, then to green. A massive hand gripped Dale's face tightly. The crushing grip made him convulse as he desperately clawed at Broly's hand. With a resounding crash. Crimson blood stained Broly's right hand. He casually tossed the Dolly C aside, pondering whether he still could not fully harness this formidable power. The thrill of battle invigorated him further, escalating his excitement with each confrontation. Gazing at his hands, he affirmed that even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he had achieved a new level of mastery. The S cells in his brain seemed to require only an overwhelming surge of rage to break through the barriers of his limitations, not needing to reach the minimum combat power of 60 million like Dog Kong. Every cell in his body pulsated with exhilaration, not leaving him weary but rather fueling his vigor, awakening a primal urge to annihilate the planet. Had he matured? He turned his gaze towards the direction of the spirit fruit tree, inhaling the fragrant aroma of its ripe fruits. Observing the individuals still alive on the ground, he noted their dumbfounded expressions, cowering in fear. Hey, you lot, hurry and gather the spirit fruit tree for me. From this day forth, you shall be known as the Broly Legion. He laughed heartily, adding, you may pursue any ambitions you desire, but for now, Frieza is off limits. In the future, the Broly Legion shall reign supreme over the universe. As he beheld the Broly with his striking white eyes, the others hurriedly rushed to collect the spirit fruit tree, wishing to grow stronger before facing Frieza. The energy within him sensed the presence of an even mightier force, adapting, assimilating, and ultimately devouring it to enhance his own strength. This was the essence of growth. After all, such raw power could be perilous. Transforming prematurely into a Super Saiyan could jeopardize his physical integrity. While Goten and Trunks benefited from their father's Super Saiyan lineage, Broly was different. The moment he transformed, he might suffer devastating injuries even if 5 Super Saiyans were to assault him. Kawa. Munch munch. Remarkably, he had reached a combat power of 1 million. It appeared that the first 5 fruits held immense significance, and consuming them seemed intrinsically linked to talent. He turned to the nearby fiery companions, instructing the rest. You may divide among yourselves. Yes, Lord Broly. Watching the crowd scramble for the fruits, he smirked lightly. It was nearly time to depart for Earth. Shenron, you must fulfill my wish. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he clenched his fists, a violent aura surging forth. Damn it, Piccolo, if you dare to destroy my Shenron, I shall rend you asunder. Nearby, those still munching on the fruits froze, frightened of making a sound that might disturb Broly. Hey you. Yes you. Broly beckoned to one individual. The person glanced around, realizing he was the one being called, and as he approached, cold sweat streamed down his back, his legs trembling. Lord Broly, I have elders above and children below. Please, I beg you to show mercy. The figures below continued to kneel, banging their heads in submission. I summoned you not to inquire about your family. He lifted a wine cup and took a sip before continuing. From today onward, you shall be the vice commander. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, seek me out. But for now, I have a destination to reach. A destination? The figure pondered. Yes, it is my honor to serve Lord Broly. No, I intend to go to a place called Earth, located in the southern region of the northern galaxy. It is a blue planet. Yes, the figure stood tall and saluted. Did you not hear Lord Broly's command? Hurry and prepare the spaceship. Upon hearing his words, several individuals dashed towards the base. Broly remained unconcerned, resting his head on his hand, seemingly deep in thought. Yes, it is settled. I shall first journey to Earth. He was not preoccupied with the location. Although Earth was remote, it was documented on the maps. Being a low-level planet, it had never attracted attention. The records from Vegeta classified it as a garbage planet, which explained why Bardock dispatched Kakarot, whose combat power was merely 2. Even the weakest Saiyans typically possessed a combat power exceeding 1,000 upon maturity, easily obliterating a lowly planet. Chapter 6. Karen Tower. Lord Broly, we shall arrive shortly. The figure beside the meditative Broly announced. At last, we are nearing our destination. Once we arrive, you may depart. Yes, Lord Broly. Damn it. Who could have anticipated that this journey would confine them to the spaceship for nearly 4 years? This was a far cry from the time spent during Vegeta's era, which was barely a year and a half. Damn it. For Shenron, I have endured this. Now, Goku was nearly 11. He wondered if any unforeseen events awaited on Earth. If all went smoothly, the monkey would soon emerge from hiding, implying that Bulma had successfully created the Dragon Radar. He patted his chest, relieved that he had recalled the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, he might have ended up finding himself in a precarious position with Piccolo. In the vast universe, a spaceship sped towards a blue planet in the southern region of the northern galaxy. Observing the blue planet from the view screen, he smiled. It was not a waste of time after all. Onward. At Broly's command, the spaceship rapidly descended, breaking through the atmosphere with ease. Lord Kami, what is happening? The nervous Popo inquired. It seems that someone is invading Earth. What a powerful aura. Cold sweat dripped as he felt the overwhelming presence that constricted his breath. This will suffice. Stop here. Upon hearing Broly's voice, the spaceship halted in midair. He opened the hatch and leaped out. As Broly vanished from sight, the spaceship departed from Earth. Beep, beep. Observing the faint combat energy readings on the detector, he mused that humanity on Earth was truly weak. No wonder Zamasu wished to eradicate them. Haha. Senzu-beans, I have arrived. A deep green aura surged swiftly towards the east, gazing at the towering Karen Tower. He ascended rapidly, soon spotting the white cat atop the tower. Meow? The sleeping cat sage was startled awake by the sudden aura, its spiky fur appearing somewhat comical. Who are you? Broly regarded the cat with intrigue as it raised its staff defensively. I am a Saiyan. You may call me Broly. With that, he opened his palm, displaying the Senzu-beans. A powerful aura enveloped the space between the two, sending chills through the atmosphere. I understand. The cat sage pointed towards a nearby water jar. The Senzu-beans you seek are over there. As Broly approached, he seized a handful, sampling one to verify their quality. Crunch. Crunch. Quite impressive. There are plenty. From now on, you will cultivate Senzu-beans for me. In return, I can offer you access to other exotic fish from the universe. What do you say? Are you tempted? I am a benevolent person, especially towards my subordinates. A menacing aura bore down on the cat sage. Should it dare to refuse? It might not witness the moonlight that night. Yes, hearing about fish while sensing the impending doom, the cat sage hurriedly acquiesced. Broly patted the cat sage and encouraged. Do your best. Perhaps one day, you too can stand above countless others. He then glanced at the 2 large jars of senzu beans. Lost in thought, it seems I will need to create a small space to carry these senzu beans at all times. And what about that little chubby one? Should I dispose of him? Indeed, a question worth pondering. Yes, it's settled. That little chubby one must not be spared. For the sake of future senzu bean production. A Kakarot consumes them as if they were food, leading to a shortage later on. This fellow finished all the senzu beans, and with the production unable to keep pace. The consequences fall upon him. Chapter 7. The Deities in the Temple. The treasures of Karin Tower are none other than the super water and the senzu beans, 2 heavyweight items. While senzu beans are undoubtedly valuable, the super water is somewhat less so. It is said that the monkey's heart condition is related to this. Apparently, in his youth, he was known to hold a mouse in his mouth, combined with the toxicity of the super water, which led to his heart ailment. Do your best. The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. You understand what I mean, right? Broly remarked to the cat sage beside him. Yes, I will do my utmost. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. With that, Broly erupted with a powerful aura and soared upward toward Karin Tower. Since he was already here, why not meet the creator of the Dragon Balls? Off to find the deity? He sighed, but at least he was making progress. The higher he ascended into the sky, the more thunder and lightning erupted. The clouds above were thick with darkness, crackling with thunder. His formidable aura surged, disregarding the lightning as it rushed toward the temple atop Karin Tower, enveloped in a deep green protective shield. Although he was unsure of the consequences of being struck. Who among the sane would wish to be struck by lightning? You have arrived, outsider. As he landed, a voice resonated from within the temple. I believe you understand the purpose of my visit? Broly gazed at the figure before him, distinguished by their green skin and 2 prominent antennae atop their head. Despite their frail appearance, this being could easily live for another century, according to the Namekians. They had merely passed through their youthful phase and had not yet reached the venerable age of the Grand Elder. The dark figure beside them was Bubbles, though it was uncertain how many deities he had served. After a brief silence, the deity continued, the Dragon Balls? I can scarcely imagine what could entice you on Earth. Since you are aware, why not present them quickly? I know who you are. You created the Dragon Balls. I wish to fulfill my desire. So kindly summon the Dragon Balls for me. As Broly approached, he scrutinized the deity. The deity shook their head, fixing Broly with a resolute gaze. I will not grant you this. You are a malevolent being. In response, Broly concentrated, conjuring a small green orb of energy that transformed the surrounding space into a pale green hue. Deity, I urge you to think carefully before you speak. Do not underestimate this little bit of energy. It is sufficient to annihilate several cities on Earth. His ominous gaze pierced through to the 2, and with an impassive demeanor, he uttered such calm words. You. The deity's expression changed, clearly affected by Broly's words. Deity. Bubbles stepped forward to support him. What will be your decision? Will you continue to defy me? Or shall you witness my plan to eradicate humanity unfold before your eyes? The chilling words echoed relentlessly in the deity's mind. Taking a deep breath, the deity resigned. I can provide you with the incantation for the Dragon Balls. Come forth, Shenron. However, while I am the creator of the Dragon Balls, I cannot summon them nor sense their location. Broly paused, taken aback by the deity's words. It seemed such a situation did exist. After all, the Grand Elder of Namek was a prime example, and even the Black Dragon Balls dispersed throughout the universe after making wishes. How tedious. A waste of my time. With a sudden burst of energy, Broly plunged downward toward the temple. It appeared that the only option left was to seek out Bulma. Where was the 4-star ball in the dog's empty? Bulma's warehouse should have one. Thus, he resolved to head to West City first, specifically to the Capsule Corporation. Damn it. I hope Bulma has not gone off in search of the Dragon Balls. Deity, are you alright? I'm fine. Such an overwhelming aura. I've never felt the sensation of death so closely before. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he spoke with a hint of false bravado. Chapter 8. Capsule Corporation. The green flame in the sky streaked across the horizon with remarkable speed, seemingly heading toward the city center of West City. The planet's most brilliant inventor, Bulma, Her father, Dr. Briefs, and the creator of the androids were all associated with Capsule Corporation, which owned a significant portion of Earth's wealth and was renowned for its invention of the capsule technology, including the ingenious Dragon radar. So this is West City? How splendid. Observing the bustling metropolis below, Broly mused that living a life of luxury here would not be so bad. He flew through the air toward the enormous sign, not for any particular reason other than that the massive emblem belonged to Capsule Corporation, where the person he wished to see was likely situated. Currently, Bulma was still a naive girl, albeit with a slight crush. That too was a product of Capsule Corporation, wasn't it? It should be. Next time, I shall purchase one for myself. Disregarding the noise below, Broly remained indifferent. After all, foolish humans were plentiful, and even if he wiped out 1,000 of them, they would remain unchanged. With a resounding crash, he seemed to ignore the commotion, unleashing a powerful force. A beam of green light shot forth. He glanced up at the towering structure ahead, where the sign read Capsule Corporation. Who are you? He heard a voice from a group of individuals wielding batons. He thought to himself, how foolish. Since they have seen me descend from the sky, they still question my identity? Clearly, they are not of sound mind. Don't move. If you do, I will shoot. With a swift motion, Broly hurled a glowing projectile, creating a small crater upon impact. Calmly, he walked through the wreckage. After all, he had much to accomplish and did not wish to squander time. Capsule Corporation was indeed vast, filled with countless small rooms that appeared chaotic, and he felt an overwhelming impulse to destroy it all. However, he resisted, for the item he sought was not yet in his possession. As he rounded a corner, he spotted a man in a white lab coat with purple hair. He seemed to be sipping coffee or something of the sort. Given his presence here, it must be Dr. Briefs. Broly followed closely behind, noting that the doctor was likely taking a moment to refresh himself with coffee. Dr. Briefs entered a room, and Broly looked up at the sign on the door, laboratory. It appeared this was where Dr. Briefs conducted his research. Knock, knock. Upon hearing the knock, Dr. Briefs turned. Who are you? How did you come to be in my home? Nice to meet you. I am Broly. You must be Dr. Briefs. Yes, I am Dr. Briefs. What brings you here? As he regarded Broly, he noted that his face matched the memory perfectly. Moreover, the purple hair seemed to indicate a connection to the future Trunks. There could be no mistake. Is Bulma here? If not, could I trouble you to create something for me? Upon hearing Broly's request, Dr. Briefs smiled broadly. Oh, so you are Bulma's friend. She should be back shortly. He then looked at Broly. What is it that you wish me to create? She will return shortly? It seems there may be a disturbance in the timeline. But never mind. My objective is simply the Dragon Balls. I have no particular request. I merely wish to ask for your assistance in creating a Dragon Ball radar. Are you capable of such a feat? Upon hearing the words Dragon Ball, Dr. Brief's expression shifted, indicating his knowledge of the Dragon Balls. Who are you? Are you here to seize the Dragon Balls as well? He chuckled softly. No? You are overthinking it. I have come with the permission of the Dragon Ball's owner. Broly smiled. Are you sent by the Red Ribbon Army? He drew a wrench from the side, eyeing Broly intently. Did I not mention? I am here with the consent of the Dragon Ball's owner. However, if you would assist me in creating a Dragon Ball radar, I could help you eliminate the Red Ribbon Army entirely. After all, human understanding is invariably limited. Future Broly has aspirations for the position of destroyer. He looked at Dr. Brief, who held the wrench, and inquired, What do you say? Have you considered my proposal? If you agree, I can eradicate the Red Ribbon Army while searching for the Dragon Balls. Chapter 9. The Blossoming Sisters of the Doctor. Oh dear, Bulma. You intend to go out in search of that. What is it called? Dragon Ball. It is the Dragon Ball. I discovered in ancient texts that it can grant the wishes of those who find it. Therefore, I desire a prince on a white horse. The girl's flushed cheeks left the other woman both amused and perplexed. Broly, hearing the familiar voices outside, had yet to see the individuals but could hear them through the door. With a click, two figures entered, one with long blonde hair tied in a ponytail, wearing a hat whose ever-present smile exuded vivacity. The other, slightly shorter, was a stunning girl with blue hair and violet eyes. This must be Tai's and Bulma. He mused internally. If memory serves correctly, Bulma should be around XX years old, just entering her teenage years, while her sister is slightly older. Encountering these two sisters here was indeed unexpected. Upon entering, the two girls paused upon seeing Broly. Father, is he your friend? What a handsome young man. Bulma's eyes were glued to Broly's physique, tall, attractive, and powerful. Realizing she had been caught staring, she quickly averted her gaze. Ties moved closer, observing the battle detector on his face and the tail swaying behind him, as if deep in thought. Oh, I understand now. You must be a Saiyan, right? Gak has mentioned that the Saiyans' distinguishing feature is a tail, and they tend to be quite robust. You are not that old. Yet your face bears a youthful innocence while your body is remarkably muscular, correct? But has Gak ever informed you that Saiyans are malevolent? He stepped closer to Ties, pondering the allure of feminine charm, despite her youth. Saiyan, an extraterrestrial? Malevolent? Dr. Brief contemplated Gak's earlier remarks. I am not associated with the Red Ribbon Army. However, if you desire, I could ensure their complete eradication from this world. Instantly, Dr. Brief shuddered at the thought. Seeing Ty's lack of reaction, he grew weary of the charade and confessed, Haha, indeed, I am a Saiyan. My name is Broly, certainly not a mere earthling. Turning to address the taller girl. Broly's proclamation left Dr. Brief's complexion pale. Dr. Brief, what are your thoughts on my proposal? I believe I heard that your young lady is also in search of the Dragon Balls. Given the circumstances, the Dragon Balls must have been created, and surely the ones in storage were now in Bulma's backpack. Taking a deep breath, Dr. Brief produced the Dragon Ball radar from his pocket. You may have this, but do not forget your promise. The Red Ribbon Army, huh? Haha. Of course, I always keep my word. If you ever require assistance again, I hope we can collaborate harmoniously. Hearing Broly's words, Dr. Brief's expression darkened, fully aware that escape from Broly's grasp was impossible. As Broly accepted the radar, he could not resist testing it. Beep, beep. Observing the radar, it confirmed that the Dragon Ball was indeed in Bulma's backpack. Bulma, would you kindly retrieve the Dragon Balls from your backpack? As he tucked away the radar, he approached Bulma, commanding her with a sense of authority. Is my voice too soft for you? He noticed her frozen demeanor, her gaze strangely averted. Bulma, hand over your backpack. Coming to her senses, she blushed and timidly handed over the bag to Broly. Haha, at last it's in my grasp. Now I can plot for the future. In his self-indulgent reverie, he felt a pair of hands on his shoulders. Startled, Broly turned to see the girl clinging to him. I want to accompany you. You are also searching for the Dragon Balls, right? Humph. How dull. Are you jesting? He shrugged off her hands, dismissing the idea of needing to take care of a woman, especially since he still relied on Dr. Brief for the gravity chamber. At this age, Bulma was hardly capable of much. Dr. Brief, observing from the corner, sighed in relief. Thank goodness. It would be too perilous for Bulma to accompany you. With a swift motion, Broly flung open the door, preparing to leave, but Bulma casually remarked, I don't think you would want the Dragon Balls to break and have to return, would you? Just so you know, I can repair the Dragon Ball radar. Hearing this, he halted, reluctantly turning back to the girl. If that is the case, then hurry up. I am quite busy. At his words, Bulma eagerly jogged over. Father, sister, I am heading out now. Do not worry too much about me. Just as Dr. Brief was about to speak, he was silenced by Broly's glare. The doctor resignedly closed his eyes. After the two departed, he immediately inquired of Ties, what do you know about Saiyans? Saiyans? I don't know much. Just that a friend of mine mentioned their home planet was destroyed by a meteor strike. Is that so? What a tragic fate for such a child, Doctor. Brief expressed with sympathy. Gak, as a cosmic lawman, constantly apprehends criminals throughout the universe or protects peace. Though they are also a group of inept individuals who dare not provoke Frieza. At the mere mention of Frieza, they flee in terror. Chapter 10, The Vanishing Monkey? With a sudden flourish, a capsule dispersed a cloud of smoke, revealing a flying vehicle once the haze cleared. Bulma, this is too slow. I am very busy. He exhibited no desire to board the craft. Umph, this is the latest model. There are hardly any like it globally. Hold on tight, he reiterated, seeing her lack of response. What is the matter? Why so fierce? She wrapped her arms around him. Well, I intend to see if you have any faster methods. A cacophony of frantic screams erupted as he struggled to control the vehicle, emotions surging with thoughts of his past grievances. Damn it. The memories of eating fish for so many years infuriate me. Eating fish. Bulma, bewildered, had not grasped his words. Suddenly, a deep green aura enveloped him. And before she knew it, they were soaring high above the ground. Listening to the incessant clamor beside him, his anger intensified with each passing moment. His breath transformed into a tangible force, gradually tinting the once azure sky with a deep green hue. Beep, beep. The Dragon Ball radar indicated that the nearest location lay to the west. Could it be Baozishan? He vaguely recalled that the 4-star ball was indeed situated in that direction. This woman is utterly unbearable. Bang! A dark green aura enveloped the two, forming a protective energy sphere that surged unabated towards the heavens. As they sped through the air, only a shimmering tail of deep green flame remained visible behind them. Beep! Beep! The radar indicated they were drawing ever closer. Diving from the sky, he spotted a towering mountain. Was that Baozishan? Could he finally catch a glimpse of the monkey? He pondered. Had they arrived? The malevolent energy was overwhelming. An amiable old man dressed in martial arts attire emerged from a nearby building, gazing skyward and muttering to himself. Boom! A beam of green light shot down from the sky, eroding the ground into a crater with its sheer force. Cough! Such a thick cloud of smoke. Can't you be a little gentler? After all, I am a girl. Emerging from the dissipating flames, two figures appeared, with the girl incessantly complaining to the boy. Ignoring Bulma's prattle, he pressed on towards the detector. Beep! Beep! A battle power of 120? Sun Wukong. The reading on the combat detector displayed a respectable 120 for a human on Earth, though later on, Krillin would prove far stronger than most Earthlings. Who are you? How can you possess such immense malevolence? It reminded him of something, as sweat trickled down his brow. Are you from the demon realm? A kin of the demon king Piccolo? Stomp! Stomp! He disregarded the old man's words, his eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Beep! Beep! What? How could it be? There's no monkey here. There are no other power readings in the vicinity. How infuriating! This cannot be true. In disbelief, he pressed the detector again. Dale's detector differed from Frieza's armies, ensuring he wouldn't be eavesdropped upon. At that moment, Sun Wukong launched an attack, the sound of his fists and feet echoing with each strike. The more he fought, the more the old man struggled, unable to inflict any damage on Broly. Boom! Could this be a parallel universe? He seemed to realize something, unleashing a massive green aura that sent the person before him flying. Logically, if the monkey were present, Sun Wukong should have perished long ago. The old man standing now was a perplexing sight. Cough! Trembling slightly, he rose from the ground, gazing at Broly and stating, "Although I do not know what you seek. There are no monkeys here. This Baozishan is solely my domain." His clenched fists betrayed his growing anger. Was there a time-space distortion? Another realm? Or a parallel universe? The monkey is absent? It is just you. Broly's eyes widened in realization. This place is not the main timeline? Yes, since this is still the original Earth. Albeit with minor discrepancies, the inhabitants remain the same, thus existing within the same universe. The history of Vegeta's star has not altered, and I survived the explosion. This must be a parallel universe. Lost in thought, a white and blue aura began to gather in Sun Wukong's hands, and he bellowed, "Kamehameha!" Bang! The white-blue light engulfed the area, casting a brilliant glow that forced Bulma to shut her eyes tightly against the blinding radiance. A massive white-blue beam converged from his hands and shot towards Broly. Huh! At the moment of contact, a gust of air dispersed the Kamehameha. How is this possible? Even the Demon King Piccolo couldn't withstand it unscathed. Before he could finish his thought, he collapsed to the ground. Beep! Beep! Has his battle power vanished? Observing the motionless figure, he couldn't help but mock him. Truly foolish. Another who has brought about his own demise. Bulma, go retrieve the Dragon Balls. After waiting in vain for a response, he glanced back impatiently. What a useless woman. She fainted at such a triviality. He quipped. Then entered the building to retrieve the 4-star ball. Beep! Beep! He hoisted Bulma and activated the energy shield, soaring into the sky. The next Dragon Ball lies to the south. The radar indicated a location in the southern direction, likely on Kame House's small island. First the disciple, then the master. He glanced at the old man on the ground. Came Sun Nin's eldest disciple, Sun Wukong. Bang! Sun Wukong, rather than leaving your body to be devoured by wolves, it is better to bury you beneath the earth. Be sure to thank me in the afterlife for crafting a proper burial mound. A small green light appeared in his palm, which he gently tossed downward. The moment the glowing orb struck the ground, a massive explosion obliterated everything within a 300-meter radius. Chapter 11. The Quest for the Dragon Balls. The deep green aura surged toward the destination indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. The thought of fulfilling his wish filled him with excitement. Bang! A beam of light shattered through the air above the ocean. Massive waves churning as if carving a path through the sea. Several hours had passed since arriving on Earth. The faster he collected the Dragon Balls, the better. After all, he still needed to train in the time chamber, and the road ahead was long. Ha! Dragon Balls, Dragon Balls. He incessantly murmured to himself. Bang! The sound of air being sliced through seemed to echo his aspirations. Beep, beep. Have we arrived? Taking out the Dragon Ball radar. He gazed down at the small island cottage before plunging downward. A terrifying aura stirred the dust into the air. Stomp, stomp. Is he asleep? An old man with glasses lay on a beach chair, surrounded by a turtle shell and a risque magazine atop his head. This must be Shenron. Still the same lecherous old man. The magazine obscuring his face featured a certain super popular actress, or perhaps a model. This fellow seems to spend every day holed up in a dark room, indulging in yoga and dance videos. No wonder he lives so long. Besides sipping the fine brew atop the tower, he dedicates himself to self-care. He reached out and forcefully yanked the 3-star ball from around Shenron's neck. After inspecting it closely, he turned to leave. How a deep breath escaped the beach chair, prompting him to think, what kind of monster has emerged? This energy is even more potent than that of the Demon King. An overwhelming force with no discernible end. Thankfully, I can utilize the Shenron technique. Little did he know, Broly had no comprehension of this energy, believing Shenron to be merely asleep. A colossal scream rang out from nearby. It appeared he had awakened. His limbs entangled, resembling a lump of clay. Beep, beep. A reaction. The village below? Boom. A tremendous aura descended rapidly. The brilliant green light in the sky compelling every household to shut their doors. He has arrived. Lord Oolong has come. Upon hearing the commotion, every household hurriedly locked their doors, as if those words held a magical spell. Boom. A massive explosion erupted from the road, sweeping toward the direction indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. The intense aura radiated outward, obliterating homes and obstacles in its path. Slap. How dare you wreak havoc everywhere? These are other people's belongings. A sudden slap caught him off guard. He turned his head and looked over, a sinister grin and pale eyes filled with malevolence. The deep green aura blew his hair up high, as if augmenting his stature. Witnessing this scene, Bulma quickly retreated a few steps, her trembling body quaking as she stammered. Hee, I meant destruction. You know, exercising is good. You can destroy as much as you like if it makes you happy. Her voice dwindled to a whisper as she crouched down nearby. Upon hearing her words, he gradually regained his composure, his breath becoming steadier. It seemed that the slap he received had somewhat awakened him. Phew, that was a miscalculation. In my excitement, my energy was running rampant. What if I accidentally destroy the Dragon Ball? Looking at the quivering figure of Bulma, he awkwardly scratched his head and said, Bulma, I'm sorry. You're back to normal? She questioned uncertainly. Are you really back to normal? Never mind. We should focus on the Dragon Balls. He retrieved a glowing sphere from the rubble and glanced at the Dragon radar, noticing that 4 Dragon Balls were clustered together. It appeared correct. Oh, Dragon Balls. I didn't expect to find 4 so quickly. That leaves just 3 more to summon the legendary Shenron. So, Bulma, what wish do you want to make? The girl leaned closer, her wide eyes gazing at him. I want to go to Namek. Namek? Didn't you mention that you're an alien? Is Namek an extraterrestrial place? I want to go too. That is fine. But when we get back, you must have Dr. Briefs build me a gravity chamber. A highly advanced one. Then we'll bring some Senza beans and the gravity chamber to the hyperbolic time chamber to train for 2 years. Afterwards, we can unlock our potential. It's becoming increasingly difficult to suppress my Super Saiyan state. I feel like I'm about to explode. It's truly uncomfortable. All right. I'll make sure my dad builds a satisfactory gravity chamber for you. You promised to take me to Namek. BOM. What's wrong? She suddenly grabbed Bulma's arm. Is the ground shaking? He looked towards the enormous figure approaching in the distance. Is that Oolong? A monster. At that moment, Bulma fainted in fright, looking at the creature in his arms, which was 4 years older than himself. He shook his head helplessly and set her down gently. He then turned his gaze towards the looming figure. Haha, my dear lady, I have come to escort you. The demon, holding flowers, approached while humming a tune. Hey brat, get out of my way. With that, it kicked, only to end up clutching its own foot in pain. Witnessing this, Broly spat on the ground in annoyance. Seriously, what a nuisance. Boom. The deep green aura erupted from his body, and with a fierce shout, the green flames burst forth from his right hand, instantly piercing through the creature's body. Thud. The massive figure collapsed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble, before transforming back into a small pig. Humph. The last guy who called me a brat has grass growing on his grave. He then picked up Bulma and soared into the sky. Chapter 12. The Palace in Fire Mountain. Beep, beep. To the southwest. Boom. A burst of deep green aura shot forth at incredible speed. Now only 2 directions remained. It seemed that others were also collecting the Dragon Balls. With 1 in each direction, and the remaining 2 gathered in one direction, likely already collected by someone else. The deep green aura surged through the mountains and soon reached the desert, where the flames continued to blaze forward at an astonishing pace. The green protective shield insulated against the external heat, keeping him safe even amidst molten lava. This was the power of his protective energy. Even if the planet exploded, he would remain unharmed. In the desert, atop a hollow giant tree known as Qianshui by Lian, a blue cat was peering through binoculars, spotting an unbelievable sight. Mr. Yamcha, I think I'm hallucinating. There's a green meteor appearing in the desert. Hearing this, the figure at the table slurped up his noodles, leaped up, and grabbed the binoculars. Pua, don't use that kind of talk to slack off. Do you think I'm an idiot? If a meteor were to appear in the desert, I'd go eat. Really? A green meteor? Looking at the scene of the green meteor in the sky, he momentarily froze before bursting with joy. BOM. He dropped a capsule that transformed into a motorcycle. Hurry up and get on, Pua. This is a once-in-a-millennium meteor. I have to chase it down and make a wish. Mr. Yamcha, you want to make a wish? What will you wish for? World domination? Or endless riches? Dumbass. I'm already invincible. Of course, I wish to no longer fear women. After that, I'll be unstoppable. However, deep down, he secretly longed to go on a date with a girl. I want to get married. Haha. The roaring motorcycle, accompanied by his arrogant laughter, sped towards the green meteor. Mr. Yamcha seems a bit off. Why is the green meteor heading towards Fire Mountain? Pua remarked. Dumbass. If you ask me, who should I ask? I'm the invincible Yamcha. But Mr. Yamcha, I heard that the terrifying Ox King is also in Fire Mountain. Fire Mountain. Upon hearing Pua's words, Yamcha suddenly slammed the brakes, as if realizing something dreadful. Damn it. My wish. I can't let this slip away. I need that meteor to get married. The roar of the motorcycle echoed once more. Help! Help! He glanced down at the girl dressed as Ultraman, running and shouting. Is that Chi-Chi? That outfit must be hers. Huh. A powerful, deep green aura split from the meteor, instantly piercing through the dinosaur's body, tearing apart the earth along its path. Boom. As the smoke cleared, the dinosaur was utterly obliterated. The green meteor soared straight through the smoke into the distance. So cool. What a magnificent meteor. The girl on the ground murmured. Get out of the way. With a thud, she was knocked unconscious. Yet the motorcycle continued forward. Pua exclaimed, Mr. Yamcha, I think we just hit someone. Should we turn back to check? Shut up. This is a meteor. If we miss it, it's gone. We need to hurry and catch up. Now that we're at Fire Mountain, if we don't catch it, I'll regret it forever. Yes, Mr. Yamcha. Compared to a wish, one person is nothing. With no other choice, Pua stopped dwelling on it. The immense heat illuminated the sky in deep red. Waves of scorching air rolled in. Of course, Broly felt none of this, but Yamcha was in for trouble. Fire Mountain. But the dragon radar shows it's right here. He slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling something. Indeed, there was a Dragon Ball in the Ox King's palace. Ah, it's on fire. Damn it. Why did I wake up again? He glared at Bulma, whom he was holding. Damn it, don't move around. Hearing no response, she instead squirmed even more. Damn it. If you keep squirming, I'll just drop you. Indeed, threats were effective. Such a naive girl. Thud. Upon landing, he placed Bulma down, intending to search for the Dragon Balls alone. Bulma, wait here for me. I'm going in to find the Dragon Balls. Wait, are you out of your mind? The flames are too intense. Hell, woman, are you worried about me? It seemed his words struck a chord, as a hint of shyness crept onto Bulma's face. Humph. I'm just worried I won't see you when you go to Namek. You better be careful. If you can't find it, hurry back. Hearing her words, Broly merely smiled. Crack. A colossal battle axe suddenly struck his protective shield, emitting a crisp sound. Of course, it was not the energy shield that shattered, but rather the enormous axe that broke apart. The ground trembled violently, as if another giant had arrived. Hey, what are you rascals doing here? Or are you here to steal my treasure? Exclaimed a horned creature. Startled, Bulma hurriedly hid behind Broly, addressing the massive monster. No, we were just passing by. Hahaha. She then patted Broly's shoulder, urging him to speak. However, The foolish woman's antics prompted him to remain silent. His gaze fixed on the towering figure of the Ox King ahead. Huh! A massive, deep green aura erupted from within him, instantly knocking the colossal creature into a stupor. The pressure from his aura forced Bulma to kneel on the ground, though she was somewhat shielded by the green energy barrier. Wow, you're incredible, Bulma exclaimed, looking at him as if she had discovered a new world. Fool, he muttered, before soaring toward the blazing palace ahead. Realizing her sentiments, Bulma clenched her fists and shouted, "You're the fool! Fool, fool, fool!" It seemed the figure in the sky had heard her, turning to gaze at her. "Do you really believe I call myself a fool?" She laughed, pointing to herself, resembling an egotist. That foolish woman. Does she think I can't hear her? He stomped his feet in frustration. If it weren't for the fear of the Dragon Balls being destroyed, I wouldn't be rummaging through this mess. Beep, beep. The dragon radar within the green energy shield emitted continuous beeping sounds. The flames were so intense that nothing was visible, just a sea of red flames and black smoke. After contemplating, he decided it was best to exert his energy without releasing a wave. Simply concentrating his aura would suffice, ensuring the Dragon Balls would only be blown away rather than destroyed. He took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and tightened his fists as his muscles began to pulse rhythmically. Oh! The encompassing aura gradually transformed from a light green to a deep green, altering the surrounding air. With each roar, the intensity of the aura escalated, a formidable power surging within him. Oh! His height suddenly increased, his muscles bulging as his once frail body expanded. The deep green aura tinted his hair a reddish brown, and should he exert himself further, he would inevitably transform into a Super Saiyan. Oh! Amidst the roars, the deep green aura fluctuated around him, his eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. As his mouth opened wide, it seemed he had reached a critical point. A radiant light coalescing as an immense power erupted from within him. With a thunderous explosion, dust and debris swirled around him, and the pent-up energy was unleashed, extinguishing the flames of Fire Mountain entirely. Chapter 13. The Final Dragon Ball. Beep, beep. The Dragon Radar displayed a signal indicating the Dragon Ball was located 100 meters to the southeast. He observed the radar and, after expanding its range, surged forward with explosive energy. At last, I have found you. The 7-star ball. Grasping the Dragon Ball, he wiped it repeatedly, fearing even the slightest damage. The sphere contained 7 red pentagrams. Boom. The deep green aura surged forth from the rubble, enveloping a figure that floated gracefully downward. Thud, thud. How tall? Bulma gazed at the towering mountain before her, feeling a twinge of insecurity. You're not lying to me, are you? You're over 2 meters tall already, she exclaimed, inching closer and gesturing at his muscular chest. This infatuated girl. If only I told her that once I transform into a Super Saiyan, I would be even taller. After transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he would stand at least 2 meters and 80 centimeters tall. What remarkable elasticity. I'm almost envious of it. She continued to prod and marvel at his muscularity. Have you had enough? We should be leaving. His expression darkened at Bulma's antics. So, have you found the Dragon Balls? He inquired. Nodding, he replied, yes, only 2 remain. Bulma, we must go? Beep, beep. The radar indicated that the last 2 Dragon Balls were located to the west, albeit at a distance. He wrapped his arm around her waist and propelled himself skyward, exclaiming, hold on tight. The last 2 Dragon Balls must have been collected by someone. I'll accelerate. Boom. Ah. The deep green aura resonated with a piercing scream as he broke through the clouds, racing westward. The immense green aura trailing behind him like a comet. Yamcha, look, Fire Mountain has been extinguished. Thud. You fool, I'm not blind. He anticipated that even Fire Mountain could be doused. This meteor must possess the power to grant my wishes. Damn, Puer has vanished. Did you just see where the last green light went? It seemed to head west. Since it's a meteor, it must be traveling in a straight line. Let us continue westward. Surely we will see the green meteor again. All right, forward. The aircraft he conjured sped swiftly towards the west. Report, Lord Pilaf. We have discovered traces of the Dragon Balls. A long-haired woman in a blue coat reported to the short figure beside her. Upon hearing the words Dragon Ball, Lord Pilaf trembled in shock, asking, is it true? Are you certain it's the Dragon Ball? Yes, Lord Pilaf, it is indeed real. She then witnessed a bizarre sight. The Dragon Balls were approaching at an astonishing speed, seemingly aware of the precise locations of the other Dragon Balls. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Lord Pilaf. It appears the Dragon Balls are coming for us. Beside her, Shu stood on a stool to see the monitor. It's real. At this rate, they will arrive soon. He dashed over, shaking the blue-skinned little figure. Lord Pilaf. The Dragon Balls are coming for us. Ignoring Shu, Pilaf appeared lost in his own thoughts, muttering to himself. Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls. I, Pilaf, shall rule the world. Yes, indeed. Ah, Shu. In the future, we will rule the world. Yes, little Wu. In the future, we will have endless gold. Clap. Suddenly, the two began dancing joyfully. Ha. Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls. Ha. I, Lord Pilaf, will rule the world. This world shall be governed by me, the Fried Rice King. The blue-skinned little figure wore a garment emblazoned with the words fried rice across his chest, as he envisioned a royal life adorned with a crown. Lord Pilaf, the Dragon Balls are coming for us. Let us go and greet them, Shu suggested. Ha. The Dragon Balls are coming for me? What? Thud. Thud. The diminutive figure erupted with unparalleled agility, leaping into action, delivering a punch with each jump. Are you fools? Someone must be coming to steal the Dragon Balls. Prepare defenses immediately and ensure we seize the Dragon Balls. He shouted, panting heavily afterward. Yes. Thud. 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 You two imbeciles. Watching the two figures disappear into the corridor, he wiped the sweat from his brow, continuously grumbling about his foolish subordinates. Scramble. Boom. He clenched his fists repeatedly, the meridians on his skin becoming increasingly visible. But how infuriating. He could hardly tolerate this foolish woman. She kept rubbing against him all the way. Ah, have we arrived? She gazed at the suddenly halted Brawly, wrapping her arms and legs around him, her face nuzzling against him incessantly. Almost there. Bang. A deep green aura shot straight into the sky. Before them stood what resembled a colossal ancient castle, somewhat akin to the Egyptian pyramids. The towering spire even had a satellite dish atop it. Who on earth could have constructed such a thing? Is this not Pilaf's castle? How detestable. He regarded the structure before him, realizing only Pilaf would indulge in such a kingly fantasy. How grand. Bulma pointed below, indicating, this must be the place. Beep. Beep. The Dragon Ball radar in his hand flickered, responding to the Dragon Balls nearby, emitting faint glimmers of light, as if they had reached a certain perceptible distance. With each step closer, the frequency of the Dragon Ball's illumination intensified. Were it not for the fear of losing the Dragon Balls in a single wave, he would have preferred to avoid playing games with Pilaf and his companions. Chapter 14. Summoning the Dragon. The deep green energy erupting from his hands effortlessly obliterated the mechanisms, the massive aura eroding and penetrating layer after layer of walls. Pilaf the Great. Observing the figure on the screen, it seemed as though every strike against it was akin to hitting paper, shattering upon contact. The overwhelming power causing the trio to tremble in fear together. He looking over here. Xiao Wu hastily covered her eyes. And after a flash of white light, the screen transformed into monochrome, crackling noises emanating from it. But how infuriating. In that case, we must resort to Plan B. Pilaf's face twisted with hatred as he clenched his fists. Plan B? The two inquired in unison. Truly, Pilaf the Great was exceptionally thorough. He even devised a Plan B. Following him was certainly not a mistake. What is the Plan B? They gazed at Pilaf with admiration. He cleared his throat and declared, Plan B involves us presenting the Dragon Balls to him, offering to split the world in half. How clever am I? He will surely be moved. And we can then propose our requests for half of the world. Noticing his two subordinates standing still, doubt crept over him. Oh, truly, Pilaf the Great. To seize half the world without the need for a single soldier. Indeed. Pilaf the Great. Witnessing his subordinates' reactions, he burst into laughter. Of course. I am Pilaf the Great. Is there surveillance even in a place like this? Are you quite familiar with this area, Brawly? Bulma inquired, looking at him. Not particularly. I simply understand a bit about these fellows' backgrounds. Not only do they have surveillance, but they likely possess Dragon Ball radars as well. Thud. Thud. Crack. Noble sir. You have finally arrived. As the door swung open, the Fried Rice trio stood before him, awaiting him with respect, and then Fried Rice King pushed Xiao Wu forward. Trembling slightly, she approached Brawly, holding the box containing the Dragon Balls high to show him. Great sir. This is the Dragon Ball. Xiao Wu beside her handed over the Dragon Ball, her legs trembling at the sight of Brawly's towering stature. His fearsome visage and the surrounding deep green aura created an overwhelming sense of pressure. Beep, beep. Excellent, excellent. Observing the Dragon Ball radar's display, the 7 orbs converged together, emitting dazzling flashes of light, their frequency beginning to pulse rapidly. Haha, Dragon Balls, we have finally obtained you. The sudden laughter caused the fried rice trio to huddle together in the corner. We have gathered them all. Now, as promised, take me to Namek. Yes, let us go now. Ecstatic, he seized the remaining 2 Dragon Balls, wrapping an arm around Bulma as they surged towards the ceiling. Bang! In the plains outside the Grand Hall, he gently placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. He never imagined he would have a day to summon the dragon. What a thrill. Step aside, Bulma. I am about to summon the dragon. He took a deep breath and shouted at the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. Arise. Shenron, grant my wish. The 7 Dragon Balls instantly emitted an extraordinarily bright light, the gathered energy shooting towards the heavens. In an instant, the sky became overcast. Flashes of lightning erupting. It was as if something terrifying was emerging. Crackle. Roar. Within the mist, a dragon's roar resonated, and amidst the vast cloud, a colossal dragon's form twisted and turned. The Dragon Balls soared into the sky, the golden light shimmering as they gradually transformed into a slender green dragon of Eastern lore. Its massive body writhed, and a gigantic dragon head emerged from the clouds. Its scarlet eyes, elongated claws, and several whiskers sparkled with brilliant light. Is this the dragon? Bulma, witnessing the dragon for the first time, instinctively opened her mouth, momentarily entranced. Thud, thud. You 2 imbeciles. The figure has departed, and you're still dazed here. It seems dark outside, Pilaf the Great. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, the 3 hurriedly climbed to the window to observe. Ah, the dragon. A colossal dragon circled majestically in the sky, exuding an air of grandeur and beauty. Its scarlet eyes seemed oddly captivating. Why has the sky turned dark? Yamcha looked at the sudden change. Yamcha quickly looked towards the direction of that shooting star. Following her pointed direction, Yamcha gazed upwards. Haha, pure, I told you. It will surely grant my wish. I didn't expect that deep green shooting star to be the dragon. The enormous dragon's form was clearly visible even from 1,000 miles away, twisting and spiraling in the sky. Come, state your wish. As long as it is within my power, any wish can be granted. However, only one wish may be realized. The fearsome dragon lowered its gaze towards him. My wish is simple. Send the 2 of us to the location where the Namekians currently reside. Can you accomplish that? After all, we are in a parallel world, not the original universe. What if the Namekian planet never exploded? Would that not mean we are no longer on Namek? Thus, he wished for them to be transported to the current location of the Namekians. At least this way, there would be no issues. This wish is exceedingly simple. Hiss. The dragon's eyes shimmered with red light, and soon a faint golden glow enveloped the 2 of them. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The golden light rapidly blossomed from the dragon's body, and soon transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, revolving around each other as they ascended into the sky. Then with a whoosh, the Dragon Balls scattered in all directions. After this wish, it would be another year before they reappear. During this time, the Dragon Balls would turn to stone, only to revive a year later. How detestable, this wretched woman is clinging to me again. He cast a scornful glance at Bulma, who was snuggling against him. Rubbing against him, Bulma clutched his arm, her hand covering her smiling mouth. Hiss! A brilliant golden light spread around the 2 of them, vanishing beyond Pilaf's Grand Hall. Has the sky cleared? Observing the gradually brightening sky, Yamcha remarked. Yamcha, the dragon has disappeared. How detestable. After pursuing for so long. Was it all in vain? Thud. In anger, he struck the screen with his fist. The impact caused the machine to shake violently in the air, and soon smoke began to billow from its tail. Yamcha, the aircraft seems to be losing control. How detestable. Is this dilapidated aircraft daring to challenge me? Ignoring Puer's words, another punch was thrown. BOM. On the falling aircraft, Yamcha directly leapt into the plane transformed by Puer. Ah, he managed to find him after all. The aged deity leaned on his cane, gazing at the unfolding events in the lower realm. Divine Lord. Beside him, Bobo supported the deity's hand, only to be pushed away. Has he left? Perhaps it is for the best. May he never return, he murmured while staring at the vanishing figure. Chapter 15, Planet Namek. Like Earth, Planet Namek is also a remote location, situated at the edge of the North Galaxy. Due to its unique planetary position, it is perpetually bathed in daylight. The air swirled like clouds across the vast sky. The verdant grasslands and crystal-clear lakes create an exceptionally pristine planet, reminiscent of a world cleansed by a tempest. On a massive rock above a lake, two figures stood calmly, gazing at the scene, their mouths agape. "Oh, is this what you referred to as Planet Namek?" The whimsical Bulma looked around in wonder. "Beautiful, isn't it?" I too share the sentiment. With a deep breath, he inhaled the fresh air greedily. The environment here far surpasses that of Earth. The fish in the lake were lively and vibrant. Indeed, it is splendid, albeit somewhat desolate. As far as the eye could see, apart from the sparse vegetation and lush grasslands, there were hardly any other plants. A planet rejuvenated by the climate's sweep. Beep, beep. Power levels. He chuckled at the readings on the detector. Indeed, he had come to the right place. It was about time to seek out the Elder. Given the primitive state of this planet, it is highly probable that the Namekians have returned here due to climatic reasons. Thus, they most likely still exist in the form of primitive tribes, with the strongest Namekian being the few thousand power level Nelu, the personal bodyguard of the Elder. Apart from the anomalies like Shiragu and the deity, the only other significant entity is the deity. In the original work, when fused with the deity, Piccolo's power level was at least in the tens of millions, perhaps even exceeding hundreds of millions. After assimilating with Nelu and the deity, Piccolo could easily overpower Android 17 and single-handedly defeat Imperfect Cell. This at least demonstrates the Namekian's potential, capable of overpowering a Super Saiyan like Vegeta. Step, step. He gazed ahead at the emerald reflections in the lake. Truly, it was an unusual planet, yet rich in treasures. "Bulma, hold tight. We must attend to our business," he commanded her in an imperious tone, leaving no room for negotiation. "Oh, but it is so beautiful here. Can't we play a little longer?" After her initial surprise, she adopted a pitiful expression, truly reconsidering. "Enough already." With wide eyes, he stared at her, compelling Bulma to cling to his arm. "Humph, I understand. You are always so fierce. But I am a girl." Yet, he paid her no mind, instead gazing at the sky, then unleashing a formidable aura within him. The deep green energy enveloping both of them. Boom, beep, beep. They soared towards the signal indicated on the detector. The dragon of Planet Namek, Purunga. This dragon is even more powerful than Earth's Shenron and can grant 3 wishes. It is uncertain whether the perception of time differs between Earthlings and Namekians, or if it is simply that the Dragon Balls created by the Elder of Namek have a waiting period of 130 days, whereas Earth's dragon takes 365 days, which is merely a third of Earth's time, equating to 1 wish. Namek has 9 wishes. As for the 20-day difference, it is not something that can be resolved with a mere nap. 3 wishes or 1, it is clear which it is. Who are you? Why have you attacked us Namekians? Yet, the person before him paid him no heed, merely launching a blast that struck him directly. His body was pierced, collapsing to the ground as crimson blood gushed from the wound. No more Dragon Balls. How infuriating. I wasted my trip. If only Lord Shiragu were not displeased. The thought of that image made his lips twitch. Shiragu is known for his brutal temperament, often taking lives on a whim. To him, life holds no value. When displeased, he unleashes his wrath upon those before him. Swish. The enormous energy wave not only obliterated the Namekian below, but also devastated the village within the tribe. "You lot, has anyone seen those starry Dragon Balls?" The leader inquired impatiently. "No, none. Perhaps this village lacks them." Hearing his subordinate's response, he was not entirely satisfied but had no choice but to say, then quickly move on to the next tribe. "Find all the Dragon Balls that our Lord desires." Boom. Upon receiving the captain's orders, the small team gathered in the sky, heading towards the next village. Boom. Hearing the deafening explosions nearby, accompanied by vast clouds of smoke rising into the air, the two paused. How strange. Could it be Frieza? He quickly shook off this notion. Logically, it should be impossible. For Frieza was entirely unaware of the existence of Planet Namek, and he likely knew nothing of the Dragon Balls. However, this might not be the primary timeline. Who knows? What is happening over there? Bulma pointed towards the village engulfed in smoke. Silence. Hold on tight. Boom. He suppressed the fury rising within him. The deep green energy enveloping him swiftly transformed into a straight line in the air. Beep. Beep. Infuriating. No matter who you are, To dare lay hands on the Dragon Balls is enough for you to meet your demise 1,000 times over. He then soared towards the signal emitted by the detector. Chapter 16, Super Namekian. Inside a spacecraft, a yellowed Namekian sat in the captain's seat. Though clad in tightly fitted garments, the signs of aging were undeniable, and with age, his strength waned. You must be the elder of Namek. Since I was very young, I have remembered something. It is a large Dragon Ball adorned with numbers representing different stars. I have heard from the adults that it can grant any wish. If you are wise, you will hand over the Dragon Ball. As a former Namekian, I can overlook everything here. You have finally returned to your once homeland, Planet Namek. I will not hand it over to someone with an evil heart, nor will I allow you to fulfill your wishes. I see immense sin within your soul. A voice, penetrating and powerful, surged into his mind. Yes, this is the superpower of the Namekians. They are classified as combat types and psychic types, and the genius possesses both combat and psychic abilities. What a pity, that child has already died, perished on Shira Ge's planet. Now before you stands the Cosmic Emperor. I am Shiragu. Hearing the elder's words, he retorted without hesitation. Your heart is filled with evil. Despite possessing immense power, you harbor a malevolent spirit. Our dragon clan's genius, the child of the twin stars of Katabi. This is a tremendous tragedy and a sin for us Namekians. Haha. I am indeed the Namekian prodigy of a century. I am a super Namekian. Listening to the elder's words, he did not argue. He believed himself to be a genius. How could such immense power exist? From a young age, one had already embarked on the path of conquering the universe as an emperor, even managing to subdue the frozen demon clan. Come here. Upon hearing the command, several individuals swiftly entered the spacecraft. Lord Sherlag, go, search this planet for all the orbs, particularly the enormous ones bearing the star emblem. It is Lord Sherlag. It is Lord Sherlag. With a resounding crash, several beams of white flames descended, creating a tumultuous disturbance in the sky. Upon closer inspection, 5 helmet-clad figures were seen mercilessly beating the lone Namekian. Ugh! Boom! As a punch landed, others joined the fray from behind. Boom! Realizing he could not win, the solitary Namekian attempted to ascend into the sky, seemingly seeking distance. A flash of white light instantaneously obstructed his path. With a sinister grin, one figure taunted, "Hey, don't run. Is that all a Namekian can do? After all this effort to find some amusement, how could I let you escape?" With a resounding thud, he delivered an elbow strike that sent the Namekian crashing to the ground, the residual force shattering several mountains. Bang! A figure flew to his side, stating, "Enough. Since there are no orbs here as the Lord mentioned, we should proceed to the next location." He then glanced at the two who were still fervently engaged in battle. Kijiku, it's about time we report back to Lord Sherlag. It is Enkyra. It is Enkyra. Huh. As they pursued through the sky, 5 beams of white light diverged, simultaneously targeting the central Namekian and unleashing a wave of energy. Whoosh. Boom. Upon landing, a massive explosion erupted, burying the figures within the rubble. How weak. How could Lord Sherlag have such feeble kin? Doladebo muttered in disdain below. Haha. Perhaps we are simply too strong. He quipped. What do you think? Does Lord Sherlag also feel the pressure? How will the planet be divided then? As their ambitions gradually unfolded, they awaited the day when Sherlag would pass, to equally distribute the planet among themselves. Adorned with astronaut-like helmets, their prolonged residence on Sherlag planet had transformed them. For that planet was perpetually shrouded in darkness, starkly contrasting with the Namekian realm. Over time, the humans living on Sherlag had developed an aversion to sunlight, rendering them ill-suited for life in brightness. Thus, upon invading a planet, most would be converted into demonic realms or vehicles. Chapter 17, Super Saiyan. With a rumble, a green beam of light swiftly descended to the ground, creating a colossal explosion that transformed the earth beneath into a crater. Bulma, wait for me here. Huh, she exclaimed. Wait. Bang. I mean, hold on. Just as a beam shot towards the heavens, she burst into tears upon witnessing the vanishing green light. Idiot. Clenching her fists, she shouted to the sky, what if I encounter danger alone? After venting her frustration, she weakly squatted on the ground, sobbing. Beep beep. It must be you. You dare covet the Dragon Balls. As the readings on the detector approached, a sinister expression overtook his face. The proximity on the detector continued to escalate, prompting him to unleash his energy and accelerate. The aura radiating from him transformed his black hair to a dark crimson hue. Ugh! Among the rubble, a figure's pupils began to glaze over. Is he nearing death? Yes. He is on the brink of death, blood oozing from numerous injuries. Even his clothes were stained with crimson. Oh, not dead yet. Observing the movement of stones below, the leader of the group chuckled. Indeed, he is a Namekian. Haha, Kijiju. Go finish him off. Yes. And Kyra. Bang. Are you nearing death? Great Elder. Nyla thought as the white energy drew closer. Whoosh. The flames coalesced in Kijiu's hands. An evil laughter echoing within Nyla's consciousness. Suddenly, a green flame emerged, slicing through the energy wave. In the explosion, only remnants fell from the smoke. Kijiu. A furious Kijiku tightened his fists and struck towards Broly, the impact resonating against flesh. Huh. The white energy enveloped Broly entirely. Who? Haha. Surely this time he must perish. Breathing rapidly with anxiety. Hahaha. What? Hearing laughter from within the smoke, not only was he taken aback, but the three above were also stunned. Boom. A flicker of green light emerged from the smoke, and with a thud, Broly's fist pierced through his body. Blood sprayed onto Broly's fist. The malevolent tongue flicked at the blood on his lips. The figures above trembled at the sight. TCH. The three in the sky, and Kyra spat. All together. Bang. The sounds of fists and feet clashing echoed relentlessly. Captain. Doladebo instinctively took a step back. Boom. A massive hand seized the green energy wave in the large-eyed figure's grasp, causing it to explode, leaving only a headless corpse. Huh. A golden energy wave erupted from Ankira's mouth, swiftly expanding to envelop his entire being. Excellent. This is splendid. Let me witness your power. Broly released his hands, enduring Ankira's energy wave upon impact. Boom. A tremendous wave of energy engulfed Broly's form. Captain, it seems successful, he exclaimed with delight. Haha, indeed. Ankira turned to the direction of the explosion. That little brat actually dared to withstand my attack. Even if he survives, he will be severely weakened. Ah! The term little brat appeared to invoke a strong reaction from him. As his aura surged, the color shifting to dark green. His hair transformed to match the hue. The once frail body began to swell, and a distorted voice erupted into a fierce roar. What? The two, bewildered by the transformation, observed as the air reversed and the ground trembled. The aura reached its zenith amidst the cries. A skyward surge of energy erupted from Broly. Ah! Damn it! I can't hold back. It's about to explode. His power began to spiral out of control, surging uncontrollably outward. Energy bolts erupted, devastating the surroundings. The sky darkened as if heralding the apocalypse. The sounds of thunder cracked incessantly, lightning striking down from the clouds, creating crater after crater in the ground. In his line of sight, two unscrupulous individuals seized the opportunity to strike. Damn it, if that is the case. Ah! With a thunderous explosion of blinding green light, energy beams shot forth like currency, his physique standing tall at nearly 2 meters, muscles bulging with power. The relentless force surged wildly within him. As the smoke dissipated, a muscular figure enveloped in a green energy shield floated gracefully in the air, moving forward with a deliberate pace. His formidable aura altered the very hues of the world to green. Monster. The two, witnessing this transformation, quickly unleashed their energy, soaring into the sky, seemingly opting for the most foolish escape. He merely watched as they ascended without pursuing them. Whoosh. Observing the direction in which the two fled, his palm gradually coalesced into a small wave of green light, layering upon itself. The intense dark green flames reflected the surrounding sky in hues of white, black, red, and green. As he gazed at the direction of their explosive rage, he could not contain his laughter. Hahahaha. Die. The cast green light wave erupted in a deafening explosion, momentarily engulfing the sky in a blinding white light that illuminated the earth with an unparalleled brilliance. Witnessing this aerial spectacle, his boisterous laughter echoed ominously through the heavens and the earth, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 18. The Grand Elder of Namek. Taking a deep breath, he gradually calmed himself, surveying the devastated landscape around him. He had not anticipated such destruction. Beneath the rubble, a Namekian blinked, seemingly trembling in response to the overwhelming force. Unexpectedly, the detector malfunctioned, making it impossible to trace the whereabouts of others. Truly a predicament. Lost in thought, he suddenly recalled that there had been a Namekian around here. With a burst of energy, he scattered the stones, revealing the deeply buried Namekian beneath. Fortunately, the explosion had occurred in the air, had it detonated on the ground. Even Nehru would have been reduced to mere dust. You must be Nehru. And where is the Grand Elder? Broly inquired, yet it appeared Nehru had not acknowledged him. And due to his grave injuries, the blood that dripped from him stained the ground crimson. I know you are not dead, although you are on the brink. You still draw breath. Surviving a brutal assault from Frieza, whose battle power stood at 530,000, was no small feat, even in his prime. Goku had only possessed a mere 42,000. Now, lacking that strength, he still likely retained around 35,000. Noticing Nehru's silence, he earnestly continued, I can help save the Namekians. I can also protect the Grand Elder. Furthermore, I can safeguard your home planet. But you must tell me where the Grand Elder is. If you remain silent, once they use the Dragon Balls to fulfill their wishes, this planet will crumble to dust. Seemingly stirred by the mention of the Grand Elder and the Dragon Balls, Nehru's emotions intensified. His trembling voice barely formed words. Broly leaned closer, straining to hear. The East. Help me save the Namekians. Nehru's lips parted in a final expression of reluctance as his eyes closed. The East, then. Broly glanced toward the East. With a resounding laugh, he unleashed his aura toward the eastern horizon. A streak of light shot forth. Transforming into a Super Saiyan heightened his strength significantly, surpassing even the power that lay dormant in the ashes of Vegeta. The power unleashed during the explosion of Planet Vegeta was estimated to be in the millions. Now, this newfound strength surely exceeded 1/4 billion. With a crunch, King Shalag's pleading eyes were fixated on the colossal hands that grasped him. Blood splattered as the ground descended into chaos. Observing the remnants in his grasp, he could not help but laugh with a savage glee. The cries of agony from those he had crushed filled Sherlag with an exhilarating thrill. He turned his gaze to his subordinates below. How much longer until the collection is complete? The impatience in his voice made the subordinates tremble. One of them suddenly cried out, King Sherlag. No, it's bad. The life readings from those below have vanished. With a swift motion, a wave of energy pierced through the body of the scientist reporting the news. What a bunch of useless fools. Such trivial matters require my personal intervention. His laughter echoed through the chamber. Upon hearing the king's voice, the scientists hastily directed the ship toward the verdant planet below. Is this the place Nehru mentioned? He discarded a few corpses he had cleared along the way and approached a massive ancient structure built from stone. Within the deepest recesses sat a colossal figure upon a dragon-headed stone seat, an embodiment of age and frailty, the Grand Elder of Namek. This solitary Namekian had survived the drastic climatic shifts of his planet, nurturing countless tribes through sheer will. Those centuries had rendered him profoundly aged. He had fulfilled the final duty of his people, ensuring that their lineage did not vanish entirely. Have you noticed me? He inquired as the Grand Elder slowly opened his eyes, his face shrouded in an aura of impending death, revealing that his years were numbered. Greetings, distant visitor. Came the frail voice, laced with resignation. I know you. The Grand Elder of Namek. You must understand why I have come. Broly spoke earnestly. The Dragon Balls? Indeed. But not merely the Dragon Balls. I am aware that the Namekians possess extraordinary abilities. You must comprehend the crisis that threatens your people. He emphasized the last sentence for the Grand Elder's attention. I sense the boundless potential and strength within you. If you can rescue Namek, preserving the bloodline of your people, I shall grant you the Dragon Balls. Of course, I always keep my promises. I will assist you in resolving the crisis facing Namek. As for why he was not in haste to seek the Dragon Balls, it was because the Namekian Dragon Balls differed from those of Earth. They required incantations in the Namekian language. Who among them could comprehend such an obscure chant? Chapter 19. Amplification Failure? I have heard that the Grand Elder possesses a unique ability to unlock potential. I wonder if you could assist me in enhancing mine? He smiled warmly at the seated Grand Elder above him. Taken aback by his request, the Grand Elder's expression returned to neutrality as he sighed. Very well. The Namekians are a remarkable race, seemingly flawless, with the exception of their inability to reproduce in the traditional sense. I understand you may be reluctant, perhaps even labeling me as a villain. I recognize the peculiar abilities of the Namekians. He continued as he walked. You must also be aware that Planet Vegeta has perished. While I cannot claim to be a virtuous individual, I am not a mindless killer. I come to Namek with a desire for peace, hoping for a long-lasting collaboration. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Since the Dragon Balls will inevitably be utilized, why should I not be the one to wield them? Just as someone will inevitably seek to dominate this universe, why should it not be me, Broly? Grand Elder, in your heart, how do you define the concepts of evil and justice? Observing the Grand Elder's silence, he assumed he viewed justice as inherently good and evil as inherently bad. To be frank, I have been fighting to survive since the moment I was born. Even as I took my first breath, I had to learn to hunt. It is hard to believe I have made it this far, he recounted with a bitter smile. What justice can be found in the dying? It cannot be redemption. This world, this universe, has deities. Yet these gods will not alter their fates, nor save humanity. The weak gods merely hide in selfishness to survive. However, those with great power can change everything. Perhaps you see the blood on my hands, but the owners of that blood are stained with far greater sins. I do not kill, I act for justice. I strive for the salvation of future beings. The Grand Elder did not rebut. Instead, he quietly observed the figure standing before him. He then nodded in tacit agreement. Perhaps you are indeed correct. Very well, young warrior. You are right. The Namekians possess some peculiar abilities. I hope you can remain true to your original intentions. The Grand Elder smiled and nodded, his enormous form shifting slightly as he placed his large hand upon the warrior's head, or rather, it could be said he clamped it down. A series of chirping sounds emanated, and rippling waves of energy blossomed upon his forehead. At that moment, the warrior felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. For the Grand Elder's awakening of potential could unleash hidden combat power. And both Klin and Wufan had experienced a tenfold increase in their fighting capabilities during this journey to Namek. This heralded the birth of the strongest Earthling. Not counting the artificial beings, of course. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, he could at least guarantee a base power of over 10 billion. This is the extraordinary nature of transformation. In the original tale, Broly possessed a staggering power of 14 billion. He could have transformed into a Super Saiyan long ago, effortlessly annihilating the entire southern galaxy. Alas, he had a deceiving father who restrained his potential. After the Grand Elder's elevation, could it be that his power would soar into the hundreds of billions? In the midst of his joy, he became aware of the stirring from the Grand Elder. He clenched his fists in awe. This power. The deep green aura gradually morphed into a dark green. Remarkably, there was no explosive energy release, and his hair shifted from golden to emerald green. The relentless force surged forth as if a burst pipe unleashed a torrent of water. His heart roared with excitement at this mesmerizing power. In a moment of panic, he glanced at the Grand Elder, questioning if this was truly halted, just as he was reaching his peak. Did you sever my connection when I was just getting started? He noticed that the expression on the Grand Elder's face mirrored his own surprise. The massive hand on his head withdrew, revealing the boundless power within him. That unfathomable strength. I cannot fully guide it. The aged voice spoke weakly, observing his labored breathing, and he felt reluctant to blame the elderly man. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that his stamina was insufficient? Or was it a matter of dimensional differences? For instance, Klin possessed only a few hundred or 1,000. Yet he had 14 billion, guiding Klin to 11,000. He had 140 billion. Had he failed? He cautiously inquired, as he could not sense how potent his strength truly was. The Grand Elder closed his eyes in contemplation and then shook his head, insisting that he should be significantly stronger than before. Is that so? How could this be deemed a success? It seemed that the infinite power within him obscured his awareness of any enhancement, and his inability to sense it left him perplexed. In essence, it implied that the Grand Elder's abilities were lacking. Apart from the Grand Elder, he considered that perhaps there was another individual capable of guiding his potential. He instinctively smiled at the thought of that old rascal. Chapter 20. A Heart of Evil. Had he succeeded? If so, he must now possess at least several billion in combat power. If not tenfold, surely fivefold would suffice. If it were fivefold, he would now boast around 70 or 80 billion in combat power. He clenched his hands, attempting to gauge this newfound strength, yet felt as though he were devoid of sensation. It was akin to plummeting into an abyss, unable to discern any notable enhancement. Suddenly, a group of Namekians rushed in, panting heavily. It was the Namekians and a few younglings. It is you. Are you all right? The Grand Elder expressed concern as he examined them. Thud. The group knelt before the Grand Elder, imploring him to summon the strongest Namekian warrior, Neru. The other combat-oriented Namekians have sacrificed themselves to shield us. It seemed they were unaware that Neru had already fallen. The strongest warrior of Namek, the combat-type Neru. Upon meeting the Grand Elder's gaze, he stepped forward, declaring, "Leave it to me. I shall protect the Namekians." It appeared the Grand Elder sensed the truth, that Neru had indeed perished, and his silence was likely to prevent panic. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated outside, instilling terror in every Namekian below. Their expressions revealed that this was a day they would never wish to recall. A day of slaughter among the Namekians. Whoosh. A green beam shot forth, prompting the Grand Elder to close his eyes in meditation once more. Crack. A Namekian cried out as he clutched his severed arm, blood oozing from the wound. Haha. The others erupted into laughter, one of them glancing toward a stone structure, exclaiming, "Hey, didn't those remaining Namekians flee into that bunker? Seems so. What of it? This is what makes it enjoyable." Relishing the thrill of the hunt. Whoosh. A shockwave pierced through the fallen Namekian on the ground. These individuals were akin to the ones they had previously encountered, sporting protective shields atop their heads. The planet Namek is one devoid of night, perpetually basked in daylight. This intense sunlight made it exceedingly uncomfortable for the inhabitants of Sherlag. Duong, Duong. Green protective barriers descended from the sky, rippling in the air as they advanced slowly, revealing disdainful gazes through their luminous shields, akin to those observing the dead. Another fool has come to meet his end. Suddenly, one individual stepped forward, declaring, "Let me handle this. Do not dare to snatch him from me." As he spoke, he charged at Broly. The others sighed in resignation. This fellow is insufferable. Indeed, I concur. The group watched with keen interest, as if the outcome was a foregone conclusion. The smirks on their faces mirrored those on Broly's. Very well. Let us consider you an appetizer. Ha, ha, ha. In an instant, the green apparition appeared before the individual, a massive hand emerging from the luminous shield, forcefully pressing down upon the ground. Bang! The earth bore the imprint of a head. Mingling blood gradually coalescing amidst the debris in the crater, while the front line appeared momentarily stunned. Boom. Before they could react, several had been reduced to ashes. He shook his head in disbelief, feeling drained. A fierce aura surged within him. Sherlag the Great. It is he. A nearby researcher pointed at the screen displaying the luminous shield. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Sherlag opened the hatch and leapt downward. Bang! As he fell, a colossal cloud of smoke enveloped the vicinity. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a figure with yellowish-brown skin, appearing as though he were nearing his end. The two prominent antennae indicated his Namekian heritage. It is you. He gazed at Broly, accusingly asking, "Are you the one slaughtering my subordinates? Or are you in search of the Dragon Balls?" With a thunderous crash upon landing, a small crater formed, his cloak discarded carelessly. Super Namekian. Indeed. He observed the individual before him shedding his outer garments. The very same Sherlag, one of the offspring of the Twin Towers. This malevolent Namekian, born with a heart of evil, is a prodigy akin to a deity, though Sherlag is even more extraordinary. "You know I am a Super Namekian." Ha, 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 ha ha ha. He looked at Broly, exclaiming, "No wonder you seem so familiar. With that tail behind you, you must be a Saiyan." He mocked, referring to the minions of the Frost Demon clan. I never imagined that my desire to regain youth would be known to him. Chapter 21. The Disappearing Lake. Haha, your words regarding the Saiyans seem to bear no fault. However, upon being slain by the minions you speak of, I can only imagine the exquisite expression upon your face. Whoosh. In a flash of movement, he struck a knee into Shalaga's abdomen, delighting in the splendid reaction of his opponent. What? Is this the legendary Super Namekian? His provocative gaze fixated on the figure kneeling on the ground. Ugh. This single blow forced his adversary into a crouch, clutching his abdomen, clearly indicating that even a gentle strike could yield a devastating impact. Ah! A fierce punch was unleashed from behind Shalagu, causing anguished cries to erupt from his mouth. The resonating sounds only fueled his exhilaration further. Bang! Shalagu, sprawled on the ground, appeared incredulous, his panicked gaze repeatedly darting towards him. How could a Saiyan possess such strength? Staggering forward, the excruciating pain in his abdomen compelled him to spill forth bitter words. Boom! At close quarters, Broly's body erupted with energy, manifesting as a chest energy blast. Excessive power coalesced at his surface, creating an energy sphere that would explode upon contact. I thought you might require me to exert some effort. It seems you are nothing more than a worthless being, he remarked, gazing at the figure amidst the debris. If I could regain my youth. He clenched his fists tightly, casting a longing look at Broly. If only I could restore my youth, I would certainly relish a proper battle with you. Ha. What is so amusing? Do you doubt my words? I am a super Namekian, Shalaga shouted with all his might. Blood seeped from his body. Yet he gritted his teeth and shouted louder at Broly. Ha. Allow me to enlighten you. I am a Super Saiyan. Whoosh. He reached out with his hand towards the air. A dazzling green light burst forth from the gaps between his fingers, seemingly intent on ending Shalaga once and for all. Wait. A sudden voice interrupted, as a figure with a crow-like visage flew to Shalaga's side, ignoring the crow-faced individual. He was about to hurl the energy sphere when a voice halted him. Help, you bastard. This voice. Yes, this voice was all too familiar. It was none other than Bulma's Scion. Listen, if you do not wish for this girl to accompany us in death, I advise you to cease your actions immediately. Ha. Well done. Upon our return, I shall appoint you as the captain of the squad. Indeed, King Shalagu. Hearing Shalagu's words, the crow-faced individual quickly offered praise. Woo. Help. Bulma's cries grew louder under duress. In response, the energy sphere in his hand began to dissipate as he observed Broly relent, ceasing his torment of the girl. This girl appears not to be a Namekian. It seems keeping her around has unexpected benefits. He glanced at Broly, confirming, Indeed, she is your woman. As he spoke, he could not resist pinching Bulma's smooth cheek. How about this? If you take your own life, I shall spare this girl. I, Shalagu, have always been a man of my word. As he scrutinized him, Bulma continued to weep profusely beside him. What do you say? Shalaga grasped Bulma by the neck. Ha. How about this? I also offer you a choice. Leave Namek immediately, and I shall let you go. I, Broly, have always kept my promises. Scion, do not refuse a toast only to be punished with a drink. King Shalago has already shown you mercy. The crow-faced individual then aimed a laser pistol at Bulma. In light of this, he smiled eerily, proclaiming, You shall all perish. Whoosh. Before the two could react, the glowing energy sphere in his hand was hurled towards them. The specks of light in the air instantaneously transformed into a colossal energy sphere. A massive meteor. Originally an ordinary energy sphere, its power had amplified to such a degree that even a small one could morph into a giant. Boom. Following a blinding flash, the ground yielded a crater several hundred meters deep. Water from the lake continually flowed downward, creating an almost surreal sight reminiscent of the Dragon Balls. Chapter 22. Gathering the Dragon Balls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, only 6? He recounted the Dragon Balls aboard the spaceship, realizing one was still missing. No matter. First, let us seek out the Namekians below. Whoosh. One by one, he hurled the orange Dragon Balls, each as large as a basketball, towards the ground. Confident they wouldn't shatter. After all, they were far more formidable than Earth's Shenron. Whoosh. He swiftly soared toward the Grand Elder's location, pondering where all the Namekians might have gone. Surely, the last Dragon Ball must be hidden away. Step. As he advanced, he could hear the murmurs within. Yet, given the Grand Elder was present, even amidst their unease, the Namekian civilians remained quiet. To them, the Grand Elder was a significant figure, akin to a patriarch. As he entered, the Grand Elder opened his weary eyes, a smile gracing his aged visage. It is over. I sense the evil has dissipated. Young warrior, thank you for aiding us Namekians. In response, he graciously waved his hand. I hope the Grand Elder remains true to his word. By the way, there are only 6 Dragon Balls outside. One is still missing. He then turned to the panicked crowd, smiling as he said, I wonder which mischievous little child could bring forth the Dragon Ball for his elder brother to use. Observing the dazed Namekians, still reeling from the terrifying assault, they bore expressions of anguish, and he almost forgot that those outside had come to seize the Dragon Balls, hoping they wouldn't misunderstand. The Grand Elder sensed the situation amiss and promptly spoke. This is a guest from afar. It is thanks to his assistance that we Namekians have turned calamity into safety. He looked around again. A harmonious assembly. A race that can change its countenance. What a remarkable discovery. Suddenly, a Namekian stepped forward and earnestly asked, Could we first use the Dragon Balls to revive our kin? He gazed sincerely at Broly. Dragon Balls, the individual before him, cradling the orange sphere, was indeed the 7th Dragon Ball he sought. Reviving their kin? The Dragon God Purunga can only resurrect one individual at a time. How long would it take for him to utilize it? He turned to the Grand Elder. Actually, besides Namek, there is another planet known as Earth that also possesses Dragon Balls. What? The Grand Elder, astonished, gazed at him. You mean there are Dragon Balls in other places? As if not having heard clearly, he inquired again, asking him to repeat. Yes, besides Namek, there is indeed a planet called Earth that has Dragon Balls. Moreover, there is a Namekian residing there. The son of Katabi Isnt it. The Grand Elder chanted. He continued to address the Grand Elder. Furthermore, that Dragon God can resurrect many individuals at once. I can utilize that Dragon God to revive the Namekians. But the wish for the Namekian Dragon Balls must be granted through me. Is that acceptable, Grand Elder? Additionally, I can bring him to meet you. He diplomatically added. However, the Dragon Balls on Earth may take a year. I recently made a wish to arrive at your homeland. The cycle on Earth may differ from your Namekian perception of time, as you experience no night, whereas Earth has both day and night, which leads to the Dragon God requiring 365 days, a full year, to grant a wish, so it may take some time. Upon hearing that many could be revived at once, the Namekians below began to sing and dance joyfully, their faces radiating happiness. Haha, of course, honored guest. Isailyaba, go fulfill the wishes of our esteemed guests, commanded the Grand Elder to the Namekian below. Yes, Grand Elder, replied the Namekian, turning to Broly. Please follow me, noble guest. If you have any wishes, feel free to share, as the Namekian Dragon Balls only comprehend our language. The two walked in succession, though Broly found the sudden enthusiasm somewhat disconcerting. On the grassy ground, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a rhythmic sound, duong duong, as their luminescence intensified, the sound growing increasingly urgent. The prospect of fulfilling wishes filled him with excitement. However, with Bulma gone, he felt it imperative to resurrect that fiery girl who had the ability to create a time machine. Her talents should not go to waste. As for the human limitation on time travel, he had already devised a plan. If necessary, he could slay a god and seize the Patera earrings. As a Kaioshin, he would surely be able to traverse time. Moreover, the angel would not be able to prevent him from using the Super Dragon Balls to realize his desires. Given his Patera earrings and Kaioshin ring. Chapter 23, Grant My Wish, Purunga? He gazed at the figure before him, who was speaking in an unfamiliar tongue, presumably the Namekian language. The Dragon Balls ceased their twinkling and took on a brilliant glow as the sky suddenly darkened, reminiscent of summoning the dragon on Earth. A surge of energy, manifested from the gathered orbs, shot into the darkened sky, crackling with lightning, which gradually coalesced into a magnificent green dragon. Unlike the Earth Dragon, this creature was robust and deviated from the traditional Eastern dragon form. Its visage was fierce, adorned with horns on its shoulders and head, powerful claws, and an elongated body complemented by a long, slender fin. Esteemed guest, this is the Dragon of Namek, he announced. Its name is Purunga, also known among us as the God of Dreams. The God of Dreams? Broly mused, observing the dragon above. It bore a striking resemblance to the sinister dragon. That smoke-emitting creature. Speak your wishes, holder of the 7 Dragon Balls, Purunga proclaimed, looking down at the two. Within my power, I can grant you 3 wishes. 3 wishes. Indeed. Let my first wish be. Broly contemplated, stroking his chin, ultimately deciding to resurrect Bulma. He thought it unwise to let her reincarnate without her talents being utilized. I wish to revive Bulma, the girl who accompanied me to Namek. Upon hearing Broly's wish, Isaiba shouted up to Purunga, translating Broly's words, since Purunga could not comprehend anything else. No problem, Purunga replied, his eyes glowing red. Your wish is granted. In an instant, a figure materialized before them, Bulma, who had been annihilated alongside Shirag. She looked bewildered at her surroundings, then suddenly recalled something, crying out, "Ah, don't kill me. This foolish woman." Broly closed his eyes, wishing to avert his gaze from her antics. "Ah, you." Bulma pointed at the Namekian beside her, then leapt into Broly's arms. It seemed Shirag's face had left a profound impression on her psyche. I should have waited 2 more years to resurrect her, allowing her to experience the depths of hell. Broly thought, trembling not from fear but from annoyance. The incessant cries emanating from her made his fists clench tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. And he could no longer contain his fury, shouting, "Silence!" A deep green aura erupted from him, expanding outward, creating a crater beneath his feet and sending Bulma flying several meters away. After the outburst, Bulma regained her composure, looking around and realizing that her captor was no longer present. As she scrutinized the long-faced creature before her, she noted its gentle and benevolent smile, quite unlike Shiraga's. "Greetings, esteemed guest." Palungo warmly addressed her, leaving her momentarily bewildered. "Hello," she responded, shyly waving. "You still have 2 wishes remaining. Please state them quickly," urged Palunga. In response to Palunga's insistence, Broly hurriedly declared his second wish. On a planet known as Earth, there resides a deceased warrior named Tatu. I wish to acquire his lifetime of knowledge, particularly his combat experience and understanding of ki. Upon hearing the Namekian tongue, Palunga's eyes glimmered with red light, and he gestured an okay. "Easy, your second wish is also granted." After the red light flickered, he felt as if his mind had been struck by an overwhelming force, a torrent of knowledge flooding into his consciousness. He could hardly believe the wondrous sensation that accompanied this influx of information. "This is ki," he thought, clenching his fist as he savored the feeling, sensing an immense power sealed within him. This time, it was different. He felt as though he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of ki. After a brief estimation, he determined his battle power now exceeded 100 billion. Although the Grand Elder had not fully succeeded, his limit was to enhance a warrior's strength tenfold. Yet, due to Broly's constant battles, he had surpassed that limit, continuously growing stronger even in slumber. By the original narrative, Broly, after being sealed for 7 years, emerged to easily overpower Gohan. "Now, you have but 1 wish left. Please make it quickly," Palunga urged, sensing the urgency. Broly, momentarily distracted, snapped back to focus, realizing he almost squandered this opportunity. He turned to the Namekian, continuing, "In the cosmos lies a planet called Yardrat, known for a skill called instant transmission. I desire the dragon to grant me mastery of the complete version of instant transmission, allowing me to traverse space by sensing ki or knowing the location, even enabling multiple jumps." Concerned that Palunga might not fully comprehend, he reiterated his request emphatically. With a flash, Palunga's eyes sparkled red once more, confirming that all 3 wishes had been granted. "Farewell," he announced, transforming into 7 orbs that scattered in all directions, restoring daylight to the sky. "Is that also a dragon?" Bulma, still in shock, inquired, but Broly paid her no mind. He tapped his forehead, then began darting around. Swish, swish, swish. "Ha." He chuckled, soon erupting into laughter. It seemed he had succeeded in mastering instant transmission. Chapter 24, Returning to Karen Tower. "Humph. Were you even listening to me?" Bulma scolded, arms akimbo. "Be silent." Broly shot her a cold glare, prompting her to quickly cover her mouth, fearful of inciting the wrath of the volatile young man. "The Dragon Ball wishes have been fulfilled. Would you care to join us for a celebratory dance?" Isaiba proposed. Upon hearing this, he was momentarily taken aback. It appears that the Namekians possess an astonishing capacity for acceptance. Just a moment ago, they were weeping inconsolably, and now they were preparing for a bonfire gathering. "Apologies, but I have some matters to attend to at home." He shook his head gently and said, "Please inform the Great Elder that, in 1 year, I shall resurrect the deceased Namekians with the Dragon of Earth." How could he speak without a hint of embarrassment or breathlessness? He spoke with his eyes wide open, for closing them was not his style. Beside him, Bulma attempted to interject, but he swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. "Thank you, esteemed guest. If you have matters to resolve, please attend to them first." He continued, "I shall explain to the Great Elder." "Wait." Observing the departing Namekian, Broly immediately called out to him. The Namekian, Isaiba, was puzzled. "Is there anything else, esteemed guest?" Not really." He sheepishly scratched his head. "It's about the Dragon Balls. Please inform the Great Elder that I wish to use the Namekian Dragon Balls once more, and during my next visit, I shall bring along the son of Katape." "Ha." Upon hearing this, the Namekian burst into laughter. "Esteemed guest, is that all? There is certainly no issue regarding the Dragon Balls." He had expected to be scolded for being greedy, but to his surprise, the other party was quite accommodating. Broly watched him depart, realizing that he had underestimated the true nature of the Namekian. "Shall we return now?" Bulma asked, gesturing with her hands. He nodded. "Ah, of course." The wish with the Dragon Balls has been fulfilled, and there is no longer any reason to linger here. Our next visit will be in 130 days. So we must return to Earth now. Oh, that is good. Let us hurry. I do not wish to remain here a moment longer. He instinctively glanced at her, sensing that her experience had been rather unpleasant. He chuckled, wondering if she would dare to join him again next time. Ahem, then hold on tight. He looked at Bulma. This rascal. She held on tightly, wrapping herself around him. He lightly tapped his fingers on his forehead, closed his eyes, and with a whoosh, the two vanished from Namek. Clap. When he opened his eyes again, he beheld the azure sky and familiar scents, confirming their return, although he was uncertain about the unknown island they had arrived at. We're back. We're back. The girl beside him was jumping with joy. It seems the deviation was due to the considerable distance, he mused. Initially, he had intended to go directly to Dr. Brief's home to return this young lady. Whoosh. Grasping Bulma once more, he activated instant transmission. This time, they accurately arrived at the doctor's laboratory. It's you two. Dr. Brief was startled by the sudden appearance of the pair. Upon recognizing Broly and Bulma, he approached them with joy. Dad. Before he could fully process the situation, Bulma embraced him, and upon seeing her tear-streaked face, a surge of anger directed at Broly arose within him. What have you done to Bulma? He quickly shielded Bulma behind him. The Namekian was bewildered by the furious doctor. Wasn't there a joyful reunion just moments ago? No, nothing happened. Bulma gently patted Dr. Brief's flushed cheeks. This mature young lady was well aware of what he implied, but in Dr. Brief's eyes, it was an entirely different sentiment. He felt as if his daughter had been sullied. Well, Bulma, I have returned her to you safe and sound. Doctor, about the gravity chamber you promised me earlier? Humph. Don't even think about it. Dr. Brief turned his head away dismissively. What a scoundrel. This rascal doesn't keep his word. Oh, and what about Bulma? He then turned to her with a pleading look. Bulma, you promised to help me. You haven't forgotten, have you? I did provide you with a taste of exotic experiences. Of course, I am a person of my word. Upon hearing this, Dr. Brief felt as though his world was crumbling, glancing at Broly while grinding his teeth in frustration. Then I shall leave it to you. He waved farewell and placed his fingers on his forehead, disappearing from Dr. Brief's laboratory. The old father, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of aging wash over him. Dad, please help him build the gravity chamber. Seeing Dr. Brief's lack of response, Bulma took his hands and shook them vigorously. All right. Doctor. Brief had no choice in the matter. Whoosh. You. The ancient cat's spirit pointed his cane at him, then obediently put it away. After leaving Bulma's home, he arrived at Karen Tower. As a responsible boss, he naturally came to check if his employees were slacking off. Hi. It's nice to see you again, Cat Sage. He smiled, opening his arms, and then approached the jar filled with sins of beans as if he were home. Snap. Not bad. He stroked his belly, marveling at the remarkable properties of the sins of beans. Just one can sustain you for days without food or water. Nothing is better suited for nurturing a Saiyan. There are only these sins of beans, meow, and they don't mature that quickly. The cat sage trembled as he spoke, fearing that the other might take offense and obliterate him. Haha. He patted the cat sage. Relax. Am I really that terrifying? Who forces others to work, meow? Of course. He wouldn't dare say such things to his face. Whoosh. Work hard, and you shall reap the rewards. As he watched the figure before him vanish, the cat sage couldn't help but reflect on how this little brat had grown stronger. Moreover, the energy felt quite peculiar, although it had diminished. He was certain this little brat had become even more formidable. Could it be that he learned to control his energy in such a short time? He suddenly felt that this world was defying logic. Chapter 25. The Childlike Heart of the Deity. Observing the deity's body twitch, Bobo couldn't help but inquire. What's wrong, deity? The attentive attendant, Bobo, supported him. It's nothing. The deity sighed as he opened his eyes. That person has returned to Earth. Upon uttering this, his body seemed to age significantly, except for Piccolo, who was somewhat protected, now with Broly, who was unknown to be many times stronger. He couldn't help but worry for the future of Earth. Another storm, perhaps. He flew upwards, observing the skies. The path to the divine temple was always filled with thunderclouds crackling with lightning. Gazing at these clouds, he suddenly recalled that the turtle hermit seemed to have obtained the flying nimbus from this very place. The marks at the top of the tower clearly indicated a socket shaped like a staff. That must be where the Rui Bang fits. Extend, Rui Bang. He puzzled over why he had suddenly exclaimed this. Was it a reflex like that of a monkey? Clap. Arriving at the temple once more, it remains as quiet as ever. The air is still so pristine. This is the highest level of oxygen, while the air below has long been polluted by human industry. As soon as he landed, a voice echoed from within. It's you again. What do you want now? You've already used the Dragon Balls. Haven't you? Seeing this, he paid no heed and leisurely walked inside. The deity inside had his back turned to him, exuding an air of prophecy. The Namekians possess frequently changing abilities, and they even refer to themselves as the Dragon Clan. This is also the origin of the Dragon Balls, and even the creator of the Super Dragon Balls. The dragon god Shenron. He was once suspected of being a Namekian. After all, no other race possesses such abilities. Such diverse abilities are a luxury for those without special powers. Ignoring the old deity's sarcastic remarks, he simply smiled and continued on. Oh, so this is the esteemed deity. There's a notable difference in your speech. After all, for a mere mortal like myself, it seems rather normal for a deity like you to be quite peculiar, he mused while gazing at the receding figure. The deity slowly turned around, opening his eyes to look at him, and said, Speak. What do you want now? Or are you threatening me again? His words dripped with icy disdain. Haha. My request is quite simple. Take me to the underworld. Not only did Bobo beside him appear taken aback, but the deity in front of the overseer also looked momentarily stunned. You wish to go to the underworld? The deity asked uncertainly. Indeed, I wish to go to the underworld. He then nonchalantly took a seat in the deity's position. Isn't it preferable? I suspect you would rather see me leave Earth. Upon hearing this, the deity fell into contemplation, seemingly finding Broly's words quite reasonable. Impossible. I will not reveal to you how to get there. You must be intending to cause trouble in the underworld, the deity said, narrowing his eyes. He could not fathom why Broly wished to go to the underworld. He was acutely aware that refusing the individual before him would undoubtedly incite dissatisfaction, perhaps even provoke the deity to prepare for battle. As beads of cold sweat trickled down his cheek, seated at the head of the table, Broly wore a knowing expression, fully aware that the deity would certainly refuse him. He did not wish to provoke matters too hastily, for even a cornered dog may leap over a wall, a result he did not desire. Observing the deity's tense demeanor, he softly inquired, Deity, do you wish to know about your past? At these words, the deity's expression shifted, as if his heart were in turmoil, struggling within. After all, he had come to Earth at a young age and had waited for decades, due to the climatic conditions of Namek. The Namekians understood that one should not place all eggs in one basket, thus sending their gifted children away to preserve the last vestiges of their bloodline. During the journey on the spaceship, he suffered a head injury, resulting in a loss of memory. During his time on Earth, he gradually matured from an innocent child into a young adult, waiting until the food in the cockpit was exhausted, completely unaware that he believed the cockpit to be his home. Finally, one day, he realized that continuing to wait was futile. What he hoped for would not come to fruition. He came to an understanding, opened his heart, and yearned to explore this world, to seek other meanings. Thus began his journey across the globe. During his travels, he discovered a martial art rooted in energy, marking the moment he formally became a martial artist. As a Namekian, he possessed advantages far surpassing those of Earthlings, and unsurprisingly, he learned of a sacred site for martial arts, the Corinta. Later, he uncovered a little-known secret. Above Corinta lay a temple where the legendary deity, a guardian of Earth, resided. As a martial artist, who would not aspire to ascend higher and see further, akin to the turtle sage or the crane hermit, did they not wish to delve deeper into the mysteries? Through the trials of Corinta, he finally reached the fabled temple and beheld the legendary deity, his heart overflowing with joy. From the deity's lips, he learned a secret: even deities age and perish. Thus, he made a resolute decision, having witnessed the world's beauty and ugliness. He believed no one was more suited than he. Holding the benevolence of a Namekian within, he presented himself to the deity, requesting to inherit the divine position. However, while wishes are beautiful, reality is harsh. The pure, white Namekian never anticipated being tainted by the malevolence of humanity. Within his benevolence, evil had insidiously infiltrated his heart. With the insight of a deity, how could one who harbored evil be allowed to inherit the divine position? Wait, bang. He witnessed the deity enter the temple, watching the grand door close, revealing the intense malice within him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Over time, he came to understand the reason behind the deity's refusal. It was likely the evil residing within him. A thought gives rise to life, and a thought gives rise to death, a thought of goodness, and a thought of evil. To successfully inherit the divine position and fulfill his dreams, he needed to expel the evil within him. Through rigorous training and self-cultivation, he succeeded. But thus emerged a clear division between good and evil, as he became a celestial deity while simultaneously birthing Piccolo Daimao in the mortal realm. All right, please tell me. The deity insisted. Chapter 26. The Serpent Road to the King of Worlds. I can tell you, he said, rising to stand beside the deity. However, you must first take me to the underworld. Lacking knowledge of the King of Worlds' residence, he was unaware of the entrance to the underworld. The only one likely to know was the deity within the temple. Observing his determination, the deity could only express his frustration, asking, "What exactly do you wish to do in the underworld? You must tell me your intentions before I take you there." Not wanting to conceal his motives, he turned to the deity and said, "Very well, I shall tell you. I wish to traverse the serpent road of the underworld to reach the King of Worlds. I seek to find the king." Hearing this, the deity was visibly taken aback. "Why? How do you know of the serpent road and the king?" "Oh, these are matters you need not concern yourself with. You need only to guide me. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will towards earth. I merely wish to pursue my desires, and nothing more." In the underworld, he saw a massive sign reading "Welcome." Numerous small houses surrounded a tall structure, with two horns protruding from the sides. "There are so many people, oh my!" he exclaimed. Ghosts. It was his first encounter with such a sight. He had been equally astonished when brought here by the previous deity. As he walked alongside the deity, a small ghost holding a megaphone shouted, "Everyone, please form a line." After a moment, he continued to urge, "Hey, you there, please line up and do not cut in line." He observed the winding queue, densely packed with souls. Each day, there were so many deceased that they had to wait in line to be stamped, determining whether they would ascend to heaven or descend to hell. If one ascended to heaven, they could retain their physical form and continue their cultivation, whereas descending to hell depended on the severity of their sins. Perhaps they might enjoy the pleasures of a garden like Frieza's. "Lord Yama, may I take him to the King of Worlds?" the deity asked, pointing to Broly. "Oh, Broly. Indeed, I see you. Yama, your physique is quite impressive," he noted as Yama sat on a specially crafted chair, adjudicating the fates of the deceased. "A living person? It seems uncertain," Yama remarked, sniffing the air for the scent of life emanating from Broly. With a serious expression, he declared, This is not a place for the living. It matters not. I chose to come here of my own volition, and it is not the deity's concern," Broly replied. Naturally, he preferred to handle matters with decorum, but if necessary, he would charge through. With so many beings in hell, he contemplated whether to create a ruckus. Perhaps such a battle would significantly enhance his strength, but after consideration, he extinguished that thought, recognizing that the allure of the King of Worlds techniques far surpassed mere combat. Above, Yama appeared engrossed in a small notebook, likely reviewing his past deeds in the mortal realm. "Ah!" Hearing Yama's astonished exclamation, the deity felt a twinge of anxiety. "Incredible! You are merely 12 years old." Yama gazed incredulously at Broly. "I never expected that Shrag would be dealt with by you." The deity, unaware of Yama's reference, recognized that anyone capable of eliciting such a reaction from Yama must indeed be extraordinary. He regarded Broly with a mixture of surprise and curiosity, pondering the transformation of the individual he had personally guided. Yinwang propped his chin and continued, "Your name is Burori, is it not? Your achievements are indeed commendable. However, do you truly intend to risk everything by traversing the snake path to meet the KO?" "Yes," Burori replied. "Very well, if you are determined to go, then so be it." Yinwang stood up with a serious expression and added, "Let it be known that should you fall from the snake path, I shall bear no responsibility. All consequences will be yours to endure." "Understood. I shall take full responsibility for all outcomes," Burori affirmed. With that, Yinwang picked up the telephone bell on the table and dialed, "Wait here while I find someone to guide you. Head in that direction." He gestured to Burori, indicating the way behind him. If memory serves, the depths beneath the snake path lead to hell, where a pool of blood lies. Although he was uncertain about the consequences of falling, he remarked, "I have accomplished what you asked me to do. I hope you keep your word." The deity responded, "Of course. Upon my return, I shall inform you." After their idle chatter concluded, the deity departed through the main entrance. A bespectacled young man in a suit approached him respectfully. Are you the one Yin Wang mentioned who is heading to the snake path? Burori nodded in affirmation. A vehicle sped along the road, approaching a transfer station, where a fork in the road led to a serpentine path. Above lay heaven, and below, hell. The mere thought of the coveted Kaioken filled him with immense excitement, as he envisioned unleashing a 20-fold Kaioken. However, he doubted it would be necessary, for perhaps only Barusu could compel him to use such power. The young man beside him noticed his eagerness and remarked, "Are you anxious? We are nearly at the head of the snake. This is the first time I've heard of a living person venturing to the snake path." Seeing that Burori ignored him, the young man wisely fell silent. "Is this truly the snake path? It is indeed lengthy," he exclaimed as he alighted and gazed upon its vastness. Indeed, it is said that this snake path could stretch 1,000,000 kilometers, and in the past billion years, only Yin Wang has traversed it. You simply need to follow the body of the snake, and you will reach the KO. Well then, I shall proceed, Burori declared. Be cautious. Do not fall. Beneath the snake path lies hell, and once you descend, there is no returning to the mortal realm. The young man's warning startled him momentarily. It seemed true. Whether it was Shalu or the puppet, none returned from hell. Whoosh. He had no desire to end up like the monkey, running for half a year and becoming a legend. So he soared into the depths of the snake's body. The sooner he mastered the Kaioken, the sooner he could escape this dreadful place. What a blatant act of cheating, the young man commented, observing Burori's swift departure. Chapter 27. Telling jokes? I am a professional. Whoosh. The serpentine body undulated, leaving traces of shifting clouds, while the nearby clouds took on an eerie yellow hue, and a green light darted forward at great speed. Is this the tail of the snake? He pondered, gazing ahead at the snake's end, filled with exhilaration. 1,000,000 kilometers is neither long nor short. He was not one of those monkeys with a battle power of a few hundred or 1,000. The 23rd martial arts tournament had only seen battle powers in the hundreds. Even Raditz was close to 1,000. Relying on Baiku's Mogwan Guangsha Pao to elevate his battle power to 1330 and swiftly eliminate 2 Saiyans in a moment of glory. Kaioken, here I come. With a leap, he soared toward the small orb above. The snake's surroundings were enveloped in clouds, yet beneath the clouds lay hell. Although he was uncertain why the KO resided in such a place, it was clear that the diminutive size of the Kaosei was due to having angered Barusu. The Kaosei boasted only a few trees, a house, a person, and a group of small animals, along with the KO's beloved vehicles. Upon landing, he felt the gravity of the Kaosei, indeed heavier than in other places. It was 10 times that of Earth, yet to him, it felt as light as a feather. After all, the gravity on Planet Vegeta was several times that of Earth, not to mention other star systems, so he felt little discomfort with the gravity here. Woo-woo-woo. Hearing the source of the sound, he turned to find it was the KO's baboon. Woo-woo-woo. The baboon danced and emitted strange noises. You are truly bothersome, he exclaimed, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts at the baboon. It appeared the creature was not only a dancer, but could also run swiftly. For in the blink of an eye, the baboon had vanished from sight. He decided not to dwell on it, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. As he walked along a road, he marveled at the KO's peculiar choice. Why would a solitary being create a road on their own planet? In the desolate area stood a small fountain, a few trees, and the KO's residence. Finally, was someone else arriving? The KO, who had been watering plants, looked up to see the newcomer and sighed. It has been over 1 billion years since the last visitor arrived. Following the KO's gaze, he beheld a short figure, plump and clad in sunglasses, with what appeared to be antennae atop its head, adorned with a large character for KO on its clothing. Hello there, KO. He greeted the little blue figure with a wave. Haha, you actually know I am the KO. How amusing. The KO chuckled, covering his mouth as he erupted into laughter. This individual had an exceedingly low threshold for humor. Indeed, he seemed quite silly. Clearing his throat, the KO suppressed his laughter and said slowly, I am the KO. Seeing this, Burori felt bemused but still earnestly inquired, KO, I have come here to seek your guidance and to train in your Kaioken. No need to rush into inquiries. First, allow me to share a joke. The KO closed his eyes, stroking his chin. I have one. He looked at Burori and assumed a peculiar pose, placing one hand to his ear and muttering to himself, hello, hello. Then he switched hands. No one is answering the phone. Ha. How hilarious. The KO laughed uproariously, while Burori stood there in shock. It seemed that his recent interactions with Bulma had softened his demeanor. After a moment, the KO realized he was the only one laughing and quickly regained his composure. What brings you here? You mentioned the Kaioken, did you not? Indeed. The Kaioken, Burori confirmed. The KO regarded him coolly, retorting, then you may return. I shall not teach you without a sense of humor. Hahaha. How amusing. Burori couldn't help but chuckle at the KO's expression. It had been a long time since someone had defied him. His hands began to itch with excitement. Observing Burori's laughter, the KO remarked, is it amusing? Your reactions are quite slow. Then he continued, well, training is possible, but you must first pass my test. The KO pointed to himself, declaring, I am a genius of humor. If you can make me laugh, I shall teach you. Very well, KO. You wish for me to tell you a joke? Burori extended his hand, the KO mistaking it as a challenge. Filled with enthusiasm, are you afraid? If you can't amuse me, you shall not learn. Hahaha. I assure you, this joke will surely delight you. With a surge of energy, he began to condense a small sphere in his hand. Boom. How about this? Is it funny, Lord KO? He asked with a fierce gaze. The KO ignored him, instead glancing at the devastation caused by the explosion. Oh no, my house. Indeed. He was still too kind-hearted. If only he did not wish to waste the wish of the dragon. You, the broken KO, have died 1,000 times. Accompanied by his voice and the continuous clenching of his fists, Kaiosei began to tremble violently. The ground beneath transformed into a massive crater. His body gradually expanded, muscles swelling into a perfectly sculpted physique, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. The prominent muscles epitomized the beauty of his form. An intense aura surged outward, manifested in a deep green flame, complemented by emerald-hued hair. The low murmurs persisted, and aside from his bangs, the rest of his hair stood upright, with a magnificent aura radiating from his body. A muscular figure enveloped in a fluorescent shield swayed in midair. This left the astonished KO stuttering. Is this joke amusing, Lord KO? Subsequently, a wave of energy struck the opposite side of Kaiosei. Boom. A colossal white flame erupted, engulfing the view in a blinding light. Stop! Stop! Amidst the KO's pleas, the planet continued to experience massive explosions. Countless craters on the surface narrated its glorious history as a celestial body. Chapter 28. The Secret of the Kaioken. Please, cease your attacks. Do not strike again. The KO exclaimed as he gazed at the energy ball gathering in his hand. Very well. I shall teach you the Kaioken. Boom. What a pity. My hand slipped. He laughed heartily at the KO. Now, do tell, are you satisfied with this jest? Lord KO? Wah. My Kaiosei. The KO cried like a child as he watched his planet diminish in size. Then hurry and teach me the Kaioken. If you do not wish to see Kaiosei shrink further. He grinned, observing the KO. Let me be clear. If you teach me, I will take my leave. Should you fail, I understand. He turned to him. Your physique indeed aligns perfectly with the Kaioken. Your speed and strength are formidable. But first, you must learn to maintain a calm demeanor. To perceive. Perceive? He asked in confusion. Yes, to perceive the grass here, the earth beneath, to sense everything around you. The KO took a deep breath, and to perceive your own body. He, too, closed his eyes to feel his very essence, muttering about life and flesh. The KO, meanwhile, sulked, pondering the construction of the house. The Kaioken is a technique that enhances combat strength, yet the body must endure commensurate burdens of pain. In essence, it reflects one's physical constitution. The greater the endurance, the higher the multiplier of the Kaioken. The KO spoke with conviction. Indeed, he had little to impart to Burori. Only the guidance to perceive and pursue the pinnacle of speed and strength, adjusting his body and maintaining tranquility before unleashing his ultimate potential. This is the Kaioken, a supreme harmony of body and spirit. Days swiftly passed. He exhaled deeply and gradually opened his eyes. Although he displayed no visible aura, a layer of energy still surrounded him. Witnessing this, the KO marveled silently. Saiyans are indeed extraordinary. Their battle prowess, innate talent, and capacity for learning are remarkable. I find it impossible to unleash the full force of the Kaioken or that lethal technique. Perhaps you are destined for greatness. He gazed at the KO. Strangely, he felt a resemblance to the Genkidama. Yes, this is the Kaioken. Unbeknownst to you, you have already mastered it through your training. Upon hearing this, He disregarded the KO and decided to test it out. Should he be misled, Burori vowed to exact vengeance. Huh. Kaioken. Boom. His entire being was enveloped in a deep green flame. Yet upon closer inspection, a layer of red shimmered within. Observing this transformation, he couldn't help but rejoice. Indeed, it is the Kaioken. Hahaha. In truth, it's not just the Kaioken. You've also learned the Genkidama. The KO remarked. Initially, I was unaware of your Saiyan heritage until I spotted your tail beneath your garments. I never imagined a non-violent Saiyan existed. He spread his arms upward, closing his eyes, truly sensing some subtle energies converging around him, thus affirming the KO's honesty. Gulp. Gulp. Haha. KO, I apologize, but I am hungry again. He sheepishly scratched his head. Upon hearing this, the KO sighed deeply. Are all Saiyans like you? Such voracious appetites. He then followed the KO to the newly constructed house, stitching and repairing for another year. This statement held some truth as he gazed at the remnants of his meal. KO, have you always been alone here? Is it not boring? The KO, taken aback by the question, replied, living here is quite enjoyable. There are indeed many pleasures. What pleasures? He pointed to the grass on the ground. You don't just count how much grass has grown every day, do you? Haha. The KO chuckled, covering his mouth. Your jest is quite amusing. Infuriatingly, he glanced at his trembling hands, feeling an inexplicable urge to strike the KO. It seemed the KO noticed his shaking hands and halted. I suppose so. However, I have gained a new source of amusement. That is, driving around. He suddenly recalled that upon leaping down from Snake Way, the surface of Kaiosei featured a ring of road. This must be the path where the KO drives for leisure. Watching the food vanish into his stomach, the KO wore an astonished expression, his mouth agape. I'm full. Thank you for the feast. He patted his round belly. He inadvertently let out a satisfied burp, as the KO stared in disbelief at the scene before him, speechless. Well, I should be on my way. Do not miss me. KO. Wah. I will miss you. In truth, the KO thought, wah. You are finally leaving. Whoosh. This is the instant transmission. Now that I know the location of Kaiosei, I shall no longer find it troublesome. Observing the departing demon, the KO was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he covered his eyes with his hands. You are crying. Indeed. The sudden voice startled the KO once more. Wah. How did you return? He. I wish to trouble Lord KO with a small request. A request. It isn't yet another nuisance, is it? However, upon reflection, he wished to hastily send him away. Speak, and once it's done, be gone. Am I disliked? Yet the KO truly found him to be quite entertaining. Though he may be a bit foolish, he possesses a good heart, devoid of malice or ill intentions. He gazed mischievously at the KO. Actually, I would like you to craft me an outfit. No one can rival your skills. Lord KO. Clothing? I have plenty. The KO gestured to his storeroom. No, the attire I seek is not the divine garb you possess. While I may wear it in the future, not now. He shook his head. Celestial garments are not necessarily appealing, often adorned with grandiose symbols or peculiar inscriptions. What about the outfit you currently wear? I could refurbish it for you. The KO's antennae possessed some unexpected abilities, a privilege of being divine. Lord KO, please take a look for yourself. He placed his hand upon the KO. He envisioned the attire he desired in his mind, ensuring the KO could comprehend it. With a few deft touches of his antennae, a brand new outfit appeared upon him. Thank you. This is precisely it. Now be on your way. I've expressed my gratitude. The KO retreated to his cottage. He admired his new attire, which indeed radiated the essence he sought. His upper body was bare, adorned with golden wristbands and a necklace, while a red cloth was wrapped around his waist, secured by a golden belt, complemented by white trousers. The necklace, wristbands, and shoes echoed the design of the belt, and his ears were embellished with circular earrings. Ha. In a tempest of fury, a deep green aura surged rhythmically, enveloping a muscular figure suspended in mid-air within a fluorescent green protective shield. With pale eyes and upright dark green hair, he seemed poised to exclaim, Kakarot. I shall ensure your blood spills 5 steps. Chapter 29, The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. In an instant, he utilized instant transmission to arrive at Dr. Brief's location. After so many days, the gravity chamber should be nearly complete, and his battle power had escalated to over 100 billion. Kak, he announced, Dr. Brief, I have arrived. Is the gravity chamber ready? Upon opening the door, He was met with the stern gaze of the bearded doctor who scoffed. Finally made an appearance? You must have completed the gravity chamber. He tossed a capsule to him, and as he accepted it, he envisioned the days of training in the time chamber with the Senza beings. But have you dealt with the Red Ribbon Army? I have seen reports of their recent terror activities. Hearing this, he faltered, scratching his head in embarrassment. Dr. Brief, I promise, next time, definitely next time. Once the Dragon Balls return to their original state, I will not forget. Regarding the Red Ribbon Army and the Pilaf Trio, he thought it would be more prudent to gather the Dragon Balls first before pursuing them. Dr. Brief sighed. The Red Ribbon Army is a malignant tumor in this world. They persistently engage in acts of terror, even for the sake of the Dragon Balls. Yes, I will ensure it is dealt with next time, he replied, turning away, pondering the absurdity of needing to save the world. Could it be that the vicious Saiyan was destined to be the world's savior? With a flick of his fingers upon his forehead, he vanished from Dr. Brief's laboratory just as a new figure entered. Dad, has he arrived? It was Bulma. Ahem, Doctor. Brief cleared his throat, seemingly having forgotten. He glanced at Bulma. He just left. Really. As expected, Bulma became irate, fists clenched, before storming out. Atop Karen Tower, a plump white cat dozed peacefully, its long zzz indicating a deep slumber. Not wishing to disturb the feline, he instead approached the jar filled with Senza beans. Grabbing a handful, he consumed one. With a thud, he instantly felt invigorated. Since arriving on Earth, he had scarcely enjoyed a proper meal. Gazing at the multitude of Senza beans, he fell into contemplation, realizing he must acquire a small space to carry them all away. He produced a cloth bag from his waist, filling it with several handfuls of beans before securing it tightly to his belt and making his way towards the temple. A gust of wind swept through, awakening the cat sage, who rubbed its eyes and looked at the diminishing supply of Senza beans, exclaiming, "The Senza beans have decreased." Unaware of the situation, it likely envisioned itself buried beneath that spot. Meanwhile, Broly had arrived at the temple, pushing open the grand doors as the deity awakened. Are you truly aware of my origins? The divine being asked excitedly. He settled onto a chair, observing the deity's thirst for knowledge, and spoke slowly. Of course. I am a man of my word. Since I promised you, I will certainly divulge the truth. Approaching the duo, the attendant Bubbles, unfamiliar with the usual language spoken between the deity and himself, realized that they communicated in the Namekian tongue, as the deity had lost part of his memory from a head injury. Observing the two faces drawing closer, he shut his eyes and continued, Deity, you are indeed a Namekian. The Namekians refer to themselves as the Dragon Clan. They are categorized into several types, the super ability type, the combat type. And there exist those exceptional geniuses who embody both. The super ability type encompasses creation, granting abilities, and even healing. You are known as the son of Katabi, which stems from your childhood on Namek, during a time of unprecedented planetary upheaval and climatic alteration. The Elder of Namek, seeking to preserve the Namekian lineage, initiated a release program, and you were placed within it, leading to your arrival on Earth. The Namekians bestowed upon you the power to create the dragon, and on Namek, there exists a dragon known as Purunga, which translates to the god of dreams. As he opened his eyes, it was clear that the deity was in a state of profound shock, his mouth agape. This is wonderful, esteemed deity. Bubbles congratulated. Tears streamed down the deity's face as he finally received an answer, avoiding the fate of learning the truth only at the moment of his demise in the original narrative. After merging with Piccolo, he had also learned of Piccolo's experiences on Namek, reminiscent of Nappa, who, after his assimilation, had confronted Frieza, exclaiming, "Have you forgotten me, Frieza?" This was the reason for Frieza's astonishment when a warrior with a battle power in the tens of thousands suddenly surpassed him. "Can you take me back to my homeland? You seem well informed. You must have visited Namek before?" The deity asked earnestly. He nodded, "Indeed. I have been there. I used my wish to travel to Namek last time." "Ah, that explains your energy's sudden disappearance. Taking you to Namek is not impossible, but it will take a few months since I recently made a wish there. I will take you along when the time comes." "That works." Hearing this, the deity was unconcerned, having waited decades. A few more months would merely be a blink of an eye. "Bubbles, can you take me to the hyperbolic time chamber? I wish to train," he requested. Bubbles smiled warmly. "Of course. This way, I will lead you there." Entering the temple, he followed Bubbles through the winding corridors, with Bubbles introducing various supplies along the way. "This is it." Bubbles pointed ahead to the time chamber. I shall see you in a few days, Mr. Bubbles. With a click, he closed the door behind him, gazing into the vast expanse of white, devoid of anything. The atmosphere was oppressively hot and the air exceptionally thin. The gravity felt similar to that of King Kai's planet. He retrieved his universal capsule, pressed the button, and tossed it to the ground. Boom. A gravity chamber materialized before him, prompting a smile. 2 years were merely 2 years. With sins of beans and the Saiyans' passive training, coupled with diligent exercise and the advantages of the Ultra Instinct, his battle power would surely exceed 1 trillion after 2 years. He envisioned a future where he would be invincible. The title of the Great Emperor was well within reach. Haha. With a boom, green energy enveloped him. Golden hair standing upright, and azure eyes sparkling. This was the Super Saiyan. The deep green aura and Ultra Instinct state, along with green hair, represented the full power of the Ultra Instinct. Chapter 30. The Pursuit of Strength. 2 years. Inside the gravity chamber, he initially struggled to adapt, but gradually, his body acclimated to the intense gravitational force. A young warrior unleashed energy blasts while utilizing his physique as a shield, seemingly training his physical form. Waves of green energy surged towards him, and with a thunderous crash, a bloodied figure emerged, fingers trembling as he fumbled through his pocket to retrieve a senzu. Click, click, boom. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, a primal force that astonished even himself. Truly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Even the Super Saiyan Vegeta could be evenly matched, right? This formidable physique, combined with innate talent, leaves me pondering what ordinary warriors could possibly defeat me. The first Super Saiyan entirely sidesteps the transformations of other Saiyans. In the first and second stages, one concentrates all their nerves to amplify their ki, resulting in muscle expansion and increased strength. Compared to the Super Saiyan form, both speed and power experience a significant enhancement. Then comes the third stage of Super Saiyan, where the pursuit of ultimate power causes muscle inflation and strength augmentation, but at the cost of reduced speed, creating a substantial burden on the transformed body. Reminiscent of future decay, the full power of Super Saiyan maximizes the potential of the Super Saiyan form, though further attempts to amplify strength may lead to instability in this state. The most effective training involves treating the Super Saiyan mode as a norm. However, the transcendent Super Saiyan has overcome all these challenges. Its green-haired form, also known as Transcendent Super Saiyan Full Power, not only results in muscle expansion and increased strength, but also maintains speed and agility without hindrance. The first Super Saiyan represents a 50-fold increase over the base form. The second is double that of the first, equating to a 100-fold increase over the base combat power, while the third is 4 times the second, culminating in a 400-fold increase over the base limit. The Transcendent Super Saiyan, resembling a humanoid giant ape, signifies that in human form, one possesses strength exceeding 10-fold. Now, nearing the age of 15, he finds himself regrettably 1 year younger than Bulma. Gazing at the remnants of his clothing, he reflects that 2 years have passed, and it is time to venture forth, for there are myriad tasks awaiting him. As he steps outside, the deities Shun and Bobo are already waiting at the door. This aura, Shun observes him and soon begins to sweat profusely, prompting him to quickly retract his energy. After all, it is quite overwhelming for a deity with a battle power in the hundreds. He remains uncertain about the extent of his strength, likening his journey to navigating an endless sea, gradually losing direction amidst its vastness. Once old Kai awakens his potential again, he feels that, combined with the Kaioken multiplied by 20 in the transcendent form, he might just be able to confront Beerus. My apologies for my excitement. This power. Perhaps there are very few in this universe who could challenge me. Hearing his words, Shun and Bobo are equally astonished. I beg your assistance, dear Shun. Please help me restore my attire. He believes this outfit suits his aura perfectly. Very well. Shun conjures a peculiar energy from his hands, and the garments begin to rejuvenate, even alleviating some of his fatigue. I shall return shortly, Shun. I have matters to attend to. With those words, he instantaneously teleports away from the shrine. In a grand banquet hall, revelers sing and dance, indulging in the food and drink laid before them, embracing their companions in a haze of merriment. Each wears an energy detector, and amidst them, a shirtless youth, nearing 15, stands tall at 180 centimeters, his muscular physique exuding a sense of beauty. This group of gluttons, their battle powers are nearly identical to what they were when I departed. He feels a twinge of anger, but soon finds solace in the realization that they are merely a band of idlers awaiting their end. Crash. Who dares? The individual that collided with him felt akin to striking iron as he fell to the ground, rubbing his head and glaring at Broly. Do you know who I am? How dare you bump into me? Observing this drunken fool with a mere battle power of over 1,000. Is this the team captain? Truly pathetic. Hey, you scoundrel. I am speaking to you. Whoosh. In response, a dazzling green energy erupted from Broly's hand, the overwhelming destructive force obliterating the shadow below before it could even react. The commotion drew the attention of everyone present, and upon witnessing the familiar deep green aura, they instinctively thought, Lord Broly. Lord Broly. As he strode forward, step by step, to the forefront, he cast a disdainful gaze upon the crowd below. In my absence, not only have you failed to grow stronger, but you have also grown weaker? Are you all mere gluttons? He coldly addressed them. Looking at this group, he decided it was best to go solo. Dalet's foundation is indeed composed of utterly useless individuals. It seems Frieza has recruited nearly everyone capable in the universe. He understood then that no matter how many useless beings there were, they remained useless. Especially since this universe is merely a parallel world. The tedious act of ruling the universe pales in comparison to the pursuit of ultimate strength. Henceforth, the Broly Legion is disbanded, he declared coldly, as the murmurs rose from below, which he deemed unworthy of his attention, and in an instant, he teleported away from the planet of his childhood. Chapter 31. The Realm of the Kaishin. Before him lay a long snake path, surrounded by dense yellow clouds. This was indeed the transit station, and he utilized instantaneous movement to arrive here once more. It consists of 3 layers, Kaishin's planet, the Kaishin realm, and the demon realm. As the name implies, this is the domain of the Kai, the Kaishin above them, and the corresponding demon Kaishin. Whoosh. He observed from above the clouds. Knowing that other Kai planets must be nearby, Gogeta had discovered the route to the Kaishin realm here. The end of the snake path leads to the Kaishin's planet. But what of the fork in the road? He suddenly recalled the vehicle he took with that little brat, which passed through a fork. Neither Yama nor Shun, nor even the Kai, are allowed to enter the Kaishin realm, let alone humans. He turned away from the fork he had previously passed. Along the way, he indeed spotted a planet far larger than the Kaishin's planet. Ah, have you arrived? The Kaishin gasped, trembling as he regarded the Kaishin realm, his legs shaking uncontrollably. It appears so. What an immense surge of energy. The attendant beside him gritted his teeth in response. Hearing his words, the Kaishin found it hard to believe. Logically, resurrection shouldn't occur so swiftly. After Bibidai's sealing, there had been no trace. As they spoke, a deep green flame descended from the sky, and feeling the immense energy, the two had no choice but to accept the reality before them. We are doomed, the Kaishin thought to himself. Thud. The one who landed was none other than the shirtless Broly, who regarded the two before him, their expressions mirroring his own thoughts. Who are you? Though he knew the figure before him was not Bu, the Kaishin quaked with trepidation, for the aura emanating from him was no lesser than that of Bu. Greetings, Lord Kaishin. He waved his hand in greeting, then turned to the attendant. And you, Jebit, you know who we are. The astonishment on their faces was akin to that of those who had never encountered the extraordinary. He then introduced himself. I am Broly, just an ordinary human, a Saiyan. The two exchanged glances, recalling that the Saiyans were indeed those once subjugated by Frieza. The Kaishin's duty is creation, endowing other abilities upon the authority of the Kai. The 7th universe is unique, possessing distinctions from others. Originally, there should be one Kaishin, yet the 7th universe is home to 4. The Kai Yama, and the 4 great Kaishin, East, South, West, and North, followed by the Grand Kaishin. The Kaishin should be regarded as a position rather than a singular entity. It is perplexing why the 7th universe has prepared so many Kaishin, perhaps due to the fact that the creature known as Bu tends to eliminate several at a time, leading to a sort of mass production of Kaishin. This effectively grants Beerus multiple lives. The Kaishin and the god of destruction are interdependent. They are not merely counterparts, but rather components of a whole. Currently, the Kaishin is indeed East Kaishin, Shin. However, considering Broly, it is likely that this individual has successfully ascended to the role of Kaishin, as the other Kaishin, including the Grand Kaishin, have been eliminated by Bu. Thus, he has seamlessly assumed the position of Kaishin. This implies that in the past, he was responsible for the eastern region, and subsequently, he unified and handed over authority to the Grand Kaishin. Now, with only Shin remaining, he naturally oversees the responsibilities of the East, South, West, and North, including those of the Grand Kaishin, thereby intertwining his fate with that of Beerus. Among the Kaishin, there exists a special type known as the Kaishin of Time, spanning the continuum of time. Furthermore, there remains the Demon Kaishin. With a cold snort, Jebbet stepped forward, declaring it unforgivable for a mere human to tread upon this divine realm. He pointed at Broly, but the latter did not react with anger. Rather, he regarded Shin, who was still quite inexperienced, as he was often swayed by the opinions of his attendant. The events involving Bu had thoroughly terrified him. "I bear no malice," Broly responded, disregarding Jebbet, and turned his gaze towards Shin, questioning whether they did not find the power of a god to be exceedingly insignificant. As a deity, one ought to possess power commensurate with their divine status, and he believed he possessed such power. "What do you think of my proposal?" he inquired, looking at Shin, who appeared to be contemplating the matter. "Is this not sufficient?" Broly continued addressing Shin, stating that the role of the Kaishin is to create, while the god of destruction is tasked with annihilation. Both are deities, yet the god of destruction pays no heed to them, and, as gods, they are subjected to the contempt of mortals, a truly lamentable situation. "Silence!" Jebbet shouted, stepping in front of Shin, directing his ire at Broly. "How dare you meddle?" He conjured an energy blast aimed directly at Jebbet, which sent him flying several dozen meters away upon impact. The tremendous force uprooted the grass beneath, resulting in a violent explosion as the energy blast struck the ground. Jebbet. In a moment of clarity, Shin finally reacted, calling out towards the explosion. "Deservedly so," Broly remarked. Meanwhile, Shin soared into the ruins, emanating a healing light that fortuitously saved Jebbet's life. High above, Broly surveyed the scene below, asking, "What do you think? My proposal? You can remain the Kaishin. I will merely hold the title." The time ring, which only Kaishin can wield, consists of a singular silver ring found within a treasure box, while the green time rings represent fixed timelines, unable to traverse freely between different realms. In contrast, the silver time ring allows for perfect traversal across any timeline, albeit prohibiting a return to the past. However, Broly had no desire to return. He sought to venture into the future. Each instance of transcending timelines generates a new timeline, consequently increasing the number of corresponding green time rings. When a timeline shatters, the associated green rings also fracture. The silver time ring elegantly closes this loop, enabling unfettered movement through time without creating superfluous timelines. It allows for returns to both the past and the future. And donning the time ring results in the emergence of a new self, ensuring that past and future selves, regardless of any changes or even demise, do not impact the wearer of the time ring. This phenomenon can be likened to Black Goku, who, by wearing the ring, severed ties with his past and disrupted causality, which is why he continues to exist, much to the astonishment of Beerus and the Kaishin. Chapter 32. Preparations for the Kaishin candidate. "Who is the god of destruction you speak of?" Shin queried, turning to face Broly. Broly appeared momentarily at a loss for words, seemingly forgetting that the Kaishin of the 7th universe had been nearly entirely wiped out by Bu. Observing the bewildered expression on Shin's face, he sighed in resignation. "Very well. I will enlighten you. Above the deities is the King of Hell, and above the King of Hell is the Kai. The Kais are distributed across the 4 cardinal directions, East, South, West, and North, each governing their respective galaxies. Above them is the Grand Kai, and above the Grand Kai is the Kaishin, which means you should understand your position, correct?" Shin nodded, confirming, "Indeed, I was once the acting Kaishin of the East Galaxy." Broly continued, "Thus, one might say you are a half-hearted Kaishin at best. Above the Kaishin is the Grand Kaishin, which you should be aware of. Above the Grand Kaishin resides the god of destruction." He emphasized the latter phrase, noting Shin's astonishment below. The god of destruction, as the name implies, embodies destruction, a high-ranking deity. Their duty entails the assessment of unsuitable planets and the determination of a planet's existence and viability. Following the god of destruction comes the angels, who serve as their mentors. He contemplated whether it was necessary to delve further into this hierarchy, observing the profound impact it had on Shin's psyche. "And what lies beyond the angels?" Shin pressed. "That is not our immediate concern. But what do you think of my proposal?" he asked, scrutinizing Shin's expression, which seemed to reflect a difficult decision. Kaishin, you may wish to deliberate calmly, for you are presently the sole Kaishin in the universe. He perceived great potential in the selection of a new Kaishin. This naive individual seemed less formidable than Granola, and with continued persuasion, he believed he could attain his desires. There are several pathways to the birth of a Kaishin. The first is through the introduction by a Kai, which is the sole means for mortals to access the divine realm. Another method involves the birth of both the Kai and the Kaishin from a planet known as Kai Core Star, where fruit from the divine tree called the Kai tree is produced. The ordinary fruit grants life, resulting in the birth of a Kai, while the exceptional golden fruit bestows life as a Kaishin. In contrast, dark, inferior fruit is discarded into the realm of the demon Kaishin. It is indeed true that the god of destruction does not interfere with other matters. If the Kaishin possessed sufficient power, the demonic entity Majin Buu would not have been able to breach the Grand Kaishin's domain. Observing the pensive Shin, Broly's expression turned somewhat sinister, sensing that dark thoughts may have resurfaced. Although uncertain of the specifics, he was convinced that the Kaishin would ultimately acquiesce, for this individual was evidently fearful of death. Kaishin. Jebit grasped his arm, exclaiming, a human cannot suddenly become a god. Furthermore, his aura does not even resemble that of our divine essence. Broly found himself infuriated by this obstinate creature, realizing that the divine community held significant reservations about humans. Were it not for the fear of disrupting the temporal order, he would have seized the earrings and the ring without hesitation. Enough. To his surprise, Shin dismissed Jebit and admonished him. Seizing the opportunity, Broly pressed further. Addressing the two below, Kaishin, you must consider this carefully. If Buu were to be resurrected, what future would humanity possess in this universe? As a deity, you must show compassion towards mortals. Upon hearing the mention of Buu, Shin clenched his fists tightly. This fiery rhetoric would undoubtedly compel him to agree. Just as this Saiyan has said, if Buu were to be revived, what significance would the role of Kaishin hold? If the ragdoll were to resurrect, it would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon us. I understand, Lord Kaishin. Hearing the agreement between the two, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. At least the objective had been achieved. Lord Kaishin, if you grant me the title of Kaishin, I will assist you in eliminating Buu. Even in this universe, where the destroyers do not exist, greatness can still be realized. Furthermore, should any future calamities arise, you may call upon me as a deity. I shall offer my unconditional aid. He continued with a smile. In fact, perhaps in the future, the role of the destroyer may become obsolete. The Kaishin could covertly wield the powers of a destroyer. A feeble god cannot secure the future of this universe. Xian took a deep breath and said, very well, I shall make you the Kaishin. You must help us vanquish Buu. Now, that is the correct approach. Such wisdom is expected of a deity. I require the position of Kaishin, along with the Kaishin earrings and the time ring, he stated. However, the expression of his interlocutor shifted, realizing that the stakes had escalated. After all, the time ring and earrings were not trivial possessions. Nevertheless, he trusted that Xian would make the right choice. The silver time ring allows traversal through any timeline, while the green time ring signifies a specific timeline. It can be said that even without the silver ring, possessing the green one allows one to fulfill the duties of the Kaishin, albeit with some inconvenience. Changing timelines necessitates the corresponding green time ring. All right then, Xian nodded calmly. However, I have one more request. I desire the essence of a deity. If I am to be a god, maintaining a human essence is unacceptable. The Kai tree on Jeshin Star produces fruit annually, intended for Xian to acquire a golden fruit that, once consumed, would completely transform his internal energy and vitality. His essence would then evolve into that of a deity. It is well known that the puberty of Saiyans is notably prolonged, a result of their evolutionary combat nature. And once their life forms have evolved, their lifespan will undoubtedly increase. With the essence of a deity, attaining the realm of divinity would become significantly easier. Very well. 1 year from now, I shall assist you in eliminating Buu, and I will locate him. Upon hearing Broly's proclamation, both were momentarily taken aback by his capabilities. After all, after Babidi sealed Buu, he completely vanished, leaving no trace for them to follow. The reason they were eventually able to find Buu was due to Babidi's ostentatious behavior, parading around with the king of the demon world. What are you searching for? He's clearly right here on Earth. We simply don't know where he's buried. When the time comes, we can wish for him with the dragon. He observed the two below, who were jubilant, and couldn't help but shake his head. The gods of the seventh universe had a complex situation to navigate. Chapter 33. The Old Kaioshin Within the Divine Sword. Even if your aura is immensely powerful, how can we be certain you are not deceiving the gods? After all, we are unaware of the extent of your true strength. Suddenly, God Jebet interjected. Is that so? In that case, how shall I prove myself? He retorted, gazing at the other party. Rising, Jebet turned to Exion, Lord Kaioshin. Let this human attempt to draw the Kaioshin sword. If he cannot even draw the divine sword, then there is no hope of defeating Bo. Hesitant, Exion instinctively glanced at Broly, who merely smirked, and then waved his hand. Let it be as you wish. Your concern is entirely understandable. After all, you are a Kaioshin, one of the few deities in this universe. Let it be as Jebet suggests. Allow me to demonstrate the legendary Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan? The two exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing his words. Ahem. Very well. Allow me to enlighten you. He cleared his throat and donned a prophetic demeanor. The legendary Super Saiyan. Within my race, there exists a prophecy. Every 1,000 years, a legendary warrior is born. Their power, fueled by rage, appears boundless and inexhaustible. As they age, their combat prowess automatically increases. Their growth is rapid, and their power can seemingly escalate endlessly. With that, he concentrated his energy, gripping his hands tightly, and let out a commanding shout. His hair began to shift and sway as a golden aura enveloped him. With signs of vertical spikes emerging at the crown of his head, white lightning crackled around him as the ground beneath him was covered with layers of impact craters. With a thunderous sound, a green-haired Saiyan hovered in midair, layers of green energy oscillating between his hands. This power! Jebet was astonished by the Super Saiyan, while Exion stood in stunned silence. A towering figure with muscular prowess, an energy aura embodying primal strength floated before them. This is the Super Saiyan. Upon landing, he clenched his fists once more, and a surge of power erupted from within. The Kaioshin realm trembled under the roar of this power. This is the Super Saiyan 2. Green light radiated from him in all directions, illuminating the surroundings with a blinding brilliance. The furious energy surged into the clouds. Boom! In the colossal impact crater, a figure floated, with hair standing even more defiantly, accompanied by crackling sparks of electricity. How about that? I am the legendary warrior, he proclaimed confidently to the two. Impressive. This aura surpasses even that of Bo. Victory is within reach. This universe may yet find redemption. Exion exclaimed excitedly, then cautiously asked, Are there others like you among the Saiyans? He shook his head in response. No, I am the sole survivor of the Saiyan planet's destruction. It would be a joke to have more than one glowing warrior. Why bother with such knowledge? At your young age, shouldn't you focus on eating and drinking? I see. Exion replied, patting his chest in relief. He understood the little concerns of the Kaioshin. He feared that Saiyans might end up like Bo. However, it mattered little. The Saiyans had become an endangered species in the universe. But do not forget, Lord Kaioshin. Suddenly he said, looking up at the sky. Take me to the place where the Kaioshin sword is sealed. The Kaioshin realm is vast, and he could only rely on these two. He hoped to once again unleash his potential. The stronger, the better. Your strength has already earned our recognition. Why cling to the past? Looking at Exion and Jebet, he teased, Take me there. Once we arrive, I shall present you with an unexpected surprise. With a mysterious demeanor, the two could only lead the way. Then please follow us. Regardless, it is worth a try? Very well. With a whoosh, the three in the sky formed a formation of two in front and one behind. The Kaioshin realm is a verdant planet, a vibrant green world. A planet brimming with life, referring to the flora and the essence of nature. As the unique ability of the Kaioshin is creation, they are responsible for crafting planets, creating life, and generating vitality. This is their divine duty. Of course, Broly did not wish to miss this opportunity. How beautiful! He marveled, realizing that besides Namek, the Kaioshin realm was also a lush green paradise, reminiscent of Earth's ecology. Observing the scenery below, he couldn't help but express his awe. Broly, we have arrived. Listening to the words ahead, he also prepared for the descent. The landing site was a high cliff. He gazed at the only small peak surrounding him. Tap, tap, tap. The three of them looked around at the divine sword. which was firmly embedded in the ground, leaving only the hilt exposed. This was indeed the Jian Wang Shun Jian, Xian remarked, gazing at the sword's hilt embedded in the earth. He crouched down to examine the intricate runes on its surface, which seemed to be the seal left by the destroyer god to contain the old Jian Wang Shun. Why not give it a try and see if you can pull the sword out? Xian urged him. As far as I know, this sword has a very ancient history, yet no one has managed to draw it out. However, the previous Jian Wang Shun once told me a legend. Whoever pulls it out may gain immense power. Hearing the Jian Wang Shun praise the sword so highly, he could not help but roll his eyes, attributing it to the declining prowess of the Jian Wang Shun lineage, which had resulted in the loss of their legacy due to their weakness. Noticing his skeptical expression, Jebite chimed in. Please, have faith in our Jian Wang Shun. There indeed exists such a saying in the legends. The one who draws it will acquire tremendous strength. Chapter 34. The old Jian Wang Shun from 15 generations ago. He decided to disregard the two of them and focused on swiftly pulling out the divine sword, hoping to awaken the potential of the old Jian Wang Shun, which was the true path. He grasped the hilt with one hand and exerted force. A slight cracking sound emanated from the sword, followed by a series of sharp noises. This can't be possible, Jebite exclaimed in astonishment, watching the sword tremble. Crack! With the surge of his energy, the sword was effortlessly drawn from the ground. I did it! Xian exclaimed joyfully, holding the sword aloft. On the other side, Jebite seemed incredulous, his eyes wide, his breath quickening. Is this the Super Saiyan? It's truly unbelievable. Hearing Jebite's words, he chuckled. It's no big deal. This is the legendary warrior, the Super Saiyan. Watch closely. As he spoke, he gripped the Jian Wang Shun Jian and began to swing it. At first, it felt heavy, but soon it became remarkably light, suggesting an increase in strength. Isn't this merely an adaptation? He pondered. How about you, Broly? Do you feel an increase in your inner power? After a moment of daze, Xian turned to inquire. Power? He observed their expressions, deciding against dampening their spirits and instead contemplating how to break the sword. As he swung it, he couldn't help but admire the quality that Beerus had procured. He then turned to Xian, recalling that this fellow possessed the hardest metal in the universe. Jian Wang Shun, do you have anything exceptionally hard? I wish to test the sharpness of the Jian Wang Shun Jian. Of course. The Jian Wang Shun responded, manipulating a floating metallic block in the air. Let us use this. It's the hardest metal in the universe, Thunder Steel. Are you ready? I'm going to throw it. Xian looked at him. He also assumed the stance to wield the sword. Bring it on. I'm ready. Unconsciously, he gazed eagerly at the metal, thinking, come on, break already, divine sword. Here it comes. He shouted as the metallic block descended from above, crashing down with a resounding clang as the sword struck it. Boom. The metallic block flew backward, crashing into a mountain, and the sound echoed from the sword's tip to the ears of the three. The two stared at the severed divine sword, utterly astonished. It broke. He gleefully watched the blade fall to the ground, finally rejoicing. The other two, still in disbelief, stammered. How is this possible? The Jian Wang Shun Jian, the most formidable sword in the universe. Oh no, will we have to compensate? He observed their dazed expressions, as if their souls had yet to return. How could this be? This is the most powerful sword in the universe. Jebite added. It's also the mightiest sword in the sacred realm. He discarded the broken sword, gazing at the two, though this sword is of little use. My wrist strength has increased significantly. However, there is no way I'm compensating for it. You can forget about that. Wrist strength. The Jian Wang Shun exclaimed, realizing. Could it be that your strength has already transferred into you? Hence, the sword broke. Listening to the Jian Wang Shun's words, Jebite concurred. Your power must have increased. If you can achieve this without becoming a Super Saiyan, then what will happen when you transform? As they spoke, a spark reignited in their eyes. He, witnessing this, found himself at a loss for words, pondering the implications deeply. Not quite like that. Suddenly, an elderly voice emerged from behind them, sending a shiver down their spines. In front of him, he glanced at the figure behind Xian, an elderly man with a frail appearance, adorned in Jian Wang Shun attire. Wearing two patera earrings, it was none other than the old Jian Wang Shun, sealed by Beerus within the divine sword, the East Jian Wang Shun's predecessor. The great Jian Wang Shun from 15 generations ago had been sealed by Beerus 75 million years prior due to a disagreement during a discussion. The patera earrings. varying in color according to rank, were gold for the great Jian Wang Shun, green for the Jian Wang Shun, and red, orange, or purple for the trainee Jian Wang Shun. Non-divine beings wore blue. The Jian Wang Shun and the Destroyer God held a co-worker relationship, both being of equal status in the creation and destruction of planets. Yet their differing ideologies led to a strained relationship. However, every 1,000 years, the Destroyer Gods and Jian Wang Shun would convene for an adjustment meeting to discuss necessary modifications among planets, human civilizations, evolutionary stages, and the justifiability of a planet's existence, allowing both parties to comprehend each other, a point of contention that ultimately led to the old Jian Wang Shun's sealing by Beerus for 75 million years. The reason for his aged appearance stemmed from both the lengthy seal and the fact that, in his youth, an old witch had stealthily removed his patera earrings. Thus, the two became fused into this form. The two gazed at the elderly figure with terror in their eyes. "Greetings, old Jian Wang Shun," he called out to the elder. Old Jian Wang Shun. Exion and Jebite stared blankly at the ancient man nearing 70. Huh, I can't believe you actually know me. He then turned to Exion. "I am the Jian Wang Shun from 15 generations ago." The Jian Wang Shun from 15 generations ago? The astonished duo listened intently. The old Jian Wang Shun continued, "Indeed. Long ago, there was a formidable and wicked being, not the current Majin Bu, who sealed me within that sword, fearing my terrifying power." Broly crossed his arms, quietly listening, likely thinking no fool would believe this. Is that so? He turned towards the source of the voice, realizing he had underestimated the current Jian Wang Shun's foolishness. Cough, cough, cough. The old Jian Wang Shun cleared his throat, hands clasped behind his back. "I have finally emerged. Woohoo! Ancestor, please swiftly deal with Majin Bu," Exion pleaded, wiping tears from his eyes. Upon hearing this, the old Jian Wang Shun immediately coughed again. Cough, cough. "What instills fear in others is not merely power, but the terrifying abilities I possess." In essence, he was but a weakling. Chapter 35, Awakening Potential Once More. Abilities? Is it possible that Exion's words tremble uncontrollably amidst expressions of joy? This foolish individual is lost in his own thoughts again. Observing him, Broly cannot help but question how such a mind could ascend to the position of Jia Wang Shun. Then it dawned on him that this fellow is merely an intern Jia Wang Shun, as the other Jia Wang Shuns have all perished, leaving him to take their place. "Do you wish to know my abilities?" Upon hearing the words of the old Jia Wang Shun, Exion fervently nodded. "Please enlighten me, esteemed ancestor, about your powers. Curious, are you? I shan't reveal it to you." He then stuck out his tongue playfully towards Exion. Lulu. Beside them, Jebite couldn't help but be astonished. Your ability must be to awaken the potential in others." The sudden voice caused him to glance at Broly, who was also taken aback by the old Jia Wang Shun's response. "How do you know?" He leaned closer to the old Jia Wang Shun's ear, whispering, "If you help me unleash my potential, I'll bring beautiful ladies for you to see." "Really? You mustn't deceive me." He patted his chest, gazing into the old Jia Wang Shun's large eyes. "You can count on me." The two bystanders, curious about Broly and the old Jia Wang Shun's hushed conversation, inched closer, whispering to each other while casting glances at the old Jia Wang Shun. "Ahem, you are the current Jia Wang Shun, are you not? Did you not wish to learn about my abilities?" The old Jia Wang Shun addressed them. "My ability is such that no matter how powerful an individual is, I can awaken their potential, allowing them to transcend their limits once more." The two listeners were utterly astonished. Exion, gazing at the old Jia Wang Shun, showered him with extravagant praise, unable to contain his admiration, akin to a screwdriver enamored with the wheels of a grand automobile. The old Jia Wang Shun sighed. "I have waited within the divine sword, thinking that it would be some Jia Wang Shun who would pull it out and set me free. Little did I expect that the quality of Jia Wang Shuns would decline with each generation. My sincerest apologies." Exion lowered his head in remorse. Ignoring him, the old Jia Wang Shun took a few steps forward and waved at Broly. "Come here. I shall help you awaken your potential, enabling you to surpass your limits once again." "Thank you." "All right, stand still." The old Jia Wang Shun then opened his arms towards him. "Do not move, or it will affect the process." "Understood. Are we about to begin?" How exhilarating. The thought of his power doubling once more, of breaking through his limits, made his heart race wildly. Exion and Jebite, watching the two move to an open area, inhaled deeply, eager to witness the old ancestor's ability. Shall we commence? He observed the old Jie Wangshun's every action. The old Jie Wangshun formed a circle around him, then began to move his fists rhythmically, akin to a martial stance, while chanting loudly, la la la, ooh la la la, ooh la la la, ooh la la la. Not only Xian, but Jie Baite, too, found himself utterly dumbfounded. Although he anticipated such a spectacle, witnessing it firsthand was still quite blinding. Excuse me, esteemed ancestor, how long will this take? Upon hearing Xian's inquiry, the old Jie Wangshun, panting, replied, the ritual will require 5 hours. Enhancing power will take 20 hours. Do not disturb me. Well, what? 25 hours? Upon hearing the Jie Wangshun's exchange, Xian felt his mind go numb. La la la, ooh la la la, ooh la la la, ooh la la la. The haunting melody of torment echoed relentlessly in his mind. Jie Baite, do you think it would be inappropriate for us to leave now? Indeed. The two stood like straw men, watching the ritual unfold with the old Jie Wangshun, while Broly resembled a mere wooden figure. A breathless voice emerged from the old Jie Wangshun. La la la, ooh la la la, ooh la la la, ooh. With each step, his fists danced, the sound reverberating like a chorus. Lord Pilaf, is this it? Xiao Wu pointed at the electric rice cooker on the ground. Hee. Indeed. It is said to contain the legendary demon King Piccolo. Lord Pilaf chuckled, inadvertently kicking the rice cooker over. Ah, the demon King Piccolo. Xiao Wu and Xiao huddled together. The demon King Piccolo. Unaware of the situation, Lord Pilaf continued to laugh. No, no, Lord Pilaf. Xiao Wu pointed at the trembling figure, speechless. You two gluttons. The demon King Piccolo is right before you. The rice cooker had opened, revealing a towering figure, causing Piccolo's lips to quiver. Demon King Piccolo. The three shrank into a corner, trembling incessantly. I have emerged. At long last, I am free. Ha! Amidst the thunder and lightning, an aged voice laughed uproariously. Sit down. Listening to the old Jie Wangshun's words, he sighed. Grateful that this nightmare had finally come to an end. The two seated cross-legged, huffing and puffing. Damn it, this scoundrel is asleep? The sounds of deep slumber echoed in his ears. Yet, in the instant his eyes opened, the old Jie Wangshun's hands were still channeling their abilities. Realizing this, he felt embarrassed to say anything. Was this a special ability? Meanwhile, beneath the tree, one individual sat observing the old Jie Wangshun, while the other casually read a comic. Huh. He watched the old Jie Wangshun, while simultaneously enjoying an adult comic, laughing heartily. No matter how one viewed it, this fellow seemed unreliable. However, glancing at Xian beneath the tree, he shook his head, conceding that the old Jie Wangshun was indeed the more dependable one. The old Jie Wangshun's potential unlocking was imperceptible, unlike the Namekian elder, who could sense the power expanding exponentially. The old Jie Wangshun quietly guided the immense power within, resulting in a noticeable transformation at the moment of explosive release. His calm demeanor stemmed from enduring 2 years of monotonous training. He was unbothered by the sight of the laughing Jie Wangshun engrossed in his comic. Jie Baite, did Broly just shake his head at me? Xian looked up at the towering Jie Baite. Indeed, Lord Jie Wangshun. The two exchanged glances before turning their attention back to the two in the open space. Chapter 36. Training in the Realm of Jie Wangshun. Alright, it is complete. The old Jie Wangshun remarked while flipping through his comic. Oh, has it succeeded? Upon hearing his words, the old Jie Wangshun nodded to himself, then returned to his comic. Rising, he clenched his fist and looked at the old Jie Wangshun. Then I shall transform into a Super Saiyan. Observing the unresponsive old Jie Wangshun, he wondered if he had become addicted to his reading. Regardless, he wanted to test his newfound strength to ascertain its ultimate extent. Boom. My comic magazine. The tremendous energy blast sent the old Jie Wangshun flying, along with Xian and Jie Baite, uprooting the surrounding flora and even the ground beneath. Incredible. This power. He could hardly comprehend the magnitude of this strength. Gazing at the devastation around him was undeniably overwhelming. Such power could wreak havoc with the slightest display. Fool. Transforming so close. Do you wish to murder the Jie Wangshun? Rising from the ground, the old Jie Wangshun brushed off fragments of his comic. Fortunately, you are unscathed, he said, cradling the comic in his arms. So how is it? Has your power significantly increased? Is there any difference? Listening to Xian's inquiry, he was at a loss for words, shaking his head, then nodding slowly. This power had become increasingly outrageous. Lord Jia Wangshun, I wish to test my strength. Please, step back. Upon hearing his request, the trio quickly retreated, seemingly transported by Jia Baite to an unknown planet. The transformation was devoid of elaborate displays. Merely full power manifested as green energy. Yet, he was astonished to sense something peculiar within his body, as if something was about to emerge. Could this be the so-called breakthrough to the realm of the divine? He suddenly contemplated this notion but quickly dismissed it, for he had yet to attain the divine aura. However, Dog Kong and his companions were mere mortals who had achieved the super blue transformation. Could it be that their connection with the divine aura was the reason? The god of destruction and the supreme Kai both embodied divine essence. He felt compelled to test this theory. With fists clenched and teeth gritted, he emitted a low, rumbling sound, A tremendous aura erupted from within him, causing the entire sky to transform into a vibrant green hue. The power surged forth, intensifying in the darkness, where a brilliant green light sparkled. Lightning crackled around him, expanding with ferocity, producing sounds reminiscent of thunder. It seemed as if he had reached a limit beyond that of Super Saiyan 2, somewhat akin to Karafura, where the strength of Super Saiyan 2 surpassed that of Super Saiyan 3. Yet, he remained in the form of Super Saiyan 2, not having attained Super Saiyan 3, nonetheless. His power had already reached the level of Super Saiyan 3. The crater beneath him widened, extending dozens of meters, as a peculiar reverse flow of air began to manifest in the sky. A transformation resonated across the heavens, abruptly ceasing. But his form was enveloped in a layer of dark green flames, gradually coalescing into a humanoid shape, radiating white light. With a crash, the sound of shattering glass echoed as the figure's head, body, and feet disintegrated into a mirror-like fragmentation. Dark green hair and eyebrows flickered with the same green flames, and the tail swaying behind him transformed into a dark green hue. On a desolate, overgrown planet, three figures lay amidst the shrubs, a glass orb resting atop a wooden surface. Indeed, this was the treasure of the old Supreme Kai, capable of projecting images over vast distances, strikingly similar to the glass bead belonging to the old fortune teller. This is the divine aura. Upon hearing the old Supreme Kai's words, Xian and Jibit were utterly astonished. The divine aura, the very essence of the divine. It could be cultivated postnatally, and prolonged contact with deities would imbue one with divine essence. However, divine aura was imperceptible, meaning only human essence could sense it. Divine essence was nearly introspective. The divine aura. Xian, feeling fortunate, patted his chest, saying, Ancestor, I intended to tell you something earlier. Since he has cultivated divine aura, he is deemed worthy. I wish for him to become the Supreme Kai. Upon hearing Xian's words, the old Supreme Kai exclaimed, How could you appoint him as the Supreme Kai? The Supreme Kai is a deity responsible for creating life. He pointed at the figure within the glass orb. Look at him. How could he be fit to serve as a steadfast Supreme Kai? In my opinion, he is more suited to be a god of destruction. Creating planets and life isn't quite his calling. The old Supreme Kai shook his head at Xian. But I have already promised him, Xian said, bowing his head in remorse. The old Supreme Kai sighed. Well, if you agree, then so be it. After all, a god of destruction is merely a being who sleeps all day. Thud. Hearing the ancestor's words, Xian collapsed to the ground, momentarily stunned by the stark contrast. By the way, ancestor, Xian looked to the old Supreme Kai. What exactly is a god of destruction, and what lies above them? Smack. The irate old Supreme Kai slapped down. No wonder this generation of Supreme Kais is so incompetent. They handed the position to others. I can't believe you don't even know what exists above the gods of destruction. The old Supreme Kai continued. The gods of destruction are merely beings who understand destruction. Our roles are inversely related. We create, while they annihilate. Every planet we create. The gods of destruction are entitled to inspect, deeming which planets are unfit and destroying them. Just like in this world, where there is life, there is death. This is the law. Our duty as Supreme Kais is to safeguard and observe development and creation. Consider a planet, once created. We witness its evolutionary history from primitive civilization to technological advancement, observing the growth of all beings. This is the function of the Supreme Kai's time ring. allowing us to traverse the river of history and witness humanity's development and transformation. This is our guardianship. Beside them, Xion and Jibit listened in astonishment, realizing the complexity of the Supreme Kai role far exceeded their expectations. I thought it was merely about creating planets. Slap. You are the worst Supreme Kai I have ever encountered. The old Supreme Kai, exasperated by Xion's ignorance, fumed. I apologize, Xion said, lowering his head in shame. Humph. Enough of that. I am old now. The future rests on your generation. You should learn how to be a competent Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai smiled then, with hands on his hips, continued, to get back on track. Above the angels is the Grand Minister, and above the Grand Minister is the Omni King, the highest deity known across all universes. As they absorbed the old Supreme Kai's words, both Xion and Jibit displayed expressions of utter bewilderment. The Omni King. The Omni King is the supreme deity of the universe, and we currently reside in the 7th universe. There are a total of 12 universes. This means that each universe has its own Supreme Kai, God of Destruction, and angels, each fulfilling their duties, with Supreme Kais, like us, responsible for creating planets. The two stared in awe. 12 universes. The revelation continuously reshaped Xion's understanding, leaving him unable to calm his excitement. Chapter 37. The True God. Ha. He laughed uncontrollably at his transformation, exclaiming, "This is the Super Saiyan God. Let us call it the Super Saiyan God's super green form. Perhaps it could rival Beerus. If Super Blue can compel you to unleash 2/3 of your power, what might the super green form achieve?" He marveled at the power coursing through him. Such terrifying talent. To have cultivated divine aura. The figure behind him was none other than the old Supreme Kai, having seemingly returned via Jibit's teleportation. I believe Xion has already informed you of my desire to become the Supreme Kai. Indeed. The old Supreme Kai nodded. But what is your true purpose? You wouldn't imply that you wish to obtain the time ring for some ulterior motive, would you? A sharp gaze emanated from the old Supreme Kai. You are quite astute. Your mind is quick to comprehend. That child is hopeless. I wish to obtain the time ring. He boldly confessed, and become the Supreme Kai, seeking the limits of different dimensions, pursuing mightier opponents. This is my ambition. Isn't that commendable? If it weren't for me, you would still be trapped within the divine sword. And Xion, awaiting the resurrection of Majin Buu, would undoubtedly meet his demise. In other words, I am aiding the divine, restoring its greatness and saving the beings of this universe. What objection can there be regarding this Supreme Kai position? After a moment of silence, the old Supreme Kai regarded him thoughtfully, seemingly struggling with the decision. Resigned, he sighed. Very well. He leaned closer to the Supreme Kai's ear. I can take you to the human world and arrange for you to meet a dozen beautiful girls. How does that sound? Ah, really? Of course. The old Supreme Kai cleared his throat. In truth, I believe you possess great potential to become a deity. At the very least, you surpass Xion by a considerable margin. So, from this day forth, you shall be the Supreme Kai. However, the great Supreme Kai will still be Xion. I can grant you the time ring. Thank you. Old Supreme Kai. He bowed deeply to the elder. Meanwhile, Xion felt a pang of bitterness, desperately wanting to know what Broly had said to amuse the ancestors so greatly. Additionally, I would like to spend some time in the Supreme Kai realm to review some materials and refine my divine essence. He glanced at Xion. You wouldn't oppose this, would you? Hearing this, Xion could only smile wryly. Well, since I'm a useless being, if you are now the Supreme Kai, you're certainly welcome to stay here. Coming here for idle chatter must have some ulterior motive. The deity possesses an abundance of extraordinary abilities. Failing to learn even a modicum from this experience would render the visit futile. Most importantly, there exists the divine language. As he, having ascended to the position of Kaioshin due to the Super Dragon Balls, comprehends only the divine tongue, the angels will undoubtedly permit him passage. And at least the angels of the 6th universe shall not pose significant challenges. The entirety of the 6th universe's possessions, attributed to Kampa, is hardly an exaggeration. Yet the Destroyer God is exceedingly fond of slumber, resulting in the angels remaining inactive, thereby averting other complications. Cursed be this incomprehensible script. He perused the vast knowledge repository of the great Kaioshin. Perhaps it harbors secrets yet to be unveiled. Meanwhile, all known Kaioshin of the 7th universe have perished, leaving the inexperienced Shin in the role of the great Kaioshin. Although the old Kaioshin has been released from his seal, The connection to Beerus remains tethered to Shin. With a decisive clap, he closed the tome and brewed a pot of tea, reclining in a wooden chair with his legs crossed. The old Kaioshin had cautioned him, "Your desire for destruction is excessive. With the enhancement of your inner power, you shall inevitably lose your true essence. One should not merely revert to primal instincts. Furthermore, I witnessed the cause of the destruction of Planet Vegeta. I implore you, as a deity, to refrain from excessively interfering with humanity. Additionally, the slumbering Lord Beerus may remain in his deep sleep for an indeterminate period, perhaps thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of years. The duties of a destroyer god accumulate in abundance, and I hope you refrain from meddling. For there are far too many planets of poor quality. Should our superiors discover our transgressions, we too shall face punishment." Initially incomprehensible, a sudden clarity dawned upon him. For in the original narrative, Broly's overwhelming power caused him great distress. If not released, his body would suffer, and encountering Kakarot only exacerbated his irritability. Although he was uncertain of the reasons that enabled him to control his body, he did not dismiss the old Kaioshin's words. For the transformation into Super Saiyan is inherently violent, compelling him to cultivate serenity through tea brewing. Unexpectedly, he pondered whether he might spare Frieza. Surely, Vegeta could not be so easily forgiven. That scoundrel nearly caused Vegeta to be reincarnated. As the saying goes, the sins of the father are borne by the son. In a fleeting moment, he found himself liberated from animosity. What fault lay with Frieza? Is it wrong to aspire to be a real estate magnate? From the beginning, he merely wished to grow 5 centimeters taller, to appear as if he were still maturing. Generally, Frieza does not slay those who plead for mercy. On the contrary, he admires their talents, inviting them to join him with provisions and accommodations, not to mention the promise of planets. He recalled how Vegeta had procured a multitude of planets for Frieza. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock brought him back to reality, and he turned to see Shin entering. "This is for you. Consume this, and you shall become a true deity." He gazed at the treasure box Shin presented, and upon opening it, a brilliant golden light emanated from within, revealing an extraordinarily golden fruit. "What is this?" "This is the fruit born of the sacred tree from planet Kai. We, the Kaioshin, are also known as Shenron. Do we eat humans?" He had not anticipated that the fruit represented a life. He was uncertain, merely aware that it would grant vitality and a divine aura. Chuckling, Shin reassured him, "No, it is not cannibalism. During this period, it is merely a fruit, and not all fruits guarantee the birth of a life. Even if it does spawn a life, one cannot ensure it is not a malevolent one. You may consider it a divine artifact, for we Kaioshin are not truly human." "Oh, thank you." He embraced Shin briefly. Though Shin may be a bit foolish, he possesses a genuinely kind heart. Consuming this fruit will undoubtedly transform his essence into a divine aura. Moreover, it should elevate his vitality, transitioning him from a human form into that of a deity. He grasped the fruit, examining it before taking a decisive bite. Crunch. Munch. The flavor was vastly superior to that of the spirit fruit tree. Boom. As he sensed the aura radiating from his body, he recognized that he no longer bore the essence of humanity. This is the true meaning of divinity. Chapter 38. The Duality of Good and Evil. Cursed be it. Perhaps I should abandon my studies altogether. It has been nearly a year. The Dragon Balls should have revived by now. He glanced at the ancient clock nestled in the corner, preparing to depart the realm of the Kaioshin. The divine language is too arduous and requires immense effort. However, his year's endeavors yielded fruitful results. At the very least, he now possesses a compact space for storing sins of beings, along with the acquisition of healing and purification techniques. An attire, cough, cough. Such sophistication cannot be forsaken. He refrained from donning the garb of the Kaioshin, for it was far too unappealing. He preferred his original Broly ensemble. "Are you leaving?" Shin inquired upon witnessing his preparations. He smiled knowingly. "What? Do you not wish for me to depart? You should focus on learning from the old Kaioshin. I have no interest in creation. By the way, a year has nearly passed. I will take this opportunity to resolve matters with Bu. Then, I shall return for the time ring. Please safeguard it for me." As he observed the departing figure, Shin's lips twitched involuntarily, for the time ring had been deceitfully taken. Within a resplendent hall, a green-skinned Namekian loomed atop a grand seat. Towering several meters tall, he rendered humans exceptionally diminutive. The magical symbol emblazoned upon his chest signified the rejuvenated demon King Piccolo. Hee hee. The scheming Pilaf chuckled, gazing up at the imposing figure. Congratulations, Demon King Piccolo, on your conquest of the world once more. We have tirelessly sought out the means to unseal you, even providing you with details about the martial arts tournament and the secrets of the Dragon Balls. As he spoke, the Rice King gazed fervently at Piccolo, his hands anxiously rubbing together. Beside him, Mai and Shu nodded eagerly, offering their congratulations. Huh. Conquering the world is a trivial task for me. Piccolo replied with a sardonic smile regarding the Pilaf trio, but what exactly do you wish to convey? Sensing the chill emanating from Piccolo, the trio shivered uncontrollably. And no, it is nothing of great importance. They quickly gathered their courage to say, we merely hope you can grant us half of the world. As Piccolo's gaze narrowed dangerously upon them, Pilaf, realizing the situation was dire, stammered nervously. How about this? A third of the world? No, a quarter. Just 1/5 will suffice. Very well, I shall consider it. Yes, we shall await your favorable news. The trio exhaled in relief as they exited, wiping the sweat from their brows. After a brief silence, an anxious voice emerged from above. Dambalin. Dolam, are you certain that all martial artists in this world have been eliminated? Yes. According to the tournament's records, they have all been dealt with. The speaker was a winged humanoid creature. That is reassuring. I certainly do not wish to encounter another individual capable of utilizing the Mafuba technique like Master Roshi. Now that I have regained my youth and the eternal dragon is no more, this world shall be mine to govern. Fearing the eternal dragon could threaten him, Piccolo extinguished its life after making his wish. Lord Deity. Bobo gazed anxiously at the deity, who cast a complex glance towards the mortal realm. Sighing deeply, he said, Bobo, in my life, by killing me, the Demon King Piccolo will perish as well. The humans of Earth will be saved. He observed the suffering of mortals below. As the Demon King Piccolo had successfully seized control of the underworld and was mercilessly slaughtering humanity, the Red Ribbon Army, which he had thought defeated, had been annihilated. In a bid to seize the Dragon Balls, they had fallen victim to Piccolo's offspring, while Piccolo himself had ruthlessly purged the martial artists and exterminated the Red Ribbon Army, including the initial androids, all at the hands of his minions. Android 8, with a battle power of 200, represented the pinnacle of the Red Ribbon Army's might at that time. Furthermore, there is Tao Bai Bai, who possesses a remarkable combat power of 220, swiftly defeating General Blue. He gazed at the scene before him, utterly perplexed by the sight of the deity with closed eyes and outstretched hands, while Bobo seemed to be hesitating. What a curious pair of master and servant. Were they perhaps engaged in some unspoken secret? Yet, one bore a dark complexion and the other a green hue, revealing their abnormality. What game are you playing? He inquired, bewildered by their actions. Both were startled by the sudden voice, turning to face him, their expressions shifting to one of utter shock. He had approached them silently, devoid of any detectable human presence, leaving them bewildered, for the deity was only aware of the existence of the Kaioshin and knew nothing more, let alone the Kaioshin gods and their divine essence. It is you, the deity exclaimed upon seeing him. You have returned. The Demon King Piccolo has been resurrected, and he has slain the dragon. Oh, he has been revived, he replied nonchalantly, his eyes widening in astonishment. What was that you just mentioned? The Demon King Piccolo, my evil self, has returned and regained his youth. No. The latter part. He said uncertainly. The dragon is dead. Bang. What? My dragon. Upon hearing this, he furiously descended below. Boom. Like an atomic bomb, the atmosphere shifted and even the clouds transformed, casting the sky into a dark green hue reminiscent of the apocalypse. The ground had officially taken control of the nation, and the slaughter had ceased, as it seemed that the Demon King Piccolo desired to be a good ruler. No. He merely found the idea of ruling alone uninteresting. As long as there was no resistance, most would retain their lives, of course, except for the demon race's appetite. The demon race's menu also included humans. Under Piccolo's dominion, humans were treated like livestock, raised for consumption. In an effort to prevent the Demon King Piccolo from wreaking havoc upon the world, Wu Tai Do, a martial artist, led his disciples to eliminate him. However, they suffered a defeat worse than that of monkeys. By accident, they unlocked the Demon Seal Wave and sealed the Demon King Piccolo, but he perished from exhaustion. Master Roshi and Master Crane, seemingly the weakest, were protected by their senior brothers, managing to hold out until Wu Tai Do's arrival. Yet, due to differing ideologies, they ultimately parted ways. Chapter 39. The Reunited Deity. How indulgent. Residing in such a grand palace, it is even larger than my Kaioshin realm. Truly, I must punish you, mere mortal, for your misdeeds. Swish. A dragon claw from the heavens swiftly descended. He observed this creature, seemingly Piccolo's first offspring. Bang, 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 boom. He quietly watched the attack from the creature before him. It appeared the opponent had also sensed something amiss, wearing an expression of disbelief. How could this be possible? A combat power of 240. That is merely 1,000th of my own power. Observing the aura, Danbabai also sensed the impending danger and shouted towards the sky. Duo Lamu, come help me. Sha, sha. The sound of wings spread rapidly descended from the sky. He glanced up to see yet another being with hundreds of combat power. I have no time to play with you. Die. Whoosh. Energy surged in his right hand, which he hurled towards the opponent. Boom. A blinding white light engulfed the two before him, leaving no trace behind. He surveyed the exterior of the palace before stepping inside, where walls adorned with gold and silver treasures sparkled, and even the floor gleamed with a golden hue. Gold. He continued deeper, having no concept of money. Tap, tap. How leisurely this is. Waiting here for me. It is you. You killed my child. With a swish, two red beams shot from the Demon King Piccolo's eyes, striking his chest, but to no avail. Haha, I hit you. Piccolo exclaimed, elated. He merely cast a fleeting glance at the being with combat power beneath him. Was his mind clouded? Did he truly believe himself to be the pinnacle of power in this world? Utilizing the dragon to regain his youth merely brought him to his peak, which was around a combat power of 480. Truly, it had no effect whatsoever. He addressed the opponent. Ha! Mere bravado is useless. As he spoke, Piccolo struck with a knife hand. Crack, crack, crack. How is this possible? He exclaimed, disbelief washing over him. Boom. An overwhelming force sent Piccolo flying, blood spewing from his mouth. Bang. He landed on the desolate ground. Tap, tap. He leisurely exited the grand hall, while in another corner, expressions of astonishment were evident. He chose to ignore them, suspecting they were merely excess individuals plotting to assassinate the Demon King Piccolo. Those on the ground crawled up shakily, their eyes filled with venomous hatred, fixating on the corridor of the palace. How infuriating. I, the Demon King Piccolo, am the sole ruler of this world. With gritted teeth, he declared, I will not let you go. Never. Crack. Veins bulged as Piccolo clenched his fists, unleashing a desperate roar. Veins throbbed, muscles began to swell, and the aura surrounding the Demon King Piccolo coalesced. Observing this, he chuckled, gathering power within. Are we? He suddenly recalled that the Demon King Piccolo possessed the ability to manipulate energy. Boom. Piccolo extended a finger toward him, and with a whoosh, a massive red beam coalesced at his fingertip. He opened his 5 fingers wide. You're finished. Wong, wong, wong. A colossal wave of fiery energy enveloped Broly, followed by the explosive sound akin to an atomic bomb. A massive white cloud erupted. Haha, surely he must be dead now. Piccolo laughed heartily, gazing into the blinding light, the intense radiance erasing everything around him. A gust of wind swept through, lamenting the desolation of this place. Ha! Everything has ended. He is certainly reduced to ashes. Piccolo panted, laughing maniacally. Bang! A sudden sound caused Piccolo to freeze, his laughter abruptly halting. He rose, lifting the stones that had pinned him down, using purification techniques to restore his appearance. As pristine garments reappeared upon him, even his tattered clothes transformed into new attire. No, it cannot be. How is this possible? Unharmed. In a panic, Piccolo stumbled back a few steps. He dared not touch him for fear that even a light graze would shatter him, as he still hoped to utilize the dragon to fulfill his desires. At that moment, Piccolo turned and attempted to flee into the sky. You think you can escape using the instant transmission? Not a chance. Swish. He swiftly teleported, seizing Piccolo's shoulder. Crack. A loud cry erupted from Piccolo's shoulder. Oops, I might have gripped a bit too hard, he said, tightening his hold on Piccolo, channeling purification energy through him. Sparkling light points blossomed in his hand. This technique, learned from the old Kaioshin, was specifically intended for Piccolo, as he and the deity shared a singular existence. If one perished, so would the other. Even severe injuries would mutually affect them. He aimed to eradicate the evil heart of the malevolent self, allowing the deity to merge once more. Thus, there would be no substantial issues, and their combined strength would be enhanced, allowing the Dragon Balls to gain potency. Sha. In a grand temple, precisely situated atop the Karen Tower, the deity Bobo remained in his original spot, observing as he held the Demon King Piccolo aloft. Thud. He tossed Piccolo at the deity's feet. Hurry and assimilate him. Thus, there will no longer be any malevolent entities. I have already purified his wicked heart. Purified? The divine being pondered something and boldly spoke. Have you perhaps ascended to divinity? I can no longer sense your aura. Such a purifying ability must belong solely to a deity, no? He chuckled softly, offering no rebuttal. Indeed, I have become a god. I have ascended to the position of the Kaishin. With a charming flick, he adjusted the green earring adorning his ear. How does it feel to transform into your complete form? He inquired of the divine being. Although uncertain of what fusion felt like, he perceived the sorrow of the old Kaishin, who insisted on safeguarding the earring at all costs. The mere thought of it being worn by some ancient witch, especially one endowed with divine authority, sent shivers down his spine. This aura and power, the divine being exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He glanced and realized it was merely several tens of millions, not even reaching 100 million in battle power. Subsequently, he understood that the divine beings had scarcely trained in ages. Apart from fulfilling their roles as deities, they seldom had leisure for training. He shook his head at this realization. The true Super Namekian remained to be Slug. However, the reason the divine being could be called the son of Katabi was due to his combat prowess, coupled with his diverse abilities, rendering him a near omni-talented individual. Chapter 40. 3 Wishes. Is that enough? Will you continue to showcase your insignificant power before me? The divine being, regaining his composure, recognized his lapse in decorum and swiftly bowed, kneeling partially. I sincerely apologize, Lord Kaishin. He chuckled with glee. What a delightful sensation. He observed the divine being's lowered posture. This feeling is different. It is not the intimidation that accompanies immense strength. It is a respect that emanates from the heart. He turned his head away. As a deity, how could you be so feeble? You ought to balance your divine responsibilities with training. How could the strength of a god be so weak? Yes, you are correct, Lord Kaishin. He chuckled again, relishing the moment. Is this what it feels like to teach a deity a lesson? Coughing lightly, he gestured. As the gods grow stronger, the Dragon Balls must also be safeguarded. The potential of the Dragon Balls depends on the creator's prowess. It has been nearly a year since I last promised you. I will surely take you to Namek. Yes. Thank you very much, Lord Kaishin. The moment he turned away, a smile spread across his lips as he repeatedly addressed him as Lord Kaishin. Feeling a peculiar satisfaction in the title, he began to grasp Zamasu-'s sentiments. Additionally, I hope the Dragon Balls are restored soon. I intend to make a wish. Beside him, Bobo hurriedly retrieved the gathered stone Dragon Balls and the Shenron model from the temple, yet due to the urgency caused by Piccolo's arrival, the divine being found little inclination to repair Shenron. Watching them attempt to restore Shenron, he chose to remain indifferent, hoping that this enhancement would enable him to fulfill 3 wishes. Nevertheless, this presents a peculiar glitch. The Namekian Shenron, Purunga, seems unaffected by the creator's strength. Yet the quality of this dragon far surpasses that of the Earth's Shenron. Lord Shun, it is ready. Bobo presented the Shenron model, encased within a glass dome, albeit in a fragmented state. Upon seeing this, the divine being remarked, I did not expect it to be so severely shattered. Can it be restored, Bobo? No problem. Lord Shun. Bobo promptly seated himself on the ground, commencing the assembly of the model. While Bobo could only restore the form, he could not imbue Shenron with life, a task only the divine being could accomplish. This notion sparked within him a realization of the connection between creation and the Kaishin. The Namekians referred to themselves as the Dragon Clan, and their capabilities were indeed diverse and extraordinary. The eggs that Piccolo expelled also leaned towards the dragon's essence. Divine being, is your ability to create the Dragon Balls innate or acquired? He curiously inquired. The divine being hesitated, gesturing toward the Shenron in Bobo's hands, to which the latter nodded. To be honest, I am not entirely certain. It felt as if I suddenly comprehended it in an instant. While striving for the position of a deity, I unexpectedly discovered this ability. Acquired, you say? He listened to the divine being's muddled explanation. So, The divine being was initially meant to be a martial arts prodigy. Yet, through his connection with the divine, he unlocked his own creative potential. You are indeed a remarkable talent. Truly, a super Namekian. Indeed, praise be to Lord Kaishin. If we are to speak of genius, you are the true genius. Having transitioned from a mere human to a deity in such a short span, he chuckled. Although during our first encounter, I genuinely desired to eradicate you, I now find you increasingly agreeable, divine being. Haha, is that so? The divine being shyly scratched his head, soon adopting a resigned expression. To be frank, Lord Kaishin, I do not wish to resurrect Shenron, yet if you wish for it, I shall comply. This statement took him by surprise. Was there no ulterior motive? He began to sense that the divine being might truly be a god, or perhaps he himself was. Suddenly recalling the identity of the Namekians, he felt at ease. For it seemed that the Namekians often exhibited such selfless behavior. Why, as the creator of Shenron, you too could wish. To this, the divine being shook his head. The Dragon Balls I created were intended to bring hope and courage to humanity. However, I never anticipated that human greed would surpass my imagination. Humanity possesses endless desires. Consequently, for centuries, wars have ensued over the Dragon Balls, all to satisfy their selfish whims. To think a divine essence. He gazed at the divine being, realizing that this individual had already condensed divine essence. He was no longer the naive, selfless being, but a visionary with grand aspirations. The divine being continued. This ability was discovered during my quest for the divine position, and it was then that I created my first Shenron. Yet that dragon became exceedingly malevolent. Should I claim it was my inherent darkness or the world's corruption that tainted my soul? Perhaps the Crimson Shenron? Upon hearing this, the divine being appeared shocked, then exhibited an expression of understanding. He continued, that was indeed because you harbored malevolent thoughts, which sprang forth from within. Good and evil are two sides of the same coin. Since this world possesses light, the existence of darkness is equally justifiable. You could create Shenron and keep him hidden, or entrust him to those worthy of testing to make wishes. Perhaps you too believe that humanity is not solely defined by insatiable greed. I share that belief. I too am convinced that humanity can aspire to a brighter future. Thus, I believe humanity is worth protecting. In a brief moment of tranquility, the divine being remained silent. Observing this, he resumed watching Bobo's assembly, contemplating that the Namekians, inherently kind, would serve as the rightful deities to oversee Earth, at least in the divine being. He perceived a sense of duty befitting a god. He was someone worthy of divine trust, and the Namekians were pure-hearted and virtuous, ideal candidates for divine selection. He glanced at his hands. A year of brewing tea had indeed purified his spirit. It seems that brewing tea is not merely a skill, but also a means of self-cultivation. Lord Shun, it is complete. Just then, Bobo turned to the divine being. As the glass dome was lifted, the once fragmented Shenron began to appear vividly alive. Bobo's craftsmanship was commendable, as the model looked remarkably well-crafted. I shall resurrect Shenron. Bobo, step back. Yes. The divine being raised a finger between his brows. From his fingertip emanated a surge of creative energy. Beep, beep, whoosh. A wave of vigorous life energy shot from his fingertip towards the glass dome. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the heavens shifted. The clouds above darkened with ominous thunder and lightning. Whoosh. A blinding light erupted from the glass dome, illuminating the entire temple in a brilliant white. The energetic wave signaled the summoning of Shenron. The beads within the glass dome ascended into the sky, yet the imagined divine dragon did not appear. Instead, the beads scattered in all directions. He had foolishly believed he could make a wish and gazed vacantly at the stormy sky, anticipating the dragon's emergence. Observing the departure of the Dragon Balls, the celestial being reported to him, Lord Kaishin, the dragon has been resurrected and returned to the Dragon Balls. But it will take another year before you can use them. Moreover, I have enhanced the dragon this time. Previously, one could only make a single wish. But now you may make 3 wishes. Well, I understand. In that case, it is a matter beyond my control. He shouted at the celestial being in frustration. Damn it. Cursed Piccolo, give me back my wishes. Since you have merged with him, you are him, and he is you. In that case, allow me to express a modicum of resentment. He sighed deeply towards the heavens. It seems I must have my own divine dragon. Having unknowingly lingered in the realm of Kaishin for a year, he had even forgotten the 3 wishes he had on Namek. He felt it necessary to create Dragon Balls, as this would greatly facilitate his wishes. Ha, ha, ha. The time ring is truly a marvelous treasure. Once my wishes are fulfilled, I'll venture into the future. At the same time, I will make 2 wishes with the Super Dragon Balls. With this thought, he burst into laughter once more. Master Celestial Shu. The celestial being gestured towards Bobo. Perhaps the pressure of being a god had rendered Lord Kaioshin somewhat muddled in thought. Chapter 41. A Return to Namek. Now that the matters are settled, let us head to Namek. The celestial being said, I am immensely grateful. Let us hurry. I shall activate instant transmission. He then turned to Bobo. If anything occurs, send out a communication. We will return immediately. Yes, Lord Kaioshin. Is this my homeland? The celestial being gazed at the verdant landscape before him, its beauty appearing almost surreal. He was surprised to realize that the Namekians had utilized the Dragon Balls they had gathered during his absence, having learned to cherish nature even more. This marked the dawn of a new civilization. Indeed, he patted the celestial being. You were not mistaken. This is Namek. Compared to my last visit, it has become even more beautiful. Wait, and you shall see a flock of green fairies. Green fairies? The celestial being inquired, astonished. He. Allow me to show you the splendor of Namek. Follow closely. With that, they did not use instant transmission but flew directly towards the elder's location. The scenery along the way was worth the celestial being's wait of several decades. Observing the joy on his face, he no longer felt lonely. However, Broly reflected on his own solitude. Ultimately, gods are lonely. One man beneath, thousands above. As they landed, several Namekians rushed out, particularly the one at the forefront, who seemed somewhat familiar. Stop. The leading figure gestured to the Namekians behind him, then turned to the 2 newcomers. Long time no see. Nairu. The leader smiled upon hearing this. Thank you for your contributions to the Namekians. You have come to find the elder, I presume? He nodded in acknowledgement. Nairu warmly invited him inside. Please, follow me. I imagine you are quite surprised. But who is this? Nairu curiously glanced at the celestial being beside him. He. I had a hunch about your resurrection. By the way, this is the son of Katape. You and the celestial being have come back with Purunga, haven't you? I was unable to visit Namek last time due to other matters. So, have you enhanced the Dragon Balls or modified some permissions? Well, since you were absent, the Elder allowed us to be resurrected. Indeed, the Dragon Balls have been enhanced. He joked as he playfully nudged Nairu's shoulder. After the last battle, my body suffered severe injury. As a result, I have become a mere shadow of my former self, and my aura has completely dissipated. The celestial being was astonished by his acting skills, but had no intention of interrupting, as he was significantly weaker. Is that so? I am truly sorry. I had no idea you had sacrificed so much for Namek. Observing Nairu's earnest apology, he could not help but laugh internally. Before them stood a dragon bone dome, the dwelling of the Elder. They slowly entered, where a massive Namekian sat in meditation. This was the Elder of Namek. At the same moment, the Elder opened his eyes and gazed at the 2 below, recognizing familiar faces. He once again displayed a warm smile. You have arrived, honorable God. Welcome back to Namek as a guest. The Elder then looked towards the celestial being. Welcome back to your homeland, son of Katape. To think the Elder knows so much. He mused. Indeed, apart from the Elder, few in the universe possessed such knowledge. Another being the great octopus from the Galactic Patrol, Zemasu, who had informed him of the Super Dragon Balls. Long time no see, Elder. He nudged the celestial being. This is the Elder of the Namekians. He is the only Namekian who survived the climatic disaster on the planet. In other words, you and these Namekians are the last remnants of this universe. I have returned. Elder. The celestial being knelt before him. Perhaps it was the celestial hierarchy that compelled him to exhibit such deference, as the divine system was exceedingly complex, especially regarding the relationship between superiors and subordinates. Please, converse freely. If you have any questions, feel free to inquire with the Elder. He turned to leave, for to remain would lack decorum. Nairu followed suit. The Dragon Balls are ready. You may make your wishes. I am immensely grateful for your protection of Namek. Thank you. Before long, the 7 Dragon Balls were brought forth from the village. He gazed at the large orbs shimmering with orange light upon the grass, his thoughts drifting far away. With Nairu's assistance, they successfully summoned Purunga. The twisting, colossal form bore a striking resemblance to Aladdin. In the pitch-black night, illuminated by flashes of lightning, a radiant dragon opened its crimson eyes, peering down at the 2. Come. State your wishes, bearer of the 7 Dragon Balls. Within my power, I can grant you 3 wishes. Nairu, at this moment, turned to him. Have you decided? What wishes do you wish to make? Nairu, please inform Purunga. I wish to learn the language of the gods. Since the divine language could not be learned from books, it could only be bestowed by the dragon. He wished for the divine language to be instilled in his mind, a rapid acquisition of the divine tongue. Nairu also turned to Purunga. Let me hear it again. He still does not comprehend this tongue. Although I do not understand why the Namekians must extend their arms while making wishes. Not only the previous Namekians, but Nairu and others did the same. Was there some secret to this gesture? In his bewilderment, Purunga's eyes began to glimmer with red light. Beep, beep, beep. Purunga raised 3 dragon fingers, then lowered one, looking at the 2. No problem. Your wish has been granted. 2 wishes remain. The sudden influx of knowledge left him momentarily stunned as he closed his eyes to contemplate and organize the divine language. Success. He joyfully turned to Nairu. Please inform Purunga. Tell me the whereabouts of the universe-destroying Majin Buu, specifically his location on Earth in the North Galaxy, including the coordinates and latitude. Beep, beep, beep. As Nairu paused his speech, Purunga's eyes flickered. Very well, your 2nd wish has been granted. As he opened his eyes, he beheld the images in his mind. So that is it. No wonder Lord Kaioshin could not find him, as he was sealed beneath the ground. With no trace of energy, even if it persisted this way, Kaioshin would never discover him in his lifetime. As he contemplated the matter of the formidable Majin Buu, he observed Purunga, who awaited the final wish. He stroked his chin in deep thought, momentarily at a loss for what to wish for. It seemed he lacked for nothing at present. Purunga, noticing the silence from the 2, prompted once more, you still have 1 wish remaining. Speak it now. Time is of the essence. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he hastily addressed Nairu. Nairu, please ask Purunga to grant me the ability to suppress the malevolent forces within me, to calm the turbulent bloodline power, allowing me to master my own strength. Upon hearing his words, Purunga's eyes flickered a crimson hue as he turned to the 2. Understood. Your wish is granted. Beep, beep, beep. Your wish has been fulfilled. Until we meet again. With that, Purunga's form gradually dissipated into 7 immense orbs, which illuminated the pitch-black sky before scattering in all directions. He sensed within himself a subtle shift. While not overwhelmingly significant, it did indeed quell some of the violent tendencies within him. The characteristic of transformation is that the stronger one becomes, the more formidable one's opponents grow as well, unless the disparity in power is insurmountable. One shall be overwhelmed by the relentless growth of their adversaries. While his strength surged, the strain on his body caused excruciating pain, as the aura of fury coursed through him like an ancient bloodline. A calm Saiyan is more prone to developing S cells. This is also an advantage of hybrids, as their non-Saiyan lineage lessens the restless elements within, and the environment fosters the growth of S cells in unforeseen ways. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, it could either lead to the pinnacle of goodness or the depths of evil. Yet, transformation skillfully evades all extremes. Upon reaching a certain age, one naturally unlocks transformation. In the original tale, it was due to a certain individual binding their power, while the youthful transformation had already taken on a golden hue. Chapter 42, The Ring of Time. Your wishes have all been granted, Nairu remarked. Are you trying to send me away? He responded, realizing Nairu had come to a similar conclusion, shaking his head in denial. It's an old habit. After all, I am the personal protector of the Grand Elder. With the Grand Elder nearing his end, he took Nairu's words, which bore a hint of melancholy. The cycle of life and death is a natural law. The Grand Elder's mission is complete. He has made Namek great once more. It is time for the Grand Elder to rest peacefully. He patted Nairu, and the 2 sat on the grass, reflecting on lost time. Hee, Nairu chuckled softly. You speak true. The Grand Elder has restored greatness to Namek. He has safeguarded the last remnants of the Namekian bloodline. His purpose has been fulfilled. I should not be so selfish. In truth, death and life are not so different. After death, there is rebirth. After rebirth, there is death. The cycle of life and death is unending. This is humanity. Each rebirth seeks the meaning of life, ultimately leading to a serene acceptance of death's arrival. Nairu marveled at his words, gazing at the youthful Nairu. This is the Grand Elder's conclusion. Yet your journey is far from over. By the way, I still have other matters to attend to, so I shall not linger in idle chatter. Nairu, somewhat bewildered, turned to find he had vanished from the verdant meadow. This is Namek, with its lush green lakes and fields, offering an atmosphere that invites relaxation. The sky here is so blue. Hearing the commotion, the two turned their attention. The Grand Elder looked at him. You have used the Dragon Balls, haven't you? If Nairu gives you trouble, I shall have him apologize. A warm smile graced the Grand Elder's face, perhaps viewing it all as mere childish antics. No, Nairu is quite amiable. I thank the Grand Elder for allowing me to fulfill my wish. By the way, I came to inquire about the candidate for the next Kaishin. I know. The son of Katabi has mentioned it. Indeed, the Kaishin is a commendable choice, allowing the Namekians to contribute even a small measure. We have no reason to refuse. The pure-hearted Namekians are indeed the most suitable to inherit the divine position. The current Kaishin is quite aged and should prepare for the future. He likely does not wish to reclaim his youth. Then, Grand Elder, you may conduct the selection, and the Kaishin shall return to Namek once more. He then turned to the Kaishin. It is time for us to depart. The Kaishin nodded in agreement, aware that their departure was imminent, and cast a complex glance at the Grand Elder. Farewell, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder regarded the two. Farewell, son of Katabi. He then slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, within the divine realm, Bobo observed the two returning and greeted them with joy. Well then, Kaishin. I must take my leave. I have matters to attend to. Safe travels, Kaishin. Bobo and the Kaishin bowed as he departed. A swift green energy burst forth from beneath the clouds, swiftly arriving at Majin Buu's resting place. He could not comprehend why Bibidi had concealed Majin Buu on Earth. Was it perhaps due to its remoteness? He ascended slowly into the sky, and with a wave of his hand, a small green energy orb floated gently downward. In midair, it suddenly transformed into a colossal energy sphere, the green projectile gradually descending towards the ground. Boom, boom, boom. A blinding light erupted, and the hidden Majin Buu egg was reduced to ashes, leaving behind a massive crater spanning hundreds of meters. Witnessing this, he smiled, believing the task complete. It was time to return to the Kaishin realm. This universe posed no further threats. As for Frieza, dispatching him should be a simple endeavor, for even now, his power barely reached 1.2 billion. The Kaishin far surpassed him. He pointed his fingers to his brow and instantaneously transported himself to the Kaishin realm. Welcome back, Kaishin, Jebbit remarked. And Buu? I have dealt with him. By the way, where is Shin? He is in class. The old Kaishin is teaching him. Oh, is that so? Is he making up for lost lessons or something? Shin is the youngest and least experienced among the Kaishin, which has resulted in his lack of knowledge. Then let us go take a look. It might be quite entertaining. The two leaned over the window. Indeed, this is the worst generation of Kaishin I have encountered. I apologize, Ancestor, Shin said, feeling quite aggrieved. You are already teaching upon arrival. Well then, let us return. It seems to be basic knowledge. Likely the old Kaishin wishes to cultivate from the ground up. Jebbit, if Shin has no further business, please have him find me. Just inform him that I have resolved the matter with Buu. Yes, Kaishin. He passed by Jebbit, ignoring the flattery. He returned to his loft under the bright sunlight. Sitting on a bench beneath a tree, savoring tea. He took a sip, realizing that each time he embraced a different mood. The flavor of the tea seemed to change as well. This time, it carried a hint of sweetness. He savored it thoughtfully before setting the cup down. This is what the old Kaishin spoke of, to brew with intention. When brewed with heart and soul, tea can cleanse the spirit. The quality of the tea reflects the depth of your care. Leaves gently drifted into the tea, mirroring his clear visage. It was nearly time, he mused, glancing at the teacup. Broly, I have arrived. The figure beside him was indeed Shin. Yes, I am aware. I have resolved the issue with Buu. This universe should enjoy a prolonged peace. Thank you for your efforts. Shin turned and said, Come now, I promise to give you the ring. A god does not go back on his word. He chuckled lightly in response. I appreciate your assistance. The future responsibilities of the Kaishin rest upon your shoulders. If there are matters that cannot be resolved, simply communicate with me, and even if it means traversing the vast river of time, I shall appear before you. The sound of sand. Before me stands a grand abode of the Kaishin, the very place where the Patera earrings and the time ring are housed. Beside this realm are several modest chambers, housing various documents and plans regarding planets, alongside secrets unknown to many, secrets that only the great Kaishin is privy to, though he holds little interest in them. With a creak, Xian pushed open the large door and entered the grand room of the KO. The interior was awash in a brilliant white light, yet lined with rows of storage cabinets. With a swift motion, Xian extracted a rectangular treasure box adorned with intricate patterns. Observing Xian's careful demeanor, one could surmise that this was indeed the box containing the time ring. This is the time ring. The silver hue signifies the ability to traverse countless timelines, while the green indicates a singular timeline, allowing passage solely within this realm. To journey through other timelines, one must on the corresponding green time ring. Xian opened the treasure box and spoke. He delicately lifted the silver time ring, which was entwined with 2 layers of intricate designs, while the others remained stacked above. This singular silver ring occupied its own row, and there existed but one such ring. These rings are exclusive to the Kaishin, yet this particular silver ring can defy all temporal laws and traverse time freely. With a clap, Xian's sudden action took him by surprise as he abruptly closed the box. Was he reluctant to part with it? Closing his eyes, Xian reopened the box and personally placed the ring upon him. Burori, please use the time ring judiciously. It is no trivial matter. He had never seen Xian exhibit such a grave expression. I suppose I will only traverse the future. The past is the past. I am truly pleased that you can think this way, Xian replied. He gazed at the time ring adorning his right index finger, and it seemed to respond in kind, emitting a fleeting flash of light that gradually faded. Chapter 43, The Fate of the Saiyans. He contemplated the time ring on his finger, his mind ensnared in thought. Logically, this timeline should be a parallel universe, yet it possesses the time ring of the primary timeline. Could this be another dimension? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. The Dragon Ball universe only saw Burori appear later, and since he survived the explosion of Vegeta, it implies that this universe may not be connected to the primary world. Thus, this newly formed universe, generated here, has also birthed the singular time ring. The bright, glaring ring on his index finger made sense to him now. The dimensional levels are different, much like how the super universe lacks a time ring from the GT world. This implies that the GT world must also possess a silver time ring. The sound of sand. Upon arriving at Kosei, he beheld the grand house before him, which, after more than a year, had evidently been newly constructed by the KO. A flashy pink vehicle zipped past him, piloted by a short, rotund figure clad in blue, the KO himself. Shenron. The KO called out in haste as he disembarked. Are you afraid? He turned around to face the quaking KO. Ah, it's you. The KO seemed quite reluctant to see that familiar face. Hop in. Don't you enjoy a good ride? As he settled into the passenger seat, the KO took his place at the wheel. Relax, am I truly that terrifying? He observed as the vehicle sputtered, feeling somewhat helpless. It seems you have found joy in the past year, KO Darren. A new grand house has been erected. Not at all. Constructing a house is quite laborious. I wonder what brings you here, Kaishin Darren. Your query strikes a chord. I have heard that the KO can peer into the farthest corners of the universe. Assist me in locating the remaining Saiyans. Of course. He watched as the KO activated his tendrils. Indeed, he remembered that the KO could engage in mental dialogue and survey every corner of the universe. Haven't you found them yet? He felt drowsy, stifling a yawn. Almost there, almost there. Kaishin Darren, we have located them. Upon hearing the KO's words, he instantly perked up. Kaishin Darren, there are 3 Saiyans remaining. They seem to still be battling on a planet. I understand. He touched his fingers to his brow and instantaneously teleported away. The KO, still in the vehicle, hadn't he reacted in time, and the passenger seat was left vacant. Prince Vegeta, this planet should fetch a good price. The conversation turned to the recent generous rewards bestowed by Frieza. Nappa rubbed his hands together as he gazed at him. Humph. Vegeta bit into a large chunk of meat. You and Raditz have parted ways, I see. And what of the planet gifted by Frieza? Thank you, Prince Vegeta. Raditz, tending to the barbecue, quickly expressed his gratitude. They were currently on some planet, indulging in a feast, and the trio of Saiyans effortlessly conquered the world. Nappa, upon returning, immediately select the next high-quality planet. After satisfying their appetites, Vegeta clenched his fists, still dissatisfied. My combat power is still increasing too slowly. At this rate, when shall I defeat Frieza? Indeed. Nappa responded with enthusiasm. As Vegeta disdained wealth, most of Frieza's rewards ended up with Nappa and Raditz, prompting them to feel fortunate to be in his company. Beep. Beep. Observing the fluctuating combat power readings, Vegeta expressed his displeasure. Humph. Are there still weaklings unhandled? Seeing Vegeta's angry demeanor, the two shivered. Why yes. We shall attend to it immediately. From the rustling grass emerged a figure enveloped in a green energy aura, its upper body bare, adorned with striking green earrings. The newcomer was none other than Burori. No need, I have come personally. He coldly smiled at Vegeta. The prominent tail flicked about, momentarily stunning the trio. But they quickly regained their composure. I never expected to see a fellow Saiyan here. Nappa remarked, Hey, Saiyan, standing beside me is Prince Vegeta, the heir to the Saiyan throne. Would you care to join us? He silently scrutinized the trio, recognizing their ignorance and arrogance. After gauging Vegeta's current combat power, which barely exceeded 10,000, he reflected that Vegeta was still quite young. After all, their initial encounter on Earth was years away, with a combat power of 18,000. Humph, deal with this impudent fool, Vegeta ordered with crossed arms. Raditz, you handle him, Nappa commanded. Very well. With a snap. Beep, beep, 200 combat power. Is it? Raditz mocked. Swish, bang. The two, caught off guard by what transpired, gaped in shock. What just happened? Vegeta questioned. I didn't see anything. Nappa exclaimed, astonished. Raditz lay lifeless, a gaping hole through his chest, and his eyes vacant, slain in an instant. The assailant tossed aside the corpse, letting it fall to the ground. Vegeta, are you prepared for what is to come? The vengeance for the fallen Saiyan King rests upon your shoulders. He pointed at the figure behind Nappa. Hahaha. He unleashed a torrent of green energy, hurtling towards the two. Before Vegeta and Nappa could react, they found themselves caught by a large hand gripping their faces, pinned down to the ground with crushing force. The two individuals continuously emitted incoherent sounds, relentless shockwaves and fierce energy striking Broly's chest, yet as the smoke dissipated, he remained unscathed. Die! With fists clenched tightly, he grasped their heads firmly and twisted them. Bang! Crimson splatters erupted from his hands as he utilized both wrist and grip strength to crush them mercilessly. Smash! Humph! Now we are even, King Vegeta. He ascended slowly into the sky, holding a green energy orb in his palm, and hurled it downward. The small orb, as it descended, rapidly expanded to an enormous size. Boom! Upon making contact with the ground, it surged towards the planet's core like an insidious invasion. The Earth fractured continuously, and fierce winds roared through the air. This desolate star shall serve as your burial ground, Vegeta. In a flash of movement, an explosion occurred in the cosmos, only to revert to tranquility in the blink of an eye. The planet was reduced to dust amidst the chaos. Lord Kaishin, as a Kaishin, is it truly appropriate to destroy a planet? Are you questioning my judgment, Kai? Upon hearing the words, the Kai shook his head vigorously like a rattle. No, no, no. It's just that a Kaishin is a deity who creates planets and imbues them with vitality. What if a god of destruction intervenes? Humph, and what of it? As a Kaishin, that dead star holds no value for existence. If the planet exhibits no signs of life, it is unnecessary for it to persist. Gazing at the departing figure, the Kai let out a long sigh, truly ungrateful. He then resumed his leisurely drive around his Kaishin planet. Chapter 44, Super Dragon Balls. Having departed from the Kaishin planet, he arrived on Earth, intending to ask Bulma to manufacture a large Dragon Ball radar. He sought to traverse the cosmos in search of the most powerful Dragon Balls, the Super Dragon Balls. What is happening here? He surveyed the scene before him. Indeed, it had been devastated. Suddenly, he recalled the events where Piccolo ruled Earth, leading to the martial artist massacre. Damn it, I wonder if Bulma is safe. He had carelessly neglected to check on the Capsule Corporation. In an instant, he arrived at the center of West City, which was still under repair. Since the disappearance of the Demon King Piccolo, humanity had begun to restore things to their former state, currently engaged in the reconstruction of the damaged streets and city. Observing the once thriving capital now in ruins, he noted the Capsule Corporation had transformed into a flat building. Click. It's all your fault. A girl was seen tapping Dr. Brief's shoulder, seemingly startled by the door's opening, causing everyone to freeze momentarily. You fool. Bulma suddenly leaped forward, her fists pounding against his chest incessantly. You made me worry. Bulma. He apologized, casting a glance at the girl nestled in his embrace. Humph. She turned her head away, frustrated. I was so worried about you. I thought you had been killed by the Demon King Piccolo. Haha. He chuckled awkwardly. Did you forget? I've been a bit busy lately. Broly, you've grown taller again. I'm so glad to see you. Upon hearing Dr. Brief's words, Bulma realized this and began to circle him, examining him closely. Indeed, you've grown taller. How peculiar. He paid little heed to her remarks. I'm not from Earth, so that is to be expected. By your earthly calculations, I still… Oh. Does that mean you'll grow even taller? Probably. I might reach around 2 meters. Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes sparkled with strange colors, twinkling like little stars. He found it unsurprising, guessing she was daydreaming about some fairy tale involving a prince. By the way, Dr. Brief, he turned to the seated figure. Could you please help me create a Dragon Ball radar with exceptionally strong sensing capabilities? A Dragon Ball radar, you say? That can be arranged. However, did the last radar I gave you break? Yes, it broke. But I want an upgraded version this time. One with super strong sensing capabilities, please. Since the Super Dragon Balls are scattered across 2 universes, he feared that he might not be able to detect them unless he acquired a significantly enhanced version. By the way, Bulma? He noticed Bulma is staring blankly, lost in her thoughts. Bulma? A flustered Bulma placed her hands on her hips, glaring at him. What do you want? You startled me. Then she pointed at his chest muscles. When will you learn to be gentler with girls? Well, I called your name several times, but you didn't respond, so I raised my voice a bit. Humph, not your concern. Bulma turned her head away, glancing back at him with one eye as he sat quietly next to Dr. Brief. With her fists clenched, she shouted, You fool! Can't you just comfort me when you see I'm angry? The sudden outburst did not faze him. After all, women have their off days. Dr. Brief, this? He pointed at the device placed into the radar. Oh, this is the chip. The Dragon Ball radar relies on this for its responses. Dr. Brief explained while crafting the radar. Knock, 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 click. First, let us have some fruit. He turned to see a figure with golden curly hair entering. Is that Bulma's mother? Mrs. Brief. Welcome. Are you Bulma's boyfriend? What a handsome young man you are, and so tall. She poked his chest in astonishment. What an impressive presence. Hello, impressive presence? He looked at the woman's dreamy smile, unsure of what that meant. Oh dear, mother, Bulma exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Haha, enjoy some fruit, Mr. Broly. Bulma often speaks of you. Sure thing, Mrs. Brief. He then turned to Dr. Brief. I'll come by in a few days to pick up the Dragon Ball radar. Thank you, Doctor. Just as he prepared to activate instant transmission, 2 hands wrapped tightly around him. Wait, where are you going? I want to go too. Bulma. He was about to continue, but upon seeing her expression, he nodded. All right, hold on tight. We're leaving. Ho, where's this? Bulma exclaimed, utterly bewildered. This is the Kaioshin realm. Humans aren't allowed here, but you are an exception. Upon hearing his words, Bulma felt a warm smile bloom within her. Lord Kaioshin, this sacred realm is off limits to humans. Please adhere to the duties of a Kaioshin. Jebbet pointed at her. Since you still address me as Kaioshin, do not ask further questions. Besides, it's just the 2 of us. You can pretend you didn't see anything. Very well. Jebbet could only helplessly acquiesce. By the way, where is Shin? Has he been taken by the old Kaioshin for extra lessons again? Seeing Jebbet nod, he could only silently wish Shin well, knowing that while he had enjoyed his carefree days, his current life was far from pleasant. This is my residence. Please, try the tea I brewed. You are the first human fortunate enough to taste tea made by a Kaioshin. Well, I must be quite fortunate. She took a delicate sip, savoring the sweet flavor that lingered. Delicious. I didn't expect you to be quite skilled at brewing tea. By the way, Bulma asked, who was that person earlier? And are there really gods in this world? The individual you saw earlier was Jebbet, a servant of the Kaioshin. Indeed, there are gods in this world. Earth also has a deity, residing atop the Korin Tower. You mean that martial arts holy place, Korin Tower? I can't believe there is truly a deity there. I thought it was a myth. Of course. But, my divine authority surpasses his. Upon encountering me, he is obliged to address me as Jia Wang Shindarun. Shinbuer Ma slowly sips her tea, pondering my return, which is once again in pursuit of Dragon Balls. What is the matter? Upon hearing his response, Buer Ma's eyes dim considerably. As long as I can assist you, that is all that matters. May I accompany you? Together? He muses for a moment, concluding that it should pose no issue, especially given his identity as Jia Wang Shun. Let us proceed together, and I shall introduce you to a dragon even more magnificent and expansive than Belungia. That sounds splendid. Chapter 45, The Wish Ball. Do not gaze any longer. This is something humanity is forbidden to observe. Of course, you wouldn't comprehend it anyway, as I do not either. With that exclamation, Buurma promptly retracts her documents. So, how do you find this place? If only we could dwell here together. She glances at him, noting the serene desolation surrounding them. Do you not feel an impulse to spend your days in such tranquility? He, oblivious to the underlying meaning of her words, mistakenly believes she is jesting. You actually enjoy such a mundane existence? It is dreadfully monotonous, perhaps tolerable for a time, but I would surely lose my sanity if it persisted. Buurma stifles a laugh, her hand covering her mouth. I never imagined even Jia Wangshun feared boredom. What shall you do in the future? A god's lifespan must surely differ from that of humans, he muses with a wry smile. Perhaps I shall merely become a pile of dust. That is easily remedied. You could wish to remain eternally youthful from the Shenlong. At the mention of Shenlong, Buurma's eyes sparkle with excitement. Then let us depart. We have lingered here long enough. The Dragon Ball radar should be nearly complete. I have immense faith in Buurma's capabilities. If you take on this craft in the future, you shall undoubtedly become an even greater inventor. Do you have an affinity for inventors? Buurma approaches him, her curiosity piqued. Of course, inventors are magnificent. They contribute immensely to human convenience and the future of humanity. Inventors have always been remarkable, just as I, as a deity, assess the worthiness of a planet fundamentally. As a god, I prioritize this moment, observing for a millennium before reflecting upon the evolutionary advancements. Moreover, it raises profound questions about whether the inhabitants of this planet should receive divine protection and guardianship. These are matters I, as a god, must contemplate. Then I shall become an inventor. I will become the greatest inventor. Huh. You, Jaibite, speak the truth. The old Jia Wangshun glances over. You promised to take me along last time. Ahem. The two continue their hushed exchange. Once I finalize my tasks, I shall return and take you to the human realm. Is that truly so? You must not deceive an elder. Observing this, he scoffs at the Jia Wangshun of the 7th universe, noting their lack of decorum. It seems necessary to restore the dignity of the Jia Wangshun of the 7th universe. Then we shall take our leave. As they exit the Jia Wangshun realm, the old Jia Wangshun grumbles. Each successor is of the same ilk. The future of the Jia Wangshun of the 7th universe is indeed concerning. Ah, Dr. Buurma. Hearing a voice from behind, Buurma sets down his coffee and retrieves the Dragon Ball radar from his pocket. It is ready, as you requested, Buurma. Certainly. I will ensure it returns intact. He takes the Dragon Ball radar, placing his fingertip upon his brow, preparing for instant transmission. Farewell, father. Buurma bids goodbye. In the vastness of the cosmos, a green energy streaks through the resplendent starry expanse, akin to a green ribbon, leaving a unique mark against the inky backdrop. Countless stars gleam valiantly, seemingly competing with one another, as they gaze across the boundless starlight. Who would ever imagine that, apart from the god of destruction, there exist others capable of traversing the universe? No, I must secure a unique god of destruction token. It must possess sufficient prestige. He silently resolves. Recalling that Xiangpa had previously distributed such rewards, he must ensure he is present for the grand competition. If Xiangpa can offer it, then Bylus will surely grit his teeth and present it as well. Such a freebie must not be overlooked. This is the universe. Buurma and he remain within the green energy shield as he transitions into his super green form, utilizing the energy shield and the skills learned from Jia Wangshun. Accumulating sufficient oxygen is indeed trivial for him. The accompanying energy shield is truly an invincible existence, flawlessly enveloping him and providing ample oxygen. He feels capable of soaring through the cosmos. Jia Wangshun had even added a few enhancements to the energy shield, a makeshift bulldozer, if you will, with power, oxygen, and a protective shield supported by immense energy. He would not require such complexity if Buurma were not present. Others like Zamas could navigate the cosmos with ease. A green star glimmers through the galaxy, leaping amidst instantaneous movements. He glances at the Dragon Ball radar in Buurma's hand, questioning, Buurma? Does the Dragon Ball radar have any reactions? Beep, beep, beep. At last, we have a response. It is very near, yet there are no Dragon Balls here. Buurma inquires with confusion. Very close? He surveys the nearby planets, eventually setting his sights on a dusty orb. Though cloaked in dust, it cannot obscure the radiant orange glow. Found you. With a colossal surge of energy, the dust surrounding the planet is violently dispersed, startling Buurma. What is this? The immense orange sphere leaves her speechless. This is the Dragon Ball we seek. He grins at her. This is known as the Super Dragon Ball, or the Wish Ball. It was crafted by the dragon god Salama in the 41st year of the divine calendar, measuring a diameter of 37,196, 2,204 kilometers, with a total of 7 scattered across the 6th and 7th universes. This is our objective. Observing her astonishment, he continues, there are 7 Super Dragon Balls in total. We currently reside in the 7th universe. The 6th and 7th universes are twin universes. Each Dragon Ball radiates a golden hue, adorned with red star markings ranging from 1 to 7. To ensure visibility from any angle, the principle of refraction was employed. This structure was uniquely devised by dragon god Salama and patented in the 42nd year of the divine calendar. Upon collecting all 7 Dragon Balls distributed across the 2 universes, one must chant in the divine tongue, Shenron, grant my wish. The Super Shenron will then appear to fulfill a single wish, regardless of its nature. Once the wish is granted, the Dragon Balls will scatter anew across the 6th and 7th universes, awaiting those in need of wishes to gather them. Wait. Exceedingly loud. Are you saying each Dragon Ball is as large as a planet? He nods in response to Buerma's query. For ordinary individuals, this is nearly an impossible wish to achieve, especially as it requires divine language to communicate with Shenron. The creator of the Dragon Balls likely never anticipated that deities rarely make wishes, while for humanity, fulfilling desires is exceedingly arduous. Ah, I see. How do you intend to transport it? Instant transmission. Simply touch it to take it with you. Did you not notice our constant flickering throughout the galaxy? He gradually extends his aura over the Super Dragon Ball, and upon contact, both he and the Super Dragon Ball shimmer away. Observing this, he wonders whether the Super Dragon Ball could be used to strike someone down, a question worthy of contemplation. Let us leave it here. This location is relatively obscure. Next, we shall find the other Super Dragon Balls and transport them via instant transmission. What do you think? He turns to Buerma. Expand your search radius once more. He glanced casually at the nearby Super Dragon Balls, a total of 4. The radar beeped with anticipation. Could it be that the 7th universe was devoid of them? Then the remaining ones must reside in the 6th universe. Hold on tight, Bulma, he urged, with the 7th universe seemingly barren. His gaze fell upon the barrier between the 6th and 7th universes, which appeared rather feeble. Perhaps his own strength was simply overwhelming. He effortlessly breached that membrane. Chapter 46, The Dragon of the Gods. The Supreme Kai of the 7th universe? Batos observed the image reflected in her staff before promptly shutting it off. At the very least, he was correct in his gamble. As a deity, the angels would not intervene, for there was no need. And the god of destruction was undoubtedly still slumbering. If it were Kampa, he might have emerged to deliver a scathing reprimand. Ah, this is interstellar travel. How exhilarating. He looked at the restless woman beside him. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us find the next Dragon Ball. Our time is limited. This territory belongs to other deities. And if we are discovered, trouble is inevitable. Reluctantly, Bulma began to search for the location of the next Dragon Ball. She gazed at the magnificent galaxy, its stars twinkling like the flash of wedding lights, illuminating the space between them, leading her to grip his shoulder tightly. Stop staring at the galaxy. It all looks the same. If you want to see more, we can return to the Supreme Kai's realm, and I will show you the entire star system. Humph. Bulma scoffed, finding him utterly lacking in romantic spirit. The radar beeped again. He leaned closer to examine the final Dragon Ball, causing Bulma's cheeks to flush. A remote star system? He surveyed the expanded area. Though it was somewhat distant, he could use instant transmission to reach it with a few jumps. Here it is. Bulma pointed at the ice-blue planet displayed on the Dragon Ball radar. Is it frozen? Regardless, I won't concern myself with such trivialities. With a swift motion, he extended his hand towards the air, unleashing a fluorescent green energy towards the blue planet. In an instant, the energy surged in the cosmos. Boom. Following a violent tremor, the ice-blue planet shattered, revealing an orange Dragon Ball. The Super Dragon Balls, created by the dragon god Zalama, were remarkably resilient. This allowed him to confidently release energy. If they shattered easily, what would that say about the first wish-granting orbs? Even Beerus's destructive power could not eliminate the immortal Zamasu, indicating that the Super Dragon Balls were indeed of a higher caliber, embodying the ultimate wish-granting entity. He enveloped the Dragon Balls with his energy and promptly executed instant transmission. departing from the sixth universe. Gazing at the assembled Super Dragon Balls, the 7 planet-sized orbs shimmered with a radiant glow. What now? Let us summon the dragon. Just watch. He took a deep breath as the energy aura approached, then shouted with divine authority, "Arise, dragon of the gods. Please grant my wish." As his voice faded, the Dragon Balls seemed to respond to his plea, ceasing their flickering and falling into a tranquil silence. In that moment, the universe reverberated with thunderous roars, as if the dragon god was bellowing amidst the lightning. A sacred aura enveloped them, and dazzling golden light flickered within the galaxy. The 7 planet-like Dragon Balls began to resonate with a booming sound, accompanied by a magnificent golden radiance, akin to infinite golden lightning swirling within. As it became increasingly distinct and clearer, the shimmering golden light enveloped its form, drawing in stars like particles. Roar! The serpentine golden patterns coiled through the cosmos, intertwining with various star systems, accompanied by the resounding roar of the dragon. Boom! Boom! A magnificent golden dragon emerged, its elongated body and robust claws captivating all. The wings on its back sparked the imagination, and as its form expanded, its scales shimmered like a swirling vortex, soon engulfing both the two and the surrounding star systems into its maw. "We're being devoured." He looked at the weeping figure in his arms, then surveyed their surroundings, marveling at the interior of the dragon. Nearby star systems appeared miniature, floating in midair, while golden light bathed everything, akin to being submerged in a sea of gold. At that moment, the sacred aura coalesced, gradually forming the visage of the super dragon. Despite its diminutive size compared to its true form, it was still larger than any ordinary dragon. A well-known adage states that the larger the Dragon Ball, the mightier its power. Roar! The spiraling golden dragon gazed down with its crimson eyes, and beneath its colossal head, the two appeared as mere specks of dust in the grand scheme of existence. The super dragon looked down upon them and proclaimed, "Speak your wish. Regardless of what it is, you may only make one." The thunderous voice resonated from above, echoing throughout the space. "Wait, what is the dragon saying?" "Silence. This is the language of the gods. It's akin to the language of the Earth's dragon." He took a deep breath, then utilized the divine language to declare loudly, "Bestow upon me the ability to create the most powerful Dragon Balls. I will determine the limits." Beep, beep, beep. The crimson eyes of the dragon flickered momentarily before it spoke. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." In a flash, the colossal dragon transformed back into 7 Dragon Balls, and the brilliant, dreamlike imagery of the golden sea swiftly collapsed. The two were returned to their original positions in the universe, and all star systems resumed their rightful places. He watched as the 7 Dragon Balls scattered throughout the cosmos. Quickly, he closed his eyes to sense the energy within himself. Was it another blank slate? He pondered whether the super dragon had misinterpreted his wish. Not merely the creation of Dragon Balls, but the ability to create all things. Of course, Dragon Balls were included. After all, his wish was somewhat contradictory. The ability to create Dragon Balls. As a Supreme Kai himself, he already possessed a degree of creative power. It was likely that the Super Dragon had merely enhanced it. "How do you feel? Notice any differences?" Bulma inquired warmly. "Indeed, I feel greatly enriched. I believe we have struck gold this time." He clenched his fists, laughter escaping his lips. "Humph." Bulma seemed to be a bit annoyed again. "Why were you so harsh with me just now? Afraid I would steal your wish? I can't even understand the divine language, let alone utilize it." "You have a point there. My apologies, Bulma." "Humph." Bulma turned her head away. "I'm angry. I'm not happy, humph." What do you want then? As long as you're no longer upset, I'll agree to anything." Upon hearing this, Bulma's mood brightened instantly. "You mean it? As a god, you cannot go back on your word." "Humph. Of course, I am the Supreme Kai. What I say is as good as a promise. Then wherever you go, I must accompany you. Is that possible?" "Well, humph. Who just said that gods cannot go back on their word? And now you're having second thoughts." "All right." He nodded, contemplating. Perhaps the Supreme Kai woman could also join. Maybe she should be made a Supreme Kai too? He continued, "All right. But you must listen to me. Xian, let it be. I plan to be her mentor. After all, Xian is merely a nominal Supreme Kai, while I have risen through the ranks, having undergone the trials and rituals. I should be considered the legitimate Supreme Kai. De Jie Wang Shun seems to possess everything. How could I have almost forgotten?" He glanced at his earrings. He forgot to put on the Patera earrings, which are not fixed, but rather come in multiple pairs, Both the old Jia Wangshun and Xian have them. The Patera earrings were once shattered by Dog Kong's former master. Damn it, such a surge of heavenly material. Cursed monkeys. You waste everything. Although wearing the Patera earrings would automatically connect him to the god of destruction, it had little relevance to him since he was not mingling in this universe. Moreover, wearing them at least ensured that Beerus would not dare to easily obliterate him. Destroying the Jia Wangshun would be a violation of divine law. Even if you are a god of destruction, you must pay a heavy price. Chapter 47. Creating Shenlong. Hold tight, we must return. Sha. He remembered that creating Shenlong required certain materials, just like Bobo, using wood and clay to craft the wish balls. After forming the Shenlong mold, the deity would then imbue it with life. This was to store the power of Shenlong within the mold. Sha. The North Galaxy, a remote planet, Earth. Suddenly, two figures appeared above the temple, Bulma and Broly. Jia Wangshun, Jia Wangshindarun, exclaimed Bobo, the deity, in surprise at the visitors. Hi, he greeted them. It's been a while. Then he turned to Bobo. Could you please bring me some clay and materials for making Shenlong? Upon hearing his request, the deity appeared puzzled, questioning whether Jia Wangshun had come merely to request materials for creating Shenlong. The Jia Wangshun possesses the ability to create, and suddenly, a thought struck the deity. Jia Wangshindaren. Could it be? Yes, it is precisely as you think. He replied. Bibi Kuda Mo Wang? Bulma quickly hid behind him. Ahem. I sincerely apologize, the deity said apologetically to Bulma. I regret the harm caused to humanity by Bibi Kuda Mo Wang. Bibi Kuda Mo Wang is a manifestation of the deity, a part that has separated from him. Now, Bibi Kuda Mo Wang has vanished, leaving only the deity. He pulled Bulma out, saying, Oh, I see. Bulma nodded thoughtfully. Yet, she still clung tightly to him, likely due to her multiple past traumas. As she had felt similarly when encountering Sherlak. Jia Wangshindaren, can you really create Shenlong? The deity still doubted and inquired. Of course. Who am I? I am the Jia Wangshun, an all-powerful deity. Everything will be grand once again because of me. As he spoke, he spread his arms and inhaled the oxygen in the air with closed eyes. Observing his enraptured expression, Bulma chose not to look at him. The deity, seeing this, could only smile ruefully. Ever since he became the Jia Wangshun, he had to come and listen to the deity's praises each time. Was this a quirk? Once one wears a title for too long, it becomes difficult to shed. Yet, he relished the way these beings referred to him as Jia Wangshindaren. This is what humans call desire. Tap, tap, Jia Wangshindaren. The materials you requested are ready. Bobo emerged from the temple with the clay and materials for making the Dragon Balls. Thank you. Please place them on the ground. He looked at the clay on the floor, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Come forth, my Shenlong. The Shenlong that belongs solely to me, Broly. He envisioned creating a powerful and majestic Shenlong, grasping a handful of clay. Although uncertain of his craft, he felt it necessary to give it a try. The Shenlongs in the Dragon Ball world are often bizarre, resembling snakes or large serpents, lacking the true essence of a dragon. The only genuine dragon is the Earth's Shenlong, yet its power pales in comparison. As he continued to imagine the grandeur of Shenlong in his mind, he shaped the clay into form, meticulously applying a hint of dark purple and gold, with a crystalline sheen between the scales and horns, giving it an immensely sacred appearance. Jia Wangshindaren. Hearing the deity's voice, he replied, I understand. This Shenlong will be crafted by my own hands. I wish to personally test the life bestowed by the Jia Wangshun. As the Jia Wangshun, how could he not create without relying on the deity? That would be a significant loss of face, especially since this Shenlong holds great significance. His creation would surely differ from the deity's, as his creation is enhanced by the Super Shenlong. On the glass dome, he deliberately added decorative elements, golden clouds, dark purple and gold scales, a dignified dragon head, and a robust yet graceful body, with 5 claws exhibiting a gripping posture. Unlike the Earth's Shenlong, his creation displayed an ascending dragon form. Its extraordinary appearance was accentuated by the dark purple and gold dragon body, exuding an imposing majesty. How beautiful! Bulma leaned in for a closer look. I think it can be called the Zijin Shenlong. I hope this Shenlong does not disappoint me, as I have finally gathered the Super Dragon Balls to make a wish, he said to Bulma. He believed that the creation endowed by the Super Dragon Balls would indeed be different. The dark purple patterns were also modeled after the Super Shenlong. with wings sprouting from the back, giving it a dreamlike quality. Those wings appeared to be formed from breath, continuously radiating a dark hue, further accentuating the dragon's body in an exquisite manner, resembling a beam of purple light in the pitch blackness. Everyone, step aside. I am about to begin. Upon hearing his words, everyone quickly retreated, clearing an open space for him, as he intended to unleash his inner creative force. Beep. The power of creation coalesced at his fingertips. With a mighty shout, he aimed his 2 fingers at the glass dome, and a massive vortex-like ray shot from his fingertips, striking the dragon model on the ground. Come forth, Shenron. He called out to the dragon model, invoking the incantation he had set to summon Shenron. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the heavens changed color. Dark clouds gathered above the temple, and the surroundings began to darken, the sound of crackling filling the ears of those present. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The nearby stones began to resonate, and in a moment, the combined power shot skyward. Amidst the dark clouds and lightning appeared a shimmering dark purple and gold-winged Shenron. I did it. He laughed heartily upon witnessing the success. It seems the Super Shenron has indeed granted something extraordinary. Clenching his fists, he thought that this creation might be capable of producing unforeseen wonders in the future. The Dragon Ball shot out in all directions towards Earth. It appeared that even though it was just created, it could not grant wishes immediately. There must be a certain amount of time to absorb energy. I did it. So, do we now have our own Shenron? He nodded at Bulma's words. Yes. We will possess our very own Shenron. Upon hearing him say we, Bulma's cheeks flushed. Ahem. Bobo, didn't you forget something? We should return to the temple. Right. We still need to water the plants, dear deity. The 2 shared knowing smiles as they walked back into the temple. The 2 outside exchanged smiles. Sitting on the edge of the temple, gazing at the sunset on the horizon, observing Bulma's face, a look of happiness graced her features, as if she remembered the companionship spoken of in the universe. Ahem, don't just stare at me. Just so you know, you must behave. As a deity, it is not unreasonable to admonish one's disciple, right? In response to his words, Bulma merely smiled sweetly. Beep. The energy converged at his fingertips and shot around Bulma, adorning her in a brand new outfit. Under the red outer garment of the Jia Wangshan, she wore a pink outfit, with long scarves wrapped around her waist. What is this? She looked at her hands in bewilderment, questioning. With a gentle clang, he personally adorned the purple earrings onto Bulma's ears. Observing her dazed expression, he couldn't help but smile, saying, This is the position of an apprentice, Kaishin. You must strive diligently. Otherwise, you might remain an apprentice for a lifetime. I understand. She fervently nodded. He was willing to invest in these matters, as one must take responsibility in life, especially when it comes to being a deity. By the way, I still need to return. He recalled an important matter, and before Bulma could regain her senses, he vanished from the divine temple. Upon arriving at the residence of the Grand Kaishin, he surveyed his surroundings and pushed open the grand door. Estimating that Shin was likely still in the midst of his lessons, he retrieved a pair of golden earrings from the cabinet and hastily adorned them, taking a moment to admire his appearance in the mirror. Ah, truly handsome, he exclaimed, fluffing his hair and marveling at his own striking visage. Chapter 48. The future of the future come. Express your wish. Regardless of what it is, only one can be granted. He gazed at the magnificent Shenron and proclaimed loudly, O great super dragon god, please grant me the ability to master the god technique of destruction and the ultra instinct. The colossal dragon's eyes flickered with a shimmering red light, followed by a distant, resonant voice. It is exceedingly simple. Your wish has been granted. Then farewell. With a swift motion, the golden ocean transformed Shenron back into 7 colossal wish orbs, scattering across the 6th and 7th universes, causing the surrounding space to collapse. And he found himself once again in the cosmos. Have I succeeded? With his hands raised, he felt the energy coursing within him. Destruction. He gestured toward a nearby planet, and he witnessed the destructive energy gathering in his right hand, instantly enveloping the planet. Boom. The planet he had just beckoned was reduced to cosmic dust, and he was exhilarated by this display of feeble destructive power. Clenching his fists, green energy enveloped him. What on earth is happening? He stared in bewilderment at his hands, realizing the ultra instinct he had envisioned had not manifested. Must I require external stimuli to activate it? Suddenly, it dawned on him that ultra instinct was the embodiment of one's self-awareness, requiring no cognitive thought to activate. Combat, it seemed, was the most effective catalyst. The wish from the Super Dragon Balls had indeed implanted the god technique within him, but something was needed to unlock it. Curse this wretched dragon. It must be deaf, or perhaps it simply failed to grasp the language. In frustration, he clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. This individual was none other than the Kaioshin from the 7th universe, Broly. As for his presence here, he had utilized the time ring to journey a year into the future of the 7th universe to gather the Super Dragon Balls once more. A sudden movement on his index finger jolted him back to reality. The time ring emitted a white beam, tearing open a rift in space-time. What has transpired? He was perplexed as to why the time ring had suddenly opened a rift. Could it be Trunks? He speculated that someone might be tampering with time, drawing the attention of the time ring. If that were the case, it was highly likely that a time machine was involved, and Trunks might be inside it. In the instant he entered, the space-time rift sealed behind him, leaving the universe as tranquil as ever, save for the dust of destruction he had scattered. Within the rift, an ocean of white light enveloped his vision, pulsating like tumultuous waves, casting brilliant rays. The responsive time ring guided him forward, though he was uncertain of what lay ahead. As a Kaioshin, he felt it was his duty to investigate. A beam shot from the time ring, appearing remarkably vivid within the rift, connecting to a distant point. Yet he pressed on, quickening his pace. The land of the divine mirror. Amidst the drifting islands and colossal trees, there stood a resplendent palace, the abode of the god of destruction. Curse it! The sound of fists colliding reverberated as two men relentlessly attacked a tall woman wielding a staff. Her stark white hair towered above her, and with a graceful evasion of their blows, she remarked with a playful smile, "Your forms are quite impressive. You've improved tremendously since before." With a decisive swing of her staff, the two men fell to the ground. "You still need more practice, but you have indeed improved." Observing this, he offered words of encouragement. The staff-wielding figure was none other than Whis, the attendant of the god of destruction, Beerus, who lounged beneath a great tree, enjoying the cool breeze. Meanwhile, engaged in combat with Whis were Son Goku, also known as Kakarot, and his companion Vegeta, both Saiyans of this universe. Nearby, the Kaioshin, Shin, sipped tea under the shade of the tree. "Hurry!" A hurried female voice broke through as a woman in an orange outfit rushed in, calling out, "Mr. Goku! Mr. Vegeta! Xiaowu!" Upon seeing the approaching woman, Goku waved energetically. Breathless, she exclaimed, "Trunks is missing." "What? Missing?" Upon hearing this alarming news, Vegeta and Goku stood up in astonishment. Trunks should be training here in the present. Kaioshin Shin also set aside his tea. "Allow me to enlighten you." A sudden voice drew everyone's attention to the figure emerging from behind the tree, a man with dual blades and glasses. "I am Fuyo, a friend of Trunks." "A friend? Humph. Since when did Trunks have friends here?" Vegeta questioned, his skepticism evident. Ignoring Vegeta's query, Fuyo continued with concern, "Trunks is in dire straits. He is currently on Prison Planet." "Prison Planet?" Vegeta crossed his arms, questioning, "How do you know this?" "Ah." Fuyo spread his arms, looking at them. "Don't wear such a dreadful expression. If a friend is in danger, it is only natural for me to investigate. Prison Planet is a place that harbors the universe's most dangerous prisoners. If you do not act swiftly, Trunks may be in grave danger." With that, Fuyo vanished from the land of the divine mirror. "TCH, that guy always brings me trouble." After venting his frustration, Vegeta turned to Goku, preparing to leave. "Kakarot, right." Goku responded sharply as their fists collided with resolve. Observing the situation, was cautioned, "The man named Fuyo is quite suspicious." "Indeed." Kaioshin Shin concurred, then turned to the only human present. "Miss Wu, I wish to entrust you with a task." Uncertain of the Kaioshin's intentions, Xiao Wu replied, "Yes." Prison Planet, as the name implies, resembles a celestial prison. Within the cosmos, in a deep rift shimmering with blue light, several planets were tightly bound together. On these planets, massive chains intertwined, binding them securely. Boom! A resounding thunder echoed as a great space-time rift gradually opened, revealing an abyss of darkness within, where faint lights glimmered sporadically. A beam of pure white light shot forth, aimed directly at the celestial body known as Prison Star. Emerging from the radiance, a silhouette gradually materialized amidst the crackling thunder. With a resounding clap and rumble, the figure revealed itself to be the Kaioshin of the 7th universe. Upon his arrival, He surveyed the surroundings before his gaze fell upon the massive chains binding the planet. The time ring adorning his index finger seemed to incessantly inform him that he had reached his destination. The ring subsequently retracted the beam of light, and the rift behind him began to close rapidly. "Ah, prison star," he exclaimed with a hint of excitement. He raised his right hand, gazing at the time ring while murmuring, "I shall rely on you from now on. Let me grow stronger." Again and again, he understood that those traversing through time must have landed on this very prison star, prompting him to pursue them closely. Utilizing instantaneous movement, 3 figures materialized: Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Xiao Wu. "What colossal chains?" Sun Wukong marveled, casting his eyes skyward. "Hey, what's with this energy?" Vegeta warned, sensing an overwhelming presence. This guy?" Sun Wukong responded, adopting a serious demeanor. Suddenly, an immense energy surged from the horizon, prompting both warriors to turn in unison, with Xiao Wu following suit. "Mr. Wukong," she called out uncertainly upon spotting the descending figure. "At last, I found you." The newcomer was none other than an alternate dimensional Sun Wukong, clad in a crimson robe and black trousers, wielding a Rui Bang. It was difficult not to suspect he was GT Wukong. Without uttering a word, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, enveloped in a golden aura. Amidst the clamor, his red fur erupted across his body, and his swaying tail turned crimson. His golden pupils and red irises, coupled with his dense black hair, charged towards Sun Wukong. With a resounding clash, Sun Wukong activated his super blue form, their fists colliding with tremendous force. "What immense power! So, you are the version of me from that side," he exclaimed. "That side?" Super Blue Wukong replied, puzzled. "Are you an ally of that guy?" In an instant, a luminous energy sphere formed in Super Blue Wukong's left hand and was launched forth. As Sun Wukong dodged, a violent explosion erupted from the mountainside behind him. The impact sent Super Blue Wukong flying as he defended against an incoming attack, resulting in a fierce kick that hurled him away. Super Saiyan 4 Wukong, undeterred, followed with his own energy sphere. Swoosh! Super Blue Wukong leaped into the air, but his height caused him to collide with an invisible barrier above, eliciting a cry of pain. "What? How can there be a ceiling?" Vegeta and Xiao Wu gasped from below. "Useless. This is a completely enclosed space. There is no escape," Super Saiyan 4 Wukong declared. "What did you say?" Super Blue Wukong questioned, confused. With a slight smile, Super Saiyan 4 Wukong replied, "Indeed, there might be another way to try." Upon witnessing his movements, Super Blue Wukong mirrored his stance. The two unleashed Kamehameha waves, their combined might resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. As the smoke dissipated, Super Saiyan 4 Wukong gazed at the barrier above, muttering to himself, "Still not enough? What are you saying?" Super Blue Wukong asked, lowering his arms. Suddenly, laughter echoed through the air, drawing Xiao Wu's attention to a figure above. Frieza, gazing at the alternate Wukong, remarked, "You Saiyans are truly remarkable. Thanks to the two of you, I've been able to gather such fascinating samples." "Enough nonsense," Super Saiyan 4 Wukong retorted, launching an energy sphere at him. With a swift hand motion, Frieza deflected it effortlessly, then sat cross-legged in midair, speaking softly, "I have discerned your intentions." "Well, what?" Super Saiyan 4 Wukong exclaimed. Frieza continued, "You aim to shatter this space using their Kamehameha waves, correct? However, you won't succeed. Still, I must commend your quick thinking. You truly are a time-space enforcer." "Time-space enforcer?" Xiao Wu inquired. As the figures above descended slowly, Super Saiyan 4 Wukong disclosed his origins. "I am the Sun Wukong from a different dimension, tasked with apprehending those who commit malevolent acts across time." Upon hearing this, Super Blue Wukong's expression shifted to one of astonishment, followed by realization. "So, you are a good person after all. Are you well acquainted with this planet?" Ignoring the two Wukongs, Vegeta directed his question at Frieza. "Of course. I personally created this experimental arena to bring formidable warriors from various dimensions here, allowing them to engage in endless combat," Frieza explained, eliciting shocked expressions from the others. Frieza continued, "That red-haired one over there, you deliberately allowed yourself to be captured to investigate this place, didn't you? Even in concealment, you time-space enforcers discovered me." Super Saiyan 4 Wukong fixed his gaze on Frieza, while Xiao Wu interjected indignantly, "So you deceived us. Is Trunks really here?" Frieza's voice turned cold. "Trunks is a particularly unforgivable individual, a mere human capable of traversing time at will," so I afforded him special treatment. How else could I lure you here? Oh, I see. So this is your reason for continuously capturing warriors from other dimensions? A sudden ethereal voice interrupted, drawing everyone's attention skyward. With a crackle, a massive bolt of lightning tore through the air, revealing a figure adorned in a green energy shield. Frieza, looking up in disbelief, questioned, "How did you enter this sealed space?" "Hey, Kakarot, look. Is that Broly?" Vegeta's voice reached Sun Wukong, who rubbed his eyes and turned to the figure emerging from the rift. Indeed, it is Broly, but yet it is not. Sun Wukong sensed an absence of energy emanating from him. "Well, let him come in. I care not who you are," Frieza remarked, floating upwards, addressing those below. Ordinary individuals seeking to depart can only rely on the 7 mystical Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? Are there some here? Super Blue Wukong inquired, taken aback. Precisely. I already possess one, Super Saiyan 4 Wukong revealed, producing a 1-star Dragon Ball from his pocket. Yes, just as this red-haired one stated. The other 6 Dragon Balls each have their own masters, all immensely powerful, so do your utmost to avoid having them snatched away. Now, let the experiment commence. With that, Frieza vanished abruptly. Frieza, Wukong called out in alarm. Dimensions, so I can truly grow here. He observed the 2 Wukongs, realizing that he faced a plethora of formidable opponents. Hey you, who are you? Vegeta demanded, turning his attention to the newcomer. Me? He pointed to himself, as the others focused their gazes upon him. Could it be? Super Saiyan 4 Wukong's eyes widened in recognition. Have you figured it out? He chuckled softly, flicking his earring. The others gasped in unison. You are the Kaioshin. Huh, yes. I am the Kaioshin of the 7th universe. Though, from an alternate dimension, he declared. The Kaioshin of the 7th universe? What is your purpose for coming here? He continued in response to Chao Si Wukong's words. It just so happens that I discovered someone engaging in time travel, so I came to ascertain the situation here. To my surprise, there are quite a few delightful surprises. Meanwhile, in a warehouse, a blue-haired man lay there, who was none other than the future Trunks. With a creak, the door swung open, and light poured into the dark depths of the warehouse. Rising to his feet, he glanced at the strange device in his hand, perplexed by the unfamiliar world outside. Thud, thud. As he surveyed the alien surroundings, he began to run, sensing an approaching energy, and looked up. Suddenly, a frozen demon extended its hand towards him. Hand over the Dragon Balls. What? The Dragon Balls? Upon hearing this, Dajuan quickly searched his body for the said Dragon Balls. In a laboratory, countless surveillance screens displayed various scenes, including the earlier encounter between Dajuan and Gula. Seated in a swivel chair was a man. He was Fuyu. As he sat there, he clasped his hands and exclaimed, "The cast has finally gathered. The most fascinating experiment in the entire universe is about to commence." A commotion arose behind him, prompting him to turn around and smile. Just a little longer before it's your turn to shine, evil Saiyan. With a crackle, the Saiyan in the experiment reacted immediately, his eyes turning pale, sporting an extraordinarily long hairstyle, and wearing a mask. Bang! Ominous black currents surged around him. On a fiery red planet, the landscape was dominated by rivers of lava. Within the molten tower, a Saiyan was imprisoned, the very evil Saiyan that Fuyu spoke of. He was enveloped in a dark red aura, and a 3-star Dragon Ball floated around him. The black-red flames erupted from his body, causing violent explosions throughout the tower. With each blast, Fuyu clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Is this the evil Saiyan? Magnificent." He then placed his hands behind his head. His eyes fixated on the chaotic figure on the screen, remarking how fortunate it was to have him brought here. The 4 individuals traversed the corridor, with Chao Si Wukong seeking his companions, namely the alternate universe's Vegeta and other time patrollers. I say, Lord Kaioshin, where is that formidable fellow Fuyu spoke of? Wukong repeated this question nonchalantly as he walked. Stop the nonsense, Vegeta exclaimed loudly, halting to face Wukong. Hurry up and locate Trunks' energy. It's indeed quite powerful. Upon hearing Kaioshin's words, the expressions of the other 3 turned serious, and they turned to face the same direction. That fellow possesses an extraordinary energy. Wukong then gestured to Xiaowu, urging her to find a place to hide. Understood. Seeing Xiaowu sprint towards the back, Wukong gazed at the approaching entity. A black-red energy surged toward them from the sky, an immense malevolent force. Realizing this, he reflected on his transformation from human to god. The evil energy transformed into divine energy. Thud. The figure that landed atop the peak unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward the three of them. Boom. Boom. Whistle. Vegeta sliced through an energy blast with a hand chop and glanced at the tail of the figure that had landed. Kakarot. That fellow seems to be a Saiyan too. Indeed, such a potent evil energy. Wukong soared upwards, transforming into a Super Saiyan, and charged forward. Damn it. Seeing Wukong make a move, the figure erupted with rage and advanced. Humph. He chuckled at the sight. Go ahead. It is only fitting to unleash a more formidable power for my growth. If it's at this level, I won't grow much at all. Aya. As Wukong closed in, he struck the figure, and a wave of black-red energy surged into him through the punch. Beside him, Vegeta paused. Hey, are you all right, Kakarot? Ah. An anguished cry from Wukong echoed momentarily, as the black-red energy began to taint his golden aura. Upon opening his eyes again, he had transformed into a frenzied Super Saiyan, his eyes turning pale as he seemed to lose all judgment, recklessly attacking Vegeta. Aya! Bang! The painful punch forced Vegeta to stagger back a few steps. Damn it! What's wrong with you, Kakarot? In response to his inquiry, Wukong unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Bang! 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 Vegeta countered each incoming blast with a punch. Trunks, it's about time you arrived. Yet he didn't want to take any chances and instantly teleported in front of Xiaowu, shattering an energy blast with a punch. Hearing the commotion behind him, a figure materialized before him. It was the future Trunks. In this universe, it meant that when he returned to his original timeline, Trunks would still not recognize him. Trunks rushed from behind him into Dajuan's embrace. Why are you here, Xiaowu? He then turned to her. Thank you for protecting Xiaowu. It's nothing. I was just bored. Vegeta, who had been engaged in battle ahead, turned back to address Dajuan. That fellow is Kaioshin. Trunks, you take on Kakarot, and I will deal with the one ahead. Bang! Vegeta charged towards the figure on the peak. Apologies, Lord Kaioshin, Trunks said apologetically, to which he merely smiled. It's all right. You go and battle Son Wukong first. Understood. Bang! With that, Dajuan transformed into a Super Saiyan and hurled a punch at Son Wukong. Son Wukong and Trunks engaged in a fierce exchange, while Vegeta was halted in his tracks by a sudden energy blast. Boom. You are Gula. He glared at the one who had struck him. Everyone, be cautious. A voice echoed from above. It was Fu Yu, referring to the masked evil Saiyan. In the experimental chair, Fu Yu addressed the group. He is the evil Saiyan, Kamba. His malevolent energy can corrupt the hearts of those who come into contact with it. I see, so Gula is trying to stop me. Vegeta's gaze shifted from Gula to the evil Saiyan. Bang! Dajuan, who had just sent Son Wukong flying with a punch, called out to Vegeta. Father, Gula is on our side. Humph. Gula scoffed. We merely share the same objective. As Son Wukong, who had been knocked back, climbed to his feet. He threw a punch at Gula. Boom. Boom. The distance between them closed again, their hands locked together in a fierce struggle. Trunks, this is your gear. Xiaowu tossed a capsule beside Dajuan. BOM. As the smoke from the capsule cleared, it revealed a large sword and a set of armor. Thank you. Xiaowu. Bang. Bang. Observing Son Wukong being pushed back several meters, Gula called out towards the sky. Fu Yu, you mentioned that Frieza surpassed me after transforming into Golden Frieza, right? If my brother can accomplish it, how could I, as the elder, not be able to? With that, Gula clenched his fists tightly, unleashing a frenzied roar. Yah! Boom! A golden aura erupted from within Gula, enveloping his entire being, with every inch of his skin radiating a golden hue, adorned with purple jewels on his horns, chest, and wrists. Fu Yu, do you see my form? If I were to name it, I would call it Golden Gula. He then turned to Son Wukong. Now? Shall we continue? Yaha! With a leap, he launched a punch towards Wukong's face. Chapter 49. The Birth of the Ultimate Warrior. Bang! Huangjin Gula swiftly delivered a rapid punch to Wukong's face, instantly sending him flying several meters away, causing the ground to shatter under the tremendous force. Hahahaha. In Gula's hand, a massive golden sphere of energy coalesced, aimed directly at the malevolent Saiyan Kamba perched upon the mountain peak. Boom! The resounding explosion engulfed everything around, swallowing stones in a blinding white light, along with Kamba. Wukong uncle, seeing the figure that had been struck, Date rushed over with concern. From the ruins, a powerful aura shattered the surrounding stones, and Wukong's silhouette rose to his feet. Wukong uncle, have you regained your senses? Upon hearing Deity's concerned words, Wukong smiled. Ah, Trunks, are you alright? I'm sorry to have worried you. Boom. Amidst the energy explosion created by Huangjin Gula, a dark red aura flickered within the debris, dispersing the surrounding smoke. As the dust settled, a figure brimming with malevolent energy emerged. It was the evil Saiyan Kamba. His hands and body appeared to be bound by some device. Could it be a mechanism to restrict his power? Ha, ha, ha. I admire your tenacity. Come, let us engage in a grand battle, Kamba declared, his eyes now wide open, surveying the crowd. His muscles swelled, and the devices on his body shattered, unleashing a massive dark red aura that painted the sky crimson. His long hair, reminiscent of Super Saiyan 3, flowed like that of Raditz. Light blasts erupted from his body, raining down in a flurry, and after a storm of energy, the area was shrouded in smoke. Who on earth is that guy? Wukong, just recovering, gazed at the dark red figure in the sky. That fellow is named Kamba, the evil Saiyan. Vegeta, who had teleported in, informed him. What did you say? Wukong exclaimed in surprise at his words. Beside him, Broly chimed in. He must be another Saiyan from a different dimension. This malevolent aura is the source of his incredible strength. By the way, Wukong-san, Vegeta-san. Upon hearing their conversation, both turned to Xiao Wu, who instinctively tossed them something. Seeing this, Vegeta grinned. This is the Patera earring that the Kaioshin asked me to safeguard. Upon hearing Xiao Wu, his daughter-in-law, Vegeta's expression softened. Deity turned to Wukong and Vegeta. I'll distract that guy. You two take this opportunity to fuse. Huh. Boom. Transforming into Super Saiyan. Deity drew the gigantic sword from his back and leaped toward Kamba with a fierce slash. However, Kamba remained unyielding against Deity's strike. Bang. He swiftly grasped the sword and effortlessly seized Deity by the neck, reverting him back to his normal state in an instant. Observing this, Broly couldn't help but marvel at Kamba's overwhelming power. For a regular Saiyan like Kamba, to overpower Super Saiyan Deity was indeed alarming, especially considering the brutal factor that accompanied it. Pew, 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 boom. Huangjin Gula launched an energy attack at Kamba's side. As the smoke began to clear, he scoffed, useless. This little brat seems beyond saving. He then lowered his hands, conserving his energy. Trunks. Vegeta immediately donned the Patera earrings and turned to Wukong. Kakarot, hurry. Yes. Wukong promptly put on the earrings at his urging. Humph. The ultimate warrior has finally arrived. Let me see the power of the fusion created by the Patera earrings. Seeing their actions, Broly could not help but let out a grunt, arms crossed, intensely focused on the fusion light. The earrings multiplied their power, while the fusion technique added their strengths together. This was the true power of the earrings, though it had its drawbacks. If the power was too great, the earrings might not withstand it and forcibly separate. In a flash of white light, the two combined into a brand new super warrior, adorned with the distinctive Patera earrings. This being bore a striking resemblance to both, with two prominent bangs framing his forehead. This was the ultimate warrior, Vegeta. Clad in black pants with an orange shirt underneath and a blue belt, his chestnut red hair now resembled that of a Saiyan in their final form. Hahahaha. He clenched his fists and immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. His round eyes locked onto Kamba, who had just defeated Deity. Kamba, let us settle this once and for all. Boom. Super Blue Vegeta unleashed a surge of energy, flying towards Kamba. Unfazed, Kamba calmly gathered energy in his left hand, which suddenly expanded from a small blast to a massive energy orb 10 times larger. Boom. He hurled the colossal dark red energy blast towards Vegeta, engulfing him in an explosion that reduced the ground below to dust. Witnessing the scene on the screen, Fuyu gasped, "This battle is truly exhilarating. Keep fighting. Sacrifice yourself for my data." He applauded, excitement radiating from his face, as he anticipated collecting data on even stronger warriors. Kaioshin, what's happening inside? Xiao Wu inquired with concern. He smiled and replied, "Don't worry. The ultimate warrior is incredibly strong." As he spoke, the smoke on the battlefield dissipated completely, and Kamba glared at the figure before him. "You bastard. You possess such power?" He clutched his arm, seemingly injured from an explosion caused by Vegeta. "Are you alright, Trunks?" Ignoring Kamba's taunts, Vegeta turned to ask. "I'm fine." Deity struggled to stand. "In that case, step aside." Boom. The aura of Super Saiyan Blue surged again, striking towards Kamba. Bang 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 bang. The two resumed their fierce combat, unleashing dimensional shockwaves with every punch and kick exchanged. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta roared, delivering a heavy punch that sent Kamba staggering back. Boom. A black beam shot down from the heavens, carving a massive scar into the ground below. The figure within the ruins shakily rose again. I never expected such a warrior to exist. Oh. Kamba transformed into Super Saiyan, his malevolent energy now more potent than ever, seemingly endless. This ominous aura. Thud. The blue figure in the sky slowly descended to the ground. Boom. Two beams clashed once more at the surface. Bang 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 bang. The sound of fists and feet echoed, creating a resonating shockwave through the air. How intriguing. This power is truly dangerous. Huangjin Gula instinctively glanced at the others, seemingly plotting something. Haha. In a laboratory, Fuyu watched the screen, laughing heartily. More. Ascend beyond the extreme limits of power. Chapter 50, Super Saiyan 3. Snap. Snap. He observed the chains above, noticing cracks beginning to form. Could this power be too much for this space to bear? In the sky, the two fighters, Vegeta and Kamba, were still locked in fierce combat. He suspected that the Saiyan traits were manifesting once again. Vegeta was reckless, while Gogeta was more composed. Trunks, hold on. Xiao Wu urged as she supported him with concern. Trunks also turned to gaze at the two figures in the sky, remarking on the formidable energy present. Please trust Uncle Wukong and the others. They will be fine. With a swift motion, he exclaimed, Hey Trunks. As he heard a voice behind him, Date turned around, catching an object that left him astounded upon inspection. A Senzu bean. Thank you, Lord Kaishin. Ignoring Date, he directed his attention skyward, stating, Your body is still too slow. Even though we are from different timelines, as a Saiyan, you must train diligently. Hearing this, Trunks displayed a rather embarrassed expression. Do you know? The Trunks from another dimension has also arrived here. Yet he is vastly more powerful than you. Upon hearing this, Date clenched his fists once more. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering chains caught the attention of Golden Gula, who smirked as he observed the battle above. A tremendous malevolent energy coalesced in Kamba's hand, rapidly forming a growing sphere of power. Observing this, Vegeta gathered his hands and shouted, Ultimate Kamehameha. Take this. Boom. The two colossal energies collided with a resounding impact. Kamba shook his head, seemingly unaware of the age-old adage that one always loses to the left side of the wave. Except for that pig, Dana. Vegeta intensified his power, his energy flaring from his hands, and the augmented Kamehameha surged through Kamba's energy blast. The powerful blast enveloped Kamba, whose battered form gasped for breath as the flames subsided. Crack! The chains in the sky shattered once more under the overwhelming force. At this rate, it won't be long before Prison Star ceases to exist. You will be honored to perish at my hands. Kamba seethed. His fingers curled as he conjured a light orb. Realizing it was an artificial moon, given that he possessed a tail, it might amplify his power tenfold, combined with the dark energy. As the tail serves as a Saiyans power reservoir. Swish! The light orb ascended into the sky, suddenly exploding. All eyes turned towards the source of the energy blast. As Vegeta reformed into Vegeta and Goku. This won't do, Kamba. I'm here too. His gaze locked onto the masked figure ahead. Boom. Damn, it's you again. The figure on the screen caused the laboratories for you to slam his fist onto the control panel. Humph, another one has arrived. Kamba observed the approaching silhouette. A torrent of green energy erupted from Broly, transforming him into his Super Saiyan 2 form. Flickering bolts of electricity surrounded him, and though it was merely the second transformation, the power it contained was terrifying. All right, Kamba turned his attention to the fight, exclaiming that any combatant was welcome. He clenched his fists, unleashing an outrageous malevolent force. His hair shifted from black to golden, crackling with blue lightning, while his eyebrows vanished, and his hair morphed into a bushy state. This was Super Saiyan 3. Swish! The moment the light orb was released, the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Bang boom! The sounds of their strikes echoed as they ascended from the ground into the sky. The turbulent energy resonated, causing the chains in the sky to tremble violently. The barrier and chains began to shatter under the force of their clash. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Humph, if this is all you can manage, then it's time to bid you farewell. Kamba pressed his palms together, delivering an elbow strike combined with a colossal hammer blow that slammed him into the ground. Whoosh! Bang! Bang, bang. Kamba, hovering above, extended his right hand, launching a barrage of dark red energy, akin to raindrops falling from the sky. Boom, boom. The energy blast struck the ground, exploding instantly and enveloping everything in a blinding white light, obliterating the remaining chains. Lord Kaishin. The onlookers gazed at the deep crater where the massive explosion had occurred. At last, I found you, Fuyu. Stop rambling, Kakarot. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, let us fuse quickly. After chasing you for so long, we must capture him this time. Fuyu, perched in his swivel chair, turned around, truly persistent, time patrol. Bayu. The two figures merged, their energies intertwining into a radiant golden light, giving birth to Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. His body was cloaked in crimson fur, crowned with black bushy hair, with blue pupils and red irises. The golden patera earrings shimmered at his ears, and his energy surged dramatically. He tightened his fists and charged towards Fuyu. In a moment of evasion, his true intent was to strike the laboratory below, which erupted in a series of explosions. Damn it, my experimental data. With a contorted face, he gripped the blade tightly, vowing, Time Patrol, I will not let you escape. In the flickering void, Fuyu's lingering voice echoed in the ears of the mightiest warrior, Vegeta. Is this truly all you can muster? Kamba lamented as he surveyed the dissipating smoke. Boom. A colossal surge of green energy erupted from the ground. The daylight space transformed into a massive green inferno, clearing away the debris surrounding him. Aya! The figure rising was Broly, roaring with newfound power. Kamba watched with interest, choosing not to intervene. Grow stronger. No matter who you are, fight me. I merely wish to relish in battle. Aya! Boom. The ground beneath Broly shattered as he radiated an even more terrifying aura, his green hair growing at an astonishing rate. The radiant green locks surged forth, revealing a long-haired man with lightning-like features. This was Super Saiyan 3. Father, Uncle Wukong, what is this? How can his power be so outrageous? Deity exclaimed, bewildered, leading Vegeta to feel a surge of irritation. Chapter 51, Terrifying Growth. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Super Saiyan 3. Kamba stood in awe, witnessing his power escalate once more. His limits had increased fourfold. The long green hair cascaded down to his waist, crackling with electricity. Thanks to his clothing, his tail curled around his waist, making it difficult to discern that he was indeed a Saiyan. Trunks, you may be unaware of Broly's prowess as a Saiyan. Saiyan. Uncle Wukong, are you saying that Kaishin is a Saiyan? Hearing Goku's words, Deity was momentarily flummoxed. Could there truly be distinctions among Saiyans? TCH. Vegeta, witnessing Deity's confusion, felt embarrassed. Broly is a member of our Saiyan lineage, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. What is terrifying is not merely that he is a Saiyan, but the inherent traits of our race. Goku continued, we struggled immensely to defeat Broly back then. Trunks, the one from another timeline, never reappeared after that. Understanding the implications of another version of himself, Deity felt a pang of realization, akin to knowing that another version of him had been slain by Cell. Damn, how useless. I cannot even activate Ultra Instinct. Cursed fool. Broly berated himself. He probably already understands the reason. Without a sense of oppression or the looming threat of death, the extraordinary characteristics of Chuan Chao have rendered him nearly invincible in this world. Serendipitously, this has led him to master the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, marking his growth. Unlike the fleeting moments of Hit's time manipulation, Chuan Chao's evolution seems to imply that as long as he remains alive, his strength will exponentially increase, perhaps until his physical form collapses, at which point he might be defeated. How infuriating it is to strike with such ease. No matter what, I shall make you feel it in return. Boom. A colossal green beam of light, like a destructive machine, obliterated everything it touched, fracturing the ground into a chasm reminiscent of the East African Rift. The terror of the destruction machine was immense. Bang, 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 bang. The sound reminiscent of dimensional fluctuations opened a memoir in the air once more. However, this time the outcome seemed to reverse. The formidable characteristics of Chuan Chao were only intensifying. Thud, thud. What happened, Kamba? Where did your words just go? Bang, bang, bang. More, more, more. Excitement overwhelms me. Boom. The deep green aura erupted from within him once again. Hahahaha. Explosive energy meteor. Countless green energy orbs shot forth from his body, covering Kamba's form from every angle. You bastard. Kamba, with his aura imbued with destructive factors, landed a punch deep into his body. Reflect on your malevolence. Kamba smirked as Broly stood there, momentarily stunned. Recall your wickedness and become a mindless fighting machine. With a swift backward leap, he distanced himself from Kamba, while the deep green aura continued to engulf the battlefield. Damn it, that insufferable Kamba. That guy has become even harder to deal with. Vegeta cursed angrily upon witnessing the scene. After the bombardment subsided, Broly halted, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. You want me to remember evil? Ha, 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 ha ha ha. Then Kamba, remember this taste. Hearing his voice, Kamba's expression shifted to one of shock. Has he freed himself from the grip of evil power? And is he wielding it? Ha 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 ha. The overwhelming aura surged forth, enveloped by a green energy that astonished both Goku and Vegeta. This was indeed their realm of the gods. The green nitrogen membrane shattered with a glassy crack, revealing a figure with dark green hair, green eyebrows, and a deep green tail. Ha 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 ha. Kaioken times 10. The immense aura shattered the seals of Prison Planet. The figure in the air took on a diamond shape. The outer layer radiated a massive red aura. That was the Kaioken. Inside, there was a layer of black and red flames, intermittently flashing with small bolts of lightning. At the core, there lay the green flames. Flames unique to Chuanchao. Whoosh. Boom. Oof. A heavy punch struck Kamba's abdomen, causing him to spew forth bitter liquid. Another left hook sent him soaring into the sky. Observing this, Broly executed a sudden teleportation. Appearing in the air, his hands clasped together as he delivered a devastating elbow strike that drove Kamba into the ground. Haha. Energy orbs continuously coalesced between his hands and were hurled downward. Layer upon layer of green energy orbs swiftly covered the sky, exploding like raindrops. Oh! Within the smoke, Kamba's cries of agony echoed, and as the smoke cleared, the figure below appeared to have lost consciousness. Boom, boom, rumble. The planet began to crack. Who would have thought that this planet would ultimately bear the burden? It seemed on the verge of explosion. The deep red sky and the increasingly fractured earth were all so familiar, preparing to turn to dust. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, two figures flew in. The Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Super Saiyan 4 Goku. The prison planet is about to explode. Everyone, hurry over here. Super Saiyan 4 Goku exclaimed. Watching everyone gather, Goku looked to the figure in midair, Lord Kaishin. This planet is going to explode. Please leave with us. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Returning to his normal form, he gently landed on the ground. Then let us go. Although he had endured such a long beating, there was no sign of his ultra instinct being activated. He gazed at Kambo on the ground. Could it be that the gap between them was too vast? Lord Kaishin, hurry. It's about to explode. Deity urged tactfully. At this moment, the surface began to erupt with molten lava, flooding the ground in searing red. Has the crust begun to shift? All right, then let us go. Subsequently, everyone followed Super Saiyan 4 Goku as they departed, leaving behind a figure lying unconscious on the ground, the evil Saiyan Kamba. Above the prison planet, 5 figures emerged, one of whom was the fused Zamasu. Zamasu, with half his face obscured, sported white hair and wore green Kaishin earrings. With a gesture, Kamba's figure gradually levitated from the ground and fell into his grasp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, they left the prison planet. And in the next moment, the planet's exterior shattered, unleashing a tremendous explosion that swept through the cosmos. The numerous planets tethered to the prison planet were reduced to ashes at that instant. Chapter 52. The Annihilation of the Sixth Universe. In the realm of the gods, a purple platform floated in the void, shaped like a multi-layered pyramid, with different tiers representing various functions. The middle and upper layers were adorned with light blue flora and trees, while the apex featured a massive, desolate tree, stripped bare, conveying utter solitude. This was indeed the dwelling of the destroyer god, Beerus. Farewell. We must continue our pursuit of Fu, and hope this universe remains peaceful. Yes, goodbye. My counterpart from another timeline. Goku waved at him. Swish. Super Saiyan 4 Goku touched his forehead with 2 fingers, while Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta joined in. They intended to utilize instant transmission to depart from the realm of the gods. Fu, the offspring of the dark demon realm, the child of Mira and Toa. Upon realizing this, he could not help but ponder. Then, glancing at Goku, he shook his head. Meanwhile, the other had become a time patrolman, while this fellow remained a battle maniac. He wondered how the Goku from this timeline was progressing, especially considering his lack of mastery over Ultra Instinct, which he was quite concerned about, while several in front of him had already mastered it. You must be the Kaioshin of the 7th universe from over there. He turned to look at the source of the voice, where Whis was observing him intently. Broly nodded and spoke. Yes, I am the Kaioshin of the 7th universe from another timeline. The ripples in time brought me here through the time ring. As he spoke, the time ring on his finger flickered briefly. Whis grasped the situation from this. The individual before him was the mentor and attendant of the destroyer, the Angel Whis. A being capable of training the most powerful destroyer, indeed not an ordinary character, especially regarding Ultra Instinct, which angels seem to be innately adept at. Or perhaps they have a profound affinity for Ultra Instinct. Destroyer Beerus is the strongest among the 12 universes. Yet it seems he has not yet reached a pinnacle in mastering Ultra Instinct, only managing to activate it successfully. Is it due to the time machine? Deity interjected. Listening to their conversation, Lord Kaioshin, please forgive my mother. I understand that as a human, crossing timelines is forbidden. If there must be accountability, let it fall solely upon me. Observing Deity kneeling before him, Whis gently closed his eyes. It seemed he was considering whether to let him handle this matter. Humph. At this moment, Vegeta let out a cold snort. As a Saiyan, how could you flee in the face of battle, casting aside the honor of the Saiyan race? Yet, his gaze remained fixed on the Kaioshin Burori, his hands clenched into fists as if preparing for something. Oh, come now, Vegeta. Goku stepped forward, addressing the great Kaioshin. Could you perhaps show some leniency? Or at least lessen the punishment? Upon hearing Goku's words and observing Vegeta's expression, he realized that these two monkeys were attempting to negotiate first, hoping that if sweet words failed, they could resort to force. Vegeta's fists cracked ominously, as if he were about to strike. He glanced at Whis, who seemed to be utterly indifferent, appearing as if he had neither seen nor heard anything. Eyes closed and motionless. Ah, I see. Whis smiled at the three of them. To be honest, as a deity, I should indeed punish you. However, I am not the Kaioshin of this timeline. Since the Kaioshin of this timeline has said nothing, it would not be appropriate for me to overstep. Thank you, great Kaioshin. Goku and Date expressed their gratitude with a bow. Seeing this, Vegeta also lowered his fists. Suddenly, a small, rotund figure came rolling towards them in a panic. Kaioshin, what has happened? He turned toward the commotion, revealing the attire of a Kaioshin, with long pineapple-like hair and distinctive green earrings dangling from his ears. Panting heavily, he shouted, "This is bad. The Kaioshin of the 6th universe is under attack." What? Where is the god of destruction? Vegeta inquired, his agitation evident. The stout figure straightened himself, his expression a flurry of anxiety. Lord Kampa and all the gods of destruction have been summoned to the Grand Zeno. We cannot reach them. Indeed, it was true. God of destruction Beerus had been absent for quite some time. Whis interjected. Hey, Kaioshin over there. Let the mortals of the 7th universe assist you. He then turned to Vegeta and Goku. You two should handle that matter. Upon hearing his words, the stout figure calmed slightly, realizing that as a deity, his previous demeanor had been rather disrespectful, especially in front of mortals. Thank you so much. A certain planet in the 6th universe had nearly become a desolate void, with only a few intact celestial bodies scattered within. On one of these planets, fierce battles raged on. The ferocity of the conflict had led to the extinction of its human inhabitants. Boom, boom. A figure clad in a long coat, hit, unleashed a barrage of intense attacks against a girl, explosions erupting around her. Suddenly, from the midst of the chaos, a figure emerged, seemingly unscathed. The girl, with clenched fists, lunged at him. Thud, thud, thud. A figure in the ruins trembled as he rose, eyeing his companions in the sky, caught in a precarious situation. Ha. The sky echoed with the feminine shouts of two women and a man, attacking a single male figure. Notably, both women were Saiyans, and remarkably, Super Saiyans. One shared the same green hair as Burori, exuding an aura steeped in the legacy of the 6th universe's demonic bloodline, one of the legendary Super Saiyans of the 7th universe. The man effortlessly countered their assaults, retaliating with a punch and a kick that sent the two women reeling. With white hair and blue attire, he bore a striking resemblance to a Zuffer inhabitant. Chapter 53, A Powerful Warrior. Is this the best the 6th universe has to offer? If so, it hardly ignites my interest. He caught both of their punches in his hands, taunting them. TCH. At his words, Califullah shot him a disdainful glance, while Kara retorted, "Don't underestimate us." With a surge of energy, the two women launched simultaneous attacks, sweeping low with a kick. As they watched the man vanish, the two women looked skyward. The other woman, having knocked hit back with a punch, leaped to join the man's side. They were indeed siblings. Artificial beings created by Zuffer, Kamen, and Alien, who were targeted for elimination by the Zuffer people due to their fears. "Sister, that guy seems stronger, right?" Alien asked, eyeing Hit. "If you want him, I wouldn't mind switching." Upon hearing this, Alien's face lit up with excitement. "Then, I'll leave it to you." In an instant, he teleported to Hit's front, launching a series of punches and kicks, all of which Hit evaded effortlessly. Impressed, Hit retaliated, sending Alien flying with a forceful energy wave. "Not bad. I enjoy battling strong opponents." As the smoke cleared, Alien's voice echoed. Meanwhile, the three women had engaged in an interstellar skirmish, unleashing energy blasts that rained down like a meteor shower. Seizing an opportunity, Kamen swiftly appeared before Karu, feigning a punch before executing a rising kick. Karu was sent crashing to the ground, a thunderous roar of collapsing structures following her descent. Karu, observing Califula's anxious demeanor, Kamen remarked, "You really are weak. You can't even stall for time. Damn it. This is infuriating." A fierce aura radiated from Califula as she gathered energy blasts aimed at Kamen. Boom, boom. Two male figures clashed with fists, and Hit leaped back, creating a void of purple glass shards in the process. As he observed the immobilized figure, Hit delivered a powerful punch aimed at his chest. What? In the blink of an eye, the man had vanished, leaving Hit swinging at empty air. Reappearing, he locked onto Hit's neck. "Is this time stop? Too bad it doesn't work on me. I've already gathered your data." Bam! As he spoke, an elbow struck Hit's abdomen, causing him to cough violently. With a swift movement, he struck Hit from behind, sending him crashing down. Boom! Energy waves erupted from his hands, showering Alien from above. Boom! 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 The heavens echoed with the explosions of Kamen and Califula's energy blasts colliding, dense clouds of smoke billowing in the sky. Boom! Beneath the rubble, Karu emerged, channeling energy blasts to support Califula. "That's enough. You fool." In a moment of distraction, Califula materialized before Kamen, her energy blast swelling to several times its original size. "Boom. Sister, I did it," Karu proclaimed joyfully. As the thick black smoke in the sky began to dissipate, Kamen lowered her hands, her expression reflecting admiration. "I underestimated you. That last move was quite impressive." At this moment, Shitia found himself ensnared by the presence of the two women, while the individuals in the sky converged together. A blue and a pink aura continuously emanated from them, and their wounds healed at an astonishing rate, as if they had never existed. "This is regeneration." Upon witnessing this, Califura and Shitia exclaimed in astonishment. The two figures in the sky, observing their surprise, shared a light chuckle, exchanged glances, and then flew straight downward. With a swift motion, she unleashed a devastating attack as she approached Califura, manifesting a sphere of pink energy around her. Boom! A tremendous explosion propelled Califura downwards. Nearby, Kyle rushed to her side. Concurrently, a similar technique was aimed at Shitia as a blue energy sphere exploded towards him, sending a figure hurtling backwards. Shitia firmly planted his foot to the ground, halting his backward momentum, while Kyle expressed his concern. "Are you all right, Shitia?" Shitia cast a fleeting glance at him before fixating on the male and female figures above, who seemed to revel in the thrill of battle. "Sister, it seems they have reached their limit. What shall we do next?" Hearing Alien's words, Kamian chuckled softly. "Let us make them kneel and beg for mercy." With resolute determination, the two began to gather their powers and unleashed a barrage downward. The prince's battle technique transformed the sky into a rain of energy. Boom! The air erupted with explosions before even reaching the ground. Shitia and the others turned to face the unexpected assailants. In the seventh universe, Kyle beamed with joy. "Master, Sun Wukong." Before Shitia and the others stood Sun Wukong and Vegeta, having likely utilized instant transmission from the sixth universe. "How embarrassing, Kyle," Vegeta reprimanded, crossing his arms. Wukong gazed at the two attackers in the sky. "You must be the assailants from the sixth universe. Continuing your antics in the sixth universe is quite troublesome." Ignoring his words, Alien remarked to her sister, "Another guest has arrived. Let them come. Hopefully, they will help us pass the time." Vegeta, with a disdainful smirk, transformed into Super Saiyan alongside Wukong with a mighty shout. We shall be your opponents. In a vibrant world of colors. A display showcased the battle scenes from the 6th universe. The unexpected appearance of a figure startled those present, the 7th universe. I didn't expect to be discovered so soon. I had planned to deal with the 7th universe last. A shadow emerged from the darkness. Clad in black with white hair, adorned with the patera earrings, his eyes now wide open. So it is them. The figure in the shadows remarked. Observing the spectacle, he turned his gaze. So, you are familiar with them. However, now is not the time. I hope you can endure a little longer. TCH. Those damned humans. Don't rush. You will meet them before the Grand Zeno is eliminated. A disdainful snort escaped his lips. Chapter 54. The Seed of the Universe? Ultimate Flash. A tremendous energy coalesced within Vegeta's hands, aimed directly at the two figures ahead. Boom. Amidst the ensuing explosion, the two emerged, surrounded by billowing white smoke. Eliciting a chuckle from Kamian. This is quite amusing. Alien concurred. Indeed, it is rather entertaining. She then turned to Kamian. Is it time to get serious, sister? I think so too, Alien. As they conversed cheerfully, Vegeta scowled. What is your goal? What are you scheming? Yet, it seemed the adversaries paid no heed to his inquiries, instead directing their attention toward Kyle and Califura. Sister, how about we utilize those two girls' bodies? A splendid idea. Let us proceed. Alien. The two figures radiated blue light, and purple brilliance transformed into two spheres of light before the astonished onlookers. In the blink of an eye, the orbs entered Kyle and Califura, enveloping them in purple and blue flames, their hair turning white, revealing the unique markings of the Zephyr people, reminiscent of baby's kin. These bodies are now ours. Their energy surged as Kyle remained bewildered by the sudden turn of events, while the two women charged forward. Be careful, their target is us. Shitia cautioned. Swiftly, the two figures unleashed destructive energy, and the energy shields surrounding them detonated, sending Shitia and Kyle hurtling away. Kakarot, you handle that side. I'll take care of this one. All right, Vegeta, just be careful. Transformed into their super blue forms, each targeted a different direction. Seemingly aware that their bodies were under external control, the Zephyr segment unfolded in the time frame of Super Saiyan 4 Wukong. Thus, the Vegeta and Wukong of this timeline were unaware of these entities. Pow, pow, pow. The two women were repelled repeatedly, likely due to their inexperience in controlling their new forms. Feeling the ceaseless flow of power within, Kyle exclaimed, "This body is quite remarkable." Of course, it belongs to a Saiyan. Califura replied. Boom. Observing their actions, Vegeta and Wukong furrowed their brows. Be cautious. That body is theirs. TCH. What an infuriatingly dangerous skill. Hearing Vegeta's words, Kyle retorted, we are the pinnacle of advanced Zephyr technology, the strongest artificial life forms. Califura added, yes, they have implanted all battle programs within our bodies. Yet the Zephyr fear our capabilities. Quite unfair, isn't it? They create us, yet wish to annihilate us. As her emotions surged, Kyle's muscles bulged. TCH. A sudden energy blast appeared, which Kyle swiftly deflected with a hand strike, resulting in a massive explosion. Enough of your nonsensical chatter. Return our bodies at once. Zing. Vegeta fired another energy blast at Kyle and Califura. With agility, the two evaded the attack, slowly ascending into the sky. They gathered energy between their hands, directing it downward toward the others. Boom, boom. Son Wukong, let us go together. I have a plan. As the smoke cleared, Shitia's voice rang out. All right, let us do this. Whoosh, whoosh. The four engaged in a fierce aerial battle, their flurry of punches and kicks creating shockwaves that disrupted the air, inciting Vegeta's fury below. He amassed his energy into his hands, while Shitia, amidst the conflict, skillfully restrained Califura, gripping her tightly. Son Wukong. Hearing Shitia's call, Wukong unleashed a more potent aura, dodging the energy blasts while locking Califura's neck, intensifying his grip against her struggles. Now Vegeta. Amidst the roars, the critical moment of Vegeta emerged as he gazed at the sky, accompanied by several figures. Behold, Ultimate Flash. Boom. Witnessing the futility of resistance, the two transformed into particles of light and departed from the bodies of Kair and Caligula. Upon awakening, both were astonished by the incoming energy blast. Within its formidable range, Vegeta waved his hands to the right, altering the trajectory of the energy sphere. which suddenly descended from the sky into the atmosphere and subsequently shot into the depths of the universe. Boom. An unknown planet was obliterated at that instant. Reduced to cosmic dust, the remnants of the destructive light waves lingered in the universe. Thud, thud, thud. Observing the landing site, Kaib hurried over, exclaiming, "Are you all right?" Goku and Hit gazed at the swirling particles of light in the air, realizing that the recent attack had inflicted no harm upon them. "I'm fine. How is my sister?" Kair responded weakly. "Bastard! How dare you control my body?" Caulifla, half kneeling on the ground, glared angrily at the figures above. The particles of light gradually coalesced into the forms of a man and a woman, revealing themselves to be Aeolian and Kamian. "What a pity. It seems your plan has failed," they mocked. "Your earnest efforts are indeed amusing." In response to their taunts, Vegeta roared, "How dare you underestimate me?" Suddenly, a tremendous gravitational force descended from the heavens, catching everyone off guard and forcing them to the ground. At that moment, Kamian and Aeolian also turned their attention to the sky. There, a crystalline mirror reflected a massive red orb at its center, surrounded by elongated spikes, which held 12 green spherical beads, seemingly representing the 12 universes. Standing upon the mirror was a man clad in a coat, wearing yellow sunglasses, with a grotesque scar across his chest, emanating a golden glow between his hands. "This is the power that keeps you restrained," he murmured, observing the figures on the ground. "The seed of the universe has amassed enough energy. Kamian, Aeolian can now depart from this universe." Chapter 55, The Resurrected Zamasu. Under the immense gravity, the unexpectedly attacked individual struggled against the ground as a wave of blue flames surged from within them. Goku and Vegeta fought to stand, eventually stabilizing themselves under the gaze of the three in the sky. I never expected you to rise again." The man in the sky retracted his hands, allowing the golden aura to dissipate, and the weight pressing down on the others vanished, prompting them to look up. As they beheld the sudden arrival, Vegeta questioned, "Who are you? Or are you like those two, Kamian, Aeolian?" "Me?" The man chuckled. "I am the one who will defeat the Omni King, Hertz. With this seed of the universe, I shall vanquish the Omni King, the Supreme Kai, and the God of Destruction." "Is that truly the seed of the universe?" Goku inquired, eyeing the object beneath Hertz's feet. "The Omni King? Nonsense." Vegeta scoffed. "How could that possibly happen?" "Haha, of course it can. Only I can accomplish this," Hertz retorted. "Then I shall liberate humanity's true freedom." "Isn't that splendid?" That is called freedom? You hypocrite. Yet I shall revel in the pleasures it brings." Upon uttering this, Hertz raised his hands high, and a small, colorful cube began to materialize above him, expanding rapidly in mere moments. "What in the world does he intend to do?" Vegeta questioned, bewildered. Just watch. Witness this." Hertz hurled the colossal cube into the cosmos. The others below followed its trajectory, observing as it swiftly broke through the atmosphere and entered the universe, expanding to engulf the planets it encountered. In a moment of contraction, a planet vanished entirely from the cosmos, as if it had never existed. Was this akin to the Omni King's erasure ability? What do you think? Hertz gleefully surveyed their expressions. "Come, join the ranks of the universe's nourishment." Clang. Above the group, a similarly expanding colorful cube emerged, echoing Hertz's earlier technique capable of erasing planets. "Wait," Aeolian interjected, discontented. "They belong to us." Noticing Hertz's puzzled expression, Kamian added, "They are strong. We wish to play with them a little longer." Is that so? Hertz mused, lowering his hands. "Very well, it is your desire, after all." Whoosh. The colorful cube swiftly vanished from above Goku and the others. "How dare you insult us?" Caulifla fumed. If you wish to thwart us, come to the next universe." Hertz disregarded Caulifla and turned to the shadows behind him. "Zamasu, let us go. Together, we shall realize our dreams." A crack appeared in the sky, and a familiar voice echoed from the darkness. "All right, but I must insist, do not command me again, human." Fine then, God," Hertz replied with a hint of reluctance. Before the eyes of the gathered, the shadowy void opened wider, revealing a figure. Zamasu? Wasn't he erased by the Omni King? Goku shouted in disbelief. "Why is that guy here?" Vegeta echoed, perplexed. "Long time no see, Son Goku." Zamasu greeted with a smile, addressing Goku's orange GI. "Tell me, who is the strongest man in the universe?" Hertz's gaze scrutinized the figures below, and after a moment, he chuckled. "I see. It is Jiren of Universe 11. Can he read minds? Hit thought in shock. Bang, bang, bang. Huh. In the realm of the god of destruction, two figures engaged in combat. A man enveloped in green flames relentlessly striking forward, yet each blow was deftly evaded by his opponent. Is it futile? Whis. Let me try my super green form. Whis observed quietly as Broly transformed, his fists clenched, the energy within him coalescing into a brilliant white light. The light shattered the surrounding darkness with a resounding crash, and before Whis stood a figure with green hair, green eyebrows, and a green tail. The lines of his bangs sharpened, showcasing a more defined silhouette. Is this Super Green? The god of Super Saiyans? Whis mused, covering his smirking mouth. Perhaps the god of Super Saiyans that Lord Beerus foresaw is indeed you. Not quite. The power is impressive, but your speed needs improvement, Whis remarked, dodging effortlessly. The residual force of Broly's punches overlapped rapidly, his aura intensifying alongside his roars, as he regarded Whis in astonishment at the angel's prowess. Realizing he could not land a single hit on the serious angel. Truly formidable. No wonder he could train a god of destruction. I concede defeat. Indeed. Continuing to strike is futile, Whis acknowledged, evading with ease. If I were to truly engage, it would be a daunting task. Your prowess is indeed commendable. However, mastering Zaiji is not a simple feat if you aspire to attain it. You should engage in continuous battles against those stronger than yourself. Zaiji embodies the total awareness of one's body, akin to muscle memory, allowing for swift reactions to attacks from adversaries. Perhaps the only means he could think of to rapidly grasp Zaiji would be to confront beings like Bylus, Julian, or even Vegeta. Broly glanced at the time ring on his finger. Thus far, he had not succeeded in locating the primary timeline. The multitude of timelines and dimensions was utterly foreign to him, compelling him to traverse various realms in hopes of discovering the main world. Even if he were to lose his way, it mattered not, for the time ring would return him to his original timeline. This was the very reason he recklessly traversed dimensions, as he felt the need to become the Kaishin. The 11th universe, once the home of the Justice Warriors, lay in ruins, with even one of their candidates for destruction, Toppu, fallen upon the ground. The pitch-black night sky and the desolate cityscape painted a grim picture of the devastation that had befallen this place. Within the colorful cube, Hertz gazed at the figure on the screen with a smile. Is this truly the strongest human? I shall observe closely, Julian. Chapter 56, Zaiji. The black smoke and the burning city cast the planet into a state of utter darkness, resembling a desolate wasteland. Suddenly, two figures appeared above the city, Vegeta and Suin Wukong, having utilized instant transmission to arrive here. Hertz and the others from the 6th universe transformed into a beam of light, subsequently vanishing from their realm. Kakarot, this must be the 11th universe, Vegeta remarked, surveying the seemingly endless devastation of the city. Suin Wukong, equally grave, responded, it appears they have truly turned this place upside down. Suddenly, an object emerged in the sky, precisely as Hertz had described, the seed of the universe. The two warriors gazed upward at the celestial phenomenon. It began to glow. In an instant, the seed transformed into a colossal, radiant cross-like structure, its blinding light rendering them unable to look directly at it. In a blink, the center of the brilliant light coalesced into a figure, Alien. Following the radiant beam, he morphed into a blue light that gradually entered Vegeta's body. What a dazzling brilliance. The light seemed to notice Vegeta's profound stillness. Suin Wukong turned to him. Are you all right, Vegeta? Vegeta. A blue aura began to radiate around him, reminiscent of Alien. This development left Suin Wukong at a loss. The emanating energy continued to envelop Vegeta, his blue jacket and distinct Zephyr race insignia morphing. As elongated tendrils sprouted from his back, and peculiar patterns emerged on his forehead, with blue irises and snow-white hair. A tremendous aura emanated from Vegeta's form. Suin Wukong realized that Vegeta had been possessed, much like Caulifla and Kair. Vegeta. He braced himself against the energy blasts emitted by Vegeta, attempting to awaken him with his voice. However, his efforts were in vain, akin to the situation with Baby in the GT world. As the possessed Vegeta was entirely under control, yet retained a semblance of will and consciousness. It appears to be a success. How does that body feel, Alien? Kamen called out to Vegeta from above the seed of the universe. Superb. Vegeta replied, his expression one of exhilaration. You fiend. What have you done to Beijite? Suin Wukong shouted through the smoke. Haha. The surge of power within Beijite prompted him to voice his excitement, exclaiming, Indeed, you Saiyans are extraordinary. This body is far mightier than before. With a burst of energy, Suin Wukong charged at him, eliciting a smirk from Beijite. Falling crush. A massive blue sphere erupted, sending Suin Wukong hurtling into the water. Haha, continue to grow. Grow stronger, seed of the universe. Hertz remarked, observing the seed's core, which pulsed with energy absorption. Prepare yourself. 11th Universe. The adversary facing Jillian was none other than the malevolent Saiyan Kangba. Enormous hands formed behind him, coalescing an evil aura directed at Jillian. Jillian unleashed energy blasts toward the hands, a figure launching toward him amidst the smoke. It was Kangba. A colossal clash ensued, their energies dispersing the nearby structures. In that moment, as Kangba struck with his left fist, Jillian landed a blow to his chest. With a firm stance, Kangba's left foot grounded itself, and he clenched his right fist, striking at Jillian once more. The sounds of their combat reverberated, awakening Topu from his slumber. Defeat him, Jillian. A resounding punch collided with Kangba's face, followed by a swift kick from Jillian, sending him reeling. Transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Kangba retaliated. In the ensuing exchange, Jillian grasped Kangba's fist. The forces colliding beneath them forming massive craters, the surrounding area laid to waste. The intense grip allowed Jillian to counter, flinging Kangba into the air. As Kangba soared, he concentrated energy blasts toward Jillian, who swiftly sliced through the smoke with a hand strike, launching a punch forward. The immense gravitational pressure bore down on Jillian, who resisted with all his might. Observing his struggle, Hertz intensified the gravity. Panting heavily, Kangba directed a glare at Hertz. Damn you. What are you doing? A noble warrior needs no assistance. Ignoring Kangba's protest, Hertz commanded with unwavering authority, Kangba, go to the 3rd universe. There's an annoying individual there. Handle it. With a snap of his fingers, Kangba's form mysteriously vanished from the battlefield, completely disappearing from the 11th universe. Lord Kaishin, please assist my father and the others. The trio in the realm of the Divine Mirror observed the battlefield through whiz-staff projection. The current situation, as Trunks had stated, appeared rather dire. No more waiting. He shook his head. To pressure the monkey, just to witness Zai-Ji, is futile. Whis cannot force it out. Meanwhile, Bylus has gone to the Grand Zeno's palace. Is that truly wise? The energy of the 11th universe seems to be depleting. Upon hearing Whis, he replied nonchalantly, what of it? It is merely the 11th universe. Even if it were to vanish, it holds no consequence for us. Whis paused, then chuckled. Indeed, I am merely the angel of the 7th universe. The angels of the 11th universe are of no concern to me. Yet, it is quite amusing to see you all here. With a thud, the trio landed upon the ground, encircling Jillian, while Hertz observed with keen interest. A colossal dreamlike aura, interwoven with silvery radiance, hung in the air, seemingly emanating from beneath the water. Chapter 57, Kamen Alien. Within this silvery beam of light, a figure gradually materialized, startling Jillian. It was Suin Wukong. With a sudden flash, a silvery silhouette appeared before Vegeta, so swiftly that he could hardly perceive Wukong's movements. A powerful punch landed squarely on Vegeta, the silvery brilliance piercing through his body and radiating from his back, mingled with blue glimmers. The blue points, propelled into the air, began to coalesce into a figure, Alien. Kamen ascended into the sky, supporting Alien's form. It seemed that even the artificial beings within him could not withstand that blow, let alone the fallen Vegeta. The dark-haired figure, with silver eyes and a shimmering silver aura, left Zama stunned, while Hez and Jillian also gazed at Wukong. Zama clenched his fists, his eyes filled with disdain. How could such a mere human possess this power? This must be the power of a deity. Hez remarked upon witnessing the scene. With a swift movement, Jillian struck Zama's directly into the ruins. Indeed, the Zai-Ji has emerged. I have been awaiting your arrival. Zai-Ji? Lord Kaishin, is this what you have been waiting for? Trunks gazed in bewilderment at the projection of Wukong. He could never forget the image within the staff's projection. Each instance of Zai-Ji propelled the monkey beyond his limits, even transforming him into a complete form, mastering Zai-Ji entirely. Without divine essence, Zai-Ji could not be layered upon the foundation of Super Blue, marking a significant weakness for the monkey. The divine energy was undoubtedly the most suitable for the application of Zizai-Ji, while the absence of Zizai-Ji would lead to disharmony and even leakage. It seems what you anticipated has finally come to fruition. Trunks glanced again at Weiss. This timeline's date, for reasons unknown, remained in this timeline. Could it be that the universe erased by the Omni King was not restored using the Dragon Balls, hence Date's presence here? He quickly dismissed this thought. If Date had always been in this timeline, he would surely be aware of Zizai-Ji. It appears that this timeline has accumulated some unnecessary matters. Or perhaps they brought the Super Dragon Balls from this timeline to the past, restoring the alternate timeline, which would explain Date's astonishment. Zizai-Ji, the divine technique. A skill that operates independently, allowing one to anticipate autonomously, almost as if the body is engaged in self-reflection without the need for the brain's command. He patiently elucidated to Date, yet it seemed futile, as Date still wore a perplexed expression. Alien, let us strike together. Agreed. The two launched a coordinated assault on Wukong. Yet he evaded each attack. This exemplified the terror of Zizai-Ji, self-evading and counterattacking, rendering the enemies as if they were moving in slow motion. Wukong clenched his fists, striking towards their abdomens, sending them hurtling backward, carving a massive line of destruction across the ground. Cursed. Is this yet another state Kakarot? Vegeta, half kneeling on the ground, felt increasingly disheartened, once again surpassed by a lower-class warrior. Apart from Super Blue, Zizai-Ji symbolized as being outdone by Sun Wukong. Even after achieving Deep Blue status, Wukong slowly ascended, locking eyes with Hez atop the cosmic seed. You orchestrated all of this, didn't you? Your aim is to gather all the energy in the universe. Suddenly, a light projectile surged towards him, enveloping the area in a vast cloud of smoke as the two below began to ascend into the sky. A sudden sensation drew their attention behind them, and they noted a figure approaching. Alien, let us attack together. Once more, they converged on Sun Wukong. In a fleeting moment, he unleashed a projectile aimed directly at them, sending the two artificial beings crashing to the ground. With a resounding shout, the aura of Zizai-Ji surged around him, causing Hez to furrow his brow. The rapid movements cast a shadow over the ground as Wukong charged towards the two, who emerged from the smoke. Bang, bang, bang. The tremendous sounds echoed as they were once again sent flying, prompting Vegeta below to grit his teeth in frustration. Hez atop the cosmic seed observed intently, seemingly intrigued by this divine power. Boom. A colossal red energy sphere utterly engulfed Zama's, transforming the area into a massive crater, the red flames swirling violently. Success, Jillian. Hearing Tupou's words, Jillian lowered his hands, yet his gaze remained fixated on the smoke, sensing something stirring within. From the haze, a dark purple flame writhed, gradually coalescing into the form of Zama's. What? Both Tupou and Jillian were taken aback. Surprised are you? Zama's taunted, you cannot kill me. I am immortal. Immortal? Tupou felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead upon hearing this. Ignoring him, Zama's turned his gaze to Jillian, his hands tightening into fists. Now, it is my turn. Whoosh. Bang. Bang. The emitted light projectiles were all dodged by Wukong, as white light flickered, landing directly before the two. The impact caused Kamen and Alien to wince in pain. Thud. Thud. Alien, let us use that technique. Kamen addressed her brother. There seems to be no other choice, sister. Their hands intertwined tightly, radiating a fierce red and blue light amidst their battle cries. After a flash of white light, a new entity emerged. A statuesque figure adorned in white, blue, and red, with a purple gem embedded in its chest and blue and red gems upon its shoulders and waist. They have fused. Date exclaimed in astonishment at the sight. Chapter 58, Deep Blue Vegeta. Are you surprised? This is the capability of our Zephyr race. She turned to Wukong, stating, the fusion of Kamen and Alien shall be known as Kamen Alien. With a resounding impact, the ground erupted in a cloud of dust as they charged towards Wukong, who remained calm, enveloped in silvery brilliance. As Kamen Alien relentlessly threw punches and kicks, every motion appeared to slow in Wukong's eyes, no matter the assault. He struck only air. Boom. With tremendous force, Wukong delivered a kick to their abdomen, sending Kamen Alien skidding across the ground for several meters. Humph. The dropped hand scoffed at Wukong. Your impact has diminished, or perhaps your form is gradually losing strength. Struck by the truth, Wukong remained composed, though inwardly he gritted his teeth. Indeed, as Kamen Alian had stated, he was not fully in Zizai-ji, and the duration of Zizai-ji was waning. Whoosh! Lagus H-Easy descended from the cosmic seed, scanning the surroundings as if calling out a name. Jipong, as the voice of Heezy echoed. A vast expanse of crystal diamond blocks materialized before him. His hand gently caressed the vibrant crystals as he softly spoke. I must borrow your power once again. It brings me great joy to serve Lord Heezy. It is truly an honor. A feminine voice emanated from within the crystal, and upon closer inspection, a figure seemed to curl up within the enclosed crystal, her twin ponytails faintly visible through the glistening surface. Observing the sudden appearance of the crystal, Kamen below expressed his delight. You have finally arrived, Legacy. Hee, let us first test this silvery radiance. The power of the divine is indeed intriguing. Prepare yourself. Heezy directed his gaze towards Wukong below. The crystal shifted in his grasp, sprouting sharp thorns, and with a downward motion, it surged towards the Zizai-ji comb, creating a tremendous pressure that sent dust swirling into the air. Hahaha. The silvery pupils shone as the surrounding brilliance ignited, prompting Heezy to intensify the gravitational force. Crack. Gradually, cracks began to form on the crystal's surface, shattered by overwhelming power. Witnessing this, Vegeta rushed towards Wukong. Kakarot. A burst of energy shot towards Vegeta, and upon impact, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, causing a figure to tumble to the ground. Whoosh! Your opponent is me. Do not mistake it. Kamen ascended slowly, looking down at Vegeta. You two rascals. Vegeta, crouched on the ground, clenched his fists. Crackling sounds filled the air, and Wukong, witnessing the cracks on the crystal, once again amplified his power output, causing the fractures to widen until they reached every corner of the crystal. With a sharp snap, the massive crystal shattered, scattering shards like glimmering mirrors across the sky. I see. It appears that the silvery aura is not flawless after all, Heezy remarked with a smile. Breathing heavily, Wukong also broke into a grin. Have I succeeded? He had reverted to his normal state, likely due to excessive energy expenditure or a loss of stamina, leading him to exit the Zizai-ji state. From the shattered crystal emerged a small lowly, a ponytailed girl who floated in midair, quietly observing, my glass, crush him. As if summoned, the fragmented crystal transformed into a cascade of golden light, shooting directly towards the figure below, catching Wukong off guard and causing him to cry out in pain. Haha! Wukong gasped for air, clearly feeling the toll of his Zizai-ji exertion. Jiejiwangshin. Let us unite. Wukong uncle. Seeing the figure in the image, he nodded, realizing that Gokong was indeed struggling. Trunks, you and Jie Wangshin, go together. Am I going? Shin pointed to himself, my battle power. He awkwardly scratched his head. Seeing this, Bluoli realized that he may have been unclear in his instructions, leading to a misunderstanding. No, I am not asking you to fight. Bring Wukong and the others back. The 11th universe has nearly been depleted, and they will naturally come to the 7th universe. Just wait for them. Understood. With that, Trunks and Shin departed from the divine realm, and he could hardly admit that he was not yet proficient in the Jie Wangshin's teleportation. He had merely spent some time in the realm, mostly sipping tea and reading, albeit without comprehension. Who are you? Wukong squinted up at the figure in the sky. Very well, I am Legacy. With a wave, a vast expanse of golden light shot from the ground, enveloping Wukong, leaving behind only his anguished cries echoing in the ears of those present. Damn it, that bastard. The androids are truly troublesome. Vegeta erupted into his super blue form, soaring into the sky. Kamen relentlessly fired energy blasts at him, and in his fury, Vegeta seemed impervious to pain as he charged towards the figure before him. Useless. Observing his ineffective attacks, he exploded in rage and retaliated against Vegeta. Boom, boom, boom. In midair, purple and blue energies clashed violently, the sounds of their strikes echoing as the android's regeneration appeared limitless. Before long, the tide of battle shifted. With a powerful elbow strike, Vegeta was sent crashing into the ruins below, creating a massive explosion. Emerging from the debris was a blue aura, which belonged to Vegeta, his muscles swelling and his eyes transforming into a striking blue-white hue, surrounded by shimmering points of light. Oh! The overwhelming energy shook the very heavens, enveloping the surroundings in a deep blue hue, his hair standing more elegantly, radiating white luminescence, with his eyes shifting to a profound blue. Hey, Kemanalian was taken aback, astonished that he could transform yet again. Chapter 59. The Intense Battle of the Super Warriors. Boom. From within the crystal on the ground, a man struggled to rise, gazing at the explosive energy blasts above with a smile. Vegeta, I rely on you. Boom, boom, boom. The scene shifted to the sky, where the blue aura dominated over the purple, and the figure was none other than Vegeta. Ta-ta-ta. A powerful punch was thrown, releasing energy blasts that caught Kemanalian off guard. Swish. Vegeta swiftly maneuvered behind him, delivering a double-fisted strike to his back, creating a deep crater as if it were a beam of light. The figure within the pit likely never anticipated such a stark disparity in power. In the sky, Legacy waved her hand, causing the crystals below, as if imbued with consciousness, to float and orbit around her. Glass Sniper. The myriad of crystals transformed into yellow beams, shooting down towards Ryukong. This is bad. He instinctively raised his hands to shield himself from the impending light. Bang! A tremendous explosion echoed, yet he felt no pain, lowering his hands to gaze ahead. Trunks. The large figure before him turned back. Are you all right, Uncle Ryukong? He then fixed a sharp gaze upon the figure in the sky. Your opponent is me. Boom. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, the large figure surged into the sky, as Kemanalian unleashed another wave of glass projectiles. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he raised his hands to defend while gathering energy for a massive blast, intending to deliver a close-range explosion. Boom. A colossal wave of energy erupted from his right hand, propelling Legacy downwards. Boom, boom, boom. Ultimate flash. Up in the sky, Vegeta assumed a peculiar stance, channeling power between his hands before launching it towards the ground. A massive wave of light enveloped him, and Kemanalian's cries resonated from below. Thud. Gasping, he delivered a punch that sent Zama's crashing into the rocks. Boom. As he observed the shadow writhing amidst the ruins, Jillian unleashed his royal technique. Boom, boom. Jillian, have you won? Ignoring Topo's inquiry, he fixed his gaze on the swirling smoke, where the form within continued to writhe, gradually coalescing into a figure. Step, step. Emerging from the haze is Zamasu. His injuries are miraculously healing, and on the rosy aura, his wounds have become flawless. With a smirk, he gazes at Jiren and coldly declares, useless. No matter how strong you are, I can be reborn again. Is this what it means to be immortal? Jiren, observing this spectacle, remains composed and unruffled. Thunderous roars. Beneath the ultimate flash, a golden aura splits into blue and purple as Kamina is dismantled. Both individuals suspended in midair spew forth black liquid, reminiscent of human blood. Gasping for air, they pant heavily, while Vegeta maintains a remarkably stable aura. Such formidable power. Who would have thought it would force a disintegration? Indeed, an impressive warrior. Hearing their praises, Vegeta smiles and waves a hand, beckoning them. Continue. Bring it on. All of you. Ragusa. The two combatants simultaneously glance upwards, and she looks at Hertz with confusion. Lord Hertz? He replies nonchalantly from above. You should head to the third universe. Go assist Kamba. So, can I interpret this as you valuing me? Hence, you send me to support? She laughs heartily. Of course. Hertz chuckles. This task can only be completed by you. Ragusa nods in acknowledgement. Understood. Whoosh. As she departs, Hertz turns his gaze back to the two individuals below. Are you finally going to make your move, Hertz? Goku's words prompt a slight nod from him as he fixes his attention on Goku. Grinning. I see. I've discerned your thoughts. It seems you were not yet in your ultimate form when you unleashed that silver power. What? Goku's anxious expression is met by Hertz, who casually opens his hands, saying, let me assist you in achieving your final form. How amusing would it be if you, in your ultimate state, were to lose to me? Amusing? Let us put that to the test. Goku responds, yelling up. Wait. Before Shin can complete his sentence, Goku has already transformed into Super Saiyan and charged forward. Hertz chuckles at his audacity. Huh. With a wave of his hand, Goku plummets from the air, the immense gravity forcing him to the ground, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan form. Uncle Goku. Crash. Trunks collapses as well, reverting to his normal state. Vegeta turns to observe them, unable to suppress a scoff. Boom. A deep blue aura surges towards Hertz. As it approaches, Hertz opens his left hand, exclaiming, almost forgot about you. Collapse. The overwhelming gravity bears down on Vegeta, sending him straight to the ground from hundreds of meters up, his powerful physique creating a deep crater. And his deep blue form reverts to normal. I shall not be defeated by you. Gritting his teeth, he concentrates, gathering energy into a sphere, observing the rising figure. Hertz regards Goku with admiration. Impressive, a truly competent warrior. It has been a while since I've seen that expression. Huh. A beam of light shoots towards Hertz, enveloping the area in smoke. Mr. Goku, let us teleport quickly. He looks at the outstretched hand of Lord Kaioshin. Swish, swish, swish. As the thick smoke dissipates, Hertz sees a group merging together, yet he thinks little of it, confident in his impending victory. Chapter 60, Kaioshin of Time. Boom. The massive aura astonishes Hertz. What is this? However, this power seems different from what he anticipated, lacking any lethal force, resembling immense teleportation energy. In the blink of an eye, the group vanishes without a trace. Is that a god? Whoosh. Nearby, Zamasu rises into the sky, observing the spot where Goku and the others disappeared, explaining that energy fluctuation was from Kaioshin. It must be the Kaioshin of the 7th universe. I see. Kaioshin. Hertz ponders, glancing at the shimmering red light of the universe seed, and remarks, Zamasu, it seems we must decide on our next battlefield. The energy from the 11th universe is already sufficient. Stomp. Stomp. Trying to leave? Wait. Jiren rushes from the ground, gathering energy waves in his hands. Jiren. Hertz looks at the approaching figure. What a pity, we must depart from the 11th universe. As Jiren's energy wave approaches, Hertz raises his hand, enveloping Jiren in a colorful barrier. Jiren. Trunks exclaims in panic. Whoosh. Hahaha. The group in midair departs from the 11th universe, leaving only Hertz's resounding laughter behind. Crackle. Jiren struggles free from the barrier, roaring angrily at the space where they vanished. In a certain laboratory, the screens are filled with densely packed battle footage featuring Hertz's team against Goku's. In the center sits a bare-chested man, adjusting his glasses and laughing heartily at the scenes. Interesting, everyone is so lively in my experiment. He sports a samurai topknot and wields a long sword. He is Fu, the mad scientist. Observing the battle data intently, his eyes gleam with fervor as the images shift to become a single figure. Come on, it's your turn to take the stage. The figure on screen is Gula, now resembling a mechanical version of himself. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Above the Earth in the 7th universe, a colossal eye emerges. This is the universe seed, now seemingly fully matured, with the central red sphere resembling a peculiar eye. Several figures swiftly appear atop the crystal. Kamina, Zamasu. Hertz, we have arrived. The 7th universe. Hertz spreads his arms, inhaling the oxygen, his face gleaming with excitement. This is the final destination. Whoosh. More figures appear. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Trunks, and Android 17. Come forth, all of you. Despite the presence of unfamiliar faces, Hertz remains undaunted, his fingers poised in a taunting manner. Ah, boom, 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 boom. The others unleash their energy, transforming into Super Saiyan as they rush towards their opponents. Are you going to join them? Whis observes Broly's actions. Perhaps. He replies with a smile. Ignoring Whis's words, he contemplates the futility of wasting time getting beaten. Perhaps only the complete form of Hertz could provide a worthy challenge. While it would indeed enhance his combat power, he has more pressing matters to attend to. Even Beerus has yet to master Ultra Instinct. He feels his chances of grasping it are slim, making it essential to gather the Super Dragon Balls once more. Furthermore, the monkey's Ultra Instinct may simply be the innate talent of the lower-tier warrior, Kakarot. This talent, surpassing Vegeta, embodies combat skills and fighting methods, a natural-born fighter. With this realization, he finds peace, understanding why this monkey harmonizes so well with Ultra Instinct. Unfortunately, the monkey lacks the divine essence. Consequently, whether in Super Saiyan Blue or Ultra Instinct, he is ultimately leaking power. At present, he has more pressing matters to attend to. His profound gaze flickered to the time ring adorning his index finger. Indeed, the time ring had just reacted, signifying that someone was wielding the power of time. And the only time power he was aware of belonged to the Time King God. Ah, the Time King God. He wondered if it could once again elevate his time ring. He caressed the time ring on his finger. Within the ring also resided the power of time, a divine ability possessed by the Time King God, capable of manipulating time. If possible, he yearned to become the Time King God himself. In the infinite river of time, there was ample opportunity for him to transform into an unmatched adversary. More importantly, a deity nearly possessed eternal life. One could say that the Time King God was on the brink of immortality. Come, Time Ring, guide me to the Time King God. Suddenly, a bright beam of white light shot forth from the dual layers of the ring, connecting to an unknown destination, assuredly linked to the Time King God. Ah, Zamasu. The fierce warrior Trunks radiated an immense golden aura, filled with rage. The sight of an enemy ignited a fire within him. Do not act rashly, Trunks. Two figures swiftly intervened, standing before Vegeta, Kamen, and Orin. Your opponent is us. Let us settle the score. You toyed with us during the 11th universe. How annoying. It's you two again. Vegeta caught their dual punches, executing a backflip to evade their energy blasts. With a powerful kick, he sent Orin-S Piccolo flying and calmly stated, Vegeta, go assist Trunks. Humph. Number 17, standing behind, added nonchalantly, even though I harbor no affection for you, go. TCH. Vegeta retorted with a cold grunt. Be careful, do not get too close to them. Ignoring the two, Vegeta rushed towards Zamasu with a sense of urgency. What does that mean? Piccolo questioned, perplexed. Boom, boom, boom. Yellow energy blasts incessantly targeted Trunks. At the moment Trunks charged in, Zamasu struck him to the ground with a single punch, following up with a series of royal combat techniques. Kamen and Orin exchanged glances. Who are you? Orin inquired. You must be quite formidable, right? Observing the unresponsive number 17, Piccolo and Orin shrugged. Well, we hope to find some amusement in this. Ah. A blue aura erupted from Orin's body, enveloping him instantly. Chapter 61, The Golden Metal Gula. As Orin kicked towards number 17, he activated his self-defense barrier, simultaneously delivering a punch to Orin's abdomen. Feeling the impact, he frowned. It seems you are not a biological entity. Orin, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth and struck back. Boom. Number 17 spun around, delivering a knee strike followed by a side kick that sent Orin flying. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, Piccolo elongated his arm, leaping back to create distance, then lunged for Kamen. Swish. Startled by the sudden empty grasp, he was astonished as she transformed into a liquid state, seeping through his fingertips. Realizing Vegeta's warning, he shouted to number 17, be cautious, these two are androids. Silver liquid coalesced in midair, gradually forming a humanoid shape. Kamen, who regarded Piccolo and number 17 with keen interest. Boom. In the bustling city, several massive humanoid craters had emerged. From one of the deep pits, a figure ascended. Soaring towards the cosmic seed, Hertz shouted towards the being in the sky, clenching his fists. It was the Super Saiyan Goku. Boom. He exploded with energy, soaring upwards but was quickly crushed back down by gravity, the immense force causing him great anguish. Futile, Hertz remarked dismissively, his tone dripping with contempt. Observing the cosmic seed pulsating with brilliant red light, Hertz felt certain it would soon mature. Boom, boom. In a certain laboratory, Fu scrutinized the data on the screen, his gaze fixed on the battle in the 7th universe. The sight of the cosmic seed exhilarated him, his face gleaming with greed. With arms crossed, Fu regarded the figures on the screen, his expression shifting slightly. The 7th universe is indeed formidable, Hertz. However, it serves as an excellent breeding ground for the cosmic seed. Suddenly, an alarm blared, prompting him to turn his attention to another screen. Well done, he exclaimed, witnessing Gula dispatching Hertz's minions. In the ruins of the city, Ragusa lay serenely amidst the debris. It seems the 3rd universe also serves as an excellent experimental site. He reveled in his creation. In the devastated city, atop a towering structure stood a figure, his tail thrashing the ground with loud cracks, reducing the earth to rubble. Come out, I know you are still alive. This individual was Metal Gula, transformed from his previous form, now exuding an emerald hue, a strikingly different presence. Have you perished? Observing the silent city, he concentrated his power at his fingertips, prepared to obliterate the remains of Ragusa. Boom. The ground suddenly collapsed, a figure soaring upward from the ruins. Boom. The tremendous collision caused Gula to lose his balance, the energy he had gathered in his right hand disrupted by the newcomer, who sent him flying several meters away. Ah! The emerging figure atop the crumbling building was Kamba. As he beheld the falling Gula, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, preparing to strike downwards. As Gula adjusted his trajectory, he soared towards the sky, locking eyes with the descending Kamba, clenching his fists to break through. Boom, boom, boom. The two exchanged blows high in the air, their tremendous power creating shockwaves that rippled far and wide. Observing this clash, Fu's interest peaked. Which will prevail, the resilient Saiyan's raw strength or the enhanced Metal Gula? This is truly thrilling. May you both fight to your heart's content. Boom, boom, boom. Kamba's powerful punch crashed into Gula's metallic left eye, followed by another strike to his face. Clang. The resounding metallic clang echoed as Gula's face recoiled from the impact, swiftly countering with a sweeping turn and a punch, creating distance before unleashing an energy wave from his palm. Swish. Boom. Through the thick smoke, Kamba connected a punch with Gula, driving him into the ground, then exploded upward with renewed vigor, the tremendous force revealing their silhouettes against the ground. What a foolish being, to transform his body into machinery. With clenched fists, Kamba dove downwards, his energy radiating outward as he sneered at the figure before him. Humph. Gula, hearing the taunt, replied with a sinister smile. Why can't you acknowledge that I've gained new abilities? A tail lashed out, striking Kamba upwards. With a swift motion, he ascended into the air, fists raised, and slammed Kamba back down towards the ground, then flickered down to kick him into a building. Crash. With a diving stance, a faint golden aura enveloped Gula as he charged towards Kamba once more. In the midst of the swirling smoke, Kamba relentlessly unleashed energy blasts towards Gula. To his astonishment, it appeared as though Gula disregarded the energy attacks and struck him directly on the head. The resounding impact of the blow caused Kamba to stagger several steps backward. With a firm stomp, Kamba regained his footing, and between his hands, he continuously emitted the princely combat technique, propelling Gula towards the heavens. As the energy blast soared, Gula, shielding himself, was pushed back, and his growing irritation became evident. With a mighty roar, a colossal aura erupted from his being, deflecting the incoming energy blasts. Gazing down at the figures on the ground, he bellowed with a fierce voice, "The game ends here." Hearing those words, Kamba trembled, his pupils dilating as if he had foreseen something dire. Gula's voice echoed with thunderous rage, sending shockwaves through the surrounding air. A tremendous heat radiated from his body, and faint electrical currents flickered above his left eye. With a final deafening shout, his aura transformed into a radiant golden hue, intertwined with fiery sparks. His hands spread wide, his entire form enveloped in gold, while the emerald sheen of his body shifted to a resplendent golden tone. Looking down with an intense gaze, he clenched his fists, feeling the power surging within him. Behold, this is the golden metal Gula. Magnificent. Chapter 62. Full Power Super Blue. Kamba, witnessing this transformation, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at Gula. As the energy orbs struck their target, Kamba felt a sense of relief. A powerful punch landed squarely on Gula's chest, causing him to cough up blood. Unbeknownst to Kamba, Gula had swiftly closed the distance between them. With an evil grin, Gula delivered a punch to Kamba's abdomen, leaving his eyes wide with confusion. The force sent Kamba crashing through wall after wall, and in his fury, he muttered, "Damn it." From Kamba's shoulders, a sinister aura materialized into two massive hands. Seeing this, Gula retaliated with an energy explosion, diving towards Kamba amidst the smoke. A punch aimed at the airborne Kamba sent him spinning 180 degrees before he retaliated. Swiftly dodging Kamba's fist, Gula kicked towards his abdomen, gritting his teeth against the pain. Kamba struck Gula in the face, producing metallic echoes as Gula's left cheek began to crack. Gula retaliated with a wave of energy directed at Kamba, the golden energy beam shooting down from the sky to the ground below. What is this power? Kamba, lying in a crater, gazed weakly at the towering Gula. The overwhelming force left him in a state of bewilderment. Gula's voice resonated once more, releasing a formidable golden aura as the energy in his hands divided into three. The energy spheres multiplying in size at an astonishing rate. Suddenly, a wave of discomfort surged through Gula's body, causing him to stagger as the circuitry in his left eye exploded, the red light flickering and distorting his vision. Covering his left eye, Gula forcefully hurled an energy sphere towards Kamba, resulting in a colossal explosion that engulfed Kamba in a blinding white light. Hearing Kamba's anguished cries, Gula, consumed by rage, turned to leave, seemingly to repair his own body. Amidst the smoke of the explosion, Kangbi's figure gradually emerged, having returned to his normal state, before collapsing onto the ground. Losing consciousness. It seems the metal has overheated, observed Few, contemplating the scene on the screen. Well, at least I gathered some valuable data. As for Kamen and Alien, they dodged the attacks from Bike and number 17, gradually converging together. Sister, it's about time, isn't it? Kamen nodded in agreement. All right, Alien. The two ascended into the sky, merging to unleash a blinding purple light. As the brilliance faded, they transformed into Kamen Alien. They actually fused. Bike exclaimed, astonished. Damn, the gravity is truly troublesome. Goku struggled against the ground. The cosmic seed above pulsed with a flickering red light, and Hearse, seeing this, was filled with delight. It seems the time has come. He shed his coat, gazing at the cosmic seed with fervent enthusiasm. Ah! He erupted with dark purple energy, a powerful aura drawing everyone's attention as he knelt to caress the ice crystal. Just a little longer, cosmic seed. Let me be your final opponent. Goku slowly ascended into the air, and as their eyes met for a few fleeting seconds, they collided, unleashing a torrent of energy that scattered across the ground. The buildings vanished in flashes of light, leaving only remnants shimmering in the aftermath. Uncle Goku. Trunks looked on in concern. Hearse pressed his advantage. The sound of his fists slicing through the air echoed ominously. Cut it out. Vegeta scowled at the sight. Is this the power of Hearse? Damn it. His hands clenched in frustration. The sound of clashing blades drew his attention. It was Zama's and Trunks engaged in a fierce duel. A pink aura coalescing into a blade in Zama's hand. Do you think this is all I've got? Zama's taunted. The cosmic seed flickered more rapidly, absorbing energy. Ah! Goku unleashed a tremendous aura, startling Hearse, who decided to wait for Goku's final transformation. As Goku roared, a white light erupted, and the golden energy transformed into the Super Blue form. This was full-power Super Blue. The diamond-shaped aura surged skyward, the overwhelming energy causing Hearse to take a few steps back. I didn't expect you to possess such power. Hearse chuckled. Super Blue form encompasses various stages. Leak Blue, full-power Super Blue, overdrawn blue, and evolved blue, which is the deep blue state. Goku, striking a combat pose, launched the first assault, their fists clashing with a series of resounding impacts, leaving only their fleeting shadows in the sky. Got you. Hearse casually remarked. I see through your intentions. Always chasing strength. Yet never satisfied, right? But I will fulfill your desires. With a flick of his wrist, Hearse unleashed a blue energy beam that detonated upon impact with the ground, shattering the surrounding structures. Boom, boom, boom. Small energy blasts shot from the smoke on the ground, and Hearse merely smiled at the spectacle. What? My energy blasts are being restrained, Goku exclaimed, realizing it might be spatial compression. Here, take it back. Hazy, while speaking, clenched his fists and continuously struck the light orbs back. With a resounding bang, explosions echoed as a shadow flickered between the light orbs, slicing through one with a hand chop, sending it soaring into the heavens. Huh. A punch aimed at Hazy's wrist was met with a counter, causing Hazy to be pushed back as well. The air was filled with Wukong's cries, punctuated by the sound of explosions. Bang! Amidst the exchanges of blows, Hazy's voice rang out. Do you feel satisfied facing a warrior like me? Not enough. Alongside a punch directed at Hazy, a sidekick followed. With a clap, a chi blast launched from Hazy's open palm, sending Wukong flying several meters away. Chapter 63, Dark King. You haven't gone all out yet, have you? Wukong, stabilizing his stance, inquired. Neither have you. The two exchanged glances, the corners of their mouths lifting slightly. A chi blast suddenly struck Wukong. Take this. Hazy continuously unleashed cleansing blocks towards the smoke-laden area. As Wukong realized he could not evade, a chi blast shattered a block, and with a boom, the blue tail in the sky trailed behind him. Upon landing, a swift side movement followed, directly shattering the block in his palm. In a flash, a Kamehameha wave obliterated all blocks in the air. As Hazy unleashed chi blasts, he rapidly approached, his hair billowing wildly. Huh. The blue nitrogen propelled Wukong past the oncoming blasts, as he threw a powerful punch forward. Boom, boom. A side kick struck Hazy's defenses. High above, a figure plummeted, prompting Wukong to erupt with an ultra-blue aura, a blue tail dancing in the air. Agile and graceful like a serpent, he executed a spinning kick, sending Hazy soaring into the sky. Huh. He unleashed an ultra-blue flame once more, a blue tail flickering against the dark clouds. Kamehameha. A blue energy sphere shot from his hands towards Heizi's back, enveloping him in a radiant blue wave, dimming the sky. The blue rays unleashed from above wreaked havoc upon the ground, a massive cloud of smoke rising. Upon witnessing this, Heizi dispersed the nitrogen surrounding him, lowering his hands. Below, Kamanalian relentlessly fired at the protective barrier surrounding the two, causing the shield of number 17 to dissipate. How about that? I am the strongest. A massive beam erupted from the turning Bike's fingertips, magical light killing cannon. Circles of light shot forth, transforming the surroundings into a purplish-blue hue. Observing Kamanalian pierce through. Bike remarked nonchalantly, apologies, this technique requires charging. The ground rumbled as Kamanalian was struck down, a gaping hole in his chest rapidly closing. Damn it! He clenched his fists, glaring at the two, his gaze radiating a sinister red glow. You cannot defeat me. I am the strongest. With a roar, he unleashed a tremendous force, engulfing all three within its explosive might, casting the horizon in shades of purple. Once again, the cosmic seeds in the sky flickered, the core of the red spherical cosmic seed brimming with absorbed energy. Zamas, why do you, who seek to annihilate humanity, ally with humans? Do you think I will answer you? The metallic sounds echoed intermittently in the distance, as a golden and peach aura engaged in a chase across the sky. Amidst the ruins, Vegeta pursued as well. As Wukong landed, he gazed towards the ruins. This level of damage shouldn't be enough to harm you, right? With a crack, stones shattered in succession, revealing Heizi, who dusted himself off and beckoned. What's wrong? A startled Wukong found himself at Heizi's side in an instant, who regarded him with a condescending look. What? Is this all you can do? With a crash, immense gravity forced Wukong to the ground, while Heizi ascended into the heights, the colorful blocks trailing behind him. Gravity fist. Hearing this, Wukong unleashed his ultra-blue nitrogen once more, soaring upwards to counter Heizi's attack, his hands positioned defensively to withstand the incoming blows. In the next moment, a torrent of chi blasts erupted from Wukong's palms. Swish, swish, swish. Countless blasts collided with Heizi, exploding upon impact. With a dive, dark purple diamond-shaped flames surged downward as Heizi deflected a blast in a swift motion, seizing Wukong and driving him toward the ground. The earth trembled, breaking apart as a massive pit formed. Wukong, with a swift pivot, aimed a kick at Heizi's chest, breaking free from his grasp. Indeed, quite the fighting spirit. Then let me show you my strength. Tremble, Heizi declared, gazing down at Wukong. Don't be afraid. A woman with flaxen hair, clad in the attire of the Kaishin, cradling a yellow bird, appeared, her presence startling. Adorned with patera earrings, she was undoubtedly the Time Kaishin, Kain, accompanied by the Time Bird. Greetings, Time Kaishin. Upon hearing this, the woman frowned. I don't recall summoning any other warriors. But you are a Kaishin, correct? This timeline already has a Kaishin, so you must be from another timeline. Indeed, I am a Kaishin from another timeline. He raised his index finger. Your temporal powers guided me here. At that moment, the Super Saiyan 4 Wukong and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, accompanied by a small girl, could it be Xiaofeng, arrived. Time Kaishin, the Dark King is indeed active in this timeline. Super Saiyan 4 Wukong reported. He was not surprised. It seemed Kain had sent them to assist after their previous encounter with Fu, the Dark King, also known as the Demon Realm Kaishin. Few were aware of this. But surely, you know of the Dark Dragon Balls. The Time Kaishin and the Demon Realm Kaishin are arch-enemies, and the Time Patrol, formed by the Time Kaishin, recruits powerful beings from other timelines to maintain stability across timelines. Despite Kain's youthful appearance, she had lived for at least 75 million years, contemporaneous with the old Kaishin. Upon the release of her temporal powers, her form would transform into that of an adult. Indeed, she is both formidable and adorable. This timeline extends far into the future, essentially the future of the future. The arrival of Super Saiyan God to made him ponder that even the Super Saiyan 3 here could not compare. It seemed the characters from the main timeline were significantly weaker. He shook his head in disbelief. Chapter 64, Traversing Time and Space. A wave of power fluctuation, reminiscent of a communication signal from the Time Patrol, surged forth. Sensing this, he realized it was likely a message from the Time Patrol. Sure enough, the next moment, Super Saiyan 4 Wukong's expression changed. Damn it. This is bad. Those two are truly reckless. What happened, Kakarot? Vegeta, Wutian, and Wufan have already infiltrated the demon realm Kaishin's domain. TCH, what a bothersome bunch. Super Saiyan 4 Wukong initially believed that Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta had caused trouble, which incited his anger. However, the next moment, he exclaimed in frustration, "How dare they start a battle without inviting me? Those two insufferable brats." In the face of an urgent situation, Super Saiyan 4 Wukong turned to Kain, saying, "Lord Kaishin of Time, Wutian and Wufan have already entered the battle, and they are currently in the realm of the Demon King. We must hurry to their aid." Kain nodded in agreement, replying, "In that case, we must not delay. Let us set forth immediately. Now that we have confirmed that the Dark King resides in this timeline, we must eliminate him for the peace of all universes." "Wait, I shall join as well." Kain turned at the sound of a voice behind him. "Very well, Lord Kaishin, if you wish to accompany us. Your assistance will be greatly appreciated in this dire situation." With a swift motion, Super Saiyan 4 Wukong and the others utilized instant transmission to leave the area. This technique, unique to the Kaishin, was one even the destroyers had not mastered. It enabled one to reach the palace of the Omni King in an instant, though unfortunately, he had not fully learned it during his brief studies on Kaishin's planet. He had only acquired some auxiliary skills. Following the abilities of the Time Ring, he tore through the void, racing onward. "Lord Kaishin, I believe you are unfamiliar with the Dark King. Please allow me to elaborate." The Super Saiyan god with crimson hair addressed Broly. "The Dark King, you mean? I suspect you are searching for Mechikabura." Upon hearing Broly's words, everyone turned in surprise. It seemed they were astonished, for he did not belong to this dimension, yet knew the true name of the Dark King. "You know," Kain exclaimed in astonishment. Then heaved a sigh of relief. "Since you are aware of the Dark King, you must know that he intends to lead the forces of the Dark Demon Realm to dominate the entire universe." "Indeed, but I have only recently become the Kaishin. Even if I wish to assist you, my abilities are limited. I cannot traverse dimensions, and while I have obtained the Time Ring, I have only unlocked the ability for time travel. My arrival here was a mere coincidence, thanks to your time patrollers, Mr. Wukong," he explained. Kain understood the gist of the situation, for the Time Patrol's ability to traverse dimensions was granted by her, and such travel required the power of time. The Time Ring must have resonated, bringing Broly here. "Thank you. Your willingness to help brings me joy." Kain then solemnly addressed the patrol team. "We absolutely cannot allow the Dark King to escape this time. He must be eradicated, for the stability of all timelines and my duty as the Kaishin of Time." Behind him, he secretly smiled, for he was not here merely to lend a hand. He intended to persuade Kain to upgrade his Time Ring significantly, while also seizing the power of time and the Dark King. The Dark King was not simply a singular entity, but a symbol, essentially a throne. This power was inheritable. The divine strength of the Dark King would be passed to the next Dark King, since the Dark King had yet to be vanquished. He speculated that he might be heading towards some cosmic singularity or perhaps returning to the past. Given that Fu had grown, he would also seize the divine power within him. Fu was born from the core of the Dark Demon Realm, and the previous Dark King was vanquished by two lesser foes. This meant that Fu had gained complete freedom. The moment the previous Dark King was slain by the Super Saiyan God, his essence had latently contaminated their forms, lying in wait for resurrection. That was the origin of the next Dark King. "Is this all you can do?" As he spoke, Hertz's fist struck with greater force towards Wukong's heart. Under the immense strength of his gravity fist, Wukong emitted cries of pain. Hertz chuckled at Wukong's anguished wails. "What's wrong? Are you no longer fired up?" A massive purple light enveloped half the city. Amidst the rubble stood Kaminyu. "How about that? Have you witnessed my power? I am the strongest." A green protective shield rose amidst the smoke, with Piccolo charging up, while the shield dissipated, and in a flash, 17 vanished. "Enough. Step aside." Hearing Piccolo's warning, 17 swiftly retreated, unleashing the special beam cannon. The energy surged directly towards Kaminyu in midair. Boom. 17 and Piccolo continued to fire energy blasts from the ground, causing chaos in the smoke. Even an android would eventually succumb to exhaustion. Observing this, Hertz sighed. "This is hardly the usual Kaminyu. If you aspire to be the strongest, I shall grant you power." He extended his right hand towards the sky, fingers splayed wide, as countless colorful cubes converged upon the seed of the universe. As his fingers curled, layers of vibrant colors enveloped it, compressing until it transformed into a jewel. Under Hertz's command, The radiant gem surged into Kaminyu's chest. Ah! A blinding light erupted from the smoke, and for a fleeting moment, Kaminyu's form enlarged, taking on a resemblance to a baboon. Father, Vegeta nodded, perplexed. What on earth is happening? Sensing the radiant energy, Deity's expression was filled with questions. Humph. It seems successful, Zamasu chuckled softly at the sight. Oh, you are finally awake. Hertz gazed down at Wukong, who was nearly stripped of his attire and severely battered. Boom. The sky was painted gray, and a colossal white beam shot from Kaminyu, piercing the heavens. When the smoke cleared, a gigantic baboon stood in its place, now upright. Its muscles bulging, and the purple gem on its chest had turned dark red. Looks like you've transformed quite impressively. Let me see the power of the seed of the universe, Kaminyu. Hertz observed quietly as the roaring baboon loomed in the air. Chapter 65. The complete form of the seed of the universe. Has it merged with that formidable power? Piccolo remarked. Begone. A mouth cannon erupted from Kaminyu's mouth, prompting Piccolo and 18 to swiftly evade, as the overwhelming force reduced the city to ruins. What terrifying power! Is this the strength of the seed of the universe? Zamasu exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the destruction. Boom. Vegeta, Trunks, hurry back to assist. Bang. Bang. One punch after another struck Piccolo and 17. Vegeta and Trunks rushed in to catch the two flying figures, their expressions reflecting shock at the transformation of the androids. TCH. The four in the air gazed down at the devastation caused by Kaminyu's punches as the ground beneath them cracked open with dark fissures. Do not underestimate us, Saiyans. Vegeta swiftly dashed and delivered a kick to Kaminyu's face, enraging the creature, which then retaliated with a mouth cannon. Boom. Piccolo quickly moved in to deliver a fierce kick to Kaminyu's chin, causing the energy blast in its mouth to explode. Hahaha. The two quickly evaded, launching energy blasts from all directions toward Kaminyu's head. A mouth cannon shot straight at the four from the thick smoke. Boom. Boom. You wretched fiend. Vegeta exclaimed, trembling slightly as he stood up. The ground lay in ruins, the immense power ripping through their garments. Bang. Bang. The ground trembled violently, signaling Kaminyu's approach. Vegeta instinctively took a step back as Kaminyu swung a fist toward him. Roar. As he beheld the sudden appearance of Kakarot, Vegeta let out a sudden shout as Goku's abrupt appearance blocked Kaminyulin's punch. With a swift leap, Goku directed a blow towards Kaminyulin's face. However, a powerful wave of energy erupted from Kaminyulin, sending Goku flying far away. With a firm grip, Kaminyulin clasped him tightly in his hand. Die, he exclaimed, pressing Goku to his chest as if intending to crush him with sheer force. Goku, racked with excruciating pain, howled in agony, his aura flickering erratically as his hair transformed between black and silver. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted. This was Zizai Ji. He broke free from Kaminyulin's grasp. A mouth blast shot directly towards Goku. With a resounding boom, as the smoke cleared, the true form of Zizai Ji emerged. His hair gleamed silver. His eyes shone like silver orbs, radiating an ethereal glow. Once again, I am invincible, he declared, and at that moment, Goku vanished into the sky, while Kaminyulin unleashed a blast towards the heavens. Seizing the opportunity, Goku executed a downward kick, causing the blast to detonate in Kaminyulin's mouth. The immense explosion momentarily staggered him, and Goku slowly descended to the ground, calmly stating, "Give it up, you are destined to lose." In the ruins, several individuals managed to lift heavy stones off themselves, intently observing the confrontation between Goku and the monstrous Kaminyulin. Zamasu too was watching this moment unfold. Silence. I am invincible, Kaminyulin shouted, launching an energy wave towards the figures below. Goku, unfazed, opened his arms wide to block the incoming wave, pushing it back towards Kaminyulin. In a moment reminiscent of Super Saiyan 3 Majin Buu, Goku suddenly unleashed the power of Super Saiyan 3, sending an energy blast soaring back, yet here in Zizai Ji. The imagery is left to the imagination. With a thunderous roar, a punch soared through the smoke, which Kaminyulin dodged with a graceful leap. Goku, gathering energy, soared upwards with his arms enveloped in power. He then executed a powerful kick aimed squarely at Kaminyulin's face, followed by another blast of energy that surged from behind, culminating in a dual-fisted strike. A mouth blast, akin to spitting, shot towards the figure in the sky, enveloping Goku in a dazzling white light. Hearing Date's voice, Kaminyulin burst into laughter. You deserve this. Suddenly, amidst the smoke, a brilliant blue light erupted, leaving him momentarily stunned. What is this? As the smoke dissipated, the aura of Zizai surged once more, causing even Kaminyaline to show signs of apprehension. The power of a god. With a swift teleportation, Goku appeared before Kaminyaline, unleashing a massive energy wave that resounded with a thunderous boom. Kaminyaline staggered backward under the impact, raising a cloud of dust from the ground. Goku deftly evaded the subsequent energy blasts that Kaminyaline shot from his mouth. This was the terror of Zizai, dodging incoming attacks with ease. Kaminyaline unleashed energy blasts toward the flickering blue light in the sky, yet Goku evaded each one with precision. The ground was left in tatters from the barrage of energy blasts. In a sudden move, Goku seized Kaminyaline by the hair and executed a shoulder throw, sending him flying. The earth trembled violently, igniting fury in Vegeta's eyes as he clenched his fists, fixating on Goku's solitary assault against Kaminyaline. Watching Goku unleash his energy blasts, Piccolo quickly joined in. Let us all fire our energy blasts together. That monster is draining Goku's strength. We must eliminate him in one go. TCH. You don't need to tell me. Vegeta, though visibly irked, joined his comrades in launching energy blasts. Hahaha. The four of them unleashed their energy, while Goku darted to the side, positioning himself with his hands clasped at his waist. Kamehameha. The blue wave shot straight at Kaminyaline's abdomen with a resounding clang. A crisp sound echoing as a dark red gem on his chest cracked open. Seeing this, Goku surged forward, delivering a devastating punch to the fractured gem. The sound of cracks resonated as Kaminyaline's body erupted in a spectrum of colors, culminating in a blinding white explosion. With a swift motion, Piccolo dashed forward to support Goku. Are you alright, Goku? Look over there. Trunks pointed towards the explosion site, where a flickering white light emerged from the smoke. Suddenly, a multicolored gem soared into Hertz's hand, prompting him to laugh heartily at its beauty. What is that? Vegeta asked, glaring at the gem in Hertz's grasp. Chapter 66, Super Hertz. Observing the confused expressions below, Hertz taunted, "This is the complete form, the complete embodiment of the cosmic seed. At last, the cosmic seed has gathered sufficient power. Do you not find it splendid? Rest assured, Kaminyaline, I will not allow your sacrifice to be in vain." The multicolored gem in Hertz's palm radiated a blinding light as the surrounding colorful blocks converged, encapsulating him entirely. It seems plausible for him to possess a purging ability, especially with ordinary humans capable of manipulating time. Like Ginyu Force members, or even Hit, though they may not match the prowess of the Kaioshin or the Supreme Kai of Time, a lower-tier purging ability seems reasonable. Hertz, is it finally time for your wish to be fulfilled? Zamasu remarked, gazing at the gathering multicolored blocks, with a gem at the center emanating a brilliant white light. I have waited long enough. The blocks in the sky emitted sounds reminiscent of mechanical walls, while the onlookers below returned to their usual selves, gazing at the blocks above. Within, a colossal multicolored sphere emerged, akin to a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon. Slowly, they ascended into the sky, eyes wide in astonishment at this peculiar sight. As 12 green spheres encircled the block, perhaps symbolizing the 12 universes. What is that? Goku inquired, to which Vegeta scoffed, Kakarot, why not just destroy it? He broke away from the group, launching an energy blast towards the enormous block. With a swift motion, Zamasu effortlessly sliced through Vegeta's energy blast. Faced with the barrage of energy blasts from the others, Zamasu countered each one with precision. Trunks, filled with confusion, asked, Zamasu, what do you mean? You sought to annihilate humanity, so why protect this human? Zamasu replied with a smirk, of course, because Hertz will defeat the Omni King. Without the Omni King, no one can thwart my zero-human plan. The hammer of judgment will be revealed. As he spoke, he raised his hand to the sky, a halo appearing behind him. Countless red droplets rained down upon Goku and the others. With a swift movement, Zamasu positioned himself before them, delivering a punch to each. Haha. It seems you have all exhausted your energy, rendering you no match for me. He mocked. Goku shot upwards, but Zamasu evaded each attack with ease. You've weakened, Son Goku. The battle escalated rapidly, as Zamasu retaliated with swift and powerful strikes, turning the tide of the conflict. A punch struck the abdomen of Zamasu, forcing a bitter groan to escape his lips. Drink. The blow aimed at his heart elicited continuous cries from Yukon. Heh. Is this how it is in the 7th universe? Suddenly, a vivid purple image appeared in the sky, marred by countless fractures, marking the presence of Hit's time skip. With a resounding impact, a powerful punch sent Zamasu flying several meters away. A beam of light tore through the sky, and a figure descended, kicking directly towards Zamasu below. The ground was rent asunder, creating massive fissures, and it was none other than Jiren, the pride of the 11th universe. Are you alright, Ryukong? Jiren turned to inquire. Jiren, you finally made it. Don't mind me. The Kaioshin of the 11th universe sent me here, he replied nonchalantly. I too have my own reasons. The Kaioshin's bargain allows me to eliminate these individuals. Hit, with his hands in his pockets and eyes closed, stated. So Zamasu. It seems the 11th universe and the 6th universe are involved. Ryukong exclaimed, realizing the implications. As Zamasu faced Jiren's barrage, he adopted a one-handed fighting stance. His right hand sharpened like a blade, enveloped in a pink aura, relentlessly slashing at the incoming energy blasts. Suddenly, a tremendous wave of energy surged from a nearby cube, causing those advancing to stagger back. Is the energy increasing? Piccolo remarked. Haha, it seems the time is nearly upon us. Hurry and emerge. I can hardly wait. Hearing Zamasu's words, Vegeta frowned in annoyance, finding him utterly detestable. Watch out. Ryukong shouted as cracks began to form on the cube's surface. In the next moment, the massive cube was engulfed in fractures. With a loud crash, golden light burst forth, compelling Ryukong and the others to shield their eyes. As the light faded, a colorful sphere gradually transformed into a figure, eliciting shock from Ryukong. There stood Hertz, radiating blinding golden light, and with each mighty shout, 3 pairs of sharp spikes emerged from his back. The green orbs in the air converged upon him, and as Hertz instinctively turned to Zamasu, his outstretched fingers ensnared him completely. What do you intend to do? Zamasu stammered. I intend to realize the zero plan of the gods, Hertz declared, addressing the bewildered Zamasu. Thank you for your tireless efforts during this time, but I desire the complete annihilation of the gods. With a tight grip, the colorful cubes enveloped Zamasu, culminating in a blinding flash of white light as he vanished from existence. This cannot be. Ryukong and the others were left astounded. The immortal Zamasu had completely disappeared, leaving no trace behind, as though he had never existed. At the entrance of an ornate palace stood a small blue figure with white hair, garbed in a light blue attire, the Daishinkan, seemingly taken aback by a force as he gazed towards the direction of the 7th universe. Chapter 67. The strongest in the dimension, Vegeta. Do you see this? Everyone from the 7th universe? He proclaimed, looking down at the gathered crowd with arms outstretched. This is the ultimate Godslayer. Hertz was surrounded by a radiant golden glow, with a prominent scar on his chest adorned by a colorful gem, the seed of the universe. Embracing this newfound power, Hertz laughed heartily. Come, revel in my strength. As his words concluded, the 12 green orbs behind him erupted with light, detaching from the spikes on his back and heading directly towards Ryukong and the others. What? Ryukong exclaimed in alarm as the orbs expanded, encircling them in a tight formation. What on earth does that guy intend to do? Piccolo questioned, perplexed. Observing the expressions of his adversaries, Hertz chuckled as he raised his right hand. You will soon find out. This is my performance. With a snap of his fingers, the surrounding green orbs began to glow and spin, seemingly possessing a consciousness of their own, weaving through the group. Upon contact with the orbs, massive explosions erupted. Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy blasts in response. Amidst the smoke, the orbs continued their relentless assault, ignoring the chaos as Vegeta deftly evaded their grasp. While Trunks was not as fortunate. Get out of the way, Trunks. Vegeta admonished as he narrowly avoided the oncoming orbs, the frustration evident on his face as he worried over Trunks' ineptitude. Stop being a hindrance, Trunks, he shouted as he unleashed energy blasts while dodging the orbs. The orbs rapidly converged, diminishing the space between them, soon forcing the group to back against one another. Observing the gathering orbs, Hertz beckoned, and they coalesced into a single mass, preparing for an all-encompassing assault. Boom! Hertz sprang into action, exploiting the gaps between them, delivering swift punches and kicks so rapidly that the group could scarcely react before crashing down onto the rocky ground. As Hertz landed, the 12 orbs returned to their respective positions on his back. This power is truly magnificent, he bellowed triumphantly. Is this the extent of your strength? Vegeta growled as he slowly rose. Kamehameha. A figure surged from the debris, charging towards Hertz. It was Wukong. Fueled by rage, he transformed into his Super Saiyan blue form. Hertz gazed at the oncoming warrior, a smirk gracing his lips as he slowly raised his hand. You are indeed a tenacious fighter, but your thoughts and actions are all too transparent to me. Under the crushing gravity, Wukong was forced to retreat, the ground erupting in a colorful display of smoke as his Super Saiyan blue form dissipated. As two additional presences approached, Hertz remained unfazed. Everything you do is futile. Jiren and Hit were thrown back, crashing to the ground. Let me show you my ultimate gravity, Hertz declared as the earth beneath them began to shimmer with a myriad of colors, enveloping their feet and lifting them off the ground. Curse this, Vegeta shouted as the colorful energy surged, manifesting a massive golden cube above them. Boom! The colossal cube descended, prompting Hertz to ascend into the air, preparing for another assault with the colorful cubes. Damn it! Jiren shouted as he punched upwards from the smoke. Hit followed suit closely behind. Boom! 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 Piccolo discarded his weighted clothing, fixated on the aerial skirmish between the three figures. Bare-chested, Wukong flew to the side of Vegeta, gazing solemnly at the three figures high above. Vegeta, what is the matter? Kakarot, Vegeta retorted, displeasure etched across his face as he covered his arm. At this point, we must unite our strengths. Turning to face Wukong, Vegeta widened his eyes in disbelief. You don't mean to suggest fusion, do you? Don't joke with me. I will never merge with you. Wukong looked down at his hands, his voice filled with earnestness. I don't know when my hidden technique will activate, but if we were to become Vegeta. His gaze was fixed intently on Hertz above. Perhaps they could counter that formidable power. Think of Bulma and Trunks. TCH. Vegeta, fully aware of the situation, scoffed in annoyance. In an instant, Wukong cheerfully exclaimed, then let us begin. Behind them, Bick observed the two's crab-like movements and quickly turned to speak. Number 17, Trunks. We must buy them time. Let us go. Understood, Uncle Bick. Boom, boom, boom. Three white auras shot straight towards Hertz, joining the fray and transforming the battle into a 5-on-1 confrontation. Bang, 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 bang. Hearing the commotion below, Hertz erupted in a burst of energy, pushing the five away, while the others curiously gazed at the scene unfolding on the light screen. A massive beam of light shot from the ground to the heavens, and as the white light flickered away, a figure emerged, exuding arrogance, clad in an orange and black vest, white pants, and black wristbands and shoes, with a long blue belt tied around his waist. Who are you? State your name, Hertz questioned, looking down with disdain. I am both Son Wukong and Vegeta. Yet I am neither. I am Vegeta, the one who will soon defeat you. Haha, so it's fusion. You two think you can defeat my ultimate form just because you've merged? Hehe. Vegeta smirked. Let us wait and see, Hertz. Whoosh. Vegeta slowly ascended into the air, and the others stepped back slightly. The two figures in the sky locked eyes, and the atmosphere began to darken, with thunder rumbling intermittently. Chapter 68, The Grand Battle. Some viewers are quite puzzled, so I feel it's necessary to clarify that Vegeta was originally a character created by Old Bird, later taken by Toei Animation, which led to the creation of Vegeta. As for Toei, they know what's going on. The new setup has altered Vegeta, but Vegeta remains equally powerful, as he is. After all, the sun. The rivalry between Old Bird and Toei isn't a recent development. Furthermore, this setup is limited to Toei. Every movie exists in a parallel universe. You can consider this novel consistent with the original setup, as Old Bird has reimagined it. All movies have been transformed into parallel worlds, and in the Super series, the interactions between Broly and Vegeta are not about Vegeta's strength, but rather about officially integrating the time-traveling Broly into the canon. Vegeta's performance consistently surpasses Vegeta's due to Toei's influence. One can simply enjoy the anime. You may regard Vegeta's power as being limited by the earrings that cannot contain his strength. A single wave could forcibly separate them. However, the fusion dance can accommodate Vegeta's power. Come, let me witness the strength of your fusion. Hertz laughed from midair. Boom. Huh. The azure aura surged violently around Vegeta, and with a resounding roar, the energy exploded skyward. Observers from a distance saw it as a colossal pillar of light, with Vegeta's form encased in a white barrier. Crackle. As the white shards of energy dispersed, a blue figure emerged, with a tuft of hair on his forehead dancing in the wind. Such astonishing power. I can feel everything about you. Huh. Bang. The tremendous force unleashed by Vegeta sent debris swirling, and the thunder above seemed to sing praises for the mighty warrior. As Vegeta caught Hertz's punch, a faint smirk crept across his lips before he exerted force once more, unleashing a super blue aura that enveloped his fist. Hertz, stunned by the sudden surge of power, found himself on the back foot, and glancing at Vegeta's contemptuous gaze filled him with rage. Huh. The colorful energy gradually enveloped his fists, forming a radiant energy ring, and with renewed confidence, Hertz prepared for his counterattack. Huh. Vegeta dodged Hertz's slow punch with a slight sway of his body, the sweeping force grazing his cheek and causing an explosion upon impact with the ground. Crack. Bang. Bam. Crack. The two shadowy figures exchanged fierce blows, their rapid movements causing violent clashes in the air and on the ground, resonating through the very fabric of space. Bang. Hertz's colorful energy rippled through Vegeta, causing him to startle. Huh. In response, Vegeta retaliated with a counterpunch. Purification energy, unique to Vegeta, includes the ability to combat evil dragons and negative energy waves. Vegeta possesses the power to transform energy. Boom. The energy rebounding off Hertz erupted in a brilliant explosion, stabilizing his retreating form. Huh. Energy blast shot from Hertz's hands towards Vegeta. Bang. 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 Each incoming energy blast was deflected by Vegeta with a single punch, causing cataclysmic explosions upon hitting the ground. Whoosh. While continuously knocking away energy blasts, Vegeta propelled himself towards Hertz. Huh. Roaring. Vegeta unleashed his fury while evading the onslaught of energy blasts. Thud. As he closed in, a sudden strike landed on Hertz's cheek. The overwhelming force sent Hertz flying back, and as he fell, he unleashed energy blasts from his palms, crashing against Vegeta and enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. Huh. Once more, Hertz charged forward only to be met with Vegeta's knee, which knocked the wind out of him. Vegeta observed the individual clutching his chest, a smirk playing on his lips. Whoosh. As the figure rose once more, Vegeta assumed his fighting stance, fists clenched, one forward and one back, his eyes radiating maturity and determination. Hertz, witnessing this, raised a thumb, wiping the bitterness from his mouth. You've got some skill, managing to fight me to a standstill. Vegeta simply regarded him silently. So, a sinister expression crossed Hertz's face. With such immense power, why don't you overthrow the Omni King and fight alongside me for humanity's freedom? What nonsense are you spouting? Hertz appeared momentarily taken aback by Vegeta's words. I am already free. Haha. You simply do not comprehend what true freedom is. Crack. Hertz clenched his fists, pointing them skyward. Following this was an overwhelming gravitational force, tearing apart the ground beneath them. What now? Trunks speculated. Is he trying to destroy this planet? Bang. 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 Hertz's right fist flickered with brilliant light, as if summoning something. In the cosmos, a massive red meteorite of energy plummeted toward Earth at breakneck speed. The oceans began to surge, as if a tidal wave were approaching. A colossal meteorite, an energy entity, swiftly pierced through the atmosphere, appearing before the onlookers at an astonishing speed. Haha. You shall vanish along with this planet. Hertz cackled incessantly. In a flash, Vegeta teleported to the ground, gazing upward at the immense energy entity soaring in the sky. Simultaneously, Hertz positioned himself above the energy mass, commanding it to descend relentlessly, all in the pursuit of freedom. With a flick of his wrist, the energy entity plummeted even faster. Flames of crimson radiated from its surface, resembling a falling star, yet it harbored immense energy within. Haha. Vegeta unleashed his full blue form, conjuring a massive yellow energy sphere of several meters in size, which he hurled towards the energy entity. Boom. The impact resonated as Vegeta's power surged into the entity, swiftly converting the energy. The surface of the sphere crackled with electric sounds. So this is your power. Just as before, you converted my energy-heavy punches. Hertz remarked from above. Vegeta merely chuckled in response. The spectators below were astonished, having not anticipated Vegeta's remarkable ability to convert energy. Have you managed to block it? Jiren, with sharp eyes, refuted his assertion. No, not yet. The energy sphere continued to emit crackling sounds, while Hertz remained unfazed, declaring, You still fail to comprehend. Your struggles are ultimately futile. With a fierce cry, Hertz propelled the energy sphere again. Let this be the end. The enormous energy sphere bore down upon Vegeta once more. Seeing this, Vegeta erupted with fierce determination, blue flames swirling around him, his resolute gaze unwavering. Can we not stop this? At this rate, Earth will be doomed. I cannot allow him to succeed, he proclaimed. Look, Uncle Bick, Trunks shouted, observing the figure ascending into the sky. As Vegeta positioned his hands at his waist, he bellowed, Kamehameha. A blue circular wave of energy gradually coalesced between his hands, and as he thrust them forward, he shouted, Wave. A brilliant blue-white light erupted, the massive energy wave shooting towards the colossal entity above. Despite the difficulty, he gritted his teeth and continued to roar, channeling his inner strength into the diamond blue flames that surged skyward. Hertz's laughter echoed, I am the ultimate. I am the universe. Vanish. The sphere pressed down further. Vegeta, witnessing the astonishment on the faces of his two companions, Hit and Jiren, felt a renewed sense of determination. All right, let us combine our powers, they shouted in unison, intertwining their energies into a magnificent beam of blue, red, and purple light. This amalgamation transformed into a blinding white light, piercing the energy sphere directly. Boom. Their power intensified, and the energy sphere began to crack, emitting sounds of shattering. Hertz's expression shifted to disbelief. What? The brilliant white light shattered the energy sphere, sending it hurtling towards Hertz. He narrowly evaded the lethal energy blast with a swift movement. Leave the debris to us, Bick declared. Trunks, Android 17, Bick. Let's handle the energy fragments. A blue light shot into the sky from the remnants of the energy blast. Vegeta, do you have no limits? Hertz exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. A yellow and blue energy clash ensued, as the shattered energy blasts flew in all directions. With a powerful strike, Vegeta shattered Hertz's visor and dodged his right punch, retaliating with another blow. The blue flames pierced through Hertz's body, causing the cosmic crystal embedded in his scarred chest to shatter at that moment. Hertz cried out in agony, his form rapidly radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. In that instant, Hertz's expression softened with an unprecedented gentleness. The Omni King can obliterate a universe at whim. I merely wish to liberate you from such constraints. Yet you, surpassing all limits, shine so brightly. Thus, I admire humanity. His form gradually dissipated in the luminous flames. Is this your freedom? Vegeta mused. Perhaps, as the twilight cast its hues upon their faces, gazing at such beauty. One could not help but dream. Finally done, Hit remarked, looking at the dusk. If you possess such abilities, why not showcase them during the power tournament? Vegeta, about to respond, transformed into a beam of white light, splitting into two figures, Vegeta and Son Goku. I never wanted to fuse with this guy, Vegeta grumbled resentfully, prompting Jiren to blink in surprise. Hehe. Goku turned to Vegeta. Next time, let me handle it alone. TCH. Who cares? Vegeta huffed, crossing his arms defiantly. Amidst the twilight, the joyful laughter of the seven friends echoed. In a distant laboratory, a figure sat back, observing the unfolding scene on a screen. Hertz, thank you. The results of this universe's rebirth experiment are fascinating. Now let us commence the next experiment. At the entrance of a palace known as Quan, a figure stood, none other than the Grand Minister. Thank you all for your hard work. He then turned to enter the palace, where at the center sat the Omni King alongside another Omni King. Are you ready? Ready, the other Omni King replied. Where are you? Among the flickering figures, there was a sense of playful hide-and-seek, reminiscent of a child's innocent curiosity. Oh, I forgot. One is the future Omni King, and one is the past. Leaning against the stone pillars at the entrance were the two gods of destruction, Beerus and Kampa. In the dark demon realm, a towering figure, clutching a writhing entity, exerted a fierce grip that elicited agonized cries. This individual, adorned in a black robe with striking white hair, bore the distinctive green earrings of a deity. He was the demon realm king, Mechikabura. His form radiated blue and black hues, yet his cheeks were flushed with an unnatural red, a result of Broly's relentless squeezing. With a fierce grip, he applied more pressure. Broly unleashed a mighty blast, and as the smoke cleared, only a headless corpse remained. Blood from the demon realm king gushed forth from the severed body. Broly reveled in his newfound power, exclaiming, So, this is the demon realm king? Such power is wasted on you. I am truly the most suitable candidate to become the Dark King. He cast aside the lifeless form, his gaze drifting towards the other side of time and space. Fu, you're next. Bestow upon me the power of the Dark King. His malevolent aura surged within the Demon Realm King's palace. In the blink of an eye, the once resplendent palace now lay in utter disarray. Chapter 70. The Bird of Calamity. He listened intently to the sounds behind him and turned to see the Kaioshin of time and others. It appeared that the demon realm had been thoroughly cleansed. Are you all right, Lord Kaioshin? In response to the greeting from the Super Saiyan god, he maintained an expression of calm, smiling serenely. I am a deity. How could anything go wrong? Cain, I have dealt with Mechikabura. The remaining matters are in your hands. Cain nodded knowingly, closing her eyes as if in prayer, though Broly could not comprehend her words. With her fingers, she seemed to be tracing something. The Kaioshin of time was indeed a rather enigmatic figure. Darkness, slumber eternally in the light. After her prayer, Cain opened her eyes and called to the bird perched upon her shoulder. Come, sure. Use your wings to dispel the darkness of the demon realm. With a flap, the bird on Cain's shoulder soared high, screeching loudly as a burst of golden light shimmered around it, transforming its surface into a shimmering illusion. With a crackle, the golden sheen faded, and the once comical bird morphed into a robust eagle, its gaze piercing and its mighty wings powerful, unleashing a flurry of winds. Enveloped in golden radiance, the darkness was completely banished, and even the divine tree of the demon realm was utterly destroyed, vanishing into flickering golden lights. The sky, once shrouded, now released its vibrant sunlight. Ultraviolet rays streamed through the clouds, illuminating the smiling face of the young maiden, the Kaioshin of time, who must surely be feeling elated at this moment. It is finished, declared Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Thank you, everyone. You were all magnificent. Thanks to your assistance, the time-space has returned to normal, and peace has been restored. Cain floated before the others to express her gratitude. Not just yet. The battle is not over. Broly interjected, observing the puzzled expressions on their faces. He continued to elaborate. We have indeed dealt with the Demon King Mechikabura, but there remains another. That individual is the successor of the Dark King. If we do not eliminate him, he will inevitably become a menace. Who is it? If you know, then speak quickly. Let us conclude this and restore balance to the entire time-space. Indeed, as Vegeta stated, as members of the Time Patrol, we have the duty to eliminate all entities that affect the time-space. Cain echoed, looking at the calm demeanor of her companions, who were all mature and composed, reflecting their seasoned experience. In contrast, the Goku and Vegeta of this time had seemingly lost their fervor for battle. Perhaps this was a sign of maturity. The life of a Saiyan is somewhat prolonged, especially during adolescence, unlike the current Super Time. Goku had become a martial arts fanatic, while Vegeta, as a king, was exceedingly displeased and desperately sought to surpass him, resulting in a competitive dynamic. Well, actually, you are already aware of this person, he stated thoughtfully, leaving everyone bewildered, prompting Vegeta to clench his fists in anger. Speak, you fool. Stop circling around. I will definitely eliminate you. This is not a time for jesting regarding the peace of time-space. Fuyu. He is the one. He whispered the name, which made the expressions of Super Saiyan 4 Goku and the others turn serious. He understood that Fuyu was constantly traversing time-space, which was a source of concern for the Time Patrol. Fuyu's movements were exceedingly elusive. We must investigate gradually to uncover his whereabouts. If possible, we would greatly appreciate your assistance. Of course, Uncle Goku. As he contemplated the reunion of their 3 generations, he thought about the appearance of Bardock. Realizing they were now 4 generations, Fuyu will likely be on your other side, that is, with Super Blue Goku. I suggest you investigate the star systems there. You might uncover unexpected results. Suddenly, amidst their banter, Shenron reacted violently, tearing through the fabric of reality and soaring into the void. Shenron. Cain's exclamation jolted the group back to attention. Shenron has flown away? Super Saiyan God Tate asked, perplexed. Shenron must have sensed an impending crisis. That must be the reason. Could it be Kekkei? He reflected, realizing there was no other explanation. The bird of time was revered as the bird of time-space, while the jumping bird was known as Kekkei, the bird of calamity. The 2 birds were drawn to one another, yet they were also sworn enemies. As their names imply, one brings hope while the other brings destruction, and sensing each other would naturally attract them together. A crisis, you say? Lord Kaioshin, if that is the case. Let me go? I will take responsibility for retrieving Sure. Father, Uncle Goku, please continue managing the matters of time-space. I will go too. Upon hearing Super Saiyan God Tate's declaration, Xiaofang raised her hand. Vegeta and Goku did not object. This would be an excellent training opportunity. Then, I shall accompany you. Observing the expressions of the others, he felt a bit awkward. Do not misunderstand. I am ultimately not of this time-space. I must return to my previous time-space. Though his words lacked tact, they were the truth. Then I entrust this to you. Kaishin, Trunks. Xiaofang. Kane expressed her gratitude. By the way, I have one more request. He addressed Kane, and amidst the puzzled expressions of the others, he produced the time ring from his finger. Kane, could you please enhance the time ring using your temporal powers? Is that not possible? He thought as he observed Kane's momentary surprise. Very well. While you and I are both deities of the same rank, I am responsible for mastering time. You are responsible for creation. It should not be done, but I will make an exception this one time. However, I cannot grant you temporal power, for it represents the essence of the Kaishin of time, which is a limitation. The birth of temporal power signifies the assumption of the new Kaishin of time. Thank you, Kane. Although it was regrettable, she seemed to have a valid point. If Kane acquired temporal power, it would displace the previous Kaishin of time, leading to a conflict of ideologies between the two. This scene felt familiar to him, reminiscent of some celestial being. While he was lost in thought, Kane had already returned the time ring to him. Wow, that was quick. Yes, she nodded. As if these matters were trivial, for one who masters time, such things were mere trifles. By the way, I have re-empowered this time ring. Take your time to comprehend its essence. Thank you. As he spoke, he donned the time ring once more, sensing the fluctuations in its capabilities, which astonished him, this temporal ability. Noticing his expression, Kane covered her mouth and smiled shyly. He sensed the powers within the time ring, which seemed to possess the ability to reverse time, akin to Whis. While Whis could rewind time by a few minutes, he could do so by 1 minute. Chapter 71. The Arrival of the God of Destruction. Time Rewind. Though it could only be used once a day, that was more than sufficient. The ability granted by the time ring allowed the Kaishin to traverse time, even returning to the past or venturing into the future. Broly gazed at the time ring, which was constantly radiating brilliant white light. Was it due to the abundance of temporal power, or had its enhancement made it appear extraordinary? Father, Uncle Goku. We shall take our leave. The father and son shared a tacit understanding, while Trunks and Vegeta waved in farewell. It seemed he had learned this from Super Blue Vegeta. He almost forgot that this version of Tate had encountered Super Blue Vegeta. Father, grandfather, farewell. Yes. Gohan nodded, waving his hand. Be obedient, Xiaofang. This is not the time for nonsense. Broly clasped hands with Super Saiyan God Tate and Xiaofang, preparing for their time travel. Then, we shall return, everyone. Whoosh. The time ring emitted a brilliant beam of white light, and before the naked eye, the sky was torn apart, creating a vast chasm. He looked on, utterly astonished. Had it been enhanced? Even the entrance to the rift had widened. At the mouth of the opening, a myriad of white lightning crackled incessantly, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of its release. 3 figures plummeted directly into the river of time. Lord Kaishin, where shall we go first? Listening to Deti's words, was it possible that he was completely unaware of their destination? He had navigated through time, relying on the time ring. Clearing his throat lightly, he said, let us return to the world we visited last time. My intuition suggests that Sure Niao will appear in that timeline. All right, then it shall be so. Upon hearing this, Dete held no further doubts. Taking a deep breath, he pondered whether he truly lacked clarity. The time ring had the capability to transport him back to previously visited timelines, which was his source of confidence. He relied on the time ring to return to the main storyline of the prison planet before heading to Earth in the 7th universe, as Sure Niao would likely appear in that timeline. Earth. Oh, that bird looks like it has a few screws loose. In the midst of his words, Goku leaned in closer to observe the bird. Suddenly, the bird let out a loud squawk and promptly bit Goku's nose. GG. In bird language. It means sure. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The others who were practicing, Gohan, Piccolo, Android 17, and Krillin, turned their attention to Goku's commotion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Intrigued, they flew over to see the bird that had taken flight towards the great tree. It was a bird shimmering with a golden-white hue, exuding an air of dignity and sanctity. After the bird released its grip, Goku rubbed his sore nose and offered an apology. Sorry. I shouldn't have said that about you. But tell me, where do you come from? Krillin replied. It seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Gohan added. Even Android 17 has never seen such a bird before. Beneath the tree, a figure with closed eyes remarked, TCH, who cares? And why did our sparring suddenly stop? Ignoring Vegeta's words, Goku continued to gaze at the adorably naive bird, which had eyes full of wisdom. If one were to claim it was a time-traveling bird, no one would believe it. However, perhaps it was merely lost. Jujio. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred in the sky, prompting everyone to look up. A series of ethereal white flames danced in the air, reflecting light, and then converged into a collective brilliance, revealing the god of destruction. The 12 gods of destruction had gathered in the 7th universe, casting their gazes towards the 12 figures in the sky, causing those below to snap to attention. Lord Beerus? Goku exclaimed. Krillin behind him swallowed hard. The god of destruction. The sudden appearance of 12 gods of destruction made his lips quiver. Whoosh. Kampa, one of the 12 gods, floated to Beerus's side and softly stated, Beerus, that must be the bird. His gaze fixated on the bird below, indicating that the attention of the 12 gods of destruction seemed to be centered on Shenron. Whoosh. Without acknowledging Kampa, Beerus gradually descended, raising his right hand as he declared, destruction. In an instant, a tremendous force manifested in his hand. GG. In bird language. It means sure. The Shenron perched on the tree took flight, its wings stirring a fierce golden aura directed at the 12 gods of destruction. Wow, what? Watching the destruction dissipate from his hand, Beerus was taken aback. Could it truly seal the power of a god of destruction? How could such a thing be possible? Kampa and Quitella behind him wore expressions of disbelief. The others below, momentarily stunned, quickly reacted, Lord Beerus, why did you suddenly make a move? Goku queried. Beerus met Goku's gaze. My prophetic fish foretold that a strange bird appearing in the 7th universe would bring calamity that threatens to annihilate the entire universe. Crack, crack. A massive rift suddenly tore through the air, accompanied by thunder and lightning, plunging the sky into darkness. Everyone, including the gods of destruction, turned to observe the sudden disturbance. Emerging from the inky void were 2 men and a woman, Broly, Trunks, and Xiaofang. The 3 had traversed time to return to the present. Hahaha. This place is quite lively. 12 gods of destruction. The Kaioshin too. But why haven't I seen you in the 7th universe? Beerus narrowed his eyes. I see now. You are not the Kaioshin of this timeline. Bingwa. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Kaioshin of the 7th universe from another dimension. Naturally, I am connected to the Beerus of that timeline. So if you wish to destroy me, I suggest you consider the grave consequences that may follow. I see. So this is your source of bravado. Beerus, with his back turned, slowly ascended into the sky. GG. Shenron flew into Xiaofang's embrace. We have arrived. Sure. Observing this turn of events, Beerus growled. This calamity-bringing bird, did you bring it here? If so, I will have no choice but to destroy you. Chapter 72. The Tree of the Universe. That is impossible, Trunks exclaimed, glancing at Shenron. Sure is a divine being that has saved all dimensions. Beerus, is this how you manage the 7th universe? Quitella mused, stroking his chin. What a hassle, let us just destroy Earth as well. The sound of grinding teeth was heard as Beerus cast a sidelong glance at the instigator. The age-old rivalry between cat and mouse had its moments, and opportunities to mock Beerus were rare. Hey, wait a moment. You can't just talk about destroying Earth without explanation. Goku interjected. Xiaofang, take Shenron back. We'll handle things here. All right, Trunks. Beep. Uncertain of what buttons Xiaofang pressed on her watch, a flash of light obscured her figure. She curiously looked at the pocket watch in Trunks' hand. Is this how you traverse time? Indeed, it's the Kaioshin. I see, this is the back door opened by Kane. The permissions seem to reside within the watch. I thought Trunks and the others would rely on temporal powers. If Kane had deceived him, she would certainly face repercussions later. No matter where you run, it will be futile. Do not underestimate the gods of destruction. Hearing Quitella's words, Quitella retorted, Hey, I can't sense that bird's aura anymore. If that's the case, they must be involved. Daring to offend the gods of destruction is a grave sin, Earthlings. Jujutsu. Instantly, 11 spheres of destructive energy materialized in the hands of the gods of destruction. He surveyed his hand. knowing that the destructive power granted by the Super Dragon Balls was undoubtedly superior to theirs. Whoosh. Destruction. In the eyes of the onlookers. He gathered a similar destructive force in his hand. A purple energy orb flickered with streaks of white light, only to vanish in an instant. How can this be? Aren't the Kaishin the creators? Quitella exclaimed in shock, along with the other gods of destruction, who echoed his astonishment. Observing this, Beerus furrowed his brow. I advise that you all sit down and have a proper discussion. Perhaps this misunderstanding can be resolved. If you remain obstinate, he shouted at Quitella. This scheming mouse particularly enjoyed targeting Beerus and taking every opportunity to provoke him. Beerus was formidable. Could this mouse truly surpass Beerus? If it came to a fight, he had already considered his escape plan. Wait, you mentioned a misunderstanding? Beerus waved to the gods of destruction behind him. Since I am the god of destruction of Universe 7, I will take responsibility if that's truly the case. However, if it's a misunderstanding, then there's no need for that. The destructive aura behind him vanished abruptly. It seems Beerus's words carry considerable weight. The head of the gods of destruction. All right, then it's up to you, Beerus. Kampa was the first to dissipate his destructive energy and speak. Seeing this, he also dissipated his destructive energy. Lord Beerus, just like the boy next to me said, that bird was called the Toka bird, also known as the bird of time and space. Then, what does it have to do with the bird of calamity I mentioned? The prophecy fish is never wrong. Compared to your words, I trust it more. Of course it's related. This Toka bird is a companion of the current Supreme Kai of time. The Toka bird descended here because it smelled the aura of calamity. So what I'm about to say is the bird of calamity the prophecy fish mentioned. The bird of calamity is also called the Zafka bird. Another name is jumping bird, which, as the name suggests, is the bird of calamity, the twin bird. If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask the prophecy fish. It will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Beerus, after pondering for a while, finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, if you dare to lie to me, I'll seal you away for 1 billion years. Goku scratched his head. Puzzled. Bird of calamity? TCH, in some trouble again. Vegeta, arms crossed, also took a step forward. Whoosh. Trunks also flew down at this moment. Father, Uncle Goku. Just like what the Supreme Kai said, this universe must be in trouble, which is why the jumping bird has descended here. Trunks. Kakarot, this isn't future Trunks. It's Trunks from another dimension. I've met him before. Hee, I see. Goku scratched his head sheepishly. I thought it was future Trunks. But you two really do look exactly alike. Except one has purple hair and the other has blue. Crack. Crack. Just then, a huge sound suddenly came from the sky. Looking up, there were branches upon branches. The universe tree? It seems the universe seed was retrieved by Fuyu. Crack. Crack. 2 beams of white light appeared at that moment. As the light faded, Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta appeared. Goku, Gohan on the ground. Father? Huh. Goku and Vegeta? Krillin was also caught off guard, his jaw dropping in surprise. The 12 gods of destruction also looked at the 2 suddenly appearing figures, then glanced at Goku and the others on the ground, their eyes seemingly understanding something. Looking at the quiet scene, Super Saiyan 4 Goku said in surprise, I thought you guys were already fighting. Pan told us, so we came straight over. Besides, that one in the sky is one of the culprits this time. Looks like it's absorbing energy. Beerus said, this is bad. Quickly check your respective universes. Kampa closed his eyes as he finished speaking, and the other gods of destruction did the same. Sensory abilities? Seeing this, he lamented that he hadn't learned enough in the Supreme Kai's world. He hadn't learned the Supreme Kai's teleportation, nor even the Supreme Kai's sensory abilities. Through the perceptions of the gods of destruction, the branches of this plant were spreading across the planets of their universes. The branches continuously expanded, enveloping the planets, and then constantly absorbing their energy. Visibly, a planet with life quickly became a dead star, then continuously curled up, shrank, and finally turned into nothingness. The planet is gradually dying. Katin, the first to open his eyes, shouted loudly. Kampa also spoke up nervously. Who cares about this situation? Everyone go back and check your respective universes. Bang! A pure white light continuously spread from the bodies of the gods of destruction, instantly transforming them into streaks of white flame before vanishing into Universe 7. This experiment is fantastic. Fuyu adjusted his glasses. All right, let's begin the new universe experiment. Inside a laboratory, Fuyu stood with his arms crossed, watching the experimental site on the screen. Then he glanced at the universe tree behind him. The universe tree, nurtured by the universe seed, was continuously absorbing all the energy from the 12 universes through its trunk to grow itself. Chapter 73, The Rebirth of the Universe? Thud, thud, huff, huff. Are you alright, Uncle Krillin? The group landed on the ground. Gohan looked at Krillin, who was panting heavily, and asked with concern. Looks like he's had his energy drained. He continued to explain, looking at everyone, that the branches in the sky continuously absorbed any energy from the planets. The weakest one present was Krillin, being the only Earthling. His physical constitution was somewhat weakened by the energy drain. You two are the same as him, aren't you? Beerus pointed to Broly. And then to Goku and Vegeta from other dimensions. Sort of. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta nodded, speaking, we received other information from the Supreme Kai of Time, and we came to tell you. Bang. A crack suddenly appeared in the dark sky. He recognized who it was, the one with the X symbol, that experimental maniac. Yo, everyone. Sure enough. The person who emerged from the crack was Fuyu. Everyone looked up at the figure in the sky. Goku, Fuyu. Vegeta. TCH, that damn guy again. Chirp. High in the sky, a purplish-black bird circled and landed on Fuyu's shoulder. The bird looked remarkably similar to the time bird, the twin birds. That's... Trunks exclaimed in shock. Isn't it cute? Fuyu's lips curled into a slow smile as he stroked its feathers. Its name was Jumpy. So it's the bird of misfortune that brings bad luck. Beerus squinted and spoke, but Fuyu laughed loudly. That's right. You remember the seed of the universe. Under my care, that seed has grown into a new universe tree. Snap, snap. Dimensional fluctuations rippled through the sky. And then several branches sprouted from the cracks, the branches of the universe tree. TCH, so that Hertz was also part of your plan, right? Hearing Vegeta's question, Beerus stared intently at the figure above. Although I don't know your origins, what exactly is your purpose in planting the universe tree? Humph. Fuyu spread his arms, scoffing disdainfully. Need I say more? I'm going to create a new universe. To do that, I'll use the nutrients of the entire universe to feed the universe tree. How about that? My expectations aren't bad. Are they? Destruction. Whoosh. Whoosh. Damn it, it got dodged. He watched the destruction vanish into the void. It seems Fuyu's blade is quite formidable. Ha. 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 Ha ha ha. The concealed figure gradually disappeared into the crack, leaving only Fuyu's loud laughter echoing in everyone's ears. Looks like your destruction skills aren't quite up to par. All that effort to distract you. He forced a smile. Beerus was probably very unhappy right now. It was best not to provoke him. Thump. Krillin. Hearing Goku's shout. Everyone looked towards the fallen figure. Goku, this is weird. Why do I suddenly feel like I can't breathe? Thump. Piccolo was also kneeling on the ground. In the same situation as Krillin, panting heavily. Gohan, Uncle Piccolo. It's alright. Bang. Other buildings were also collapsing at this moment. These branches were already affecting the foundations. The branches in midair were flashing with dazzling golden light, like babies constantly sucking for nutrients. Broly, destruction. A sphere of violet energy erupted from his hand. And as the branches disintegrated, they swiftly spread anew, subsequently absorbing the destructive energy. Witnessing this, his expression mirrored astonishment. Could it truly be so? Even the destruction wished for by the Super Dragon Balls cannot completely annihilate? Or is it that my destructive energy has yet to mature to the proficiency of Beerus? Puzzled by the situation, he wondered how destruction could obliterate the trunk of the cosmic tree. Or perhaps, the boy's form of destruction differs from mine? With narrowed eyes, Beerus gazed intently at him, his heart filled with awe. Of course, Broly was unaware that if destruction were truly possible, Beerus would have already acted to obliterate it. The very fact that it could not be destroyed was what left him so astonished. Suddenly, Beerus ascended into the sky, an overwhelming energy drawing the branches toward him, as a faint purple glow radiated from his being. Lord Beerus, Goku exclaimed, puzzled. Behind him, Krillin and Piccolo had ceased their heavy breathing, and Goku, now realizing the gravity of the situation, cast a concerned glance at the figure on the ground. Are you all right, Krillin? Yes, much better, Krillin replied, looking up at Beerus in understanding, before calling out, thank you, Lord Beerus. Honestly, why must I interfere? As a god of destruction, I ought to be annihilating planets. He then expressed his frustration. You lot, the nutrients absorbed by that root comprise the life force of all existence in the universe. For now, it is merely feeding on my energy, but it cannot sustain this for long. Even I find it challenging to obliterate these branches. Hurry and locate the cosmic tree. Then, Lord Beerus, Earth is entrusted to you, Goku stated. We shall conduct our own investigation. Indeed, Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta transformed into blue streaks of light, vanishing from the scene. In that case, I shall venture forth alone. With a swish, Broly disappeared before the others. Goku, gazing at the spot where the three had just vanished, said, Vegeta, let us depart. Oh, wait. Father, Uncle Goku, please take me along. Trunks stepped forward. Hee. Then let us go together. Goku then turned to Krillin and Gohan. Do you wish to join us? Haha, I think I'll pass. I'd probably just be a burden. Krillin awkwardly scratched his head. Father, me too. Let us stay on Earth and see if there's another way we can assist. Humph. Suit yourselves. With me and Kakarot, that will suffice. Your presence or absence matters not, Vegeta declared. Broly arrived in an open area, gazing at the flickering time ring with elation. The power of the time ring is truly a game changer. You all go ahead and fight. I shall secure the dark power of Fuyu. With a whoosh, the white points of light on the time ring began to overlap and merge, shooting towards the space before him, unfolding into a vast rift. Without a doubt, he knew this would lead to Fuyu's escape route. If he followed this fissure, he might encounter Fuyu. Chapter 74. The arrival of a powerful enemy. Time rift. In a place of finality, where time reaches its end. This world is shrouded in void and darkness. Yet at its center stands a verdant tree. The roots of the tree connect incessantly to the time rifts, leading to various universes. The deeper the roots extend, the darker they become. This is the cosmic tree. Within the tree, golden lights flicker continuously, representing the life energy of the entire universe. Fuyu is utilizing the branches of the cosmic tree to siphon life energy from other universes, nurturing a brand new universe. Upon the root veins, Fuyu gazed down at the few individuals below. Hello, everyone. Come, let us create the dream of a new universe together. At the base of the tree stood Brokak, Super 17, Drive W, also known as Dr. Jero, Dales, and Gula. They were figures from various dimensions and timelines. They exchanged glances, curiosity evident in their demeanor toward this unfamiliar place. Damn, you must be a Saiyan. Brokak spoke up. Kaba, a figure holding a red spirit fruit. None other than Dales, leisurely took a bite. And what of it? Since you are a Saiyan, you are my enemy, Brokak declared. With a boom, Brokak's strike heavily impacted the ground, only to realize Dales had leaped high into the air. Bang, 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 bang. Observing the two struggle, Fuyu rubbed his head in exasperation. This is troublesome. We are supposed to be allies. Seeing that his words fell on deaf ears, he flicked his fingers, and the two instantly returned to the ground. Looking at the still glaring duo, he smiled and said, You two must get along. I went to great lengths to bring you out. This is a chance for rebirth. Upon hearing this, Brokak lowered his hands, muttering, What a meddlesome fellow. Kala, I haven't lost yet. It seemed Fuyu's words had made them realize there was something more important than Dales at hand. Fuyu, however, was indifferent, for his objective had already been achieved. Fuyu, can we count on these individuals? Tawa questioned, observing the vanished figures. I never expected much from them. They merely need to buy us some time. Fuyu replied nonchalantly, seemingly orchestrating something with his hands. Tawa, observing his expression, understood. So, they are nurturing the cosmic tree. It appears Goku and the others will have their work cut out for them. In the crevice, Broly followed the guidance of the time ring to this location. He observed the woman beside Fuyu, recognizing her as Tawa. It was she who had bestowed the dark power upon Fuyu, the life energy of the Dark King, enabling Fuyu to become the new Dark King. However, the other half of the dark factor now resided within him, although he had not obtained the power of time. Possessing dark energy was advantageous. Perhaps it could unlock Broly's demon god form. The power of time primarily governs time itself and the flow of time, becoming potent enough to eternally seal someone in that moment. An endless imprisonment is the most terrifying for a deity, just like old Kaioshin, who was sealed for 75 million years. In comparison to divine status, he believed that the weight of the time Kaioshin was by no means trivial. The power of time could separate two Omni-Kings, which spoke volumes of its significance. Just as he was lost in thought, Fuyu below also glanced in his direction, but he was confident he had not been detected. After all, Fuyu was now merely a mortal. Hey, come out. I have found you, filthy little rat. Had he been discovered? He was uncertain, but he had come to seize the dark factor. Being found or not mattered little to him. With a bang, a beam of green light shot forth from the pitch-black rift, prompting Tawa to exclaim in shock, "Broly? No, he is not Broly. He is not the Broly from this timeline." Hearing Fuyu's words, he gradually descended, crossing his arms over his chest. "Yes, I am indeed Broly, but not the one you are familiar with. Don't compare me to him. I am the true legendary Super Saiyan. My power is but a flicker to him." Daring to contend with the brilliance of the full moon, he was certainly aware of who Tawa referred to. In the Rift of Time, Broly, the legendary Saiyan who obliterated the South Galaxy in that cinematic tale. Amidst the cataclysmic explosion that engulfed the entire galaxy, he created a wormhole and found himself within the rifts of time. Surely, Tawa and Fuyo must have seen him, the one who only shouts Kakarot, that fellow associated with Vegeta. "Now, I wonder what brings you here." Tawa feigned an expression of utmost alarm, while Fuyo trembled with trepidation. Observing their demeanor, he initially assumed these two were simply frightened. "Us. Of course, we are here to settle accounts. After all, I am a Kaioshin. The demon realm's Kaioshin and the Kaioshin are natural adversaries, are they not? If I were to eliminate the Timekeeper, would I not still be a Kaioshin? By rounding it off, we indeed have a grievance." His sharp gaze emanated a chilling aura of murderous intent. The two individuals before him cautiously retreated a couple of steps. What do you want? I can provide anything." In a moment of desperation, Fuyo revealed all his cards. "Then, grant me the Dark Factor." He extended his hand towards them, asserting that it was best for a Kaioshin like himself to safeguard the Dark Factor. "Wouldn't you agree, Tawa?" He recalled that Tawa was in charge of the Dark Factor, yet he was uncertain of its location. With so many timelines to search through, how long would it take to find it? The Dark Factor? Fuyo's face reflected his confusion. Broly almost forgot that Tawa had kept this secret from Fuyo, who still remained unaware of his lineage. A black orb materialized in Tawa's hand, exuding an ominous aura. "This is the life essence of the Dark King. The Dark Factor you refer to. Indeed, as a Kaioshin, it is my duty to protect this item for you. Now relinquish it to me. For the future of the demon realm, entrusting it to me is your most prudent decision." "Very well." Fuyo accepted the Dark Factor, imploring the Kaioshin to safeguard it diligently. "Is it truly that simple?" he remarked, feeling the ease of the exchange was almost surreal. Observing Fuyo kneeling on the ground, though it seemed fantastical, he approached without hesitation, unaware that Fuyo had slyly smiled in response. Chapter 75, The New Dark King. With a swift motion, he took flight, seizing the opportunity. Possessing the Dark Factor might enable him to enhance his powers beyond that of a Super Saiyan god. Whoosh, whoosh. Dark tendrils resembling vines shot towards him. He executed a swift maneuver to evade, aware that the situation was far from straightforward. These adversaries were testing his patience. Broly's body soared higher into the air, his muscles pulsating and expanding into a display of formidable might. At this moment, his energy surged to its zenith, enveloped in a shimmering white light. With a resounding shatter akin to breaking glass, a figure radiating a grass-green aura emerged. It was none other than the Super Saiyan god. Zing, zing. With both hands, he grasped the air, launching two small green orbs towards Fuyo. The energy projectiles swelled to an enormous size mid-flight. If he could not obtain it, then he would obliterate it. Underestimating that scoundrel could lead to unforeseen consequences, and he had grown immensely powerful, rendering further risks unnecessary. Perish. Energy surged from his hands, propelling massive meteors toward Fuyo. Boom. The overwhelming green sphere appeared to shrink before the naked eye. What? Indeed, it was diminishing, absorbing his energy. He directed his gaze toward the colossal tree at the center, a tree glowing with verdant light, pulsating with an unprecedented vibrancy. It thrived by siphoning life energy from the entire universe. Hee. Ha. Thank you for your energy. My cosmic tree is quite pleased. You scoundrel. Fuyo had forgotten that the cosmic tree was directly behind him. In that instant of collision, energy was absorbed completely. If that was the case, he would resort to martial arts. Infusing energy into his fists was the only recourse. Suddenly, a great bird appeared from the rift behind Tawa. It was the Kiki bird. Fuyo rejoiced. I entrust you with this task, Kiki bird. After your previous duties, you must continue your work. Chirp. A wave of dark energy enveloped him, and sensing its intensity, he found himself immobilized. Even the ultra-green form, surpassing ultra-blue, could hold him in place. Grah. The The continuous roars brought a smile to Fuyo's face. It was futile. He should surrender. You scoundrel, I will surely slay you. Amidst the astonished gazes of others, Broly's body began to move gradually. Though arduous, he managed to take a step, then another. Haha, truly a monster. Rather than concern, Fuyo grew increasingly excited. It seemed you are rarer than Kamba. I cannot wait to study you thoroughly. Whoosh. In a moment of distraction, tendrils of malevolent energy emerged from the ground, ensnaring Broly's form, binding him tightly. Do you think you can trap me? Bam! With a surge of energy, he attempted to break free, yet found it impossible. How could this be? In disbelief, he continued to struggle. Hee, you will not escape. This energy is more than sufficient to keep you occupied for quite some time. Indeed, this is the malevolent energy that Fuyo studied, and I must inform you. It belongs to the evil Saiyan Kamba, Tawa proclaimed. The orb was manipulated by Tawa, relentlessly siphoning the essence from Broly, specifically the life energy of the Dark King. Humph. You despicable being, Kaioshin. The newly appointed Dark King will annihilate all of you. This world, no, an eternal world, needs only to be shrouded in darkness. The incessant pain radiating within him drove him to howl in agony, akin to the sensation of flesh tearing away. Destruction. Gritting his teeth, he barely summoned the techniques of a destroyer. Whoosh. A beam of white light enveloped him, splitting the time ring to create a massive rift that cast him away. Damn it, you shall not escape. Fuyo, wielding dual blades, was intercepted by Tawa. Fuyo, do not concern yourself with him. Let him languish in the time rift. The cosmic tree is paramount, and my child shall inherit the legacy of the Dark King. Under your leadership, the Dark Demon realm shall surely flourish once more. Let this world be enveloped in darkness. The Dark King? Fuyo questioned in confusion. You will soon understand. My child, deep within the time rift, bound by iron chains and confinement, there lies Kamba. An insidious aura emanated from the conduit that spread forth from him. Chirp. The birds speak in their own tongue, conveying the essence of Shenron and Kiki. Amidst the complex skies, a golden bird soared, seemingly in pursuit of something. Could it be the scent of the Kiki bird? Fuyo resides on this planet, Goku Yao observed, alongside several companions including Trunks, Vegeta, and Xiaofang. Unable to find any leads, Trunks had brought Xiaofang and the Shenron bird along. Trunks nodded. Yes, Uncle Goku, the Shenron bird claims the Kiki bird is here. Thus, wherever the Kiki bird is, Fuyo must also be present. Chirp. The Shenron bird alighted upon Xiaofang's shoulder, observing the suddenly serious group, prompting her to voice her confusion. What's wrong, everyone? Hush. Trunks gestured for silence, indicating something was approaching us. Sensing the energy, Vegeta remarked, it does not seem to be Fuyo. Indeed, this energy is not Fuyo's. Goku concurred. Zing. Zing. Two energy blasts shot down from the sky. Trunks drew his sword and rushed to protect Xiaofang. Boom. Boom. Goku and Vegeta soared upward, effortlessly slicing through the energy projectiles. Turning their attention to the descending figures, a being clad in a black cloak, consuming a spirit fruit, accompanied by a blue-skinned pirate. The individual descending slowly astonished Wukong. You are Dales. With a grin, Dales, having taken a bite, greeted, Yo, Kakarot. Meanwhile, the two others landed atop a towering stone pillar. The sight of this familiar figure evoking memories for Vegeta. I've missed you, Saiyans. He sneered, looking down at Vegeta. I seem to recall you are Po Jake. Trunks, observing the casual banter, looked bewildered and asked, Father, do you know them? They are the scum that once attacked Earth. Vegeta replied, hearing his father's unfriendly remark. Trunks steeled himself. Chapter 76. The Kaioshin at the time of appointment. With a swift motion, Wukong sliced through Dale's energy sphere, causing a massive plume of smoke to erupt. As the smoke cleared, Dale's had vanished. Right here, you fool. Wukong turned to find Dale's tightly gripping him from behind, eliciting a chuckle from Dale's. Is that son Wukong? Po Jake remarked, revealing a malevolent expression. Die. After I take you down, the next will be Son Gohan. In a flash, Vegeta appeared before Po Jake, repelling him with an energy blast. Gazing at the once-dead adversary, Vegeta expressed his confusion. Though I know not how you were resurrected, I am exceedingly displeased. With a booming laugh, Vegeta irradiated a blue aura, which burst forth from within him, transforming his hair and eyebrows to a brilliant blue. His eyes shimmering azure, he had attained the super blue form. Simultaneously, Wukong also transformed into the super blue state, effortlessly breaking free from Dale's grip. Dales, captivated by this new transformation, exclaimed, "Is this the Super Saiyan that transcends Super Saiyans? I have heard much about this form." With a crack, he crushed the spirit fruit in his hand. Juice sprang forth as he roared, "But I shall not concede, Kakarot." A dark, oppressive aura began to emanate from Dales, matched by a sinister energy radiating from Pojake. This aura, an evil Saiyan? Wukong was taken aback, as it mirrored Kamba's, suggesting the proliferation of this malevolence could augment strength. Boom. The battle between Vegeta and Pojake commenced in the skies, with Pojake swiftly being struck down. I expected more from you. I was eagerly anticipating this fight. Yet you disappoint. With a surge of blue energy, Vegeta unleashed another punch towards the ground. Surprised? Dales clenched his fists, addressing Wukong. The characteristics of Saiyans are truly remarkable. The spirit fruit combined with this power. Kakarot, you have no idea how long I have honed my strength for this revenge. Wukong adopted a fighting stance, replying, "That is debatable. While you grow stronger, so do I. If this is all the power you possess, consider me gravely disappointed." Infuriated by Wukong's nonchalance, Dales launched a punch forward. Bang! The moment Dale's fist was blocked by Wukong, Wukong delivered a kick to his waist. As Trunks observed the unfolding battle, he remained transfixed, searching for an opportunity to intervene. Suddenly, the Shursher bird within Xiaofang's embrace opened its eyes wide. Chirp! Chirp! Its sudden cry startled Xiaofang. "What is it, Shursher bird?" The bird struggled to escape her grasp. Xiaofang, the large figure, deity, turned upon hearing the commotion. Crack! Above in the sky, a rift suddenly appeared, revealing a man in red and a bird, the Kiki bird. Sensing the arrival of the Kiki bird, the Shursher bird grew increasingly agitated. "Who are you?" Deity inquired. "I am Mira," the man in the rift replied. As Vegeta and Wukong repelled Dales and Pojake, they turned their gaze to the unfamiliar figure emerging in the sky. Boom! A sudden energy blast from behind compelled them to refocus on Dales and Pojake. "Saiyans, our score remains unsettled. Kakarot, your opponent is me." Through a sphere resembling the Kaioshin's artifact, Fu observed the fray, secretly pleased. "It is delightful to witness everyone fighting so joyfully, truly worth my efforts to enhance their capabilities." Boom! It appears the new experimental products are indeed promising. Mira quietly watched the skirmish above, then extended his right hand, signaling, "Go, Kiki bird." Chirp! Upon hearing this, the Kiki bird soared into the sky, its wings flapping rapidly, unleashing a wave of dark energy that spread toward Wukong, Vegeta, and the others. The two, taken aback, found themselves immobilized, as did Trunks and Xiaofang below. Chirp! The Shursher bird broke free, ascending to counteract the Kiki bird's binding. "I've been waiting for you." Mira utilized his device to open a vast rift in the sky, intending to seize the Shursher bird, ensuring no one could traverse the time rift. The cosmic tree would flourish undisturbed. Since that place is forbidden to the gods, they cannot venture there. Of course, Broly disregards Zeno. As for Beerus and others, that remains uncertain. Boom! The two above, now reversed, struck Wukong and Vegeta to the ground with a blow and a kick. The Kiki bird returned to Mira's shoulder. "Without the Shursher bird, your chances of victory have vanished. Kiki bird, let us depart." Chirp! Whoosh! A massive rift appeared behind Mira, and with the bindings lifted, the others felt relief. Dales and Pojake, sensing the peril, also vanished into the time rift. "What now? The Shursher bird has been taken," Xiaofang exclaimed, while the Tay sheathed his great sword, glancing upward at the spot where Mira had disappeared. "TCH. They fled swiftly," Vegeta muttered, as Wukong reverted to his normal state. At that moment, the planet beneath them trembled violently. It was nearing depletion as the cosmic tree drained its essence, prompting the group to gather in alarm. Whoosh! In the instant of departure, the planet transformed into a radiant light amidst the cosmos. As the brilliance faded, not even a speck of dust remained. "Trunks, what should we do next?" Wukong inquired amidst the currents of time. "I am uncertain, but the Kaioshin of time should know." "Damn time ring, where are you taking me?" In a pitch-black expanse, flickering white points darted rapidly, unsure of their destination. Initially, it seemed harmless, but soon he sensed something amiss. Crack! With countless white flashes, a rift opened, and as he surveyed his surroundings, it appeared he was within a grand hall. Noticing the insignia of the time power on the palace above, He surmised that the entity who had brought him here must reside within. Considering this, he understood who the inhabitant of this palace must be. If it pertains to time power and is not Kain, then it must be the previous Kaioshin of time, Ios. Chapter 77. The Resurrectu of Hell. This is a fiery red planet, where the deep crimson sky reflects the vibrant hues below. Bubbling magma continually releases scalding bubbles, akin to a hellish symphony, pulsating with a certain rhythm. The dark red lava, engulfed in rolling black smoke, erupts with a thunderous roar, pressing down in layers as the incandescent rocks are thrust into the sky before plummeting back down. Two figures clad in black coats float above the magma. They are Chao Si Wukong and Chao Si Vegeta. The two are intently gazing at a middle-aged man before them. You called us, didn't you? Where's this place? Who are you? What are you doing here? Upon hearing Chao Si Wukong and Vegeta's inquiries, the man readily acknowledges, I am Dr. Gero. Foolish monkeys, welcome to hell. Hell? Humph. Whether it's heaven or hell doesn't concern us. Observing the interest of the two, Gero smiles knowingly. Son Wukong, Vegeta, let the analysis commence. The scissor-like appendage of Dr. Gero releases a crescent wave. The two warriors prepare to defend themselves. Suddenly, an attack strikes from behind, startling Vegeta. Kakarot, are you alright? Wukong, floating above the magma, rises again, confusion filling his eyes as the energy wave emanates from behind him. Whoosh. Dr. Gero's scissor-like appendage sweeps out another crescent wave, which disappears in an instant before reappearing to strike Vegeta's back. The sight of bubbling magma nearly bursting in his face ignites Vegeta's fury. You bastard, stop these trivial antics. With a roar, Vegeta, transformed into Super Saiyan 3, charges at Dr. Gero, while Gero's mechanical eye meticulously analyzes Vegeta's data. With a swift dodge, Vegeta's attack is evaded, and Gero's scissor-like hand strikes down, not at Vegeta but into the magma below. Humph, are your eyes failing you? In the moment of retracting his fist, Vegeta kicks downward, only to have Gero deftly avoid it. The suddenly appearing crescent wave sends a shadow plunging into the magma. Vegeta, boom. Wukong, now in Super Saiyan 3 form, leaps into the air, executing a series of Prince-style attacks with one hand, while Dr. Gero's mechanical eye continuously analyzes Wukong's energy data, dodging the incoming energy blasts in midair. Vegeta emerges from the massive flames in the magma, launching waves of energy towards Dr. Gero. As the energy blasts approach, Gero effortlessly counters with two crescent waves, obliterating the smaller energy attacks. Frustrated by Gero's intact state, Vegeta snarls, "This is infuriating. Wukong, what is your true purpose?" Observing Gero's lack of response, Wukong unleashes his energy. Pressing forward, Gero delivers a horizontal crescent slash, the purple crescent wave splitting into two as it strikes Wukong. A red laser shot from Gero's right eye heads straight for Vegeta. Boom. Vegeta counters with a hand strike, resulting in a massive explosion. How dare you attack me? I am furious. Boom. Boom. Amidst the cacophony, as the golden light dissipates, their bodies are cloaked in dense red fur, with black hair, crimson eyes, and golden-tinged pupils. Witnessing their transformation, Gero is thrilled, exclaiming, I have awaited your transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta retorts, how dare you underestimate us? Gathering energy in his hands, he prepares the final flash. Wukong, readying the Kamehameha with his hands at his waist, releases a surge of blue energy. Come on, you've fallen for it. I'm counting on your energy data for the new evil wave. Observing their energy fluctuations, Dr. Gero makes an astonishing move, spreading his arms wide as if anticipating the energy. Rumble. The explosion generates a blinding white light that engulfs the magma below, and as the smoke clears, Dr. Gero remains suspended in midair. Thank you both. The data analysis is complete. Analysis? Wukong gazes at Gero, realizing that this man has been studying their abilities. Ha. Dr. Gero gradually disappears into the gap behind him, his laughter echoing in their ears. Humph, you won't escape. As Vegeta dives into the gap, Wukong follows suit. Lord Kaioshin of Time, I apologize for the capture of the Time Bird, Trunks murmurs, bowing his head. I understand, Kain replies, opening her eyes. You must head to hell. It appears to be embroiled in fierce battle. Fierce battle? Trunks expresses shock, realizing that not many can force Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Super Saiyan 4 Wukong into such a predicament. Alright, let us go. Wukong, brimming with enthusiasm, declares, "If another version of me is facing a tough battle, it must be incredibly powerful. Welcome to the realm of the time god." He encounters Broly. Entering the grand hall where a young girl dressed in Kaioshin attire sits at the top. She must be Ios. "You are the previous time Kaioshin, correct? What is your purpose in bringing me here using the power of time?" He gazes at Ios, noting 4 shadowy figures behind her. Dark-clad warriors? A group enhanced by the Dark Dragon Balls. "Since you know who I am, I shall not beat around the bush." She stands slowly, beckoning as several time scrolls gently descend into her hands. These are the scrolls of time. They can annihilate the fabric of time itself. The current timelines are proliferating excessively, undermining their original definitions, which causes me some unease. Thus, I intend to obliterate certain timelines. And then, he gestures dismissively. "What does that have to do with me? If it displeases you, just destroy them all." I initially considered that, but doing so would be unfair to other timelines. Therefore, I propose a battle of timelines. Only the strongest across multiple dimensions shall survive. Ios, the former time Kaioshin of the 7th universe, implies that the dimensional spaces are mostly derivatives of the 7th universe for various reasons. Have you ever contemplated that your disquiet might not stem from the timelines themselves? Upon hearing his words, Ios falls into brief contemplation. Her unease arises from darkness. One might say the darkness that envelopes dimensions. Of course, she cannot comprehend Broly's words. "I have no time to indulge in games with you. Moreover, you are not the Omni King." He openly mocks, "Let alone these 4 lackluster individuals behind you. I certainly do not believe they possess any real capability." "You bastard, what did you say?" One of the dark-clad warriors, resembling Wukong, steps forward, prompting Broly to regard him with increased attention. His aura remains unchanged. Chapter 78, The Descent of the Demon God. Bang! In the blink of an eye, this dark-clad warrior finds himself pinned to the ground by a massive hand, unable to react to what has transpired. "Bardock, do not challenge my patience with your temper. You pitiful human, what do you possess to measure a god?" Boom! A figure is instantly thrown against the wall, and Bardock, shocked, half kneels, casting a furtive glance at the tail. You are a Saiyan." With that, Bardock's eyes ignite with fury as he bellows, "What god? If there were a god for Saiyans, why did you not appear when Planet Vegeta exploded? Answer me." It seems that Bardock was saved by Ios at the moment of Planet Vegeta's destruction. Observing this agitated individual, he understands the discomfort of witnessing Vegeta's destruction firsthand. "Answer me." "I have no obligation to explain anything to you." He turns away, leaving the place. Indeed, there is nothing to explain, as they do not inhabit the same dimension of the 7th universe. Somewhere in hell, in this resplendent azure sea of stars, a myriad of colorful bubbles floated in midair. Within one of these bubbles, a figure slowly took shape. Indeed, it was the nefarious Evil Wave. "Go forth, Evil Wave, and let them witness your formidable power. Revived with their data, you surely possess strength that rivals theirs," observed Dr. Gero from the sidelines. Boom! Gasp! Gasp! The Super Saiyan 4, Wukong and Vegeta, were panting heavily. Upon seeing the figure emerge from the dissipating smoke, they could not hide their astonishment. "Damn it! Our attacks have had no effect," Vegeta exclaimed. Bang! A ferocious aura erupted from within the Evil Wave, creating a series of craters on the ground, its energy gradually dispersing the surrounding black smoke and debris. Whoosh! A mouth cannon shot forth from its mouth towards the 2 opponents. Seizing the cover of the smoke, the Evil Wave darted across the ground at incredible speed. As the explosions raged, the shadowy figure within the smoke unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, sending Vegeta flying with a single blow while simultaneously knocking Wukong back with a sweeping kick. "Damn it! Don't underestimate me. Let's attack together, Vegeta." Bang! 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 The 2, in a swift maneuver, coordinated their assault, relentlessly advancing. Under the barrage of 4 fists and 4 feet, the Evil Wave was forced to retreat, leaving a long scratch upon the ground. Whoosh! The Evil Wave unleashed 2 energy blasts, instantly propelling the 2 warriors several meters away. As they watched the massive rocks behind them shatter, a sinister grin crossed the Evil Wave's face. Crack! Suddenly, a commotion drew everyone's gaze to the sky. The azure-hued heavens were abruptly cleaved by a colossal rift. Amidst the blinding light, several figures descended from above: Trunks, Xiaofang, Super Blue Wukong, and Super Blue Vegeta. Ouch! Trunks! Please land more gracefully next time. Wukong chided. Whoosh. The evil wave unleashed two energy waves, which were promptly deflected by Wukong and by Vegeta's knife hand strikes, transforming the figures in the smoke into their super blue forms. This fellow must be an accomplice of Fu. Upon hearing Super Blue by Vegeta's words, Super Blue Wukong responded. It seems so. Bang, bang, bang. Trunks, how did you end up in this hell? Super Saiyan 4 by Vegeta inquired. The Kaishin of Time sent us here. She said there might be a way to access the time rift. Trunks replied earnestly. Dash, dash, dash. The three figures rebounded back and forth at lightning speed, evading every attack from the evil wave with remarkable agility. Wukong, every move we make is completely anticipated, Vegeta affirmed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The other three figures, Super Saiyan 4 Wukong, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, and Super Saiyan 3 Trunks, joined the fray, encircling the evil wave and unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom. The evil wave shot upwards into the sky, pursued closely by Super Blue Wukong and Super Saiyan 4 Wukong. Under the pressure of their combined assault, the evil wave was once again sent crashing to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. The evil wave transformed into an ice sculpture upon the ground. While the group gazed towards the sudden rift in the sky, where two figures, one male and one female, descended, wielding staff-like weapons that effortlessly repelled the evil wave. Trunks exclaimed in surprise, "That's the demon god Sarusa and Pewdie." Tap, tap. Demon god Sarusa, what is your purpose for coming here? Trunks demanded. Do you know them? Trunks? Super Blue Wukong queried, puzzled. They are the demon gods from the dark demon realm that we previously defeated. Sarusa coldly scoffed at the commotion behind them. Super Blue Wukong exclaimed, what? So you are the villains. At this moment, Pewdie turned around. Don't you want to know how to defeat the extraterrestrials? What? Trunks replied, astonished. The others widened their eyes, fixated on the female demon god, to which she responded with a sly smile. Impatient, aren't you? No wonder. Allow me to show you. Crash. Her staff radiated a brilliant light, projecting an image in the sky. It appeared to be a vision of the cosmic tree, with nearly all the planets enveloped by its branches, continuously siphoning life energy. Demon god Sarusa spoke. This is the current state of the universes. That fiend intends to annihilate the entire cosmos. Bang. The evil wave lunged from the ruins again, causing Trunks, now in his Super Saiyan god red-haired form, to astonish Super Blue Wukong and Super Blue Vegeta. You can really transform. Whoosh. Boom. An energy blast shot down from the smoke, prompting everyone to leap aside to evade the evil wave's attack. Faced with an opponent seemingly devoid of fatigue and limitless energy, they felt a deep frustration. Super Saiyan 4 Wukong exclaimed, damn it, how can we defeat this guy? At that moment, demon god Sarusa interjected, Wukong, use the technique you previously employed against the evil dragon. What? Super Blue Wukong looked at them in confusion. Super Saiyan 4 Wukong grinned. You mean the Dragon Fist? I see, but Vegeta and I don't have much energy left. He then turned to Super Blue Wukong and the others. You must transfer your energy to Vegeta and me. Why should I listen to you and do such a thing? Super Blue Vegeta retorted, displeased. Chapter 79. The Divine Energy That Breaks Boundaries. Let us do it this way. I'm counting on you, Father. Super Saiyan God Trunks pleaded. Fine. Despite his reluctance, Super Blue Vegeta acquiesced. All right, everyone, let us begin, Wukong declared. Immediately, Vegeta, Wukong, Super Blue Trunks, and Super Saiyan Xiaofeng surrounded Super Saiyan 4 Wukong and Vegeta. The five formed a square formation, continuously channeling their energy to the two in the center, while demon gods Sarusa and Pewdie moved to intercept the evil wave and buy them time. Swish, swish, swish. This guy is incredibly strong. Damn. Are you two not ready yet? We can't hold on much longer. Their coordinated attacks yielded no results and instead depleted their stamina. Observing their struggle, the evil wave merely crossed its arms, evading their efforts with a sense of amusement. In an alternate premise of Super Saiyan God, a Saiyan with a peaceful heart can transfer energy to a companion, allowing 5 Saiyans to create a red-haired Super Saiyan God. Currently, 3 Super Saiyan gods are transferring their energy. Within the square formation, Super Saiyan 4 Wukong and Vegeta felt the surge of this powerful energy, astonished by the sensation. This was a force they had never encountered before. Bang, bang. The aura surrounding them intensified, glowing more vividly, reminiscent of a Super Saiyan god. The deep crimson energy radiated brilliantly. Super Blue Wukong urged, "Please, I want to see what will happen." Super Saiyan 4 Wukong replied, "Leave it to us. This is our collective strength." Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, astonished, exclaimed, "So this is your Saiyan power? How magnificent!" The surge of energy escalated, pushing the two beyond their limits. The ultimate breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4. Their full power underwent yet another upgrade, Super Saiyan God Super 4. A fierce wind howled through the realm of hell, sweeping across the surroundings. The immense energy caused the others to stagger back. Whoosh! At that moment, the evil wave lowered its hands, seemingly ceasing its playful demeanor, fixating its gaze intently upon the two Super Saiyan 4s below. The two radiated a brilliant deep crimson, their aura adorned with swirling red particles. The magnitude of their energy caused particles to manifest in the air. Damn it, these wretched monkeys possess such formidable energy. In Dr. Garo's analysis, his face contorted in shock as he observed the transformation before him. This was the ultimate power of Super Saiyan 4. Below, several individuals keenly observed the emergence of this new form in the sky. Their curiosity piqued. The known Saiyan transformations included the realms of the gods, the primal form beyond Super 4, the ancestral form, and Gohan's advanced transformation. Suddenly, the appearance of Super 4 Goku unleashed a powerful knee strike, forcing the evil entity, the evil spirit wave, to expel a torrent of energy. Above, Super 4 Vegeta clasped his hands together and struck fiercely at the evil spirit wave's chest. The figure obscured in smoke rose once again. It was the evil spirit wave. Observing this, Goku spoke with gravity. "Vegeta, are you ready? Let us unleash that move together." "TCH, no need for your teachings. Just clear the area." As they faced the approaching energy blasts from the evil spirit wave, the two warriors ignited their energy and soared upward, their eyes gleaming with immense pride and confidence. This punch embodies the energy of our Saiyan lineage. Dragon Fist Unleash. With a brilliant flash, their energies intertwined, resembling intertwining clouds, and their bodies morphed into twin dragons. The elongated dragon heads soared through the sky, culminating in a spectacular explosion as the dragon tails struck the evil spirit wave's chest. How foolish. Damn monkeys. With that, Garo vanished into the depths of the abyss, while the evil spirit wave's form gradually dissipated into a kaleidoscope of colors. Goku and Vegeta slowly descended to the ground, their Super Saiyan forms fading as they exchanged incredulous glances, still grappling with the magnitude of the energy they had just unleashed. Truly remarkable. That strike was astonishing. I never anticipated the existence of the Dragon Fist. Goku exclaimed. Of course. After all, it contains my shared energy. Vegeta retorted with a hint of pride, crossing his arms. If it were lackluster, it would be a disservice to my contribution. Indeed. Goku laughed. But let us end this idle chatter. Pewdie addressed the group. Now, I shall lead you to the cosmic tree. We must ensure that we stop the one who threatens to obliterate the entire universe. With her staff, she waved it toward the ground, and a faint aura began to form beneath them, causing the group to vanish from the abyss. In the depths of the underworld, within a crimson prison, a figure was shackled in confinement. Upon lifting his head, the golden-haired individual was Hertz. "Let me out. It cannot be that simple, can it?" He laughed heartily. How could I possibly have any ulterior motives? Hertz, possessing the ability to read minds, could see through the deception and thought, "Well, I won't be thanking you, demon god." Before Hertz stood the demon god, sealed within the temporal rift 75 million years ago, one of the arch-enemies of the supreme Kai of time. Once the most powerful archmage of the heavens, he fell from grace and betrayed the divine realm, joining the demon realm, where he was granted demonic powers by the demon god Mechikabura, becoming one of the creators of the dark demon realm. He sought to dominate the universe and rewrite history, attempting to manipulate the destroyer god Beerus to annihilate the universe and create a new one. However, since higher deities could not be controlled, indeed, were immune, his ambitions ultimately failed. After all, Beerus is not comparable to the likes of Dabura, a mere demon king. He is a destroyer god. Chapter 80, Destruction and Birth. Broly was forcibly opening a time rift, a higher existence than mere space-time, encompassing all dimensions. His mood soured as he realized he had lost the dark energy and was drawn into the realm of the supreme Kai of time. Thankfully, it was not the realm of Shenron. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. Damn it. To covet the cosmic tree and the destructive power of the Super Dragon Balls. If I were to ruin your precious treasure, Frieza would surely be heartbroken. Deep green energy flared as it coursed through the time rift. The thought of Frieza's furious face made him chuckle. In the terminus of the time rift, the group was teleported in a manner reminiscent of the Kai's ultimate technique. Though Broly lacked such knowledge. Where on earth are we? Goku inquired, gazing at the colorful, dark sky. Humph, it seems we have arrived, Vegeta declared. Everyone, we have reached our destination. Pewdie informed them. This is the time rift where Frieza resides. Below us lies the cosmic tree. Listening to Salusa's words, the group glanced down at the ground and then up at the towering tree, its roots intricately intertwined. Above them stood a vibrant green tree, pulsating with life. This is the cosmic tree, Trunks exclaimed in awe. Indeed, it is truly magnificent. I never imagined a tree could grow so large. Goku remarked. TCH, it's utterly mundane. Vegeta scoffed, eyeing the tree. Watch me shatter it to pieces. Suddenly, Vegeta soared into the air amidst Goku and Trunks' protests. What does he intend to do? Goku wondered aloud. Following Goku's lead, Pewdie speculated. Surely he does not intend to destroy the cosmic tree? What a futile endeavor. He is such an unwise fool, Salusa scoffed. Vegeta gathered energy into a colossal sphere, prompting Salusa to mock him. What a simpleton, wasting his energy so recklessly. Perish, cosmic tree. Vegeta hurled the massive energy blast toward the tree, envisioning its destruction. However, the colossal energy sphere was suddenly absorbed by the cosmic tree, disintegrating into particles that were drawn into its core. What is happening? Goku exclaimed. Uncle Goku, it seems the cosmic tree absorbed my father's attack energy. Trunks commented. Correct, Trunks. Absolutely right. A familiar voice resonated, prompting the group to turn and behold Frieza, cloaked in black robes, hovering above them in the time rift. Welcome to the time rift, where even gods cannot intervene. Goku exclaimed, Frieza, at last, I have found you. Trunks brandished his sword in Frieza's direction. Ah, the Time Patrol's finest. Still as passionate as ever. Frieza opened his arms, casting a fiery gaze at the cosmic tree. Come, let us all witness the birth of the universe together. And thank you for the tremendous energy contribution, Vegeta. You speak nonsense. Vegeta's fists crackled with energy, ready for a confrontation. I am not speaking nonsense. Just look at the cosmic tree. Upon hearing these words, the crowd turned their gaze towards the cosmic tree, which emanated vibrant hues of light, reminiscent of a child's unbridled joy. Super Saiyan 4 Wukong exclaimed, Let's go. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a dark rift consumed the two of them, along with Xiao Fong and Trunks. Wukong and Vegeta hesitated momentarily. In that instant, the formidable Majin Salusa and Pudding vanished as well, leaving only Wukong and Vegeta on the battlefield. Observing their expressions, Fuyu interjected, Do not concern yourselves. They have merely entered the time rift. With so many guests, it is best to let them enter one by one to witness the spectacle. Whatever, Vegeta retorted, and with a resounding bang, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Launching a punch forward, Fuyu swiftly caught his fist, and the aura surrounding him began to envelop Vegeta. This energy was that of Kamba. Vegeta, feeling this presence, was taken aback. Wukong exclaimed, What? Fuyu smiled indeed. This is Kamba. I find the energy he exudes quite intriguing. Within the confines of a life support vessel in the time rift, Kamba was securely locked inside, with several tubes extracting his malevolent energy. Hurry and leave, Vegeta. Silence. I am well aware of this. Seeing Vegeta struggle futilely, Wukong ascended into the air as Super Saiyan Blue. Well then, you may engage in a friendly spar. Fuyu hurled Vegeta towards Wukong. As dark energy began to envelop Vegeta, he quickly lost his senses, prompting Fuyu to watch with keen interest. Vegeta was engulfed in a dark red aura, surrounded by a blue flame. Wukong swiftly dodged Vegeta's assault. Fuyu, with a flicker, positioned himself behind Wukong, who was then struck by Fuyu's malevolent energy. Let the experiment commence. Surely, you have experienced this before. Wukong and Vegeta's eyes turned a ghastly white, swiftly consuming their rationality. Observing the two soulless beings, Fuyu was momentarily shocked, as Wukong and Vegeta, in their dazed states, scanned their surroundings. Fuyu evaded while analyzing their actions, realizing that the dark energy did not turn upon itself, adding a modicum of amusement to the current predicament. The two figures, now aimlessly searching for an opponent, were soon cut down by Fuyu, returning them to their usual forms. Huff, huff, Vegeta gasped. You underestimate us, Saiyans. Observing their heavy breathing, Fuyu discerned a newfound potential. It appeared that even after enduring formidable attacks, they could recover, warranting further investigation. An enormous commotion drew everyone's attention back to the grand cosmic tree, where vibrant golden particles danced amidst the lush green foliage. Behold, the moment of cosmic destruction and the birth of a new universe. Truly magnificent. As Fuyu reveled in the beauty, Wukong tossed out the Patera earrings. These were given to me by that fellow Salusa. In a matter of moments, Wukong donned the earrings, stating, as long as Kamba's presence lingers, we cannot engage in full combat. Ugh, how infuriating, Vegeta remarked, gazing at the earrings in his hand. Transforming into Vegito should suffice. Vegeta, there is no time. Humph. This is the last time. A radiant light pierced through the dark expanse of the time rift, capturing Fuyu's attention as he turned to face the two warriors. In an instant, a man with an expression of invincibility emerged, one who had never known defeat nor victory, a being capable of extending the conflict to the brink of collapse. Vegito appeared, with a hairstyle and gaze akin to Vegeta, yet bearing some resemblance to Wukong, his features sharper than Vegeta's, adorned with Patera earrings. He wore an orange sleeveless shirt and a deep blue GI, reminiscent of Wukong's attire, yet echoing Vegeta's colors, complemented by Vegeta's boots and gloves. Much like the enigmatic Gohan, he bore a confident smile. Ah, so it is you. I have encountered you on Prison Planet. With a whoosh, an energy blast struck true, causing Fuyu to laugh. But as the smoke cleared, his grin vanished. Vegito crackled with white lightning. A defensive barrier. Your experiment has failed, Fuyu. With sharp eyes and an expanding aura, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue Vegito, radiating immense energy as white lightning coursed through him. Huh! Exploding energy blasts surged towards Fuyu, and with a quick side kick, Vegito sent Fuyu crashing to the ground. Kamehameha. The white light engulfed a vast area, producing a thick cloud of smoke. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light startled both warriors. What? Excellent. The new universe is finally about to be born. Damn it, have I missed it again? Let the absorption commence. Consume the old universe to give rise to the new. The cosmic tree's trunk radiated vibrant colors, with its branches birthing colorful orbs of light. Watching this transformation, Fuyu erupted in laughter. In the blink of an eye, the once lustrous cosmic tree withered, resembling a flickering candle's remains. Its trunk gradually disintegrated into dust. Heh. It seems your new universe is destined for annihilation. Vegeta remarked softly. Impossible. The cosmic tree. How could this happen? Fuyu hurriedly activated surveillance across the star systems, only to find the planets of various universes beginning to revive, their lifeless surfaces shedding their desolation. Damn it. What has transpired? Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With a whoosh, the Super Shenron emerged. Its crimson eyes transformed into 7 colossal Dragon Balls, scattering towards the 6th and 7th universes. On the exterior of Earth in the 7th universe, for figures rejoiced at the unfolding events, Bardos, Kampa, Beerus, and Whis. Damn it. So that's how it is. It was Lord Beerus doing. Humph. Do you think this will prevent the birth of my new universe? Fuyu descended beside the cosmic tree, declaring, awaken. He injected dark energy into the cosmic tree's core. Assistant. With a surge, Super Saiyan Blue Vegito erupted with energy, appearing beside Fuyu, who was visibly irritated by the interruption of his ritual. Bang. In a clash of fists, they distanced themselves. Must you always interfere? Especially during this monumental moment. What is your purpose in creating a universe? Under the dimensional fluctuations, the two continuously darted around the cosmic tree. Vegito, intrigued, prepared to engage earnestly. Fuyu. Ugh. Do you not realize how bothersome you are? Within the time rift, their silhouettes flickered as they exchanged blows, while below the cosmic tree, the two began to coordinate their attacks. Fuyu proceeded as planned. The dark particles surged further into the depths of the Ujoji Shu, while Beijite glanced at the two figures approaching, none other than Mila and Tua. A vibrant crimson sunset fragmented through the rifts of time, casting its glow upon those gathered beneath the Ujoji Shu. That was, indeed, Super Saiyan 4 Beijite. Yet, this iteration bore a slight distinction, for it possessed the essence of divinity. The divine aura emanating from the previous participants had enabled Super Saiyan 4 Wukong and Beijite to transcend the limits of their forms. Upon merging, Super Saiyan 4 Beijite also embraced this divine essence. Beijite. The super blue Beijite stared at his counterpart, rendered momentarily speechless. Behind the rift, two figures emerged. Tua questioned. How vile? Was it you who intervened, Demigula? Since you are already aware, why inquire further? Or is your vision impaired? Demigula, the current demon god and one of the creator gods, adorned with green earrings of the demon realm king, far exceeded Tua and others in power. In a flash, Super Saiyan 4 Beijite struck Fuyo with a powerful blow to the face, causing him to halt the relentless output of dark particles. This time, I shall not allow you to act with impunity, Fuyo. Warriors of fusion, each one seemingly formidable. Since you desire such, I shall arrange for a warrior to confront you. Within a certain temporal rift, the surrounding cosmos shimmered in a kaleidoscope of green hues. As debris of colossal shattered structures floated aimlessly, from the scattered ruins of a palace, a figure slowly rose, gazing into the infinite starry sea. His upper body was bare, adorned with golden wristbands and a necklace, while his lower half was wrapped in red cloth secured by a golden belt, complemented by white trousers. The necklace, wristbands, and shoes mirrored the design of the belt, and circular earrings adorned his ears. This was none other than the legendary Super Saiyan Bulyuoli. Bulyuoli, within the temporal rift, continuously harnessed the Saiyan traits to enhance his abilities, akin to a monkey traversing the path to Namecuxing while consistently leveling up. This unique trait of the Super Saiyan does not inflict severe foundational harm upon the body, contributing to the rapid growth of power and the ability to breach limits. Chapter 82. Limit Breakthrough at Full Power. As darkness enveloped the temporal rift, an opera ballroom gradually took shape, with the Yujo Jishu standing sentinel outside. Is this a banquet hall? The two Beijites surveyed their surroundings, seemingly having entered an opera ballroom. Under the illumination of glass chandeliers, several figures appeared vividly, while the flickering candles atop the banquet tables cast a ghostly glow. At the center of attention, upon the elevated platform, Fuyo slowly extended his hands and proclaimed, "Come, let us dance. I have prepared partners for you." "What nonsense, you scoundrel!" Boom. A wave of energy unleashed by Super Saiyan 4 Beijite instantly shattered the platform, sending figures airborne amidst the ensuing smoke. Fuyo, observing the two below, bore a subtle smirk. Boom. The chandeliers in the ballroom swayed violently, causing the ground to tremble as if a great calamity were imminent. "What is this energy?" Super Blue Beijite exclaimed in astonishment. Crack. The surrounding mirrors shattered, and the overwhelming presence caused Super Saiyan 4 Beijite to furrow his brow. "It has arrived." Bang. The sound of breaking mirrors echoed from above as shards of glass clashed, producing a series of piercing cracks. A muscular figure, shielding his face with his arms, plummeted from the chaos. His sculpted physique and strikingly clear visage startled both onlookers. Bulyuoli. Kakaluot, Beijite. In that instant, as Bulyuoli descended, he clenched his fists and launched a devastating strike towards Super Saiyan 4 Beijite, transforming the ground into a massive crater. Thud. A timely evasion caused him to miss. As smoke enveloped the area, he instantly transitioned into full power mode, charging towards Super Saiyan 4 Beijite. Bang, bang, bang. The two in the center of the ballroom engaged in a frenzied battle, leaving the others in astonishment as Super Saiyan 4 Beijite found himself unexpectedly on the defensive. This is the original Bulyuoli, not the new timeline version. Having adapted to the Super Saiyan form for ages and lingering within the temporal rift, his combat prowess is astonishing. Unlike the new Bulyuoli, who could withstand an hour of assault, yet still contend with Super Blue Beijite. The original Bulyuoli has faced two Super Blues and a Golden Frieza while engaging with Super Blue Beijite, all while his stamina waned. Gasping for breath. A gentle reminder. Even if forms remain unchanged, strength can vary. Konkon once remarked that female Saiyans from the 6th universe can possess the form of Super Saiyan 2 while wielding the power of Super Saiyan 3. The transformation into Super Saiyan is an instantaneous full power state, devoid of slow motion or negative effects, unlike the fragmented transformations of others like Konkon, which lead to diminished speed and potential overexertion. The inability of GT Beijite to transform into Super Saiyan 4 fundamentally stems from the absence of a tail. He is incomplete. Other settings indicate that the tail is the source of Saiyan power, a reservoir. Mila, Bulyuoli. I never imagined you were still alive. Tua, he vanished completely after that battle. Demigula couldn't help but reflect. It seems he has awakened from his indoctrination, reduced to a demon driven solely by combat instinct. Countless revivals at the brink of death have undoubtedly elevated his power, yet I wonder if he can withstand them. Bang! Bang! Ah! Amidst the relentless barrage of fists and feet, Buoli's roars echoed loudly. Bang! In a clash of fists, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta seized him, delivering a heavy left hook to Buoli's abdomen. What? The anticipated scene did not unfold before Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's eyes. A massive crimson aura erupted from Buoli's chest, radiating from his back. Boom. This force merely pushed Buoli back, and the expected penetration did not occur. The renowned regenerative abilities and endurance of the Super Saiyan were indeed extraordinary. Cracks formed beneath Buoli as he retreated. Ah! Clenching his fists, Buoli let out a primal roar, his aura surging exponentially. The immense energy caused the structure to tremble violently. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, could it be? In the eyes of the onlookers, Buoli's aura rapidly shifted from deep green to light red, then to a dark crimson. A coat of red fur enveloped his body. The undulating aura transformed from a wave-like shape to a diamond form, while his hair transitioned from deep green to a vivid red. His tail also morphing into a dark crimson hue, breaking through limits. Has he achieved this solely through his own efforts? Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta was left in astonishment. Huh. With eyes glowing white, he surged forward, only to be intercepted by the suddenly appearing Super Blue Vegeta, who blocked Buoli's punch. Super Saiyan 4, you Super Blue. Heh. My apologies. Kakarot, Vegeta. Thud. A tremendous energy wave forced Super Blue Vegeta back repeatedly. As the smoke cleared, the invincible man, still shielding his face, gazed intently at Buoli. In a flash, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta teleported behind Buoli, creating a sense of pincer attack. Observing the two flanking him, Buoli's lips curled into a slight smile. The energy blasts were deftly sliced apart by the two combatants, who executed precise strikes amidst the swirling smoke. The formidable Broly, his muscular frame towering at 286.5 centimeters, shielded his vital areas while simultaneously seizing the opportunity to hurl the Super Blue Vegeta towards the Super Saiyan 4. A swift lateral kick followed, resulting in an intimate encounter between the two. Hahahaha. Broly unleashed a barrage of green energy blasts, saturating the vicinity and leaving no room for evasion. Boom. As the levitating Fuyu reveled in the spectacle, he exclaimed, "What a flawless warrior. It appears I am destined to remain a mere spectator." With a flick of his wrist, purple energy began to coalesce. Suddenly, a punch struck him, causing him to turn, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he instinctively sampled its metallic taste. I was wondering who it could be. So it is you, Broly, the Kaioshin. Addressed the masked figure ahead. Do you recognize me? How utterly disconcerting, Lord Kaioshin. The mask glimmered ominously with a crimson hue. The newcomer was none other than Black Wukong, an alternate dimensions version of Goku. In the Z universe, there existed 3 realms, and the time-space continuum held 3 worlds. Subsequently, Deity created another world via a time machine, while the Omni King obliterated yet another, leaving 6 parallel universes in total. Chapter 83. The Super Saiyan 3 form of Peach Blossom. Zamasu and Black Wukong traversed different timelines. One was whisked away by a time rift at the moment of fusion, while the arrival of Black Wukong was triggered by that scoundrel revealing his future. With a swift motion, they were consumed by the time rift, arriving at an unknown planet. Surrounded by an abyss of darkness, he silently observed Black Wukong. Rationality dictated that he should destroy the cosmic tree. Yet the Saiyan blood coursing through him urged him to fight. Fight, fight. I knew it. With Zamasu's appearance, how could Black Wukong not follow? Black Wukong lamented, soon consumed by rage. To think that a mere monkey has ascended to be a Kaioshin. I shall personally annihilate your universe. The cosmic tree shall not be destroyed by you. I intend to eradicate all humanity across dimensions and forge a new world. Swish. Thud. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, the heavens above illuminated by dazzling white light, the air crackling with energy. Hahahaha. With a sudden transformation, he became a Super Saiyan 3, his robust form towering over 2 meters. Unleash your true power. Let us revel in this battle. It is worth my journey. Hahaha. Boom. Amidst the flickering white light, a pinkish aura emerged, its energy swirling like particles. Despite this, he couldn't help but acknowledge Black Wukong's aesthetic. Behold, this is Super Saiyan Peach Blossom. While Black Wukong basked in self-admiration, proclaiming, "This is divine. This is the posture of a god. To eradicate humanity, I have sacrificed my very essence." He scoffed. What a repulsive stance. Had I known, why bother with Kaishin training? You could have simply become a destroyer. It seems your disgust runs deeper than mere appearances. Oh, I almost forgot, with your meager abilities. You are unworthy even to be a candidate for destroyer. You don't even deserve to cross the threshold. Silence. Boom. The pink aura erupted, igniting Black Wukong's fury. His energy surging as he growled. What do you know? I have worked hard. Ha. Worked hard at being a Kaishin, you mean? You. The apprentice Kaishin. He continued with a smirk. Do you know? I became a god in just one day, and the sensation is rather delightful. With arms raised towards the sky, his eyes closed and a smirk gracing his lips, Black Wukong clenched his fists tightly, his energy pulsating wildly. Damn it! Crash! The ground trembled as a shadow vanished. In an instant, a kick struck Broly's chest. Ah-da-da-da-da-da! The energy between their fists flickered, and their punches created dazzling arcs of green light. Boom! As the energy erupted, Black Wukong soared into the sky, his fists colliding with the ground, shattering the earth beneath and entombing the figure in debris. Ha. Pink energy blasts rained down from above. Everything felt eerily familiar. The prince's combat style being widely employed. Gasping for breath, Black Wukong continued laughing amidst the ruins. Crack. What? To his astonishment, a green shield slowly emerged from the wreckage, revealing luminous white eyes and a muscular physique. Is your strength truly so paltry? In a flash, he teleported before Black Wukong, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes to his chest. Wah-wah! The cries of agony echoed from Black Wukong's throat, the sound of crushing resonating with each blow. Boom! Broly's form erupted with energy. This close-range assault was indiscriminate, yet it only stirred his bloodlust. Swish! A pink energy flame plunged to the ground. It is my turn now. Ha. The sky was filled with green energy blasts, cascading downwards as Broly unleashed his energy projectiles. The atmosphere was thick with a dense array of green orbs. Boom boom. The entire realm was engulfed in blinding light, the only sounds being the wails of despair and the crumbling of ruins. With a slight chuckle, he gazed at the ragged figure below. Satisfied that Black Wukong had not disappointed him, he still had more to offer. Black Wukong and Zamasu. One is immortal, the other is not. While Black Wukong's body and even soul can be destroyed, his time ring separates him from the past and future, making Zamasu's wish effective only for himself, thus allowing Black Wukong to suffer wounds. The Saiyan blood, however, ignites a desire for power and the thrill of battle in Zamasu. Hence, he rejected immortality, knowing that true power would be lost, as an immortal's body would merely regenerate without feeling any harm. Black Wukong relies on Saiyan traits and the time ring to continually strengthen himself, which explains why Tate struggles against Black Wukong. Others merely treat him as a training partner. If you do not unleash your true power, not only will you fail to eradicate humanity, but you shall perish here today. He smirked with narrowed eyes. Breathing heavily, Black Wukong opened his piercing gaze, then closed them once more. It was unclear what thoughts plagued him, but a sense of instability permeated his aura. Upon reopening his eyes, a newfound resolve gleamed within, his fiery gaze seeming capable of melting all in its path. Let me show you the wrath of a god. In a sudden surge of fury, he clenched his fists tightly, unleashing a hoarse roar that echoed through the cosmos. As if the very heavens and earth were shifting colors and the clouds were swirling backward, reminiscent of a raging sea. The waves crashing against the shore seemed to awaken a primal ferocity within them. The forehead of Wukong was adorned with bulging veins, and within his eyes, it appeared as if a colossal ape was howling at the sky. The air crackled with energy as Wukong's hair lengthened dramatically, resembling that of a Super Saiyan 3, yet transformed into the Super Saiyan Rose 3. Chapter 84. The Birth of a World? What is this? Even Broly found himself momentarily unsettled, for this energy seemed to transcend the Super Blue. Yet, joy soon followed as he realized this was the Super Saiyan Rose's Super Saiyan 3. You are the first to witness this form of mine. I have already dispatched most of the others from this timeline, and its universes. Hey Wukong said slyly. Thus, it was a utilization of others' lives, indeed of vibrant red, befitting of the rose essence. Observing Broly's stunned expression, Hey Wukong smirked disdainfully, as if this reaction was entirely expected. Truly, you do not disappoint, Zamasu. Splendid. I must concede that Son Wukong's Super Blue is no match for you. In that moment, he ceased to refer to him as Hey Wukong, but rather Zamasu. Of course, he did not articulate the next thought. I shall once again realize the greatness of the divine. Humanity, this wretched existence, shall be brought to an end by my hand. This new universe must come to fruition. Hey Wukong raised his hands high, inhaling deeply the atmosphere of this planet devoid of humanity, relishing its purity. Do you know what it is like to witness a world where humanity exists? What do you see? Broly replied dismissively. Hey Wukong shook his head, a grim smile crossing his lips. The sight is profoundly tragic. Only when the earth is liberated from the scourge of humanity can it radiate its true beauty. Thus, I steadfastly uphold my absolute justice. As he gently descended to the ground, he regarded Broly with newfound respect. I wonder, if you were a Saiyan, perhaps you would surpass even the Saiyans themselves. What a character you possess, decisive, proud, confident, persistent, narcissistic, vain, despicable, cruel, impulsive, striving for perfection, with absolute ideologies, chaotic and on the brink of collapse. Yet, you embody both the most righteous and the most malevolent existence. He continued, however, humanity does not possess only ugliness. There is beauty as well. Cut the jokes. A world without humanity is the true beauty. Huh. Huh, huh. His laughter echoed, causing Hey Wukong to furrow his brow in confusion. What is so amusing? What is there to laugh about? As the laughter subsided, he grew solemn. Beauty is merely fleeting. This world possesses an absolute duality. There is good only where there is evil. There is beauty only where there is ugliness. Like a cup of tea that is both bitter and sweet. It is this very duality that renders the world so exquisite. Boom. Hey Wukong's clenched fists caused the stones below to levitate. The sky rumbled with thunder. Crack! A bolt struck the earth beside him. The roiling clouds above crackled with lightning. Brilliant white light enveloped him, shattering like a mirror, revealing a figure with green hair, green eyebrows, a green tail, and emerald eyes. What is this? Hey Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. This is the Super Saiyan God Green. The fingers of a high declaration pointed at Hey Wukong, proclaiming that humanity is worth protecting. Nonsense. Boom. In the darkened sky, a cerulean flame collided with a peach flame. The tremendous force made the earth weep, trembling beneath the weight. Bang, bang, bang. A small energy orb was hurled towards Hey Wukong, only to be deflected with a swift strike. A barrage of powerful ki blasts erupted, forcing him to retreat. The Kamehameha wave. A massive blue beam shot forth from Hey Wukong's waist. He struggled to fend off the relentless ki blasts, each one forcing him further back. Thunderous echoes filled the air as a figure, fists raised to shield his face, slowly lowered his arms, locking eyes with Hey Wukong. This power is exhilarating. He clenched his fists once more, unleashing another primal scream. What? The intense energy startled Hey Wukong momentarily. A surge of emerald flames transformed from green to a deeper shade. His hair stood more defiantly, his form becoming more pronounced. This is the breakthrough, the deep green form of the Super Saiyan. In an instant, Hey Wukong found himself struck, sent flying by a single punch. With a sudden teleportation, he appeared behind Hey Wukong, delivering a kick that sent him soaring into the sky. Reappearing in midair, he unleashed a devastating elbow strike aimed directly at Hey Wukong's abdomen. Die! He grasped the crystalline green energy, casually tossing it into the crater below. The energy orb in midair rapidly expanded in size. Boom. Ha. Success. Fu, beholding the shimmering cosmic tree, rejoiced. A brilliant white light filled every corner of the temporal rift, heralding its birth, celebrating the arrival of the new universe. A beam of white light shot from the banquet hall, and he turned to glance back at the direction of the cosmic tree, where Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta was seen. Super Blue Vegeta and Super Saiyan 4 Broly had vanished into the radiance of the cosmic tree. Perhaps they had journeyed to a new world in the new universe. The dazzling white light transported Dales, Dr. Gero, and others away. Somewhere in the cosmos, within a prison, the wicked Saiyan Kamba was confined. Beside him stood the golden-haired figure. Hurts, as they both transitioned into the new universe. Chapter 85. The Transformation of the Demon God. In the skies above a certain planet, beneath lay a massive pit of hundreds of meters deep. Broly gazed down at the area where he would strike He Wukong. Cursed. Seeing this, he let out a furious cry, his fists tightening and cracking ominously. A fissure in the explosion allowed He Wukong to escape. It was a temporal rift, the same kind employed by Fu and the others. He resolved to return to the realm of the Kaioshin for further training, determined to master the art of universe-ignoring teleportation. Instantaneous movement requires sensing the position of energy and its approximate location for successful execution. This was the complete version he had once wished to learn, though its effectiveness was greatly diminished within the temporal rift. Whoosh! The time ring on his index finger opened a temporal rift. As he leapt into it, the pitch-black void sealed shut, marking the end of the temporal rift. A colossal tree radiating immense life force stood before him, the cosmic tree nurturing the new universe. The tree, once destroyed by the Super Dragon Balls, had been rejuvenated by the Dark Factor. In the opera hall beneath the cosmic tree, Fu gazed at the cosmic sphere in his hand. This is the new universe cultivated by the power of the Dark Factor. Gazing at the dark red sphere, Fu could not help but furrow his brow. This cannot truly be called a universe. It is truly distorted and grotesque, an utter failure of a product. A universe that originally required extensive time to form. The thought that it might be a result of some forceful amalgamation between the realms of divine and dark magic made him chuckle with resignation. Could it be the reason for the birth of such a thing? It seems there is still value in further exploration. Fuyu. A voice resonated from above, prompting him to look up to see Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. With a sudden leap, he dodged just in time, as the ground was obliterated by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's fist. The sight of this crimson-haired individual filled him with rage. You are quite bothersome. Time Patrol, Fuyu exclaimed as he unleashed energy blasts from his open palm towards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Boom, boom. Fuyu's assaults were effortlessly deflected by a swift palm strike from Vegeta. With a surge of energy, Vegeta darted forward, aiming a punch at Fuyu. Yet, Fuyu evaded the strikes with remarkable agility, eliciting a sound of annoyance from his opponent. Maintaining distance, Fuyu declared, "The experiment is not yet complete. The universe of my dreams is on the verge of formation. You shall not hinder it." Boom. With a burst of energy, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta lunged at Fuyu once more. The two engaged in a back-and-forth clash, Fuyu constantly dodging while retreating. In a flash, Fuyu vanished, only to reappear in the center of the banquet hall, grinning wickedly at Vegeta. Fuyu, summoning a cosmic sphere with a wave of his hand, sent it drifting towards a time rift. Upon witnessing this, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta erupted in fury and ascended. Boom! A sudden energy blast struck him from behind, causing him pain and prompting him to turn, where he found Fuyu blocking his path. Witness this moment with me. After all, opportunities for the birth of a new universe are rare. Do you not wish to see my universe? Enough with your foolishness. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures clashed above the opera hall, with Vegeta delivering a powerful strike that forced Fuyu to stagger back, clutching his chest. Fuyu? In response to this, Tawa expressed concern from the ground. Beside her, Demigra added mockingly, "It seems he will not become the king you envisioned." "Shut your mouth," Tawa retorted, her aura igniting with unusual crimson patterns as her features transformed. The fiery flames receded, revealing a pair of brownish-purple earrings that added an air of allure to her striking appearance. Seeing this, Demigra felt a spark of interest. "Oh, are you transforming into a demon god to fight me? I wouldn't mind that." Tawa smiled slightly, stating that she would not need to exert her full strength. Fighting someone like him, who had received gifts from the Dark King, would be an elevation of his status. A figure stepped forward from Demigra's side, exuding a commanding presence. She was Robble, adorned with green earrings. "I cannot let that pass without comment. You insolent person." Boom. A blue aura enveloped Robble, akin to Tawa's, emanating divine energy. Crash. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the layers of her transformation revealed strange patterns on her skin and face. A form known as the Demon God Transformation. ZZZ. The staff in Robble's hand crackled with electricity. Demon God power? Lord Demigra, allow me to handle this. Such individuals are unworthy of your direct involvement. She respectfully averted her gaze, understanding her role. Demigra merely smiled slightly, neither approving nor disapproving. With that, she understood and leapt toward Tawa, her staff crackling with energy as she thrust it forward. Swish! Tawa summoned a red staff to meet the impending attack, swinging it to counter the assault. The massive crescent of energy collided, generating a cloud of smoke. Observing the duel above, Demigra sensed the timing was right and commanded her subordinate, Robble, I entrust Tawa to you. Clang, clang, clang. The aura emanating from Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta transformed into a blade-like hand, while Fuyu retrieved his old sword from his waist. Watching the two combatants clash, Demigra felt a surge of excitement, silently observing their every move. Time maze. Seizing the moment of their entanglement, Demigra shouted as his staff emitted a radiant beam of unusual color, which transformed in midair into a gear symbolizing time. Snap! The time gear revolved around Fuyu and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, freezing their surrounding space within a protective barrier. It appears everything is proceeding smoothly. Demigra expressed joy. Humph! Truly despicable. Hearing the voice behind him, Demigra turned to find Tawa continuing her mockery. Do you think you can control Fuyu with that trick? To her remarks, Demigra simply chuckled. That remains to be seen. Swish! As Tawa noticed the person before her vanish, she turned to Robble, who similarly disappeared from view. Watching their departure, Tawa furrowed her brow. Chapter 86. The Dark-Clad Warrior. Land of Divine Realms. Two figures gazed into the depths of the cosmic void. Seemingly able to pierce through the fabric of time itself, they were the master and servant of the god of destruction, an angel. Can you sense the tremors of immense power? Bardos inquired, turning to Whis. It is akin to the force felt at the birth of the world tree. Indeed, it is quite distorted, disregarding the order of the universe. Whis nodded in agreement. Does Lord Beerus not feel the same? The god of destruction, Beerus, stood upright, arms crossed, lost in thought, ignoring Whis, while Kampa leaned against the wall, arms folded, listening to their musings. By the way, where are Son Goku, Vegeta, and the Kaioshin from another timeline? As Bardos spoke, Whis began to sense throughout the universe. Above the world tree, a colossal red planet loomed, the birthplace of the new universe. It contained multitudes, even an entire galaxy. In comparison to the planets within the new universe, they were nearly indistinguishable from those in the original cosmos, as if they were twins replicated perfectly. I found them. It seems there are no significant issues. I believe they will surely overcome their trials. Whis remarked as he regained focus. On the replicated Earth of the new universe, West City, a lone figure lay quietly on the vast grassland. It was Son Goku. The prominent sign beside him read Capsule Corporation. As he slowly rose, Goku examined his hands, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings, seemingly in deep thought. Although he was uncertain of what had transpired, he recalled entering a realm of white light. This Earth perfectly mirrored every aspect of the original, embodying what Fuyu termed as distorted and grotesque, not quite fitting the definition of a universe. Under the dreamy night sky, where the moon shone brightly among the sparse stars, a solitary figure stood atop a high-rise building, clad in black robes. The wind tousled his attire, revealing the honors he bore. His left hand bore scars, signifying a battle-hardened warrior. Curiously, his eyes remained fixed on a particular point within the city, as if irresistibly drawn to it. Chirp, 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 boom. A breathless figure dashed through the bustling streets, relentlessly pursued by two spacecraft that launched a barrage of attacks from above. Boom. With remarkable agility, he evaded the onslaught of the vessels. Yet the sight of his frantic escape only incited the ships to intensify their assault. Uncle Wukong, you currently find yourself in the universe created by Fuyo. The voice of Trunks resonated within his mind, startling him. Huh? What did you say? The realm of the god of time. Beside him, Trunks and Kane turned their gazes towards the flickering images on the screen. Trunks continued, however, this imitation of the original universe is far from complete. It is merely a counterfeit, devoid of any signs of life. A counterfeit? Wukong, still bewildered, exclaimed in astonishment. Boom. A sudden attack caused the screen to flicker erratically. Uncle Wukong? Amidst the interruption, Trunks called out urgently. Crash. The destruction of buildings and roads prompted a gasp from Trunks, while Wukong pondered the unfolding chaos. Uncle Wukong. In the true seventh universe, identical structures have also collapsed. Could it be that the two universes are interconnected? All right, though I am uncertain of what is transpiring, I will lead the others to an uninhabited area. Boom. With a surge of energy, a shimmering aurora retreated from the city, the pursuing spacecraft following closely behind. Crack! Crack! Frieza? Metal cooler? Wukong was taken aback by the figures he spotted within the spacecraft. Two silhouettes soared towards him from the sky, prompting Wukong to assume a combat stance. However, weakened by fatigue, he was swiftly defeated. Boom! The ground was carved with a long scar as the two figures hovered ominously in the air, their faces contorted with malice. Metal cooler, Son Wukong is my prey. Frieza, how fortunate, he is also mine. As the smoke dispersed, a figure slowly rose, struggling to gaze at the two hovering above, hastily preparing for battle in the turtle school style. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures charged at Wukong, their sudden weight causing panic. An unexpected cube pinned them to the ground. This multicolored cube plummeted relentlessly. Boom! Thud! Emerging from the smoke was a figure that widened Wukong's eyes. Long time no see. Son Wukong, I don't recall you possessing such meager strength. Why you are hurts? Recovering from his surprise, Wukong resumed his combat posture. So you're still alive. What do you intend to do? Hee hee. In response to his words, Hertz merely chuckled and pointed to the halo above his head. I was rescued from hell by a man who claims to be a demon god. Wukong understood the implication. After death, a halo always appeared, as he had worn one himself. Stepping closer, Hertz gestured towards himself. So, how about we join forces, Son Wukong? Huh? What are you talking about? Hertz's unexpected proposal left Wukong bewildered. Observing Wukong's reaction, Hertz scratched his head. Well, it's understandable that you're confused. I am quite conflicted myself. With hands on his hips, Wukong pressed for answers. What is your true objective? I hardly believe you come in goodwill. Huh? If I said I wanted to defeat that fool named Fuyo, would you believe me? With arms wide open, Hertz suddenly grew more serious. That guy recklessly uses the cosmic tree. Such a crime cannot go unpunished. To defeat him, I will require your strength. After a moment of contemplation, Wukong nodded. Very well. But should you commit any further misdeeds, I shall not spare you. Boom. A violent tremor interrupted their exchange, drawing their attention to Frieza and the others. The smoke swirled with flickering golden lights, rising and falling. As the smoke cleared, two figures emerged, Golden Metal Cooler and Golden Frieza, recognizing their uninvited guests. Cooler recalled something. Are you a companion of Kamba? What? Did Kamba do something disrespectful? If so, I cannot help it. After all, Saiyans are like that. Cooler's irritation flared at Hertz's jest. Don't joke around. Chapter 87, The Hope Beyond Vegeta. Boom. The two faced off against Hertz and Wukong, each guarding the other. Seeing Wukong take a hit, Frieza was in high spirits. I know what you're thinking. Don't waste your energy. Huh? With a single hand, Frieza gathered a massive energy sphere, hurling it towards Wukong. Boom. A blinding flash of white light erupted, followed by a violent explosion. As the light faded, Frieza beheld a deep crater with a sinister laugh. What? From the smoke emerged a figure wreathed in a dreamlike aura. Wukong. The silvery flames of his aura shimmered with freedom. Whoosh. Thud. A powerful side kick struck Frieza's chest, and in an instant, Wukong, empowered by freedom, unleashed a barrage of punches that created gusts of wind. Watching Frieza stagger back several meters, Wukong released his freedom aura and glanced at the sky. The priority now is to escape this place. There is no need to squander time here. Grasping, Frieza, hearing this, clenched his fists in anger, his trembling figure finally regaining composure, his disdainful glare unmistakably infuriated. Yet suddenly, a force struck Frieza's chest, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. In a daze, a dark red stain spread from the sphere on his chest. Oddly, the sphere bore a black pentagram. Similarly, Cooler reacted swiftly, prompting Hertz to leap back a few steps as Wukong and Hertz joined forces. Frieza and Cooler, their golden auras turned dark red, emanating an unsettling and malevolent energy. Continue. Let the passionate battle rage on. The masked figure atop the stone peak glanced at the remaining Dragon Balls in his hand, then turned his gaze to the four figures. This was Black Wukong from the Time Rift. Boom. Zap. 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 Energy blasts rained down relentlessly, witnessing the transformation of his opponents. Wukong was taken aback. What is happening? In an instant, they had transformed. Is it the power of the Dark Dragon Balls? Hertz replied to Wukong's inquiry. Dark? Wukong turned to Hertz, puzzled. The demon god who rescued me from hell mentioned that merging with the Dark Dragon Balls can lead to brutality. Hertz explained. Crack. Snap. Suddenly, a spatial tremor opened a rift. A green energy shield shot forth. It was Broly, the Kaishin one. Thud. Upon landing, Wukong felt a surge of joy. But Hertz beside him was drenched in cold sweat. His eyes flickered nervously. Human, knowing too much may not be for the best. He smiled faintly at Hertz. However, Hertz was already soaked in perspiration. The pressure he felt was akin to that from Vegeta, and he was certain that the figure before him was an evil deity. Damn, I thought you were somewhere else. He looked at Wukong, finally sensing your energy. This is... Hey, my apologies. Wukong sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Is no one here? He thought inwardly. The surroundings were devoid of any other presence, save for a scant few individuals. Among them lurked the enigmatic figure of Hey Wukong. Lord Kaishin, let us first address the matters at hand. Wukong gestured towards his rear. Kaishin? That individual is Kaishin? Upon hearing Wukong's words, Hertz was taken aback, for he had never encountered such a formidable deity. With a deliberate step, Broly turned to face the individuals before him, Gula and Frieza. He quickly discerned their location. Curse it! I cannot believe that the new universe was indeed crafted by Frieza. Yet, discovering the Dark Dragon Balls here is a fortunate turn of events. The presence of the Dark Dragon Balls indicated that Hey Wukong was undoubtedly nearby, along with the Dark Warriors. At the very least, this vicinity was within the range of human perception. Wukong, are you aware of the Dark Dragon Balls? He inquired with a hint of disdain. Of course. There exists a kind known as the Dark Dragon Balls, originating from the Dark Demon realm. Once released, these Dragon Balls scatter across various eras and parallel worlds, randomly possessing individuals, bestowing upon them immense power. The power of the Dark Dragon Balls far surpasses all others, including the Earth Dragon Balls, the optimized Earth Dragon Balls, the Dark Earth Dragon Balls, the Black Heart Earth Dragon Balls, the Namekian Dragon Balls, and the Super Dragon Balls. They are red and black stars, slightly larger than the Earth Dragon Balls, and can fulfill but a single wish. Upon hearing such detailed information, both were understandably astonished, especially Hertz, whose mind raced with unconventional thoughts. At the very least, the Goddess Zero plan was rendered unattainable. Hahaha. Frieza and Gula howled as they surged forward with unrelenting energy, seemingly tireless. A brilliant green light suddenly illuminated the sky, startling everyone. A colossal green beam descended, and the fierce winds generated by its power forced the onlookers to stagger backward. Observing this radiant green glow, Broly could not help but smile. This unmistakable beam could only belong to him. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Amidst the vast crater stood Broly, who slowly rose from a crouched position. His overwhelming aura darkened the very heavens, causing the atmosphere to shift ominously. A dazzling green light erupted from the ground, and he chuckled heartily, realizing that this Broly possessed extraordinary power beyond his expectations. This realization sparked a critical thought within him. His gaze, ablaze with fervor, fixated on the luminous green light within the crater. The Pod-era earrings. When two beings merge, they can separate, but if a mortal fuses with a god, the union is eternal. The Elder Kaishin's earrings were removed by a witch, resulting in his transformation and perpetual fusion. However, the crucial aspect was that a human fused with a deity would be dominated by the divine essence, essentially becoming a god. He pondered whether he should merge with this Broly. An eternal fusion would amplify his Super Saiyan form, potentially multiplying his power exponentially with the Kaioken and Super Saiyan transformations. What would transpire? With his ambitions soaring, he felt optimistic about defeating Beerus. Just imagine, he mused, if I were to fuse with this Broly, the combined might would surely surpass even Vegeta. Not to mention, if Gogeta were to arrive, he would bow before me. The two companions nearby noticed his growing laughter, and Wukong cautiously asked, "What is it, Lord Kaishin?" He waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No, nothing of consequence. An old friend has arrived." Reflecting further, he concluded that perhaps it was best to refrain from such a union. After all, he was already a Super Saiyan, treading a path of invincibility. As Broly's silhouette ascended from the depths of the crater, enveloped in a radiant green aura, Wukong gasped in recognition. Broly, has he truly been drawn into this universe? A disruptor, perhaps? Hertz remarked, his gaze sharpening as he assessed the unexpected arrival, uncertain of whether he was friend or foe. Amidst the rising green aura, Broly's cries resonated, his power morphing into a diamond shape. Frieza and Gula, under the influence of the Dark Dragon Balls, lunged at Broly, their minds stripped of reason. With a swift motion, Broly gathered energy into multiple orbs and hurled them towards Frieza and Gula. A tremendous explosion ensued, engulfing them in a blinding flash of light. "They're coming," Wukong shouted urgently. In an instant, Broly materialized before the trio, and as he struck the ground, they instinctively leaped away. "Huh!" Broly charged upward, his relentless energy surging as he confronted the duo. It was evident that Frieza and Gula could not satiate Broly's fervor for battle. He was eager to discover whether a Super Saiyan could surpass another, and mastering the Super Saiyan 4 form could be the key to unlocking his latent potential and breaking through his limits. In the moment of landing, two identical figures engaged in a contest of strength, each locked in a grip as he transformed into his Super Saiyan form. "Huh, I never imagined you would follow me here." The masked figure scoffed. "Once I complete my plan, I shall undoubtedly defeat you." The masked individual smirked, his crimson eyes glimmering ominously. Slowly, the two figures that had been struck by Broly began to rise, clearly in distress from the encounter. As Gula gazed into the air, a shadowy figure appeared before him, lingering in midair. Their eyes met for a brief moment before the figure lunged at Gula, who barely managed to deflect the attack. With a violent jolt, Gula felt a searing pain as the shadowy figure reached for his chest. The agonizing sensation caused Gula to wail, though the primal instinct of pain remained despite his mind being clouded. Observing the dark two-star dragon ball hovering above, the shadowy figure grasped it tightly before shifting focus to Frieza below. Frieza, now enraged, launched himself into the air, fists clenched and wildly swinging at the shadowy figure, his irrational fury akin to a mindless bull. With effortless grace, the shadowy figure evaded the blows, countering with a precise energy wave aimed directly at Frieza's chest, sending him crashing into the rocks. In the air, the one-star Dark Dragon Ball was nonchalantly stowed away, while the loss of the Dark Dragon Balls caused Frieza and Gula's tainted energies to dissipate. Amidst the chaos, he gazed at his opponent, contemplating whether he could transcend his limits. With a resounding roar, he provoked, "I know you can understand me. Do you seek the thrill of battle? Then follow me." As he turned, his fury erupted, propelling him skyward. He was convinced that this individual would inevitably arrive. Unlike the mindless new version of Broly, the older one retained his sanity. Sure enough, Broly unleashed his own energy and ascended slowly into the heavens, his gaze fixated below. "Kakarot, you shall be next." Boom. The emerald flames surged upward toward the sky, closely followed by two radiant green beams that swiftly pierced through the atmosphere, soon reaching the vastness of space. Though it was a replicated universe, it shared the same fate as the original. The destruction of the replicated universe would also lead to the annihilation of the original. In the abyss of space, two green energy shields floated, one before the other. At that moment, a random planet in the battlefield erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Game begin. "Kakarot, I will gather the Dragon Balls to restore the distorted world. The rest is in your hands." Whoosh. The figure in black vanished before the others, leaving Wukong in a state of bewilderment, for the adversary knew his other name. Kakarot, one of the figures in black, Bardock, was saved by the former Kaioshin to prevent him from being reduced to ashes on Planet Vegeta, yet he bore witness to its destruction. The group, having wished for immense power through the Dark Dragon Balls, traversed dimensions in search of formidable foes. However, as a condition, they were all bound to the will of Ios. Displeased with Kane's actions, the two Kaioshins became adversaries, a comedic struggle for power, yet their intentions were unified in the battle for time and space. Bardock and his companions were the chosen warriors of the time. Who was this mysterious figure? Moreover, how could Frieza be subdued so swiftly? Wukong furrowed his brow and glanced at the person beside him. I could not read his mind. What is the origin of that figure in black? Hertz expressed his astonishment. Having just returned from a journey through hell, where the outside world had changed rapidly. Whoosh. A silhouette descended slowly from the sky. It was the masked man. The sudden appearance heightened the tension in the atmosphere. "Who are you?" Wukong inquired. The masked man paid no heed, yet Hertz discerned something. "So it is. You are the same." Hertz pointed at the masked man, recognizing that he concealed his heart behind that mask. "Hahaha." Hearing Hertz's words, the masked man chuckled softly. "This struggle pervades every corner of this realm. You may continue to fight. Hertz asked, "Are you an ally of Frieza?" "That is a matter of debate." In the blink of an eye, the figure in the sky vanished like ripples on a mirror. Sighing, Wukong watched the departing figure, relieved to release the tension that had worn him down from the relentless battles. Chapter 89. The Intersection of Endless Destinies. Clap. Truly bewildering. Wukong plopped down onto the ground, his already sluggish mind struggling under the burden of overwhelming thoughts. Beside him, Hertz encouraged him. "Cheer up. You are not one to be defeated easily." "I caught it." Clap. Wukong managed to grasp the item Hertz tossed to him, opening his hand to reveal a Senzu bean, igniting his excitement. "Is this not a Senzu bean?" "Yes." Hertz nodded, stating that he had specifically rotated this planet before encountering him. "Oh, I did not expect you to be aware of the Senzu bean's existence." "No. It is because I once delved into your heart and stumbled upon that information." Hertz turned back, continuing his inquiry. "How about it? Is it effective?" Crunch. After consuming the Senzu bean, Wukong felt invigorated, the fatigue and hunger dissipating instantly, along with his energy being restored. He exclaimed with a grin, "I am as good as new." "Thank you. That is splendid. This universe is indeed extraordinary. Even in a replicated universe, the same elements yield identical effects." Suddenly recalling something, Hertz continued, "The black-clad individual's words should also hold truth." "The Dragon Balls?" "By gathering the Dragon Balls, wishes can be made, allowing us to escape this time frame. Since that individual has set off to collect them, let us attend to our own matters. The fate of this universe rests upon you, son Wukong." Crack. Boom. Amidst the thunderous roars, a crimson lightning bolt shattered the night's stillness. Within the desolate fortress, three figures stood in a peculiar, triangular formation. Few Vegeta gasped for breath, yet a hint of disdain lingered at the corners of his mouth. TCH. These individuals are truly insufferable. The prolonged battle had pushed Vegeta to his limits, among the warriors disintegrating in the light. Goku had at least managed to catch a brief respite. The trio confronting him were Vegeta, Kamba, and Dales. The three individuals sucked into the new universe finally met. The grudges of Saiyan against Saiyan were now poised for resolution. Swish, 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 bang, bang, bang. The three adversaries engaged in a relentless clash, ever wary of the threats before them while remaining alert to potential ambushes from behind. Observing the turmoil, the figure atop the tower watched with keen interest. What a grotesque struggle, humanity. The figure drifting in midair was none other than the masked man, who had traversed from Earth to this realm. Most of the human populace in the universe had been slaughtered and subsequently absorbed, with a colossal black hand firmly controlling everything. Boom. Haha. The fatigue in his body and the sweat streaming down his cheeks manifested in that moment. Vegeta resembled a withered tree on the verge of collapse. Thud. A massive beam sent Vegeta crashing against the wall, causing Kamba to lose interest in him. His eyes glowed with a strange intensity, observing the figure amidst the debris. He mockingly remarked, "Evil is the essence of the Saiyan race, pride. And without that evil, how weak and feeble your fists are. Without evil, all is devoid of value." Zing. The sudden onslaught of energy forced Kamba to turn, and with a swift strike, he shattered the smoke, revealing Dales rising from the ground. Crunch. After biting into a spirit fruit, Dales regained a measure of vitality, his gaze fixed on Kamba. Eating spirit fruits mid-battle is indeed a daring maneuver. Haha. Do not display that expression. After all, we are adversaries. Dales clenched his fists and roared, raising his energy once more. Hahaha. It matters not, as long as I can engage in battle. Boom. Under Kamba's Super Saiyan 3 transformation, the augmentation of evil power surged, radiating a deep black glow interspersed with brilliant red flames. Bang, bang, bang. Two deep crimson energies clashed violently. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta could not suppress his trembling hands. Consumed by frustration, whoosh. Suddenly, the figures of Wukong and Hertz appeared before him. Sensing the energy from their battle, they utilized instant transmission to arrive at this unknown planet. "Are you alright, Vegeta? Here, take this Senzu bean." Receiving the Senzu bean from Wukong, Vegeta scoffed in annoyance. "Must I rely on this accursed thing again?" Casting a glance at the two battling above, Vegeta reluctantly consumed the bean. Bang, bang, bang. It seems Kamba is quite pleased. Or is he rejoicing in his long-lost freedom? Hertz observed the figures above with a smile. Thud. Suddenly, a figure landed, prompting Wukong to turn his gaze. and Hertz noticed the commotion as well. Wukong asked, "Who are you?" "Mind your own business. Your opponent is me." Bang! A powerful aura radiated outward. Cloaked in striking rose and peach-colored flames, the energy pulsated fiercely, shaking the very mask itself. You are Black Wukong." Wukong exclaimed in shock. Indeed. It is no wonder that the heart's voice is so filled with distractions. It appears that both individuals share numerous similarities, prompting Heezy to observe silently. With a sudden motion, Hei Wukong assumed a battle stance, taking a backward leap to create distance, one hand open and the other clenched into a fist. "Son Wukong, I shall defeat you to complete my final transformation. This body is gradually adapting to me, although I am uncertain as to why you still live. I will not forgive you for the grievances against Chi-Chi and Wutian." With that, a resplendent white light flickered around him, revealing the striking form of the Super Saiyan god. Super Blue. Huh. Hei Wukong lunged forward, fist raised for an attack. Bang. In an instant, Wukong evaded, executing a side kick that sent Hei Wukong soaring into the sky. And Wukong followed suit, unleashing his own power in pursuit. How vile, Hei Wukong. Boom. Heezy also surged upwards, filled with energy. TCH. Vegeta, perplexed, could only wonder at the situation. What in the world is happening? Suddenly, a punch landed, and Vegeta's scream echoed as he was thrust deep into the wall. The shadow of a figure shrouded in dark energy emerged. Dalasai. "What are you looking at, Prince Vegeta?" Bang. The unexpected assault forced Dalasai to stagger back. His gaze drawn to the shadow above, Kangba had launched a surprise attack. "You scoundrel." In a fleeting moment, a swift punch struck Kangba squarely in the face. A fellow who continuously replenishes his energy while showcasing Saiyan traits is indeed shameless. Chapter 90, Vegeta's Awakening. Boom. How delightful, the legendary evil Saiyan. Bang. The azure energy radiated beneath the pitch-black basement, and from within the walls, a figure burst forth. Super Blue Vegeta. "You wretched fool." Observing the commotion below, Dalasai remarked coolly, "What a pitiful sight, Vegeta. If you are indeed a Saiyan, then recall your evil heart." As his fingers curled, the energy surrounding Dalasai coalesced into his right hand. A crackling sound of electricity. The dark power surged into Vegeta's body. Oa! In his blue eyes, Vegeta seemed to revisit his youth. He would never forget the cerulean sky. There was a lowly warrior named Kakarot. "Vegeta, save me." Witnessing the upward curve of Vegeta's lips, Daba felt a flicker of joy within. "Thank you, Prince Vegeta." "Hee, no need for thanks." In a swift motion, Vegeta hurled Daba high into the air, leaving him bewildered by Vegeta's actions. "Vanish." Pew. Ah. Boom, boom, boom. Huh. The scene shifted to Namek, where he beheld his shadow engaged in a massacre against the native inhabitants. The energy waves between his hands obliterated village after village. Whoosh. His body was suddenly pierced by Frieza. He would never forget the first time tears of frustration streamed down his face. As the prince of the Saiyans, he found himself crying out for a lowly warrior. His proud dignity lay shattered. "Kakarot, I shall no longer indulge in this futile game. I do not care. You must face me." With a wicked smile, Vegeta summoned a wave of energy that cleared the spectator platform entirely. "Enough, enough. I have had my fill. I merely wish to determine a victor. Kakarot, I cannot believe I have become this way. I just want to revert to that merciless Saiyan." Amidst the dazzling explosions, it was the first time Vegeta apologized to someone, twice. "I am sorry, Gohan." Torn between reluctance and longing, his gaze drifted towards the horizon. "Farewell, Bulma, Trunks. And you, Kakarot." "Damn it, that scoundrel." Observing Son Wukong battling against Majin Buu, Vegeta revealed a genuine smile for the first time. "You are the best, Kakarot. Do you claim that evil is the essence of the Saiyans?" "No, that is far from the truth. That rascal Kakarot." As he opened his eyes, a tumultuous energy surged around Vegeta. Dalasai, witnessing this, gazed on with exhilaration. Huh. Sensing the change, Dalasai fixed his gaze intently on Vegeta. Something seems different. As he continued to observe, Dalasai's expression shifted to one of shock. Humph. How could I, the great prince, be controlled by such forces? Ha. Zzz. Waves of blue lightning danced around Vegeta. The outer layer was enveloped in azure flames, while the inner layer shimmered with black-red energy. The two onlookers turned their attention towards Vegeta, certain that he had not been consumed by the dark energy. Dalasai exclaimed, "Could it be that he has mastered the evil energy?" Dalasai and Kangba exchanged incredulous glances. Swish. Vegeta suddenly appeared before Dalasai, delivering a flurry of powerful punches that left Dalasai in a daze. Ugh! The bitter taste of defeat filled Dalasai's mouth as he sensed the magnitude of Vegeta's strength. Bang! In a surge of energy, Vegeta propelled Dalasai into the sky. Following this, he executed a powerful elbow strike that drove Dalasai into the ground. The tremendous force obliterated the terrain surrounding Dalasai. Thud! As Vegeta landed, he cast a cool glance at the figure buried in the crater. You dare claim that the essence of the Saiyans is evil? The warrior race thrives on continuous combat to enhance oneself. It is a relentless pursuit of ultimate power. Haha, well said. This is what I seek. Let us determine our fates with this vigor. Kangba laughed heartily. Bang! With a burst of energy, Vegeta reappeared before Kangba. Bang! Their fists collided with tremendous force. Yet Kangba was forced back by Vegeta's relentless assault. If all you seek is power, I care not for evil. As Vegeta intensified his strength, he unleashed a powerful energy wave from his fist that surged toward Kangba. Boom! The immense force overwhelmed Kangba, who could not withstand it and was forced to retreat. Kaibili Cannon. With their hands clasped together, a massive force surged toward Kangba. Boom! As the smoke cleared, Kangba stood defiantly. Crack! The sound of his mask shattering revealed Kangba's entire visage. Hee. Even the power of evil can be absorbed for one's own strength. Well done, comrade. Thud. Kangba's form slowly collapsed, returning to its normal state. The commotion in the crater drew Vegeta's attention, as he observed Dalasai seemingly struggling to rise. Vegeta, what? If you seek to settle the score with me, you should first return and train further. If you possess any pride as a Saiyan, I shall await your return. Hee. Are you commanding me, a lowly warrior, in the name of Prince Vegeta? In response, Vegeta offered a smile. Boom. What? Suddenly, a commotion drew Vegeta's gaze skyward. Witnessing the unfolding scene, his heart raced with shock. Kakarot. Above, Hei Wukong hurled Wukong down to the ground, his crimson eyes glistening with a fierce determination. Unwilling to let all of this dissipate. Chapter 91. The Transformation of Super 4. In the vastness of space, dust floated endlessly. Every few moments, a dazzling planet emerged, only to vanish into a radiant light. In the midst of a colossal explosion of a planet, two identical figures engaged in a fierce clash, their fists flying with relentless vigor. Whoosh! Boom! The brilliant green energy spheres shattered one meteor after another. As far as the eye could see, the galaxy was littered with debris, remnants of the planet's cataclysm. Oh no! In the resplendent galaxy, a green light surged with intensity. The green luminescence in the vacuum grew immensely powerful. Remarkable, indeed, like an indomitable cockroach. Bang! Witnessing this, he charged toward Burori. But fighting against Burori ignited a fierce bloodlust within him. Oh! Bang! In the confrontation of their fists, Burori's aura surged once more, transforming from Super Saiyan into Super Saiyan 4. The sudden doubling of power caught him off guard, sending him hurtling backward. Huh! The relentless barrage of energy blasts forced him to evade continuously, while the planet behind him was not as fortunate, disintegrating into mere fragments in the blink of an eye. The explosive force of the planet's destruction compelled him to retreat. Whoosh! Suddenly, an assailant appeared, ensnaring his head and delivering a knee strike that sent him plummeting toward the planet below. Rumbling. In an instant, he broke through the atmosphere, a beam of light shooting straight toward the surface. The figure in the deep pit slowly began to rise, gazing at the faint green light in the sky. Burori descended from the cosmos, the dazzling green energy sphere plunging through the atmosphere, crashing to the ground with the force of a nuclear explosion. Boom! The man, radiating power, floated out of the crater. With a devilish grin and pale eyes, energy blasts erupted from his body. More and more, he watched the increasingly frenzied lunatic, realizing that the uncontrolled surge of power made Burori even more formidable. While his power spiraled out of control, Burori's reason remained intact. He was merely struggling to contain the release of his energy. This was Super Saiyan, where the energy within would continuously swell during battle. The inability to control such power led to chaos within. Perhaps it was due to his lack of training. The utilization of ki was known only to Earthlings, while for extraterrestrials, it was merely a fixed combat strength. Burori's frequent outbursts of energy resulted in a discordant aura that clashed within him. TCH. He gazed at Burori in midair, recalling how the southern galaxy had been utterly ravaged by this very state of Burori. Whoosh. Bang. 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 The shockwave smashed directly into Burori, and from the billowing smoke, two powerful hands emerged. In an instant, they converged, delivering a punch that sent him staggering several meters back. Whoosh. The agile Burori suddenly descended from the sky, driving his knee downward. Rumble. In the enormous crater, Burori, hovering above, gazed into the abyss below. Ha! 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 You are finished. Whoosh. A massive hand reached into the air, conjuring a green energy blast that he hurled into the depths of the pit. Instantly, it expanded to several dozen times its size. An energy explosion skill. Super Saiyan 1 clashed head-on with Super Saiyan 4. Naturally, the outcome was devastating. He remained in Super Saiyan form, relying on enduring blows to amplify his ki and transcend the boundaries of Super Saiyan 4. Burori observed the energy blast being launched below, swelling in size. The colossal green energy blast prompted him to channel even more power. With a single hand, he pressed downward. Ah! The booming voice resonated from the dark pit, followed by a brilliant golden light that forcefully repelled the energy blast. The two powerful auras caused the energy blast in the air to succumb to the pressure and explode. Boom! The white light enveloped the planet, creating a surreal spectacle. The vision of both fighters transformed into a blinding white haze. Whoosh! Golden flames surged from his body. He had successfully broken through his limits. The golden aura illuminated the damp, dark pit, rendering it utterly transparent. Floating in midair, Burori watched the figure rising from the pit. Taken aback by the sight, he quickly regained his composure, a wicked smile creeping across his lips. More and more. More to excite me. Bang! As Burori gathered energy once again. Even the Kaioshin Burori couldn't help but take a closer look. The figure ascending from the pit was cloaked in dense red fur. Within its crimson eyes lay a pair of golden pupils. The windless red tail danced joyfully with the transformation. Their heights now matched. Both towering at 2 meters and 80 centimeters, muscles bulging and veins protruding, they exchanged glances, both unable to suppress a smirk. Whoosh! Bang! Observing the collision of their fists, he kicked upward. The dazed Burori was forced to look up. What? To his astonishment, Burori slowly lowered his head. Bang! Suddenly, a punch landed in his abdomen, creating distance between them as he regarded Burori's mocking laughter, feeling a sense of pressure. Although he had trained for years, naturally surpassing Burori in his base form and having enhanced his potential twice, all of this felt futile before Super Saiyan. Without pressure, his battle power did not escalate rapidly. While Burori was rapidly catching up to his level, it seemed that with Super Saiyan's enhancement, whether one trained or not was inconsequential. As long as one could not be killed, the growth characteristic would gradually elevate one to a certain height, unless the disparity was so vast that it was unbearable to witness. The protagonist's Super Saiyan characteristics were not manifested here, as his base form was higher than Burori's, and naturally his transformed state was also superior. With 2 enhancements to his potential, he had broken through limits. Due to the absence of pressure or a stronger opponent, growth could not be manifested, while the weaker Burori would rapidly evolve with the Super Saiyan characteristics, gradually leveling up to a point where the gap would consistently diminish. Chapter 92. The planet exploded. Above a fortress on a certain planet, the serene night, akin to a maiden, was shattered by a wretched cry. Below, Vegeta looked toward the source of the sound. Oh no, what a delightful sound. This exquisite voice. Listening to the anguished cries amidst the smoke, He Wukong smiled. The Zizai Ji is a secret technique that appears sporadically. Dog Wukong has yet to fully master it. Meanwhile, He Wukong has evolved into the peach-pink Super Saiyan 3 form. Just one step away from the ultimate peach-pink Super Saiyan 3. Bastard. Vegeta glared at the figure above, launching a Kabli cannon. Whoosh. He Wukong deftly dodged the energy wave attack, casting his gaze downward at Vegeta. Observing Vegeta, he spoke nonchalantly. Are you surprised? I witnessed my future through Fuya. This body will inevitably reach its limits. So, you bastard escaped just before the Omni King erased you from existence. Vegeta shouted. Indeed. I traversed time, navigating through the original history. I fought various forms of Sun Wukong through the time rift. gradually adapting to this body. Constant battles have made me stronger. Haha. The traits of a Saiyan are truly remarkable. Bastard. Vegeta clenched his fists, his fierce gaze fixed ahead. After wishing on the Super Dragon Balls, Zamasu obtained Wukong's body, but could not adapt. Eventually, he realized that each battle increased his synergy with the body. This was likely the result of the continuously renewing cells merging with Zamasu's divine essence, giving birth to a new form. At the onset, Zamasu was unable to transform even into Super Saiyan, the form that should have been accessible to him. His potential was limited to ordinary operations, unable to grasp even the Super Saiyan state. The power of the Time Ring allowed Black Wukong to undergo continuous refinement, aided by the training from the formidable companion, deity, which eventually led to the development of the Super Saiyan God Peach Pink form. In pursuit of divine greatness, I could not help but forsake my corporeal form. Black Wukong clenched his fist, now fully possessing this body. You scoundrel! As Black Wukong revived, Vegeta tightened his fists, remembering how Bulma had perished at his hands. In an instant, Black Wukong exclaimed angrily, "Humph! That human is even more unforgivable. The traversal through time is your sin. I shall personally execute and rectify the history of humanity's demise." By the way, that human held on to hope until her last breath. Do you know how she met her end? Like this. With that, Black Wukong curled his fingers, tightening his grip as the energy sphere in his hand quivered and then vanished under pressure. A deep blue aura erupted from Vegeta, manifesting the evolved blue deep form, infused with a sinister energy that surged beneath the diamond-shaped flames. Curse you! With a swift movement, Vegeta surged upward, and Black Wukong dove downward in response. Adadadadada. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta's sudden surge of power caught Black Wukong off guard, as he was relentlessly pummeled. This exemplified the wrathful strength of a Saiyan. You're finished. Vegeta positioned his hands together, a wave of purple energy coalescing in his palms, unleashing the ultimate flash. Boom. A colossal beam of light struck Black Wukong into the ground, leaving Vegeta breathless. He landed heavily, exhaling heavily and reflecting on his state, bewildered. Boom. The peach-pink flames materialized as Black Wukong, in his peach-pink Super Saiyan form, countered Vegeta's attack, quickly reverting to that state. As he ascended, Black Wukong glanced at the grounded Vegeta, fully aware of the Saiyan trait, power derived from fury. Swish. A massive energy sphere, dozens of times larger than before, coalesced in Black Wukong's hand. He gazed down with a smirk. It seems you have yet to fully master that power. Let this planet be shattered into fragments, you Saiyans. Damn it! Vegeta glared furiously. Boom. A sudden tremor startled both combatants, even causing Black Wukong's gathered power to dissipate. The ground erupted into beams of light shooting skyward. Vegeta exclaimed, "This energy!" Black Wukong turned to throw a punch, but missed entirely. In a swift turn, a figure radiating silver brilliance loomed before him. A rapid retreat created distance between them. Gazing at the figure of Dog Kong, Black Wukong was left speechless, his lips trembling, not from fear, but from rage. That familiar glow, the power of a god. Wukong was enveloped in ethereal colors, emanating a silvery aura, his deep eyes shimmering with brilliance. Sun Wukong. A beam shot forth, dispersing the smoke to reveal a silver silhouette flashing before Black Wukong. Bang, 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 bang. With a single motion, a barrage of heavy punches landed. The speed so blinding that Black Wukong struggled to comprehend it, his body racked with pain as his eyes widened. Damn it! Swish! He lunged forward, relentlessly attacking Dog Kong, who effortlessly countered with a Thomas spinning kick, sending Black Wukong crashing into the rubble. Boom! Observing the unfolding scene, the ancient Bay smiled faintly, as if claiming victory over Black Wukong. Dog Kong unleashed a flurry of attacks downward. The energy blasts in the sky formed a fan-shaped assault, leaving no part of the ground unscathed. Boom! Swish! Dog Kong descended beside Vegeta, who observed him with a knowing expression as Hertz also approached. Boom! A surge of peach-pink flames emerged from the smoke, slowly ascending. Observing his injuries, Black Wukong laughed heartily. Have you grown stronger? If you can strengthen, so can I. For I am also Sun Wukong. With a wave, Black Wukong unleashed an energy wave into the earth, causing tremors to shake the ground, fissures opening beneath them. Damn it, that fiend! The tremors alerted everyone, foreboding an impending explosion of the planet. Hertz hoisted the unconscious Kamba, reverting from his ultimate form. Wukong positioned his fingers on his brow, preparing to utilize instant transmission. As time ticked away, Vegeta grew anxious watching from the sidelines. "What are you doing, Kakarot?" "Ugh. There's no choice. I can't sense anyone else's energy." The flaw of Dog Kong's instant transmission lies in its incompleteness. It cannot be executed without sensing the presence of energy first. Chapter 93, Black Wukong's Multidimensional Zero Plan. Indeed, the final moments of a planet's explosion are forever breathtaking. Black Wukong remarked upon witnessing the scene. Molten lava cascaded from the sky, the atmosphere darkened as tornadoes swept through, and the ground trembled violently, fracturing into massive chunks. As the energy blast struck a figure, Dale shouted, "Damn it, do not underestimate us Saiyans." Swish! A figure instantly materialized behind Dale's, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing down, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom. With time running short, Black Wukong decided against waiting to perish. Addressing Wukong and the others below, "You shall vanish here, Saiyans." As he spoke, a rift in time appeared behind him, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished above the planet, leaving Wukong distressed. Damn it, there's not a trace of energy nearby. Hearing Wukong's words, the others grew tense. Swish! What a predicament. Son Wukong. A sudden appearance caught their attention. It was Shalu. Hertz exchanged knowing glances. Shalu's presence here was undoubtedly linked to this troublesome matter. On a distant planet in the cosmos, a colossal explosion erupted, and in the instant of light's disappearance, the debris symbolized its former glory. Swish! Following Shalu, they arrived on another planet, where Wukong and Vegeta regarded him solemnly, uncertain of Shalu's motives for aiding them. TCH. The proud Vegeta turned away. "Shalu, why do you wish to save us?" Wukong inquired, perplexed. "I am similar to him." Shalu pointed at Hertz beside him. Clap. Hertz gently laid down the unconscious Kamba, his expression serious. "I see. You too are an ally of the Namekian. Hahaha. Merely a temporary resurrection of the deceased from the underworld." Shalu replied. "It is worth noting that the powers of a deity can indeed resurrect the dead, and the protagonist possesses this ability as well. He stands equal in rank to the god of destruction." TCH. Then why intervene to rescue us? You would not want to claim that you aspire to be a virtuous person, would you? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Wukong assumed a battle stance. "If you intend to fight, then no. Please maintain some decorum." Shalu crossed his arms in denial and continued, "These remarks are rather lengthy, so let us take our time." Suddenly, the figures draped in black and the remaining warriors arrived at this location. "You!" Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "If you seek to understand, then speak as you walk. Time is of the essence, Kakarot. I can only assist you in gaining a little more time." The black-clad figures stated. "Bardock, I never anticipated your arrival as well." Wukong turned to the few individuals who had come along with the black-clad figures. Indeed, they were number 17, number 18, Wufan, and Klin. How vexing. Let us set aside such discussions for now. Vegeta cast an irritated glance at Shalu, demanding to know his true intentions. Moreover, what is our purpose for being here? This matter does not concern him. It was I who liberated Shalu from the abyss. A sudden voice prompted everyone to look into the depths of the shadows. 3 figures emerged from the darkness, 2 of whom were the demon Shaluza and Poutine. In the center stood a man with a staff obscuring his eyes, adorned with a pair of light blue earrings. As he walked, he proclaimed, "To thwart the nefarious plans of the masked man, Dark Wukong, I beseech his assistance." The stranger continued, "Ah, demon Shaluza?" Wukong turned his gaze towards the unfamiliar man in the center, inquiring, "Who are you?" "I am the original demon, Zayulyamu." The stranger introduced himself, then elaborated, "Dark Wukong's objective is the Zero Plan for all humanity. You must be aware of this, correct? Is it Zamasu?" Wukong responded, referring to the Dark Wukong, the one who usurped his body as the apprentice Kaishin. Zayulyamu continued, "That rogue Dark Wukong is utilizing Fu to traverse time, seeking to obliterate this world along with all of humanity from the original universe. In other words, numerous dimensions have already been annihilated by Dark Wukong, including those inhabited by humans." Wukong stated, "We must act swiftly to prevent Dark Wukong." Vegeta interjected, "Even so, can we trust that scoundrel over there to aid us in battle?" He fixed a piercing gaze upon Shalu. The latter waved his hand dismissively. Fear not. I have no intention of assisting you further. TCH. Vegeta turned away in displeasure. Humph, Vegeta, Yukong. I have declared that I shall not aid you. But I never stated I would not assist others. Having finally emerged from the underworld, I am resolute in seeking vengeance. A fierce intent to kill glimmered in Shalu's eyes. His inner thoughts were nudged by hurts behind him. I can hear your thoughts. However, let us first conceal our true intentions, Shalu. In response, Shalu relaxed his clenched fists. On a distant planet, a colossal time marker hovered suspended in the air, protected beneath the entirety of the sky, its flow of time distinctly different from that outside. The two combatants were locked in an intense struggle, drenched in sweat, their strengths nearly equal. It appeared that the transmission's characteristics had no effect on him. Was he too powerful, or was Broly too weak? Humph, it seems I can only elevate my power further. He felt the energy surging within him and unleashed a punch towards the figure ahead. Broly, Ea! The sudden punch struck him squarely on the forehead, yet he managed to steady himself. The figure before him continued to retreat. The ground was marked by their fierce clash, delineating a clear boundary. Observing Broly, he concluded that continuing this battle was futile. Faced with this madman, whose strength was on par with his own, persisting would only be a waste of time, and his power would not see significant enhancement. Moreover, in this altered flow of time, he had thoroughly mastered the Super Saiyan 4 form, enduring much punishment. Yet he was a resilient amalgamation of both the old and new Super Saiyan forms. It is nearly time. I must bid you farewell. This world, no, this universe, this dimension, only one that emits a green glow is sufficient. Ea! It seemed Broly had not heeded his words, unleashing an explosive surge of energy. The relentless roar reverberated in his ears, threatening to deafen him. Ea! The immense aura thrust Broly several meters backward. This only excited Broly further. Do you still possess power? More. Grant me strength. His taunting words echoed incessantly in Broly's mind. He knew without a doubt that this man sought to grow stronger through him. Even Vegeta could not defeat him in a short time. However, he was determined to unleash his ultimate move. Very well. For the sake of our Saiyan heritage, I shall spare you. If you can withstand my full-powered strike, I will leave immediately. To his words, Broly erupted into laughter, as if he had heard a jest. Chapter 94. The Might of the Dragon Fist. Ea! Energy erupted from within him. The sky dimmed, enveloped in a somber green hue, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Witnessing this scene, Broly ceased laughing. His instincts warned him of imminent danger. Yet he disregarded it, his entire being igniting with energy. Huh! In a chorus of roars, a deep green aura reflected back upon the sky. The colors of the heavens shifted from purple to white, black, and ultimately green. Ea! Gritting his teeth, he roared once more, Kaioken. 20 times. Boom! A massive surge of energy shot skyward from the ground. The green-hued beam shimmered with ethereal lights. Ea! Broly soared toward him. In response, he clenched his fists tightly, the two green beams of energy converging. This punch would undoubtedly lead to the planet's obliteration. The immense aura ripped the sky apart, causing the molten core of the Earth to begin erupting. The planet, unable to withstand the force, trembled uncontrollably. In a moment of clarity, his figure began to shimmer with afterimages. Utilizing the 20-fold Kaioken under the Super Saiyan 4 limit-breaking state, his entire being radiated with diamond-like energy. Dragon Fist Explosion. A swirling green aura enveloped him, coiling around him to form a vortex. Within the vortex, a dazzling figure emerged, a spiraling green dragon, its scales sparkling with brilliant light. Roar! The thunderous roar of the dragon resonated throughout the realm. The forceful winds from his punch erupted forth. Boom! A colossal dragon phantom pierced through Broly's body. From head to tail, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Ea! The agonizing cries reverberated in his ears, as glimmering green liquid rained down from the sky. That was the blood of the Super Saiyan. Boom! The massive figure in midair exploded, its power unleashed, leaving only endless wails of despair and hatred. Was this Broly's final unwillingness? Drip! He wiped away the stains from his face, contemplating the luminescent green liquid. He wondered if the hue within him was consistent as well. Boom! The ground erupted with molten lava, as the earth fractured, shaking violently, signaling the impending destruction of the planet. Whoosh! Following the guidance of the time ring, in the next moment, a brilliant star in the universe suddenly vanished. The dust from the explosion scattered throughout the galaxy. Original demon god. Then I shall trouble you. Wu Fan gazed at the two individuals ahead. Father, with your mastery of Zizai, you should be able to handle this. Humph. Vegeta snorted, of course. However, Goku, standing nearby, awkwardly scratched his head and remarked, I'm still quite unfamiliar with it. Zizai is a personal secret technique. That said, Vegeta, you haven't fully adapted to your new power. Have you? Humph. Vegeta crossed his arms, displeased, and turned away. Is that a small issue? If you need time, then I shall allow you to enhance your proficiency. The group looked at original demon god, as Zayulyamu spoke. Before them, Puting, Zayulyamu, and Salusa raised their staffs, and a time portal opened on the ground, illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant white light. Zayulyamu gazed into the white glow and murmured, This beam resembles the spirit time room of your world, and it contains the phantoms of your past enemies. Goku exclaimed, So, does that mean we can train here? Vegeta, equally astonished, inquired, Given the current situation, will we have enough time? Humph. Zayulyamu scoffed, Rest assured, our companions will impede Black Goku. During this time, you will have ample opportunity to train. I see. Goku suddenly recalled the masked man from before. Hurry up. Time waits for no one. Maintaining this is quite exhausting. Puting impatiently urged the group. Thud. Thud. I understand. I shall trouble you then. Within the dazzling white light, Goku and Vegeta completely vanished from this space. Seeing this, Salusa called out to the others, If possible, please go outside and stop Fuyu's companions. Our ritual must not be interrupted. All right. Wu Fan and the others nodded in response. On a distant planet, atop a rooftop, the masked figure, Black Goku, was observing the countless drifting red energy forms in the sky. His excitement was palpable. With arms outstretched, he gazed upward, proclaiming the future of the high skies. Soon, the humans born in this replicated universe will cease to exist. Those who are not replicants, their lives that vanished in the original universe will also disappear. I can completely eradicate humanity in this world where the Namekian cannot intervene. Witnessing all this, he felt a surge of joy, as if addressing someone hidden in the shadows. His eyes subtly glanced toward a certain direction. Whoosh. So this is the energy collected for the creation of replicants. Bang. Alerted, Black Goku spun around and threw a punch. In the clash of fists, he beheld the figure before him, clad in black and obscured by a mask. Huh. The sudden eruption of a rose-tinted form intensified his strike, sending the black-clad figure staggering back. SSS. As he continuously retreated, cracks formed in the ground. What of it? You all arrived too late anyway. Black Goku glanced at the energy forms in the sky, continuing, Look at the brilliance scattered across this night sky. It is the life energy of those humans. To sacrifice everything for the great God, that is the utmost limit of despicable humanity. Humph. Do you think you will succeed? The black-clad figure bellowed, and a powerful golden aura erupted from his clenched fist. It was Super Saiyan. The aura billowed, and upon seeing the familiar face, Black Goku was momentarily taken aback. Who are you? That signature bird's nest hairstyle, and those eyes compelled him to question whether this was Goku. Me? I am merely an ordinary Saiyan. The black-clad figure tightened his fists, veins bulging from his forehead, and with a mighty roar, lightning crackled around him. Super Saiyan 2. Small bolts of electricity danced around him, transcending Super Saiyan. Here, it's worth noting that in every timeline's chaotic battle, it is well known that the strength of the transformation is proportional to the base form's strength. The power gained in transformation is double that of the base form. In other timelines, Saiyans' base forms are exceptionally powerful, like the red-haired beast from the Time Patrol, whose base form almost possesses the strength of Super Saiyan 2's peak. Others have wished for Dragon Balls or have passively gained Saiyan powers, and some even consume drugs while fighting. The Dark Dragon Balls are incredibly potent, rivaling even the Super Dragon Balls. After wishing, they may scatter across different universes, dimensions, timelines, and may even exist in the future or past. Chapter 95, Rose Tinted. Krillin, what is this? Yes, indeed, such powerful auras. Wu Fan's expression changed dramatically. It seems it has begun. We can no longer procrastinate. Let us assist. Hertz stated, as expected. Whoosh. Apologies, but that is not possible. Suddenly, three figures appeared in a flash. The group turned to look. It was Dr. W, Bojack, and Super 17. Dr. W spoke. Let's settle old and new scores here. Allow me to show you the true form of Dr. W. Oh, in the eyes of the crowd, Dr. W's aura suddenly surged, as his body was torn apart from the inside out, revealing a new form, a one-eyed android. Whoosh, whoosh, bang, 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 bang. Dr. W landed a heavy punch, sending Wu Fan flying, and as he soared away, his white aura instantly transformed into golden energy. It was Super Saiyan 2. In a flash, two beams of light surged forward, and the others hurried to follow. Krillin, Wu Fan, we are here to help. Whoosh. Your opponents are us, Bojack declared. Another figure appeared before them, Bojack and the android Super 17. In the quiet city, beneath the night sky, the two continued their evasive skirmish, locking eyes as Black Goku struck first. Whoosh. The surging rose-tinted aura, with a sudden dash, aimed a blow at the opponent's head. Boom. As the smoke cleared, Black Goku looked up in astonishment. I never expected Super Saiyans possessed such strength. Who are you? Zing. The response from the black-clad figure came in the form of energy blasts. The golden aura rained down upon Black Goku, who swiftly transformed his hands into blades, deflecting the incoming energy projectiles. Whoosh. Black Goku, wash away. The black-clad figure merely smiled, shouting, Aya! The energy waves, pressed together, instantaneously enveloped Black Goku and obscured his field of vision. Rumble. Damn humans, do not lay your filthy hands upon the divine. Boom. The deep crimson aura intensified, and Black Goku's body was surrounded by pink lightning, triggered by the rose-tinted transformation. This aura startled the black-clad figure. The rose-tinted aura gradually transformed into a red rose amidst fury, evolving into a nitrogen hue, followed by an elevation in power. Whoosh. As Black Goku erupted with energy, he launched a punch, followed by a swift kick. Bang. The black-clad figure blocked with his left hand, immediately performing a backflip to create distance. Bang. With a burst of energy, Black Goku flashed around him, delivering a sideways kick to his back, launching him into the air. Stumbling, Black Goku soared back into the sky, joining hands in a powerful strike aimed at his chest. Boom. Aya! The golden energy within the smoke surged upward, and the two engaged in another fierce battle in the sky. But within a few exchanges, the black-clad figure was once again sent crashing to the ground. Sand. Sand. Bang. 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 Seizing the moment, Black Goku leaped, sweeping his leg, and in that instant he slid down on one hand, delivering a powerful kick to his opponent. Fuh! The sound of air friction as he flew backward. In an instant, the figure clad in black was overwhelmed by a tremendous force, crashing through building after building until ultimately plummeting into a skyscraper. Witnessing this scene, the Black Wukong decided it was time to cease his playful antics. A vibrant pink aura enveloped him, and amidst the rising clamor, his long hair began to grow visibly. As he clenched his fists, clumps of hair continued to expand. And at that moment, his power surged to a new pinnacle. This was Super Saiyan God, Pink 3, with a resounding explosion of energy. Only the flickering pink aura remained in the air. The silhouette within the glow was rapidly closing in on the figure in black. Realizing escape was futile, the latter countered with a punch aimed at Black Wukong. In a split second, Black Wukong's right hand covered the chest of his opponent, unleashing a colossal pink energy that enveloped the figure in black. The impact sent the figure crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater that extended for several meters. As Black Wukong descended, he dissipated his aura, fixating his gaze on the struggling figure within the crater. It was time to end this. A red glow began to emanate from the tips of Black Wukong's fingers, causing the figure in black to sweat nervously, fearing for his life. The furious roar of the figure echoed, followed by a piercing red beam shooting towards him. With a thunderous explosion, a cloud of smoke billowed, and a faint smile appeared on Black Wukong's face. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of escalating energy. What? Black Wukong exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes fixed on the silhouette emerging from the smoke. A powerful deep green aura began to spread outward, revealing a muscular figure standing 2 meters tall, bare-chested. You again. Let us settle this once and for all. Black Wukong glared at the newcomer, confidence radiating from his eyes and a smirk playing on his lips. It was Broly, having just emerged from the temporal rift, drawn by the energy of Bardock. Without addressing Black Wukong, he turned to Bardock. instructing him to seek the Dragon Balls and use Shenron's wish to restore the universe to its former state. Understood, Bardock replied, promptly leaving the scene. With a swift motion, Black Wukong lunged towards Bardock, only to be caught off guard as Broly seized him. With a mighty throw, Broly slammed Black Wukong into the ground, creating a profound crater. The sheer size and power of Broly eclipsed that of Black Wukong in every aspect: strength, speed, and stature. His enormous hand enveloped Black Wukong entirely. As he watched the retreating figures above, his thoughts drifted back to the time when Bardock acquired 2 Dragon Balls during the Golden Frieza and Cooler Saga. Yet, the universe remained unbalanced. It was clear that the Dark Dragon Balls had been stolen, but fortunately, the replicated Dragon Balls from the duplicated universe still existed. A sudden realization struck him. Could the thief of the Dark Dragon Balls be Demigra? That scoundrel was the greatest variable in acquiring the Dark Essence. Chapter 96, Ultimate Super Saiyan God, Pink 3. The clash of hands generated an odd sound as they struggled against each other. With a surge of energy, he activated the Super Saiyan God, deep green form, and the tide of battle began to turn decisively in his favor. He advanced step by step, forcing Black Wukong to retreat, leaving long scratches on the ground behind him. "You monster!" Black Wukong exclaimed, using his nimble physique to slip through Broly's grasp. He leapt high and executed a powerful kick aimed at Broly's face. The impact resounded loudly, but Broly effortlessly seized Black Wukong's heel. Rather than inflicting pain, it seemed to invigorate him. "Zamasu, is this the extent of your power? If so, you won't enjoy the same luck as before." Zamasu, a title of acknowledgement for his surpassing the Super Saiyan Blue. Broly, with his wide-eyed gaze, suddenly dragged Black Wukong, causing him to transform into a swirling vortex of darkness in his grip. "What?" Black Wukong gasped, disoriented as he was violently slammed against the ground. The long hair of the Super Saiyan God, Super 3 form, resembled a mop as it swept the floor. The sound of pounding echoed, each impact sending ripples through the ground. He finally understood why the original Broly relished this. It felt exhilarating to grip and slam his opponent into the earth. The vibrations and the wails of the one in his hold creating a melody akin to that of a lark. With each strike, Black Wukong's dazed eyes widened, his cries echoing as his mask shattered, revealing the desperation beneath. The ground had transformed into a series of deep pits. In the blink of an eye, Black Wukong's Super Saiyan God, Pink 3 form began to fade. With a fierce motion, Broly hurled Black Wukong away. It had been a long time since he had so thoroughly dominated an opponent, and he found a strange pleasure in it. The roar of Black Wukong echoed from the ruins, his gaze keenly observing the scene before him. He yearned to discover if there were stronger forces yet to be unleashed. Only with greater power could he awaken the true essence of transformation. He awaited the opportunity to endure punishment, allowing his internal energy to swell and expand. Unbeknownst to him that he lacked knowledge of the existence of true transformation. "Zamasu, is this all you've got? Is this the power of a god? Allow me to witness your limits." Silence. The roar from the smoke was unmistakably Black Wukong's voice. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon caught Broly's attention, prompting him to gaze skyward. The heavens darkened ominously, clouds gathering as relentless lightning struck. Red bolts of thunder rumbled through the expansive universe and beautiful starry sky, showering black particles towards Black Wukong. With a chuckle, Black Wukong felt the change within him as he erupted into Pink 3, his arms outstretched, a confident smile illuminating his eyes. He observed the unfolding scene as his energy surged, visibly escalating at an astonishing rate. Sensing the astonished gaze upon him, Black Wukong ascended into the sky, where countless red particles converged from all directions. "In this universe, I am invincible, especially against a fool like you. I am unstoppable." The sky brimmed with foolish combat energy, all of which was a manifestation of his power. With a thunderous explosion, a colossal aura radiated from Black Wukong, crashing over him like relentless waves. A tremendous aura descended, inflicting catastrophic damage upon the surroundings. The sound of rising and falling energy reverberated. In the moment the particles dispersed, a dark peach-colored flame emerged. The ultimate third transformation had manifested. He was left in awe. "Behold, this is the entirety of my power," the malevolent Black Wukong declared with a charming smile. The ultimate Super Saiyan God, peach-colored third. Around Black Wukong, small flashes of lightning erupted incessantly, swirling like a dragon of thunder. At that moment, a mesmerizing pink tail sprouted from Black Wukong, shimmering with an unusual hue. To his astonishment, Black Wukong's Super Saiyan III had eyebrows. Beneath the pink brows were eyes with light red irises. The path of Zamasu differs from that of Wukong and the others. Just like Gohan's unique transformations, and truly, please refrain from asking those trivial questions. If you cannot comprehend, feel free to inquire. It is unnecessary for me to write halfway and then read comments filled with fanciful queries. So this is the life energy you speak of. It seems your movements are indeed swift. His body trembled incessantly. Black Wukong mistakenly believed he was afraid, unaware that it was excitement causing his tremors. That formidable power. Splendid. Let me experience this. As he clenched his fist, veins bulged on his forehead. Oh, boom. Amidst the roar, a deep green aura surged forth, shooting directly towards Black Wukong. Witnessing this, Black Wukong retaliated with a punch. In the sky, the pink and green flames intertwined, intensifying the surrounding lightning. Chapter 0, Book Setting. On the first page, I placed the storage of thoughts, a fantastical rewrite, a gratifying narrative, a free novel. I truly did not anticipate unleashing such a multitude of novices. The original Broly, in the story, survived the destruction of Planet Vegeta, along with his father, instinctively sensing threats during his infancy, thus activating his energy shield. In his infant state, he possessed a battle power of at least several million. Otherwise, he could not have survived Frieza's energy sphere, which was at 500,000, nor the explosion of Planet Vegeta using the energy shield. Moreover, Vegeta stated that Saiyans cannot survive in the vacuum of space. Only the original Broly was an anomaly. He survived being pierced, even enduring magma, the vacuum, and the explosion of a planet, ultimately perishing in the sun, consumed by its extreme heat. The original Broly, due to the transformation into a Super Saiyan, continuously expanded his energy, leading to uncontrollable explosive power, suffering from torment, yearning to release energy, which became the infinite explosive state. However, beneath his exterior as a seemingly harmless youth, he transformed into a muscular warrior, obliterating the southern galaxy within a short time. Celebrated as the legendary Super Saiyan of a millennium, his father continually suppressed and restrained Broly's energy, even resorting to advanced technology to control him, leading to Broly's deformity. Becoming an incomplete Super Saiyan with blue-green hair and golden flames, yet already possessing Super Saiyan strength. Broly's lifelong nemesis was Kakarot, son Wukong, disturbed by cries. His tender heart deeply registered that voice, compounded by the time he was stabbed, awakening to the inexplicable pain, fostering a profound hatred for Kakarot, even imprinting his visage in his memory. Upon seeing Goten, he would erupt in rage, shouting Kakarot. The original Broly did not possess a demonic nature, for he could still maintain control. Except when confronting Kakarot, he would become volatile. During the destruction of the southern galaxy, especially in his youth, his father perpetually confined him. His frail body a result of being treated as a weapon, subjected to oppression solely for complete control. Upon debut, the awakened legendary warrior, boasting an energy of 14 billion. Under conditions of never having trained, he automatically transformed into a Super Saiyan, entering the fray. His features included muscular expansion, increased height, and overwhelming strength, aura, speed, and defense, utterly dominating the Z warriors. The King Kai found Wukong and informed him of the destruction of the southern galaxy. The traits of Super Saiyans were green hair. Following these traits and energy signatures, Wukong and his companions sought the powerful warrior. On planet Vegeta, his father invited Vegeta to return to the throne. During that time, Broly was restrained with a collar, suppressing his power, hence he could not sense it. The original Broly possessed remarkable capabilities, even mastering the instant transmission technique at a glance. Under immense power, the Z warriors were annihilated, remaining unscathed, ultimately falling victim to the plot. Saiyans are born warriors, also known as the fighting race. In their youth, they are assigned planets based on their potential. Therefore, there is no concept of training martial arts. As in the universe, the notion of ki does not exist. They cannot elevate their energy at will, relying predominantly on transformations to enhance their strength, while Earth possesses the knowledge of ki control, even utilizing emotions to boost combat prowess. The original Broly, without transformation, stood at just over a meter, exploding into a Super Saiyan, reaching approximately 2 meters 3 or 4, upon becoming a Super Saiyan 4. He approached 2 meters 8 or 3 in height. The new Broly, featured in the latest film, aims to formally join the established canon. He ascends from not even being a Super Saiyan, gradually overpowering 2 Super Saiyan Blues and 1 Golden Frieza, ultimately matching Super Saiyan Blue Vegito for a fair fight. He was eventually subdued by Vegito's completion of the blue form, restoring his sanity. The growth of his ki can be considered limitless. The official setting allows for unrestricted development. However, the process of growth will have its limits. After making wishes to the dragon and departing Earth, he was spared from Vegito's decisive blow. The new Broly was exiled in his youth, and his father, in search of him, faced a spaceship malfunction, leading both to live as wildlings on planet Wampa. This book's setting, the new and old Broly are unified. He will neither lose his sanity nor cease to grow. I differentiate between full-power Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan forms. I truly cannot comprehend. Is the audience of this book predominantly young, or what? My apologies. I initially intended to write what you envision in Dragon Ball, but I feel that if this continues, I will surely conclude at 50,000 words. A fantastical retelling of Dragon Ball, a gratifying narrative, a free novel. I am at a loss as to why there is so much contention. If you dislike it, simply turn left upon exiting. Am I forcing you to request gifts? Writing novels is merely for enjoyment, to engage and share joy with everyone. The quality of these individuals is low, and I do not wish to hold it against you. In this book, I will likely write about the Z timeline, the Super timeline, AF Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball New Hope, Dragon Ball New Era, Dragon Ball Great Decisive Battle, Dragon Ball Timeline Confrontation. Currently, I am writing the Dragon Ball New Heroes chapters. Dragon Ball is a splendid childhood memory. Chapter 97, Super Saiyan God Deep Green Ultimate Super Saiyan 3rd. Bang! The residual force from their fists spread rapidly. 2 bare-chested men engaged in a frenzied brawl, embodying both savagery and ferocity. Boom, 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 boom. Huh! Black Wukong shouted as he delivered a punch, the amplified force striking directly at his chest, causing him to stagger backward. His form in the air wavered slightly. Suddenly, a flickering black figure appeared, delivering a swift kick to his back. Despite turning in time, raising his arms to block, he could not prevent himself from descending uncontrollably. Boom! The collapsing structure was illuminated by a dazzling green light in the night sky. His aura flickering incessantly, the green flames tightening around him. Cough! Slowly rising, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, casually spitting a mixture of red and green onto the ground. Behold, this is the power of the divine, the might of the divine. The dark figure in the sky erupted with laughter, proclaiming, "I am invincible in this universe. Who cares about your nonsensical words?" With a thunderous crash, a deep green aura shot upward into the heavens, accompanied by a triumphant shout. As he soared, his fists were clenched tightly, and the fireworks in the sky were stirred amidst the thunder and lightning. The sounds of explosions echoed, and observing his expression, Hei Wukong felt an immense joy. Today, he had finally achieved a declaration of victory from the hands of humanity. Descend, he commanded, executing a somersault, his flowing pink hair resembling a whirlwind. With a swift kick, he aimed for his opponent's neck. A colossal sound resonated as the figure was sent flying, and the green aura dissipated momentarily. Yet, Hei Wukong seized the opportunity to unleash another energy blast. The air crackled with the tension of his power, and the divine essence within the thick smoke began to wane. Retreating inward, flickering green lights within the darkness pulsed erratically, sometimes flaring brightly, other times dimming. Amidst the chaos, a powerful wave of energy dispersed the smoke, leaving Hei Wukong bewildered, yet laughing maniacally once more. Gazing at the closed eyes of Broly, he taunted, "What's this? Your power hasn't increased at all. Do you think you can simply break through your limits with mere effort?" Broly offered no retort, his gaze drifting upward as he sensed his own power indeed surging, realizing that only formidable opponents could unlock such transcendent abilities. "Behold," Hei Wukong declared, as the energy around him swirled in a continuous cycle, ascending and descending. The deep green aura roared in a desperate crescendo, its radiant green hair flashing with blinding white light. The intensity of the moment made his mind tingle with excitement. "What is this?" Hei Wukong exclaimed, astonished by the sight before him, bracing himself against the relentless waves of energy. The scene was eerily familiar to him. Could it be? He pondered, as the blinding light suddenly enveloped Broly's figure. With a crash, shards of glass scattered as a figure slowly opened its eyes, revealing emerald pupils framed by deep green brows. His tail transformed into a spiky tuft, and an enthralling presence radiated from him. Look, this is the form of the Super Saiyan god beyond the Saiyan realm, the Super Saiyan Deep Green 3. With a crackle of energy, green lightning surged around him. And witnessing this transformation, He Wukong could only grit his teeth in disbelief. What a joke, he roared, as he formed a small energy sphere of pink flames with one hand, hurling it directly at Broly. With a decisive strike, the energy blast was cleaved apart, and the alluring pink aura could not escape his keen perception. Suddenly, a swift descent from the sky saw an elbow crash into He Wukong's back. In an instant, he reappeared on the ground, unleashing a massive energy wave at the descending figure. The earth trembled and the city quaked under the force of the impact. Yet he remained unfazed, shaking his head dismissively. Clearly, he had regained his strength, observing the red particles floating in the air, a continuous supply for He Wukong. As I said, I am invincible in this universe, this world devoid of the Omni King. With a roar, the pink aura surged forth, and he clenched his fists, grounding his feet firmly into the earth. Huh, he exclaimed, delivering a stylish kick that struck He Wukong squarely on the chin. To this, he felt unsurprised. He had surpassed He Wukong's energy. The ground beneath them transformed into a crater, and the figure within gazed skyward. If it must be so, then let it be purified. His fists glowed with radiant light, infused with a purifying power inherited from the Kaioshin. A massive vortex formed behind him, and he was determined to see if He Wukong's recovery could keep pace with the impending explosion. What are you planning? He Wukong shouted, his instincts screaming as he prepared to unleash the Dragon Fist. The combined attack of purification and the Dragon Fist aimed to liberate all humanity ensnared in this crimson life. A tremendous roar echoed as a colossal vortex formed in the sky, expanding beyond compare to any seen on other planets. A shimmering dragon writhed within, and He Wukong felt a sense of foreboding. Curse it, he cried out as the illusionary vortex dissipated, revealing a great dragon that lunged toward him with unstoppable force. The ground and city crumbled under the sheer power of the strike, and beneath the beautiful starry sky, a long mane of green hair danced in the wind as he laughed triumphantly. This transformation surpassed the 20-fold Kaioken in absurdity. Suddenly, two unexpected visitors caught his attention, the Ice Demon twin brothers, Golden Frieza and Golden Metal Cooler. They scanned the surroundings, finally setting their sights on the green-haired figure. Where's that bastard? Frieza fumed, his rage palpable as he glared at the figure that ignored him. How dare he toy with us? Cooler seethed. We must find him and make him pay. I am asking you, Frieza said sternly. Then a surge of power emanated from him. You, Saiyan, will die? A colossal energy wave surged toward him. The green aura crackled amid the smoke, which gradually cleared away, leaving the two in disbelief. Cooler was astonished. He knew of Golden Frieza's power, a rival capable of contending with the Super Saiyan Blue. In Chapter 98, as time itself seemed to restore, he ignored the two and seized a crystalline object falling from the sky. Inspecting it closely, he realized it was a time ring, placed upon his left index finger. It was indeed the time ring from Zamaz's future. How dare you ignore us? Frieza exclaimed. Understanding one another, the two nodded and charged toward him with fury. Watching their aggressive approach, he prepared himself. The two struck their fists together in frustration, but the impact felt as though nothing had transpired. Grasping their arms, he spun them around and slammed them down to the ground. The deep crater formed quickly, and the sounds of their anguished cries filled the air. How dull, he mused, as the two were swiftly returned to their original forms. The moment they were thrown aside, he sensed another malevolent presence approaching. Kamba? He wondered, gazing into the night sky at the dark aura drawing nearer. In the air, there stood Kamba, the tall figure in his Super Saiyan 3 form, a legendary embodiment of the evil Saiyans. As for the moisture, it is better left unmentioned. This fellow, I must say, is quite resilient. However, the extent to which his combat prowess has increased during this resilience remains unclear to him. Ah, you have indeed grown stronger, compared to your initial presence. This aura excites me even more. With outstretched arms, Kamba fixated on him intently, beckoning, come, let us engage in battle. I simply wish to revel in the thrill of combat. Very well. With a free punching bag available, Why not take advantage of it? Whoosh, whoosh, bang, 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 bang. Amidst the flickering figures, strikes relentlessly targeted his chest. Yet, to him, it felt like mere child's play. In other words, he had become overwhelmingly powerful. Crack. What? Kangba was astonished. No matter how fervently he struggled, he could not break free from the relentless fists. Allow me to assist you. This way. You won't have to exert yourself so much. With a wicked chuckle, he delivered a powerful punch from a stable stance, sending Kangba flying several dozen meters away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gravity blocks fell continuously from above. As he observed the gradually forming cover over Kangba's figure, Heezy also made his presence known. Are you all right? Within the multi-hued blocks, Kangba expressed his apologies, clarifying that he meant no malice. He simply enjoyed battling formidable opponents and hoped for your forgiveness. Noticing the motionless figure, Heezy sensed that Kangba had indeed lost consciousness. Clap. The sudden sound of commotion drew Heezy's gaze. He saw the colorful blocks spreading numerous cracks. Bang. Crack. From amidst the vast shards of glass, a figure slowly emerged, enveloped in a vibrant green aura that fluctuated back and forth, indifferent to the two below. Hey, where did Bedak go? He inquired of the only conscious being beneath. He went to collect the Dragon Balls. How frustrating. The collection process is so slow. He crossed his arms, a tremor rippling through the space. It turned out to be Vegeta and Suin Wukong, suggesting that Dr. W had already been dealt with. A radiant white pillar descended, and the individual who landed dispersed the aura surrounding him, piquing his curiosity. Zazaiji. Indeed, Wukong radiated a silver glow, his pupils and aura transforming. This time, the energy felt even stronger than before. Yes, Wukong surveyed his surroundings, noting that Black Wukong had been dealt with. Humph. Even without you, we could handle it, Vegeta declared. It appeared that having harnessed the power of evil, the long-standing second-in-command's confidence had been rekindled. Vegeta exuded Kangba's malevolent aura, becoming yet another power amplifier. Swish. The Dragon Balls have been gathered. We are ready to face Fu. Bedak announced, still clad in black attire. Come forth, Shenron. Restore the original timeline to normal. With a resounding roar, the Crimson Dragon called forth, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the cosmos. Amidst the time rifts, Lord Kaishin, what are you observing? Wukong inquired curiously. Nothing of consequence. I am merely locating Fu. Oh, he scanned the area, searching for where Demigula might be hiding, knowing that this individual was likely lying in wait, while Mechi Capula still possessed another fragment of the source. The dark particle must be seized at all costs. At that moment, the transformation of power would occur, and the demon form of the White God was likely one such manifestation. Shimmer. Wukong exclaimed. Ah, it has returned to normal. He observed that his Zazaiji state was still unstable. Beside him, Bluoli took note, realizing that Wukong's Zazaiji was likely leaking energy, thus shortening its duration. Ah. The individual who landed bore wings, resembling a diminutive Fu, appearing almost childlike as he swayed amidst the cosmic tree. Clap. Suddenly, another rift in time opened, revealing Super Saiyan 4 Wukong and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Observing the gathering of individuals, Fu chuckled heartily. These wings are quite impressive, aren't they? They are a fusion with Kakinyao. To disrupt the temporal labyrinth, I borrowed some of its power, and thus, I have transformed. Transformed into a birdman, have you? He remarked in astonishment. Heh, laugh while you can. Soon enough, you shall cease to find it amusing. Though I may have taken this form, I am now brimming with power. With a flourish of his hand, numerous crescent-shaped strikes surged forth, representing Kakinyao's amplified area of confinement damage. Destruction. The onslaught of crescents vanished in the blink of an eye. This destroyer? Fu appeared taken aback, but quickly shook his head. A destroyer could not enter the time rift. As he squinted his eyes, his caution heightened. With colossal wings unfurled, he swiftly sent the group into various time rifts, while he obliterated the opening fissures with a single destructive blow. Whoosh! An unexpected figure appeared behind him, radiating light. It was Kaishin of Time, Kaiyan. However, he too was perplexed as to why the Kaishin of Time could venture into the time rift. Could it be that the Kaishin of Time, having always resided within the rift, was naturally able to intervene? Kaiyan urged, elevate your energies. I shall merge your auras together, eliminating Fu in one fell swoop. Sensing the imminent danger, Fu hastily approached the cosmic tree, suspecting it was his intention to absorb its power. Yet, it mattered little. Ha. The group roared in unison, amplifying their own strength. Unbeknownst to them, the Kaioshin of time was engaged in some covert maneuvering as a thin membrane enveloped them. I shall consolidate your energies. I entrust this to you all, obliterate few, and completely eradicate the cosmic tree. Bulyuoli declared Yash. It's time to engage. The two Wukongs affirmed, indeed. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta added, let us bring this tiresome farce to an end. Boom. Several beams of white light shot forth, intertwining in midair as the energy waves gradually coalesced, merging into a single white wave. Boom. Phew. Standing before the cosmic tree, strained against the onslaught until it finally shattered the foundational roots of the cosmic tree. Where's this? Wukong gazed at the anomalous cosmic tree. This energy is being emitted by the cosmic tree. Before long, the 12 universes will regain peace and return to normal. Everything will revert to its origin, Bulyuoli stated. Here, the Super Blue can be regarded as a parallel universe, not connected to the subsequent events of time and space. Chapter 99. The Time and Space Tournament. How goes it? IUOs inquired of Badak. Quite smoothly. The destroyed universe has returned to normal. That is good to hear. Have you rescued your child? It is my turn now. I shall no longer relinquish the timeline to the Black Wheel. Behind IUOs stood 4 individuals clad in black, selected from within the time stream to eliminate excess timelines. Sure, Niao. I implore you to restore the timeline. At Kaien's call, a comically adorable bird emerged from the rift. Sure. A charmingly silly bird, radiating golden brilliance, quickly grew to an immense size, its golden wings flapping towards the time rift. Afterward, it would periodically revisit the time rift, as its vastness made it impossible to navigate. It could only return sporadically, with no coordinates, no space, and no time. Only a void remained. Damn it, where could it be? Within the time rift. A figure tirelessly searched for something. It was Bulyuoli. Taking advantage of the other's departure, he returned repeatedly in search of dark particles. Logically, few should have perished. If so, the dark particles must have been released from within him. If they had indeed emerged, they would undoubtedly reside within the time rift. After searching fruitlessly, he ultimately gave up. The dark essence, known as Anheinzi, is indeed the life essence of Mikikapola, which has emerged from Fuyo, naturally transforming into a living entity. He tapped his head and suddenly remembered that for matters such as this, why not consult the Time Realm King? The Time Realm King's instincts are far more acute. Given the ongoing animosity between him and the Demon Realm King, it stands to reason that if he cannot locate it, the Time Realm King would certainly possess the means to know, as these sworn enemies are well aware of each other's movements. In the Time Realm, atop the 4 expansive areas, lies a fortress, the residence of the former Time Realm King, the abode of Ios. Unfamiliar with Kaien, he found himself compelled to venture here. The altars surrounding him were aglow with flickering candles, and at the highest point of the chandelier sat Ios, flanked by 4 individuals clad in black, who served as her guardians. It seemed they were not the least surprised by his arrival, their gazes fixed upon him as he met the eyes of several individuals ahead. You have arrived. I knew you would reconsider. So, shall we join forces to obliterate the excess timelines? Ios regarded him with disdain. No, you misunderstand. I did not come here to discuss the annihilation of timelines. Upon hearing his words, Ios appeared momentarily taken aback, then puzzled as she queried, then what is your purpose? Do you wish to see the time tournament I am hosting? The time tournament? He pondered, stroking his chin, and soon realized he had indeed seen it. The sphere in Ios's hand displayed only a few figures, including Dog Kong and others. On a flat platform, competitors from multiple universes were present on the Wheel of Time. Go outside and greet the arriving guests. Ios commanded her 4 attendants. In an instant, 4 figures materialized within the crystal ball. Was this yet another skill? He had witnessed this ability in Black Wukong, Fuyo, and others. Speak. What is it that you desire? Since you are not here to form an alliance with me, you cannot have come for no reason. Ios leaned back in her seat, propping her head. Very well. I seek your assistance in locating Demigula, he replied, his eyes twinkling. He wished to uncover too many secrets, yet following Demigula would surely lead to the emergence of the dark essence. Why should I assist you? To put it another way, what reason do I have to help you? Are you unwilling then? He lifted his head to gaze upward. Suddenly, a surge of temporal power enveloped him, freezing him in place. He had not anticipated that she would act so decisively. Should she not have first inquired if he would reconsider joining her? She glanced at the ice encasing him, then closed her eyes as the creaking sounds from outside grew louder. A figure in a black robe slowly approached Ios. "Senior Ios, please return the time scroll." He listened, astonished by their exchange. Was that black-robed individual Kayan? Did this imply that finding Demigula did not necessitate Ios's involvement? Have I been discovered? With a wave of her hand, a treasure box appeared in Ios's grasp. "Indeed, I took the time scroll," she continued, gazing at the box. "I shall not return it to the Black Wheel. This timeline is far too unsettling for me. The fate of this game shall be decided by the warriors of the universe." Stunned, he began to grasp the implications. This was the so-called time tournament. The victor's timeline would be preserved, while the defeated would be erased. Instantly, a magnificent purple star radiated from above the palace, flowing into Ios's treasure box, which gently closed, creating a slight ripple. All the scrolls had been gathered within. If one wishes to claim them, let it be done according to the rules of temporal power. With that declaration, both individuals vanished from his sight. He found himself struggling against the temporal force, for the Time Realm King possessed the incredible ability to manipulate time. This power was formidable enough to imprison individuals within the crevices of time. For instance, Demigula had been sealed away for tens of millions of years. He had no desire to experience such a fate. Release. A violet light spread forth as Ios transformed from her youthful form into that of an adult. Her hair shimmered in a pale blue hue, and her visage bore a striking resemblance to her younger self, adorned with sky-blue earrings. "I too shall unleash the power of time. However, this is not for combat, but rather to converse with you." With orange hair, Kayan also transitioned from a youthful appearance to that of an adult, their transformations accompanied by a time gear representing the essence of temporal power. This indeed aligns with your style. Yet, regardless of how many millennia pass, my conclusion remains unchanged. We must eradicate the superfluous timelines and preserve but one. Judgment of time. With a gesture, a colossal gear manifested behind Ios, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged toward Kayan, who desperately attempted to defend against it. "Listen to me. I share your concerns," Kayan shouted. "I sense the escalating threat posed by the increasing timelines, yet I would rather believe in the efforts humanity has made thus far, and the potential for new timelines. Therefore, I shall do everything in my power to thwart you, Senior Ios." Chapter 100. The Dark Essence. So this is Ios's crystal ball. It resembles a crystal orb, yet appears more akin to a glass sphere. He grasped the transparent orb beside the throne, vaguely recalling that the old Kaioshin possessed something similar. The usage should be quite similar, he thought. He pressed his hands against the orb, reflecting his innermost hopes, which resonated within the crystal. The images of Trunks and Gohan appeared. It seems that one's thoughts can indeed be projected. The scene depicted the time realm, showcasing the one-armed Gohan and Super Saiyan God Daiten. He pressed his hands against it again, this time envisioning Demigula. He sought to uncover clues within the fissures of time. Before long, he noticed alterations on the surface of the orb, revealing two figures engaged in conversation deep within the rift of time. "No wonder I couldn't find you. You sly one," resorting to sealing. The two individuals within the crystal appeared to be ensnared in some form of confinement, with an outer layer and an inner layer, distinctly different from one another. To the untrained eye, it resembled an ordinary temporal rift. Other than the inept Kaioshin, most Kaioshin possess inexplicable abilities. Perhaps Shin had showcased too little of his potential, leading to this supreme deity being perceived as utterly useless. He placed 2 fingers on his forehead, preparing to teleport. Now that he had located the dark essence, he must seize it without fail. In a fragment of the temporal rift, amidst the ruins of a shattered edifice, 2 figures stood upon drifting debris, and he gazed in astonishment at the individual before Demigula. Was that not Namekian, the one he had previously defeated? Yet now, this figure appeared feeble and aged, resembling an exhausted elder. Could it be that the quest for the Dragon Balls was to restore youth? Having aged so drastically, it seemed only natural that the dark essence, being the life essence of Namekian, would cause the detached entity to age as well. This implies that the other half must surely be in Demigula's possession. This individual has come to backstab him and seize the dark essence. Cursed Time Realm King. The Time Patrol. I shall certainly. In an instant, a scepter pierced through Namekian's body, wielded by none other than Demigula. Observing the fallen figure, Demigula withdrew the scepter. "I, the king of the Dark Empire, Namekian, your dark essence shall be inherited by me." Demigula, A dark mist began to emanate from Kakarot's form, gradually coalescing into a shadowy figure above. Haha, this glorious honor is, boom, mine. The entity transformed into a black shadow surged directly into his body, while Demigula was sent flying. Feeling the surge of power, he was filled with excitement. Is this the dark factor? He clenched his fist, the manifestation of power continuously growing. With the dark factor, could he, too, wield the transformation of the demon god like those from the demon realm and divine realm? You bastard. The figure rising beside him glared intensely. He regarded Demigula, whose strength barely reached Super Saiyan 3. Die. The power from the staff shot directly towards him, yet upon striking him, it felt as if it were striking cotton. He merely felt a slight discomfort. Is this your power? How pitiful. I truly wish to know what you rely on to attempt to control Virus. Can you teach me? Although he was unaware of the secret technique, the protection of the laws of the higher gods shielded him from curses and such. However, this method of controlling others was quite impressive. Bastard. Watching the unfolding scene, Demigula gritted his teeth. How about this? If you teach me, I will let you leave here. What do you say? Very well, Demigula replied with a smile. He approached, firmly grasping the staff, and suddenly swung it towards him. Temporal maze. Whoosh. Prepared in advance. He swiftly dodged to Demigula's rear. After Ios's unexpected move, he had become alert. Indeed, this fellow harbored ulterior motives. You truly seem to be tired of living. Hearing this, Demigula began to retreat. He watched the figure before him continuously back away, losing interest and casually gesturing with one hand. Destruction. A surge of purple energy erupted, enveloping Demigula's entire being. His body radiated a faint purple glow before being consumed by the purple energy. Destruction is indeed quite effective. He glanced at his palm, realizing that with a mere aim, everything could be obliterated in an instant. Whoosh. At the entrance to the palace of the time realm, a figure descended slowly, indicating that a victor had emerged. This individual was Ios, and the fallen figure was Kayan. Before everything concludes, just remain there. Ios released a spherical energy, embodying the ability to freeze time. Hey! A sudden shout caught Ios's attention. A figure descended from the sky. It was Sun Wukong. He held a golden bird. The ticket to the temporal championship. Are you alright? You are the lord of the time realm, right? Wukong looked at Kayan. It seems we can't say nothing is wrong. Kayan replied weakly. So, you are the legendary possibility? Ios regarded Wukong, suddenly recalling Kayan's mention of temporal possibilities. Wukong, perplexed, asked, what are you talking about? What possibility? Whoosh. He abruptly turned and flew to Ios's front, adjusting his stance before speaking. Ahem, Lord Ios, may I trouble you with a matter? What is it? Though it's truly delightful to battle strong foes in this tournament, could we refrain from destroying time? What? Do you lack confidence in winning? No. Wukong waved his hand. Every timeline has formidable individuals. Would it not be a pity to annihilate them? You are indeed an intriguing fellow. However, based solely on that reason, I cannot grant your request. Furthermore, I am quite busy. With a wave of her hand, Ios shot an energy blast towards Kayan. Boom. Wukong deflected the strike with a swift motion, and in the moment of closure, a silvery light enveloped him, embodying the ultimate freedom. Whoosh. He swiftly appeared behind Ios, seizing her before she could react, exclaiming, what incredible speed. Ios, taken aback, expressed disbelief. How could a human possess the power of a god? Ignoring her words, Wukong locked his gaze with hers. Is it your technique that is swift, or mine? Whoosh. Whoosh. The two figures flickered continuously, while Ios unleashed countless energy blasts. Yet amidst the explosions, a silvery light strolled through. Chapter 101. The Lament of Time Travel. Within the grand hall of the time realm, he quietly observed the two combatants within the crystal ball, unable to suppress his admiration for the benefits of ultimate freedom. Dodging 999 attacks. The only outcome was a critical hit. Within the crystal ball, the sealed dog Kong suddenly broke free from the chains of time. Beneath the throne, there lay a hidden compartment. He retrieved a treasure box from within. This must be the box containing the time scrolls. Outside the Great Hall of Time, you cannot escape. Ios chuckled. Countless energy blasts surrounded Dog Kong. Seeing this, he chose not to evade, instead bringing his hands together to unleash a Kamehameha. In the moment of dispersion, a time gear opened behind Ios. A force of sealing energy surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, Dog Kong was sealed within. Witnessing this scene, Ios remained unfazed. After all, escaping from such a seal was nearly impossible. However, her confidence was soon shattered. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and cracks began to appear in the seal. I never expected you to. Is this what you refer to as possibility? Truly a dangerous factor. Ios squinted her eyes. Whoosh! A surge of scroll power erupted from the sky. It was the liberated time scroll. Upon seeing this, the others immediately altered their course, rushing towards the Great Hall. Damn it, how did you escape? Broly regarded Ios's expression, finding it unexpectedly adorable when she was angry. Just like him, he pointed at Dog Kong, and Ios quickly understood. All right, you all seem weary, so I shall return the time scrolls to your respective timelines. If you wish to destroy time and space, you might as well hurry and reclaim them. As the gaze of the crowd followed, he gradually disappeared into the rift behind him, and Kaien sincerely expressed her gratitude. Whoosh! Within the time rift, he had his own motives. If time and space were destroyed by Ios, what would he return to? The long journey through time was about to commence once more when suddenly a melodious flute sound reached his ears. Oh, this flute sound. It was an incredibly beautiful melody filled with sorrow, tragedy, hatred, anxiety, and helplessness, as if the flute was narrating the experiences of others. Bang! Amidst the ruins, a colossal monster rampaged through the city. A young boy lifted the flute at his waist, and upon playing it towards the monster, it indeed halted in its tracks. In an instant, the surrounding gazes turned towards the boy. He, too, was unsure, merely discovering that his flute seemed to be remarkably effective. In the distance, the sorceress was taken aback at this moment. She never expected the phantasmagoric creature would be subdued by mere flute music. The energy blast in her hand was directed towards the boy, and as expected, the flute was knocked from his grasp. Upon regaining her senses, Hildergan immediately crushed the flute beneath her foot. This cursed flute. It has caused me so much anguish. In a blink, Hildergan rushed towards the boy who had just played the flute. Brother! Another boy cried out. Bang! In the moment the figure in the pit was stepped upon, he executed a backflip, instantly creating a distance of several meters. On this vast planet, only the two brothers stood out, an undeniable tragedy. This embodies the essence of a hero's existence, to either survive or perish in battle. The figure emerging from the rift was equally moved. These unfortunate brothers had been sealed in the cosmos for 1,000 years, solely to ensure the eternal sealing of Hildergan. This also resulted in the sealing of the Huanmarin into two halves. Tapian hurriedly embraced his panicking brother, both acutely aware that they could not escape their fate, and thus closed their eyes tightly. In the instant a massive foot descended, the two exchanged glances, checking each other's bodies, astonished to discover they appeared to be unscathed. The two brothers, having narrowly escaped disaster, soon grasped the situation. They owed their fortune to the mysterious man before them. Thank you. Tapian expressed his gratitude. Broly observed him, or more accurately, the colossal sword behind him. The sword of the hero. It seemed it had not yet fallen into the hands of Dete. Had it perhaps traversed into another dimension? The proliferation of timelines is not necessarily a boon. However, to emerge in the tournament of time signifies that fortune and strength are both indispensable. Huanmarin, dispose of him, commanded the sorcerer beside him. It's coming. You must dodge. Tapian shouted once more at Broly, who remained motionless. Broly merely smiled faintly at his urgency. As he faced the ferocious Huanmarin Hildergang charging towards him, he leapt, spiraling up along Hildergang's arm. The sound of a dragon's roar resonated within his clenched fist. This was the power gradually coalescing within, a harbinger of his impending ultimate technique. Dragon Fist. With a resounding shout, the commotion surrounding Broly startled those nearby. From the swirling vortex emerged a colossal dragon silhouette, incessantly weaving through the tempest. With a thunderous roar, a massive green dragon erupted from the vortex, instantaneously piercing through Hildergang's form. The elongated dragon body coiled around him, and with a deafening explosion, Hildergang was utterly transformed into a cascade of starlight, gradually dissipating from this realm. There are myriad ways to experience joy, and the most direct is through a fist unleashed in battle. Hildergang's essence was insubstantial. It was the dragon fist that obliterated him. One of the ultimate techniques, specifically designed to counter illusions, it was delivered with unparalleled force. How is this possible? My Huanmarin. Observing the expressions of those around him, he swiftly moved behind the sorcerer and struck with a single punch, silencing the once boisterous form beneath him. As he slowly descended from the high tower, he regarded the two, still seemingly in shock. Indeed, the might of the Huanmarin posed no defense against this planet. Their current state was not entirely unfathomable. Perhaps, sensing Broly's gaze, they snapped back to reality. Hello? My name is Tapian. He then pulled his younger, bashful companion closer. This is my brother, Tapo. 1N and 1O. What a peculiar combination. Yet, his brother is indeed quite young. I recall in the original tale, he was sealed within a music box at such a tender age. Truly the mark of a hero. The hero of this planet. Destined to wield the legendary sword symbolizing heroism. The legendary sword is the great sword wielded by Trunks. However, the future deity's sword is different. It is the sword of hope, distinct from the legendary sword. This is likely a consequence of differing timelines. That sword was crafted by Bulma, ultimately merging with the light of humanity's faith to become the sword of hope. Hence, it is known as the sword of hope. Hello, my name is Broly. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. Could you perhaps play your flute once more? It sounds wonderful. Taken aback, the other seemed momentarily lost for words. But Tapian quickly apologized. The flute. It was destroyed. As he gazed at the remnants on the ground, he realized it must have been shattered by the Huanmarin. Nonetheless, in the annals of history, it was meant to be sealed within the music box, yet here the flute lay in pieces. He could not help but shake his head. The diversity of timelines yields different possibilities. Just like the recent timeline, one where only Super Saiyan God Date exists, and another where a one-armed, black-clad Gohan prevails. In light of this, I shall take my leave. I hope we meet again by fate. You are all remarkable heroes. With a whoosh, the time ring activated, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. As Tapian shouted after him, "Thank you. Truly, thank you very much." Chapter 102. Different endings in the Z timeline. Prologue. This universe bears no relation whatsoever to the main timeline, or even the parallel timelines. This is a timeline that diverges from the Z timeline warrior's ultimate outcome. In a dilapidated city, a figure recklessly traverses the skies above Earth. How peculiar. How is it that there isn't a single human in sight? Upon closer inspection, he realized that humans do exist, but they are all hiding underground. Were it not for sensing the energy of the treacherous Jackalope, he would have remained oblivious to their presence. He observed the world as he descended to the ground. Arriving at the arena where the Cell Games once took place, now utterly obliterated. Gazing at the large craters on the surface, it was evident that unforeseen battles had transpired here. This meant Super Saiyan 2 Gohan must have appeared. If Super Saiyan 2 Gohan had emerged, how could the Earth have ended up in such a state? This left him utterly perplexed. Although he had arrived on Earth, he was uncertain which timeline's Earth it was. A sudden surge of energy erupted, a deep green flame gradually ascending to the clouds. He needed to ascertain whether the Kaioshin of this world still existed. Upon landing, he surveyed the Kaioshin's temple, now in utter ruin. It appeared to have been abandoned for many years. As he stepped inside the temple, he noticed the time chamber remained intact, yet it was devoid of any presence. Not a trace of the Kaioshin, nor even Bobo, since there were still living humans. He deemed it necessary to visit Kame House. After all, Z warriors could not have been completely annihilated. To his surprise, he spotted familiar figures through the window. Yet, he was astonished to see that Krillin had transformed into a cyborg. Could it be androids? The technology in this world still thrived, given the Earth's current state. Cell must certainly still be alive. If Cell lived on, then Dr. Gero's blueprints for the androids had surely made their way into Bulma's hands. In the original tale, Cell from Timeline A arrived in Timeline C. While Timeline B was obliterated by Date, Timeline C was destroyed by Date and Krillin, who found the blueprints for the androids and Cell's creation process within Dr. Gero's underground lab, detonating it before leaving. He pondered what determination had driven Krillin to forsake his human form, transforming into a cyborg. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Inside Kame House, two bald heads were engrossed in watching the news and videotapes. With Earth nearing a state of reboot, the destructive capabilities were no different from those in Black Goku's timeline. Master Roshi, it seems Cell will soon return. Kame Sennin's gaze shifted from the television, featuring a glamorous woman, back to Krillin's smooth head, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, it has been several years. After the failure of the Cell Games, Earth and humanity may truly face extinction. With a furious punch, Krillin struck the table, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Damn it! I never imagined that after Goku and Cell's self-destruction, Cell would emerge not only alive, but stronger. I never thought that not just everyone, but Gohan and future Trunks would perish in the conflict. Krillin's thoughts drifted back to years past, recalling Cell's disdainful gaze. Especially the helpless tears shed when he destroyed Android 18. Cell, just kill me. Otherwise, I shall never let you go. Absolutely. Above, Cell, witnessing this, couldn't help but smirk. You must be filled with hatred. I have suddenly discovered something quite amusing. Let's do this. The remaining ones, let you seek your revenge. Grow stronger. For when you return to Earth, it shall no longer exist. 8 years from now, I will resurrect the Shala game. Whoosh. A brilliant light shot forth into the vastness of the cosmos. Wait. Below, Kuririn shouted towards the heavens, tears streaming down his face. The echoes of his voice reached Shalu's ears, yet he remained resolute, unyielding in his intent to return and eliminate any future threats. Suffer in your anguish. Once I have exhausted the Dragon Balls, I will return and annihilate you all. The mere thought of this brought Shala joy as he swiftly broke through the atmosphere, soaring towards the universe. This creature known as Shalu, a result of absorbing the cells of the Ice Demon, has evolved to survive in the vacuum of space. Even if only temporarily, he has comprehended the perfected version of instantaneous movement. Unlike the inferior variant of the dog, he is the ultimate being, cultivated from a multitude of elite talents. The initial limit was Shalu, followed by Shala Max. However, Shalu has no endpoint. The Saiyan cells grant him an abundance of time, rendering him invincible in this world. The original text reveals his tragic defeat was solely due to the unexpected ambush by the 6th, Vegeta, which distracted Shalu, leading to his overwhelming defeat. Another character succumbing to a plot twist, barely retaining half his energy, with one arm incapacitated. How could he possibly contend with the peak Shalu in his prime? Through data and the miraculous resurrection, Shalu has also become aware of the existence of the Dragon Balls. Consequently, he realizes that even annihilating all life on Earth would be futile. At the moment of his explosion, he learned of the Dragon Balls on Namek, and thus, he must locate the Namekian planet. He intends to utterly destroy all wish orbs. If this continues, in this world, in this universe, no one shall be able to thwart his existence. Knock, knock. An innocent voice interrupted. The two individuals in front of the television turned to the door, their confusion swiftly transforming into astonishment. Chi-Chi, they exclaimed in unison, glancing at the child beside them, a small boy strikingly resembling Goku. Kuririn's eyes welled with tears, as memories of his childhood flooded back, reminiscent of his stone-throwing contests with Goku. He is son Wutian, 7 years old, Chi-Chi introduced. Apologies, Goku, Gohan, Kuririn mumbled, feeling embarrassed. This child is even more spirited than Gohan, with a strong desire for battle, and in a world that now requires warriors to protect it more than scholars. Master Roshi was astonished. Chi-Chi had undergone a transformation. Perhaps, having lost Gohan and Goku, she did not wish to lose Wutian as well. Leave it to me. Kuririn stood up, patting his chest. Thank you, Kuririn. Chi-Chi nudged Wutian, who dutifully returned a respectful gesture. A master? This plot is truly cliché. Witnessing this scene made him involuntarily twitch his lips. After all, from his perception, Wutian was already capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Although his current strength surely pales in comparison to the android Kuririn, Wutian is but 7 years old. Surpassing Kuririn is a certainty. He is a being with even greater talent than Gohan, a 7-year-old Super Saiyan. Being a second-generation Super Saiyan, the S cells react differently upon birth. And in an environment like Earth, they only increase more rapidly. Chapter 103, The Return of Shalu. This child must be a remnant of Goku's Shala game, right? Chi-Chi nodded. Her face flushed. Master Wutian still cares about such trivial matters. Yet she suppressed her impulse to slap him, remembering the loss of her husband and son. A wave of grief overtook her thoughts, relying solely on Wutian to uphold her faith. Kuririn attempted to lighten the mood, setting aside such matters. Since he is Goku's child, he should be no less than Gohan. Let me witness Wutian's strength. Two figures quickly arrived at the beach, the gentle breeze caressing their faces. He quietly observed their duel from above. Although he could not sense the android's ki, Kuririn was nonetheless a solid foundation, the strongest earthling. Even androids 17 and 18 possessed strength surpassing that of a Super Saiyan, and after Elder Kai's enhancement, Their battle power reached thousands, transforming into androids. Who knows how many times that would multiply? Swish. Wu Tian dashed forward, throwing rapid punches, his energy erupting with each strike, yet Kuririn effortlessly evaded them, displaying the demeanor of a seasoned master. Thud. With a swift kick, he sent Wu Tian reeling back, shaking his head. Such chaotic strikes, relying solely on brute force. Without any technique, how could you hope to defeat a prepared opponent? With a flourish, Kuririn unleashed the Wolf Fang fist. In the coordination of hands and feet, Wu Tian found himself utterly defenseless. Observing this, Kuririn shook his head. Although Chi-Chi practiced the turtle school, she could never rival Master Roshi's teachings. Presumably, Chi-Chi had sparred with Wu Tian occasionally. Otherwise, how could this version of Wu Tian possess such fierce fighting spirit? The next moment, the fallen Wu Tian stood once more. Seeing this, Kuririn beckoned. Unleash your full power. If this is all you can muster, you are still beneath Gohan, and that makes revenge even more impossible. Assuming the turtle school's fighting stance, with one forward and one back, his eyes, weathered by time, conveyed a sense of maturity and composure. I am angry. Wu Tian's aura erupted, leaping forward to strike. Bam, bam, bam. With each gesture, Wu Tian gradually learned to defend. At the moment his knee connected, he half-squatted, launching into a jump, feigning with his left foot, then executing a right kick midair. Swoosh. A retreating sound, leaving a trace in the sand. Kuririn, caught off guard, trembled slightly. This sensation felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of Vegeta's cunning. Has he inherited Goku's battle instinct? Another combat genius. Although his power may not be substantial, that can be improved. Talent is innate and cannot be acquired through training. Noticing this, he couldn't help but think, if this is all you can do, I won't acknowledge you as my master. Hearing Wu Tian's words, Kuririn looked perplexed. Does Wu Tian not understand the art of probing? Or is he incapable of assessing another's strength? Chi-Chi, what have you taught Wu Tian? The unspoken words pointed towards Chi-Chi, who was only a half-baked disciple of the turtle school, having learned from the Ox King, who himself was not well versed in Master Roshi's teachings. Wu Tian, stop holding back. Show him what you're made of. Chi-Chi shouted in anger. The corners of Wu Tian's mouth curled up, then he clenched his fists, his aura fluctuating. No way. Amid Kuririn's astonishment, Wu Tian let out a mighty roar. A golden aura surged forth, transforming his hair from black to gold. His azure eyes, except for the bangs, stood erect. The golden aura radiated from him. Kuririn's thoughts momentarily returned to the Shala game. A reckless Kamehameha surged straight towards Kuririn. The sudden surge of power jolted him back to reality. This is disastrous. Regaining his senses, Kuririn realized the ferocity of the person before him. Witnessing this scene, he prepared to strike. Who knows what Kuririn's mind wanders daily? Smack. A sudden sound. A bolt of electricity shot from the rooftop, striking Wu Tian and instantly rendering him limp. The well-informed Kame Sennin was momentarily astonished. This technique was exceedingly familiar to him. The signature move of his master, Wu Tai Do, the universal shaking palm. In an instant, the fleeting electric current vanished, and the once collapsed Wu Tian returned to his usual state, lying dazed on the beach. Kiki rushed forward and lifted him up, her voice trembling with concern. What has happened to my Wu Tian? Faced with the distraught woman, he chose to ignore her, taking out a senzu bean, crushing it, and placing it into Wu Tian's mouth, followed by a mouthful of seawater, which prompted him to sit up immediately. Mother, Wu Tian, my Wu Tian, you are fine, thank goodness. He grumbled, turning away, too apathetic to engage, though he refrained from reprimanding her, considering her bereavement. Thank you. Krillin approached him to express his gratitude. No need for thanks. As long as you don't impede me, you one team meet your demise. At worst, you'll sustain severe injuries. Do not let your focus waver in battle. The battlefield changes in the blink of an eye, and one misstep could lead to regret. Of course, he harbored no illusions that Krillin would grasp his words. After all, anyone who could perform the Kaioken could boast of their prowess. With the body of an android, the formidable physical support would undoubtedly allow him to endure up to 20 times the strain. Who are you? Why do you possess my master's technique? What exactly are you? Kame Sennin demanded, stepping forward with his cane raised. The universal shaking palm, you say? He pondered. You may consider me your senior disciple, for I have inherited the entirety of Wu Tai Do's legacy. He was an extraordinary martial artist. Is that so? Kame Sennin seemed taken aback by the emergence of a fellow disciple. I am Broly, a Saiyan. I have a general understanding of the situation. Do you desire power? He turned to Wutian and Krillin. If so, follow me. With a resounding boom, a deep green aura shot up into the sky. His destination, of course, was the time chamber, the most suitable place for training. The two figures below exchanged glances, their tempers flaring as they followed suit, with Wutian forcefully pushing Kiki away. The four great galaxies of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. As he surveyed the scene, it was nearly a field of wreckage. Years had obliterated one planet after another. Do not doubt the capabilities of the lightning-fast cell. If he wished, he could annihilate the Milky Way in mere moments. Under the old Broly's reign, the southern galaxy could barely withstand his might. If he so desired, a single day would suffice to destroy an entire galaxy. The visuals of the old southern galaxy depicted an expanse of darkness, devoid of even the remnants of debris, truly achieving the Zero Plan. Time was drawing near. To his astonishment, Namek was located in such a remote area. It had consumed countless years of his efforts. Unfamiliar with the planetary layout, he resorted to destroying everything he encountered, inadvertently arriving at the Galactic King's domain, where he discovered Namek's precise location. Chapter 104, The Training of the Saiyans. The Time Chamber? Indeed, this is the Time Chamber. He had not anticipated that this little bald head would be aware, yet upon reflection, it made sense. He was one of the principal members of the Z Fighters, a Super Saiyan born from the sacrifice of the past. In that case, wait a moment. I shall have Bulma send over some supplies. With a beep, he pressed the communicator, quietly observing, hoping that this era's Bulma was up to par. Though not as advanced as the time machine from the previous timeline, it should suffice. The sound of whirring blades filled the air, and soon an aircraft ascended to the Divine Hall, from which emerged Bulma, clad in white attire and shorts. However, she astonishingly brought a battle detector. He couldn't shake the feeling that this Bulma was somewhat specialized. Rather than focusing on the time machine, she had devoted her efforts to other technologies and androids. With a deep sigh, he mused that perhaps Dr. Gero's legacy would continue. At the very least, he could rest in peace now. Krillin, thank you for your assistance. No problem. Time is of the essence. Cell's games will commence once more. I only hope the androids I placed in the cosmos will delay Cell's return. Seeing the two unfamiliar figures, Bulma's face filled with confusion. Are you Son Goku? But who are you? I am Broly, also a Saiyan. I have come to save my unfortunate compatriots. Naturally, he also wished to repay Wu Tai Do's kindness. He did not wish to witness this timeline devolve into Cell's domain. Bulma had traversed countless timelines, at least 3 of them, where all the Z fighters had perished. It was undoubtedly a disheartening reality. Yet, she persevered, embodying the resilience of humanity, a true testament to human transcendence. Even amidst adversity, surrender was not an option. Haha. Initially, I too thought you were Son Goku, but regrettably, this is Goku's child, Son Wutian. Krillin chuckled, scratching his head. Nearby, Wutian politely greeted, Hello, Aunt Bulma. Ah, I see. No wonder, for years ago, my android detected an immensely powerful force near the Baozi Mountain, so it was Sun Kuan's child. Subsequently, Bulma retrieved capsules from her pocket. I hope these devices will be of assistance to you. Please be sure to defeat Cell. I shall return now to continue monitoring the cosmic signal sources. With a booming sound, a vast cloud of smoke dispersed, revealing not only Frieza's protective gear, but also gravity equipment. Truly unexpected items. Have you equipped yourselves? Then let us enter the time chamber. He led the trio into the interior of the Divine Hall, the time chamber. Wu Tian, perplexed, inquired, What is the time chamber? Thud. Thud. The sound of footsteps. The time chamber is a place for augmenting time and training. 1 day outside is equivalent to 1 year inside. A person may remain for a maximum of 2 days. Otherwise, they may never exit. As they walked, Krillin patiently explained to Wu Tian. Indeed, the limit was 2 days. But under certain conditions, one could remain indefinitely, exiting at will whenever desired. He paused to correct his earlier statement. Click. Come in. Fortunately, the living supplies here were relatively adequate. The two followed him into the time chamber, which was a pristine white realm. Above, a clock hung from the ceiling, meant to remind them when time was running out. He had no intention of wasting time on trivial tasks, such as farming or milking cows. That would only squander a Saiyans' growth, particularly that of a Super Saiyan. Focus now, especially on your fundamentals, Wu Tian. He spoke earnestly, for no other reason. Your foundation is utterly lacking. Following Kiki's training has stifled your Saiyan potential. Even if one were to throw small trunks into the gravity chamber without care, it would yield better results than your current state. With a resounding shout, Wu Tian transformed into a Super Saiyan. Looking at his Super Saiyan power level, he could hardly bear to watch. It was even lower than his base form. Truly, the disparity between their base and Super Saiyan forms was staggering. You should join in too, Krillin. Should I join as well? It seemed Krillin had not yet grasped the situation. After all, to spar with a Saiyan was an unparalleled opportunity, far superior to solitary practice. Whoosh! He executed a backflip, creating distance, and shouted at the two in front of him. Come on, unleash your full power. Otherwise, you might truly perish. Upon hearing his brazen words, the two immediately flared with rage and launched their punches, particularly the 7-year-old Wu Tian, who exuded an air of pride as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. You're too slow. In a moment of leap, he pressed his palm against their foreheads, forcefully driving their heads into the ground, without enduring a beating. How could one grow strong? Fueled by rage, Wu Tian broke free from his grasp, continually rubbing his head. Whoosh! He performed a backflip, once again distancing himself from the two. Come on, Wu Tian. The two individuals exchanged a glance, and immediately, they launched into a swirling assault, akin to two crescent moons, one advancing while the other followed closely behind. Were they attempting a pincer movement? With a sharp sound, a surge of energy erupted from one hand, raising a massive cloud of dust from the ground. In an instant, a large hand descended, resulting in a piercing cry that drew Krillin's attention. With a thud, he hurled Goten directly at Krillin, and the two figures were sent flying several meters away by the force of the impact. How feeble! He wondered if he had been too forceful and promptly tossed over a couple of senzu beans. In the blink of an eye, the two were revived, their energy flaring once more for battle. He merely smiled, having long been prepared for this moment. In the instant his hands grasped the air, a green energy sphere formed in his palm. With a decisive swing, both combatants were sent hurtling backward. Shaking slightly, they united their strength to unleash the Kamehameha. He couldn't even be bothered to activate his shield, choosing to withstand the onslaught head-on. How could this be? Krillin speculated whether he might be facing a Saiyan even stronger than Goku or Vegeta. The Kaioken. The amplified power failed to force him back even a step, and Krillin's suspicions about his thoughts were confirmed. 20 times. Bam! The overwhelming energy surged forth. Sensing this, he resolved to demonstrate true power. With a hearty breath, he bellowed, dispersing the Kamehameha before him in an instant. Thud! The two collapsed to the ground, returning to their normal states. He retrieved 2 more senzu beans from his pocket, and with a resigned expression, tossed another capsule. Boom! It contained a gravity chamber, and he intended to throw Goten inside for joint training, as he could not afford to let him become a burden. After all, he could not remain in this timeline forever. You scoundrel! You have forsaken the honor of the Saiyans. You weakling! As he tossed Goten in, he leapt in as well, cranking the gravity up to 100 times. Gradually increasing the gravity, he vowed to train him to Super Saiyan 2 or even 3. Outside, Krillin couldn't help but boast. Is this the limit of their race? Even artificial beings surpass non-Saiyans. How infuriating! How can I seek revenge against Cell like this? The relentless thudding of the floor echoed as tears streamed down Krillin's face. For he understood that Cell possessed Saiyan genes, and his power would surely skyrocket in a few years. In this timeline, Trunks had not yet been born. Due to the unfolding events, Cell had emerged rapidly, time advancing swiftly. Goten had only 2 opportunities, one at Kame House, and another on the plane. Possibly due to Chi-Chi's intuition. Chapter 105. The Crisis Approaching Earth. 6 months in the hyperbolic time chamber. The sound of muscles expanding echoed. He gazed at his reflection. Super Saiyan 1 and 2, his body radiating energy. It seemed Goten had focused on superficial strength while neglecting speed. Come at me. Goten, bursting with energy, threw a punch aimed at his face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With arms crossed, he effortlessly evaded Goten's strikes, showcasing the drawback of Goten's approach. Prioritizing power had rendered him slow, and his balance was compromised. How infuriating. If you have the guts, don't dodge. Goten shouted. Very well. You must unleash your full strength. He indeed released his arms, the corners of his mouth curling in anticipation of Goten's imminent breakthrough. Bam! A punch fueled by gravity, surpassing the full power of Super Saiyan 1, struck directly at his face, which excited Goten immensely. Impossible. To Goten's astonishment, his opponent was resisting the blow, gradually pushing back against it. In an instant, he seized Goten's fist and flung him away. Shakily, Goten began to rise, unable to endure the onslaught. The enhanced physique of a Saiyan surpassed that of an ordinary one by leaps and bounds. "Do you know why you couldn't hit me?" he observed the bewildered Goten, who was panting heavily, staring at his own hands in confusion. "Why? My power." "Silence. That is an erroneous transformation. It is grotesque. The correct transformation should enhance strength, speed, and stamina without imposing significant limitations on Super Saiyan forms. This is the essence of a perfect Super Saiyan at full power. Merely amplifying strength leads to bodily strain, even causing energy leaks that deplete stamina in Super Saiyan forms rapidly." Upon hearing his words, Goten immediately dispelled the swollen muscle state. In an instant, he returned to his normal form, quickly stabilizing his breath. The youth can indeed be taught. He swiftly assigned the next task, as always, focusing on energy concentration and physical training. This time, he would set the gravity chamber to 500 times. Thud, thud. After speaking, he exited the gravity chamber. After 6 months of training, Goten would have likely grasped the techniques, including instant transmission, energy sensing, and Kaioken. With experience accumulating, this version of Goten would gain unprecedented power. After enduring a half-year of rigorous training at the hands of a Super Saiyan, how could he remain weak? Given Goten's naturally low base form, the 50-fold increase from Super Saiyan 1 was almost unbearable. As for his own current state, he had attained the Meijin transformation, and in his base form, he could easily overpower Super Saiyan 3. His path as a divine being had reached a conclusion, and he planned to pursue the ancient lineage of the Saiyans, advancing beyond Super Saiyan 4. After all, he was a Saiyan at heart, especially with his bloodline's ancestral return. Here, it is established that the Super Saiyan transformation represents a return to the ancestral form. In the new lore, it has been altered to a mutation. In the movies, when Vegeta transforms into a blue-haired state, there was a fleeting moment of green hair, likely indicative of royal bloodlines. This explanation is provided for clarity. "Hey, Krillin, I appreciate your assistance." "No, you are the one who is a bother. Thank you for training us. I suppose my only role can be to bring supplies." Crack, crack. The appetite of a Saiyan is unknown, especially for one who has undergone transformation. However, the abundance of Senzu beans was fortunate, for even if they continued this way, he could only offer Goten these beans to sustain him. As time passed, he sat cross-legged, his body enveloped in a deep green aura radiating around him. This was meditation. Meditation has its advantages. While it may not yield rapid increases in battle power, it fosters mental clarity, alleviating physical fatigue and allowing the mind to empty. With a deep breath, he slowly opened his eyes, feeling a sense of refreshment. These were some haphazard lessons learned in the Kaioshin realm. "Hey, you're awake, Broly." He regarded the grinning, bald-headed figure, sensing something amiss. What has happened? Is there still room for improvement?" Observing Krillin's cold demeanor, he felt a sense of foreboding as Krillin hastily waved his hands. No. I didn't mean anything else. You are already quite powerful." He spoke truthfully. After all, a normal person transformed into a cyborg possessed strength surpassing even the initial Super Saiyan, not to mention Krillin's solid foundation. Yet, I still feel so weak. To the despondent Krillin, he had little to say. Krillin had already attained power exceeding that of the lightning-fast Cell, nearing the strength of Super Saiyan 2. This exemplified the terrifying potential of cyborgs. During the last data from Namek, his power was over 10,000. It was entirely reasonable that a cyborg would be exceedingly strong. All right, I must go train Goten now. It won't be long before this era returns to normal. As people come and go, one must learn to let go of the past. Whoosh. As he gazed at the departing Broly, Krillin couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy. As though his heart had been pricked by a needle, the sharp pangs of nostalgia echoing in his subconscious. What a splendid firework display it was. I find myself rather weary of such unrestrained freedom, devoid of formidable adversaries. I never imagined I would yearn for the presence of Son Wukong and Son Gohan one day. Cell incessantly teleported within the planetary realm, mocking himself while witnessing the annihilation of Life Planet. Leaving a path of destruction in his wake, he resembled a humanoid killing machine. Was he reveling in it? No, he was merely passing the time. With all the Dragon Balls he knew obliterated, The Z-fighters would never be resurrected, and he was slowly savoring the perverse pleasure of destruction. Amidst the fragmented planets, countless flashes of light emerged, yet Cell found no satisfaction. He only wished to return and obliterate Earth completely, thereafter seeking amusement in the cosmos. The trials here, best left unspoken, were, at best, the equivalent of a fully powered Super Saiyan, rather mediocre in comparison to Cell's overwhelming might, hidden away in the Kaioshin realm. Meanwhile, the god of destruction, Beerus, slumbered while others toiled on his behalf. Why not indulge in such convenience? The number of planets indeed dictates the strength of a universe. Too many lead to the emergence of weaker beings, while those with fewer planets may harbor entities with divine power. For instance, the frost demons are scarce in a universe, yet are born with battle powers exceeding 1 million, while Saiyans typically possess combat powers in the tens, with those reaching hundreds considered formidable warriors. Chapter 106, Krillin's Fury. Once again, 2 years passed in the time chamber. After 2.5 years, he had indeed reached the age suitable for marriage and parenthood, and his combat power had doubled again during this time. I have always been curious. Why does your energy seem to strengthen continuously? Driven by curiosity, Krillin inquired. Yes, indeed. Compared to 2 years ago, your energy now. He gazed at Goten's incredulous expression. After all, for one who seldom trains, the difference in energy over 2 years was like night and day. Seeing this, he chuckled lightly. You must be aware of the Saiyans. They are a race with a long history, their combat strength continually increasing through battle and growth. Due to the unique traits of Saiyans, their injuries lead to greater recovery and strength. Krillin recalled something. I know this. Goku has always distanced himself from me. Raditz mentioned when he arrived that Saiyans are a warrior race, even hailed as the strongest race in the universe. However, didn't the androids defeat that myth? He self-deprecatingly mused. No, in the legends of Saiyans, the true Super Saiyans exist, known as the legendary Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan? Both Krillin and Goten's eyes widened. Yes, the legendary Super Saiyan. He continued, facing away from the two. Within the Saiyan lineage, there exists the legendary Super Saiyan, also referred to as the once-in-a-thousand-years transformation. This form is incredibly formidable, requiring no training, as their battle power doubles with the passage of time. The transformation into a Super Saiyan is distinctly different from that of a regular Saiyan. The legendary form possesses even greater ferocity and strength. This is why they are revered as the universe's premier warrior race. Frieza also feared the emergence of Super Saiyans, which led him to attempt the annihilation of their home planet. Ah, so that's how it is. Being a Saiyan seems rather appealing. In response to Krillin's jest, the trio shared a laugh. Suddenly, the sound of the communication device startled Krillin, as it was a message left by Bulma, indicating Cell's imminent arrival. Moses. Cell has returned, and he is even stronger than before. The androids are no match for him. Wait, we are coming out immediately, Krillin shouted. The intensity in his eyes reflected a heightened sense of urgency. Prepare yourselves. I will forcibly open the time chamber now, and you must exit at once. Upon hearing this, the two nodded in agreement. Kamehameha. A deep green Kamehameha surged towards the wall, instantly penetrating the barrier, revealing a glimmer of sunlight from outside. With that, the two immediately flew out, followed closely by Krillin, who glanced back to see the time chamber restored to its original state. Outside the suburbs, Bulma had instructed the androids to lead Cell to an uninhabited area. Although the city had turned into ruins over the years, another assault would obliterate the residential zones beneath. A green figure appeared, marked by spots and a stern gaze, with oil pooling beneath him. The androids were merely eggshells confronting a stone. Androids, huh? His mind's data analysis made it easy for him to guess who they were. Observing the desolate surroundings, he noticed something, a small bee. Bulma, I didn't expect you to have developed androids. Truly, I underestimated you. Unfortunately, you won't have enough time to cultivate another cell, as beings like me take years to mature fully. With a flick of his wrist, a beam of light obliterated the tiny bee in the air. Cell remained unfazed, as if awaiting something. Thud, thud, thud. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld several figures descending from the sky. Though he did not recognize one, it did not deter him from feigning confidence. Ah, Krillin, long time no see. Cell glanced at the children below, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. Then suddenly realized, Yukong? Gohan. In an instant, he felt reassured, for Cell was extremely confident in his invincibility, capable of traversing the cosmos at will. With countless lives at his fingertips, Cell, prepare to meet your demise. Boom. Amidst the white aura, Krillin charged forward, driven by rage and the deaths of his comrades, all whipping at his insides. A large hand grasped Goten's shoulder, restraining him from rushing in. Let us observe. Krillin's experience surpasses yours, and such opportunities are rare. Goten relented, as Cell's divine aura rendered him undetectable. Bang! A forceful kick landed on Cell's face, and he arrogantly absorbed Krillin's attack. Before he could react, he was sent tumbling into a deep ravine. As the smoke rose, Cell levitated once more, wearing a smile. Was he laughing? It had been so long since he felt this way. Indeed, only on Earth could one feel such sensations. Cell, what have you been doing in the universe all these years? You must be the one who slaughtered the deities of Earth. Of course. I went to destroy the Dragon Balls of Namek, ensuring that no one could thwart me. TCH. Krillin clicked his tongue, his fists tightening. Seeing the expression on Krillin's face, Cell couldn't help but tease. Did you know? The blood of Namekians is truly delightful. Krillin, you vile scoundrel. Boom. Krillin soared into the sky, eager to confront Cell. Sensing his anger, Cell sought to relish the thrill of battle, a trait induced by Saiyan cells. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Realizing his attacks were missing the mark, Krillin unleashed the afterimage technique, to which Cell disdainfully mocked. Useless. I have all your combat data. This is the afterimage technique, isn't it? Whoosh. In that instant, he struck nothing but air. Cell was momentarily taken aback. How had he suddenly vanished? Bang. A powerful punch landed squarely in Cell's abdomen, causing him to wince in pain. The aura surrounding him shimmered with red. Even the keen-eyed could see that Krillin had invoked the Kaioken technique. Humph. Shalu smiled faintly before swiftly retaliating with a powerful punch that sent Klin crashing to the ground. A sensation of pain he hadn't felt in a long time washed over him. Is there anything else you wish to unleash? These years have certainly built my anticipation, Shalu said, crossing his arms as he looked down. Suddenly, amidst the swirling smoke, 3 energy slashes shot forth from different directions, heading straight for Shalu. In response, Shalu released his own energy slash, but in an instant, Klin's technique was obliterated. Seizing the opportunity as Shalu unleashed his attack, a sudden surge of crimson energy erupted. Caught off guard by the unexpected assault, Shalu kicked out, only to have his energy slash ricochet back, severing his wings. Kamehameha. 20 times the power. A colossal white beam of light flashed, leaving Shalu with half of his body intact, dripping purple liquid, and beads of sweat visibly marking his desperation. Chapter 107. The Fearful Shalu. Oh. A stunned Shalu quickly examined his body, resembling a weeping child. Gasping for breath, Klin managed to smile, but his expression abruptly shifted. Fool. I was merely teasing you. With a crack, his form regenerated, and his aura intensified. Shalu, now more cunning, understood how to exploit the Saiyan traits. In a flash, he delivered a punch that pierced through Klin's chest. Gazing at the contents within, Shalu was taken aback. I can't believe you transformed into an android. With a swift motion, Shalu crushed the chip, which, although destroyed, did not affect Klin greatly, merely stripping him of certain abilities. Die, he shouted, aiming a kick at Klin's head, intent on shattering his skull. To Shalu's astonishment, he found the child, barely 9 or 10 years old, capable of enduring his blow. A golden aura surged from Wutian as Shalu stumbled back, using his hands to brace himself. I have already killed Gohan. So, you must be Sun Wukong's child. You look just like him. Klin uncle, this is a Sinza bean. Ignoring Shalu's words, Wutian placed the bean into the barely conscious Klin's mouth. Witnessing this, Shalu became agitated. Sinza beans. He recalled the cat he had personally exterminated, and he had never found any. Of course, he couldn't. They had all been consumed by Yachirobe. With a turn, Wutian was filled with rage, knowing that the Z warriors had been obliterated, and his father and brother had perished at Shalu's hands. I am the offspring of Sun Wukong. My name is Sun Wutian. Boom. The aura of Super Saiyan 2 crackled around him, with the angrier Saiyan pushing against their limits, while the more desperate were destined to fade into the annals of history. As Shalu observed Wutian, he couldn't help but chuckle. Raising one is rather interesting. I didn't expect you to be a late-stage Super Saiyan. Klin, flying over, gazed at the two battling above and asked, can Wutian defeat Shalu? Shaking his head, he replied, but this will allow him to experience the joy of Saiyan combat. To grow stronger, a Saiyan must engage in continuous battles. Suddenly, a punch caught Wu Tian off guard. Despite evading, he still received a blow, leaving him perplexed. With a resounding crack, Shalu brought his fists together and struck Wu Tian's head, causing the sky to turn into a beautiful tableau as he fell. Boom. This is my power. I am not idly wandering through the cosmos. This ability is called telekinesis. Listening to Shalu's explanation, Wu Tian realized his body felt as if it were immobilized, slowly ascending into the air. As Shalu's fingers curled, Wu Tian's face paled, struggling to breathe as he emitted muffled sounds. Swish. A swift chop sent Wu Tian crashing down once more. Shalu, focusing intently, began to gather energy. A familiar voice resonating in their ears. Kamehameha wave. A blue-white energy wave shot toward Wu Tian, whose blood appeared blue against the backdrop of his dazed expression. Am I to perish? Bang. A hand chop cleaved the energy wave toward the horizon. The explosive white light made it clear that Wu Tian would not withstand this assault. Is this how you wish to die? You are but a child. The future awaits you. As his eyes began to close, Wu Tian heard a voice that ignited his defiance. Whoosh. After Klin carried Wu Tian away, he gazed at the monster above. Who are you? Why does my data not contain your existence? Though Shalu could not sense his energy, a foreboding intuition lingered. Me? I am merely a lost Saiyan. A Saiyan? Shalu scoffed in disbelief. Do not jest. I know better than anyone if there are Saiyans left in this universe. As he spoke, his tail, different from those of other Saiyans, unfurled, a deep green, bristling with energy. Do you believe me now? I am indeed a Saiyan. What of it? Many Saiyans have perished at my hands. With a swift punch to his chest, Shalu found it strangely unyielding, only to see the fierce battle intent in the other's eyes. With a burst of energy, Shalu was sent reeling back. No, it cannot be. How can this be happening? To his astonishment, his full-powered strike barely stirred his opponent. This version of Broly is not the malnourished one from the old tales. In this narrative, Broly's normal state is robust and well-nourished, his strength surpassing that of the original by a terrifying magnitude. Do you not wish to see the legendary Super Saiyan? Then open your eyes wide, he declared to Klin and Wu Tian. Meanwhile, Shalu stood there, bewildered. The legendary Super Saiyan? Ignoring Shalu's confused and somewhat fearful expression, he continued, likely lost in his thoughts. Clenching his fists, the energy beneath him trembled, darkening the sky. A deep green aura began to swirl around him. Crack, crack, boom. Lightning flashed as if it were raining, intertwining violently, the clouds roiling ominously. The dust on the ground began to rise, trembling under this newfound power. While what? Shalu was taken aback, bewildered by the extraordinary phenomena. This is the legendary Super Saiyan. Klin and Wu Tian, witnessing the transformation, trembled in awe. Suddenly, he surged in size, becoming a muscular figure towering at 2. For meters, his muscles defined in a way that was palpably real. The white in his eyes radiated an unfathomable power, and even Shalu, unable to sense his energy, felt a looming threat. Crackle! Amidst the thunder, a green-haired titan floated in the air, enveloped in a protective aura like an impenetrable shield. The ground beneath had transformed into a massive crater. Shalu, are you prepared for your journey to the underworld? Between his fingers, the oppressive energy surged, enveloping Shalu, who instinctively felt fear. What is this? What is happening? Shalu was oblivious to the condition of his body, a victim of the Saiyan cells, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. Much like Vegeta's initial encounter with the legendary Super Saiyan, he was paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling, devoid of any fighting spirit or hope for survival. Chapter 108. A future lacking greatness. Shalu exclaimed in frustration, damn it. As he quietly observed Shalu's relentless punches, they felt like blows against a sponge. This late-stage Super Saiyan Shalu utterly failed to pique his interest. With a sharp clap of his hands, he unleashed a force that sent Shalu reeling, his body trembling as a burst of light shot forth. The resounding crash of shattering rocks echoed as Shalu staggered backward, enveloped in a cloud of dust and debris. Truly remarkable. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Krillin and Wu Tian were left in stunned silence. He stepped cautiously into the ruins, leaving deep impressions in the ground with each step, possibly due to the overwhelming power in play. The golden aura within the wreckage dispersed the smoke, gradually revealing Shalu's figure. How could this be possible? Shalu clenched his fists, adopting a horse stance, his fury reaching a boiling point. How could this happen? A torrent of lightning crackled around Shalu, who gazed at him with intrigue, astonished that his rage had propelled him to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3. As he sensed the transformation of power, Shalu rejoiced. Indeed, you have truly mastered the Saiyan traits. He reflected on the scene and pondered if Gohan had not succumbed to despair, perhaps he could have broken through in a dire situation, thus avoiding death in the future. The magical attack, demon-slaying light cannon, was unleashed from his fingers, and he couldn't help but laugh at the skill's perfect accuracy. But wait. Shalu's laughter morphed into astonishment as the figure in the smoke strolled leisurely forward. Freeze. An invisible force emanated from Shalu, wrapping around Broly. Recalling Shalu's mention of telekinesis, Broly felt a chill run down his spine. How could such a monstrous being exist? Sensing danger, Shalu hastily attempted to flee, but he would not allow Shalu to escape. In an instant, Shalu teleported back to Earth. Observing Shalu's expression, he advised, "Yield, for you are destined to perish on this planet." The skies above Earth were already shrouded in temporal energy. Even if Shalu managed to escape, he could reverse time, forcing Shalu back to Earth. Damn it, if that's the case. With a sinister expression, Shalu made a reckless decision to annihilate Earth, confident in his ability to survive in space. Thanks to the cells of Piccolo and Frieza. Whoosh! A massive figure loomed over Shalu, eclipsing him entirely, a giant standing over 2 meters tall. Crack! As he tightened his grip, Shalu found himself unable to escape those hands, left to cry out helplessly. With a swift motion, Shalu's arms were forcibly removed, and he gazed at Shalu's expression, marveling at his own handiwork. The intense pain resonated within Shalu's mind, and as he heard that delightful sound, an impulse to crush Shalu's skull surged within him. "Please, spare me. I swear I won't transgress again," Shalu pleaded. The nerves above his eyeballs flickered, and his already spotted green skin seemed to deepen in hue following the trauma of dismemberment. "Hey, you still have Piccolo's cells, right? Hurry and grow back. I haven't had my fill yet." Hearing this, Shalu trembled, retreating as the figure approached, until his back pressed against the rocks. "How boring. Let me help you find peace." He chuckled at Shalu, gripping him tighter, the sound of cracking bones echoing as Shalu wailed in agony. In the curled-up figure of Shalu, their eyes met, and fear consumed his heart. "Wait, I can still be your subordinate. I can be of great service." As he spoke, he relaxed his grip slightly, and Shalu felt a flicker of hope for survival. "Very well, there is something I need you to do." "Yes, my lord, I will respond with utmost satisfaction. I want you to die painfully, so I can relish your expression of suffering." Ha, ha, ha. The sound of cracking bones filled the air once more, plunging Shalu's heart into a chasm of despair. No. With his body contorted to its limits, Shalu was gradually crushed into a grotesque mass. Purple blood flowing, a testament to Shalu's essence. His hand brushed against Shalu's forehead, and with a firm squeeze, he ended Shalu's existence, cleansing his hands of the remnants as if washing away watermelon juice. Momentarily bewildered, he pondered why he engaged in such acts. Upon regaining his senses, he realized that the violent factors within him were beginning to resurface. After the wish made to the dragon, it appeared that time and the surge of power had reignited the dormant essence of the old Super Saiyan blood within him, awakening the malevolent Saiyan traits. Have they departed? He turned to find Wu-Tian and Krillin had vanished. Had they been frightened away? In this timeline, Shalu was immensely powerful. Could the Shalu of the future have already ascended to the realm of the gods? He felt compelled to investigate, believing it would be most intriguing. With that thought, he activated the time ring and soared into the temporal rift. The stronger Shalu became, the more exhilarated he felt, for Shalu's growth was indeed extraordinary. Possessing the cells of numerous geniuses, with the Saiyan potential determining Shalu's future. Deep within the cosmos, a spherical spacecraft surged forward, inscribed with the word hope. The nearly faded lettering on the hatch attested to its countless years of interstellar travel. In the dim control room, the mechanical sounds and starlight illuminated the shadows that danced in overlapping patterns, while a middle-aged woman in a chair unconsciously stretched her body. The woman before the screen appeared remarkably haggard, clearly having endured sleepless nights, her throat constricted with unspoken burdens. "Another dream?" she murmured to herself, taking a long drag from her cigarette, her blue hair streaked with silver. She perused a black and white photograph within a locket, her sole emotional anchor in the vast universe. despite the image having faded with time. Tears fell from her eyes onto the plastic casing as she carefully wiped them away, grappling with a reality she wished to deny. I cannot give up. I will not abandon you, she declared, her fists clenched in determination. I will find you on Namek. The planet Namek, transformed following the upheaval, was also known as New Namek. It was only after this event that the beings arrived on Earth. This period was marked by a void. Goku had succumbed to heart disease, leaving only Gohan and Trunks in this world. In order to protect Telenk, Wufan was brutally slain by the androids. Telenk, relying on the time machine, returned to the past, only to meet his demise at the hands of Shalu. In this world devoid of date, Shalu, after absorbing the majority of humanity, launched a fierce surprise attack on the androids, ultimately transforming into his perfect form. Only Bulma had prepared an escape pod in advance. Chapter 109, The Resurrected Future Wufan. A lifeless planet? Had he not ventured beyond Earth for a glimpse? It would have been hard to believe that this desolation was once Earth. Can you fathom that the structures before him had been reduced to mere flat buildings? And beyond the urban sprawl lay an expansive desert? The future Earth not only lacked humanity, but was devoid of any form of life. To his perception, the entire planet had become a dead star. The yellow sands carried by the gentle breeze whispered a sorrowful tale. He knew without a doubt that this timeline had irrevocably transformed into Shalu's domain. Date had perished in the past, which meant that in the future, only androids number 17, number 18, and the ultimate android Shalu remained. The once vibrant Shijidu had crumbled into ruins. And the scene before him was far more dire than that of Hei Wukong. Humanity had likely become mere sustenance for Shalu. He stepped into the Capsule Corporation, gazing at the dilapidated underground laboratory, the very place where Bulma had crafted the time machine. Now, it lay in tatters, ravaged by time. Yet this basement appeared to be the sole remnant of integrity amidst the chaos outside. Above was Dr. Briff's laboratory, within which remained half a canister of time machine energy. Had there been an emergency, or was there something else amiss? He spotted the scattered documents on the desk, Bulma's research findings, detailing every aspect and data analysis of the time machine. The disarray of the floor and folders led him to surmise that some urgent situation had compelled Bulma to hastily gather her belongings and depart. Upon opening a drawer, he discovered another capsule. Could it contain backup data for the time machine? He tucked it into his waistband, hoping that bringing it back to his own timeline might enable Bulma to investigate the power of time. With a swoosh, he ascended into the sky, overlooking the familiar cityscape. The once bustling atmosphere had dissipated, and the stark contrast to the present desolation stirred something within him. Suddenly, an assailant emerged, delivering a kick aimed at his neck, snapping him out of his stupor. Although it was merely a mosquito, he felt its presence. Realizing his attack had been ineffective, the figure clad in an orange GI hastily retracted his leg and executed a backflip to gain distance. He initially mistook the figure for Shalu, only to recognize him as Wufan, the future Wufan of this timeline. Due to the establishment of this timeline, Shalu was of similar age to Telenk, while Wufan's death was known to Telenk. When despair surpasses anger, a Saiyan does not grow stronger. The death of hope is dire indeed. This ravaged Earth had been destroyed, yet Wufan had returned to life. Now I understand. The Namekian Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, Wufan became alert. He was well aware of the reason for his resurrection. It must have been due to the Namekian Dragon Balls. For in Wufan's memories, the Kaioshin had also perished, and the Earth Dragon Balls had been reduced to rubble, leaving only the Namekian Dragon Balls capable of reviving him. Who are you? And where is Telenk? Just as he was about to speak, it seemed as if something was breaking through the atmosphere above. Could it be Shalu? There was no mistaking it. The aura was unmistakably diverse. Wufan also gazed upward, perplexed as to why the auras of friends and family congregated together, including that of Frieza. Boom. A golden energy flame gradually descended to the ground, revealing the perfectly formed Shalu, adorned in green spots. This sight caused him to furrow his brow. Why was this Shalu so weak? He lacked even Super Saiyan 2 power. Yet, to his perception, Wufan possessed Super Saiyan 2 strength. From his elevated position, Shalu scrutinized the two, unable to perceive Broly, yet he was very familiar with the other. You must be Suin Wufan. Who are you? Wufan gazed in bewilderment at this strangely familiar figure. Humph. I am the ultimate android Shalu. Shalu pointed to his head. All your data is stored within me, Suin Wufan. Observing the astonished Wufan, although this was their first formal meeting, Shalu felt an unusual excitement. Having been bored for far too long. Come, excite me. Let me test the true power I possess since becoming perfect. He addressed Wufan. This fellow is Shalu. Created by Dr. Jelu using your cells, the ultimate android. Telling that accursed android. I shall avenge you. Without further ado, Wufan launched himself into battle. Shalu, in response, erupted into laughter, charging forward. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed in the heavens, yet he could not comprehend why Shalu's strength was so feeble. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Suddenly, his eyes widened, questioning whether the issue lay within the timeline. The future depicted in the original story was indeed weaker, which seemed to align perfectly. Suddenly, two figures appeared in his line of sight, leaving him in a stupor. It was none other than Buerma and Tiantian. This was not the crux. Buerma appeared so youthful. Observing their tense expressions, he chuckled, though to them, he resembled a demon. Tiantian has grown so much. The future Tiantian had reached a height comparable to Pika, suggesting that Buerma had wished for her youth using the Dragon Balls. How do you know me? Tiantian trembled. Buerma, hiding behind Tiantian, peeked out at him. Ignoring Tiantian, he directed his gaze towards Buerma, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his timeline's Buerma, with an identical personality. Fear not, I harbor no ill intent. You have just returned from Namek, am I correct? They nodded in affirmation. It seemed his assumptions were accurate. Although he was unaware of how Buerma had located the new Namek, one must concede she was formidable. Hey, Buerma exclaimed, her eyes fixated on the two in the sky. Wufan is already engaged in battle with Shalu. Go, Wufan. You must defeat Shalu. In her excitement, Buerma waved her fists at the air. Buerma auntie? Wufan noticed the woman below. Chapter 110. The ejected number 18. At this moment, although Wufan was filled with confusion, he understood that Buerma declared Shalu deserved to die. And as an android, he must be eliminated. Whoosh, 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 bang. A figure was struck directly into the ground, the rising sand revealing Shalu chuckling. Not at all. I am the ultimate form. You cannot defeat me. I possess all your data. Huh. Wufan, fueled by rage, soared into the air once more, and the two clashed again. Upon close inspection, he discerned the underlying issue. No wonder. Despite Wufan's energy being superior to Shalu's, he could not overcome him. Buerma, has Wufan lost an arm? He inquired, observing the figures above. Buerma, momentarily taken aback, responded, yes. Because androids number 17 and number 18 lost an arm while protecting Telek. I see. That must be it. Do you see how Wufan's movements appear somewhat stiff? Buerma and Tiantian looked up at Wufan's form, and indeed, there was a hint of awkwardness in his movements. Due to his accustomed single-handed combat, he momentarily found it difficult to react. Furthermore, after the demise of the Z-Warrior, he could train on Kaioshin's planet, and it is likely that he was somewhat unaccustomed to having two arms all at once. Having been dead for such a long time, he must have felt a bit out of place in both the mortal and spirit realms. So, are you suggesting that Gohan will lose? Bulma's heart wavered again. She did not want to, nor could she, return to her previous life. She had had enough. How had 10 years passed? She was acutely aware of drifting endlessly in the cosmos, yearning to rediscover her former life. He will not lose. At most, it will be a draw. He replied honestly. By the way, I have yet to ask you. You are very polite, walking up to him. I am Broly, merely a lost Saiyan. The figure before him, Tian, had not formally assumed the position of a deity, hence was completely unaware of his divine nature, let alone how a mere mortal could fathom the powers of a celestial being. Splendid. You are also a Saiyan. Could you please help Gohan? I implore you. He turned to see the immense hope in Bulma's eyes, as if he could also see her tears. Hope. He saw hope in Bulma's eyes, and he was now her sole hope. Certainly, no problem, Mississippi. Although Bulma had no knowledge of the experiences this alternate reality's Bulma had endured, he did not wish to witness her expression of disappointment. A tremendous energy surged forth, and the two individuals in the sky immediately sensed an ominous sign of danger. Who are you? Although Cell could not perceive his energy, his body instinctively trembled as if every cell was quaking. That individual, radiating green flames, was not to be underestimated. Gohan, allow me to handle this. A large hand shielded Gohan from the impending threat. The imposing gaze struck fear into Gohan's heart. I had previously stated that this matter was under my jurisdiction. The warmth of his words gradually transformed into an icy chill. as the murderous intent in his eyes surged like a stampede of wild horses. Very well. Gohan, understanding the gravity of the situation, slowly descended. He knew that provoking the man before him would undoubtedly lead to an irreparable consequence. Aunt Bulma. Tian. Gohan. Brother Gohan. He gazed down at the group embracing each other, cursing inwardly. Why did he feel a twinge of jealousy? Was divinity ultimately inferior to humanity? In this moment, he realized that although he was a god, he was not a true deity. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Cell delivered a punch to his face. Instead of staggering back, he retaliated with equal force. A large hand seized Cell's face, and in the next moment, he was thrown to the ground. A plume of smoke rose like a chimney. This strike had created a gaping hole in the earth. The green flames erupting from his body mirrored the turmoil of the universe, at times vivid and at others bleak. The sudden dimming of the sky accentuated the solitary green light above. How infuriating! Cell, bursting with rage, instantly healed from his injuries. Was it due to Piccolo's formidable cells? Boom! A swift green lightning bolt shot forth. Before he could react, a large hand pressed against Cell's face. Crash! Crash! The ground was pulverized as Cell's face was relentlessly forced into the earth. Both hands were employed as if Cell were a punching bag, delivering relentless blows. Thud! 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 Cell was certainly not dead, but he was overwhelmed by excruciating pain. He moderated his strength, intending to deliver a painless treatment. Whoosh! A speck of light retreated rapidly. He observed Cell's stance, feeling something was amiss, yet he couldn't quite articulate it. Could it be evolution? Ugh! Cell expelled bile, his hands clutching his gaping mouth as if he were retching. This puzzled him. Did the androids need to expel something? Had digestion failed? However, he quickly came to terms with it. Didn't Bu fail to absorb the Supreme Kai? Although the assimilation was successful, it adversely affected Bu. After all, Fat Bu was the Supreme Kai. Slap. Cell, in agonizing distress, knelt on the ground, unable to suppress the urge to vomit. His eyes widened to an extraordinary degree. Ugh! With a splatter, a figure was expelled, a cascade of saliva intertwining as a form lay peacefully on the ground. Number 18? He recognized the figure before him as indeed number 18. Golden hair, a serene sleeping woman, her splendid attire drenched in saliva. Boom. Humph, take your time. I shall take my leave. Cell mused inwardly. Seizing the moment of distraction, Cell unleashed a tremendous burst of energy and soared into the cosmos. The thought of the universe's myriad resources fueled his desire for revenge upon his return. So, Gohan shouted, snapping back to reality. His recent lapses in concentration had become increasingly severe. He suspected it was due to thoughts of Bulma. His previous frequent encounters with Bulma had rendered him indecisive. Gazing at Cell above, he remained unconcerned, allowing Cell to soar for a while longer, his hands resting at his waist. Gohan was now utterly astonished. This technique, Kamehameha Wave. A colossal green energy wave shot skyward towards Cell. A blinding white light enveloped the explosion, the searing brightness causing those below to shut their eyes. How infuriating! Cell's anguished cries were gradually swallowed by the energy wave. Since inheriting the teachings of Master Roshi and engaging in temporal battles, he had only to rediscover the path to transcending dimensions. He would confront Beerus, a deity of the same rank, merely a destroyer. As long as he continued to grow, he believed that defeating Beerus was not a mere dream. In this context, Cell cannot instantaneously move. He has not attained Lightning Cell. Goku's heart condition has led to his demise, though King Kai remains alive. Meanwhile, Gohan has been training under King Kai for many years, having perished at the hands of the android siblings, hence unaware of Ultimate Android Cell. Chapter 111. What is your name? Lazuli. Splendid. Cell has finally been vanquished. After 10 long years, this fiend is finally dead. Bulma wept tears of joy. Yes. Tian nodded, reassuringly stating that with him around, the Dragon of Earth would revive everyone. Then, they would resurrect all the Earthlings. Gohan. Bulma called out, both of them recalling that there was still an android present. Sure enough, it was number 18. Gohan gazed at the figure, vividly recalling the last wicked smile before being killed. This enigmatic gaze narrowed, and in an instant, he leapt back to create distance. Number 18 remained vigilant towards her unfamiliar surroundings. Not a trace of her appearance had changed. He inwardly marveled at Dr. Gero's prowess. The android's bodily functions and cellular aging were remarkably slow, akin to Saiyans, with prolonged adolescence. Additionally, they possessed infinite energy, yet required water and stamina replenishment. This is Earth. How do you feel after emerging from Cell? He asked the wary number 18. Number 18 certainly understood his inquiry, recalling her memories. She only remembered a green creature attacking them. Before being absorbed, it had uttered its name. Thanks to the energy shield activated by number 17, she ultimately lost consciousness. Yet in her senses, it felt as though she had experienced an exceedingly long dream. She dreamt it was her, yet not her, but she indeed possessed her energy, destroying planet after planet and life after life. This prolonged cycle of slaughter induced a numbness and weariness in her subconscious. It even recalled the powerlessness she felt when she was made a test subject. And what of Cell? On the 18th day, the figure who swiftly attacked her possessed an overwhelming power. Otherwise, the siblings would not have been utterly defenseless. Shalu is already deceased. You are next. Sun Wukong declared with a fierce tone. Humph, you truly are a jester. A confident smile adorned her face, for she distinctly remembered this condemned individual. His struggles before death were not insignificant. Bang! A golden aura surged directly towards the 18th. The moment she raised her hands to block, she was forcefully repelled to an astonishing distance. The disbelief on her face was palpable as she thought to herself, Sun Wukong's strength. How could it be so formidable? What on earth has transpired? Swish! With widened eyes, the shadow of Sun Wukong had already approached stealthily. This scene was once so familiar. Yet now the positions of both parties had been reversed. Boom! An elbow strike struck from behind, sending the 18th plummeting like a firework bursting in the sky before crashing to the ground. Struggling to rise, she wiped the blood from her lips, staring at the crimson stain with disbelief. A casual blow from Sun Wukong could injure her. Whoosh! As Wukong descended slowly, his right hand began to rise, a white-blue light gradually coalescing within it. 18th, do you have anything else to say? The 18th was momentarily taken aback by his words, recalling a long-forgotten familiarity. You want me to say something? How ironic. With 17 gone, I have nothing left to say. She shook her head and closed her eyes, awaiting her end. Suddenly, images in her mind surged uncontrollably, recalling memories of a once beautiful life. She was merely a human after all. The forced transformation was never her choice. I want to live, the 18th declared through clenched teeth. To live like a human. To truly live like a human. She exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Wukong's forehead bulged with veins. Shut your mouth, you wretch. Do you still have the right to utter such words? What about the humans you toyed with, the cities you destroyed, and the lives you extinguished? He was somewhat taken aback. Had this woman truly changed? Could it be that her components were malfunctioning? How could she express such sentiments? In the timeline of the future, 17 and 18 were known for their unyielding resolve. Could it be that Dr. Gero's control chip had failed? The 18 from the future and the past were polar opposites. One was aloof and benevolent, while the other was cold and ruthless. Observing the suddenly standing figure, Wukong wore a puzzled expression. Please step aside. I have an obligation to eliminate the androids for the sake of Earth's future. So, if she does not exist in this world, it would be acceptable, right? Wukong did not comprehend his meaning, interpreting it as a reference to the underworld. Very well. Then you can do it yourself. Turning his head away, Wukong began to descend slowly, seemingly unwilling to engage with this ambiguous ally enemy. He then flew towards the direction of Shundian with Bulma and Tian Tian. At that moment, the 18th gazed at him, seemingly reflecting on her earlier words, another world. Was it? She couldn't help but smirk at herself, even feeling that Wukong's words rang true. The unforgivable one was indeed herself. She truly deserved to descend into hell. Go ahead. A bitter voice emerged from her rigid figure. Do you wish to live? He inquired, looking at the back of the 18th. The figure before him trembled slightly, as if she had not clearly heard his words. Do not rush to answer me. You claimed you wanted to live, correct? I am aware of everything Dr. Gero has done to you, and I even feel sympathy for your tragic fate. Dr. Gero's orders included annihilating Sun Wukong and others, along with barbaric commands. The chip implanted in you has rendered 17 and 18 capricious. Yet in the main world, this is absent. It exists only in the future timeline. The future timeline possesses only 3 androids, while the main world has 6, including the previous ones. That number is even greater. In the main world, Dr. Gero declared 17 and 18 to be failures. This must be the fundamental difference between them and their future counterparts. You won't kill me? Is it merely to share this information? The 18th was perplexed, while the man nodded in response. Humph, do not expect that I will be grateful for this. As long as you do not regret this decision, that is enough. The 18th declared with arrogance. To this, he merely smiled. It was best to disregard a woman of such duplicity. It seemed that the 18th had indeed become kinder, perhaps due to human emotions taking precedence. What's wrong? The 18th asked, gazing at the dim sky. At that moment, the sky darkened further, and the area around Shundian echoed with the sound of thunder. After a brief darkness, clarity returned, indicating that Shenlong had been revived. Is Shenlong restored? Tian, the healing Namekian, mused, but the Namekian Dragon Balls grant 3 wishes. Perhaps a wish was made. Are you ready? We should take our leave. There is no need, my only brother is also gone. Reflecting on this, she instinctively asked, where are we going? To hell? Hell. Right. Since we're here, we should take a look at hell. Wukong has been in the underworld for so many years. He must be curious about what it has become. All right, let us decide to go to hell. First, let us check if the King Kai is around. Wukong at least has a corporeal form, while Vegeta is merely a soul due to his wicked deeds in life. 17, perhaps in the future world. You might see him again. He teased her with a smile, but she wondered if this was truly possible. With a sense of trepidation, she decided to trust the man before her. Hold on tight, we must leave Earth. Swish. In an instant of familiar teleportation, upon opening her eyes, King Kai's planet felt just as familiar, albeit a tad too quiet. Could it be that Wukong is not here? 18th, this is Broly. This is King Kai's planet, a realm inhabited by deities. 18th, deities? Are there truly gods in this world? During that era, the Z fighters had perished, and Piccolo had yet to fuse with the deity, so their fates were intertwined. Thus, both the god and Piccolo met their demise together. Even amidst the unfamiliarity, without Wukong, she seemed to have hardened again, walking ahead of him with an air of dominance. Swish, swish, swish. Not far above King Kai's planet, a figure equipped with weighted training gear was none other than Wukong. The King Kai stood quietly beside him, watching. Son Wukong. The 18th's exclamation caught the attention of both the King Kai and Wukong. Androids and deities lacked detectable auras, making it difficult to sense. Thus, they stared for quite some time without any response, as the King Kai's strength was too feeble. Oh, you all. Wukong descended, his eyes widening at the sight of the approaching man and woman. Due to his heart condition, he had never engaged with the androids, which also led to his unfamiliarity with Android 18. Ah, the King Kai exclaimed, hurriedly pulling Wukong closer. Was he trembling in fear? Wukong. This is Lord King Kai. The King Kai instinctively pointed at Broly, whispering to Wukong. Observing this, Wukong understood their little antics perfectly. As expected, he soon exclaimed with excitement. You are Lord King Kai, right? So, does that mean you are very powerful? Shush. A hand swiftly covered Wukong's mouth. Lord King Kai, please pardon this uncouth fellow. The King Kai said cautiously. The King Kai and the God of Destruction are of equal rank and share the same position. Though their duties differ, it is only natural for the King Kai to feel such trepidation. Even the King Kai would be no match for the Lord King Kai. Even though the Kaioshin appeared weak, he could still exert dominance under the divine aura. He waved his hand dismissively, expressing surprise at the straightforward nature of the individual before him, finding such a personality quite intriguing. Upon hearing his words, the Kaioshin let out a sigh of relief. By the way, this is my attendant, he said, gesturing towards the figure of number 18 beside him. Suddenly realizing he didn't know her name, an awkward silence ensued. I am called Lazili, she announced, stepping forward, nearly causing him to lose face. Their eyes met, and he comprehended the situation. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing for him. The person was rather astute, and although the Kaioshin maintained a cheerful demeanor, he must have been secretly amused. Chapter 112. The first martial artist of the Western Galaxy. Lazili. Lazili. Indeed, a splendid name. He mused that the name suited her temperament perfectly. Kaioshin-sama, please engage in combat with me. Wukong implored sincerely. The Kaioshin, upon hearing this, was driven to distraction. Wukong's personality was indeed exasperating. Do you wish to fight me that much? Yes, I am very eager to face you. I can feel the inexhaustible power flowing within you. Can Kaioshin-sama spar with me? Bang! As Wukong's fists collided, it seemed as though blood ignited within him. Observing Wukong's capabilities, the Kaioshin realized he had yet to break through the realm of gods. However, It appeared that his Super Saiyan 3 form had been honed to a remarkable degree. He estimated that Wukong was now stronger than during the Meiji period in the original story, even surpassing that era's Super Saiyan 3. Yet, once in the mortal realm, the situation became uncertain. The limitations imposed on Super Saiyan 3 in the mortal realm were substantial, affecting not only energy, but also stamina, and primarily preventing constant energy leakage. This was indeed a troublesome matter. Oh no, the Kaioshin muttered as he dashed to the side. The most undesirable scenario had unfolded. Oh, is that not the North Kaioshin? Hiding in the bushes, how amusing. Two tall figures approached slowly, and he turned to gaze at them. Another Kaioshin. This one was accompanied by a towering individual. Kaioshin, South Kaioshin. Oh, is that not the champion of the underworld martial arts tournament from a few years ago, Sun Wukong? The South Kaioshin teased. He seemed oblivious to the presence of the individual beside him, casting a curious glance at the South Kaioshin, who was putting on airs. Why you? The Kaioshin stammered. The South Kaioshin couldn't help but laugh heartily. Oh dear, after years, not only are you stuttering, but it seems you've also developed a case of hysteria? The South Kaioshin proceeded to introduce his companion. You see this gentleman behind me? He is the greatest hero of the South Galaxy in 2,000 years. If he had participated in the last Underworld Martial Arts Tournament, first place would undoubtedly have been ours. I beg to differ. He thought the so-called hero barely compared to Frieza's level. Was he joking? He turned away, sensing the overwhelming presence, and the South Kaioshin's face turned the color of liver. Kaioshin-sama, please forgive my rudeness. The Kaioshin beside him felt a surge of delight as he witnessed the South Kaioshin's embarrassment, almost bursting into laughter. He took little heed of the situation. After all, the Kaioshin was rarely seen, one of the highest deities. These lesser gods were almost impossible to encounter, and the Kaioshin couldn't be bothered to meet them. Did you just mention the Underworld Martial Arts Tournament? He found the notion quite amusing. How about this? The next Underworld Martial Arts Tournament will be held on Kaioshin-sei. After a moment of thought, he continued. The reward for first place will be a spar with me. I am eager to see how many strong warriors the four galaxies still possess. Yes. Both the Kaioshin and South Kaioshin replied in unison. Yosh, I must secure first place, Wukong declared confidently. Having traveled to the celestial realm in a luxurious aircraft arranged by Yama, the group made their way to heaven. Surprised that they had to take a plane in the afterlife. Yet, upon reflection, it was acceptable. Having a ride was better than nothing. Is this heaven? Do all good people live here? Lazuli gazed out the window, marveling at the heavenly vista. This is heaven. It is a place where the deceased good souls can retain their physical forms for continued cultivation. Furthermore, in the afterlife, one has boundless stamina. Listening to his words, Lazuli nodded obediently. Kaioshin-sama, how much longer until we arrive? Soon. The Kaioshin replied with a pained expression. He had no desire to attend this impromptu martial arts tournament. But he had no choice. So this is the Kaioshin-sei. It is indeed larger than Kaioshin-sei. The Kaioshin could only smile in response to his words. Heaven was a colossal sphere. Above it hung a smaller orb, which was the Kaioshin-sei, the planet of the great Kaioshin residing in the underworld. The Kaioshin-sei. As they walked along, they encountered martial artists, nearly all of whom were at least Super Saiyan level. However, he soon realized that these individuals had likely been dead for quite some time. Generally, good souls from the four galaxies, who maintained their physical forms and continued to cultivate, would arrive at the Kaioshin-sei, likely due to its favorable gravity and formidable opponents. Kaioshin-sama. A voice from behind startled him, prompting him to turn around. It was a little person, a figure even shorter than the Kaioshin. I am the West Kaioshin. It is a pleasure to meet you, Kaioshin-sama. He bowed respectfully, making it impossible to harbor any resentment towards him. He found this feeling quite enjoyable. No wonder the Kaioshin was so content. Behind the West Kaioshin, he could not forget this individual, Rabakufin, reputed to be the mightiest martial artist of the West Galaxy, known for his speed. What a lively gathering. I didn't expect all the Kaioshins to be here. I recall the martial arts tournament was held not long ago. An elderly man with a white beard exclaimed. I organized it. Do you have any objections? His commanding voice, standing nearly 2 meters tall, made him appear distinguished among the group. Oh, you Kaioshin-sama. Upon closer inspection, the old man removed his sunglasses and addressed the Kaioshin with respect, inquiring about his purpose for visiting the Kaioshin-sei. Nothing in particular, just a bit bored. I wanted to see if there were any strong fighters among the four galaxies. The old man, following along, found it curious that a Kaioshin, usually preoccupied with creating planets, would seek out strong warriors. Kaioshin-sama, it seems there are some disturbances occurring in the underworld. I could send someone to handle it. Is it so? He was too apathetic to engage, merely stating, "You manage it. After all, you hold the highest position in the underworld." With his permission, the Kaioshin continued. "I sense that some individuals in the underworld are causing unrest. Rabakufin, you assist the little ghosts in clearing the malevolent spirits." "Whoosh. I will go too," Wukong declared. Seeing Rabakufin head off, he followed suit, knowing full well that Wukong was eager for a chance to spar with Rabakufin. Chapter 113. The Underworld Martial Arts Tournament. "Were you referring to Cell earlier?" Lazili inquired. "Yes, but do not worry. Once in the underworld, no one is of any use. Without a physical body, Cell can barely exert half of his strength. This is the harsh reality. Evil beings descend to hell, no matter how powerful you were in the mortal realm. Once in the underworld, you can hardly exhibit even half of your abilities. Kaioshin-sama, please wait a moment longer. This time, I assure you it will be satisfactory. By the way, I also enjoy hosting martial arts tournaments." "Haha, that's good. Let us set up multiple arenas to hold simultaneously. We will commence once they return. Additionally, I shall announce that the first place winner may engage in combat with me personally." The central stage, once occupied by the Kaioshin, now belonged to him. The 5 platforms below represented the 4 Kaioshins and the Kaioshin. Whoosh, whoosh. As he watched the 2 figures return, he could not help but acknowledge their efficiency. Frieza and Cell, along with their comrades, should have been apprehended by now. "Greetings, everyone. I am the host of this underworld martial arts tournament." Oh, listen to the cheers of the crowd. The mushroom man on the arena has once again taken the microphone. A little spirit beside him has unfurled a banner, presumably displaying the match schedule. It seems that the 4 great kings have chosen their strongest warriors from each galaxy. Here are the 4 contestants sent forth by each galaxy. The rules of this underworld martial arts tournament remain as usual. Falling from the stage or kneeling in surrender constitutes defeat. Since everyone is already deceased, there is no need to worry about being killed again. Haha. The laughter of the crowd resonates, indicating that this host is quite entertaining. The host continues, announcing, thus, the first match of the Underworld Martial Arts Tournament begins. The first battle features Oliver from the Northern Galaxy against Chuchucha from the Eastern Galaxy. 2 figures, one short and one tall, stand atop the stage. The shorter one is utterly ridiculous. He appears to be twitching at the corners of his mouth. Even shorter than the East King? The Supreme Kai exclaims, the contestants from the Eastern Galaxy are renowned for their speed and strength. You will surely be satisfied. The East King, a chubby little fellow wearing a hat, exclaims confidently. However, whether his words hold any truth is debatable. The battle commences. And Oliver indeed does not seem to land a hit on his opponent. He chuckles, noting that while the Eastern Galaxy boasts speed, what about their strength? Oh, Chuchucha has transformed into 2, 3, no 4. The host announces, merely an afterimage technique. I can shatter it with a single kick. He scoffs, clearly unimpressed. Is this all the Eastern Galaxy has to offer? As expected, the stage is filled with afterimages rushing towards Oliver. He nimbly leaps, and all the afterimages collide into one another, rendering them all unconscious. Oliver triumphs. The host exclaims loudly. Rib Rice wins. Is similarly declared on the other side of the arena. Supreme Kai, the strongest warrior, undoubtedly belongs to our Western Galaxy's Rib Rice. That single strike secured an effortless victory. It appears that the most anticipated match of this tournament is between Wukong and Rib Rice. The host proclaims, contestant Sun Wukong from the Northern Galaxy faces off against contestant Caterpillar from the Southern Galaxy. Begin. He wisely closes his eyes, quite unaware that the 4 great galaxies are less than impressive. After thousands of years, they have not produced a single worthy contestant. Chapter 114. The Birth of Evil Intent Waves. Wukong has emerged victorious. The king observes the figure on the stage with joy. Hearing the host's declaration seals the deal. The Southern King silently turns away, unwilling to acknowledge the outcome, yet he cannot deny it. The Western King scoffs, in the end, it will surely be Rib Rice from our Western Galaxy who prevails. Your early celebrations are futile. The king retorts, not necessarily. Wukong will certainly secure victory, just as he did in the last tournament. Their piercing gazes spark an inexplicable tension. Cease your bickering. The results will soon reveal themselves. The Great King interjects with interest. This match features two contenders worth watching, a northern and a western warrior, quite intriguing indeed. Indeed, since the Great King has spoken, I shall refrain from further comment. The Western King jests, casting a disdainful glance at the king. Enough already. The displeased voice of a woman echoes, drawing the attention of the assembled kings towards the elevated platform. With a resounding crack, the railing is crushed, sending a shiver of unease through the hearts of the kings. If you continue your incessant chatter, you may find yourself at the receiving end of my wrath, she warns, causing the kings to promptly seal their lips. They recognize that this woman is not one to be trifled with. Why must I engage in such tedious affairs? Lazili grumbles inwardly, casting a glance at the motionless figure seated at the forefront. Humph, consider this a moment of mercy. She turns her gaze back to her seat in silence. Soft breaths gradually fill the air. Had one not listened closely, they would not have realized that this individual had long since drifted into slumber. The surrounding kings exchange glances, whispering among themselves, before their attention shifts back to the arena. Indeed, it is you. Let us continue the unfinished battles. Wukong gazes forward. The previously closed eyes of Rib Rice flutter open. Very well, let me witness the prowess of the northern galaxy. With a swift motion, Wukong charges forward. Launching a flurry of punches, Rib Rice collapses to the ground under the onslaught. This leaves Wukong utterly perplexed, his eyes filled with confusion. Is this truly your strength? Rib Rice slowly rises, mockingly. In a flash, Rib Rice strikes Wukong's cheek with a powerful punch, sending him staggering back several steps. A wave of energy blasts forth from their hands, and neither is willing to concede. As they soar into the air, their energy waves collide spectacularly. Upon landing, they engage once more, their hands locked in a display of strength. Wukong, fueled by energy, begins to gain the upper hand. Rib Rice realizes that the situation is turning dire. If this continues, he will undoubtedly be pushed off the stage by Sun Wukong. This is not good. Wukong taunts, exerting his strength further. The arena bears the mark of a long scratch as Rib Rice, on the verge of falling, lands a kick aimed at Wukong's waist. Wukong swiftly counters, blocking the attack just in time, while Rib Rice seizes the opportunity to leap into the center of the stage. All right, you are indeed a formidable opponent. Rib Rice smiles, reaching to untie his training attire. Suddenly, an earthquake shakes the ground, leaving everyone bewildered. Not only the spectators, but even the kings are perplexed. You are awake? Lazili observes the dazed figure. Yes. He rubs his forehead, realizing that he has not had a proper rest in quite some time. Taking a deep breath, he feels rejuvenated. He glances at Lazili, shaking his hands to loosen up. It has indeed been ages since he last slept so soundly. Wait, what is happening now? Suddenly awakened, he is unaware of the events that have transpired. Is it possible that even hell experiences earthquakes? Lazili's rhetorical question leaves him puzzled. Rib Rice, Sun Wukong, go and inquire with Yama about what is occurring. The Great King decisively commands. With a swift motion, he places a hand on Rib Rice, leaving him bewildered about Wukong's intentions. This will expedite matters. In Rib Rice's confused gaze, Wukong places two fingers on his forehead. In an instant, they teleport. He watches as the two figures vanish from the arena. Could it be that Cell is up to mischief again? He cannot help but marvel at Cell's boldness. It seems Cell has yet to enjoy Frieza's extravagant hospitality since arriving in Hell, just as he contemplates whether to offer Cell a VIP experience card. The gathered kings close in, each wearing a facade of flattery that feels oddly unsettling. You are awake, Supreme Kai? The Great King remarks, awkwardly. He acknowledges that sleeping through the proceedings has somewhat affected his stature. By the way, has the first place been decided? Upon hearing his inquiry, the assembled kings shake their heads. Oh well, if not, then so be it. In any case, this Wukong has not transcended to Super Saiyan 4, let alone the realm of the gods. Remaining here is rather pointless. He yearns for a worthy opponent. However, aside from the gods of destruction and the fusion warriors, he ought to be invincible beneath the gods, right? The fusion warriors. A sudden thought crossed his mind. At this period, Vegeta has perished. If the two could fuse, they would create a lower-tier version of Gogeta. Although in the Super Saiyan form, he would possess power that surpasses that of a Super Saiyan. KO, I have a question for you. What? Seeing the trembling blue chubby figure, he began to doubt whether he appeared that fearsome. Well, Vegeta must have gone to hell after his death. Return his soul and body. Let him reunite with Sun Wukong. The KO was somewhat troubled. Casting a glance at several colleagues behind him, they too averted their gaze from the KO's eyes. At that moment, the West KO even whistled. Witnessing this, the KO's heart seethed with indignation at this opportunistic fellow. Truly useless. I shall bear the consequences if anything goes awry. Just state that it is the decree of the Kaishin. Anyone who disagrees should inform me. As he spoke, the KO also activated his antennae abilities. He smiled. For Gogeta seemed to be a worthy opponent in the present circumstances. Above the Yama Palace. Is this the fellow Yama spoke of? Wukong gazed at the enormous figure with confusion, feeling that the being appeared rather dazed. Evil thoughts wave. Evil thoughts wave. The yellow creature incessantly repeated this phrase. Upon hitting the ground, a swarm of small evil thoughts waves flew towards Wukong, yet he dispatched them with just a few punches. Meanwhile, in the Yama Palace, receiving the news, Yama instructed a little ghost to descend. If Lord Yama is fine, I shall assist below. You may go, Yama remarked, reflecting on the strength of the departing Rib Rice. Unbeknownst to him, Rib Rice had dismantled the barriers of the Yama Palace through insults. Suddenly, two shadowy figures appeared, prompting Yama to rush forward, feeling the overwhelming divine presence. Lord Kaishin, I never expected to see you, Yama said with a tense grip. Lord Kaishin? Why does everyone address him in such a manner? What secrets does this individual possess? Is he truly a deity? Does divinity exist? Lotzi Li's heart was repeatedly shaken, growing increasingly perplexed by the man before her. Do not worry, Yama. There is no need to be so nervous. I shall not devour you. The concept of divine authority is highly esteemed among other deities, from the heavenly gods to the KO. He was unaware why it was so. Perhaps it was due to their higher rank. The Kaishin is one of the supreme gods. The significance it embodies is extraordinary. It is said that should the Grand Minister not intervene, the entire universe would fall under his dominion. After all, every planet must first pass through the hands of the Kaishin. He seated himself on a bench, showing considerable interest in the passage of authority. Flipping through the documents, he found the work rather simple, albeit somewhat monotonous. Heaven and hell. Besides this, there was nothing else. Lotzi Li, your brother has yet to be reincarnated, he stated nonchalantly. The audience below became agitated, snatching the item from his hands. The name inscribed was none other than number 17. May I go see him? A pair of pleading eyes gazed up, reminiscent of raindrops on pear blossoms. Clearing his throat, he turned his attention elsewhere. Lord Yama, what do you think? I dare not. I dare not. Lord Kaishin, I shall arrange it immediately. As he called out, a fearsome little ghost entered, for Yama had an abundance of such spirits. They bore a certain local specialty flavor. You will take this young lady below to find the person she seeks, Yama commanded the little ghost. He glanced roughly. None of the Z fighters from Earth had reincarnated, seemingly waiting for the Dragon Balls to revive them. However, this did not concern him. The Kaishin is only responsible for creating life and planets, nothing more. He sighed, feeling disinclined to continue observing, as Yama's heart remained unsettled. It was only natural to feel intimidated in the presence of such a high-ranked official. Is there something Lord Kaishin is dissatisfied with? Yama inquired cautiously. After being smacked a few times, Yama involuntarily trembled. Observing his demeanor, the Kaishin could not help but burst into laughter. You have truly labored hard. The number of souls in recent years has increased dramatically. You are the pillar of hell. Take good care of your health. Upon hearing this, Yama smiled, though it was a pained expression. Curse that cell. He has caused my workload to surge by several multiples. I must ensure that he faces additional punishment upon his return. Yet outwardly, he remained steadfast, declaring, Indeed, indeed. What you say is true, Lord Kaishin. I shall dedicate myself tirelessly. With this thought, Yama's anger shifted towards Cell. Due to Cell's recklessness, the balance of the 4 galaxies had been disrupted. Consequently, the souls of the deceased had nowhere to go but to report to the underworld. The thought of the endless stamps he had to process only fueled his rage further. Chapter 115. Hope always remains. All right, I shan't keep you any longer. Where's Vegeta? Judging by the time, he should be arriving soon. Soon. Yama rubbed his hands together. That fellow committed too many evil deeds in life, leading him to the 18th layer of hell. He had no objections to this. The android era occurred after the Namek saga, and at that time, Vegeta was indeed a villain. Through extreme wickedness, he ultimately unlocked the Super Saiyan transformation through sheer rage. Gradually, he evolved into a more composed Saiyan. This means that in this time frame, Bulma and Vegeta lacked any emotional foundation. It was merely a case of loneliness leading to their unexpected union. Who would have thought that this twist of fate resulted in Trunks? Is this destiny, or does Bulma's family possess particularly exceptional genes? Lord Yama. The individual has been brought over. The voice of the little ghost snapped him back to reality, revealing that within the Grand Hall, a mass of energy gradually coalesced into the form of Vegeta. Upon witnessing this, he realized he had miscalculated. This Vegeta was not even a Super Saiyan. The Vegeta below had yet to regain his senses, as if caught in a dream, disbelievingly clenching his fists while his eyes darted around. "Oof, you bastard. You were the one who brought me here, weren't you?" Vegeta glared at Broly above. "How bold. This is Lord Kaishin. You ought to be grateful that you can come out for some fresh air, thanks to him." "Oof, I do not care." Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly. "Enough." He waved his hand, halting this farce. Should this continue, Yama might end up clashing with Vegeta. What a waste of my time. Is this truly the Prince of the Saiyans? Not even a Super Saiyan. How utterly disgraceful for the Saiyan race. What did you say? Vegeta clenched his fists in indignation. What? Are my words beyond your comprehension, you worthless fool? And you dare to call yourself a member of the Saiyan royal family? What pride can you speak of as a Saiyan? With gritted teeth, Vegeta glared at him, as if his teeth were about to shatter. Go die? Between his hands, a powerful energy blast struck him directly. Lord Kaishin. Yama cried out in despair. Ha, 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 ha ha ha. You deserve it. Vegeta retorted fiercely, as if releasing pin-up frustration at that moment. The green light within the smoke shimmered brightly. In an explosive moment, he dispersed the fog. Witnessing this, Yama patted his own pounding heart. If anything were to happen to Lord Kaishin here, he would surely be doomed. What? Gazing at his energy blast, Vegeta took a step back, astonished that his opponent remained unscathed. You are a Saiyan. At this moment, Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. Did he truly suspect that someone was playing tricks on him? After all, the Saiyans had never been associated with divinity. A resounding clang echoed as a muscular figure floated in midair, illuminated by a radiant green aura. His emerald tail swayed continuously behind him, reminiscent of a flickering candle in the wind. How could it be? Could a Saiyan not be a god? He spread his arms wide, proclaiming without regret, the power of the divine. This is my true identity. Behold, the Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God. Vegeta's face was a canvas of shock, as if he were absorbing an entirely new concept, constantly colliding, shattering, and then reconstructing within his mind. Look closely. This is the power of the Super Saiyan God. A pair of pale eyes pointed directly at Vegeta. A gust of wind howled past, causing the two individuals below to momentarily halt their breathing, as if time itself had frozen. With a creaking sound, he let out a desperate roar, his fists clenched tightly. The aura surrounding him shifted in color, while Vegeta fixated intently on every movement, unwilling to miss even the slightest detail. In an explosive moment, his height surged to 2 meters and 40 centimeters. His pale eyes glowed, and his muscles were well-defined, with hair styled backwards except for the bangs. The air around his hair fluttered like willow branches, and beneath his vibrant green hair were those pale eyes brimming with irresistible power. Vegeta witnessed this moment. He sensed an immense, malevolent energy near Wukong, and he surmised who it might be, as Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 energy remained unresolved. A powerful force burst through the rooftop, heading straight for the infernal blood pool below. Before the pool lay a dense forest, within which two figures were seeking refuge amidst a mountain full of thorns. A sidelong glance revealed a towering monster standing at 2 meters and 20 centimeters. What should we do, Suan Wukong? Asked Pai Gufan, battered and bruised. Not only him, but Wukong was also covered in injuries, still in his usual state. Damn it, how can such a monster exist? The full power of the evil aura crushed Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 form. There's no choice, Pai Gufan, we must resort to that technique. Wukong declared resolutely. Pai Gufan's eyes brightened with excitement as he urged, what technique? Speak quickly. At this rate, we won't even be able to become ghosts. Fusion technique. This is the only solution we have. In that instant, Wukong recalled Vegeta, but only Pai Gufan was by his side. Fusion technique. Pai Gufan gritted his teeth. All right, how do we do it? As Wukong began to demonstrate the awkward poses and gestures, even Pai Gufan, who had been dead for many years, felt a flush of embarrassment. Are we really doing this? Fine. Just as Wukong instructed Pai Gu Fan, the duo was startled by the commotion outside. After all, they had a deep understanding of the terror that the evil aura possessed. Let us check it out. With a swift motion, Pai Gu Fan followed closely behind as they flew out of the thorny mountain. Before them stood an unprecedented muscular figure, and they could not sense his energy. The transformation had rendered an enormous disparity between his pre- and post-transformation states, leaving them utterly bewildered by the appearance of this man. Kakarot. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, and Wukong gazed upward. Vegeta. Gradually descending, Vegeta's eyes locked onto him. You've grown stronger, Kakarot. Indeed. But Vegeta? What are you doing here? Wukong inquired curiously. It's him. Vegeta pointed at the green-haired figure. I believe he is called the Kaishin, the transformation of the Super Saiyan god. The murmurs from those behind him went unheard. He pondered the peculiar nature of realms as he faced the indifferent fists of the evil aura. Super Saiyan 3 was overpowered by the evil aura, while Super Saiyan Vegeta dominated the evil aura. The question loomed, had Vegeta attained the power of Super Saiyan 4? And what about the evil aura? As he struck the evil aura with a punch, it felt as though he had struck air. Indeed, conventional techniques would not suffice. He examined his fists. The evil aura chuckled incessantly, seemingly unfazed by the challenge. Yet he merely smiled in response. The relentless barrage of punches landed on his face. The evil aura felt as mechanical as it continued its assault, yet he remained oblivious to the harm it inflicted. With each strike, the evil aura's fists were repelled. Every step Broly took left an imprint in the ground, his formidable physique forcing the evil aura to retreat with each blow. Yes, it was a punch after punch landing on its face, but the resilience of his own body rebounded each time. Though I lack Vegeta's prowess, I am more than capable of obliterating you. He stood firm, allowing the evil aura to unleash its attacks. Dragon Fist Explosion. Seizing the moment when he grasped the evil aura's fist, he propelled himself forward with a punch. A surge of purifying energy combined with the dragon fist emerged, and from the swirling vortex behind him, a green dragon lifted its head. In the instant the divine dragon opened its eyes, the evil aura realized too late that its form had already disintegrated. A cascade of white luminescence filled the sky, glimmering like delicate snowflakes drifting down slowly. The end of evil is goodness, he mused. This world is just. Where there is evil, there is goodness. Where there is ugliness, there is beauty. Just like this radiant light, Vegeta possessed not only the ability to purify, but also a power that even Vegeta lacked, the Soul Reaper. Clenching his fist, the purifying energy surged forth, not quite on par with the Soul Reaper, but certainly formidable enough. Those behind him were left in awe, momentarily stunned by the sudden display of lethal force. Is this the Super Saiyan God? Vegeta murmured. Super Saiyan God. Wukong found Vegeta's words perplexing. A gust of wind swept through, and Vegeta transformed into vapor. Farewell, Kakarot. An ethereal voice resonated in their ears. Indeed, Wukong smiled at the vapor in the sky, mirroring the gesture, farewell, Vegeta. He felt an inexplicable sorrow for the fate of this timeline, a profound sense of melancholy. How disheartening it was. Suin Wukong could not be revived due to his heart condition. He died too early, leaving no trace of Wu Tian in the future. Wu Fan, lacking guidance, fell victim to brutality. Vegeta never transformed into a Super Saiyan. After Wukong's demise, he existed in a daze. Trunks, devastated by the death of his mentor Wu Fan, became a Super Saiyan. On the vast earth, only Bulma remained, adrift in the cosmos, seeking hope. Date perished in the past. Thus, the Z warriors were annihilated. Yet, with his arrival, history was rewritten. He believed that humanity held the promise of a hopeful future. Chapter 116, The Namekian Saga? Do you have any questions for me, Suin Wukong? As they flew, Pai Gu Fan remained quietly beside him, while Broly could no longer endure Wukong's piercing gaze, resembling a curious child. Hee. Wukong bashfully scratched his head. Kaishin, you are indeed powerful. But why can't I sense your energy? It's quite strange. Because I am a god. The energy of a god is subtle, imperceptible to mortals. He replied nonchalantly. The energy of a god. Wukong suddenly recalled Vegeta's words about the Super Saiyan god. The energy of a god is akin to sensing others' energies. But the divine presence is beyond mortal perception. He continued, you can also cultivate the divine aura, and I believe that becoming stronger is your only wish. I see. Sun Wukong replied with a grin. Lord Kaishin, can you teach me how to cultivate? Cultivate. Broly paused, taken aback. Don't joke around. I still need to leave this time and space. He cleared his throat. You should seek out Kaishin. He knows a fellow called the God of Destruction, who is even stronger than I am. You will surely be satisfied. Really? Is that true? Sun Wukong asked, his face a mixture of doubt and seriousness. Of course. Gods do not lie. That God of Destruction, Beerus, is the most powerful deity in this universe. If you ask Kaishin, you will surely succeed. Don't worry too much. Just play along. After all, as long as Kaishin doesn't want to die, he won't reveal to Wukong where the God of Destruction resides. Thud. The group landed in the hall of Yama, where Yama approached with a smile. Broly plopped down on Yama's large bench, finding it quite comfortable. Sun Wukong, Raboku. You two should head back first. I have some matters to attend to here. Understood, Lord Kaishin. We shall take our leave, Sun Wukong and Raboku said with a bow. With the knowledge of the God of Destruction's existence, Wukong grew impatient, and in the blink of an eye, the two vanished from the hall. Don't be anxious. I'll only sit for a moment, he said, glancing down at Yama. No, there's no need to be anxious, Lord Kaishin. Sitting a while longer is perfectly fine. Yama replied, his words stumbling. Whoosh. After a while, Razali flew out of hell. If Razali wished to resurrect Android 17, he would agree. After all, it was highly likely that all humans on Earth would be revived, and at worst, he could just take a couple of androids away from this time and space. So, have you seen your brother? After a prolonged silence, Broly broke the tension. Yes, I have, Razali replied after some contemplation, expressing her desire to absolve him of punishment and allow him to reincarnate. Not reviving Android 17? Broly was somewhat surprised by Razali's answer. The danger posed by the androids was ultimately due to Earth, not the galaxy. Thus, it was the responsibility of Cell to atone for his actions, as he was even worse than Frieza. Very well, he nodded, looking towards Yama. Is that acceptable? Let us do as she says. After all, the dragon Shenron will revive the humans of Earth anyway. Yes, Lord Kaishin. Although the dragon Shenron requires my approval again, it's not impossible. Observing Yama's conflicted expression, Broly decisively made this decision for him. Then we shall proceed as such. It is time for us to leave. Broly waved dismissively. Thank you. Razali expressed her gratitude. This woman is thanking me. Broly was taken aback, his heart astonished. Don't get the wrong idea. A thank you is just a thank you. Razali scoffed, turning away with a haughty demeanor. He merely smiled at this. It's fine. The water will eventually boil the frog. Sooner or later. I will savor the dry pot iron plate goose. Whoosh. A beam of white light opened a vast rift on Broly's fingertip, and the two flew into it, embarking on yet another lengthy journey through the time rift. What a quiet woman, Broly thought to himself, casting a sidelong glance at her. After the modification by the power of time, the time rift had transformed into a tunnel significantly broader than before, with thunderclouds swirling within. White mist constantly swept past his eyes, while blue lightning crackled around him. The moment his finger made contact, the front would instantly shatter into fragments, revealing the corresponding mysterious time and space. Due to the diversity of dimensional time, each passage through a time-space would leave a mark, ensuring that he would not re-enter the same time-space again. Why do you keep staring at me? Razali, gazing ahead, asked. Because you're beautiful? No, I'm not that kind of person. It must be curiosity about why you don't want to revive Android 17. Sensing the situation becoming awkward, he discreetly turned his head away, thinking that there was plenty of time ahead. TCH, you can't even look openly. You're truly a shy little boy. Razali mused internally. Yet, she pondered, how could a boy imbued with violent aesthetics be shy? Why don't you want to request the revival of Android 17? Broly instinctively inquired. There's no need. Android 17 said he wishes to atone. Razali replied flatly. He doesn't want to deny the past, nor do I wish to. However, I respect his choice. I see. So you wish for him to be freed from punishment sooner. Both Androids 17 and 18 possessed a side of sentimentality. After all, they originally had human emotions. In countless parallel timelines, Broly recalled one where Super Android 17 wanted to return to hell. He found it curious why Super Android 17 would choose such a path. With this realization, he understood Razali's perspective, which undoubtedly led to a very favorable conclusion. Almost there, hold on tight. Since only gods could use the time ring, Broly handed Razali the Kaishin earring. enabling her to enter the time rift alongside him. Crack! A sound of shattering glass echoed as the two emerged from the time rift. Beneath a cerulean sky with unpolluted air, they found themselves in a forest. At least, that was Broly's assumption, as the air quality was decent, indicating they were certainly not in a human city. Where are we? Razali asked nervously, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. I don't know, but it's definitely Earth. Let us see what period of Earth we are in. He felt a sense of familiarity, but could not pinpoint why. As they traversed the landscape, they encountered hills and streams, with many animals drinking by the water's edge. Wow, the water here is truly refreshing. The clear streams splashed across his face, likely due to the terrain allowing such pristine waters to flow down. Watching the beautiful girl play in the water, his expression darkened. Indeed, it's quite refreshing. Just what I needed to relax, Razali said with a cheerful smile. At that moment, a hefty creature flew overhead. Upon seeing the chubby little thing, Broly began to recall something. What is so special about that dinosaur? Razali remarked, unimpressed by his fascination. It's so familiar. I must have seen it somewhere, he mused, resting his chin on one hand. I remember now, the Sonic Dragon. This meant they were quite close to Bao Bao Mountain. It made sense. After all, little Wufan's friend, the Sonic Dragon, was acquainted with him in the mountains. Let us go, Razali. We need to see what is going on. All right. With a splash, Razali, with her golden hair and blue eyes resembling a water snake's waist, emerged onto the shore. Beneath her cool and adorable exterior, how could she not tug at the heartstrings of others? Dressed in short shorts and a cropped jacket, her golden hair framed a dismissive expression. It was strange. He sensed no familiar aura. The earth, as sensed, lacked the presence of Sun Wukong and the others. However, sensing was futile. The Z fighters would typically suppress their ki, making it difficult to detect. Unless they were in close proximity, it would take time to investigate. Of course, he considered another possibility. What if Sun Wukong and the others were not on Earth? If Yamcha and the others had perished, they wouldn't be detectable. And if the other Z fighters were also absent from Earth, it would be difficult to sense anything. Where are we headed? Razali asked, observing the scene with a furrowed brow. Rather than wandering aimlessly, let us head directly to the temple and find out. With that, the two surged into the sky. While Razali was unsure of the temple's location, Broly was well aware. Thud, thud. Razali looked at him, her small eyes filled with confusion. This is the Earth Temple, the dwelling place of the celestial deities. As Broly strolled, he remarked, do you recall the Namekian you once killed in a different timeline? Yes, that green extraterrestrial? Razali nodded in affirmation. His name is Piccolo, and he is one with the deity of this temple. Thus, your act of killing him led to the demise of the deity as well. Our purpose here is to ascertain whether he still breathes. Broly turned and continued. If he has perished, it indicates that Piccolo here is also dead, confirming that we have arrived at the right place. Consequently, I shall find the timeline I seek. The two advanced deeper into the temple, gazing at the desolate hall, a testament to the deity's apparent death. Given that humanity still thrived while the Z fighters had vanished, he could not fathom any other scenario akin to this, apart from their expedition to Namek. Who are you? A familiar voice echoed from behind, causing Razali to instinctively kick out. Did you evade? She exclaimed in astonishment. The figure before them was none other than Bobo. His presence was not unexpected, for even Super Saiyan Gotenks would have difficulty striking him, let alone Razali. Stop. He is not an enemy, Broly's voice rang out, prompting Razali to retract her foot. TCH. She crossed her arms and leaped back to stand beside Broly. Chapter 117. A return to the Z timeline. Greetings, Mr. Bobo. I am the Kaishin. Broly introduced himself, dispelling any potential misunderstandings. Kaishin, though Bobo was uncertain, he recognized that the being before him was indeed a deity. Has the deity here passed away? Broly inquired knowingly. Bobo nodded, a wave of sorrow sweeping across his visage. The death of the deity had profoundly affected him as well. It appears this is the primary timeline. Is the current objective to venture to Namek? The birth of Super Saiyans is indeed fascinating. He felt a surge of joy, relieved to no longer be caught in aimless pursuits. Do not grieve. The deity will be resurrected before long. He patted Bobo's shoulder. Please, trust me. Resurrected? Bobo, unsure of the situation, felt an inexplicable urge to believe him. Farewell for now, Mr. Bobo. With their purpose fulfilled, it was time to return. I hope Bulma isn't angry with me for vanishing for so long. Observing the situation, he noted that Goku here was already 25 years old. He found himself puzzled about his own real age. Never mind, I shall inquire with Bulma upon my return. After all, the difference in our ages is negligible. With a thud, R.A. Zeely, unsure of his musings, recalled Bulma mentioning that she was Trunks' mother. Time ring. Take me back to my original timeline. The silver ring on his finger seemed to respond, shimmering slightly before emitting a beam of white light. Whoosh. As a rift in time opened, the two stepped through it once more. R.A. Zeely, momentarily confused, wondered why they had emerged only to re-enter a rift. She cast a skeptical glance at Broly's face, then sighed resignedly. Do not mind it. I am from another timeline, Broly explained. My ascension to Kaioshin has granted me the ability to traverse time. Does that mean every timeline has identical individuals? R.A. Zeely asked earnestly. In theory, yes. However, one must not discount other possibilities. Perhaps identical individuals possess differing personalities or life experiences. It is even conceivable that in this timeline, you are thriving, while in another, you may have perished. Could I see my brother number 17 in the previous Earth timeline? Indeed, Broly nodded. R.A. Zeely's heart swelled with joy at the thought of having a blood relative once more. In the realm of Kaioshin, the old Kaioshin beamed with delight. For his apprentice had finally graduated. From now on, it is up to you, Saiyan. Hearing this, the man below felt a surge of joy but remained composed. Yes, ancestor, I shall strive doubly hard. Congratulations, Lord Kaioshin. Jebbet added encouragement from the side. And what about me? What about me? A lively girl pointed to herself. After all these years, I should be considered a graduate of the Kaioshin service, right? The old Kaioshin, hands clasped behind his back, nodded with pride. Indeed, you have graduated. Now, if only you could take me to the mortal realm for a little experience, that would be splendid. The girl's expression darkened. She was none other than Bulma, who had previously embarrassed herself while accompanying the old Kaioshin, especially in certain service establishments. Through bribery, she had acquired numerous skills and utilized the Dragon Balls to learn almost everything basic, thus becoming a versatile talent. Meanwhile, back at the Earth Temple, welcome back, Lord Kaioshin. The sky above the temple suddenly tore open, and the deity and Bobo gazed quietly at the figures descending from within. Ah, deity, Bobo. The two, slowly descending, greeted each other. Is this your timeline? R.A. Zeely surveyed her surroundings, noting no apparent differences. Yes, this is indeed my timeline. Perhaps in this timeline, you are a true human. Number 17, number 18, and your family can live harmoniously together. Not modified. R.A. Zeely's eyes widened in disbelief. Would you like to see? Broly inquired, sensing her curiosity. This timeline does not harbor androids. Even if they did, they would be snuffed out in their infancy. This world, this universe, should be remarkably peaceful. Frieza poses no threat. Let him continue serving Beerus. As it stands, the universe remains under the Kaioshin's dominion, and even the deity of this universe can fulfill any wish. Deity, I ask you to allow her to witness the conditions of the lower realm. Of course. The deity explained to R.A. Zeely, you may observe any corner of Earth. Simply place your hand on my shoulder. The moment she touched him, R.A. Zeely's expression shifted. As she momentarily closed her eyes, her brows softened, perhaps envisioning what she longed to see. In a timeline devoid of Dr. Gero, her dreams had materialized. Without the nightmare of Dr. Gero, the siblings could lead lives filled with happiness, akin to that of ordinary humans. Ah, the self-destruct mechanism of the androids, she thought, nearly forgetting about it. Such matters, which could foster goodwill, should not be overlooked. What she desired was a living being, not a puppet. Just as the deity commanded genuine respect from him, this was entirely different from intimidation. As he gestured, a surge of purple energy flowed into R.A. Zeely, gradually dismantling the internal self-destruct mechanism, as if it had never existed. Suddenly, R.A. Zeely opened her eyes, feeling something amiss, and realized that the bomb within her had vanished. Locking eyes with Broly, he offered her a smile. R.A. Zeely understood what had transpired within her. What are your intentions in achieving such a feat? She whispered, biting her lip, her cheeks flushed. I heard that, he said, placing a hand to his ear, as if urging her to speak louder. Fool. Just pretend you didn't hear, she retorted, crossing her arms defiantly. What? Did you say you want to have children? He teased. R.A. Zeely's face fluctuated between shades of red, leaving her uncertain whether it was embarrassment or anger. Her delicate earlobes flushed crimson. and her fair visage bore an undeniable rosy hue, resembling the vibrant clouds at dusk. You fool. If we were to have children, they would bear my surname. And you are the monkey. Before long, R.A. Zeely regained her composure. I am indeed a monkey. As she spoke, her emerald tail swayed. Sigh. I did not wish for this. Alas, I was born with a tail. He expressed his helplessness with a wave of his hand. Beneath his teasing words, the pressure was palpable to Lotzi Li. I truly do not comprehend. Even the deity, who had stealthily returned to the temple, was observing the two as they continued their banter. My lord, it seems the Namekian could simply lay eggs, couldn't they? Why not produce a few yourself? Upon hearing Bobo's words, the deity's cheeks flushed with a hint of color. Clearing his throat, he remarked, Bobo, the flowers and plants over there still need watering. Also, the temple floor could use a good cleaning. As the sun began to set, the shadows cast upon the ground intertwined and overlapped. The capsules in the time room were remnants of his past training. He couldn't help but sigh in relief at being a Saiyan, grateful that the androids possessed infinite energy rather than infinite stamina. With the dawn of a new day, the two above the temple counted the 7 orbs on the ground, which emitted a dark purple glow. Each orb was adorned with 1 to 7 small purple stars, creating a visually pleasing and smooth appearance. These were the Dragon Balls he had initially crafted. You mean these orbs can grant any wish? Lotzi Li exclaimed in astonishment as she picked one up. Indeed, they are the Dragon Balls I created. And as my strength grows, so too does the scope of the dragon's wishes. Soon, you shall witness the dragon's magnificence. He carefully stored the 7 Dragon Balls in his small backpack, which surprisingly suited Lotzi Li quite well. Put them away. Next, we shall venture to another location. Then we will return to the main timeline. With their fingers touching at their brows, they departed from the temple on Earth. This is the Kaioshin realm, he introduced. A most intriguing place, yet why is there no one here? Lotzi Li sensed not a single presence. Of course you cannot sense anyone. This is the abode of the gods, Broly replied as they walked. The aura of a deity is imperceptible to mortals, and you are merely a temporary apprentice Kaioshin for now. You are still human. However, let's change your attire. You might as well serve as an attendant. To this, Lotzi Li was indifferent. After all, humans and gods seemed quite similar. If the gods had privileges, she found herself somewhat intrigued. With a flick of his finger, Broly unleashed a crackling bolt of lightning that struck Lotzi Li, transforming her tattered clothing into a brand new outfit of pale purple, featuring a short skirt and a gown-like top. Adorning her ears were sparkling purple earrings. Splendid. Given the taste of those previous female demon gods, this truly possesses a unique flair. Just a scepter is lacking, he noted with satisfaction, having long desired to do so but never finding the opportunity. How frustrating. Lotzi Li tugged at her clothing, casting a glance at him, clearly sharing a similar demeanor. With arms crossed, she elegantly swept past him. This isn't about your monotonous outfit. I'm merely helping you diversify your style. Look how much more appealing you are now. Summoning a mirror into his hand, he brought it closer for Lotzi Li to admire. After showing off for a moment, Lotzi Li felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained an exterior of calm. I will let this pass, but I want to overlook anything else. With black gloves on her hands, she brushed her golden short hair, her expression a mix of frustration and charm. Indeed, she still possessed the spirit of a young girl. Despite her years of slumber, he silently observed her. The adage that clothes make the man held true. After all, she was already stunning. Chapter 118. No banquet lasts forever. Listening to the old Kaioshin's lascivious laughter, Bulma felt a headache coming on as she rubbed her forehead. Beside her, Xian remained silent, well aware of what his ancestor was observing, the human girls of Earth. Ancestor, is this really appropriate? Xian timidly inquired, lowering his head and touching his fingers together. What do you know? This is part of my training. The old Kaioshin rebuked, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Hee. His eyes widened as he leered, his murmurs almost causing drool to fall. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, causing the group to glance up, their expressions flickering. Bulma, seeing someone she hadn't encountered in ages, wore a look of longing. Boom. What is happening? Broly exclaimed in confusion, delivering an unrelenting kick to his own face. As he did so, another gentle foot connected, but he managed to catch it with one hand. Bulma, your welcome ceremony is rather unique. I must say, the sensation is quite pleasant. His reflexes kicked in as he received a playful punch in response. The impact felt surprisingly soothing, akin to a massage. As he released her foot, another flurry of punches came his way, the girl's anger still simmering. Bang! A sudden blow from behind left him bewildered. Why was Lotzi Li joining the fray? With a sigh, Broly decided to simply close his eyes. After all, he wouldn't die. How strange. Why is it that when I don't defend myself, they cease attacking? Just then, the two beside him began battling in the air. Long time no see, Mr. Broly, a figure approached gracefully. Exine, indeed, it has been a while, he replied warmly. Welcome back, Lord Kaioshin, G-Byte expressed with respect. Ah, you've returned. It has been quite a lengthy journey. How was the outside world? The old Kaioshin inquired as he strolled closer. Not too bad, not too bad. You still possess your vigor, old mentor. Broly boasted. As the two descended to the ground, their smiles gradually blossomed. Your skills are commendable, Lotzi Li thought to herself, realizing that having such capable allies was quite normal. Damn it, did the dragon's wish prowess fall short? Bulma cursed the wish orbs inwardly. Ahem, that should suffice. Broly interjected, stepping between the two, blocking their gaze. Who is this woman? Lotzi Li pointed, demanding an answer. I haven't even asked who this wild woman is. Bulma retorted, turning to him, hesitating momentarily before falling silent again. With a haughty demeanor, Lotzi Li stepped forward, declaring, Who are you calling wild? If not you, then who? Bulma shot back, both women inching closer, the tension palpable as they prepared to clash. Broly found himself caught in the middle, feeling somewhat conflicted. Multiple choice? What do you mean by that? I want it all. What is the point of being a god if I can't do as I please? A constrained deity? Who would willingly take on that role? With swift movements, he knocked them both unconscious, instantly silencing the chaos. Remembering his purpose for being there, he realized he no longer needed the time ring, as adding another one would complete this timeline. What is this? Exine asked, looking curiously at the silver ring presented to him. As if I wouldn't want it. How could a Kaioshin without a time ring still be a Kaioshin? It would be a source of ridicule. The time ring, he remarked nonchalantly, this debt is now settled. He handed the time ring from Black Wukong to Exine. Satisfied with his own enhanced version, aware that he could never truly grasp the divine essence, as human desires always prevailed. Thus, Exine, please accept this. The old Kaioshin said with his hands behind his back. Indeed, upon hearing the approval of his ancestor, Exine felt a surge of joy within. Thank you very much, Mr. Burori. This fellow remains as he always was. Burori observed Exine, and indeed, there was a hint of foolishness. Even if he was excited, it was not to the extent of hugging the time ring, right? Although Burori found it hard to comprehend Exine's actions, he soon let it go, for after all, this fellow had merely relied on luck to ascend to the position of Kaioshin. As for the time ring of Black Wukong, he was uncertain whether it belonged to the 7th universe or the 10th universe. Regardless, it was capable of traversing time. Lord Kaioshin, are you planning to leave now? Jebbet subconsciously inquired. You are departing, are you not? After all, you have returned the time ring. The old Kaioshin guessed with a knowing glance. Burori, unfazed, replied calmly yes. This universe has been liberated, and naturally, I must venture to the troubled universe to once again realize the greatness of a god. Exine and Jebbet below exchanged fervent glances. The old Kaioshin noticed this as well. Oh, I see. The greatness of a god once more. Exine noted this phrase in his heart. Whoosh. The time ring activated, and the melody of returning to the main timeline resonated once more. Well, goodbye everyone. Until we meet again. Turning back, he bid farewell. His hands entwined with two figures and a backpack containing Dragon Balls. Goodbye, Mr. Burori. Exine exclaimed loudly. The greatness of a god once more. Perhaps, this time upon returning. The murderous aura around him had nearly dissipated, indicating some growth and a sublime elevation of spirit. The old Kaioshin walked slowly across the grass, his eyes squinting as his thoughts drifted back to when they first met. That boy, filled with murderous intent, and that man tainted with foul blood had indeed been salvaged. The violent tendencies of the Saiyans were gradually being controlled. Exine, you still have a long journey ahead. The life of a Kaioshin had only just begun. The old Kaioshin spoke as he turned around. Yes, ancestor. Exine nodded in response. I will double my efforts to fulfill my duties as a Kaioshin. That's good. That's good. Seeing your high level of awareness reassures me. I once misjudged you. You are indeed an exceptional junior. Although Exine was unsure why he was receiving so many compliments today, he felt immensely joyful. Gaining the recognition of the old Kaioshin was something he had always dreamed of. The life of Zamasu could be described as tragic. It was merely a case of choosing the wrong profession. His life was spent in pursuit of perfection, an urgent yearning that led him to develop a distorted sense of beauty. Chapter 119. The newly emerged Shenron? In the Z Timeline's main world, 3 unexpected guests arrived at a certain location on Earth. A soft grunt escaped Bulma as she rubbed her head. Seeing this, she furrowed her brows, worried that another quarrel might ensue. Who the hell just ambushed me? Clenching her fists, it was evident that she was quite furious. Rubbing the back of her neck, Bulma still felt a twinge of soreness, and the bitterness of her unspoken grievances seeped from the corners of her eyes. The one in charge, Burori, cast a sidelong glance, whistling as if all of this had nothing to do with him. How barbaric. Lazuli crossed her arms. The stunning figure leaning against a large tree contrasted sharply with Bulma, who was struggling to rise from the ground. Enough noise. Gore. Bulma made a face in return. All right. You could use a healing spell, couldn't you? Since you've been in the Kaioshin realm for so long, you must have learned quite a bit, right? Don't tell me you can't even use the attendant skills. Exactly. Upon hearing Burori's words, Bulma suddenly realized. The moment her palm made contact, a radiant glow enveloped her, and in the blink of an eye, the earlier soreness vanished. Indeed, was Bulma truly that talented? Not only in attendant skills, but also in combat prowess. Her battle power had soared to an astonishing degree. Burori found this utterly puzzling. However, reflecting on Trunks' blue hair and purple hair, perhaps this was simply the genetic legacy of the Bulma family. Hee surprised, aren't you? Bulma, hands on her hips, huffed. This is the result of my wish, enhancing my talent and battle power, as well as my ability to learn and comprehend. So, have you changed your nature? He thought of the time machine data in his pocket. Was it all for naught? By the way, Bulma, how old are you now? He asked calmly. He primarily wanted to know how many years Bulma had spent alone and how many years he had experienced in the time rift. How rude. The first question you ask upon meeting is my age? Don't you know that a woman's age is always a secret? Bulma retorted with dissatisfaction. I have no objections to that. Lazuli chimed in, raising her hand in agreement. Then I won't ask. How about you give me a hint? Bulma turned and, despite her reluctance, gestured with her hands. Roughly calculating, she realized she had been away for about 7 years. Yet her biological age was still under 20. Having spent 4.5 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, that added up to 11.5 years. It seemed the diversity of time was the cause. Time marched on. Bulma was now 23. Meanwhile, Lazuli emerged from a 12-year slumber, appearing as a youthful 18-year-old maiden. By the way, where are we staying? Are we residing here? In the blink of an eye, the whimsical Bulma changed the topic. How about we stay in the hyperbolic time chamber? Burori suggested. No way. A day outside is a year inside. Do you want to watch me age rapidly? He merely intended to utilize the time dilation for his own gain. Did Bulma think that far ahead? Crash. The purple orbs in the backpack spilled out onto the ground. In an instant, Bulma and Lazuli had the same thought. You said these can grant wishes, right? What should we do next? Lazuli gazed at the Dragon Balls on the ground. Come forth, Shenron. That's the incantation. Then express your wish to Shenron. Burori replied. The dark purple Dragon Balls, from 1 star to 7 stars, emitted a high-frequency purple glow. Buzzing. Taking a deep breath, Lazuli shouted, Come forth, Shenron. Crack, crack. The orbs on the ground swirled together, rising into the air, and in the blink of an eye, shot forth a bolt of purple lightning, dimming the sky in that moment. Amidst the roiling purple thunderclouds, an aura of ancient terror seemed to spread. In a certain forest. That bastard Kakarot is surely dead. Thus, this universe's Super Saiyan shall be none other than me. A rugged laugh echoed continuously. Shut up. In a moment of anger, little Wukong punched the laughing man squarely in the face. In that instant, Vegeta was sent reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. Suddenly, he remembered that he was not the only Saiyan. There was also this little brat before him. Bang! A kick sent little Wukong flying. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, exuding an icy demeanor. I nearly forgot about you, little brat. Vegeta smirked with a wicked charm. The terrifying potential of Wukong had deeply etched itself in his mind. Vegeta, if you wish to fight, I shall gladly oblige. Piccolo stepped in front of Wukong protectively. What a delightful jest. With your current strength, you are no match for me. I have already attained the power of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta declared confidently. TCH. Piccolo scoffed. well aware that a vast chasm of difference had already opened between them. Through yet another resurrection, Vegeta's combat power had multiplied beyond measure. He felt as though he had reached an infinite level of Super Saiyan. Humph. Upon reflection, Piccolo chuckled. The Dragon Balls here can resurrect Son Goku. Do you dare? At this, Vegeta's muscles tensed, as if struck by a sharp pain in his heart. Super Saiyan. I shall see the true power of a Super Saiyan. I must and will defeat him. Unconsciously, his hands were tightly clasped. Very well. I shall spare you for now. I will undoubtedly surpass him, the Super Saiyan. Upon finishing his words, Vegeta closed his eyes. What? Bike felt an ominous premonition. He gazed at the sky and suddenly, darkness enveloped the heavens. The direction of the thunderclouds seemed to summon the dragon. Dragon! The crowd exclaimed. How infuriating! How many dragons are there? Or are you concealing something from me? Vegeta retorted angrily. Humph, we are not hiding anything from you. There is only one dragon on Earth. Moreover, it has already been summoned. Logically, the Dragon Balls from Namek should also be mere stones, so the existence of another dragon on Earth should be impossible, Bike added, perplexed. Whoosh. Vegeta, Wufan. And Bike flew toward the ominous lightning. The purple figure amidst the flashes was unlike anything they had ever seen before. It was a creature several times larger than the dragon from Namek. Its elongated body unmistakably proved it to be an Eastern dragon. Its dark purple and golden scales glimmered magnificently. The pair of wings on its back undoubtedly added to its enigmatic allure. Its foreclaws were more robust than those of the Earth Dragon. At the tail, 7 Dragon Balls glimmered with purple-golden scales. The majestic dragon swayed its body, moving as if in a windless space. Dragon, grant me and Bulma eternal youth. Lazuli made her wish to the dragon. Beep. A flicker of red light passed through the scarlet eyes of the dragon, its long whiskers swaying gently. Due to the presence of the dragon's creator, the dragon's head curiously tilted downwards towards the ground. In a flash, the dragon slowly opened its mouth. Your wish has been granted. Chapter 120. The Green-Haired Gorilla? A beam of light enveloped the two individuals for a moment. Ultimately, their youth was forever captured in the appearance of their 20s. Huh, will the dragon not dissipate? Lazuli asked curiously. This dragon can grant 3 wishes. It will only vanish after all wishes are made or declined, Bulma explained. Broly, do you have any more wishes to make? The two women merely shook their heads. It seemed that the wish-granting orbs had lost their allure for them. After a moment of silence, he gazed at the dragon and spoke. Dragon, please bestow Earth with an epic-level enhancement. Beep. So simple. Moments later, the dragon responded. Earth is constantly being destroyed, having undergone countless rebirths. It is hardly excessive to make this beautiful blue planet a bit stronger. With one wish remaining, the dragon began to sweat slightly. Great creator. I have one wish left, and my time is running short. Hearing the dragon's urgency, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Sigh, let it go. I didn't expect. He waved his hand dismissively. Bayu. The relieved dragon gradually began to dissipate, and the 7 dark purple Dragon Balls scattered in all directions across the earth. The sky, too, cleared at that moment. Now, can we just reside in the time chamber? In an instant, the 3 departed from the area. Whoosh. As they left, 3 figures descended upon the ground. It was Vegeta, Bike, and Wufan. How strange. Not a single person remains. It's as if they vanished. Bike murmured to himself. Humph. Don't play these tricks on me. Vegeta looked at the two skeptically. How could the inhabitants of this planet be unaware of the dragon's existence? Do not jest. Uncle Bike. Wufan obediently took out the stone orb in his hand. This is a Dragon Ball. Bike suddenly recalled a flash that had zipped past them. It turned out to be the petrified Dragon Ball that Wufan had caught. Vegeta, believe it or not, I merely spoke kindly. If you wish to wait for Suin Wukong to be resurrected, then continue to wait here on Earth. Bike grasped Wufan's hand and flew back toward their previous location. TCH. Damn Namekians. Vegeta followed leisurely behind. Swoosh. In a world as white as snow, they found themselves deep within the time chamber. The prominent clock continuously ticked, its hands indicating the arrival of the 3 through instantaneous movement. Boom. The functionality of the capsule was once again demonstrated, as daily necessities and furniture were all present. Everything here resembled the outside world, except for the different flow of time. The surroundings were even excessively pristine. He had even created a moon and sun. In any case, the time chamber was boundlessly vast. It could be divided into 4 distinct parts representing spring, summer, autumn, and winter, creating an icy Antarctic with snowy peaks and lakes, a fiery mountain, and a lava desert. A jungle and dense swampy forest, along with the comfortable seasons of humanity. You all should start training. Otherwise, your bodies will rust. He observed the two as they sat on the sofa, munching snacks while watching melodramas. So it seemed he was the only one here to endure hardship while the others were on holiday. Of course, his words were met with a moment of cold stares before returning to normal. A year later, on a night with a bright moon and scattered stars. The sky was adorned with twinkling lights. Smile, why aren't you smiling? Don't the stars above remind you of us? In the midst of his words, the two women turned to respond. Ha. Indeed, they resemble you both, as beautiful as you are. How could they not resemble you? Forcing me to adorn the stars with your likeness. Looking up, the silhouettes of the two were visible. Seeing this, he couldn't help but ponder inwardly. Enough of the banter. He said seriously, the moon is about to rise, and I wish to experiment with an alternative shortcut. After studying for some time, he wanted to see what would happen if he followed the normal procedure for transformation. Moreover, he already possessed the strength of a great ape. A perfect full moon was now beautifully rendered as a perfect circle. This was due to the various moons he had set being shattered by the two. They say flowers bloom beautifully under the full moon. Naturally, the moon should be round. Half moons and crescent moons were obliterated by a single wave. Lost in the river of time. What he created was the true moon, not an artificial moon. It was a celestial body, a testament to the formidable creative abilities of the Kaishin. Only Saiyans with complete tails are true Saiyans. Those without tails are incomplete, much like Suin Wukong, who had his tail sealed. Saiyans can transform into great apes when illuminated by the moon or under certain conditions, and the tail serves as the switch, revered as the source of their power. A tenfold power increase without side effects, and the transformation into a great ape is even more potent. Here it comes. At the moment he faced the moon, a blinding light swiftly poured into Broly's eyes. His clothing began to tear apart, and in the blink of an eye, he grew in size, quickly transforming into a wild great ape. Brown. How could there be no change? He looked at the fur on his body. The sound he emitted was a primal roar. The first transformation occurred during his childhood. He had not yet reached Super Saiyan or even the advanced form. Logically, it shouldn't be the same as before. Indeed, he was still a monkey, lazily thought, recalling his previous words. Still an incredibly massive gorilla. Buerma exclaimed, "Zzz soon." Broly felt something was amiss with his body. As he had suspected, arcs of electricity began to form around him. Amidst the electric glow, countless flames surged forth. At that moment, he felt as though he were living in a world of turmoil, akin to being steamed like a bun. Roar. The frantic roar sounded wild, appearing to others as a frenzied gorilla. With both hands raised high in the air, did it truly believe it could embrace the moon? This is incredible. Bulma exclaimed after a moment of astonishment. A golden monkey? Can a monkey really change color? Beneath the moonlight, the brown fur transformed instantaneously into a brilliant gold. A golden aura surged forth from its body, reminiscent of a Super Saiyan. Yet it changed again. Look, Lazili continued, the golden monkey has turned green. The golden flames emitted a faint green hue, then morphed into an aura unique to the transcendent form. The golden fur gradually faded, replaced by a lush green coat. The exuberant cheers from the crowd diminished, as the creature in the sky transformed into a swirling sphere of energy. Whoosh! A bright light flickered. Within the energy shield, a figure towering at 2.8 meters began to rise, leaving one in awe of its immense power. This was full-power Super Saiyan 4, intertwined with the divine aura. Though it was termed Super Saiyan 4, it clearly did not belong to that stage. The amplification of the golden giant ape was not merely brown. The green-furred gorilla was indeed distinct. Aside from its head, chest, and palms, its body was cloaked in crimson fur, symbolizing the primal ferocity of the Saiyans, complemented by mesmerizing red eyes. The eyelids were white, while the irises varied among individuals. Vegeta's were green, Broly's also green, Goku's were golden, and those of the fusion were blue. The crimson fur shimmered like glowing jewels, radiating deep crimson at times and dazzling scarlet at others. With a sudden crack, a massive crater appeared on the ground. This was telekinesis, somewhat reminiscent of the Kaishin's ability. Unexpectedly, this was a delightful surprise. He clenched his fists, marveling at the ceaseless flow of power with exhilaration. Chapter 121. The Awakening Warrior Beneath the Glacier. 300 years after mastering perfect Super Saiyan 4. Now, it is 3 centuries later in the hyperbolic time chamber. Even with the doubling property of hundreds of years, it could never compare to the swiftness of being struck by a formidable opponent. Broly observed the increment of power within himself, ultimately feeling it was still too slow. Perhaps he had only reached the 8th dimension at most. Of course, this was merely his conjecture, as he could very well be in the 6th or 7th dimension. Broly pondered what he would do if Beerus decided to seal him away in a fit of displeasure. He certainly did not wish to appear submissive. The Kaioshin and the God of Destruction were on the same level. Did he have to lick someone else's boots like Shin? Absolutely not. He preferred to seize his destiny. Not to mention, he would inevitably encounter a being as supreme as the God of Gods. Beerus's lowest super strength resided in the 10th dimension. To challenge Super Red? That was absurd. Beerus merely toyed with others. He often utilized only 70 of his power from other dimensions. Listening to Shin's nonsensical talk was futile. Super Red and Beerus destroying the universe? A Super Saiyan Broly could annihilate 4 galaxies or even the solar system if he desired. Anyone could obliterate the universe if they chose to. Shin had also mentioned that Vegeta was even stronger than the God of Destruction. Listening to someone who lacked even Super Saiyan 2 strength was laughable. Even the Black Frieza was instantly defeated. The Ultra Instinct was futile. Not to mention, Beerus likely possessed more than one divine technique. Despite such overwhelming strength, Beerus was knocked unconscious by Whis with a mere chop. Among the 12 gods of destruction, only the rat could contend with Beerus. While Whis was an angel, he was not the most powerful angel. He merely cultivated the strongest god of destruction. The combat prowess of the angelic lineage remained a mystery, especially considering the presence of the Grand Minister. Boom, accompanied by a resounding noise echoing through the skies. Broly's thoughts returned to the vast, snowy expanse of glaciers, the fishing rod in his hand symbolizing his final stubbornness. 2 figures danced gracefully amidst the glaciers, their punches and kicks causing the ice to shatter, resembling 2 snow fairies waltzing in the wintry landscape. Androids could continue to grow stronger, as they were fundamentally human. However, they lacked ki and relied on energy. Unlimited energy depended on the power source within, and while androids possessed formidable vitality and did not require food, they still needed to replenish water. The need for hydration naturally provided stamina, which was not linked to energy. Energy was mere power, while the rate of cellular metabolism determined the body's potential. Beneath the glacial region, several figures stood at the edge, gazing at the sky. The grandeur of creation elevated at that moment. Crystalline particles fell from the azure sky, bathing the land in a golden radiance, as the aurora at the horizon seemed to proclaim its unique beauty. Lazuli gazed at the horizon, marveling. How beautiful! I never imagined such a place existed. Like Lazuli, who was also like number 17, they both adored nature. Yet, being women, they perhaps favored beautiful clothing and bags a tad more. Indeed, it was breathtaking, suddenly reminding Bulma of their journey to planet Namek. With a frown, she mused, "Damn that Shrek. You remember." Broly chuckled lightly, realizing that women held grudges by nature. It was surprising that Bulma still recalled such matters after so long. He hoped she wouldn't bring up the resurrection incident. "What's wrong?" Bulma inquired. Noticing his pensive expression, instinctively, Broly returned to his usual demeanor, pointing at the horizon. Nothing. Just thought it looked incredibly beautiful here." The azure-green bulwarks rose, mountains cascading like an expansive wilderness beckoning forth. Gazing down at the vast snowy fields, layers of ice lakes sparkled, marveling at this natural masterpiece. In this splendid glacial experience, one could indeed forget the chaotic clamor, allowing one to relax and absorb the spiritual allure of nature. All right. We should consider dinner." The man below merely glanced, then turned back to his fishing. "What's so wonderful about that? Isn't fishing delightful? At least we have a plan for tonight's dinner. Though gods cannot starve, they still have cravings. Otherwise, where would all that food in the temple come from? Don't tell me the old Piccolo only stopped eating after cultivating? Oh, something's tugging. This seems to be a big one." He sipped the tea in his hand, elated, and yanked the fishing rod. Whoosh, breaking the surface of the water was a 20-meter fish head. The size of this fish was not hard to imagine. With familiar finesse, the massive fish was swiftly portioned and placed on a grill. This surely couldn't be considered cannibalism. despite being a creation of his own. The hyperbolic time chamber had its advantages, but also its drawbacks. Using the time flow here to cultivate was indeed a commendable choice. Time would gradually smooth out the edges of youth, and similarly, it would alleviate inner unrest. Even the malevolent traits of an evil Saiyan would slowly become serene in Earth's environment. Tap. Behind him came the sound of Lazuli and Bulma, utilizing secret techniques to recover from the day's fatigue. Another unique fish today. Yesterday, it was a giant octopus. At this rate, I might turn into a fish myself. Bulma lamented, reclining in discontent. I'm indifferent. It doesn't matter if androids eat or not, Lazuli replied nonchalantly. Then let us go out together tomorrow. Compared to this world, you should find the outside even more appealing. All right. Both women responded in unison. After chasing a saga for hundreds of years, how else could they possibly be seen in this icy wilderness? Initially, he had pondered burying himself somewhere, akin to the god of destruction, to rest and emerge rejuvenated, thus relieving the mental burden. Even in deep slumber, the traits of transcendence would allow the power within to continually grow with time. In the theatrical version, the formidable Broly, after a brief slumber, easily overwhelms the grown-up Gohan, who is at least Super Saiyan 2, as well as the two young Super Saiyans. The notion of transcending one's abilities is intriguing. However, the conscious existence within the time chamber, under the influence of the two preceding individuals, only serves to torment the mind. Broly feels a sense of helplessness as he realizes that this Bulma has drastically altered the trajectory of his life and daily routine, yet her whimsical nature remains unchanged. Why have you chosen to become a martial artist, Bulma? He inquires, driven by curiosity. Why? There is no reason, she replies nonchalantly, continuing to munch as she contemplates. There are no reasons, I simply enjoy it. Perhaps in other realms, devoid of tragic experiences, she would continue on in her innocent manner, aside from her slight flirtatiousness. Chapter 122. The Terrifying Power of the Dragon. Prologue. 130 days after returning from Namek outside the time chamber. The Earth's dragon has a fixed cycle of 365 days. Due to the constraints of its creator, its power remains relatively weak. As of now, the Earth dragon has not yet been enhanced. Conversely, the Namekian dragon regains its extraordinary power in approximately 130 days. As the strength of the Namekian warriors far exceeds that of the Earth's dragon. This is because the Dragon Balls of Namek are bound to the Grand Elder. In a sense, this refers to the first Grand Elder, who bequeaths the Dragon Ball authority to his successor before passing away, ensuring a legacy through generations. Since the Earth Dragon was enhanced, the process of summoning the Purple Gold Dragon has become significantly more efficient. What once took a year is now reduced to 6 months for 3 wishes, approximately 180 days. However, as the last wish of the Purple Gold Dragon had yet to be made, the energy of the wish orbs had already reached its limit. State your wish. Possessor of the 7 Dragon Balls. Any wish within my power can be granted thrice. The Purple Gold Dragon proclaimed with an air of authority, gazing down upon the wishmaker, who resembled a mere insect. As it turned its gaze, it noticed the green creature beside it, equally astonished. Hello, Palunga instinctively greeted. The sight of the massive Purple Gold Dragon instilled a sense of dread within him. This dragon was not only larger, but also far more powerful. The power of the dragon became evident in an instant. The stipulations for the Purple Gold Dragon Ball entail 1 wish every 120 days, with a cooldown period of 1 year for 3 wishes. However, following the enhancement, the energy absorption rate has increased, reducing the cooldown to about 180 days. Above Bulma's residence in West City, a majestic Purple Gold Dragon, adorned with wings, drew the attention of countless onlookers. Is this another new product from Capsule Corporation? They wondered. Their astonishment quickly tempered by the familiarity of the company's innovations. Wow, what a massive dragon. It's even larger than Palunga, Bulma exclaimed, donning her fitted casual wear. It's truly enormous, exclaimed Chi-Chi in disbelief. Incredible. Is this another dragon of Earth? Dr. Brief was also present, and indeed, everyone had gathered to resurrect their fallen comrade. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, Palunga vanished from above Capsule Corporation, leaving behind 7 gigantic petrified orbs. The first wish of the Namekian dragon was for a new Namekian planet, followed by the revival of Yamcha, as others needed to summon souls first. Only the newly appointed Grand Elder remained to stabilize the Dragon Balls. Seeing this, Piccolo urged, "Make your wish, Bulma." Now that the Namekian dragon's wish is fulfilled, use this purple gold dragon to revive Tenshinhan, Chaozu, Krillin, and Goku. My first wish is to summon Goku's soul, Bulma declared. The crowd held their breath, eager to witness the new dragon's capabilities. Simple indeed. Your wish has been granted. The purple gold dragon responded, its eyes flashing with a crimson glow. A white spirit appeared before the gathered crowd, surprising Goku himself at this unexpected situation. Wait, did I die? Goku pondered, glancing at his hands in bewilderment. But how am I here? Oh, Dad. Gohan instinctively called out. Chi-Chi's eyes glistened with tears as the onlookers gazed at the ethereal form, filled with emotion. Goku, observing the unfamiliar dragon above, began to understand the situation. It was the dragon's wish that had caused this transformation. I will revive you immediately, Bulma assured him. But I'm not dead, Goku replied, scratching his head in confusion. Really, I'm alive. I was training on another planet, and during the explosion of Namek, I escaped in a pod from the Ginyu Force. Then I wasted a wish. Bulma lamented. Hey, dragon, send me back. I promise I will return. Chi-Chi, Gohan. Forgive my recklessness. Well, it appears we have no choice, Piccolo remarked, surprised that Goku was indeed alive. Dragon, allow Goku's soul to return to his body. Bulma implored once more. Your wish has been granted, echoed the voice of the purple gold dragon from above. As the spirit faded, Piccolo marveled at the dragon's tremendous power, capable of forcibly binding even a living soul. With such strength, Piccolo contemplated whether it would be feasible to resurrect several fallen comrades at once. Let us give it a try, he declared. Wait, I will make the wish. He stepped forward, prompting Bulma to retreat. The lingering fear of King Piccolo still resided deep within her. Bulma, trust Uncle Piccolo. Gohan encouraged with a smile. Humph, what a simple-minded woman. If I had thought of it, I would have done it long ago, Piccolo scoffed, though his heart warmed at Gohan's words. Dragon, please revive Tenshinhan and Chaozu. Piccolo wished to test the dragon's capabilities, mindful that they had only one wish left, meaning Krillin would have to wait. Could it be impossible? After a moment of silence, Piccolo feared he had failed. Your wish has been granted, the dragon announced, looking down at the individuals below. Farewell. As the dragon dissipated, the 7 dark purple dragon balls ascended into the sky, bursting forth like fireworks. The heavens cleared at that moment, and Piccolo smiled, confirming his suspicions. This dragon was indeed immensely powerful. With a flicker, 2 figures emerged, and the crowd erupted in applause. Only Krillin remained absent. You all witnessed this dragon, didn't you? It can even summon Goku's soul. Just imagine how powerful it truly is. We must control this dragon. If it falls into the wrong hands, chaos will surely ensue. Uncle Piccolo, let us go together. They nodded in agreement, soaring into the sky. Gohan, gazing at the departure of the 2 individuals, Chi-Chi expressed her indignation. For her studies were of paramount importance to her. Beside her, Nyoemo Wang consoled the weeping Chi-Chi. With a firm stride, Bulma approached, smiling as she spoke. I must trouble you once more, Elder. We need to borrow your Dragon Balls again. Oh no. I am delighted to assist you. You are friends of the Namekians, and it brings me joy to aid my friends. The Elder, now the newly appointed one, had inherited the Dragon Ball authority from his predecessor before his passing. Given that the Earth's Dragon Balls required a year to recharge and the new Shenron's behavior was uncertain, they had no choice but to rely on the Elder who remained on Earth. The Namekian Dragon Balls would follow their creator, but Broly had not configured them in such a manner. Chapter 123, Lotzi Li's Revenge. After another 130 days in the outside world, the Namekian Dragon Balls revived once more. This time, Bulma wished to summon Krillin, successfully resurrecting him. The final wish was reserved for the Elder. It is time for me to take my leave, the Elder announced to the gathered crowd. Yes, Piccolo replied, eyes closed, yet still speaking. If anything happens on Namek, please come back to us. Goodbye. Bulma and the others waved. A flash of white light illuminated the area as the Elder departed from Earth towards the new Namek, with the Dragon Balls following suit, destined for their new home. Has there been any change with the new Dragon Balls? Piccolo inquired, implicitly referring to the new Shenron. Not at the moment, Bulma shook her head. If there were changes, it would mean that the energy absorption is complete. We must record how many days it takes for the Dragon Balls to restore. My intuition suggests it will be faster than the Earth's Dragon Balls. With a swift surge of white energy, Piccolo departed from West City. Hee. Krillin chuckled, rubbing his bald head. Then I shall take my leave, Bulma. If Goku returns, Remember to inform me. After 40 more days passed in the outside world, aligning perfectly with 300 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, the Capsule Corporation's purple Dragon Balls had experienced 170 days of waiting. In approximately 12 days, they would overflow with energy, regaining their original dark purple luster. Moreover, Frieza's arrival was still 65 days away, marking a full year until mechanical Frieza and Cooler would descend upon Earth. The three who had just exited the temple found the two women vigorously sweeping through the streets like ravenous wolves, enthusiastically raiding nearby stores. Shopping, indeed, is an innate trait of women. Observing this, he was not surprised, seemingly accepting the situation. After centuries of restraint, this time they were determined to indulge themselves. This outfit is splendid, and this one as well. Lotzi Li, exhibiting a slight indecision, tossed everything into her shopping cart. I never make choices. If I must. It indicates I haven't encountered enough options. Bulma, however, scrutinized each item carefully, only placing those she truly liked into her cart. This behavior was not surprising. Being a wealthy heiress, her interests had likely shifted, with curiosity being her primary motivation, as she already possessed whatever she desired. Hello, sir. Here is the detailed shopping bill. A saleswoman presented the receipt to Broly. No need for that. He effortlessly retrieved a black card from his pocket. The funds within had long been converted into genuine currency. Although he lacked magical prowess, he had learned some basics to an extent. Otherwise, how could he justify his title as a Kaishin? Regrettably, he lamented not having fully mastered the Kaishin skills during his last visit, as he had left in haste. After selecting a mountain of clothing, they vanished from his hands in the blink of an eye. At least Broly remained an observer, unable to assist Bulma in organizing her purchases. Within a cafe, three figures sat across from one another, stirring their coffee and adding sugar. He could no longer recall when he last experienced such a moment. Having consumed the fruit gifted by Exine, combined with the evolution of his life force and the Saiyan adolescence, he still appeared youthful. Are my parents also here in this world? Bulma inquired, lifting her coffee. Indeed, Broly replied, taking a sip. Not only your parents but your sister is here as well. Perhaps you should visit them. Your family has an impressive capacity for acceptance. I was just thinking the same. Bulma laughed, then teasingly added, Aren't you worried I might get into trouble? It's dangerous for a girl to return home alone. His forehead creased in response. With your current strength, you should be able to navigate the world with ease. Besides, I am here as well. If you encounter any difficulties, simply teleport back. Bulma had also mastered Jebet's instant transmission and was capable of healing, having learned nearly all the skills associated with serving a Kaishin. While they had not trained extensively over the past 300 years, they were still slightly stronger than Super Saiyan forms, capable of easily overpowering early Super Saiyans. The initial Super Saiyan had a battle power of around 100 million, and even the likes of Vegeta and Goku were only between 2 to 400 million. By the way, you mentioned there are androids in this world, but I see nothing but prosperity here, Lotzi Li pondered, finding a disconnect between this area and her memories. The androids should be wreaking havoc, as she had nearly destroyed several nations during that period. Indeed, there are androids, but they seem to be dormant due to some unforeseen circumstances. They are likely still at Dr. Gero's base, though I cannot pinpoint their location. If you wish to know more, we would need to rely on the dragon. Broly replied honestly. He recalled that androids 17 and 18 were so powerful that the main world's chip had no effect on them, allowing them to retain their inherent goodness. Dr. Gero had threatened the siblings with a remote control and imprisoned them in sleep chambers, cursing them for being defective. Oh, I almost forgot about that scoundrel Cell. According to the timeline, he arrived in the main timeline 4 years earlier than the androids. 18. Do not seek them out yet, as Cell is also in this timeline. The androids lack energy, and Cell can control his ki. No way. I cannot bear to witness Lapis being absorbed by that scoundrel Cell again. His face darkened with fury. Furthermore, I shall personally eliminate Cell. That fiend shall not escape my wrath. With your current strength, if Cell absorbs enough individuals, you may not be able to defeat him. Of course, he chose not to voice this concern. Very well, you shall handle Cell yourself. Although I fear unforeseen events may arise, I trust this time will be different. With a wave, he presented 2 green earrings before Lotzi Li. What are these? She inquired, bewildered. These are Patera earrings, also known as Kaishin earrings. He explained. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, use these earrings to fuse with the 18 of this timeline. Fuse? Lotzi Li examined the earrings, noting their exquisite craftsmanship. If you wear one on each ear, you will merge into one, he instructed. Remember, for non-deities, the fusion lasts only 1 hour. As she watched the two prepare to depart, he reiterated his warning to Lotzi Li. Chapter 124, Vegeta's Confusion, Another Scion? Beyond the azure earth, in the cosmos, a swift warship was racing toward the planet. Report to King Cooler and King Frieza. We are nearing Earth, a trembling soldier announced. The sound of 3 toes tapping against the floor resonated as Frieza leaned closer to the battleship's window, gazing intently at the azure planet below. Upon closer inspection, one half of Frieza's body was mechanized, a remnant of his survival amidst the explosion on Namek, transformed into mechanical Frieza. Is this Earth? It is indeed an exceptionally beautiful planet. Turning his head, Frieza continued, ahead lies Earth. It seems we have arrived faster than that, Scion. Behind Frieza sat an enormous figure, towering over him to the extent that Frieza barely reached the knee of the being known as Cooler. Oh, how intriguing, remarked Cooler, his eyes widening. This diminutive planet could be obliterated with a single punch. However, that would be too merciful for them. I want that Scion to witness just how powerful I have become. Soon, the universe will know who reigns supreme. Through the escape pod's locator from the Jinyu Force, Frieza was aware that Goku was en route to Earth. Surprisingly, Frieza and his father did not attempt to intercept Goku. Instead, they appeared to be waiting for his arrival. Outside the no man's land, there she was. Vegeta's eyes widened as he spotted 2 figures descending from the sky. One resembled Bulma, yet her strength was formidable. When she had suddenly appeared at Bulma's residence, he initially thought she was Bulma's twin sister and thought little of it. However, during a training session, he realized she possessed overwhelming power, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. Yet, Vegeta firmly believed that while he could not defeat her, Kakarot certainly could, for Kakarot had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. With this thought, Vegeta's anger flared. He must become a Super Saiyan. If a mere lower-class warrior like Kakarot could achieve it, as the Prince of the Saiyans, he had no excuse not to. To avoid complications, she simply went by Bulma, while in this timeline, she was called Bulma as well. The two were so similar that they needed a way to differentiate between them, and Bulma had no objections. Hey, Bulma, what brings you here? Yamcha asked with concern. Is there a problem? Besides, she is here to protect me, Bulma replied, embracing the other Bulma. I want to see what Frieza looks like. I didn't see him back on Namek. Isn't that too dangerous, just for that reason? Yamcha admonished. You are just incompetent, Bulma retorted. Years of watching dramas had equipped her with the wisdom to discern that Yamcha was quite the fool. Bulma had expressed her concerns to Bulma, but the latter simply kept her feelings hidden. It seemed she wasn't quite ready to end things with Yamcha. In her view, that day might come eventually. There was no point in dwelling on it. What was meant to happen would happen in due time. Of course, I know how dangerous it is. Sun Quan couldn't kill Frieza. And isn't Bulma here too? Relax, I don't need your protection. With that, the remaining Z warriors arrived at their destination. Enemies naturally invoked jealousy among them. Hello, everyone, Gohan greeted cheerfully. Vegeta, are you still planning to harm Earth? Tien asked. What do you mean by that? I don't have time for childish games. Vegeta replied with a sly grin. What did you say? Tien shot back, his fists clenched. Let us not fight among ourselves, Yamcha interjected, sensing the brewing tension. After all, if they began fighting before their enemies arrived, Earth would be doomed. If it weren't for you, Yamcha, I wouldn't want to associate with someone like you, Tien retorted. Cut the nonsense. Hide your battle power quickly. Frieza's army has scouters. And those Namekians are already prepared for battle, Vegeta coldly stated. It seems everyone has arrived, Broly remarked, standing on the plain. He caught a glimpse of several weak energies hiding behind the rocks before turning his gaze skyward. His eyes focused on a massive warship breaking through the atmosphere. With a swift motion, Broly clenched his hand, gathering a sphere of green energy between his fingers. In an instant, he hurled it into the sky, transforming it into a colossal green energy sphere, the signature technique known as the meteor shower. A resounding explosion followed, engulfing the sky in a blinding light. When the chaos subsided, no remnants of the warship remained. I didn't expect it to escape, he murmured, seemingly addressing certain individuals. The ominous sound of footsteps echoed as the Icy Demon's theme played ominously. Is this the man you mentioned? Bulma inquired. Yes. At least we need to engage ourselves. We can trust him to handle this, Bulma continued. Moreover, he is also a Saiyan. A Saiyan? Vegeta's interest peaked slightly. Indeed, he was a Saiyan, but the color of his tail differed from his own. Damn it. How could there be other surviving Saiyans after the destruction of our planet? Vegeta's mind was filled with questions. He could not fathom the power emanating from the man before him. He dared not believe the possibility that this stranger might be stronger than he. Humph, just as you suspect. Bulma chuckled. I am the prince of the Saiyans, the only elite warrior among them. I was born with a battle power exceeding 1,000. No matter how strong he is, can he truly be a Super Saiyan? Vegeta dismissed the notion. Perhaps, Bulma replied meaningfully. Frieza, your opponent is me. A thunderous voice proclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. Finally, he has arrived, Broly noted, recognizing the figure descending from the rocks. The youth possessed light purple hair and blue eyes, reminiscent of Bulma's. He wore a purple jacket emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo, paired with a black tank top, and carried a sword on his back. Earthling. Frieza was drawn toward the future Trunks. Cooler maintained a calm demeanor, as if everything was insignificant. Frieza, deal with that individual first, Cooler instructed, pointing to Broly. Let the Earthlings witness the consequences of angering our icy demon clan. Understood, father. Frieza replied, turning to face Trunks. Earthling, after I dispose of him, it will be your turn. Trunks clenched his fists, feeling ignored by Frieza. As he gazed at the Earthlings, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Although he had never encountered this unfamiliar figure in his timeline, he was certain he could not defeat Frieza. Could my presence have altered history? Originally, it was supposed to be Uncle Goku who resolved everything. Yet, upon my arrival, I do not see him, only this stranger. Trunks remained unaware that the Saiyans, including Vegeta and Goku, had long since sealed their tails. However, as Vegeta, Wukong, and others perished prematurely, Wufan lacked the opportunity to impart much knowledge, and even the future timeline's Buer Ma was not well versed in aspects such as the Saiyan tail. Had they recalled that the tail could amplify their combat power tenfold without any adverse effects, Wufan would not have met such a tragic fate on the streets. Moreover, for future Telenks, the presence of Earthlings with tails would seem quite normal, considering that some leaders in certain nations are still animals. Boom. Although his heart whispered secrets, Telenks swiftly moved before Broly, delivering a punch that sent Frieza's attack flying. The explosion resonated with a deafening roar, shocking King Kurta, who exclaimed, such incredible speed. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped him. Frieza, be cautious of that guy. Are you all right? Future Date inquired slowly, as he could not sense Broly's energy, mistaking him for an ordinary individual. I am fine. In fact, you need not intervene. Broly's words were interrupted as Date responded, we must leave this place at once. This is no realm for ordinary beings. Huh, am I being ignored by Telenk? Broly's lips twitched, feeling a mix of irritation and amusement. Assuming the silent figure behind him was stunned, Date decided to disregard him. Indeed, under Broly's perception, Telenk's combat power stood at approximately 2.6 billion. In the future timeline, Telenk could only withstand one of the artificial humans. Should two confront him simultaneously, he would be powerless. Reminiscent of Wufan's experience of being overwhelmed by the infinite energy of the artificial beings. It appears Telenk's emotions were in constant flux. After all, this was a few years before the emergence of the artificial humans. Whether he could alter his fate depended on the efficacy of that vial of medicine. Step forth with all your might, Frieza. I shall not show mercy as Suin Wukong did, for I will end your life in an instant. Do you comprehend? His piercing eyes radiated an overwhelming killing intent. Telenk was indeed a formidable Saiyan. Chapter 125. The Super Saiyan is not solely Suin Wukong. Suin Wukong? Is that another name for the Super Saiyan? Frieza speculated, I never expected you to be allied. Back on Namek, Frieza only recognized the name Kakarot, which Vegeta had shouted. Ultimately, Frieza recalled the Saiyan Badak. I only know his name. I have yet to encounter him in person. Do you intend to annihilate all of Earth's inhabitants before Suin Wukong returns? Future Date challenged. Hahaha. Mechanical Frieza laughed, of course. I not only wish to eradicate the Earthlings, but also Suin Wukong. And you? You are gravely mistaken. Do all Earthlings boast as you do? I would not fear 1,000 of your kind. No, I have already stated that you are mistaken. Before Frieza's eyes, Date's energy aura began to manifest a faint golden hue, evoking a sense of déjà vu within him. At this moment, the corners of Date's mouth slightly rose. and he gestured with his thumb towards himself, proclaiming, I am not the only Super Saiyan besides Suin Wukong. There is another, me. Ha. With a thunderous shout, a suddenly erupting energy transformed Data's aura from a soft gold to a brilliant golden flame. His pupils shifted to a striking emerald green. What? Frieza, astonished, instinctively stepped back in fear. He too is a Super Saiyan. Kakarot felt a jolt of shock within himself. It cannot be wrong. It cannot be wrong. Frieza hastily retreated a few steps. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the golden light, a figure emerged with hair standing upright. That golden hair, those pupils. Suin Wukong's silhouette once again folded within Frieza's mind. Has he merely enhanced by a mere 280 million? Broly calculated from behind. At this moment, mechanical Frieza's power barely reached around 170 to 180 million. He was indeed stronger than the initial 150 million of Suin Wukong's first transformation. Kakarot's strength was only slightly superior to Frieza's, and he had yet to access transformation abilities. Face your demise, Frieza. The one deserving of death is you. A massive energy wave shot from Frieza's hand, and amidst the astonished gazes of all, Date cleaved through it with a sword, swiftly forming a dual-handed seal that resulted in an explosion. As if fearing an incomplete death, Date struck again with an open palm. Within moments, enveloped in radiant light, Frieza was reduced to naught but ashes. How infuriating! Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Kakarot sensed an impending disaster. Thud! As he turned, a large hand clamped upon his cheek. All gazes shifted once more. Where do you think you're fleeing to? Observing Kakarot's panic-stricken expression, struggling futilely to escape, Broly felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Boom! In an instant of explosive energy, a towering figure of 2 meters emerged. A deep green aura dispersed the surrounding smoke. With deep green hair standing erect, the air flowed and tousled the bangs on his forehead. Perish! As Kakarot was hurled into the air, Broly's left hand curved into a claw, unleashing a beam of energy. Boom! Beneath the white light, only a few remnants fell, mingling with the black smoke in the air. Remnants of what had been consumed. Witnessing this, Date began to question his own existence. Green hair? He is a Saiyan? Saiyans possess tails. Why can I not sense his energy? His strength? Not only Date, but even Vegeta, hidden behind the rocks, was filled with questions. His hair nearly stood on end from rage. Damn it! Why are there 3 Super Saiyans? Why? Why can I not transform into a Super Saiyan? The blinding white light radiating from within obliterated the rocks completely. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, his anger had already brought him to the brink of transformation. His furious eyes briefly turned white before returning to normal. However, Vegeta's power was far too feeble. At most, he barely exceeded 5 to 6 million in combat power. Insufficient to reach the stage of becoming a Super Saiyan, his S-cells were wholly inadequate. On Namek, he had reached 3 million combat power through exploits. Having died completely and resurrected by the dragon, he could not increase his power. A Saiyans traits only amplified when on the verge of death, and the closer to death, the more their power would double. A year of gravity training yielded minimal gains. Whoosh! Watching Vegeta explode in fury and take flight, the others hastily pursued. Who are you? How can you also transform into a Super Saiyan like me? Date inquired uncertainly, but then reverted from his Super Saiyan form, and the other party followed suit. Why? Because I too am a Saiyan, Broly replied calmly. Nonsense. Just then, Vegeta arrived. Who are you all? Aside from me and Kakarot and that little brat, there should be no other Saiyans alive. That little brat refers to Wufan. Vegeta does not acknowledge Wufan as a Saiyan. Throughout his life, Vegeta has apologized to Wufan twice. Once during the Cell Saga when he blocked with his arm, and again in the Majin Buu Saga during his self-destructive confession. Ultimately, he acknowledged Wufan's strength, bestowing the title of Little Brat upon Wu Tian. Tap, tap, tap. The other Z fighters gradually landed, and Buerma instantly grasped Broly's arm. Those present wore expressions of confusion. Do you recognize him? The crowd likely inferred. I told you, I am a Saiyan. Ignoring Vegeta's inquiries, Broly's tail swayed behind him. It was indeed a Saiyan. Vegeta had no choice but to acknowledge this truth. Aside from the differing tail color, he was undeniably one of them. Meanwhile, Date's face flushed slightly. Was he feeling shy? Upon witnessing Vegeta and Buerma exhibiting signs of shyness, One cannot help but remember that the current Data is still a mere youth, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, the moment he gazes upon two individuals who bear an uncanny resemblance to one another as his mother, he loses his composure entirely. You both. In a flustered manner. Data's eyes dart back and forth. You may as well consider them as twin sisters, or even as the same person. It would be of no concern. Broly interjects. Data's heart is indeed taken aback. Perhaps his mother from the future did not divulge certain matters. BOM. The capsule is thrown out, transforming instantaneously into a box, resembling a refrigerator. With a snap, the refrigerator opens, and Data retrieves a can of beverage, drinking it in front of everyone. There are plenty of drinks here. Feel free to help yourselves. Data mumbles, still somewhat reserved, as this is his first encounter with everyone present, save for Bulma. At this moment, Wufan, too, recalls his childhood curiosity and takes a glance. With a pop, Broly tastes the soda, remarking, "Not bad. Is that so? Let me try." Bulma replies as she grabs a can. Several others approach, for who wouldn't want something refreshing in such sweltering heat? After all, some have already tested it for poison. This is a specially made little refrigerator. Bulma observes with curiosity. Indeed, Data whispers as he lowers his head. Broly observes their exchange, marveling at the first sight of his mother in her youth, unable to suppress his admiration. Have you noticed how they resemble each other? That youth bears a striking similarity to me as well, Bulma whispers. Broly glances at her cheek and leans closer to whisper. That is because she is indeed his biological mother. How could he not resemble her? Oh, Bulma suddenly exclaims, causing everyone to turn and look. It's nothing. Please, continue drinking, she gestures apologetically. The group returns to normalcy, with the exception of Piccolo, whose expression appears rather peculiar, though his complexion is naturally green. Did you hear that? The Namekian's ears are remarkably sharp. No wonder he fears whistling. Broly muses inwardly, exchanging glances with Piccolo. Did you notice? It's impossible. After some contemplation, Piccolo regains his composure and turns away. Have we met before? Bulma inquires curiously, as Data frequently steals glances at her, only to quickly avert his gaze, which she nonetheless notices. No, not at all, Data stammers, his head bowed. Who are you? After some thought, Vegeta finally asks. The previous individual was undoubtedly a Saiyan, but what about him? His hair suggests he is not a pure Saiyan. Aye. Data stutters. What is the matter? Vegeta queries, perplexed as to why he cannot speak. Where do you come from? How do you possess such immense power? The more Vegeta seeks answers, the more he presses for them. The power of a Super Saiyan has piqued his interest and ignited his ire. Damn it, they all act the same. A Super Saiyan. Or 3 Super Saiyans. A detestable bunch. I will absolutely annihilate every last one of you. Vegeta clenches his fists in determination. The existence of multiple Super Saiyans, even among those who are not purebreds, means that I too must become a Super Saiyan. I am the noble prince of the Saiyan race. Vegeta is convinced there must be a secret to transforming into a Super Saiyan. If those who are not purebreds can achieve it, so can lower-class warriors. As a proud Saiyan prince, there is no reason I should not be able to. Chapter 126. The Enigma of Youth in Everyone's Hearts. I'm sorry. I have my reasons for not disclosing that. Data replies softly, his head lowered. Upon seeing this, Vegeta's anger flares, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Of course you cannot say. What if you say too much? This timeline may very well prevent the birth of Xiaota. Broly smiles inwardly at the thought. Oh, during the battle with Frieza, you transformed into a Super Saiyan, did you not? Wufan inquires. Indeed, that is the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Data responds truthfully to Wufan's question. So this is what Wufan looked like as a child. This time, I must change the future. Alter the destiny of the androids who will devastate the world. Bulma tugs at Data's sleeve, observing, Isn't this the Capsule Corporation's insignia? Are you an employee of the Capsule Corporation? No, I am not. Data shakes his head in denial. Then you are quite mysterious. Must you keep your name and age a secret as well? Bulma laughs. Data raises his eyes to meet Bulma's gaze, feeling a rush of embarrassment before lowering his head again. I am 17 years old. I apologize for not being able to reveal my name. How mysterious. Even your name is off limits, she muses. Indeed. You are rather secretive. Listening to the voices of Tianjin, Fawn, and Yamcha, Piccolo surveys the surroundings, keenly listening for any whispers Data may have uttered. 17, huh? Bulma's child. And another Saiyan. Piccolo's eyes flit to the two adult Saiyans present, ultimately resting on Vegeta. Knowing is one thing. What should be said and what should not? I believe you are well aware of the current situation. Suddenly, a voice resonates in Piccolo's mind, prompting him to instinctively glance at Broly. In their mutual gaze, Broly's smile sends shivers down Piccolo's spine. Who are you really? What is your purpose on Earth? In the midst of their dialogue, Piccolo assumes a battle-ready stance. Piccolo is capable of such mental communication during the Android saga. He was captured alone before merging with the Kaioshin and had to mentally communicate with Wufan to escape. In the Namek saga, Piccolo managed to reach combat power levels between 1 million and 150,000 after assimilating male strength. After training on Kaio's planet, Piccolo's power was only in the range of tens of thousands. Humph, you who made a wish with my dragon, is it not rather disrespectful? Do not struggle. For if your combat power is merely 380,000, you should reconsider your intentions of engaging in battle. Should I choose to act, no one present shall escape. Broly scoffs mercilessly. You are the creator of that dragon. Upon realizing this, Piccolo's complexion turns pale. The being before him may very well be a deity. I see. Piccolo concedes, closing his eyes and sitting down, choosing to ignore the world around him as if he were not present. What are you communicating with him about? Is he the Demon King Piccolo? He doesn't seem quite like it, Bulma observes astutely, noticing the peculiar exchange between the two. Not much. He is Piccolo Jr., the child of the Demon King Piccolo from this timeline, who has unfortunately perished. Of course, you may continue to call him Piccolo. Oh, is that so? Bulma exclaims in surprise, then becomes curious. How do Namekians reproduce? I thought they had no females among them. Well, Namekians do not possess male or female genders. They produce offspring by spitting out eggs. It's a form of asexual reproduction, I suppose. He observes Bulma's dazed expression, recognizing that the impact of this revelation may keep her occupied for a while, as she is far too restless, making him feel as though his arm might be shaken to pieces. Piccolo could have returned to his homeland to live among his fellow Namekians, but he suspects that Piccolo has become too intertwined with the Saiyans. The Saiyans' martial tendencies have undoubtedly influenced Piccolo, along with the miraculous nature of the senzu beans, leading him down a path of caretaking. In a life devoid of passion, Piccolo finds it utterly bland. Damn it! Vegeta sits upon a rock, gripping his hands tightly, his gaze fixed intently upon Data. What are you staring at? It's merely the ability to become a Super Saiyan. What is so remarkable about it? A thick scent of lemon wafts through the air. Even from a distance, Broly can sense the turmoil in Vegeta's heart. Data instinctively glances at Vegeta once more, prompting Vegeta to stand up, unable to contain himself. Apologies, I did not mean to offend. The tall figure lowered his head in regret. Humph, how annoying. With arms crossed, Vegeta turned away. In just 2 hours, Uncle Wukong will return. Trunks glanced at the schedule and felt a surge of joy at the thought of seeing Wukong, as he was the one whom the future Bulma trusted most, even calling out his name in her final moments. Date had only come based on Bulma's accounts. During this time in the future, Frieza had killed many, ultimately being defeated by the returning Wukong. Date was also unaware of the intricacies of instant transmission, let alone the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber. He had no knowledge of the Dragon Balls on Namek, as Wufan had died too early. In the future, Wukong, Vegeta, and the Z fighters had all perished prematurely, leaving Wufan and Date in utter ignorance, even carefully rationing senzu beans, adhering to the principle of conserving them. The future timeline was indeed daunting. With this thought, the burden on his shoulders grew heavier. In that future timeline, Bulma and Vegeta were merely companions born out of loneliness, with Bulma having little understanding of Vegeta and vice versa. It was only through Date sharing everything about Vegeta that she discovered he had another side. What's wrong? Sensing movement beside him, he turned to Bulma. It's nothing, but her face was unusually flushed. Have you considered children? Children? Does seeing Date trigger maternal instincts? He was baffled. Bulma responded lightly, her small head nodding slightly. It has been hundreds of years. I have practically raised them. Look at that boy over there. He has grown so much. If only back then, reminiscing about the past, he recalled being extracted from the glacier, blissfully asleep until tormented by the hyperbolic time chamber. Suddenly, Date found himself in front of them, and seeing this, Broly realized something was amiss. May I have the honor of sparring with you? After contemplating, Date expressed. I am eager to gauge the prowess of other Super Saiyans. It will be quite a while before Son Wukong returns to Earth. I must say, that is a splendid idea. Truly a promising Saiyan. Broly was feeling rather bored, and here was a punching bag. The onlookers observed the two as a subtle change swept across the scene. Hey, are they really going to fight? These are two Super Saiyans. Krillin voiced his concern. Their thoughts lingered on the legendary Super Saiyans, wondering if their clash might shatter the Earth. TCH. Vegeta scoffed, let them fight. It will give me a chance to witness the true power of a Super Saiyan. He was skeptical that Frieza would allow these two to unleash their full strength. After all, the legendary Super Saiyan was supposed to be invincible, at least before being tormented by the androids. Vegeta firmly believed that the strongest warrior in the universe would be a Super Saiyan, for this ancient legend had indoctrinated every Saiyan, the legendary warrior. Although born once every millennium, yet Vegeta had witnessed 3. He was convinced he too could become a Super Saiyan. Chapter 127. The Defeated Date. How shall I address you? Date inquired. Broly. I am called Broly. He replied nonchalantly, eyes closed. I was born in the same year as Wukong, and I am indifferent to what you wish to call me. Broly. Then you must be cautious, for I am about to strike. Date declared, bowing respectfully. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Date vanished from his previous location. He launched a punch straight ahead, but at the moment of contact, he felt the opponent had vanished from his sight. Could their speed truly be so remarkable? He pondered, tightening his fists once more. Broly had merely been fortunate enough to evade his attack. Hahaha. In a surge of rage, Date charged again. His furious shouts resonated as his fists flickered like shadows. The two in the air formed a rapid black silhouette, while those below could barely discern the shadows flitting about. Some not even able to see them at all. How infuriating. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? I can't see anything. Vegeta glared upward. Whoosh. In a swift movement, Broly distanced himself yet again. Opening his eyes, he regarded Date with a hint of surprise, quickly replaced by a fleeting expression. Are there still such powerful beings in the past world? Then why, oh why, has my future turned out this way? Date was astonished, his mind racing with questions. Huh. With an enraged roar, he aimed a kick directly at Broly, but the latter's form flickered once more, and throughout the encounter, Broly had not opened his eyes. Despite Date's every effort, he could not land a single hit on Broly. Observing the figure ahead with eyes closed, Date resolved to unleash his full power. Next, I shall transform into a Super Saiyan. You should transform as well, Date kindly warned. A wave of golden energy surged forth, wrapping around him. His hair standing upright in golden spikes, and his eyes shifting to a vibrant green. It's all right, you may attack. Broly's calm voice resonated. His eyes still firmly shut. I apologize. At the moment Date leaped, he brought down a massive sword. Broly, noticing this, finally opened his eyes. The hearts of the onlookers quickened as the sword neared its descent. Something unexpected occurred. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted, leaving everyone baffled as to what had transpired. As the smoke cleared, Date lay unconscious in a deep pit. Indeed, he was still too young. If you are to strike, do so decisively. Don't give him a chance. Broly observed the unconscious Date, shaking his head. Just as Date leaped, Broly had unleashed his power, pinning Date to the ground. His overwhelming strength rendering him unconscious in an instant. How infuriating. What just happened? A Super Saiyan was defeated in their normal state? Logically, both were Super Saiyans. How could such a drastic shift occur? Vegeta was once again shaken, realizing that Super Saiyans could indeed differ in strength. The others nearby felt a tinge of fear. If he is already this powerful without transforming into a Super Saiyan, what might happen when he does? No, could it be? If Saiyans are so terrifying, what if he seeks to destroy the Earth? Krillin nervously continued. Will he be like Vegeta? Upon hearing this, Tianjin Fan and the others turned pale. Even Vegeta felt a sense of foreboding, for no one understood the brutality of Saiyans better than him. Perhaps that fellow might even kill us. If he wished to destroy the Earth, he could have done so already. However, I doubt he would take such action. At least, the chances are very slim. Piccolo calmly stated. Slim chances? That still leaves a significant possibility. Are we to face death again? As he spoke, Yamcha began to feel despondent once more. Having just been revived, was he to face death again so soon? Rest assured, he will not act in such a manner. A soft voice murmured. It was none other than Baruma. Whoever feeds me is my mother. Oh yes, yes, that's his mother. Broly muttered softly. He was also helpless. He had already restrained his power immensely. And this was even under normal power. If this person wasn't future Trunks, he would have become a legendary superhuman and given him a good beating. Are you alright? Is there anything else bothering you? If so, please tell me. Seeing future Trunks get up without reacting, his face gradually turning red, Bulma thought something was wrong and placed her hands on her foreheads to measure their temperature. How strange. The temperature is the same. She didn't understand why future Trunks' face was so red. No, I'm fine. Future Trunks said softly, head down. His flushed cheeks seemed to be shyly trying to hide them. This embarrassed look was very unpleasant for him. He looked up briefly, then quickly lowered his eyes again. For this woman who looked exactly like his mother, future Trunks subconsciously regarded her as his past mother. Mr. Broly, why are you so strong? Yet in the future, future Trunks, remembering the important matter, asked curiously. Broly glanced at the others on the other side, and Piccolo tactfully turned away. You're curious about why the future is like this, aren't you? He said, bowing his head. Due to the height difference, Broly could only lower his head. Goku, Vegeta, and the others weren't particularly tall either, and even Trunks was only 7 meters tall. Yes, I want to know, why is my world like this? Future Trunks' expression turned somewhat dejected. He only knew everything about the Z fighters from Gohan and his mother, Bulma. Because we're not from this timeline. We're from another timeline. Just like you, Bulma said urgently. Future Trunks looked at Broly, who didn't refute him. Future Trunks smiled self-deprecatingly. That's right. If Mr. Broly were here in the future might not have become like this. All of this is because I'm too weak. With a single punch, future Trunks slammed into the ground. His eyes flashed with the memory of Gohan's final battle. The others on the other side were equally bewildered. Why did this boy suddenly start crying during the fight? TCH, what a disgrace. You've completely disgraced the Saiyans. Out of sight, out of mind, Vegeta simply closed his eyes. It's all right. Bulma patted future Trunks' head, constantly reassuring him. It's over. Life will get better from now on. He quietly watched future Trunks sob. The androids of the future timeline are weaker than those of the main timeline. But unlimited energy is still too overwhelming for humans. Even in their Super Saiyan forms, future Gohan and future Trunks hadn't reached their full potential. The constantly depleting Super Saiyan form and stamina. And with two enemies possessing unlimited energy, the longer the fight dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Saiyans. Chapter 128, Goku's Crushing Defeat. Whoosh. At that moment, a Ginyu Force escape pod rapidly descended to the ground. Goku's familiar aura delighted Krillin and the others. Clatter, the hatch opened, and before Goku even emerged, everyone crowded around him. Huh. Goku was bewildered. How did you all know I was here? It's like you were all waiting for me. Hahaha. Krillin and the others just laughed at Goku's words. They then began to recount what had happened since Frieza came to Earth. Broly watched Goku emerge, and they were greeting him. Next to him, future Trunks composed himself. Good. That's more like it. Bulma patted future Trunks' clothes. Be a strong boy. Yes. This is the last time I'll cry. I won't cry anymore. That's more like my child. Bulma leaned in and pinched future Trunks' cheek. The two smiled. And Broly looked at the figure flying towards them. Thud. I heard you two are really strong. Goku exclaimed excitedly. I heard Krillin and the others say you're Super Saiyans too. Right? That's right, future Trunks replied. What an annoying bunch. Vegeta muttered, gnashing his teeth as he looked at the Super Saiyans. Huh, you mean it? Goku exclaimed in surprise. Turning his head, Goku glanced at Vegeta and Bulma. Bulma. Two women who looked exactly alike. Goku, his CPU nearly overload, finally understood. Future Trunks, Goku said. Blushing and lowering his head, you could both be considered my mothers. But Vegeta is my father. Oh, I see. No wonder you and Vegeta look so alike. Goku glanced at Vegeta again, his eyes blinking between the two. Vegeta, on the other hand, didn't think so. Seeing the three whispering and constantly glancing back at him, Vegeta felt insulted. Super Saiyan. Whatever you say, I'll become one too. Don't underestimate me, you bunch of bastards. Vegeta's hands clenched tightly, a trickle of blood dripping from his fists. Whoosh. With a burst of energy, Vegeta stormed off. Everyone was bewildered. Don't worry about him. That's just Vegeta, Bulma said, looking at the lingering white aura in the sky. Vegeta's always had this strange temper. He's probably back training. Vegeta couldn't see anyone at Bulma's house. He was usually only seen occasionally at night, rarely during the day. Vegeta trained day and night in the gravity chamber created by Dr. Brief. This time, His pride was roused, and he'll probably be even harder on himself. Also, I came here to give you this medicine. You'll die of a heart attack in the future. This special medicine should save you. Future Trunks pulled out a small bottle from his wardrobe. It contained the ultimate treatment for viral heart disease, a drug that wouldn't be available for another 20 years. Broly looked on, speechless. He actually felt the drug wasn't necessarily necessary. If a single blast destroyed Goku's heart, or if Shenron wished for a new one, things would be fine. A monkey is still a monkey. His brain isn't quite as sharp as it used to be. Bulma, you hold this for him, Broly said, then looked at Goku and continued, you've been staring at me. You want to fight me, Son Goku? Hee. You caught me. Goku scratched his head sheepishly. After laughing, Goku's expression turned serious. He could only sense Trunks' ki, not Broly's. Broly's ki was as if it never existed. Not even a breath. Goku couldn't see through this guy at all. Amidst the blowing sand, the two flew off in another direction. This is fine, right? Actually, we don't need to change locations. Broly said nonchalantly. No. A little more open space is better for unleashing your power. Let me see your strength. To be honest, my blood is starting to boil. Goku immediately transformed into Super Saiyan. This transformation was even stronger than his first Namekian transformation. His hair no longer flew around uncontrollably like it did with Pantene, at least in terms of aura. It seemed he had mastered the unstable Super Saiyan transformation for the first time. Nearly 300 million power level. Broly laughed. Looks like Goku has more than just stabilized his transformation this year. No wonder he could break Future Trunks' sword with just one finger. At full power, Future Trunks wouldn't last more than a few moves. Aren't you going to become a Super Saiyan? Goku was somewhat surprised, his emerald green eyes showing a hint of surprise. After all, he had already unleashed his full power. All right, as you wish. Broly shouted. Then I'll show you. This is the legendary True Super Saiyan. The legendary True Super Saiyan, not just Future Trunks. Goku too. Even the Z fighters are filled with fantasies. In the prophecy of the Saiyans, the legendary Saiyan, born once every millennium, is not merely an ordinary Super Saiyan. Bulma explained to the crowd. The colors continuously overlapping in reverse. The sky transformed into a deep green at that moment. A radiant green light emanated from his visage, and his body underwent violent changes in tandem. Boom. The sudden explosion left everyone bewildered. Goku wore a perplexed expression regarding Broly's situation. Why had he exploded? Step. From the smoke emerged a towering figure, measuring over 2 meters, treading with such formidable strength that each step left an indelible imprint. Faced with this towering presence, Goku clenched his fists tightly. Although he could not sense the fluctuations of power, an instinctual sense of danger incessantly warned him. Kakarot, unleash your full power, Broly shouted, pointing at Goku with 2 fingers. Hiya! Goku struck Broly squarely in the face, but rather than causing him to stagger, it left Goku's hand trembling. Bang! In a swift maneuver, he delivered a kick directly to Broly's chest. Thud, thud, thud. Hiya! The resounding battle cries echoed as Goku's relentless assaults struck Broly like a sponge. Crack! In the next instant, a massive hand seized Goku's ankle. Haha! Are you done playing around? In the midst of shock, Broly grasped him and slammed him down to the ground. Ugh! In the moment of impact, Goku immediately spat out bile. Boom! Boom! The thunderous sounds of collision echoed as Goku's anguished cries reverberated from the depths of the crater. And in the blink of an eye, he returned to his normal state. So weak. Observing the unconscious Goku, he noted that GT Goku's usual state was merely Super Saiyan 3. Meanwhile, his own standard form was likely that of peak Super Saiyan 3, even surpassing it by numerous magnitudes. This multiplier can be understood as possessing Super Saiyan 3's power while in Super Saiyan 2. The power of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta ranges between levels 7 to 85. Official data indicates Super Saiyan God exists at the 6th dimension of combat strength. Chapter 129, Z Dimension Future World. No need to worry, Son Wukong will wake up shortly, Broly assured Gohan and the others. The Z fighters maintained a considerable distance from Broly, while Piccolo seemed to deliberately prevent anyone from approaching him. Thud! The descending figure gently placed Goku on the ground. Bulma, I appreciate your help. The shadow in the crater appeared serene, and Bulma glanced at him before initiating the healing process. As the healing light enveloped Goku, he let out a soft groan and opened his eyes, realizing that he had indeed lost this battle. Incredible. I never anticipated your strength. Goku's stamina began to normalize, and his aura seemed even more potent than before. Such is the nature of the Saiyans. Each battle enhances their power. The title of the warrior race originates from this. Yet Saiyans are primarily driven by an insatiable thirst for combat and the thrill of slaughter. Uncle Goku, I'm glad you're all right. Deity expressed joy at Goku's resurgence. Haha. Goku smiled. By the way, you mentioned I died of a heart condition. What about everyone in the future? I'm ashamed to say, Deity replied, that I am the only warrior left. Even my master Gohan fell to the androids. Aliens. Goku's playful demeanor shifted to seriousness. No, they are androids. Broly murmured. Androids? Goku's eyes widened in contemplation. Could it be the Red Ribbon Army? Indeed. Deity nodded. The Red Ribbon Army has long been silenced, yet Dr. Gero from the army survived and continued his experiments on androids, specifically, the creation of androids and cellular research, evolving from complete machines to humanity and subsequently to cellular combinations. In this world 3 years hence, androids will also emerge. Broly concurred. Exactly. Moreover, in the future, the androids will run rampant, even slaughtering humans and delighting in the destruction of cities. They are extraordinary, truly formidable. Even when I transform into a Super Saiyan, I cannot completely defeat them. Deity clenched his fists in fury, feeling helpless as he witnessed the unfolding chaos. This sense of powerlessness, this humiliation. 3 years, then, it seems time is indeed scant. Goku mused aloud, excitement flickering across his face. Step, step. As footsteps approached, Broly regarded Deity's advancing figure with confusion, for Deity's tone was laced with tremors. What captivated him further were Deity's azure eyes, inherited from his mother, Bulma. Gazing into those profound eyes, he felt himself drawn in. Can you take me back to the future? Deity asked timidly, trembling hands revealing his anxiety. Observing Broly's lack of response, Deity's fear of rejection grew. In a fleeting moment, the images of Bulma and Gohan resurfaced, and in contrast to rejection, Deity's inner despair prevailed. Your strength is so formidable, you can surely eradicate the androids. He pleaded earnestly. Bowing deeply, each second passed slowly. The silence above was palpable, and Deity's heart sank. He lifted his gaze, fixated on Broly, as if silently questioning why. Where's this? Amidst the chaos surrounding him, confusion enveloped his heart. Broly suddenly recalled that he had been locking eyes with Trunks just moments ago. Could this be the Z-Dimension future? If so, does that mean this is Trunks' former memory? Although he was uncertain of the circumstances, one thing was clear. His power was ever increasing, and conversely, his divine abilities were also growing stronger. He had not anticipated being able to glimpse into another's memories through a single individual. The power of divinity, darkness, time, and Saiyan strength. At this moment, he possessed them all. Regarding Deity's plight, he could only pay silent tribute. However, since he had arrived in the main timeline, Deity's future would be rewritten once more, especially in Deity's gaze, which was imbued with complexity, immensely intricate. Even with his vast experiences with women, he could not decipher it. Such intricate gazes are typically filled with intense emotions. Yet in Deity's eyes, there lay a glimmer of hope. From those azure eyes, Broly could perceive only Deity's despair, helplessness, sorrow, hatred, pain. Their eyes met, revealing a city devoid of life and light. Only boundless black smoke remained, accompanied by the helpless cries of the masses. Save me. Who will rescue us? Are there gods in this world? Do they truly exist? Countless voices of panic reflected in his pupils. In this obsidian world, only an endless darkness prevailed. The light of this world seemed to have been consumed. Bang! A sudden punch, though not injurious, jolted him back to reality. You imbecile. Did you not hear Trunks' words? Bulma questioned, hands on her hips. Huh. He instinctively touched his face. Though it wasn't painful, he could still feel it. The bewildering remarks left him at a loss, realizing how fiercely protective this woman was. Although she wasn't his biological mother, the difference was negligible. Do not worry. He will certainly agree, Bulma assured as she helped Deity to his feet. If he refuses, I shall simply hit him again. Crack, clenching her fist. Her intelligence seemingly dwindled while her anger surged. As she gently approached, she swiftly delivered a slap. Huh. At that moment, all he felt was confusion. This sensation was oddly familiar. It reminded him of the last time he was scolded for demolishing someone's house. What are you doing? As she grasped his hands, her delicate fingers were indeed soft, but her intention was clear. She aimed to slap his face. As Broly's expression darkened, he couldn't help but think that this woman truly was a force to be reckoned with, akin to a tempest that could uproot roofs if left unattended for merely 3 days. The two individuals beside him, along with the gathering crowd, were utterly engrossed, the resounding slaps echoing around them, adding to the theatrical atmosphere. "Oh, it seems she is just like me," Goku chuckled, scratching his head. However, Date was perplexed by this implication, realizing that Goku's words blatantly suggested they were all of the same ilk. As he deftly dodged the incoming slap, he found himself disinterested in the conversation that had momentarily diverted his attention. The only reason he could fathom for such an overwhelming display of maternal affection was the presence of a child. "Let us go, Trunks. We must return to your timeline," Broly declared. "Humph. Now that sounds more reasonable," Bulma nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, thank you," Date replied with a smile. In an instant, the two figures soared skyward, while below, Goku and Bulma observed silently. "Hey, why are they leaving together?" Krillin inquired, bewildered. As Goku approached the group, he pondered how to articulate the gravity of the situation. In 3 years, a new enemy will emerge on Earth, known as the androids. If we wish to survive, we must train diligently. Seeing Goku struggle to convey the message, Bulma interjected with clarity. "Haha, that's exactly right," Goku exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. "A new enemy?" Yamcha questioned. "Androids, you say?" Krillin echoed, prompting a flurry of murmurs among the others. Meanwhile, Bulma struggled to grasp the full implications of the discussion. It became evident that the pivotal moment hinged upon this woman. As long as she remained on Earth, chaos would be averted. Piccolo squinted thoughtfully. Internally acknowledging the situation was nearing its resolution, but he was also calculating the threat posed by the androids set to appear in 3 years. He had been eavesdropping on the earlier exchanges, piecing together the information about the time machine and the formidable future that awaited them. Is this truly the time machine? Future Bulma is quite remarkable, he mused. His mother had dedicated years to developing this technology, hoping to alter the past and, in turn, reshape the future. He smiled inwardly at the thought. Date's words had indeed altered the trajectory of what was to come, albeit within a parallel timeline. Suddenly, the time machine whirred to life, and the two figures inside observed the gathering Z warriors below. In the blink of an eye, the time machine vanished from sight. "What was that?" Gohan exclaimed, momentarily confused by the fleeting appearance of the device. He rubbed his eyes, convinced he must have been mistaken, as the sky returned to its tranquil state. "In 3 years, I refuse to meet my end. You all can continue wasting time here." With that, Piccolo took off into the sky. Honestly, everything seemed fine on Namek, so why the sudden change? Krillin lamented. "Let us cut to the chase. We will converge in the southwest of South City in 3 years. Reports indicate that S where the androids will strike first." Ignoring Piccolo's departure, Bulma continued with resolve. With a ripple in the air, the time machine reappeared, revealing Broly and Trunks having arrived in the future. As they surveyed the world below, Broly couldn't help but take in the scene. The present world had not yet descended into utter annihilation. Survival was still possible in the wilderness. But urban areas had become inhospitable to humanity. Caution was warranted, especially concerning Cell, as humans in this timeline faced dire circumstances. Why refer to this timeline as such? Because it was the B timeline, the one Date had traversed to deliver medicine to Goku in the C timeline. The primary timeline belonged to Cell. Predating Date's own, Cell's time machine had inadvertently birthed the B timeline. Broly sighed at the thought of a world where his companions might truly perish. Though Bulma might yet survive, perhaps a visit to the A timeline was in order. After a brief moment, the time machine descended to the ground. "Welcome. This is West City, the place where I grew up." Date felt a twinge of embarrassment as the city lay in ruins. "Do not dwell on these details. I have witnessed timelines far worse than this one." "Wait, hell?" That piqued Date's curiosity. Yet he soon considered that the other might share a fate akin to his own. Chapter 130. The Weaker Future Androids. "Please, follow me," Date beckoned, leading the way toward the Capsule Corporation's lower levels. Note, this narrative encompasses all elements including power levels and plot lines as mere references, reflecting the author's personal musings. Due to irregular influences, such as the time machine's illicit crossing, parallel timelines have emerged. The events of the A timeline. Date's possession of the android remote triggered the detonations within androids 17 and 18, resulting in their absence in the A timeline. In this timeline, only Cell, Android 17. And Android 18 exist, as Dr. Gero had not transformed himself into an android. This reality signifies peace for a deity who remains unaware of Dr. Gero's ultimate android project. Cell, having undergone extensive research and cultivation, had grown up alongside a deity. With this experience, a deity sought to traverse time and inform the Z warriors of the past that acquiring the remote could dismantle the two formidable androids. No variant of deity across timelines recognized Cell's scheming existence. In both the A and B timelines, he believed there were only two androids. The more time machines traversed, the greater the diversity that arose. For instance, in the C timeline, androids 19, 20, and 16 appeared, while other timelines lacked additional androids. In the A timeline, Cell killed a deity during his inaugural time travel, inadvertently birthing the B timeline. B deity experienced a life mirroring that of a deity. Upon B deity's time travel, the resulting ripples in time may have led a Cell and B deity to concurrently arrive in the C timeline, a consequence of temporal diversity and instability. Thus, the C timeline became a world of dual arrivals, one 4 years prior, the other 4 years later. Regardless of when each time machine manifested, the timeline remained prior to Frieza and his son. This establishes the paradox of time travel. In this world line, time progresses unimpeded, rendering all else ineffective and incapable of altering the course of events. B deity remained oblivious to the existence of the A timeline, believing his reality to be the primary one. Meanwhile, Cell ambushed and killed a deity, traveling to the C timeline by the time machine, which was set 4 years back. This explains why Cell arrived 3 years earlier than B deity. The time machine utilized by a Cell during its inaugural journey birthed the parallel B timeline. In contrast, B deity's first journey produced the parallel C timeline. Both time machines entered the C timeline together, transitioning the primary world from A to B, then ultimately to C. The C timeline thus became the main narrative, referred to as the primary world. Moreover, a Cell regressed to a juvenile state, requiring years to evolve. Consequently, a timeline Cell arrived 4 years earlier, while B deity came 3 years later. "Mom, I'm home," deity called out. In the dimly lit basement, flickering lights cast shadows, and footsteps echoed from the depths of the darkness. "Welcome back, Trunks." A familiar figure embraced him. It was Bulma. However, the haggard visage made it difficult for him to recognize her at first. The signs of youth had long been erased by time, leaving behind the appearance of a middle-aged woman. Yet, this did not diminish her past beauty. The once lustrous strands of hair had lost their sheen, replaced by a face lined with wrinkles. Despite the hardships of life, a smile still graced her features. "Trunks," she said softly, "this is my helper from the past. His name is Broly," deity introduced. "Hello, Bulma," he greeted. "Hello," she replied. They exchanged a brief handshake, and memories flooded back, taking him 17 years into the past. However, because Bulma did not go, Trunks managed to survive, and thereafter, it was Gohan who remained alone. The lights in the laboratory were far clearer than those in the corridor outside. At least here, the brightness was decent, perhaps due to its concealed nature, which made the atmosphere rather tense. "This is where I built the time machine. Please take a seat," Bulma said, turning to fetch a glass of cool water. Boom. Deity tossed out a capsule, and Bulma connected a few tubes lying on the ground to the time machine, which seemed to be the source of its energy. Observing this, Deity remarked, "The energy supply for the time machine is a bit tricky. The fuel for this round trip has been exhausted. The next time, it may take at least half a year or even a year." "It's fine. It doesn't matter where I go," he replied, lifting the cup. Although it was just plain water, it was a thoughtful gesture from Deity. Could this be interpreted as a token of apprenticeship? Though somewhat lacking in luxury, there was nothing inherently wrong with Deity. He was indeed a Saiyan of notable worth, of legendary epic caliber. In the future, Deity's lineage was diminished because Vegeta was not a Super Saiyan, resulting in him not inheriting S cells, significantly impacting his power. The potential of hybrid Saiyans should be quite remarkable. As long as the Saiyan bloodline is not too diluted, they can transform into Super Saiyans. The second generation of hybrids should possess the strongest capabilities, with half of the Saiyan bloodline and the limitations of a Saiyan mitigated by half. While testing the equipment, Bulma inquired, "Trunks, have you met your father? What do you think?" "Well," Deity replied, "his demeanor is somewhat aloof." "Hee, that is certainly the case," Bulma chuckled, covering her mouth. "That guy is like that. He is the opposite of Sun Wukong." Suddenly, a series of electronic sounds interrupted. News flash. Ladies and gentlemen, we now interrupt for the latest updates on the androids. Currently, 300 kilometers south of West City, not far from here. Date stood up. The earlier jovial atmosphere transformed into seriousness, indicating that Date had suffered considerable setbacks with the androids. Let us go together. Place your hand on my shoulder. What? Date was puzzled, as Broly swiftly grasped his shoulder. Hey, where did they go? Bulma turned around, only to find that the two had vanished from the laboratory. In a small town 300 kilometers south of West City, Date surveyed his surroundings, his eyes filled with confusion. This is instant transmission. Broly looked down and said, "Want to learn? I can teach you." Boom. A sudden explosion erupted from a clothing store just a few streets away. Number 17. Why did you destroy my clothing store? Number 18 exclaimed angrily. All right. It was an accident, Number 17 said nonchalantly, seemingly acknowledging his mistake without concern. Number 17 was indeed stronger than number 18. Though both possessed infinite energy, it was not infinite stamina. One could only say their physical endurance was extraordinarily formidable. The extent of their strength might only require hydration to replenish. After all, they felt no hunger, and their natural state was nearly at full capacity. Looks like we have guests, number 17 remarked. Yes, indeed, two of them, number 18 replied, exchanging glances with her brother. With a swift motion, Date unleashed a powerful energy wave, but the two androids evaded it effortlessly. Boom. The ground shook violently as several shops were obliterated by the energy wave. Smoke rising slowly into the air. Trunks, causing destruction in the city is not acceptable, number 17 said with a smirk as he descended slowly. Number 18, folding her arms, watched with indifference, feeling no remorse for the loss of the clothing store. You dare speak of destroying the city? How dare you? In a burst of rage, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and swung his sword. Broly watched without concern, pondering what kind of wave someone of similar power could create. One at level 25 and the other at 28. The advantage would gradually become a disadvantage, relying solely on infinite energy to maintain the upper hand. A Super Saiyan could only suppress an android for a limited time, but one could not kill the opponent. As time stretched, the situation would inevitably reverse. The androids from the future were relatively weaker than those from the main timeline. He could not fathom why, but it was clear that the androids from the main timeline could easily overpower even a Super Saiyan Vegeta. In fact, with just a single punch or kick, Vegeta could be rendered powerless, and it was known that he had consumed a Senzu bean prior to this encounter. It was quite possible that he had reached an energy level of 500 million, or perhaps 700 million. Number 17 was slightly stronger than number 18. Before long, Date began to struggle. In contrast, number 17 was still at ease. This was the power of infinite energy. Thud. Number 17 landed a powerful uppercut to Date's abdomen, sending him crashing into the ruins below. This one is left for me. You've had enough fun, Date. This one I must claim for myself. As number 18 gracefully descended to the ground, she observed Broly's calm demeanor, undoubtedly thinking he was merely putting on a facade. Number 17 wore a nonchalant expression. All right, then I'll keep an eye on Trunks. It's been a while since I've had such a thrilling experience. This time, I will enjoy it to the fullest. Boom. A golden light erupted from the ruins as Date charged towards number 18. Zing, zing. With a flurry of prince-like techniques, Date was repeatedly pushed back. Trunks, your opponent is me, so don't get it twisted, number 17 called out to him. Broly replied, continue. Clap. Date barely had time to react, instinctively catching what was thrown. Senzu bean? Date exclaimed. After all, it had been over 3 years since he last laid eyes on one. It should be noted that 3 years ago, the Senzu beans on Earth had officially run out. The last one had been fed to Date. Hey, are you being disrespectful to women? Number 18 flicked her bangs, seemingly unfazed by his sudden appearance. But it doesn't matter. I'm just incredibly bored right now. However, Broly merely looked down at her. After all, with an energy level of over 200 million, he found little interest in her. Standing there, he couldn't be bothered to engage her in combat. At a height of 1.9 meters, Broly towered over number 18, who stood at only around 1.6 meters. Even if she were to grow, it wouldn't be by much. At most, she could reach around 1.75 meters in height. Chapter 131, The Plan to Eliminate Cell. The energy of the androids is endless. Please be cautious, Mr. Broly, Date shouted urgently. Boom. An energy wave shot down, and Date leapt back to evade number 17's attack. The image of number 17 ignited Date's fury once more. Go on. Boom. A golden aura erupted as Date soared upward. Whoosh. With a grin, number 17 charged forward, his fists raised in anticipation of Date's approach. Watching the two engage in a fierce battle once again, number 18's gaze shifted back to Broly. Did you hear that? Just as Trunks mentioned, my energy is boundless. If you wish to flee, now is your chance. Number 18 taunted. However, Broly merely opened his eyes and glanced slightly, finding himself inexplicably stirred by the presence of Shiba. This complex sentiment swelled within him. Gazing into Shiba's face, he was astonished to feel a desire to spare her. Truly, after spending so long with the two of you, have I grown somewhat dull? Broly mocked himself. Damn it, do not underestimate others. Observing the disdain from his opponent, Shiba's expression darkened, twisting into a grimace. In a flash, her foot struck Broly's neck. Seeing her attack land, Shiba felt a surge of joy. Bang, bang, bang. A series of resounding thuds echoed as Shiba rapidly switched her feet to deliver swift kicks aimed at Broly's vulnerable neck. The issue with future Wugohen's neck was likely due to such kicks. Then, 17 dealt the fatal blow to future Wugohen, explaining why Wugohen lay in the water with a crooked neck. Beneath his vacant gaze, the dismembered Wugohen was mercilessly tormented to death by the two androids. The androids of the future world possessed a morbid fascination for cruelty. They relished in torture and murder, having been modified continuously by Jero. This resulted in what they called perfection. The first attack severed Wugohen's arm, and the second led to his agonizing demise. The despairing Saiyan. His power would no longer see significant enhancement, for his spirit had already perished. When despair eclipses anger, Wugohen's essence becomes shackled. Yet, anger serves as the most potent catalyst for a Saiyan's strength. With a fury that tramples all, a Saiyan's power can temporarily surge, even transcending limits and shattering constraints. The source of a Saiyan's power, their tail, responds incessantly to their wrath. Daida was struck down and admitted to the hospital for the first time. He lay there for an extended period before recovering, while Bulma juggled concerns over the time machine and cared for Daida. Additionally, there were their shared expenses, and the effort to gather energy for the time machine had exacted a considerable toll. The newly invented time machine was sent back to the world of 17 years ago without any testing. Testing would require an extensive time to gather energy. They could not afford failure. Daida, resolute in his determination, dove into the time machine. A delicate shout arose as Shibuya's left fist aimed for Broly's forehead. Thud. The resounding strike forced him to open his eyes. Slap. Shibuya's other fist followed. Broly's large hands grasped her petite fists firmly. Let me go? Shiba exclaimed, filled with indignation. With no response from Broly, she unleashed a series of kicks directed at his chest. Bang. Bang. Damn it. Why is it having no effect? With all her might, Shiba watched in frustration as her attacks proved futile from start to finish. 17. Shiba cried out in alarm as 17 had already gained a decisive advantage. He held Daida aloft and kicked him aside. Is he not the same? Or does this guy surpass Trunks? Excitement coursing through him, 17 dashed toward Broly at high speed, intent on delivering a satisfying blow today. Whoosh. Broly flung Shiba towards 17. The immense force sent the two androids hurtling backward. Broly clenched his fist tightly. A sphere of green energy coalesced in his palm and shot forth. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated, accompanied by a billowing cloud of black smoke. Only the remnants of blood mist lingered in the air. You indeed resemble Razzle, but you are ultimately not Razzle. This sensation is what I truly yearn for. As the wind dispersed the smoke, he sighed deeply with a smile, yet he could not deny a grim truth. He was gradually becoming more docile. The vicious Saiyan's violent tendencies, unbeknownst to him, had ceased to affect him within the hyperbolic time chamber. Perhaps this is what familial bonds entail. With a thud, 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 consumed this Senzu Daida. Supported by another, Daida opened his weary eyes, savoring the bean, and his vitality gradually returned. Android. Now fully restored, Daida rose and declared. His mental state appeared unstable, but in such dire circumstances, Daida's mental fortitude had prevented him from becoming entirely unhinged. I have eradicated the androids. Broly could not help but glance back at the site of the recent explosion. So this is how it is. Following his gaze, Daida also looked towards the explosion site. Thank you, Mr. Burori. Observing Burori's lack of reaction, Daida assumed he desired to return to the main timeline. I apologize for making you come here. However, this world has been saved because of you, and now it has finally attained peace. I will return to inform my mother, and tonight we shall celebrate. Daida exclaimed joyfully. Whoosh. Watching Daida depart, Burori refrained from interrupting. Indeed, this world had been in turmoil for long enough, and it was time for Bulma to find solace. Inside the laboratory, observing the mother and son, he quietly lingered at the doorway. Should he mention Cell's matter? It seemed unnecessary. Merely informing Daida would suffice. After dinner, perhaps the Saiyans would share common ground. Bulma smiled as she watched the two ascend into the sky, beneath the pitch-black night sky. While the city had regained some semblance of its former brilliance, it was now exceedingly sparse, yet at least 2 calamities had been removed. Pray tell, where are we headed? Daida inquired from behind. You shall know soon. I shall not remain in this world for long. There are matters of greater importance. Though puzzled by the response, Daida chose to trust him. After all, the two were soaring ever higher into the heavens. Above the clouds, Trunks had never witnessed such a sight. Crackle! Breaking through the dark clouds, bolts of lightning flashed. Daida's heart swelled with confusion. Are we heading to outer space? Just as he was about to inquire, a magnificent temple came into view. A colossal, bowl-shaped temple left Daida astounded at the sight before him. Tap, tap. This is the temple, Burori said while guiding the way. Son Wukong and Vegeta passed away early and did not inform you. But there exists a temple on Earth, the dwelling of the Kaioshin, the temple of the gods. Daida's eyes widened, filled with inquisitiveness as he gazed at the temple. Creaked the temple doors, opened once more. A dark abyss lay before them, yet it did not deter their advance. Creak at the moment they pushed the door open. They entered a realm of pure white. The great clock atop the door emanated an ancient, profound aura that enveloped them. Daida, momentarily taken aback, stood there in awe. Within the temple lay a hyperbolic time chamber. This is where I have brought you, Burori continued. This is my purpose for bringing you here. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, a year passes for every day outside. Ordinary individuals can only remain for 2 days. Without formidable power, they may never escape. Never escape? Daida questioned, perplexed. Indeed, should you exceed 2 days, this door will vanish. Burori pointed at the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber. Does that mean one can never exit? Daida sighed in disbelief. I brought you here to impart other information. While the androids have been vanquished, there remains the ultimate android, Cell. The ultimate android cell program cultivated within Dr. Gero's computer. Cell, please, elaborate on everything. Daida urged. Both 17 and 18 exist for the sake of this ultimate android, and should Cell absorb 17 and 18, he will achieve his perfect form. How do you know this? Daida pondered, recalling that Burori hailed from another timeline, thus making it reasonable. So, does Cell exist in my world as well? Daida clenched his teeth. Yes, not only does your world harbor Cell, but there are also 2 cells in that timeline. Well, what? 2 cells? Daida exclaimed, his face paling in shock. In a different timeline, Shala managed to traverse to Wukong's realm by eliminating an alternate version of you. Currently, he remains in his juvenile form, posing little threat. However, on Wukong's side, there exists another artificial human, also named Shalu, who is anticipated to manifest in approximately 20 years. Meanwhile, the Shalu of this world has begun to stir, intending to ambush and eliminate you while absorbing the powers of number 17 and number 18. Nevertheless, with the absence of the artificial humans, should you release your aura, he will likely seek you out directly. Broly stated this clearly. The time machine, that cursed Shalu. Date clenched his fists, resolute that the future of the previous world must not manifest in this manner. He had endured enough of this life. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not allow another timeline to continue down this path. Thus, I brought you here to train. In 3 years, the artificial human incident will occur. And when the time comes, you must return and eliminate Shalu. But first, you must possess formidable strength. I understand. Date nodded. I appreciate your guidance. Please allow me to attain greater power. He needed to travel to timeline A or C, ensuring a backup plan, as the path ahead was fraught with instability. And he was unwilling to witness unforeseen consequences. He harbored reservations about Lazili's strength, let alone those divine beings. Thus he entrusted the weighty responsibility to the steady Date. Your resolve brings me great joy. Broly patted Date's shoulder, adding, to be honest, you far surpass the Goten of another timeline. Among the Saiyans, I hold the highest hopes for you. Thank you. Date bowed respectfully. Let us commence. We shall begin with the fundamentals. Chapter 132, The Astonishment of Timeline A. In the Spirit Time Room, 1 year later. Swish, swish, swish. A figure relentlessly trained in the gravity chamber, throwing punches and skillfully evading laser beams. He insisted that Date refrain from utilizing Super Saiyan transformations, focusing instead on enhancing his base combat power over the year, for the Saiyan transformations serve to amplify strength. Yet the foundation of combat prowess is paramount. Observing Date's diligent efforts, Broly felt a sense of satisfaction, at the very least. He appeared far more pleasing than the Goten from a certain timeline. Boom. Trunks, it's time to eat. Broly exclaimed as he tossed a capsule onto the ground, producing a stack of 20 food containers. Yes. Date sat down, eagerly devouring his meal. His routine involved fetching food and delivering broken machines to Bulma, even managing the high-gravity chamber with ease. Over the course of the year, Date had ascended from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan First Stage 3rd Tier. Due to limited inheritance of S cells, his current situation was significantly better than in the original narrative. His mind was not as restless, and his aura remained stable. It remained uncertain how well he could perform, but at the very least, Date was no longer blinded by hatred. I'm full, Date said, cleaning up the food containers. He opened a beverage and lay back on the ground. Now it was time for questions, as he was responsible for instructing Date. After the 2nd year, he would personally assess Date's training results. Tell me, why does Super Saiyan have so many stages? By the way, do you think I can defeat Shala now? Whether he could or not, you will find out next year. At that time, you can test your strength for yourself. He intentionally kept some suspense. The muscle expansion mode of the 3rd tier can be retained. If you can switch modes at will, it will yield unexpected results. However, you have yet to reach the perfect stage of Super Saiyan 1. Upon achieving perfection, the energy consumption of Super Saiyan will decrease, while speed and strength will only increase. And energy loss will diminish. Observing Date's transformations, Broly spoke candidly. I see. No wonder, Date mused, feeling his hand as he reflected on the muscle expansion mode. I sense an immense power, but my speed has correspondingly slowed. The muscle expansion mode of Super Saiyan First Stage 3rd Tier was capable of overwhelming the perfect Super Saiyan. The complete Shalu claimed that Date's strength exceeded his, yet due to his slow speed, he could not land a hit on Shalu. In terms of pure strength, Super Saiyan First Stage 3rd Tier fell short of Super Saiyan 2nd Tier. The disparity in speed was even more pronounced, and he was even outpaced by other stages of Super Saiyan First. Though the complete form of Shalu did not possess the strength of Super Saiyan 2nd, he dared not recklessly absorb the attacks of the 3rd Tier Date. In full power, Yukong likely had not yet reached that level. Even defeating a small Shalu proved to be quite a challenge. He consumed a Senza bean and even gave one to Shalu, who merely toyed with him. The subsequent smaller Shalu nearly managed to take Yukong's life. However, the Super Saiyan Gohan managed to surpass Yukong's strength, even unleashing his potential to break through to Super Saiyan 2nd. For the next year, you shall focus solely on training in Super Saiyan form. Adapt to the Super Saiyan state. Even in sleep, bathing, or training, do not let it dissipate. Understood, Date responded dutifully. Boom. He packed the damaged equipment into capsules and exited the time room. Capsule Corporation in West City. In the Midnight Laboratory, a figure was still repairing the damaged apparatus and enhancing equipment. The frequent damage to the training devices kept Bulma quite busy, working late into the night. She was truly dedicated to her craft. Observing the silhouette at the window, he placed the capsule into his pocket. On the rooftop, Broly sat quietly. The starlight of the night sky reminded him of life in the spirit time room. Sigh. With a long exhale, Broly lay back on the flat ground, gazing at the myriad stars above. The thought of Zamasu filled him with immense frustration. Yet, he could only yield to the passage of time. Zamasu, having donned the time ring, had severed the connection between past and future. Any excessive actions would only further complicate the timelines. The god of destruction, Beerus, urged the destruction of the present Zamasu, and under the rules of annihilation, both past and future could be obliterated. However, due to the time ring, other Zamasu counterparts remained unaffected, and Beerus's interference led to the emergence of an additional timeline, a realm devoid of Zamasu. The diversity of timelines, spurred by Deity's traversals, once again birthed a parallel world. Hearing the silence from the laboratory, Bulma must have taken a break. Glancing at the capsule in hand, he stepped into the laboratory. The figure in the swivel chair was soundly asleep, resting comfortably on the desk. He quietly placed the capsule in front of the computer, taking care not to disturb her, for sleep is a precious commodity. The night was not particularly cold. After draping her with a jacket, he skillfully closed the laboratory door. Shala's aura was concealed, and he possessed no means to seek him out. He had not mastered the techniques of sensing, nor had he learned the Kai Kai. At the very least, this old foe would inevitably arrive in West City, for with the disappearance of the artificial humans, his gaze would eventually fixate upon Deity's life essence. In the spirit time room, 2 years later, whoosh, a powerful wave of light surged forth. Broly executed a swift hand strike, intercepting Deity's knee kick with precision. Reducing his strength, he had to hold back. Otherwise, there would be no need to assess Deity's training results. Deity's prince-like combat style unleashed a barrage of strikes. The two beams of light exchanging blows amidst the smoke. Boom. In an instant, as Broly attacked, a massive hand descended toward Deity, the gathered force transforming into a powerful strike. Kaboom. At the moment of contact, a tremendous explosion ensued, sending Deity flying and reverting him to his normal state. All right, your strength is sufficient, Broly stated as he slowly descended. Really? Deity asked, disbelief evident in his tone. Do you doubt it? Compared to 2 years ago, you can surely feel the difference. Your power has increased significantly. Ignoring Deity's astonishment, he opened the door to the spirit time room. It was time to leave this place. Whoosh. 2 figures soared towards the center of the temple, locking eyes as the time ring opened a rift in the timeline. It's about time for farewells. I must take my leave. We shall meet again in the main world. Yes. Please travel safely, Deity replied politely. Clap. The moment the rift in time and space sealed, tranquility returned to the temple. Is this your method? Deity was taken aback. A mere ring possessed such formidable power. Whoosh. A streak of light soared from the temple, heading towards the capital of the West. Crack. I'm back, mother. You must have worked hard in your training. Turning around, Bulma circled Deity, impressed by his height. Not bad. You've grown quite tall. She nudged him playfully with her elbow. And Deity could only scratch his head and smile shyly. After spending 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, his height had increased from 1.7 meters to approximately 1.77 meters. With a pair of height-increasing shoes, he would almost reach 1.8 meters, clad in long trousers and a black sleeveless shirt. His hair had also grown significantly, with its texture becoming much more defined. Within the rift of time and space, it seemed that achieving Super Saiyan 2 still relied on rage. Although Deity did not reach Super Saiyan 2, his perfect form should be invincible. He did not dwell on it further and continued to delve deeper into the rift. Surrounding white lightning constantly struck, sometimes grazing past him, other times raging violently. As the rift opened again, the sight that emerged startled him. Where's Earth? The universe, which should have been vibrant with color, was now shrouded in darkness. With only faint glimmers of light, the once thriving Earth had transformed into a desolate wasteland. A green energy sphere floated aimlessly in the cosmos. Whoosh. Under the power of the gods, coupled with the time ring, a beam of white light shot forth from the ring as he attempted to reverse time and uncover what had transpired. An image began to rewind, the flow of time accelerating, and in an instant, the scene returned to when Earth still existed. Boom. The image revealed the Earth exploding. Amidst the wreckage, pink blobs of flesh began to coalesce, and in a blink, they transformed into a petite figure. The entity in the image scratched its head, corrected its posture, and struck a pose. With pink skin and a bare upper body, it wore white pants and brown-black shoes, adorned with wrist guards, its large hands robust, possessing immense flexibility and brute strength. Broly was equally bewildered, wondering why it was a doll. Upon reflection, he realized this was the original timeline, the primary world. The timeline must have reached the point where Babidi unleashed Majin Buu. Despite the lack of energy on Earth, the vast universe would inevitably lead to resurrection. Never mind, first, I must seek the Kai to find out where Bulma is. With a thought, his figure vanished from the universe. Whoosh. King Kai's planet, an empty realm devoid of life. Not even a baboon remained. Whoosh. After circling around, he found not a single soul, leaving him utterly perplexed. Even if King Kai were dead, he wouldn't report to the King of Hell. Remembering the Kaishin planet, he instantly transported there. Whoosh. Darn it. What on earth happened? Nothing at all. The open room revealed no sign of life. Could Shin and Kibito have perished too? Then Beerus is likely gone. Whis must be in slumber. He even speculated if Black Goku had been here. Was he consumed by Buu? That was the only possibility left. If consumed by Buu, their souls would be trapped, potentially assimilated into Buu. Although Black Goku appeared during the Majin Buu saga, he had no reason to kill King Kai, since his goal was to eliminate Kaishins and gods. Zamasu, while enforcing absolute justice against humanity, harbored a measure of reverence for deities, masking his ugliness beneath a facade of politeness. Defeating Kibito, he would even graciously commend others, exhibiting great kindness towards gods other than humans. Chapter 133, The Inheritance of the God of Destruction. Creak, he pushed the door open. Inside, a path illuminated by brilliant white light awaited. This was the palace of the Kaishin, and Broly entered with ease. On the inner table lay a sphere capable of detecting cosmic stars. This was a tool for sensing life. The Kaishin-S detector was employed to observe the number of planets and life forms. Whenever a god of destruction obliterated a planet, the Kaishin would use this to witness the event. With closed eyes, Broly placed his hands upon the sphere, and ripples of white waves emanated. Directing his gaze towards the cosmos, he sought to ascertain how many beings still existed in the universe and the number of stars. Additionally, he wondered if Bulma was still alive. Bang, a glance revealed that the galaxies within the Milky Way were scant, with countless planetary remnants aimlessly drifting through space. Boom. Amidst a colossal explosion, yet another planet dimmed. His attention was drawn to the debris of the recently exploded planet, where numerous pink blobs began to gather, ultimately forming a silhouette. Sighing at the sight, Broly instinctively withdrew his hands. There was no need to look again. Bulma was surely gone. The life forms in this universe had been nearly exterminated by Buu. He understood that Buu must have sought revenge against the Kaishin immediately upon resurrection. While Buu was a killer, others were not foolish and held grudges. The Buu within Fat Buu awakened, facing the threat of being consumed by the little doll, ultimately merging the powers of both Buus once again. Reflecting on it, Buu was indeed a nuisance, but fortunately, this little Buu lacked intelligence. If he were to consume all the life in the universe, Broly shuddered at the thought. Those devoured by Buu, unless extraordinarily powerful, would have no effect on him. This was why Buu transformed from a small figure into a plump one. After satisfying his hunger, the evil Buu's mind was left solely with destruction and consumption. Breaking through the energy shield, Broly instantly teleported over. Having arrived, he felt it imperative to cleanse this universe. In the cosmos, the little Buu emitted incessant laughter. He then flew towards the next planet. Gathering an energy ball between his fingers, he hurled it downwards. Seeing this, little Buu's lips curled into a smile. For yet another fireworks display was about to unfold. Watching the energy ball descend slowly, then ascend, little Buu's laughter momentarily faltered. Boom! With a resounding burst of light, the blinding radiance compelled little Buu to instinctively shield his eyes. Upon reopening them, the energy ball had vanished, replaced by a figure. Within the white glow, the form gradually solidified. Encased in a green shield was a man with a bare upper body. Witnessing this scene, a raucous laugh erupted once more. The little doll was not fond of words, expressing emotions vividly through gestures. He was so fond of laughter, one could only wonder if he would still find joy later. Broly observed silently. Whoosh! Amidst the laughter, little Buu transformed into a pink blur, charging directly forward. Thud! A figure was sent flying. The force of the impact shattering several large meteors before little Buu gradually ceased his backward flight. Ah! The little Buu, clearly agitated, roared in frustration, venting his displeasure. Whoosh! In an instant, he became a streak of light. A blur left in his wake as he aimed to consume the person before him to quell his anger. Truly an overconfident fool. Broly placed his hands behind his back, watching as Buu lunged at him, just a hair's breadth away. As Buu's fist was about to connect with his face, destruction. Broly's eyes widened as he bellowed. Ah! In an instant, Buu's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. A sudden, mournful wail erupted, and the body began to gradually disintegrate into dust from the inside out. Under the watchful gaze of Broly, Xiao Bu was completely transformed into cosmic particles. It seemed that I have acquired a destructive power rivaling that of the gods of destruction. I never anticipated that destruction would prove to be so effective. Initially, I merely intended to test the spoken command, yet unexpectedly, it succeeded. This indicates that the power of destruction is amplifying alongside my growing strength. My inherent power already possesses destructive capabilities, and through continuous training, this power also intensifies. At this moment, Broly wielded a destructive force comparable to that of a legitimate god of destruction. He had evolved from a mere firefly into a radiant being. He now felt that, aside from Beerus, he might possess the strength to challenge any other god of destruction, even the weakest among them, with a significant chance of victory. In the realm of the gods, he mused, since you are deceased, I might as well inherit what remains. As the saying goes, the fat water does not flow into the fields of outsiders. After all, I am also a denizen of the seventh universe. Broly gazed at the purple sky and the towering tree before him. The lawn nearby had clearly been neglected for some time, indicating that death had lingered here for a while. Without Whis to tend to these areas, wild grass had overtaken the landscape. He ambled toward the palace, knowing that while the treasures of the gods of destruction were scarce, they were undoubtedly exquisite. This was the dwelling place of the god of destruction, Beerus. Following the death of the Kaioshin, the god of destruction had perished as well, and the angels would enter a slumber until the arrival of the next god of destruction. Having visited before, he was somewhat familiar with the layout. Inside the hall, the small fish in the aquarium rested atop a high glass, seemingly in a state of blissful slumber. Upon seeing this fish, his eyes sparkled. This little creature had the ability to foresee the future and was privy to some ancient secrets. The prophetic fish was indeed a precious treasure that he felt compelled to take with him. In the blink of an eye, his gaze fell upon Whis' staff. Whis stood quietly to the side. It seemed that the sudden slumber had left him with no chance to react. Whis' staff was also a remarkable item. Although it could not compare to the supreme artifact, the Ring of Time, who would ever turn down a valuable possession? Moreover, this staff could store items and even reverse time. Unfortunately, as a Kaioshin, I am powerless against the gods of destruction. You may rest quietly here. With one last glance, Broly turned to depart. Having obtained the dimensional travel device, the prophetic fish, and the angel's staff, he knew it was time to leave this timeline. As for the angel Whis, he felt no concern. Once the other angels discovered the situation, or if the Grand Minister became aware, this universe would inevitably return to its operational state. How long would that take? He could hardly be bothered to care. It could be thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, or even billions of years. The angelic race did not frequently interact, and the Grand Minister and Whis would only reunite due to the Omni King or the Tournament of Power. The Grand Minister had once expressed envy for the seventh universe, prompting Whis to invite him to visit. In the B timeline, Trunks had prepared the energy and set the time. He must return alive. Bulma spoke softly. I will definitely come back, without a doubt. After putting away the capsule, Daitai's expression shifted. Mom, you should return. What is wrong, Trunks? Bulma asked, her face filled with concern. Please trust me, go back. As she looked at the excited Daitai, Bulma turned and vanished at the entrance of Capsule Corporation. Turning, Daitai shouted ahead. Come out, I found you. With a thud, footsteps echoed, and Cell unexpectedly turned to Daitai. I don't know how you figured it out, but your fate ends here. Whose fate is still uncertain. Daitai retorted defiantly. Stop boasting. Your data is all in my possession. Cell pointed to his head with a grin. Cell had long been active on Earth, gradually attacking humanity, but his strength had been too feeble until now, and he felt capable of defeating Trunks. Unable to locate androids 17 and 18, Cell had set his sights on Daitai's life essence. Though the Dragon Balls were gone, the time machine remained. Oh, is that so? Then you might be disappointed, Daitai exclaimed, with a push of his hands. A wave of energy sent Cell soaring into the air unexpectedly. Just as I intended. Allow me to show you this magnificent technique. Suspended in midair, Cell felt a surge of delight, as historically, he had always been defeated on the left side, and now he was positioned to the right. A blue-white energy wave gradually blossomed between Cell's hands, and Daitai gazed in astonishment, recognizing it as Goku's technique, the Kamehameha wave. As the sound faded, a blue-white beam shot toward the ground, and Cell believed this victory was inevitable. Demonic flash. Calmly, Daitai directed his hands skyward, unleashing an energy wave from his palms. The moment the two waves collided, it became evident that Daitai held the upper hand. Under the blinding light, the demonic flash enveloped Cell entirely. What? How is this possible? Cell's cries vanished alongside the white radiance. Breathing a sigh of relief as he gazed at the ruins above, Deity cautiously waited for a moment before exhaling deeply. All right, this world is safe. There's still another world. His gaze sharpened slightly. Everything was progressing according to his envisioned plan. With a resounding boom, a cloud of smoke dissipated as Deity boarded the time machine. He intended to return to the past and personally eliminate all the androids. So, you've been using this to absorb energy, haven to you? With a clap, Vegeta discarded a pair of hands onto the ground, his pride radiating with an intensity that was hard to describe. Before him, Android 19 struggled up a slope. Panic etched across his face as he wished he could sprout more legs. What's wrong? Do androids feel fear too? Vegeta floated upward, glancing down at the fleeing android. His wicked smile sent shivers down Android 20's spine. Huh. An energy wave shot straight toward the ground, and amidst the explosion, 19's head rolled to 20's feet. Cursed Vegeta, Android 20 thought, realizing he needed to escape immediately. This was not the same Vegeta displayed in the records, especially not that Super Saiyan. Android 19 had absorbed both Goku's and Vegeta's energy, surpassing his own limits. Approximately 4 billion units of energy were effortlessly dispatched by Vegeta, and Android 20 understood that his paltry 2 billion units would be futile. Chapter 134, The Prophetic Fish's Answer. Uncle Piccolo looked at Piccolo's expression, puzzled. Vegeta's power has indeed surpassed Goku's. Piccolo's countenance darkened slightly. Sensing the aura emanating from Vegeta, he felt an oppressive weight that was even more daunting than Goku's. It was not difficult to imagine the rigorous training Vegeta had undergone. He eagerly unleashed his Super Saiyan aura. Vegeta reveled in the expressions of those around him. In that moment, the dignity of the Saiyan Prince was restored. Has he surpassed him? As long as he can defeat the androids, it will suffice, Krillin remarked in astonishment, patting his chest. Don't celebrate too soon. You know what kind of person Vegeta is. Tien's words doused Krillin's enthusiasm with cold water. Yes, you're right. Krillin's worry returned instantly. As the crowd marveled, Vegeta dispelled the Super Saiyan form, casually adjusting his collar. You just cost me a significant amount of energy. Now, if anyone wishes to challenge me, the opportunity is not to be missed. Android 20, bewildered, hesitated momentarily before retreating. Is it a trap? Number 20 continued to ponder in his mind. Could it be that he wished to continue playing the game? In his bewildered gaze, a sudden realization struck him. He recalled that Vegeta had mentioned that after transforming into a Super Saiyan, one's temper would become exceedingly volatile. Yet, the current demeanor of Vegeta exuded an air of tranquility. A trap. It was undoubtedly a trap. Observing Vegeta's smile, he realized that 19 had just fallen. Number 20's determination to escape intensified. You just said we still have no chance of winning. While that may be impossible, why do you say so? Vegeta inquired with keen interest. Of course. Although you surpass 19, if this is all you can muster, don't even think about defeating the androids. Ha. Vegeta burst into laughter. Humph, truly a stubborn fellow. In an instant, taking advantage of a lapse, number 20 swiftly leaped away, using the nearby rock formations as cover. He vanished in the blink of an eye. Number 20 has escaped, Krillin shouted. Watching number 20's retreat, Vegeta's temper flared. He could hardly believe this guy would simply run away. Hey, throw me a senzu bean, Vegeta shouted behind him. Meeting Vegeta's gaze, Krillin instinctively took a step back, tightly clutching the bag of senzu beans. Hurry up, do you want that guy to get away? With wide eyes, Vegeta's irritation turned into an angry shout. But, Krillin stammered, retreating further. Beside him, Piccolo was equally tense. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Vegeta could easily eliminate any one of them if he wished. Give it to him, Piccolo urged Krillin. Oh right. Krillin quickly produced a senzu bean and hurled it towards Vegeta. With a crack, Vegeta caught it and consumed it in a flash, his expression revealing a sense of triumph. Boom. As he released his energy, Vegeta swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan. 500 million energy. The power of a Super Saiyan had multiplied 50-fold. His base form was now over 10 million. Compared to 3 years ago, when he was merely a few million, his battle power had surged to over 10 million in just 3 years. The overwhelming pressure was palpable, and Piccolo felt an intense sense of helplessness. He glanced at Vegeta a few times. There was no doubt about it. This power indeed surpassed that of Suin Wukong. Clenching his fists, Piccolo couldn't help but marvel. Yosh! Looking at my restored power, Vegeta exclaimed, I'll take care of this. You all go home and nurse your milk. Haha! His hearty laughter echoed in everyone's ears, leaving only a golden tail of energy lingering in the air. You bastard! How can you say such things? Krillin dared to retort as he watched Vegeta depart. The previous fellow had drained considerable energy from 19. If they engaged 20 head-on, they might very well lose. It must be said that Vegeta was indeed a combat genius. Even so, Piccolo had to acknowledge Vegeta's talent. This strategy was undoubtedly effective. Had they confronted 20 directly, he would have sensed their intentions. Gohan scratched his head, indicating he did not understand. That guy has already surpassed Wukong. Right now, Wukong has returned to Kame House, and I'm still a bit uneasy about the androids. Piccolo voiced his concerns. In that case, let us go together. We must confirm whether the androids have truly been eliminated. After a moment of hesitation, Tianjin Fan continued. I must ensure the final outcome. Then I will go too. Krillin chimed in. I trained hard for this moment. I will join as well. Gohan declared, raising his fist. All right, but do not engage the androids alone. You cannot defeat them. Otherwise, you might end up like Yamcha, losing your power for nothing. Piccolo continued. He's likely still among the rock formations. At least he wouldn't dare to fly openly. Although the androids cannot sense ki, any significant movement would surely attract attention. Whoosh! The group of agreed companions took flight together. In the 7th universe, on Earth, a bolt of lightning struck down, marking Broly's return to the main timeline. Thankfully, he was at an immeasurable height, and the figures below could only glimpse a few flashes of lightning without realizing anything amiss. In a flicker, he returned to the hyperbolic time chamber, curious about the question of the Super Saiyan God. While high-ranking deities can have prophetic dreams, he seemed to have yet to experience one. After a while, the peaceful fish began to froth at the mouth, awakening the prophetic fish, who appeared utterly bewildered. Wasn't he in the realm of the gods? How had he ended up here? Observing the unfamiliar surroundings and the strange figure before him, the prophetic fish felt a sense of foreboding. Do not worry, I am a good person. As a smile appeared, he couldn't help but examine the little blue fish. In his confusion, the prophetic fish found himself at a loss. Who are you? Where's this place? Hearing its words, Broly realized the fish wasn't completely foolish. You are the prophetic fish of the god of destruction, Bylus, are you not? Broly inquired, stroking his chin. After all, Bylus was a cat. Making a mistake with the fish could lead to complications, although he felt the likelihood was quite low. Bylus had been dead for many years. Who knew if the prophetic fish had survived? Furthermore, it was uncertain whether this fish was a descendant of the prophetic fish. He had merely brought it back after seeing the high-footed cup, instinctively glancing at it. What? You know I am the prophetic fish of Lord Bylus? If you know, why not let me go? The haughty voice echoed in Broly's ears. He suspected this fish might be a bit deluded, or perhaps it was unaware that Bylus had died. Lord Bylus has indeed passed away. I am the Kaioshin. Now, answer my questions properly. What? The prophetic fish stood in stunned silence. You say Bylus is dead? Impossible. Humph. Bylus is indeed dead. Otherwise, how could you be in my possession? As he spoke, the prophetic fish's eyes darted, sensing some logic in the statement. Tell me, who is the Super Saiyan God? Who is the one in your prophetic dreams? He seized the prophetic fish, demanding answers. Since the ancient Saiyan Yamaxi existed, with so many Saiyans, perhaps the Super Saiyan God truly did exist. Suddenly, the prophetic fish hesitated. Should it reveal that this was merely a legend? That the person had long since died? It feared that revealing a deceased individual would lead to its own roasting, and thus began to fabricate stories. Who is the Super Saiyan God? Faced with the overwhelming inquiry, the prophetic fish trembled and stuttered. The Super Saiyan God is you. You are the Super Saiyan God. Stunned by this sudden proclamation, Broly was taken aback. It seemed to resonate with some truth. If he was, then who was the other? Or had he replaced the original Super Saiyan God? Whis had stated that there was no such person in the 7th universe. Nor was there any mention of them in the annals of time. Whis and others were also unaware, and he was from another world. The Dragon Balls could only create deities. Hearing the prophetic fish's words, he began to contemplate that he might have indeed replaced the original being. In the paradox of time and space, unexpected occurrences were not impossible. Perhaps due to his arrival, the individual who was meant to exist had vanished, leaving him to take their place. If you are deceiving me, I shall roast you. In that moment, he turned and left. He needed to consult the Dragon Balls. Phew, the prophetic fish wiped the sweat from its brow, relieved to have survived. Meanwhile, the arrival of the time machine revealed a deep pit in the ground, confirming that the time machine had indeed set the time precisely right. Have they already begun fighting? Gazing at the deep pit in the ground, the appearance of the remains of the artificial human number 19 beside it left him momentarily bewildered. How infuriating. I never expected a new artificial human to emerge. Could it be a consequence of my presence? A wave of energy swept away number 19's head, leaving no trace of the remnants on the ground. This energy is. Daitu dared not linger and hurriedly flew towards the source of the aura. Splendid, splendid indeed. Bulma cooed to the child in her arms, who, instead of crying, remained unusually quiet, large eyes chewing on small hands as two identical women took turns holding the infant. Look, is that boy the same one from 3 years ago? Bulma pointed out the window. Indeed, that boy has returned, and he seems to have grown quite a bit. However, Daitu did not even glance at the airplane. Flying straight ahead. Chapter 135. The narrative begins to diverge. With a snap, Piccolo tossed aside his heavy clothing. Looking at number 20 before him, he felt a surge of anger, as he had just narrowly avoided disaster. Are you all right, Uncle Piccolo? Gohan inquired with concern. Ah, I am fine. As he stretched his muscles, a series of crisp sounds echoed. Piccolo was gearing up for a serious fight. Vegeta, I'll handle him. You are not to interfere. Piccolo's confidence was met with disinterest from Vegeta, who replied with a smirk, that guy absorbs energy. If you wish to court death, then go ahead. To this, Piccolo merely smirked slightly, his cold gaze fixed on number 20, assuring him that this was not a matter of concern. A one-on-one confrontation, number 20 mused inwardly, splendid. If we go one by one, the energy I absorb will surely surpass Vegeta's. Having just absorbed part of Piccolo's power, number 20's strength had surged to approximately 2.5 billion. He firmly believed that if this continued, he would be the one to benefit. However, reality delivered a harsh blow to number 20. In the blink of an eye, Piccolo delivered a kick that sent him flying several meters away. What the hell is happening? Faced with Piccolo's strength, no. 20 was utterly perplexed. Everything in the data appeared to be turned upside down. Krillin and the others watched in astonishment. Piccolo's power was clearly not what they had anticipated. Explaining why he had advised against solo battles earlier. Refusing to be discouraged, number 20 surged forward. With fingers outstretched, he aimed for Piccolo's vital points. Just as he was about to succeed, number 20 was filled with wild excitement. If this strike landed, he would surely drain Piccolo's energy completely. But what? In an instant, a shadow flickered before him. Number 20 sensed impending doom. Bang! In a flash, Piccolo was positioned above number 20, delivering a powerful elbow strike directly into his back. Boom! Amidst the rubble on the ground, number 20 was buried beneath a mound of debris. The surrounding rocks shattered by the residual force. Impossible. Not even Vegeta, but Piccolo too. Just moments ago, he had absorbed Piccolo's energy. How could this be possible? Oh, now I see. Suddenly, number 20 recalled that Piccolo had consumed something just before. Was it called a senzu bean? Bang! Before number 20 could react, Piccolo moved at high speed and kicked him. The undulating ground bore the mark of number 20's body, dragging a long trail behind. At this moment, Piccolo possessed 300 million of energy. For a Super Namekian to toy with number 20 was effortless. Having assimilated Nail's essence, he had bolstered his own remaining strength. As a Super Namekian, defeating even an early-stage Cell was a simple task, and he could contend with Android 17 for an extended period without defeat. Gohan, we won. This power, Tien Shinhan exclaimed in astonishment. Although he was not a Super Saiyan, this power was immensely formidable. Krillin looked equally shocked. With a swift follow-up, Piccolo executed a precise hand strike, severing number 20's right arm. You fiend. My. Number 20 clutched his severed limb, retreating in terror, fear overwhelming him. The fluid from his severed arm flowed like an unstoppable torrent. Whether it was blood or oil remained uncertain. It seems your data is still not precise enough. With a crooked smile, Piccolo continued, our battle power can rise instantaneously, meaning we can manipulate energy at will. As for the energy you absorbed, it wasn't much at all. I see. So one can control energy. It appears only androids 17 and 18 can defeat them. Number 20 firmly believed. Although he was astonished by the ability to control energy, the more pressing matter was how to escape from this situation. TCH, This is utterly tedious. Vegeta crossed his arms, his tone growing impatient. Piccolo, finish him off already. Do I really need to step in? Enough with the orders. I am the evil incarnation of the Supreme Kai. Demon King Piccolo. Piccolo retorted irritably. Suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn to a powerful aura approaching from the distance. A white energy flame unfurled as a youth wielding a large sword stepped into view. Compared to 3 years ago, they momentarily failed to recognize him. Trunks. Piccolo exclaimed, puzzled. Vegeta mused. This boy has the same name as my son, and he comes from the future. In an instant, Vegeta's eyes widened. His earlier suspicions dissipated as he regarded Trunks. So this kid is. In a heartbeat, Vegeta's demeanor shifted to one of joy. Kakarot. It seems my son may be more useful than yours. A broad smile spread across Vegeta's face, and he erupted into raucous laughter. How infuriating. Another one has arrived. Faced with the unfamiliar figure before him, Number 20's expression darkened, his face pallid with despair. Daitu regarded this artificial human with unfamiliarity, a surge of rage flooding his thoughts. Magic flash. Gazing down at the artificial being, Daitu launched a merciless attack. How infuriating. The sounds of the explosion gradually diminished. As the smoke cleared, only a deep pit several meters wide remained. Few calming his emotions, Daitu looked towards the others. They were all present. This artificial human is not from my timeline. This battle is not yet over. What did you say? Vegeta retorted. Isn't he the artificial human you mentioned? This matter is somewhat complex. Daitu pondered deeply, quickly sharing all that he knew with the group. Regardless of the situation, a Super Saiyan will handle it. Vegeta asserted confidently. Does anyone know of Dr. Gero's laboratory? Ignoring Vegeta, Daitu inquired of the others. Seeing each shake their heads, Daitu found the situation unrealistic. After all, who would pay attention to an ordinary person? Even now, as an artificial human, Dr. Gero was merely an average human. Besides his laboratory, Dr. Gero also had an underground facility where he cultivated the ultimate artificial human, Cell. Our goal is to destroy the dormant artificial humans and the still developing Cell, ultimately dealing with the Cell from another timeline together. Even with great confidence in his strength, Daitu sought a cautious approach. This timeline could bring unforeseen changes, so it was imperative for everyone to work together. I see. So there are more artificial humans than just these few. Piccolo silently noted the name Cell. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed as a plane approached from a distance. Precisely the direction Daitu had arrived from. Gaga. Everyone is here. After landing, 2 figures and an infant emerged from the cabin. Has my counterpart in this world been born? Daitu gazed at the infant, filled with immense joy. Although the fabric of time and space has undergone some changes, at least in this world, he has been born successfully. Shallow. This world must not change again. Date secretly resolved. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he approached. Mother. Where is the Dr. Gero Research Institute in this world? Mother? Bulma asked in confusion. In this world. It seems to be located deep in the mountains of Beiji-do. Bulma replied directly. This information has been published before, but what do you want to do? I'll explain later. Right now, I need to go. With that, Date erupted in anger and soared away. The others closely followed him. Suddenly, the sky turned dark. The group in flight quickly halted, for the sky was rapidly dimming. It was as if someone was using the Dragon Balls. Piccolo voiced his thoughts. It must be Goku and the others. Krillin speculated. Is it a heart attack? Could it be a wish? Without stopping, Date continued towards his destination. Let it be the Dragon Balls. Super Saiyans are invincible. With a cold snort, Vegeta sped ahead. As the 2 shores of water continuously separated, Vegeta's confidence swelled at the sight of another Super Saiyan. Transform into a Super Saiyan. Let me see whose speed is faster. Date questioned. Shouldn't we focus on conserving our power? The horror of the androids loomed. Bang. Ignoring Date, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and surged ahead. Date halted, clenched his fists in frustration. How arrogant. Is this my father? Bang. Date transformed into a Super Saiyan, albeit only at the initial stage, not unleashing his full power. Oh, my great creator. Is there something you require of me? A purple-winged divine dragon bowed its head. The dragon's pride crumbled to ashes at that moment. If it could, it would have prostrated itself on the ground. Although it was unclear where the Earth's Dragon Balls had gone, it wondered if it would be the same for it. Broly thought to himself that his dragon was more powerful than the Earth's dragon and might possess greater secrets. Super Saiyan God. Who could it possibly be? He squinted. How can I reach Super Saiyan Super 5 and Super 6? Do I have any chance of defeating the god of destruction, Beerus? Is there a way to merge Saiyan power with divine power? How can the dark factors be used without negative effects? The dragon's brow glistened with sweat. In an instant, fate tightened its grip around its throat. The fate of its future would be determined by its words. Beep. In the crimson depths of the dragon's eyes, an eerie red light flickered. Within this universe's perception, it could sense that the only being meeting the conditions was its creator, Super Saiyan God. It pondered, Saiyans, Super Saiyans. And the Super Saiyan God, could it not be the creator before me? Perhaps my authority is insufficient. The dragon muttered. However, it knew who the Super Saiyan God was. Insufficient authority? Broly was equally perplexed. Did it imply the dragon's divine realm? Chapter 136, Shalu's Ultimate Plan. In the 41st year of the divine calendar, during the ancient era spanning millions of years, the dragon god Salama created the Super Dragon Balls in this year. There are a total of 7, each as large as a planet, and a place named Shenron Shinji also emerged. It is a realm solely inhabited by dragons. It is said that the dragon souls within the Dragon Balls originate from there. Each time a dragon is created, its soul emerges from within. Thus, the notion of insufficient authority implies that dragons also have ranks. Then, who exactly is the Super Saiyan God? In the known universe, the being meeting this condition is my great creator. The dragon quivered. Meeting the conditions? Could it be that the Super Saiyan God never existed as a concept? Like divine office, it might require human intervention? Broly stroked his chin in thought. This answer seemed quite reasonable. The birth of the Super Saiyan God might merely be one instance, such as the God Creation Project. Having found an answer, he felt neither satisfied nor disappointed. However, the identity of the Super Saiyan God was indeed confirmed. Great Creator, Super Saiyan Super 5 and Super 6 require emotion to drive them. The evolutionary history of the Saiyans is rooted in the primordial power of the ancestors. This implies bloodline activation. However, the legendary Super Saiyan's power, upon reaching a certain level, would automatically transform. Indeed, as I suspected, rage is also an emotion. Ultimately, it returns to the merit of the tail and bloodline. The dragon continued, the god of destruction. Beerus is one of the supreme gods, protected by the laws. Logically, the god of destruction is the strongest in this universe. I cannot estimate the strength of the god of destruction. However, the creator is also among the supreme deities, protected by the laws, unaffected by external influences. This is the privilege enjoyed by the supreme gods. I understand. With closed eyes, he was momentarily at a loss for words, relying on a battle power detector. I actually expected the dragon. Under the laws invoked by the god of destruction, mortals are surely doomed. Even with great strength, mortals and gods are inherently different. The stronger the power, the greater the destruction of the god, for they are inherently bestowed with annihilation by the eraser. Beep. The dragon's crimson eyes flickered. And under the peculiar enhancement, Broly's entire being began to transform. Black and white hues intertwined, shimmering with radiant brilliance. As they entwined, layers rapidly enveloped him. Ultimately, they gradually vanished. The merging process was now complete. The dragon stammered, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Yes, you may go." Broly nodded. He gazed at his hands. Now everything was merged, and at least there was no longer any distinction. The extent of the power increase remained a mystery. Whoosh. The purple-gold phantom in the sky gradually faded, and a beam of golden light appeared, instantly transforming into 7 Dragon Balls that scattered in all directions. If the power levels escalated to dimensional tiers, it now reached a maximum of 85 dimensions. Even so, it was still insufficient. 13 years remained until the god of destruction Beerus awakens. I must achieve at least a 10-dimensional power level in this short span. Super 4 is only slightly weaker than Super Blue. Super Green is only slightly stronger than Super Blue. Even Ultimate Super Green 3 is only 0.5 dimensions stronger. A hint of impatience flickered in Broly's gaze. Humph, god of destruction. If you expect me to kneel like the Kaishin, you are not worthy. As fellow supreme gods, I need not lose to you. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 golden auras sped by at an extraordinary pace, leaving only a faint trace of their fiery trails in the air. Truly, he is my son. Ultimately, he has inherited my noble bloodline. Vegeta mused inwardly. Enough. We should wait for the others to join us rather than fighting alone. Deity declared from behind. So annoying, what a disgrace. Super Saiyans are invincible. Regardless of who it is, they will remain suppressed beneath the Super Saiyan. No. If you encounter the androids alone, you will undoubtedly perish. The terror of the androids is not something you can silence. Before Deity could finish, he was interrupted by Vegeta. Humph. The more you speak, the more intrigued I am by the androids. I am the prince of the Saiyans, possessing pure and noble blood. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, I will surely be invincible. Hearing Vegeta's words, Deity couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Yet, he could not bear to watch him walk into death. Whoosh, whoosh. As two golden figures sped past, several white auras quickly pursued them. We must reach the androids before Vegeta does and completely obliterate them. That guy might unleash the androids, Piccolo cautioned. He understood Vegeta's character well. Especially after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he became even more reckless and arrogant. Upon arrival, let us part ways. Such words would only expand the realm of our search. Kalindo. In light of this, there is no alternative. Tianjin Fan concurred. Should anything transpire, one must augment their own presence. The earth, atop the sacred temple. Great Lord of the deities. Bobo supported the divine being beside him, expressing his concern. For the deity's entire form was trembling incessantly. This sight rendered Bobo exceedingly anxious, for he had never witnessed such a loss of dignity on the deity's visage. That monstrous being, where did it originate? The deity cast his gaze downward, spotting a humanoid green-skinned creature voraciously devouring humans. In the midst of helpless sighs, the once aged countenance grew dim once more. In the pitch-black corner, a pair of eyes fixated intently on Shalu's every move. Continue to consume. Once you fulfill your destined mission, you shall become my sustenance. Gazing at the green-skinned monster on the street, the eyes in the darkness recalled events from 2 years prior. In a remote mountain village. He had not anticipated this. One might say he was astonished. Number 18? Looking at the golden-haired figure before him, he was utterly perplexed. What a joke. The power of number 18 far exceeds my own. I am the epitome of perfection in artificial beings. Artificial beings of the main world are significantly stronger. Those from the future are comparatively weaker. Naturally, Shalu's tier in the future is diminished, should the Shalu of this timeline attain his perfect form. Not even Super Saiyan 2 Gohan could withstand him, let alone Super Saiyan 2 Goku. 6 years since his arrival in the C timeline. According to the data within the Red Ribbon Army, Earth possesses a mystical orb known as the Dragon Ball, guided by the data left behind. It is said to be a sphere capable of granting any wish. Upon discovery, however, he found himself unsettled. He wished to become perfect, yet it proved futile, reluctantly. He had to lower his expectations and wish for something else. This hastened the cultivation of Shalu in this timeline, and his urgent wishing led him to depart swiftly. Sensing a powerful force approaching, Piccolo, upon witnessing the emergence of the dragon, was equally astonished, and in haste, Shalu had no choice but to flee. He sought refuge in the underground research facility where Shalu was cultivated. There are indeed several research facilities, even located in different areas, including those of number 17 and number 18. At last, I have found you, Shalu. Die. The tone was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet her eyes brimmed with fierce flames. Whoosh. As number 18 drew nearer, Shalu felt a surge of panic. To achieve his perfect form, he had traversed into another timeline. How infuriating. How could I possibly perish here? In a moment of dread, he suddenly recalled number 18's fingers coming together, her hand slicing towards Shalu. Enduring the pain, Shalu managed to smile. Solar flare. With both hands raised near his forehead, a blinding white light became even more dazzling under the sun. Bang! As Lotzi Li regained her sight, she found Shalu had already vanished. Scoundrel! Lotzi Li's furious shout resonated throughout the forest. That detestable number 18. Once I grow stronger, I shall devour you all. The cold glint in her eyes, Shalu survived thanks to his formidable regenerative abilities. Found you. Gohan gazed at the iron door before him, his hands gripping tightly. In that instant, everyone sensed Gohan's energy and rushed towards him. The energies from all directions swiftly coalesced, and upon gazing at the door, relief washed over the group. It truly took me a long time to find this. Vegeta exclaimed angrily. Boom. A wave of light swiftly shattered the door, revealing a pitch-black interior, piquing the curiosity of all. Wait. Dieter hastily positioned himself in front, wary of potential ambushes, urging caution. Bang! In response, a powerful punch struck Dieter aside, for the Super Saiyan was invincible. The others could only watch in silence. After all, Piccolo could hardly expect Dieter to betray his father, could he? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the research facility, several figures seized the opportunity to fly out, glancing at the individuals before them with amusement. I thought it was Dr. Gero. It seems the plan has failed. Number 17 chuckled. The Z fighters were thrown into disarray upon seeing the four artificial beings. For the intelligence regarding Dieter was once again contradicted. This time, it was not only number 17 and number 18, but also a 175-meter-tall blonde woman, whose attire bore some resemblance to number 18, and another, a hulking figure. Two number 18s. In a daze, Dieter swiftly deduced the situation. What is going on? Dr. Gero has been eliminated, yet there are still so many artificial beings. Dieter trembled. Upon hearing this, number 17 and number 18 exchanged knowing smiles. Dr. Gero is dead? Then, no one can restrain us anymore. Indeed, number 18. We are free. Number 17 laughed heartily. But do not rejoice too soon. We have even greater foes awaiting us. We have not left this place for years in anticipation of that individual. Lotzi Li addressed the two. Chapter 137. Lake, EC. Is that the Shala you speak of? Number 17 stated confidently. We are all artificial beings. I shall not lose to him. Exactly. You are too sensitive. Number 18 dismissed with indifference, glancing at her attire. Well, this outfit has been worn for far too long. As a lady, I ought to adorn myself properly. You truly are as stubborn as I was back then, Lotzi Li remarked calmly, yet she tacitly approved of this behavior. Number 17 glanced aside. Hey, number 16. Would you like to join us to explore the outside world? The tall man offered no words, merely turning to give number 17 a warm smile. Whoosh. After exchanging glances, the group of artificial beings soared into the sky. Where are they headed? Tianjin Fan inquired. Let us not concern ourselves with their destination. If we do not act swiftly, they will vanish from our sight, Piccolo observed, frowning at the dazed Dieter. Trunks? Coming back to his senses, Dieter hesitated. Let us wait for Son Goku. That artificial being gives me an unusual feeling. Hearing this, Vegeta erupted in fury. What do you mean, unusual? I have surpassed Kakarot. Let me handle the artificial beings. Whoosh. Transforming into Super Saiyan. Vegeta soared into the sky in pursuit. Witnessing this, Dieter charged forward to intercept. Whoosh. Moving at high speed, Dieter positioned himself directly in front of Vegeta. What? Are you trying to block me? Vegeta's expression darkened. No, Dieter shook his head. Please wait. Once Son Goku recovers, we shall all go together. There is no need for such reckless expenditure of energy. Humph, Kakarot, Kakarot. Merely a lowly subordinate warrior. I am the prince of the Saiyans. After I vanquish the artificial beings, it shall be his turn. Get out of my way. Vegeta bellowed. No, this timeline is different from my original one. And the strength of the artificial beings remains unclear. Such actions would be unwise. Bang. Before Dieter could finish his sentence, he clutched his chest in pain. Whoosh. Vegeta darted past him towards the artificial beings. In a normal state, Dieter certainly did not fare well after receiving a punch from Vegeta. Wait. Dieter's cries echoed. But Vegeta seemed to disregard him entirely. Piccolo. Trunks, let us go together. Yes, I apologize for the trouble. That female artificial being must be approached with caution. I instinctively sense great danger from her. Dieter replied. Whoosh. Several white auras surged forward, pursuing the golden aura ahead. The artificial beings before them appeared to intentionally halt, already waiting on the ground for Vegeta's arrival. Tap. What? Refusing to flee. Upon reflection, Vegeta believed they were surely intimidated by him and would not resist any further. However, the group merely cast sidelong glances. On the 17th, a truck was intercepted, and the human in the driver's seat hastily fled. For how could a being capable of shattering the ground with a single punch be anything other than extraordinary? Now we have a means of transportation. Upon entering, the 17th felt a surge of curiosity. Sheru, where could you possibly be? I refuse to believe you won't show yourself as I strive to attain perfection. As she settled into the vehicle, Lotzi Li continued to ponder. How dare you disregard my presence? In a fit of rage, Vegeta soared forward. Swiftly, he was met by the sudden appearance of the 18th, causing him to halt abruptly. Impressive speed. but reflecting upon his status as a Super Saiyan, he thought it impossible for her to surpass him. Gritting his teeth, he launched a punch at the 18th. In a moment of clarity, he witnessed the woman effortlessly evade his strike, prompting him to quickly follow up with another punch. A resounding clash echoed as the 18th, with a sly smirk, delivered a swift kick to his side, forcing Vegeta into a defensive stance. Did I block that? Let us see if you can withstand another. With a fierce glare, the 18th unleashed a powerful kick towards Vegeta. The impact reverberated through the stone wall, embedding Vegeta within it, his Super Saiyan form having become his norm. Thud! Thud! Father! Deity hurriedly approached Vegeta. Back off. Do you wish to be punished? Do not touch me. Vegeta, leaning against the wall, slowly rose. His torn clothing stained with crimson as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. I understand, Deity murmured from behind. The tranquil street corner was stirred by the gusting wind, causing the branches to sway, adding a touch of rhythm to the serene moment. How absurd. The power of the androids must be a jest. As he locked eyes with the androids, Piccolo felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. The onlookers were left in shock, for even the Super Saiyans had fallen in mere moments, leaving them powerless to intervene. Shall we continue fighting? The 18th inquired. If not, do not waste my time. 18, are you done yet? Must it take so long for such trivial matters? Hurry and get in the vehicle. You're so noisy. The 18th retorted. Inside the vehicle, the 17th urged them on, and upon glancing at her opponent, the 18th relaxed her combat stance. With a decisive clap, she closed the door, and the vehicle vanished from the sight of the Z warriors amid the sound of its horn. Have they departed? Krillin exhaled deeply, relieved to have survived. What do you think? This staff is quite a remarkable item. On the aircraft, Broly appeared beside Bulma, using instant transmission. As he examined it, Bulma scrutinized the staff closely. It seemed rather unremarkable. This is the Angel's staff, possessing many unexpected capabilities, retrieved from another world. An angel? As the thought crossed her mind, Bulma felt a sense of clarity. It was indeed peculiar, with gods, Kaioshins, and now angels all emerging. Nearby, Bulma observed the two conversing as if they were speaking in a foreign tongue, utterly incomprehensible to her. Holding the infant, she quietly watched, pondering where they truly came from. I cannot believe I have a twin sister. Did you not inform Bulma? Broly expressed surprise, given that they had lived at Capsule Corporation for several years. Speaking of which, why does that boy call you mother? Bulma squinted, inquiring. Fine, I suppose it is time to tell you. Bulma continued, gazing at the infant. That boy is the very infant you are holding. He has come from the future. Furthermore, we are also from a different timeline, which you could interpret as the past. Broly added. Indeed, it can be considered the past, as they traveled from the past to the future, aligning with the timeline. Ah, I see. In just a few breaths, Bulma accepted this reality. I wondered why that boy's clothing bore the Capsule Corporation logo. It all makes sense now. The infant seemed delighted, cooing in response to Bulma. What an adorable baby. Bulma's eyes sparkled with affection. I think he is quite charming as well. Little Trunks, you must grow up well. Bulma smiled. Bulma, I am quite curious. Do you have any history with Yamcha? He instinctively asked, sensing the sudden silence in the atmosphere. He looked up and realized he might have overstepped. I inadvertently blurted that out, but I truly wish to know. Speaking of which, Bulma from this timeline has likely been quite exposed, has she not? Of course, that would not be the official narrative. He chuckled, dismissing the thought. Just consider it as if I never spoke. Broly waved his hand nervously, as both their gazes shifted away. Just then, an innocent hand brushed against him, and in an instant, it was as if a spark ignited within him. Those sorrowful eyes radiated resentment, resembling a small widow in a fit of glee. He nodded, and that delicate hand released its grip on his thigh. We have an agreement. Just do not bury yourself somewhere again. Hearing the soft murmur beside him, his expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained composure. By the way, the boy shall be named Black, and the girl shall be named Is. Pausing briefly, Bulma shared her thoughts. Stunned, Broly was taken aback. She had even decided on the children's names. Her planning was meticulous. Observing Broly's astonishment, Bulma felt a sense of pride in her intellect. What do you think? I believe the names I chose are quite lovely. Black and Is. Black and Is. Very well, those shall be their names. Far better than naming him Trunks. Trunks. As in short pants. Reflecting on it, he felt Bulma had impeccable taste. However, thinking of Trunks, the potential of little Trunks was evidently greater. Since Vegeta is a Super Saiyan, he must possess a greater quantity of S cells, thus amplifying the advantages of being a second generation. Goten is no different. As long as the first generation consists solely of Super Saiyans, the hybrid offspring would possess a combat power starting at a minimum of 1 million. Moreover, the transmission of Super Saiyan bloodlines is not determined by combat power, but by blood lineage. Thus, being a Super Saiyan does not guarantee high combat power. It could also be average. Goten, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, experiences a 50-fold increase in power, nearly reaching billions in combat strength. Hence, the Super Saiyans are exceptionally formidable. As for Little Fong, being already a third generation, if the Saiyan bloodline were to dilute further, it is likely she would not even achieve Super Saiyan status. I wonder what will become of the Super Saiyan bloodline. It is probable that the combat power at birth would exceed 100 million. As he pondered, Broly's lips curled upward slightly. The stronger the Saiyan parents, the greater the inheritance of S cells and factors passed down, resulting in a higher starting point. Broly now approached the state of Super Saiyan 5. Combined with the characteristics of the Super Saiyan lineage, the children born would likely possess combat power in the tens of millions or even surpass 100 million. Of course, this is merely the advantage of hybrid Saiyans. The Saiyans on Planet Vegeta are pure bloods, which results in a lottery-like outcome. They could be of higher or lower rank. For instance, Raditz is a high-class warrior, while Kakarot is a low-class warrior. Vegeta is a high-ranking elite warrior, while his brother possesses almost no combat capability whatsoever. Chapter 138, The Trial of Trunks. Turning his head, Bulma asked, "Do you sense that?" "Indeed, a powerful force is approaching us, flying towards the temple above." Broly replied, What are you two speaking in tongues about?" Bulma looked at the two as they resumed their cryptic conversation, leaving her to contemplate in solitude. "Piccolo, it appears the Super Namekians are about to merge." Broly thought to himself, closing his eyes. Tian Shun Baiku possesses the formidable capability to pierce through the first stage of Sha Lu, to shatter the first stage of Super Saiyan, and to maintain a competitive edge against the likes of number 17 for an extended duration. It is likely that he is still some distance away from achieving the second stage of Super Saiyan. Upon emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, the innate talent of the Super Namekian is indeed terrifying. It is highly probable that he has reached the latter stages of the second stage of Super Saiyan. Although a fusion is imminent, he harbors no intention of intervening, for he is well aware of the old Kai's disposition. The old Kai adheres to the principles of the universe, and even without fusion, he cannot anticipate a lengthy lifespan at his current age. Moreover, upon the demise of Tian Shun, Baiku would inevitably meet the same fate. Meanwhile, atop the Divine Temple, the old Kai and the second-generation Baiku stand in opposition, their gazes locked in an intense confrontation. Baiku's eyes gleam with a fierce determination as he finally resolves to advance forward. "You must understand why I have come here," Baiku retorts. "Indeed, I comprehend," replies Tian Shun with a raised brow and a faint smile. "I was once one with your father. In truth, we were one and the same. Hence I can naturally perceive your thoughts." "Oh, if you are aware, then there is no need for me to elaborate," Baiku responds. "To be frank, I never envisioned a day when fusion would occur again." "You overestimate yourself." Baiku tightens his brow. "Your role as my fighting force suffices. For your existence is solely a consequence of the Dragon Balls." "Such words are excessively harsh," exclaims Bobo, her anxiety palpable. Under Baiku's piercing gaze, Bobo falls silent. With a heavy sigh, Tian Shun acknowledges, "You are correct. The disparity in our strengths grows, and the enemies appearing on Earth become increasingly formidable. Perhaps the time has indeed arrived for Tian Shun and the Demon King Baiku to unite." A bittersweet smile crosses his face, for he understands that the only means of safeguarding Earth may lie in their fusion, transforming into a complete Super Namekian. Indeed, what Earth requires now is strength, not the feeble Tian Shun. The threat posed by the androids is unavoidable. "Very well, I shall relinquish my body to you." Tian Shun turns his gaze toward the temple below. "Baiku, I entrust you with this." Of course, I am already cognizant," Baiku responds with a grin. At this moment, tears of reluctance stream down Tian Shun and Bobo's faces. "Bobo, do not grieve. The Demon King Baiku and I were always destined to be one. This is preordained." Tian Shun clasps Baiku's hand. "Are you prepared? I must make it clear that you must not interfere. I will remain in my current state, just as I was on Namek." Baiku asserts, his fist clenched. After a moment of silence, Tianshin replies, I have grown old. All I can do is assist you in enhancing your combat prowess and imparting my extensive knowledge. Following their fusion, Tianshin will entirely become a part of Baiku, which could be interpreted as a form of death. Yet, it is not a complete demise. For he shall live on within Baiku, albeit as a mere puppet for eternity. Place your hand upon my chest, he instructs. Complying. Baiku rests one hand on Tianshin's chest. Observing this ritual, Baiku adopts a more serious demeanor. The sensation of power surging within him feels almost familiar. Tianshin. Bobo cries out. Baiku's malevolent intent dissipates. This fusion shall render them inseparable. Thank you for your unwavering care, Bobo, he expresses with gratitude. A blinding white light erupts instantaneously, enveloping Tianshin in its brilliance. In an instant, the remnants of Tianshin fade away, replaced by the formidable Tianshin Baiku. His form radiates a resplendent white light, cloaked in a long white robe that exudes an aura of divinity. Farewell, Tianshin, Bobo whispers softly. I am now neither a god nor Baiku, but rather the once nameless Namekian. With a firm step, he declares, I am departing now, Bobo. A surge of brilliant light ascends, piercing through the atmosphere and plunging downward. What an intriguing occurrence. It seems there are two Shalu present. In the aircraft, Broly cannot help but marvel at the unfolding events. Moments ago, it appeared that two Shalu were engaged in battle, although their energy was only slightly unleashed. He nonetheless sensed it. Shalu, Bulma inquires. No worries, Trunks' trial has commenced. If he passes this test, I shall make him a disciple of the Kaioshin, Broly replies softly. A disciple of the Kaioshin? So, you intend to take him as your student? Bulma responds. Although Bulma does not fully comprehend, she senses the significance of the moment, which undoubtedly warrants celebration. With a wave of her hand, a crystal glass orb materializes. Within the orb, figures are depicted, captivating the attention of the three aboard the aircraft. Compared to others, I find myself more drawn to you. You lack Goku's naivety, Vegeta's arrogance, and Gohan's hubris. Observing the figures within the orb, he cannot help but wonder how events will unfold, pondering if they will transpire as he envisions. In a certain desolate ruin, damn it, how could this happen? Vegeta gazes at his hands in disbelief. What is this? To become a Super Saiyan. How could it end up like this? The golden aura devastates the surrounding area, leaving it in ruins. Father, I know of a place where we can grow stronger. Date exclaims. Are you jesting with me? Vegeta retorts incredulously. No, this is genuine. There exists a temple on Earth, and within it lies a hyperbolic time chamber. 1 day outside equals a year inside. 1 day outside, a year inside? Vegeta exclaims in astonishment. Humph, then let us not delay. Take me there at once. Understood. With a swift motion, the two powerful auras soar toward the temple, while the others have already dispersed, retreating to the Kame house with Goku. Is that enough? Can you carry all those clothes? Number 17 questions. That is none of your concern. Number 18 retorts while gazing into the mirror. I will cover their expenses. La Zili states as she hands her black card to the staff at the front desk. After retrieving her card, she exits the store. What peculiar androids. They prefer silence yet are drawn to the birds in the sky, La Zili muses internally. She finds no 16's demeanor quite out of place, but refrains from commenting on the mechanical android, as long as no harm is done. Since losing track of Sha Lu, she has remained close to number 17 and number 18. After all, if Sha Lu intends to become an android, an attack is inevitable, at least in her timeline. Sha Lu behaved in such a manner. Suddenly, a figure descends, piquing her interest. What? Baiku, do you wish to be slain by me once more? She teases. Enough with the jokes. I perceive your strength is likely comparable to that of the boy and girl, she adds with a smile as the atmosphere around them grows tense. Damn it, could this android be even stronger? Impossible. My power has ascended to such heights. How could that be? Unable to sense the opponent's energy, Baiku can only speculate. Based on his instincts, he believes the individual's strength should not differ significantly from other androids. After all, number 19 and no 20 possessed similar capabilities. Thus, the strengths of the girl and boy should be comparable as well. If this woman and the man are merely slightly stronger than the girl, Baiku feels a glimmer of hope. What do you think my strength is? La Zili inquires with interest. Humph, regardless of your power. How formidable can you truly be? In the end, you are merely frightening yourself, Baiku retorts. In a flash, he vanishes, leaving only a white light in his wake. Boom. The dust and debris rise as Lazili charges forward. With a clash of their kicks, a wave of force reverberates through Baiku. The overwhelming strength forces him to retreat. Damn it. Is this android truly stronger? What other secrets has Trunks withheld? Such a caliber of android did not exist in the future, yet it does now. Trembling slightly, Baiku feels a wave of dread wash over him. Your legs seem to tremble quite violently. Noticing this, Lazili did not hesitate to mock. Are we to perish here? Even when merged, this is the outcome. Baiku mused. He was already aware of the events concerning Sha Lu through memory, and upon comparing Sha Lu's aura, he felt that the androids posed a greater threat. Alas, how dull. Lazili tossed her short hair and turned to leave. Aren't you going to kill me? Baiku was taken aback, watching her enter the shop. He was certain of one thing. She had no intention of taking his life. Could it be that the androids of this era differ from those of the future? While pondering this, he brushed past the 16-number android, and Baiku had never felt so close to death. Do not worry, I harbor no malice. I prefer nature over taking lives. If you ask me to kill, I simply cannot do it. Of course, the androids number 17 and 18 are the same. If you came to confirm, there is no need. Though we are all creations of Dr. Jero, we are not obliged to follow his commands. Chapter 139, Incomplete Form of Sha Lu. West City. This place is a bustling spectacle, with the leading industry being the Universal Capsule Corporation. Indeed, it is recognized worldwide. The Universal Capsule Corporation stands as the most magnificent enterprise on Earth, with its influence spanning across various provinces and industries. By a private swimming pool, two figures reclined comfortably. The sweltering summer heat tempered by the cold drinks in hand. Lifting a glass of fruit tea, Buluoli took a sip, remarking, "It seems you have not made no progress. For a moment, I almost thought Lazili could not even defeat the Supreme Kai Baiku." Clap. Humph. Of course. Uma slammed her palm on the table, then noticed something amiss, fixing a penetrating gaze upon him. What do you mean by that? Although we spent centuries in the hyperbolic time chamber, we diligently trained for 20 years. In response, he found himself at a loss for words. 20 years. And surely that time was not spent solely in earnest training. Otherwise, how could their combat power still be so low? Others like Vegeta, Trunks, Baiku, Goku, and Gohan had multiplied their combat power exponentially with just a few trips. It was even absurd to think that by the second appearance, their power exceeded 10 billion. 20 billion. It is worth noting that after the Meijin saga, number 17 had already been able to contend with Super Saiyan 3. Click. The sound of the doorknob turning was followed by the melodious chime of a bell before the figure appeared. Ah, is this your boyfriend? The newcomer was none other than Mrs. Brief. The mother-in-law still looked remarkably youthful, her golden curls failing to conceal her stunning beauty. Hello, Mrs. Brief. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Buluoli. He stood to introduce himself. Hello, I hope you enjoy your time here. As she approached, her finger playfully poked Buluoli's chest. You are indeed quite like Vegeta. I presume you enjoy working out as well. Vegeta? Buluoli appeared utterly perplexed. Which son-in-law could be compared to him? However, he maintained a courteous smile. I hope my presence hasn't been too much of an inconvenience. Mrs. Brief, in her youth, must have been as infatuated as Bulma. Of course, Bulma is likely occupied with putting little Trunks to sleep. The two women exchanged glances, and soon after Mrs. Brief covered her mouth with a smile and turned to leave, her laughter indicating her delight. Has she left? How peculiar. For within Dr. Brief's research facility lies a zoo. He thought perhaps Mrs. Brief had gone to feed the animals. A green figure swiftly darted through the urban landscape, weaving between the buildings. Its body was adorned with mottled green and brown spots, presenting a rather bulky appearance, and while its height was respectable, its looks were exceedingly unremarkable. With a conspicuously thick tail and standing at 1.8 meters, if one disregarded its lips and facial features, it could be deemed somewhat handsome. Is this the incomplete form? Even without achieving its complete form, its strength had significantly surpassed its previous state. If it were to transform into its complete form, future Sha Lu sensed the energy within him was indeed as he had envisioned. It appeared that even without numbers 17 and 18, he could still attain his complete form. Having absorbed the first stage of the complete form, he felt that he could absorb another android and potentially transform into his ultimate state. The androids number 17 and 18 possessed boundless energy, which could greatly shorten the evolution time. hence Sha Lu's relentless pursuit of the siblings. Once Sha Lu expels an android, he reverts as energy dissipates. However, if his own energy rises again, he could still attain his complete form without the androids. Ultimate android Sha Lu inherited countless superior cells, adopting the strengths of others while discarding his weaknesses, an ever-evolving species, undoubtedly fearsome. Upon transforming into his complete form, his tail merely diminished in size rather than vanishing. The computer program merely informed Sha Lu that attaining complete form would grant him terrifying power. Upon achieving his complete form, he naturally reached an invincible state, thus altering his mentality. When he was expelled from number 18, reverting back, he transformed once more into Lightning Sha Lu, indicating his capacity for continued growth. Swiftly, Sha Lu arrived near the former shop, aware that a battle had previously occurred here. Following the traces, he deduced what had transpired. Baiku? No. Baiku's aura is not like this. Could he have merged? The thought of the Supreme Kai sparked clarity in Sha Lu's eyes. So, it seems he has battled with the androids. Number 17. Number 18. If I can absorb just one more, I shall achieve my complete form. The mere thought of transforming into his complete form sent waves of excitement coursing through him. A shadowy figure once again concealed itself in the darkness, akin to a predatory wolf, lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike. High above in the temple, Baiku continued to observe the androids' erratic movements below. Were they searching for something? Their actions lacked any discernible pattern, or perhaps there were matters unknown to us. Thud! An aura surged skyward, landing in the center of the temple. Noticing the arrival, Baiku was elated. Trunks. Uncle Baiku. Big Trunks nodded, stating, I have already visited the android laboratory and found no trace of this world Sha Lu. I see. It appears that some discrepancies may have occurred. The Sha Lu seen by the Supreme Kai must have been the future Sha Lu. Baiku was certain of this, and Big Trunks found it quite reasonable as they theorized that perhaps a shift in time and space had resulted in the emergence of only one Sha Lu. After all, with so many androids now, it was conceivable that the Sha Lu of this timeline had not been created. Big Trunks found this notion entirely plausible. However, my father has already entered the time chamber, and Mr. Goku may require around 10 days for a full recovery. During this time, we should strive to enhance our strength. The hyperbolic time chamber, Baiku was not surprised, as he had never entered it before. By the way, I have already encountered that android, surprisingly. It did not kill me. Baiku was puzzled by the android's reluctance to take his life. Unable to contain his curiosity, he spoke up. Big Trunks appeared equally perplexed but maintained a serious demeanor, stating, the androids are far too unpredictable. We must eliminate them regardless. And we cannot forget about Sha Lu. Baiku offered no rebuttal nor further comment. Deep down, the safety of Earth and the significance of Gohan occupied his thoughts profoundly. In truth, the Supreme Kai continued to influence him. Yet Baiku remained oblivious, unaware that such subtle changes were the most insidious, unknowingly centering his thoughts on Earth. The Supreme Kai had perished, yet the new Earth Supreme Kai had emerged with even greater strength. Even Nailu was deceived, for during the confrontation with Frieza, there was a fleeting moment when he regained control of his body. Assimilation can indeed be described as a fusion, creating a new self with the memories of two individuals. This is why Shen Shun Baiku proclaimed, I am neither Baiku nor Shen Shun. I am merely that Namekian who once lost his name. Chapter 140. The transformation of the android's mentality. In the spirit time room, 2 years passed while merely 2 days elapsed outside. Thud, thud, thud. Is someone coming out? This energy. Baiku was astonished at the sound of footsteps echoing within the temple. Just sensing this aura made him break into a sweat. One hand rested against the temple's grand door, as the shadows faded from his once confused gaze. The corners of his mouth seemed to curl slightly as he observed the tattered clothes and pants, where scars on his body were faintly visible. So it is you. That Namekian. Vegeta emerged confidently from the shadows. Where has Trunks gone? Baiku, still in a daze, snapped back to reality upon hearing the voice. Humph. How would I know where Trunks is? I am not his keeper. TCH. What an annoying fellow. Vegeta turned away, disinterested in inquiring about Trunks' whereabouts. Beside him, Baiku quietly watched the lower realm, seemingly observing something. He muttered, are the androids truly searching for something? Aimlessly drifting about, or perhaps they are seeking Cell. Androids. Vegeta began to feel uneasy, recalling the torment inflicted upon him by Android 18. Hey, Were you just talking about androids? Vegeta clenched his fist. What? Are you seeking revenge? I advise you to abandon that thought. One of the androids is extraordinarily formidable. What a pity. If you claim that all androids are of your caliber, then I could easily obliterate 100 of them. Very well, if you wish to die, then go ahead. The androids are located on a small island 4 kilometers to the south. Whoosh. As soon as Baiku finished speaking, Vegeta dashed downward. Of course, Baiku would not impede Vegeta's actions. After all, what did it matter to him whether Vegeta lived or died? Below the temple, a white aura painted the heavens, as a long tail seemed to weave a line across the sky. Androids, I alone am sufficient. You wretched androids shall pay a heavy price for your actions. The humiliation brought by the androids ignited Vegeta's desire for retribution to demonstrate the might of a Super Saiyan. Lazuli had long been lurking within the laboratory, awaiting Cell, only to find that Cell was absent. Unbeknownst to her, the future Cell was busy cultivating another version of himself, choosing a path devoid of danger. Androids 17 and 18 had previously roamed free, but due to defying Dr. Gero's orders, they were once again confined to their slumber chambers for repairs. How strange. There was a distinct aura of Cell before, and now it has vanished. Could it be a trap? Even if it is a trap, Lazuli still ventured here. After all, Cell would eventually come knocking at her door. By the way, why must we come to these nameless deserted islands? Isn't the city better? Android 18 complained. I still haven't bought enough clothes. Come on, Android 18. Android 17 gently urged from behind. This place isn't too bad. The air quality is certainly better than in the city. At least there isn't so much pollution. The group traversed through dense forests until they reached the island's flat expanse, where the scent of the ocean enveloped them, leaving them momentarily speechless. Android 17, is this the ocean? It's my first time seeing it, Android 18 marveled. Yes. Take a good look, Android 17 replied calmly, his heart filled with joy, though his cold exterior forbade him from expressing it. By the way, Android 16, after we eliminate Cell, where do you wish to go? Would you like to protect nature together? After a moment of contemplation, Android 17 turned to Android 16, holding out a job advertisement for nature conservation. Since Android 16 spent his days either in deep thought or gazing at small animals, he assumed that Android 16 must have a fondness for nature. After their visit to the zoo, Android 16 even broke the enclosure, claiming to grant them freedom. He never expected Android 16 to speak up so proactively. These animals are so pitiful, confined within cages, just like us, imprisoned by Dr. Gero within the laboratory. After much effort, the group managed to release the zoo animals back into nature. In this moment, Android 17 discovered a fondness for the small creatures. It turns out, engaging in such acts could bring joy to one's heart. Perhaps, pursuing what one loves is the true essence of happiness. At least it felt gratifying. Listening to the gentle waves lapping against the shore, Android 17's thoughts replayed in his mind like a film. Observing the bewildered large figure, he chuckled softly to himself. Engaging with the robots. Android 17 did not expect Android 16 to respond to his inquiry, so he simply gazed at the waves crashing against the beach. Are you asking where to go? Android 16 spoke softly. Android 17 turned in surprise. After all, the robot was speaking. Throughout their journey, Android 16 had been more aloof than he was, only nodding when necessary or offering a rare smile. Let us protect nature. I truly love it. Then, let us do it together. Android 17 pointed to the job listing, which seemed to offer decent benefits. Suddenly, Lazuli opened her eyes and murmured, Vegeta, still as arrogant as ever, regardless of the timeline. She then broke into a derisive smile, understanding Vegeta's behavior. After all, this was the man she had previously slain with her own hands. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A white aura was gradually approaching from the sky, and the bewildered group gazed up at the approaching figure. Thud! Vegeta landed, exuding an air of disdain, moving with an effortless grace. I thought it was someone noteworthy. It's just you, Vegeta. Android 18 stepped forward, mocking him. Ha, ha, ha. After a hearty laugh, Vegeta, brimming with confidence, pointed his thumb backward. I am now Super Vegeta. Humph. What does it matter if you re-super or not? It's still useless. I'm currently in a foul mood. Whoosh. Suddenly, he leaped, delivering a kick towards Vegeta. Bang. With a resounding impact, Vegeta blocked the blow with one arm, and Android 18 was sent flying. Crash. The rocky wall shattered, and a figure lay buried beneath the rubble. What just happened? Vegeta's strength? A bewildered Android 18 rose, confusion etched across her face. Not only Android 18, but the others were equally astonished. How could his power have increased so drastically in just 2 days? Could it be? Lazili's eyes widened, as if she had pieced together the puzzle. Whoosh. Are you all right, Android 18? Android 17 flew in, concerned. Android 18 wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. I'm fine. It's just that Vegeta's strength seems to have suddenly surged. Surged? Android 17's expression turned serious. Let us attack together. It seems Vegeta has come prepared this time. Chapter 141. The hidden hand behind the scenes? Come at me. Vegeta beckoned with one hand. His gaze filled with disdain directed at the androids. Indeed, the Super Saiyan is invincible. The thought filled Vegeta with joy once more. How infuriating. Enough with your arrogance. Let us go together. The two exchanged glances and nodded, instantly launching themselves towards Vegeta. Bang, bang. Their fists clashed against his four hands. The three of them battled from the ground into the skies, yet Vegeta maintained an air of ease throughout. Swish. He delivered a kick aimed at Android 17's lower body, prompting the latter to hastily shield himself. Observing this, Vegeta couldn't help but smile, realizing that his opponent was still too inexperienced. In midair, he executed a feint, swiftly switching to his left foot. Bang! One foot soared high, striking the chin of number 17. Seizing the moment as the opponent staggered backward, Vegeta swiftly turned, delivering a powerful punch into the abdomen of number 18 from a half-crouch position. Gasp! Did his fist miss its mark? Number 18 was equally astonished by Vegeta's remarkable speed. The siblings regrouped, leaning against each other once more. This time, Vegeta's strength was astonishing. Even with their combined efforts, they could not gain the upper hand. Humph! Is this all you can muster? Where has your former arrogance gone? This is hardly the time for games. Satisfied, Vegeta reclaimed the dignity of the Saiyan Prince. Yet, the duo, undeterred by the setback, charged at Vegeta again. Die! Vegeta unleashed a massive wave of energy from his hands, painting the sky in hues of yellow. A direct beam shot toward the siblings. Taken by surprise, they had no time to react before being engulfed in the onslaught. Boom! Brilliant black smoke erupted. Vegeta thought to himself, they must be reduced to nothing. Ha! 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 After a moment of laughter, he spat disdainfully. They deserved it. A gust of wind swept through, clearing the smoke, revealing three figures unharmed, fixated on Vegeta. How infuriating. Did they block it? But who was that android? How did I not notice? As the smoke dissipated, a blonde woman emerged, strikingly similar to number 18. TCH, whoever you are, I am invincible now. Hahaha. With a flourish of his hands, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of yellow energy blasts, swiftly forming a lateral trajectory. Let us see how you block this, he thought. Rumble. A thick black smoke spread across the sky. Within the haze, an energy shield gradually materialized. How intriguing. It actually held up, clenching his fists. Vegeta felt quite pleased with the outcome. It seems you are still oblivious to the situation, Vegeta, said Lazili softly. The two locked eyes, and the energy surrounding Vegeta began to surge. In the blink of an eye, he ascended to Super Saiyan level 3. Meanwhile, aboard a nearby spacecraft, Father? Sensing the disturbance in energy, Date wore a perplexed expression. Upon calculating the time, he realized that indeed 2 days had passed. Having come to visit Wukong, he had not paid attention to the flow of time. Trunks instinctively leaned on Wukong. After all, he had been influenced by Bulma for over a decade. And with Gohan's death, he dared not take risks. A single misstep could spell disaster. You all felt that too, right? Tianjin Fan asked the group. It seems Vegeta may have already engaged the androids. Androids, huh? Krillin's gaze was fixed on the sleeping Wukong below. Leave it to me. You all can rest easy. Chi-Chi said as she stood. Caring for my husband is my responsibility. Then, if that's the case, let's go together. Yamcha scratched his head, aware that their efforts might be futile, but there is strength in numbers. Sensing Date's unease, Gohan also looked on, as if Date was lost in thought. Trunks. Gohan grabbed Date's hand. Are you going? Crouching, Date looked at Gohan. I must go. No, I have my reasons. I cannot allow such a thing to happen again. Wait. If you're going, then I will too. Tianjin Fan declared. Then, in that case, I'll fetch some senza beans. Krillin flew out towards Karen Tower. Thank you all. Date once again felt the warmth of camaraderie. I will go first then, or else. Whoosh. Rising, Date took off. With Vegeta gone, he might not return. Mother. Gohan rushed to Chi-Chi and exclaimed, I want to go too. No. It's too dangerous, Gohan. You're still so young. You wouldn't be able to help. Although he had prepared himself for this outcome, hearing Chi-Chi say it still stung. If father goes, then I will too. Gohan insisted. Therefore, I must go? Thud. Thud. Turning, Gohan sprinted out into the sky. Gohan. Chi-Chi shouted after him, but Gohan's figure had already vanished into the distance. Gazing at the empty spacecraft, Chi-Chi glanced down at Wukong, speaking softly to herself. Gohan is so much like you. Chi-Chi said tenderly. Wukong, when will you awaken? The rhythmic sound of breathing filled the air. Wukong remained in slumber. Chi-Chi tucked him in, quietly watching over him. Who do you think will win? Bulma inquired. On the table, within the crystal ball, Lotzi Li and Vegeta were engaged in a fierce battle, seemingly exchanging blows evenly, yet Broly held a different opinion. Is there any doubt? It must be Lotzi Li. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, Lotzi Li is an android with limitless energy. She will undoubtedly prevail. Inside the crystal ball, Vegeta's energy surged once more. It appeared Lotzi Li had pushed Vegeta to unleash his full strength. This Vegeta seems to have entered the hyperbolic time chamber, hasn't he? Oh, he visited our home? Yes, it seems more than once. He likely spent 2 years there. Vegeta's aura seemed even more formidable than in the original tale. This did not surprise Broly in the slightest. Strong indeed. If you all were as strong, I would not need to traverse through alternate timelines seeking opponents. This was the very desire that resided within Broly. The longer one stays in the hyperbolic time chamber does not necessarily guarantee greater effectiveness. He could only use the time there to enhance his age and combat prowess. The chamber was exceedingly torturous. Like an invisible lock, it firmly confined one's spirit. Wukong had endured several times and found it intolerable. Having someone with you made it somewhat bearable. Alone, it was sheer torment. 1 session in the time chamber for Wukong equated to 2 for Vegeta. This was solely because Vegeta shunned interaction, unlike Wukong and Gohan, who would share insights together. Even if you possess 2 billion energy now, to defeat Lotzi Li in this manner is still far too ambitious. Broly shook his head while observing the crystal ball. 2 billion energy. In his base form, his combat power reaches over 80 million. Super Saiyan multiplies it 50-fold. Each Saiyant's battle strength varies. The stronger the base form, the greater the multiplier. Even in the same form, disparities in combat power will arise. This is the advantage of the base form, and the reason why he emphasized the importance of maintaining it to decay. No matter how swiftly one gains power, without a solid foundation, it amounts to nothing.